As the epochs transitioned, countless races from various realms traversed into a new world. Commencing with but a solitary individual and a plot of land, each being was tasked with the construction of their own survival base through the creation of shelters, cultivation of crops, taming of beasts, mining for resources, and fortifying against potential attacks. Every creature was compelled to strive towards establishing a sanctuary that would ensure their survival. Luo Yu, endowed with the divine skill of Primordial Critical Strike, possessed the ability to unleash critical hits upon all existence. Collecting a common strawberry triggered a critical hit, obtained a Vermilion Dragon Fruit. Purchasing a common stone knife triggered a critical hit, obtained a heavenly artisan knife. Every action, be it constructing, bridging, mining, or taming, could potentially ignite miraculous critical strikes. A cat girl aspired to become his pet, while the elf race regarded him as a reincarnated deity. He was dubbed the insecticide by the populace and perceived as a sword immortal from preteen times by earthlings. While others toiled to survive, Luo Yu had already forged a castle of his own, ascending the path to unparalleled strength. After dinner, Luo Yu wandered alone along the gravel path of a small park, the resolute expression of his girlfriend upon parting resurfacing in his mind. His girlfriend had become so infatuated with a celebrity that she forsook her boyfriend, fixating solely on her eidolon absurdity in itself. Suddenly, a flash of golden light caught his attention as a golden orb rolled to a stop at his feet. Curiosity piqued, Luo Yu picked up the orb, intending to examine it closely when a thunderous clap resonated from the sky. He felt a fleeting darkness before being enveloped in light, finding himself in an unfamiliar environment. Before him lay a modest expanse of grassland, adorned with a small lake that sparkled like a pearl, encircled by towering mountains that formed a complete enclosure around this serene locale. What is this? Maintaining his composure, Luo Yu exhibited little alarm as he prepared to scrutinize his surroundings when a gentle voice echoed from the heavens. Greetings to all wise races from the myriad realms. I am the Celestial Path, and I welcome you to the new world I have created. To understand everything here, simply meditate on the opening of the system within your hearts. Wishing you all a pleasant existence. As the voice faded, an instinctual realization dawned upon Luo Yu. This was no mere play acting. He had indeed traversed into another realm. Open system, he silently intoned, and a futuristic holographic projection materialized before him. The first page revealing an explanation of the world. After half an hour of meticulous reading, Luo Yu grasped the essence of his situation. Each individual from the myriad realms had been bestowed a personal survival base, and everything was presented in a data-driven format. The primary objective was survival and self-improvement. Suddenly, a notification appeared in the lower right corner of his retina. Detected the possession of the Primordial Stone, redeeming skills for you. Primordial Stone? Instinctively, Luo Yu glanced at the golden orb in his hand, only to witness it merge into his very being moments later. Congratulations! You have acquired the unique skill, Primordial Critical Strike. Primordial Critical Strike. Your next action will enhance efficiency by 100 times. Cooldown period, 1 natural day. Initial critical strike opportunities, 3 current opportunities, 4. What an impressive name, and it's a unique skill. Joy surged within Luo Yu as he realized his fortune had turned in his favor. Upon further inspection, he discovered that not only could he deliver critical hits during attacks, but also while crafting furniture, opening treasure chests, mining, logging, fishing, and other activities. The quality and quantity of his yields could vary, dictated by the whims of luck. However, there were limitations triggering a critical strike, while consuming food could result in overindulgence, and critical strikes during construction could render his territory's air barrier compromised. Calming his thoughts, he observed the tools and bags of plant seeds strewn nearby. These were his initial resources. Alone on the vast grassland, it seemed his initial strength assessment was favorable, indicating a solitary start. Those of lesser strength often appeared in groups on the same plane to ensure survival. Solo play had its advantages, with resources wholly his, while group play could yield both benefits and drawbacks ultimately. It was a fair distribution. He opened the interface, revealing a series of data. Tester, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Summer Kingdom 23333. Base rating, 0 points. Initially all are 0 points. With monthly assessments, the higher the rating, the more reward from the Celestial Path, but also greater attack intensity faced. Strength, 13 average for Earth males, 10, universal average, 17. Constitution, 14 average for Earth males, 10. Universal average, 18. Agility, 13 average for Earth males, 10. Universal average, 18. Luo Yu understood that base rating was crucial for survival and enhancement. Yet at this juncture, mere survival was paramount. He navigated to the world channel, only to find it in utter chaos. What is happening? My mind is in disarray. Wow, I want to go home. Everyone, do not panic. This is the legendary epic transition. We have struck it rich. Elves. I have elves in my base. How beautiful, what is steel. Hello, everyone. I am from the mixed star. Where are you, my cosmic friends? I hail from the beast star. We, the beastmen, shall never be enslaved. Conversations in the world channel were time restricted, allowing one message per day, and it had devolved into utter bedlam. After exploring the system's trading mall, virtual combat platform, and regional map functions, Luo Yu recognized the value of time and quickly devised a plan. He would sow crops in the morning and construct a temporary wooden shelter in the afternoon. The maturation period of crops in this realm differed from that of Earth, maturing rapidly. The sooner they were sown, the sooner they could be harvested. Having cultivated a garden during his military service, his planting skills were rated as LV1, granting him a slight edge over ordinary individuals rated at LV0. In no time, he had cleared a rectangular patch of land for cultivation. Why a rectangle? It facilitated sowing and watering operations. As he contemplated planting corn seeds, a thought struck him. Did he not possess 3 opportunities for critical strikes? Why not give it a try? He silently intoned, and the information bar at the bottom of his retina displayed a notification. Your next action will definitely trigger a critical strike. Efficiency increased by 10,000. Cautiously, Luo Yu planted a herb seed. Herb seed can grow into a healing herb with a minuscule chance of mutation growth period, 30 days. A miracle unfolded as the seed sprouted at an astonishingly visible rate, transforming into a ginseng-like plant, its size comparable to a palm. Ginseng nourishes qi and blood, prolongs life. Consuming it grants a permanent increase of 2 to strength, 2 to constitution, 2 years to lifespan. Good heavens! This critical strike had literally transformed a herb into ginseng. Without hesitation, Luo Yu consumed the ginseng, instantly feeling invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. Checking his stats, he noted, strength, 15, constitution, 16, agility, 13. He had grown stronger. Seizing this momentum, Luo Yu proceeded to cultivate 3 patches of land, sowing corn, rice, and herbs respectively. Upon glancing at the world channel and regional channel, he discovered that several hours had elapsed, yet many remained bewildered by their circumstances, some weeping, others clamoring to return home, and a few cursing the celestial path. It was a grievous waste of precious time at the onset of development. Next on his agenda was the construction of a wooden shelter. Surveying the surroundings, Luo Yu grabbed a saw and ventured towards a nearby grove at the base of the mountains. He dared not delve too deeply into the woods, opting instead to saw trees at the edge. Wood one, wood one, wood one. Energized by the ginseng, Luo Yu channeled all his vigor into the task at hand. After 3 hours of relentless effort, he had amassed 80 units of wood. While only 30 units were required to build a simple wooden shelter, in ordinary circumstances, it would take at least 2 days to accomplish this task. Upon accessing the construction page of the virtual interface, Luo Yu selected the option for a wooden cabin, and before him appeared the projection of the cabin, indicating the possible locations for its placement. The chosen site was naturally near the vegetable garden, positioned at the heart of the prairie, with a small lake to the north. Constructing the wooden cabin requires 30 units of wood and 10 silver. Do you wish to proceed? Silver serves as the universal currency in the world of Tiandao, with each individual starting with 100 silver, which can be utilized for purchasing various items or for construction, both of which necessitate a certain expenditure of silver. Upon confirming his choice, a flash of light enveloped the area, and a small wooden cabin materialized before him. Chapter 2. A 100-fold critical hit yields exceptional goods. Stepping inside, he found the interior completely barren, devoid of any furnishings. With an ample supply of wood at his disposal, Luo Yu expended 10 units to craft a simple wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. He meticulously moved all the tools from outside into the cabin, arranging them neatly, which lent the space a homely essence. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 4:30 p.m. After a day of labor, the energy bestowed by the ginseng had been depleted, and he felt hunger pangs. The lake surely teemed with fish, and he possessed a fishing rod. According to the instructions, fishing not only yielded fish, but also a variety of miscellaneous materials. However, there was a conspicuous red dot in the center of the lake. On the map, the red dot indicated a location inhabited by fixed hostile entities, potentially a primitive cannibal tribe or some fearsome beast. It was certain that a monstrous fish lurked within the lake without vanquishing it. No one could hope to catch fish, unless one wished to tempt fate and see whether they would catch a fish first or be devoured by the creature. Earlier, Luo Yu had observed that this small prairie was adorned with berry bushes. If he was not mistaken, the berries had ripened and would soon spoil if not harvested. With a basket in hand, he set off directly. He briskly approached a bush and began to pick the berries, which were roughly the size of strawberries. Thanks to his level 1 planting skill, the berries he harvested were of higher quality and yield than those obtained by a level 0, ensuring no waste. His experience in cultivating the vegetable garden and managing production had indeed honed some of his skills. From the first bush, he gathered 3 berries. Wiping one on his work clothes, a symbol of his identity as an earthling, he took a bite. Delicious. A gleam of joy sparkled in his eyes as he devoured 2 more berries, alleviating some of his hunger. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Would a critical hit from the primordial force yield 100 berries in one go? Or perhaps he might unearth some rare item, just as before? With this in mind, he cast his gaze towards another berry bush in the distance. Without hesitation, he hastened over, silently reciting a mantra before decisively plucking the fruit. A 100-fold critical hit activated the probability of producing rare fruits, increased by 10,000. Upon inspecting the fruit in his hand, he discovered it was not a berry at all, but a large, red fruit the size of a fist. Zhulong fruit. Consuming this grants a permanent increase of 5 to strength and 2 to agility, maintaining full satiety for 3 days while also warding off mosquitoes and disease. Congratulations! You have harvested a precious resource, gaining planting experience. Your planting level has increased from level 1 to level 2. Goodness! Ecstatic, he promptly consumed the fruit, licking his lips as he felt a surge of strength coursing through him, and his status panel reflected the change. Strength, 20. Constitution, 16. Agility, 15. In the span of a single day, he had successfully elevated himself from the average level of an earthling to that of a cosmic being. A few more fruits would elevate him to the status of an advanced cosmic race, hastening his journey towards prosperity. Though he was now satiated, the berries on the prairie would spoil if not harvested soon. With his enhanced planting skill, he spent merely 2 hours collecting all the berries from the prairie, filling a basket with exactly 100 berries. By this time, darkness had descended. After a day of toil, Luo Yu found a stream from the small lake to bathe and fill a wooden bucket with water, preparing to retire to the sleeping area for a chat. Just as he laid down on the wooden planks, an alarm suddenly blared. Alert! A pack of wild wolves has descended upon Area 9527 in search of food. They will disperse and may randomly attack survival bases. Please prepare accordingly. Luo Yu was taken aback. The chat interface he had just opened erupted with startled exclamations. Neota Minotaur Planet. What's happening? Attacks on the first day? Alice Elf. May the great goddess protect every being from harm. Neko or Catgirl. Meow. What should we do? The wolves are coming. Domitma. Fawn Yumming Earth Human. Everyone, stay calm. Those with houses should take shelter inside. Or climb a tree. Do not get injured. There are no herbs for healing. The chat was in an uproar, underscoring the stark contrast between those with shelters and those without. The calm and composed individuals who had advanced rapidly might already have wooden cabins, impervious to the wolves' intrusion. However, those who had previously panicked and lamented their fate would find themselves in dire straits if attacked. It seemed that on the very first night, some would face elimination, and the price of such elimination was death. Awoo! The distant howl of wolves echoed, and Luo Yu nearly leapt from his bed. Unbelievably, the wolves had indeed arrived. He quietly opened the window, spotting 2 wild wolves approaching, each the size of a calf, sniffing around before their gaze settled on the wooden cabin where Luo Yu resided. Green Wolf. Wildness 80, aggressive type. Luo Yu Earth Human. Wolves are approaching. After sending a brief message to the area chat, he exited the chat room. Good luck. Good luck. Moments later, Luo Yu observed the wolves circling the cabin, seemingly at a loss regarding how to breach it. However, to his dismay, they began ravaging the fields. These aggressive wolves, even if they did not feast upon humans, would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the survival base. One had to either eliminate them or wait for them to depart. A peaceful coexistence was out of the question. Luo Yu furrowed his brow slightly, while the damage to the fields was unfortunate. The seeds could not be harmed, there were so few of them. With determination, he charged out, wielding a wooden stick. A wolf. One wild wolf lunged at him, but Luo Yu deftly sidestepped the attack. His agility had indeed improved. He was no longer the same. As another wolf lunged, Luo Yu struck it squarely with his stick. It was said that wild wolves had tough skulls, but weak bodies, and thus he executed a critical hit. A 100-fold critical hit triggered. Your next attack's power is amplified 100 times. Thud. A dull thud resounded as the wooden stick connected solidly with the wolf's skull, exploding its head into a mist of blood, causing it to perish instantly. My word! Startled by his own prowess, Luo Yu turned his gaze to the remaining wolf, which appeared momentarily stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced and delivered a fierce kick to the wolf's side, toppling it to the ground. Then he stepped on the wolf's head, poised to finish it off when a thought struck him. He still had one more critical hit. Perhaps he could attempt to tame the wolf. Applying pressure to the wolf's head, he commanded, "Submit to me, or perish." Ding! A 100-fold critical hit activated. Your success rate for taming beasts is enhanced 100 times. Chapter 2. A 100-fold critical hit yields treasures. Upon entering, he found nothing but barren walls, a desolate abode. Abundant timber remained, prompting Luo Yu to invest 10 pieces of wood to craft a simple wooden bed, a table, and a chair. After relocating the outdoor tools and arranging them neatly, the place began to exude a semblance of home. Checking the time, it was now 4:30 p.m. After a day of labor, the vitality bestowed by the ginseng had waned, and hunger gnawed at him. The lake surely teemed with fish, and with a fishing rod in hand, he recalled that fishing could yield not only fish but also a myriad of miscellaneous resources. However, a red dot at the center of the lake posed a significant threat. The map indicated that the red dot signified a location inhabited by hostile entities, potentially a primitive cannibal tribe or fearsome beasts. It was evident that lurking within the lake was a monstrous fish. Without vanquishing it, no one could hope to fish, unless one was willing to gamble on whether they would catch a fish first or be devoured by the creature. Earlier, Luo Yu had spotted berry bushes flourishing on the small plain. If he was not mistaken, these berries were ripe and would soon rot if not harvested. Grabbing a basket, he set off. He swiftly approached a bush and began to pick the berries, which were roughly the size of strawberries. Thanks to his level 1 planting skill, the berries he gathered had a slightly higher quality and yield than if he were a novice. His time spent cultivating gardens while in the military had honed some skills. From the first bush, he plucked 3 berries, wiping one on his work attire, an emblem of his earthly identity, before savoring it. Delicious! Joy sparkled in his eyes as he devoured 2 more berries, alleviating his hunger somewhat. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the initial critical strike yield 100 berries at once? Or perhaps, akin to before, it might produce some rare item? With this in mind, he directed his gaze toward another berry bush in the distance. Without hesitation, he strode over and deftly picked a berry while silently chanting a mantra. 100-fold critical hit activated. Chance of rare fruit production increased by 10,000. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he was astonished to find it was not a berry, but a large, red fruit the size of a fist. Crimson Dragon Fruit. Grants permanent 5 strength, 2 agility upon consumption, maintains 100 satiation for 3 days, and offers protection against mosquitoes and diseases. Congratulations! You have harvested a natural treasure, gaining planting experience. Your planting level has risen from LV1 to LV2. Good heavens! Overjoyed, he consumed the fruit on the spot, licking his lips as he felt a surge of strength coursing through him, and his status panel reflected the change. Strength, 20 constitution, 16 agility, 15 in just a single day. He had successfully elevated his capabilities from the average level of Earthlings to that of the cosmic average. With a few more such fruits, he would attain the status of an advanced cosmic race, rapidly advancing toward prosperity. Though he felt quite full, the berries on the prairie would rot if not harvested soon. Thanks to his improved planting skill, in just 2 hours, he gathered every last berry from the plain, filling his basket with exactly 100 berries. As dusk settled, Luo Yu, having worked tirelessly throughout the day, approached a stream by the small lake with a wooden bucket to fetch water for a bath, preparing to engage in a chat before retiring for the night. Just as he lay down on the wooden planks, an alarm suddenly blared. Alert! A pack of wild wolves has descended upon Area 9527 in search of food. They will disperse and may randomly attack survival bases. Please prepare accordingly. Startled, Luo Yu opened the regional chat interface, only to be met with a flurry of panicked messages. Nyoda, Minotaur Planet, what is going on? An attack on the first day? Alice, Elf Tribe, may the great goddess protect every living being from harm. Naker, Catgirl Tribe, meow. What do we do? The wolves are coming. Don't let them eat me. Fong Yumming, human everyone. Stay calm. Those with shelters should stay indoors. Otherwise, climb a tree. Do not get injured. There are no herbs for healing. The chat exploded with chaos, highlighting the stark difference between those with and without shelters. The composed and swift thinkers may have built wooden houses, rendering them safe from the wolves. However, those who had panicked earlier would surely face dire consequences if attacked. It seemed that the first night would claim its first casualty, and the cost of being ousted was death. From afar, the chilling howls of wolves echoed, causing Luo Yu to leap from his bed. The wolves were indeed here. Quietly, he pushed open the window to see two wild wolves ambling towards him, each the size of a calf, sniffing around before their gaze settled on his little wooden house. Green wolf, wildness 80, aggressive type, Luo Yu, earthling, the wolves are here. He simply sent a message to the regional chat before exiting the room. Good luck to you all. Moments later, Luo Yu observed the wolves circling the house, seemingly at a loss regarding how to breach it. However, his anger surged as he saw them begin to ravage his crops. Even if these wolves did not consume humans, they would still devastate his survival base. He had to either eliminate them or wait for them to leave. Peaceful coexistence was an impossibility. Furrowing his brow, he realized that while crop damage was bad, the seeds were paramount. He had so few. He grabbed a wooden stick and charged out. A wolf lunged at him, but he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. His agility had indeed improved. As another wolf approached, he swung the stick with force, aiming for its head. The elders often said that wolves had tough skulls but weak bodies, so he unleashed a critical strike. 100-fold critical hit activated. Your next attack's power is increased by 100 times. With a resounding thud, the wooden stick crashed against the wolf's skull, exploding it into a mist of blood, killing it instantly. My word. Luo Yu was taken aback as he turned to the remaining wolf, which now appeared dazed. Without hesitation, he charged forward and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's midsection, toppling it to the ground. He then placed his foot on the wolf's head, ready to finish it off, when suddenly an idea struck him. He still had one more critical strike left. Perhaps he could tame the wolf. He pressed down harder on the wolf's head and shouted, "Submit to me or perish." Alert! 100-fold critical hit activated. Your success rate for taming beasts is increased by 100 times. Chapter 3. The repeated critical strike. The azure wolf trembled violently, its body shimmering with light before it ultimately succumbed. Taming successful. Your taming level has increased to LV2. Azure wolf. Male. 3 years. Strength 9. Constitution 12. Agility 14. Now able to perceive specific attributes post-taming. Luo Yu released his foot, and the azure wolf promptly rose, affectionately nuzzling against his calf. Tamed animals can assist in combat, transportation, patrolling, or guarding fields, as this vast plain harbors various small creatures and birds that might pilfer crops. Luo Yu patted the wolf and Apos' head, naming it Adai, and then turned his gaze towards another wolf carcass. Finding no knife in the wooden cabin, he recalled the pickaxe he had used for mining and pondered why he hadn't an amp. Apos' utilized it to fend off the wolf earlier. Beside a small stream that served as a tributary to the lake, he began to disassemble the azure wolf, casting its entrails into the stream, which promptly attracted a swarm of fish. Numerous fish rushed in, competing to consume the organs, some as small as a finger, while others appeared to weigh 2 or 3 pounds. Luo Yu was elated but understood that even if he caught fish now, he had no place to keep them. So he gathered some stones to dam both ends of the stream. The water level between the dams rose swiftly, resembling a small fish pond. Though he couldn't guarantee the complete capture of the fish, many would certainly be ensnared. After processing the azure wolf, Luo Yu ignited a fire nearby the cabin with a torch, preparing to dry and cure the wolf meat for long-term storage. The alert for the attack had ended, and the regional chat grew lively once more. Alice, Elf, is everyone all right? Naker, Catgirl, Few. Thankfully I can climb trees. They couldn't catch me, but they ate the fruits I gathered. Fong Yumming, Earthling, is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu smiled faintly, responding, "No worries, I and Apos, V taken care of it." Fong Yumming, taken care of? Well, as long as you and Apos, fine. There should be items to trade after the attack. I and Apos, am off to the trading platform. Naker, I and Apos, am going too. Alice, yes, I'll check as well. Luo Yu, wishing you well. Minotaur, 3 lovely ladies. Wouldn't anyone ask if I'm all right? Feeling a stir within, Luo Yu opened the trading platform. It was bustling with activity, offering a variety of goods. Seeds, wooden swords, wooden knives, and tools like shovels and fishing nets were all listed at modest prices, as everyone was short on cash. However, food was scarce on the market. Its value was too precious in the early stages. After some contemplation, Luo Yu decided to sell the berries, as he could sustain himself for 3 days without food. And the berries had a shelf life of only 3 days. Selling them was a necessity to avoid waste. in a rather unscrupulous manner. He priced each berry at 25 silver coins. After waiting a moment with no inquiries, he boldly announced in the World Channel, XX, hidden, wow. Someone is selling berries on the trading platform. Hurry and grab them. Simultaneously, countless individuals opened the trading platform. It was still the first day, and many were likely unfamiliar with the concept of silver coins, not to mention they were all hungry. Not everyone could revel in comfort from the very first day, like Luo Yu. In a mere second, 100 berries were snatched up, and Luo Yu's account swelled with 2,500 silver coins. Did I price them too cheaply? Luo Yu chuckled, preparing to sell some wolf meat. Though it was not yet cooked, suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. All manner of centipedes, cockroaches, flies, and mosquitoes retreated from where he sat. Ah, the Zhulong fruit. I possess the ability to repel insects for 3 days. Curiosity piqued, Luo Yu began to roll across the lawn, watching his insects scurried away in panic wherever he went. Insects are also a source of nourishment, boasting higher caloric content than beef, with a delightful crunch reminiscent of chicken. Seizing the opportunity, he used sharp twigs to impale centipedes and the like, intending to gather some for skewered delicacies or spider stews, dark culinary creations that could be sold on the platform. Even if he didn't consume them himself. With countless races across the realms, surely there would be a race that relished insects, perhaps a chicken tribe? As he rolled about the grass, he efficiently captured 40 to 50 centipedes, reveling in his success. Just then, a notification appeared. Acquired personal trait. Insect Slayer, 1 star. Insect Slayer, 1 star inflicts an additional 10 damage to all insect-type creatures and is immune to 10 of their attacks. Permanent agility 2. Personal traits? Luo Yu knew that personal traits were rare, typically acquired through serendipity, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. In that case, let us roll some more. After listing a portion of the wolf meat, Luo Yu continued rolling on the grass, and as he suspected, he was able to level up. A few hours later, he elevated the Insect Slayer trait to 5 stars. Insect Slayer, 5 stars inflicts an additional 50 damage to all insect-type creatures and is immune to 50 of their attacks. Permanent agility 10. Constitution 10. Upon inspecting his status panel, Strength, 20 Constitution, 26 Agility, 27 in just 1 day, he had soared to a level above mere survival. At the moment he reached 5 stars, Luo Yu could no longer hold on. Even with high constitution, dizziness overtook him. Wrapping the processed wolf hide around himself, he succumbed to sleep. The following morning, gentle sunlight bathed the prairie, and birds chirped melodiously. Luo Yu awoke gradually, feeling rejuvenated. With heightened constitution, his recovery was swift. Others might not have fared as well after a long night. The world and regional channels were filled with morning greetings, a tranquil atmosphere prevailing. Yet, Luo Yu understood that beneath this serenity, many had likely perished in yesterday's assault. After washing his face at the stream and patting Adai's head, he checked the system notifications and confirmed that all 10 pieces of wolf meat he had listed had sold out. Each piece fetched an exorbitant price of 80 silver coins, leaving him with a total of 3,400 silver coins in his account. Indeed, the initial critical strike opportunities had reset, granting him another chance for a critical strike. For the moment, his food supply was adequate, and the seeds had been sown. Next, he needed to expand his survival base, starting with a wall. Wooden walls were too fragile. A stone wall would offer a greater sense of security. While the system could construct the wall, he needed to produce the raw materials like stone bricks himself, which required a stone-cutting knife. The stone-cutting knife could both slice stone and serve as a melee weapon. Luo Yu whimsically pondered whether purchasing items could also yield critical strikes. With the thought in mind, he silently wished for it and selected the stone-cutting knife priced at 100 silver coins in the system shop. With sufficient funds to procure such an item on the second day, Luo Yu mused that he must be ahead of most. Beep. You achieved a 100-fold critical strike while purchasing the stone-cutting knife, obtaining an item worth 10,000 silver coins. Artisan's knife. Artisan's knife. Sharp and hefty. A formidable melee weapon that can also be used as a tool, slightly increasing efficiency in cutting and digging activities. A flash of light revealed a black long knife before him. Luo Yu grasped it excitedly. It felt substantial in his hand, but with his newfound strength, the weight was just right. Purchasing items can yield critical strikes. How marvelous. Approaching a piece of bluestone, he swung the knife, and what seemed to be an impenetrable stone was cleaved in two. With a single stroke, he had severed the stone. In ancient times, such a weapon would be deemed divine. Luo Yu was overjoyed. Using this tool to slice through stone would be a breeze. Without hesitation, he set to work. Chapter 4. Insects only deserve to look up from the shoe sole due to Luo Yu and Apos' extraordinary strength and endurance, coupled with the assistance of the heavenly craftsmanship blade. His speed in cutting stone was nothing short of remarkable. Within merely half an hour, he had produced 1,000 rectangular stone bricks, astonishing even himself. Glancing at the regional chat, it was abuzz with activity. How did everyone fare last night? Still alive? Mosquito, I curse your ancestors. At least a pound of my blood has been drained. I'm so hungry. Naker, Kakro Luo Yu, what are you up to? Are you playing solo? Luo Yu, yes. Naker, meow, it, and oppos. It's impressive for a human to go solo. By the way, how did you deal with the wild wolves yesterday? Luo Yu, I took them down with a single strike. The chat filled with a flurry of question marks. Fong Yumming, really? The strength of a dozong is truly terrifying. Naker, oh, are you all muscle? Can you send me a screenshot of your character? Minotaur, I'm all muscle, cutie. I'll send it to you. Naker, meow, sorry. I'm not fond of minotaurs. Alice, please refrain from discussing odd topics in the regional channel. Luo Yu, have you all eaten breakfast? I caught some centipedes. Would you like some? Fong Yumming, you can keep them for yourself. Ha ha ha. As Luo Yu continued to cut stone while engaging in banter with these characters, he quickly became accustomed to their camaraderie. Suddenly, a relevant world event notification caught his attention. Insect Race 4444 has established a challenge in the virtual arena against Earthlings, with a wager of 2,000 silver. Insects. Luo Yu entered the virtual arena and was greeted by an explosion of chatter in the arena and oppos, interface. Earthlings were fiercely denouncing the insect race, while the insects retaliated with equal fervor. Observing the battle, it was clear that the human race had the upper hand. The vitriol from the humans suggested their combat prowess was significantly above the cosmic average. Yet, despite the verbal clashes, no one dared to enter the arena to challenge. The arena had opened the previous day, and it seemed that some aggressive individuals had already fought. Indeed, Earthlings were at a physical disadvantage compared to most races. And within just a day, they were labeled as easy prey. Immediately, someone set up a challenge to profit off the Earthlings. Earthlings are cowards. What good is shouting? Step up. Pathetic. Earthlings are worse than cockroaches. With insults flying, many brave Earthmen could no longer contain themselves. But to fight, one needed to pay 2,000 silver up front. Winning would yield 4,000, while the loser would forfeit their 2,000 to the victor. Moreover, spectators had to pay 10 silver each to watch, further lining the victor's pockets. It was clear that if one had the strength, the arena was a lucrative opportunity. A slight displeasure flickered across Luo Yu's face. A swarm of insects dared to tread upon humanity. Just as he contemplated participating, someone else could no longer hold back. Earthling XX, hidden, pays silver to enter the arena. Now, the spectators scarcely regarded the cost, hurriedly paying 10 silver to watch, and Luo Yu joined them. Upon entering, a virtual screen materialized before him, revealing a vast, empty chamber of approximately 500 square feet. Two figures stood in opposition within. The arrogant insect was a grotesque male, with a pointed head and menacing features. His arms resembled scythe-like appendages, and he sported a pair of thin wings, clearly a mantis-like creature. Opposite him stood another man from the human race. But this individual concealed both his number and appearance, leaving only a powerful physique visible. Of course, both figures were not physically present in the arena, but were projected virtual avatars, with attributes mirroring reality, including characteristics and items. Although it was a virtual battle, the intensity matched that of a real-life confrontation, with the only exception being no physical harm to the actual bodies outside. Naturally, mental trauma was a different matter. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown concluded, the mantis creature flapped its wings and lunged forward with incredible speed. The human male roared, quickly rolling away and retaliating with his bamboo spear. Crack! The mantis's scythe-like appendage severed the spear, followed by a sweeping strike that cleaved the man in half. K.O. Insect Race 4444 wins, time taken, 2.3 seconds. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, with the insect race mercilessly mocking the humans. Originally likening them to cockroaches, they now deemed them maggots. The mantis 4444 was particularly boastful, laughing. Come on, still 2,000 silver? Do Earthlings dare to challenge again? I could slay 100 of your kind without breaking a sweat. Human males are worthless, and the females aren't even worthy of laying our eggs. The watching humans clenched their teeth, feeling the sting of such humiliation, yet it was evident they were no match. Just as many spectators felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, another notification chimed. Earthling XX, hidden, pays 2,000 silver, enters the battle chamber. In a flash of light within the battle chamber, a man appeared, similarly concealing his number and face. This man, though not as muscular as the previous warrior, appeared sturdy and robust, wielding a black long knife that sent shivers down the spine. It was none other than Luo Yu. Insects only deserve to gaze up at us from the soles of our shoes. Luo Yu and Oppos' cold voice echoed within the battle chamber. instilling a sense of dread in all who heard it. What did you say? The mantis creature roared, and the insect race's commentary erupted in curses, while the humans felt a twinge of uncertainty. Bro, we know your blood is boiling, but don't waste your money. Let us not fall into their trap. Even the humans were unsure of Luo Yu and epochs' chances. 3-2 The countdown began, and the mantis creature sneered. I will savor slicing you apart, Earthling. You shall forever remain our prey. 1. In that final moment of the countdown, the mantis creature surged forward with all its might, its speed exceeding that of its previous attack. Mantis creatures excel in agility, and this strike boasted at least 20 agility points, beyond what any human could withstand. Insect Slayer trait activated, attack and defense increased by 50. Just as the crowd anticipated another swift defeat, Luo Yu suddenly leaped into action, his burst of speed surpassing that of the flapping mantis. Such incredible agility! Every spectator thought simultaneously, and the next moment, Luo Yu's long knife clashed violently with the mantis's razor-sharp limbs. Chapter 5. The alarm sounds. A major assault approaches at month's end. With a swift motion, the heavenly blade sliced through the air, severing the forelimb of the mantis as it launched a lightning-fast strike. In a powerful follow-through, the blade cleaved through the mantis male, splitting him in half. KO. Earthling XX triumphs. Duration, 1.6 seconds. A swift execution. Yet this time, the vanquished was none other than a member of the mantis insectoid race. Gasp. The spectators drew in sharp breaths, and soon, cheers erupted from the human side. Invincible! Who is this? Truly invincible. Oh my, what a master of martial arts. Brother, you are amazing. May I request your name, a photo, and perhaps a chance at courtship? Insects belong beneath our feet. How splendid. Where are those insects who were shouting moments ago? Come on, keep it coming. The entire chat room was flooded with messages from humans, either revering Luo Yu or mocking the insect race. Luo Yu had ignited hope in many humans could also be formidable. You have triumphed over your opponent. To facilitate your next entry into the virtual arena, you may leave a code name. A code name? I shall choose a single character. You. Instantly. Luo Yu and Amp. Oppos. S name in the arena transformed from Earthling XX to you. You. A name of the Huaxia people. Brother Yu, you are my hero. You. From which region do you hail? Excellent. You it is. We of the insect race shall summon our kin. Dare not flee. Ignoring the various comments in the chat room, Luo Yu promptly withdrew his earnings. Glancing at his personal account, he found his silver had reached 6,800. Initially, even after winning 2,000, he would only have had 5,300. The remainder was from the audience and Amp, Oppos, entry fees, a considerable profit indeed. Let me see what treasures I might acquire. He opened the marketplace and began to browse. After a moment, he suddenly noticed a small tip he had previously overlooked. Due to a prior critical hit in purchasing, he could not achieve another critical hit in the marketplace until the end-of-month settlement. The marketplace had limits on critical hit attempts, and Luo Yu had been contemplating infinite purchases. Oh, wait a moment, this tip. Accidentally, Luo Yu opened the map and discovered a line of red text in the upper right corner. 28 days until the end-of-month assault. He quickly clicked in, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Each month, prior to the end-of-month settlement, a hardcore assault event would occur, with intensity surpassing ordinary random encounters, posing the greatest threat to the challengers. Luo Yu immediately sent a message in the regional chat. Luo Yu, do you see the map? Is there not a warning for the end-of-month assault? Fong Yuming. Indeed, I and Amp, Oppos, am fainting. What shall we do? My sisters and I have just built our wooden cabin. Alice, everyone, we must strive to survive. The regional chat erupted, each person filled with a sense of urgency. While conversing with the others, Luo Yu and Oppos' mind raced with thoughts. The construction of walls needed to accelerate, and the establishment of defensive facilities had to be prioritized. He opened the research interface, densely packed with technologies yet to be unlocked. Carefully studying the defense technology tree, he noted initial options such as traps, shooting towers, and watchtowers, but his gaze was drawn to a specific entry. Automatic crossbow can be installed on walls, shooting towers, etc., automatically loads and aims at enemies. Automatic. For Luo Yu, who was alone at the base, this was undoubtedly the best choice. However, a prerequisite research option posed a challenge: base automatic defense core. The research cost of 5,000 silver was perhaps acceptable, but the materials required for construction also had to be gathered. 3,000 silver, 200 emeralds, 200 gold, and a beast soul core, prices that were quite exorbitant. Of course, the resulting automatic defense core device would be incredibly durable and could be carried with ease, a one-time investment. Originally, Luo Yu had contemplated creating a small ranch to enhance beast taming success rates or cultivating soil to accelerate plant growth. Now, it seemed that the automatic defense technology was of utmost urgency. Survival was essential for future growth. Luo Yu etched this conviction into the wooden table, along with his forthcoming development plan, a constant reminder to himself. Goals: construct robust walls and unlock automatic technology. Create automatic crossbows before the month's end. Without further hesitation, Luo Yu spent 5,000 silver to unlock the automatic defense core technology, leaving himself with 1,800 silver for later. Checking the time, he noted he had 3 hours until nightfall. Luo Yu slung the heavenly blade over his shoulder, hoisted a pickaxe, and set off toward the mine. The harder the stone bricks for wall construction, the better. Ordinary stones from the grasslands no longer sufficed. The mine produced hard materials like spotted black stone, and there was also a chance to unearth rare ores such as emeralds, gold, and silver. Mining was the priority. As for the pre-cut stones, they could be utilized in other constructions. Stone bricks had numerous applications. The mine was located near the Purple Mountains, yet remained relatively safe. Entering the cave, oil lamps embedded in the rock walls illuminated the path. These were initially placed and required no fuel. Before long, he reached the end of the mine, where a wall emitted a faint blue glow. Without hesitation, Luo Yu swung his pickaxe and struck the wall, only to find nothing. Mining failed. Your mining experience increases. With a mining level of LV0, failure was to be expected. Another swing, and this time a piece of irregular spotted black stone tumbled from the glowing wall. Spotted black stone, with a reasonable drop rate. However, the drop rate for rare ores was notoriously low. Bang, bang. As he continued mining, more spotted black stones and granite rolled out. Thanks to Luo Yu's high base attributes, even with insufficient mining levels, his efficiency remained impressive. Before long, a small mound of stones had accumulated beside him. Mining level increased to LV1. At last, an upgrade. Luo Yu exhaled, stretching his shoulders in preparation for a break. His gaze fell upon the pile of assorted stones, realizing that transportation posed a challenge. Then it struck him. He was not alone. He had a companion. No, a wolf. With a sharp whistle, the patrolling blue wolf, Adai, dashed over, swiftly entering the mine and affectionately nuzzling Luo Yu and epochs as trousers. Adai, go fetch 20 units of wood. Woof. The blue wolf immediately set off, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, soon returning with the requested 20 units of wood. Chapter 6, a splendid chunk of gold. Luo Yu accessed the construction interface and spent 20 units of wood and 10 units of silver to build a small cart, complete with reins. Adai, load this pile of stones onto the cart, and then harness yourself to pull it home, he instructed. Adai nodded eagerly, its wolfish tail wagging energetically, and promptly set to work. Observing Adai's jubilant demeanor, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile faintly, and soon he joined in the labor. The duo toiled for a full 4 hours, and as fatigue began to set in, Luo Yu felt weary. Adai, after hauling the last load of stones, collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. In the end, it was Luo Yu who pulled the cart, with Adai resting atop the stones as they made their way home. After feeding Adai some chunks of meat and catching a fish from the pond to nourish it further, the wolf regained considerable strength and curled up to sleep early. After a long day of labor, Luo Yu headed to the creek to wash up. Suddenly, a warning startled him. Warning: the hygiene standards of the survival base are critically low, increasing the risk of disease. Surprised, he reflected on his own standards of cleanliness. Could it be that his recent indiscretion in the woods had lowered the base's hygiene rating? Checking the base's hygiene score, he discovered it stood at a meager 18, while a score of 60 was barely acceptable. Achieving a score above 90 would ensure that the creatures within the base would remain healthy and according to the guidelines, would also provide additional benefits. In a situation with scant medical supplies, falling ill meant relying solely on one and epochs' constitution to endure, even if one managed to survive. It would significantly delay progress, especially with an impending attack at the end of the month. Initially, Luo Yu intended to wash up briefly, but considering the risk of illness, he opted for a hot bath instead. He spent 30 units of wood and 20 units of silver constructing a rudimentary bathing tub, and purchased an iron kettle for boiling water at the cost of 15 units of silver. These amenities were undeniably costly, fortunately. He had previously accumulated a fair amount of silver, or else he would not have been able to afford them. A short while later, Luo Yu sank into the tub, completely unclothed, letting out a sigh of contentment. A gentle breeze swept across the prairie, and as he gazed up at the starry sky, he pondered, "How is my little sister? She must keep persevering." Luo Yu had lost his parents at a young age and had relied on his sister, Luo Ling, ever since. Now 19, she was a charming and clever young lady. Considering her spirited nature, he felt confident that she was managing well. Once he unlocked higher-level technologies, He would be able to search for her. He believed that one day they would reunite. Returning to the present, he lay back in the tub and opened the regional chat. Conversations revolved around the impending attack at the end of the month, with everyone expressing their opinions. It became evident how differently each race responded to threats. Earthlings like Fong Yumeng insisted on finding ways to unlock automatic defense mechanisms, while the elves advocated for enhancing their shooting skills with silver. The Tauren favored augmenting physical strength, while the catgirls suggested setting numerous traps and lying in wait. Some even proposed relying on luck to draw a pet egg from the marketplace, hoping for a rare find that would make them invincible. The most extreme suggestion was to build a small boat to lure the attackers into a lake, pitting them against the monsters dwelling within. Luo Yu had already formulated his strategy, but participated in the discussion nonetheless. As the conversation shifted back to hygiene and disease, everyone unanimously agreed on the necessity of constructing a toilet. Luo Yu nodded internally, resolving to elevate the priority of creating a toilet and perfecting a sewage treatment system to improve the hygiene rating. Fong Yumeng, by the way, today the world chat has been buzzing about how impressive you are, UG, the first exterminator of the human race. Is that you they and amp, oppos, talking about? Naker, huh? Did Xiaoyu defeat the insect race? The agility of their manuses is on par with ours. Luo Yu, I have quite a few manuses, centipedes, scorpions, and spiders. Which one are you referring to? Fong Yumeng. What? Are you really experimenting with dark cuisine? Planning to sell something lethal in the marketplace? Luo Yu. Chickens and birds love to eat insects. Laughter erupted from Fong Yumeng as Luo Yu deftly sidestepped the topic. After all, a name alone held little significance. Many shared the same name, and Fong Yumeng was merely joking to spark conversation, soaking comfortably in the warm water and engaging in lively banter. Luo Yu felt his fatigue dissipate. Notification: while engaging in leisure activities, you feel elated, gaining the buff. Enthusiastic action, 3 days. Enthusiastic action, strength, constitution, agility 10. Work efficiency 10. Surprised by the notification, Luo Yu recalled that a high rating in mood, entertainment, and hygiene could yield positive buffs, while low ratings might incur debuffs. Luo Yu. Oh, taking a hot bath granted me an enthusiastic action buff. Naker, a hot bath. I want one too. Fong Yumeng. Luo Yu. Be quiet. You and oppos, remaking me feel itchy. Alice. Luo Yu. In the early stages of survival, it is crucial to spend silver wisely. May the goddess bless you. Erlina, dark elf humph. Only bathing in the lake allows one to connect with nature. Foolish humans understand nothing. Tauren, it would be wonderful to share a hot bath with a lovely lady. Okamoto Nichuan, Earthling all right. I want to bathe with you, San. Amidst the envy and jesting, Luo Yu felt a small thrill of delight in his heart. After chatting for a while longer, he dried off and went to bed. In the morning, the regional chat buzzed with greetings. Good morning, everyone. Wishing you all a peaceful day. It was the third day. After washing up, Luo Yu made his way to the mine, humming the laborer's proud tune, his spirits evidently lifted. With the buff of enthusiastic action, he was determined to work vigorously. Moments later, as he gazed upon the shimmering blue-veined rock face, he silently invoked his resolve and struck down with his pickaxe. Critical hit activated. Your mining efficiency and rare or yield have increased by 10,000. With a powerful swing, a golden stone, the size of a fist, tumbled down. What a splendid chunk of gold. You have obtained gold, 300 units. Luo Yu rejoiced. For this single strike had provided him with the necessary materials to create the defense core, and he even had an excess of 100 units. Chapter 7. The blade of insult and the bite of provocation gold is regarded merely as a raw material, not available for purchase in the marketplace. One must either mine it, trade with fellow challengers, or spend a fortune to acquire finished products from the shop, subsequently seeking ways to decompose them into gold. The acquisition of 300 gold coins was indeed a windfall for Luo Yu. Beside him, Adai was equally exhilarated, barking joyfully. A smile graced Luo Yu and Oppos' lips as he pocketed the gold, preparing to resume his work. Suddenly, the blue rock wall before him trembled, and a large mass of golden stones rolled forth, each as large as a grinding wheel. What the? Gold? Luo Yu and Oppos' eyes widened in astonishment. But in the next moment, the golden mass unfurled, revealing its true form. You have provoked the wrath of the golden beetle while mining rare minerals. Golden beetle, wildness 85, aggressive type. Indeed, when mining, one might unearth creatures, and the better the yield, the higher the probability of encountering such pests. The golden beetle extended its 2 golden pincers, sharp as blades, and lunged directly at Adai. With a roar, Adai leaped aside, then pounced onto the back of the beetle, attempting to bite it, but to no avail. Its defenses were impenetrable. The beetle shook its body vigorously, tossing Adai off, and launched another strike, which Adai narrowly dodged. Luo Yu observed closely. The beetle and Oppos' tough hide rendered it resilient, yet its agility was lacking. Adai, step aside. Let me handle this. Adai promptly leapt back, and Luo Yu, wielding the heavenly crafting blade, struck fiercely at the beetle's pincers. With a sharp clang, Insect Slayer, a personal trait of Luo Yu, enhanced his combat prowess against insect types. The beetle's sturdy pincers were cleaved, creating a significant gap. In pain and fury, the beetle spread its wings and assumed a threatening posture, advancing toward Luo Yu. With a base agility of 27, augmented by a buff that raised it to 30, Luo Yu effortlessly evaded the beetle and Oppos' attack. The beetle emitted a cacophonous screech as it charged again, but Luo Yu adeptly sidestepped once more. Frustrated by its missed attempts, the beetle began to assault Adai. As a wolf, Adai possessed decent agility. In the midst of evasion, it managed to nip at the beetle, inflicting minimal damage but considerable insult, inciting the beetle to thrash about in anger. Tame it, Luo Yu commanded, activating his taming skill. Taming failed, current success rate 8, with a level 2 taming skill. The success rate was disappointingly low, and the cooldown period extended to 10 minutes. According to the guidelines, one could employ the taming ability on the same creature 3 times. Failure thrice would preclude further attempts. To enhance the success rate, not only was one and Oppos' taming skill crucial, but the creature and Oppos' state also played a significant role. If the creature was in a state of fear, rage, or confusion, the likelihood of success would increase. The golden beetle seemed to teeter on the brink of such a state. Luo Yu's mind raced, and he shouted, Adai, follow my lead. The blue wolf glanced at Luo Yu, who began to leap from side to side before the beetle, occasionally slashing with the blade, a tactic he termed the blade of insult. After a few taunts, the beetle and Oppos' small eyes bulged in fury, nearing a breaking point. Awu. Adai mimicked Luo Yu and Oppos' movements, and together they danced around the beetle. Unleashing their taunts, the beetle unfurled its wings, its antennae standing rigid, clearly agitated. With a furious hiss, the beetle erupted in rage, chasing after them with wild abandon. Alas! The agility of both Luo Yu and Adai far surpassed that of the beetle, rendering it unable to land a blow. Their taunts continued, inciting the beetle and Oppos' fury even further. Within the cave, chaos ensued. As the 10 minutes elapsed, Luo Yu activated his taming skill once more. Taming successful, current success rate, 61, success. The probability surged to 61, a testament to how thoroughly the beetle had been provoked. A radiant glow enveloped the beetle, and its previously furious demeanor transformed into docility as it gently nudged Luo Yu and Oppos' leg with its pincers, resembling a sheep. What malice could a mere insect harbor? Such innocence was refreshing. Golden beetle, strength 16, constitution 30, agility 3, this creature epitomized resilience. Luo Yu exhaled in relief, patting the beetle's metallic exoskeleton, chuckling, from now on, you shall take on the task of transporting ores. The beetle happily wiggled its pincers and scuttled over to a nearby rock face to start digging. Intrigued, Luo Yu watched as the beetle's pincers delved into the rock, retrieving a piece of black-spotted stone after several digs. A mining beetle, Luo Yu's heart soared. Not only was it a shield, but also a little miner. Remarkable indeed. However, after observing for a while, Luo Yu noted that the beetle's efficiency was rather lacking, at least 10 times slower than his own mining prowess. If the day came when the beetle's numbers increased, he might never need to descend into the mines again. For now, he still had to do the work himself. After a brief respite, Luo Yu resumed mining. For the remainder of the day, he toiled in the cave, unearthing numerous pieces of black-spotted stone, all of which the beetle dutifully transported back in a cart, while Adai continued its patrol. During this time, Luo Yu and Oppos' mining skill ascended to level 2, and he managed to extract a different ore, iron. Though it was merely a fist-sized nugget, it represented a significant advancement. With iron, he could forge arrowheads, allowing for ranged attacks, a tremendous leap forward. After quenching his thirst and checking the time, he realized it was already 3 p.m. Luo Yu concluded his mining for the day. Next, he began to cut the stone blocks. Over the course of 2 days, he had amassed 3,000 units of stone, stacking them near the wooden cabin, which would yield approximately 15,000 units of brick. Without hesitation, he set to work. For every day spent on the city walls meant an additional measure of safety. Just as he was cutting, a notification appeared. Your strength 1, current strength 21. Engaging in certain tasks could yield additional attribute points. As stone cutting and mining involved considerable physical labor, after 2 days of effort, he had gained 1 point in strength. What a delightful reward. He continued cutting stone until dusk, and as night fell, he indulged in his customary hot bath and regional chat. Perhaps this brief moment of conversation in the evening was the only solace for everyone after a long day of toil. Beneath the facade of tranquility lay immense survival pressure. That morning, Luo Yu awoke to hunger, the satiety effect of the Zhulong fruit having worn off. Breakfast had to be resolved first. Stepping outside, he glanced at the planting area, finding Adai basking in the sun atop the ridge. With its presence, small creatures such as birds and mice dared not approach the fields. Chapter 8. Stone toilets and enclosures. As the golden beetle leisurely nibbled on the grass, it made its way towards the mine, its tasks predetermined, either to transport or to excavate. Luo Yu glanced at the crops. Corn, 15 maturity. Rice, 15 maturity. Herbs, 3 maturity. It was evident that ordinary crops matured at a rate of 5 per day, while herbs matured at a mere 1. For the time being, fresh produce was unattainable. Luo Yu approached the creek, where the dam he had previously constructed still stood. This simple fish pond proved effective, harboring a dozen sizable fish. He caught 2, rekindled the fire, and grilled the fish for a meal. He and Adai each enjoyed one. And afterward, they felt invigorated. Rather than heading directly into the mine, Luo Yu opted to explore his territory. He traversed the mountain and epochs' edge, aiming to locate a suitable drainage site. After an hour of searching, he indeed discovered a satisfactory spot. It was a small bamboo grove at the very edge of his territory, where, concealed among the underbrush, lay a narrow ditch. The water flowed surely towards the purple mountains, though Luo Yu paid no mind to its ultimate destination, as long as it did not connect to his own water system. This was the perfect location for waste drainage. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo Yu deepened the ditch with his artisan's knife and then accessed the construction interface. Simple drainage outlet, 50 wood or stone, 10 silver. After confirming, he tapped the screen, and a drainage outlet made of ordinary stone materialized at the excavated ditch. The drainage direction was naturally outward. Next, he needed to dig a small trench to accommodate the drainage pipe. This task was exceedingly simple for Luo Yu. After calculating the straight line back to his home, he commenced digging, completing the task in less than half an hour. With another tap, he spent 100 stone and 20 silver to create a lengthy drainage pipe, directly connecting it to the outlet. Finally, it was time to construct the toilet. While he could not afford a luxurious lavatory, a modest stone brick toilet was within reach. Choosing a spot approximately 7 or 8 meters from the wooden cabin, Luo Yu invested 3,000 stone and 80 silver to erect a stone brick toilet, which was adequately equipped, although it lacked a water inlet, necessitating manual water collection. However, these were mere details. The crucial point was that he now had a toilet. Gazing at the moderately sized toilet before him, Luo Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. In terms of defense, this toilet far surpassed the wooden cabin, featuring a stone door that could provide refuge should the wooden structure falter. Shaking his head with a smile, he opened the system data. Sanitation score, 48. The addition of a toilet significantly boosted his score by 30 points, greatly reducing his risk of disease. He then examined his panel data. Tester, Luo Yu ID. Earth, Summer Kingdom 23333 base score, 60 strength, 21 constitution, 26 agility, 27 farming LV2, mining LV2, beast taming LV2. The base score had initially been 0, but it had now risen to 60, filling Luo Yu with joy. A score of 60 indicated that at the end of the month, he would receive a reward of 600 silver. However, it also meant that the intensity of the attacks he would face at month-end would increase in accordance with this score. He opened the details. Blue Wolf 15, Golden Beetle 15, Simple Wooden Cabin 10, Stone Toilet 15, Bathtub 5. This score seemingly only accounted for fixed assets. Items such as wolf meat, dark cuisine, and vegetables from the garden were not included. Moreover, Luo Yu noticed that he, as a tester, was not counted either. This was advantageous. Lessened attack intensity meant a greater chance of survival. After completing the toilet and burying the drainage pipe, Luo Yu began to plan the location of the enclosure. The initial enclosure did not need to be extensive. It simply had to encompass the wooden cabin, vegetable patch, toilet, and future facilities. After some contemplation, he decided on a square layout of 100 m x 100 m. Future expansions could be dismantled if necessary, or, with sufficient funds, the enclosure could serve as a foundation for a grand castle. With visions of a promising future in his mind, Luo Yu returned his focus to construction. The walls came in various types, and he decided to first create a mid-level wall, 5 meters high and 30 centimeters thick. Utilizing black spotted stone as material strong enough to withstand even the mightiest of creatures. For a 1-meter section of wall, he required 100 units of stone and 2 silver. Without hesitation, he commenced construction. With a flurry of taps, the pile of stone bricks around him quickly diminished, and a 5-meter high wall rose from the ground before him. Excitement sparkled in Luo Yu's eyes. The sense of achievement from this construction was exhilarating. However, he soon found himself compelled to halt. The stone bricks had run out. The materials for the mid-level wall consumed quite a bit. Thus, it was back to mining. As night descended, after a productive mining session, Luo Yu sat in a bathtub, savoring the fruits of his labor while munching on wolf meat. Thanks to his previous stockpile, he managed to construct 50 meters of the wall in one go. He estimated that the completion of the entire enclosure would take around 20 days, providing a relatively ample time frame. Still, he worried about his dwindling silver reserves. After some haphazard expenditures, he was left with only 400 silver. Time to earn some money. Opening the auction house, Luo Yu listed all his dark cuisine. The 100 units of insect dishes were priced at 10 silver each, a fair price. Sure enough, 10 minutes passed without a single inquiry. Was there truly no interest from the Maorstar clan? He decided to test the waters with an anonymous global message. Grilled centipedes and stewed spiders available. Unique flavors await cosmic friends. The response was immediate. Bro, do you have fried centipedes? Braised spider is much tastier. I'm from the centipede clan. Who dares eat my kin? I'll take them down. The comments varied widely. But Luo Yu was unconcerned, grinning as he began collecting his earnings. In just a few minutes, all his dark cuisine sold out, netting him 1,000 silver, bringing his total to 2,400. The sense of crisis within him eased considerably. Of course, this was merely his overestimation of a crisis. At this stage, having 2,400 silver was already a substantial fortune. Speaking of insects, Luo Yu entered the virtual arena. Although it lacked the bustling atmosphere of the World Channel, it was still populated, purely a stage for the strong. Just like gaming on Earth, Luo Yu browsed through various rooms, each displaying a name and the host's description along with the stakes. Come if you dare, 50 silver, host, Wolf Clan, who will kill me? 20 silver, host, Giant Tooth Clan, let us fight hard tonight, 50 silver, host, Ghost Horn Clan, that guy named you from the Human Clan, come out, Bug Lord. 1,000 silver, host, Insect Clan, Chapter 9. The achievements of the Black Iron Trialist and the activation of mercenary technology. The names of the rooms were diverse, and most of the stakes were modest, below 100. However, there were 7 or 8 rooms bearing the same name. The human named you. Come out to face the Bug Lord. 1,000 silver. It was evident that the Zerg sought to reclaim their honor. Luo Yu sneered. He did not know why the Zerg had wealth, but he understood that these insects needed to learn a lesson. Being low-key did not mean being a target for provocation. He directly entered a room, only to find another male mantis. The moment he laid eyes on Luo Yu, he shouted, "You have finally emerged. Today, I, the Blade Mantis, shall instill a psychological shadow upon you." At that moment, many spectators surged in, for a 1,000 silver arena was too captivating, especially with a vendetta at stake. Luo Yu merely chuckled coldly, awaiting the commencement. 3, 2, 1. Both parties surged towards each other simultaneously, their speeds remarkable. In mere seconds, they crossed paths, and their weapons, the heavenly blade and the scythe, struck almost in unison. In the next moment, they parted and stood still. The audience's eyes widened, and a muffled thud echoed. Thud. The mantis and Apo's head fell, while Luo Yu remained unscathed. To kill you, one strike suffices. His chilling voice reverberated through the spacious room, causing the audience to erupt in astonishment. Without lingering, Luo Yu exited the room. This time, he did not leave the arena but entered another 1,000 silver Zerg room. The spectators followed, and once again, it was a single strike. The mantis fell with one blow, and so did the great claw scorpion, severed in a single stroke. At that moment, some began to comprehend. The weapon in this individual's grasp was extraordinary, capable of shattering even the exoskeleton of the great claw Zerg. This was undoubtedly a weapon of remarkable quality, perhaps even surpassing the black iron grade to the bronze level. What bronze level? This was at least of silver grade. Having irrevocably established enmity with the Zerg, Luo Yu cast aside all caution and commenced a sweeping assault on the Zerg rooms within the arena. In less than half an hour, he demolished 7 Zerg rooms. Focusing solely on the Zerg, he fully activated the trait of Zerg Nemesis. His primary objective in the arena remained profit. Some races offered higher stakes, with rooms priced at 1,500 or 2,000 silver, yet Luo Yu acknowledged them as formidable opponents. The proprietors of those rooms were from the dragon, ghost, or blood races, types he knew he could not contend with. Glancing at his silver, he found himself with exactly 10,000. He also received a notification. Congratulations on achieving consecutive victories. Your strength rating has increased, and you have attained the achievement of Black Iron Trialist. The achievement of Black Iron Trialist has been reached. Related technology chains and functions have been unlocked. Luo Yu's heart swelled with joy. He had read earlier that achieving black iron status would unlock mercenary technology. He hurriedly exited the arena and inspected the research tab, confirming that the entire series of mercenary technologies had indeed been unlocked. The term mercenary was quite literal, referring to hired soldiers. By placing his information in the mercenary square and oppos S information bar and setting a price, if another and oppos S survival base encountered an unsolvable issue, they could pay that amount to hire a mercenary for assistance. This meant that mercenaries could temporarily leave their own survival bases to enter others. To register as a mercenary, one needed at least a black iron rating and to pay a deposit. Luo Yu meticulously reviewed the mercenary system and oppos S description and discovered that this was a genuinely swift means to earn money. Engaging in arena battles involved both losses and victories, whereas mercenaries guaranteed profit with a significantly high safety factor. Indeed, when a mercenary entered another survival base, they enjoyed 5 seconds of invulnerability, during which they would not sustain any harm. They could assess the situation and, if the task appeared to exceed their capabilities, retreat immediately through a spatial portal back to their own base. However, this would incur a deduction from their deposit. When faced with life and death situations, who would concern themselves with a deposit? Unlocking the ability to become a mercenary required 5,000 silver and a crystal stone. Silver was manageable, but the crystal stone could only be obtained through mining or by checking the auction house for sales. Luo Yu promptly searched, but found no one selling this precious stone. He then checked the mercenary square, discovering it devoid of any mercenaries. There was no rush, even if he were to register as a mercenary. He first needed to develop his base. Ensuring absolute safety at his own base before venturing out was the wisest course. Notably, apart from the mercenary system, there were visitor systems, and professions such as healers, tamers, and herbalists could also enter other survival bases as mercenaries. Of course, at present, no one could obtain such certification. Before sleeping, he engaged in conversation on the regional channel, discussing survival strategies. To his surprise, Luo Yu gleaned valuable insights. Feng Yuming suggested promptly purchasing seeds to cultivate vitamin-rich vegetables, warning that a deficiency in these essential elements would lead to gradual decline in health. Luo Yu wholeheartedly agreed and searched the auction, finding tomato seeds for sale at a modest price of 20 silver. In the morning, after washing up, Luo Yu caught a fish for breakfast, then opened a new plot of land to plant tomatoes. As he sowed the last seed, he hesitated. Should he use today as critical strike chance for planting or save it for mining later? After some contemplation, he opted for mining and planted the final seed. Heading towards the mine. Moments later, facing the rock wall, he silently recited a phrase and struck down with his pickaxe. Critical strike triggered. Your mining efficiency and rare or yield have increased by 10,000. A flash of light appeared before him, and Luo Yu quickly stepped aside to see a green stone the size of a basin roll out. This stone was lustrous and exquisite. You have acquired emerald, 500 units. Your mining skill has risen to LV3. Emerald. Luo Yu's heart soared with delight. He had obtained another essential material for the defense core. Now, only the beast soul core remained. With the golden beetle carrying the emerald back, Luo Yu began to dig again, pondering that the beast soul core was a precious item obtained from slaughtering ferocious beasts. It might appear in the auction house, but if it did, it would undoubtedly come at a staggering price, one he could not afford at his current stage. Ferocious beasts could potentially spawn during sudden attack events, and there was also a chance they would appear during the month-end large-scale assault. Currently, those were his only 2 options. As for actively seeking ferocious beasts in the Purple Mountains, that would be tantamount to courting death. He would bide his time. Regrettably, this time, the rare or yielded no insects, as he had hoped to demonstrate his skillful evasion once more. Chapter 10. The Lake Monster and the Firebird on this particular day. Luo Yu labored in the mines yet again. Thanks to his LV3 mining skill and fervent enthusiasm, his efficiency was remarkably high, matching the yield of the previous 2 days in just one. To his delight, he unearthed 4 pieces of iron ore, bringing his total to 600 units of steel. As evening approached, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. After finishing his dinner, Luo Yu excused himself for a moment and strolled across the grassy plains. His purpose was not merely to aid digestion, but rather to collect berry seeds from the thickets. The plains were not solely covered in grass, they also harbored various crops. Alice had mentioned that she gathered her vegetable and broccoli seeds from the very same expanse. It was likely that Feng Yuming and the others were also foraging. Suddenly, Luo Yu stumbled upon a bush bearing unripe berries. Although the fruit was not yet mature, the seeds within were indeed viable. After collecting them, he continued his search. The setting sun cast an elongated shadow behind him, and amidst the gentle rain, his silhouette appeared somewhat solitary yet remarkably resolute. He soon discovered 3 more berry seeds and an immature bok choy, preparing to call it a day. At that moment, A notification chimed. A flock of migrating firebirds is passing over your territory. Looking up, he beheld a distant array of brilliantly red birds descending in altitude as they entered the vicinity of his survival base. Knowing there was a lake nearby, Luo Yu realized they were likely fishing. Checking the regional chat, it was indeed bustling with excitement. Fong Yuming, these firebirds are so beautiful. Nakoer, meow. I want to catch one to eat. Minotaur, bird meat is awful. I'd rather have leafy greens. Luo Yu, old bull, are you a vegetarian? Alice, everyone. Be careful not to approach the lake's edge while catching birds. Watch out for the monsters in the water. Just as Luo Yu glimpsed Alice's message, a dark shadow emerged from the center of the lake. Suddenly, a gigantic black fish, the size of a house, leaped from the water, soaring 5 or 6 meters into the air, and devoured 2 firebirds that had been attempting to fish. Luo Yu hurriedly controlled the system to capture the moment and shared it in the regional chat. Fong Yuming, Alice, and the others. Oh my, a monster. Luo Yu. Are you alright? Nakoer, I love blackfish. Previously, Luo Yu had contemplated numerous strategies to eliminate the lake monster, but upon witnessing the sheer enormity of this creature, only one solution remained in his mind: to devise a method of remote attack to take it down. I would be a fool to engage it in close combat. With a thunderous splash, the massive black fish plunged back into the lake, sending waves crashing everywhere. The startled firebirds took flight in panic. Just as Luo Yu feared the birds were lost, Adai sprang into action. Out of the underbrush, it leaped and successfully pounced on a bewildered firebird. Adai, no. Before Luo Yu could finish his warning, the firebird's neck was already severed. I meant to tame it. Seeing Adai prancing towards him, proudly clutching the bird, Luo Yu smiled faintly and patted its head. Pluck its feathers. We'll roast it for you later. Woo-woo. Adai wagged its tail excitedly. As they made their way back, Luo Yu and Appo's keen eyes spotted 2 bird eggs nearby. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were even larger than goose eggs, undoubtedly firebird eggs. Had the mother bird laid them in response to the monstrous fish and Appo's emergence? What a splendid find. Luo Yu and Appo's face brightened with joy. These firebirds were not the comical flamingos found on Earth. They were nearly the size of peacocks, a fierce avian species that could aid in battles and provide excellent reconnaissance. The potential for critical hits was enticing. What if he hatched a little phoenix? With such delightful thoughts, he cradled the 2 eggs as he returned home. Moments later, the rain ceased. While enjoying roasted bird legs, he engaged in light-hearted banter with the others. Nakoer, meow. My sister and I worked together to catch a firebird. We can eat now. Luo Yu, work together? Are there 2 cat girls in your midst? Nakoer, yes, meow. 2. Luo Yu, what do you take us for? Luo Yu, of course, adorable cat girls. Nakoer, well, meow. It sounds strange, nonetheless. Fong Yuming, I was fortunate to tame one. She followed up with a photo of her firebird, which appeared quite majestic. Alice, wait, does Ming have a taming talent? Fong Yuming, yes. I seem to have a natural affinity for small animals. My initial taming level is LV3. Everyone, wow. You could attempt to unlock the Beastmaster technology and earn money taming creatures. Beastmasters and herbalists are akin to mercenaries. People pay for your services, allowing you to leave the base to assist others, fundamentally similar to mercenary work. Fong Yuming, Luo Yu, what did you find? Luo Yu, I collected 2 bird eggs. Everyone, if you can and Appo's incubate them, you might as well eat them tonight. Although Luo Yu was unfamiliar with the incubation process, he reasoned that it was not vastly different from other tasks. Maintaining a suitable temperature would suffice. He turned his gaze towards Adai, who was gnawing on a bird and Appo's claw, and said with a grin, Adai, I need your help. Adai, Arwa? That night, Adai nestled with the 2 large bird eggs, sleeping soundly. For the next 3 days, Luo Yu spent his days mining in the cave, where the stone piles had risen to mountainous heights, awaiting his chiseling. Each evening, he would wander the plains in search of seeds or newly sprouted fruits. Although he was not in need of meat, the deficiency of vitamin-rich vegetables was becoming pressing. This was not merely his concern. The topic of vegetable scarcity echoed through both regional and world channels. The auction house had seen the price of a standard vegetable skyrocket to 100 silver coins. Of course, some races, such as the meat-loving catgirl tribe, had less need for vegetables. Nakoer had never complained about such issues. Fong Yuming and her companions also seemed unaffected. Sometimes one could not help but believe in the existence of the lucky ones. They had recently discovered an entire apple orchard within their survival base. Apples, being the king of fruits, were sufficient to supplement their vitamin intake, and they could capitalize on selling them at a premium. Luo Yu sighed, wondering why he had only a bamboo grove instead of a fruit orchard. Perhaps that was just the way of life. Fortunately, due to his previous consumption of dragon fruit and ginseng, his body was rich in trace elements, and he was not facing immediate issues. However, preparation was essential. Crops like tomatoes and berries were far from maturity. Luo Yu pondered, struggling to find a viable solution. Using a critical hit to hasten the maturation of a common crop seemed excessively wasteful. Chapter 11. Vegetables, from Fengmingyu and Oppos. Trade as Luo Yu wandered through the bamboo grove. He found himself immersed in the vibrant spring of the heavenly Tao world, a season marked by the blossoming of flowers and the awakening of life. The bamboo shoots surged upward, reaching for the sky. He patted a sturdy bamboo stalk and mused, "Grow taller, become tougher, and I shall fashion you into a spear." His thoughts shifted as he glanced down to see a tender bamboo shoot emerging from the ground. An exquisite bamboo shoot. Although not a traditional green vegetable, it was rich in various vitamins. He quickly employed his heavenly crafting knife to excavate the shoot, continuing until darkness enveloped the land. In one breath, he unearthed 12 bamboo shoots, sufficient sustenance for some time. That evening, he prepared a fragrant pot of bamboo shoot meat soup, which tantalized Adai's senses. Even drawing the golden beetle over for a taste, Luo Yu relished the meal, enjoying a balanced and nutritious feast. Satisfied and well-fed, he ventured into the arena, eager to earn a little silver. Thanks to his innate talent as the nemesis of the insect tribe, Luo Yu managed to procure 4,000 silver coins from the combative insect horde, bringing his total to an impressive 10,350 silver coins. As the night drew to a close, he bid goodnight to everyone in the regional chat before retiring early. The next morning, breakfast consisted once again of bamboo shoot meat soup, after which he proceeded to the mines. Luo Yu realized that spending an entire day in the dark mines was detrimental to his health. So he adjusted his schedule, mining in the morning and cutting stone outdoors in the afternoon. Today, luck favored his mining endeavors, and he discovered a magnetite the size of a basin, which nearly dislodged from his pickaxe. Daily finds of rare minerals greatly boosted his mining experience, allowing him to reach level 4 in his mining skill. He also constructed an additional 20 meters of wall, and upon returning home, he noticed 2 bird eggs showing signs of hatching, likely within 2 to 3 days. On the 6th day, while in the mine, Luo Yu began to gather ore with renewed vigor. His level 4 mining skill significantly increased his efficiency, with nearly every strike yielding a reward and a higher chance of striking iron ore. As he chanted a silent wish, a notification promptly appeared. 100-fold critical hit triggered. As he struck the rock face, he felt a tremor and swiftly jumped aside, only to see a cascade of black speckled stones tumble out. Black speckled stone, 100 units. Indeed, a 100-fold critical hit, he thought, though he lamented the absence of rare minerals. Just as disappointment crept in, he noticed 2 stones moving within the pile, charging directly at him. Burrowing worm, wildness 90, aggressive type. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, drawing his heavenly crafting knife and striking. With the enhancement of his nemesis of the insect tribe ability, the 2 burrowing worms were sent flying like ping-pong balls, falling into a state of unconsciousness. Feigning death? Luo Yu sneered, delivering a swift blow to one worm's head. Upon waking, it seemed frightened and attempted to flee, but was restrained by his overwhelming power. Tame, he commanded, and a flash of light enveloped the burrowing worm, indicating a successful taming. Burrowing worm, strength 4, constitution 12, agility 6, special ability, mining. The burrowing worm can perform mining tasks at a lower efficiency. Initial mining level LV2. Elated by the revelation, Luo Yu proceeded to tame the second burrowing worm with similar success, capitalizing on their state of panic. "You two, from today onward, mine diligently for me." The burrowing worms immediately sprang into action, their forelimbs clawing at the rock face with remarkable efficiency, far surpassing that of the golden beetle. With their assistance, the construction of the wall could progress swiftly. That day, Luo Yu exerted himself to extend the wall to 100 meters, completing one side entirely. As night fell, he relaxed in the bath while chatting with others, many lamenting their struggles with hunger, inadequate clothing, and threats of attack, an unbearable existence. Such grievances filled the world and regional chat channels. Luo Yu noticed that several previously active names had vanished over the past 2 days, likely having succumbed to the harsh realities. Fengmingyu, after 2 days of apples, my palate feels bland. What are you all eating? Luo Yu, would you like meat? How about trading 1 apple for a piece of meat? Fengmingyu, oh really? Deal. Instantly, a trade interface appeared, with Fengmingyu placing 10 apples while Luo Yu offered 5 pieces of wolf meat and 5 pieces of bird meat. The trade was successfully completed, and the 10 apples tumbled into the bathwater with a flourish. Technically, at this stage, fruits were valued more than meat, so Luo Yu had indeed profited. Oh, I'm so tempted. No more chatting. My sister and I are off to enjoy our meat. Fengmingyu sent a private message, though they were not friends, limiting their communication to 10 minutes a day. In the heavenly Tao world, friend slots were precious. Acquiring one required 1,000 silver coins. Once they became friends, the restrictions on private messaging would be lifted, and friendship was a prerequisite for visitor technology. After securing the apples, Luo Yu returned to the bath to assess his food supplies. Apples, 10, wolf meat, 30, firebird meat, 42, bamboo shoots, 11. Along with the 7 or 8 large fish in his temporary fish pond, his meat supply totaled around 80 units, while vegetables amounted to 21. He estimated a daily consumption of 5 pieces of meat and 2 units of vegetables, with a dye also requiring 5 pieces of meat. The 2 burrowing worms, being small, would need 2 pieces each day. Fortunately, the golden beetle, being herbivorous, didn't require any attention. Calculating this, he realized he had approximately 8 days and oppos worth of food left. However, the meat's shelf life was only 4 days, prompting the need for a preservation solution. He opened the auction house to search for ice blocks but found none available. Ice was undoubtedly a precious commodity, likely only obtainable in certain regions during unusual weather events. Contemplating the construction of an underground ice cellar, he attempted to broadcast in the world chat, "I will buy ice blocks for silver. If anyone has them, please list them in the auction house." Where would you find ice in spring? Even if there were ice blocks, one would hoard them for personal storage. There's no way you'd get any. The world erupted in laughter at his inquiry. After waiting in vain for someone to list ice blocks, he scoured the system store again, only to find no items for food preservation, leaving him with a sense of quiet disappointment. Chapter 12. Emergencies and abnormal weather. The system marketplace offers a variety of ordinary goods, but it does not sell essential survival tools. Ice certainly falls within the category of vital equipment. How can one effectively preserve meat? Luo Yu pondered, considering that curing the meat was one solution, albeit one that would only extend its shelf life marginally. Moreover, with the rising temperatures, the preservation period would inevitably shorten. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon a pile of iron or outside the wooden cabin, and his eyes began to sparkle with inspiration. He leapt from the bath bucket, dressed swiftly, and spent 4 silver coins to craft an iron box with a rack in the middle using 8 units of iron ore. He then fetched some crystal clear water from the nearby stream and poured it into the iron box, placing a piece of cloth inside as well. One end of the cloth soaked in the water, while the other draped over the top of the box. Luo Yu stuffed the box with a generous amount of meat, leaving an opening for ventilation. This contraption functioned as a simple evaporative cooling device, capable of producing a cooling effect through the principle of evaporation, significantly prolonging the time before the meat spoiled. Placing the iron box in a cool and ventilated spot of the cabin, Luo Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It is often said that necessity is the mother of invention, and the ingenuity of the working class knows no bounds. He chuckled softly and fell into a contented slumber. In the morning, he glanced at the wolf meat within the iron box, now imbued with a hint of chill, allowing it to be preserved for at least another 7 or 8 days. That would suffice until summer arrived. For breakfast, he enjoyed an apple alongside half a roasted fish, relishing the meal. After finishing, a thought struck him. The apple contained seeds. He could plant them. Originally intending to mine, Luo Yu instead found himself at the vegetable garden, digging a hole to sow the apple seeds. Just as he was about to bury them, he recalled something and silently invoked a critical hit. Critical hit activated. Your planting efficiency is enhanced by 100 times. As he filled the hole, Luo Yu watched in astonishment as a small sapling burst forth from the soil, rapidly growing into a full apple tree in mere moments. Had he truly shortened the growth cycle by 100-fold? Overjoyed at the sight of the tree bearing a dozen slightly unripe fruits, he felt a surge of elation, though the apples were not ready for immediate consumption. Having an apple tree meant he could cultivate an entire orchard. It was merely a matter of time. With a buoyant spirit, Luo Yu diligently built a small earthen dam around the tree to protect it from rainwater, ensuring it wouldn't be drowned in inclement weather. Having completed this task, he called out to his companion, Ada, who was still inside the cabin incubating eggs. Ada, keep an eye on the apple tree and prevent the birds from feasting on my fruits. Oh well, Ada responded, indicating her understanding. You may go. Luo Yu resumed his mining activities, embracing the notion that one success leads to another. This time, bolstered by his mining level, he unearthed a small piece of emerald, 20 units to be precise, along with 2 digging worms. Having become adept at taming insects, he easily subdued the 2 worms, bringing his collection of mining labor worms to 4, while his beast taming level rose to LV3, with 4 digging worms and a gold beetle for transport. Luo Yu no longer needed to spend the entire morning in the mines. He could now complete his workload in just 2 hours. After all, the base was vast, and there remained much to accomplish. Emerging from the mine, he processed all the stones, raising the castle wall to 130 meters. He then ventured into the bamboo grove to select suitable bamboo for crafting spears. After an afternoon of selecting and cutting, Luo Yu gathered 20 units of bamboo and accessed the system to choose the weapon crafting page. Standard spear, wood or bamboo 1, steel 5, silver 5. The iron ore he had mined previously came in handy, prompting him to create 20 spears. With a flash of light, the spears materialized before him. He picked one up, weighing it in his hand. It felt slightly light, yet the sharpness of the spearhead promised formidable power. Of course, this was contingent upon his accuracy. Checking his shooting skill, now at LV3, he recalled his participation in militia training, where he had scored well enough in target practice, even if he was not a sharpshooter. Most ordinary individuals were likely at LV0. Spending 10 silver coins, he purchased a wooden target and began practicing his spear-throwing technique, simultaneously honing his shooting skills. To his delight, with his enhanced attributes, his accuracy was impressive. Hitting a target from 100 meters away yielded a 30 success rate, indeed indicative of his LV3 proficiency. 100 meters served as a standard distance. Beyond this, accuracy would diminish. His motivation for practicing spear throwing stemmed from a desire to hunt birds, as his strength had increased significantly, allowing him to down larger migratory birds in the future. Additionally, he aimed to confront the peculiar fish that had claimed dominance over the beautiful lake, a creature that filled him with a vexation that robbed him of peace. After an afternoon of spear practice, feeling a slight ache in his shoulders, he noted that while his shooting skill had not improved, his constitution had increased by 1 point, now reaching 27. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Yu felt a profound satisfaction with his efforts throughout the day. Having enjoyed dinner, he prepared for a soak in the bath when an alert suddenly appeared. Warning: climate changes in the Dao world may result in abnormal weather conditions affecting your territory. Please be prepared. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu hastily moved the outdoor bath bucket and other items back into the wooden cabin, seeking refuge in the stone toilet, which offered a greater sense of security than the wooden structure. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and Luo Yu watched as a bolt of lightning struck the ground by the lake. A dry thunderstorm. His heart sank. It seemed that the very thing he feared had come to pass. Simultaneously, the regional chat erupted with activity. Naker, dry thunderstorm. Oh my. Why is our area experiencing a dry thunderstorm? Nyoda, a dry thunderstorm is not too bad. Just look at the World Channel. Next door, there's a tornado. And in other places, hailstones the size of fists are falling. It's not safe even in a house. Luo Yu, not safe in a house? Be careful with your words. You might incite a frenzy. That said, a dry thunderstorm striking the grass could ignite a fire. Everyone, take heed. If a prairie fire starts, it will be difficult to manage. Fangming Shua, everyone, do not take shelter under trees. Do not take shelter under trees. Do not take shelter under trees. This is of utmost importance. Nyoda, stop talking. My place is on fire. My vegetable garden is ruined. Alice, sigh. Has the fire spirit become angry? Mine is on fire too. Indeed, Luo Yu's warning had proven prophetic, as a neighbor's property caught fire. Thunder roared once more, and another bolt of lightning struck the prairie, igniting sparks that flew into the air. Chapter 13. The disaster has passed. By ice. Luo Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Although the water source was within reach, he dared not venture out to extinguish the fire, fearing a lightning strike. He believed that the dry thunder would not persist for long. Indeed, while the dry thunder may be fleeting, it was accompanied by fierce winds. The winds swept across the prairie, causing the flames to spread rapidly, transforming the distance into a sea of fire. Nyoda exclaimed, the wind. Ah, our vegetable patch is surely doomed. Luo Yu urged, do not go out to fight the fire. You will be struck by lightning. Naker implored, everyone must survive. We promised to connect as friends when we have money. Let's live well. Alice reassured, do not fear. Pray in your hearts, for the goddess will protect every kind child. Feng Yimeng remarked, oh, the lightning is striking the lake, and many fish are surfacing with white bellies. I want to collect them. Luo Yu retorted, silence. You three fortunate ones. The raging winds continued to whip through the prairie, the flames burning fiercely, yet Luo Yu wore a calm demeanor. The direction of the flames was toward the surrounding wall. At that moment, the benefits of the wall became apparent. Do you have the ability to burn my stone wall? Luo Yu thought. Fortunately, the flames are being blocked by my wall. A wall. Elena, the dark elf, scoffed, foolish human, you possess a wall? Luo Yu shot back. Elena, you imbecile, I've tolerated you long enough. If you dare call me foolish again, I shall curse you. He accompanied his words with a screenshot of the flames being obstructed by his wall. Elena countered, a foolish human cannot cast curses. I am not afraid of you. Alice interjected, Elena, just stop. Nyoda marveled, impressive. Though it's only a few meters, it's still quite strong. The angle of the photo made him believe it was merely a short distance. July, the pig-headed man, remarked, that's black-spotted stone. Luo Yu, where did you acquire so much? Don't tell me you mined it yourself. Luo Yu grinned. I have a passion for mining. Julai replied, I too love mining to build walls, but I can only manage 5 meters. Luo Yu, your strength and stamina are remarkable. Naker queried, meow? Luo Yu is actually quite an impressive boy, isn't he? Fang Yuming added, someone told me to be quiet, so I'm afraid to speak. Luo Yu noted, the fire is growing. I must end this conversation. Niodao exclaimed, the fire has spread here too. The wooden cabin is in jeopardy. Everyone wished him luck. Meanwhile, the flames indeed intensified, yet the wind continued to blow toward the wall. The 100-meter wall effectively kept the fire at bay, seemingly sparing the vegetable patch and apple trees from harm. Crackling sounds echoed as the brief inferno concluded, and soon the sky unleashed a torrential rain, dousing the flames swiftly. However, Luo Yu sensed something was amiss. Even from a distance, he could see the roof of the wooden cabin leaking. Fang Yiming lamented, it's over. My wooden cabin is leaking. We are as well. Came the chorus of despair from the group chat. It seemed sleep would elude them that night. Luo Yu dashed back to the cabin, draping a wolf skin over himself, placing various tools on the bed, and then beckoning a Dai to carry 2 bird eggs to the restroom. In the corner, a person and a wolf, alongside 2 eggs, settled down. Luo Yu sighed in relief. Even he felt utterly exhausted. He feared many would encounter misfortune that night. Leaning against the wall, he dozed off, dreaming of residing in a 3-story villa, calmly sipping coffee while admiring the rain-soaked nightscape. The next morning dawned clear and bright. Upon waking, Luo Yu stretched his limbs, feeling rejuvenated. Entering the wooden cabin, he discovered everything was thoroughly soaked, with water pooling on the floor, a disheartening sight. He opened the construction interface, realizing that to build a stone house, he needed to unlock the prerequisites: stone house construction blueprint. Stone house construction blueprint, 1,000 silver, 200 iron, or base score above 100. Checking his score, he found that due to constructing the extensive wall, his score had inadvertently risen to 130. Ah, this is sufficient. Luo Yu's face broke into a smile as he opted to unlock the blueprint. After deducting the silver and iron ore, he was presented with various stone house templates available for construction. There were ordinary stone houses, residential buildings, and even 2-story apartments or 3-story villas, each varying in price. An ordinary stone house required 6,000 stone bricks and 600 silver to erect, while the 3-story villa demanded an exorbitant 300,000 stone bricks and 30,000 silver, outrageously expensive. Naturally, the defensive capabilities and comfort levels of these structures were not comparable. Seeing these figures, Luo Yu's mouth twitched. All right, I will begin with the city wall then. For digging worms resumed their task of excavating stone blocks as Luo Yu ignited a fire in the wooden cabin, grilling while dispelling moisture. Alice inquired, is everyone all right? Did you catch a chill last night? Fang Yuming replied. The 3 of us huddled together for warmth, afraid of falling ill. Ultimately, we succumbed and spent all the money earned from selling apples to boost our stamina, just to get through. Is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu responded, I'm fine. By the way, boosting stamina costs 1,000 silver. Is selling apples truly that profitable? Fang Yuming confirmed. Yes, we priced them at 200 each and earned over 20,000 silver. Last night, each of us boosted our stamina by 6 points. The Minotaur lamented, I don't even have 100 silver to my name. You all are. I wish I were dead. Luo Yu exclaimed, fortune favors you. This is irrefutable proof. Alice said, it's a relief you're all fine. What about Naker? Is she still here? Naker chimed in, my sister and I are also well. As members of the cat tribe, we can curl up together in a cave. My sister's tail is fluffy and warm. Fang Yuming exclaimed, fluffy. Meow, I want to pet it. Glancing at the regional chat, he noted that familiar faces were safe, yet the world chat was filled with cries of despair. Many had fallen ill, and in such conditions, illness could mean dire consequences. After chatting for a while, Luo Yu munched on grilled fish while biting into an apple and opened the auction house. He searched for ice blocks. Many regions had experienced hailstones the size of fists last night, and the clever ones had gathered them. Indeed, a number of individuals were selling ice blocks. In most cases, auction prices were fairly uniform. If one raised the price excessively for the same item, it would remain unsold, as the market dictated value. Currently, a unit of ice blocks ranged from 200 to 250 silver. Luo Yu recognized this price was considerably above the normal rate. In winter, even 2 silver coins would struggle to sell an ice block. After browsing briefly, he initiated a private chat with a nanomic named Reina. Luo Yu inquired, hey, would you trade your 500 ice blocks for something else? Reina replied, I only want silver, 15,000 silver. Not a penny less. Chapter 14, An Overabundance of Insects. A Food Crisis. Luo Yu, get lost. having uttered a disparaging remark. He promptly closed the chat window and engaged in a private conversation with a fellow from the barbarian bull clan named Alf. Luo Yu, my friend, how about I trade something for your 400 ice blocks? Alf, what are you willing to offer in exchange? Luo Yu, what do you desire? Alf, vegetables, fruits, or capable pets. Attractive female pets would also suffice, preferably those in human form. Luo Yu, are you seriously suggesting you would trade a few ice blocks for a female pet? Have you lost your senses? Alf, if I don't have it, why are we even talking? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, I certainly do not have a female pet, nor will I part with any fruits or vegetables. But I can offer you a glimmer of hope. Did you know that bird eggs have a chance to hatch into humanoid bird people? Alf, bird people? Do you possess an egg that can hatch a female bird person? Luo Yu, I have a flame bird egg. Brother, I must confess, I cannot guarantee it will hatch into a bird person. Even if there is a considerable chance, it may not necessarily be a female. However, it represents a hope. A wager against fate. Alf, your logic seems somewhat sound. Show me the egg. A trading interface appeared, and Luo Yu promptly placed the egg on the table. Flamebird egg. Soon to hatch? Alf, it's still soon to hatch? How about this? I'll trade you 200 ice blocks. 200? The hope of a female bird person is worth only 200 ice blocks. Luo Yu thought. Luo Yu, forget it. I'll keep this hope for myself. With that, he closed the trading window. As expected, Alf immediately messaged him again. 300. 300 ice blocks is the highest I can offer. No, Luo Yu replied decisively, causing Alf to fall silent for a moment. However, being of the impatient sort, Alf soon sent another message. Fine, for 100 it is. For the sake of a female bird person, I shall make this sacrifice. Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering if Alf was thinking with his lower half. Yet, he fell into silence. The more he hesitated, the more impatient Alf became, sending a flurry of messages. After 3 minutes of silence, Luo Yu finally responded. Sigh. Trading with you makes me feel I might regret it. Alf, brother, I beseech you. I'll give you all the ice blocks, and I'll even add a carrot. This. Luo Yu. Very well, initiate the trade. Soon, the trading page appeared, revealing 400 units of ice blocks and a single carrot. Luo Yu swiftly placed the bird egg onto the table. Trade completed. Please select the placement area for the ice blocks. Overjoyed, Luo Yu chose to place the ice blocks outside. In an instant, 400 blocks of ice were neatly stacked before him, each roughly the size of a lunchbox. This was ample enough for a small, underground ice cellar. Alf, brother, no more words. I must go hatch the egg. If a female bird person emerges, I'll bring you a carrot every day. Thank you. Luo Yu. No problem. Just remember to use a gentle touch when hatching, so as not to break the egg. Alpha, thank you, brother. I must go now. With the chat window closed, Luo Yu wasted no time. Selecting an appropriate location, he began to dig. Luo Yu possessed great strength, and with the efficiency of his heavenly crafting knife, he quickly excavated a passage, resulting in a square hole approximately 4 meters deep and 20 square meters in area. Opening the construction page, he utilized some ordinary stone bricks and silver to build walls, creating a small cellar. After carefully placing the ice blocks and covering them with stone slabs, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Luo Yu found himself in the dark, icy cellar, feeling utterly refreshed. It could store at least 2,000 units of meat and vegetables without concern for spoilage during summer. After emerging from the ice cellar, Luo Yu measured the area around it and mused to himself, I'll build a warehouse above the ice cellar for shade and convenience. Perfect. He had already mapped out his plan, having traded a single bird egg for such an abundance of ice blocks. Luo Yu had saved at least 7,000 to 8,000 silver coins. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he decided to allocate 5,000 coins for attribute points. Fang Yumeng and her companions had the right idea. A high constitution could fend off illness, hasten recovery from injuries, and prolong their work stamina. Constitution was the foundation of it all. With 5,000 silver coins, he could purchase 5 attribute points. After some consideration, he allocated 2 points to strength and 3 to constitution. Increased strength would enhance his chances of spearing that monstrous fish. Checking his status panel, strength, 23 constitution, 30 agility, 27. With over 5,000 silver coins remaining, he planned to save them for mercenary technology. After organizing his thoughts, he realized that stone blocks were still in short supply. The walls, warehouse, and grand villa all required a massive amount of stone support, prompting Luo Yu to return to the mine. In the dim environment, he swung his pickaxe down. 100-fold critical hit triggered. From the strike emerged 100 blocks of spotted stone, yielding a significant bounty. You have gained 1 strength from engaging in mining activities. Excellent. A smile crept across Luo Yu's face as he earned another attribute point after several days of hard work. His keen gaze scanned the pile of stones, and he soon spotted 3 burrowing worms. Without hesitation, he tamed them. After a flurry of actions, he now had a total of 7 worms. Each worm's mining ability was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary human at level 1, effectively granting Luo Yu the labor of 7 workers. What a delightful advantage. After 2 hours of mining in the morning and an additional hour spent cutting stones to build walls, he had reached 170 meters. His goal of 400 meters was drawing nearer. During lunch, the 7 burrowing worms emerged, clamoring for food. After providing them with some meat, Luo Yu realized that with the increase in base workers, food supplies were becoming scarce again. These worms did not consume vegetables or grass, necessitating a solution for meat supplies. He checked the auction house, finding that meat prices were generally lower than those of vegetables, yet still quite high. It seemed that the auction house imposed many restrictions, likely to prevent item reselling and the emergence of unscrupulous merchants. Buying meat from the auction house at this juncture would certainly be a waste. Currently, there were 3 methods to procure food. The first was hunting. The grasslands were home to small creatures such as field mice, rats, and squirrels, and with a stroke of luck, he might encounter a rabbit, but the chances were slim. Such animals were elusive, and Luo Yu had no desire to eat rats. Chapter 15. Solutions abound. The second method was hunting, but not for mice. It involved crafting a bow and arrow to shoot small birds. However, the number of birds visiting this grassland was scarce, and they were both low in meat and difficult to hit, making this an unwise choice. The third approach, naturally, was fishing. After finishing a pot of meat soup, Luo Yu, while nibbling on a carrot, strolled to the stream's edge. The dam he had previously constructed still stood, yet only 2 or 3 large fish remained in the makeshift pond, with the smaller fish too insignificant to consider. To attract larger fish, he realized he lacked the necessary offal and similar smelly bait, and this method was not sustainable. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. Why not simply dig a fish pond? This pond could mimic the current setup, with 2 dams acting as an inlet and outlet. The inlet would be opened regularly to fill the pond with water and drop bait to lure various fish to make their home there. After a couple of days, he would close the inlet, open the outlet to drain the water, and set a net at the outlet, making it easy to collect fish. Perhaps, he mused, crabs and large shrimp would also be plentiful. The more he contemplated this plan, the more feasible it appeared. The location could not be too far from the stream to facilitate drainage. After much deliberation, he chose a spot near the wall. This area was within his shooting range, featured a varied terrain, had a favorable water flow direction, and digging would require less effort. Moreover, in case of an attack, it could serve as a moat. Perfect. With the site selected, he calculated that he would need 2 large stones to block the inlet and outlet, along with a sturdy fishing net to prevent the fish from being washed away when draining. The large stones were easy to obtain from the city wall. But the fishing net. The system shop did not sell such essential items, leaving him to devise his own solution. Crafting a decent fishing net would require considerable effort, and he lacked materials like nylon or elastic lines, which could withstand the impact of the water flow while effectively trapping fish and shrimp. As he stroked his chin and paced thoughtfully, inspiration struck. Bamboo. Cut into thin strips. Bamboo possesses a degree of resilience and flexibility. Reinforced with vines, it could form a basket-like structure to cover the outlet, ensuring that any fish entering would not escape. Wait a moment. He realized he didn't need to craft the basket himself. The shop had them for sale. Eagerly searching, he discovered various models of bamboo baskets, available in different sizes and quite affordable. Though the shop did not sell fishing nets, it concealed a perfect substitute. As long as his creativity did not wane, solutions would always outnumber difficulties. With 7 worms currently digging for stones, Luo Yu decided to prioritize constructing the fish pond. Without hesitation, he purchased the largest bamboo basket for 60 silver coins and began digging with his tool. Time slipped by unnoticed as he toiled. By sunset, he surveyed the substantial progress of the pond, elated that it would likely be completed the following day. The benefits of high stamina were evident. He worked tirelessly and felt invigorated. It was time for his daily bath, and in the regional chat, conversations resumed. Nyoda, it's terrible. A fire burned half the grassland. I've lost half my food. Sigh. The vegetable patch won't mature for another 12 days. Naker, your food sources are quite diverse. If I could eat grass, my life would be much less troublesome. Alice, we rise with the sun and rest with the moon. Perhaps we are currently pursuing the true meaning of life. Fong Yumming, Luo Yu, do you have enough food? What are your plans? Perhaps Luo Yu was the only Huaxiao boy in the vicinity, as Fong Yumming naturally felt a closer affinity with him, and he reciprocated, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Luo Yu, for now, I have enough to eat. I and Appos am planning to dig a small fish pond. What about you? Fong Yumming, we. Wait a moment, a fish pond. Luo Yu, is it just my imagination? Or do you seem to have boundless energy? Naker, all us cat girls adore strong boys. My sister would surely take a liking to you, Luo Yu, hehe. Luo Yu, I and Appos am quite curious about cat girls. I want to see your ears and tails. Yoda, do you want to see my ears and tail? Luo Yu, get lost. What began as a jest took an unexpected turn when Naker privately sent him a screenshot. On the misty edge of the bath, two small heads rested together, one adorned with white ears and the other with black. The tails behind them were also black and white. These two cat girls were taking a bath. Regrettably, only their ears and tails were visible, not the full view Luo Yu had hoped for. Naker private chat just for you. Don't share it with anyone else, or I'll bite you. Luo Yu felt his heart race. This cat girl was rather flirtatious. Luo Yu, bite me if you must, just call out and Appos, meow and Appos, while you do. Naker, you and Appos, re-annoying. My sister is turning red. Naker closed the private chat, while Luo Yu laughed heartily, his heart brimming with joy. The regional chat truly served as a delightful spice in the monotony of life. After chatting with everyone for a while, he entered the virtual arena. Upon entering a battle room set by a swarm player for 100 silver coins, the swarm player seemed startled and exclaimed, Luo Yu is here. He promptly surrendered. Upon collecting his winnings and leaving the room, he noticed that the number of swarm player rooms in this channel had significantly decreased, indicating they were wary of him. This made him furrow his brow slightly. Had he perhaps been too harsh on the swarm lately? Maybe he should take a break for a few days. Still, he was already there, so he decided to try a different race. He entered a room called Autumn Leaf. With a modest entry fee of 50 silver coins, the opponent appeared to be another human, and a female one at that. Without exchanging words, they counted down, 3, 2, 1, and immediately launched into combat. Bang! In the split second of their clash, the sword in Autumn Leaf's hand was severed by Luo Yu's tool. Yet her subsequent display of skill profoundly altered Luo Yu's assessment of combat prowess. This woman moved with remarkable agility, and the half of the broken sword she wielded proved adept at both offense and defense. Although Luo Yu felt his base attributes suppressing hers, he found it unexpectedly challenging to secure victory. It was only after 60 or 70 exchanges that his physical advantage became apparent, allowing him to land a punch squarely on her chest during a moment of her fatigue. Autumn Leaf ceased her attacks, clutching her chest, and though her face was obscured, he could sense her embarrassment and indignation. Chapter 16. Profiting from aquaculture, I shall hatch eggs. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yu hastily exclaimed, apologies. I did not intend to strike you there. Enough. Do not utter another word. Qiu Yi and Appos' voice was laced with a hint of gritted teeth. You very well. You are the first man to triumph over me. In 4 days, at this very hour, shall we duel again? Do you dare? Received a challenge from Qiu Yi. Will you accept? Luo Yu could sense that engaging in combat with this woman had indeed enhanced his practical skills. He nodded resolutely, very well, let it be so. However, should you remain so fixated on your chest, you may find it difficult to best me. You, shameless. We'll see about that. With that, Qiu Yi exited the room. Oh, you have achieved victory. After leaving the arena, Luo Yu did not linger but instead began to ponder. Just moments ago, Qiu Yi had demonstrated remarkable martial prowess. Despite possessing only half of Luo Yu and Appos' strength, physique, and agility, she had managed to hold her ground for an impressive duration. If it were a bug-type creature of similar attributes, it would likely have been dispatched in a heartbeat without even triggering its special abilities. Martial arts. Luo Yu quickly accessed the system interface and navigated to the combat technology tree. Unlocking martial arts required 10,000 silver, and only after unlocking could one learn them. The marketplace offered no manuals on martial arts. One could only obtain them by defeating formidable beasts or through sheer luck while fishing. Of course, they might also appear at auctions, though the price would be exorbitantly high. Luo Yu was acutely aware of the significance of martial arts. If he were to set a price, it would likely start at 7 figures in silver. Did that woman possess a legacy of martial arts? Or had she stumbled upon them through sheer serendipity? Luo Yu was filled with curiosity and resolved to defeat her in 3 days to inquire further. With this thought in mind, he returned to his quarters for rest. The following morning, after washing and having breakfast, he resumed excavating his fish pond. Before lunch, he had successfully dug out a pond approximately 40 square meters in size and 1 meter deep. The channels for inflow and outflow had been completed the previous day. Luo Yu removed the large stone blocking the inflow, and the water from the nearby stream rushed in with a joyful cascade. In no time, the pond was filled to the brim. He retrieved a field mouse caught during the excavation the previous day, severed it in half, and prepared to toss it into the pond as bait to attract fish. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if the bait could deliver a critical hit? As he contemplated this, he cast the 2 halves of the mouse into the pond. Critical hit triggered. The effectiveness of your bait has increased 100-fold. Incredible! Luo Yu was taken aback as he noticed a faint glow shimmering at the pond and amp. Oppos. S bottom. Even with the bait and amp. Oppos. S enhanced efficacy. The response seemed unusually swift. He decided to wait until tomorrow to see how many fish it would attract. In the afternoon, Luo Yu began to cut stones. The 7 digging worms produced a near-continuous supply of rocks, making him feel as though he no longer needed to visit the mines. With this surge in efficiency, the daily construction of the walls increased from 20 meters to a remarkable 40 meters. By the end of the day, he had completed yet another section of the wall. With only 200 meters left, at this pace, completion would be imminent. That night, as he drifted off to sleep, he faintly heard the sounds of fish splashing in the pond. Rather than being bothersome, the sound was melodious to his ears. Upon waking, he rushed to the pond without hesitation. He quickly blocked the water inlet and forcefully removed the stone blocking the outlet. With a resounding rush, the water flowed eagerly through the channels he had previously dug, cascading into the nearby stream. Luo Yu could already hear the delightful sounds of fish flopping in the bamboo basket. It was the sound of their splashes. As the pond's water dwindled, the basket was filled to capacity with a variety of fish: yellowfish, blackfish, grass carp, jade perch, and freshwater grouper, along with crabs and freshwater shrimp. In addition to those in the basket, several fish were still thrashing about in the pond, eliciting a broad smile from Luo Yu. Without hesitation, he began to catch them. DUI, stop hatching eggs and come help. Woo. An hour later, the ice cellar was filled with an assortment of large and small fish, crabs, and shrimp, pure delight. The pond was refilled with water and ready for business, as the effects of the 100-fold bait had yet to wear off. Luo Yu, however, was not greedy. He simply stocked a portion of his aquatic harvest. Indeed, it was not long before everything was sold out, and Luo Yu had amassed an additional 4,000 silver. After some contemplation, he deemed that enhancing his strength would be the most practical course of action. Your strength 4, current, 28, splendid. One wondered how long the effects of the 100-fold bait would persist. With this thought, Luo Yu cheerfully resumed cutting stones. He commanded the digging worms to labor tirelessly, and soon amassed yet another large pile of black spotted stones. There seemed to be an endless supply awaiting him. The days of foundational construction were invariably monotonous, and soon another morning arrived. He hurried to the pond once more, and to his astonishment, he netted a significant haul of fish and shrimp. Checking the 100-fold bait, he noticed it was still glowing. Though the radiance had diminished considerably, it appeared it could last for another day. Marvelous. Without hesitation, he listed everything for auction. The market price was slightly higher than yesterday, and he netted a whopping 8,200 silver in one go. With 8 attribute points at his disposal, Luo Yu allocated 5 to strength and 3 to agility, resulting in the following stats: strength, 33 physique, 30 agility, 30. These attributes were already double the cosmic average. Luo Yu felt himself embodying the essence of a true expert. After restoring the pond to its former glory, he continued to cut stones. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a sudden cry from DUI echoed from the wooden house. Instantly alert, Luo Yu hurried over. Indeed, a crack had appeared in the fiery bird's egg, signaling that the chick was preparing to hatch. Step aside, I shall hatch the egg. Woo. DUI was unceremoniously pushed aside as Luo Yu cradled the egg, softly coaxing, "Come forth, little phoenix, emerge." As he thought this, a prompt appeared. Critical hit triggered. Your egg hatching efficiency has increased 100-fold, with a chance to produce a mutated creature. With the critical hit notification, the egg in Luo Yu's arms began to crack more vigorously. In the next moment, a tiny head peeked out, and after a few struggles, it broke free from its shell. Due to the critical effect, it grew rapidly, soon reaching the size of a hen. Female earth egg chicken, under sufficient food conditions. It can lay at least 3 unfertilized earth chicken eggs daily. An earth chicken? As he gazed at the affectionate hen nestled in his arms, Luo Yu couldn't and Oppos help but twitch his mouth. The fiery bird had mutated into an earth chicken. Was this truly a mutation and not a regression? One would assume that if a chicken regressed, it would become a dinosaur, right? Nevertheless, laying 3 eggs daily was quite extraordinary. Chapter 17, Scarce Resources. Luo Yu's first mover advantage. The hen leapt from Luo Yu's embrace and scurried outside, pecking at insects. Luo Yu hastily commanded, "Do not leave the base, and refrain from consuming the crops in the garden." The hen clucked in response and continued to peck away. Well, it seems that I shall enjoy eggs daily henceforth. Ensuring a balanced diet. As Luo Yu constructed a nesting area for the hen, he received a notification. Fong Yuming has invited you to join a group chat. Do you accept? A group chat is a more intimate circle compared to regional chat. In truth, this area is populated by no fewer than 10,000 individuals. But over the past few days, everyone has formed their own small circles. Most engage in conversations with their kin, as regional chat can quickly become overwhelming, prompting many to establish their own group chat rooms. Upon acceptance, Luo Yu found not only Fang Yameng but also Nakur, Nyoda, Alice, and Elena present. Naku and Amp, Oppos, Luo Yu, you and Amp, Oppos, here. Now we are all gathered. Nyoda, finally. I was the only male in the chat earlier. It was rather awkward. Luo Yu. Oh? Where's Julai? Did no one invite him? Fang Yameng. We're not well acquainted. Just our little group is fine. By the way, Luo Yu. How is the fish pond coming along? Luo Yu. It's all dug out. I'll continue fishing tomorrow. Attached was a screenshot of the fish pond. Fang Yameng. My two sisters are curious about your physique. How much do you have? Can one person really excavate such a large pond in 2 days? Luo Yu. A bit more than the average person, thankfully. Fang Yameng. Physique is indeed crucial. My two sisters and I are at 9 points. And sometimes we struggle with the workload. She sent a screenshot of her physique. Naku and Oppos. Oh? I heard that human males can only reach 10 points. You three at 9 points are quite impressive. I'm only at 10, while my sister is at 8. Nyoda. I have 18 in physique and 16 in strength. I shall protect you all. Nakur, not necessary. Elena. Humans are so frail. We female elves are agile, starting at 15 points. Alice. Do you have a score of 20? Alice. Yes, just over 20. Fang Yameng, Naku, and Oppos. Wow. You two elven sisters are formidable. Elena. Luo Yu. How much does this foolish human male possess? Luo Yu. Not much, really. Fang Yameng. How low is not much? After contemplating, Luo Yu decided to share a bit. As they were all acquaintances and had a good rapport, I've earned some money, which has boosted my physique. He sent a screenshot of his physique. Physique, 30 Fang Yameng. Nyoda. You are truly a beast. Nakur. A robust man indeed. Alice. Oh my, how astonishing. Elena. How is it possible? A mere human male with such high physique. Fang Yameng. Combined, we 3 girls cannot match your score. Truly an absurd man. A hint of pride crept onto Luo Yu and Amp, Oppos, as face as he chuckled. Just lucky. Now let us get back to work. No more chatting. Fang Yameng, wait. What shall we name our little group? Luo Yu. Since your name includes rain, and we have 2 elven ladies, let us call it Rain Spirit Cottage. Good. The name received unanimous approval, and Luo Yu smiled gently before returning to his tasks. After a flurry of stone cutting, the total length of the wall reached 300 meters. Observing the impending completion of the wall, Luo Yu felt a surge of anticipation and promptly re-entered the mine to continue his excavation. With his current strength and physique, coupled with a mining level of LV4, his efficiency skyrocketed. Before sunset, he amassed a small mountain of black spotted stones and other ores. Had it not been for a DUI and Oppos as assistants in transporting them, it would have been impossible to move them all with just the golden beetles. After dinner, Luo Yu kindled a bonfire and diligently prepared the final section of the wall. Working tirelessly through the night, completion at last. What was originally projected to take 20 days was accomplished in a mere 8 days, fulfilling the task splendidly. The wall measured 100 meters on each side, standing 5 meters tall, with a stone door on each side and stairs leading up from the inner side, instilling a profound sense of security. With great satisfaction, Luo Yu nodded, glancing at the clock. It was already midnight. He hurried to wash up and retire for the night. Upon rising the next morning and looking out the window, he noticed the wall had indeed been erected, yet the view was not as clear as before. For an unobstructed view, a 3-story villa was in order. In dreams, anything is possible. For now, let us construct a watchtower. He first visited the fish pond to release water, as the effectiveness of the bait had diminished. This time, he only caught 450 units of fish and shrimp, which he decided to keep for himself rather than sell. For breakfast, he enjoyed a boiled egg, an apple, and half a crucian carp. Feeling invigorated as he opened the construction page. 15-meter watchtower, 1,000 wood, 200 stone, 100 silver. This watchtower could also serve as a shooting tower, providing an advantageous position for archery, yet it was somewhat costly. He still had 1,000 units of stone, but the wood was depleted. The sole small forest within his territory had been halved due to previous constructions, and daily firewood requirements demanded substantial timber. Furthermore, with winter approaching, the absence of wood for warmth could be fatal, necessitating prudent preparations. At that moment, Luo Yu realized that wood was indeed a scarce resource on this plain. As for felling trees in the Purple Mountains, he had learned from the world chat channels that there was a barrier of air walls encircling the edge of his territory, preventing trial takers from exiting. To leave on foot would require substantial silver to unlock technology first. Additionally, Luo Yu discovered that the air wall's range could be expanded, implying that the territory could also be enlarged, albeit at the cost of considerable resources and technology. For now, he didn't need to dwell on such matters. Recognizing the preciousness of wood, Luo Yu was determined not to fell the small forest any further. He opened the auction house, intending to purchase some with silver. Upon searching, he found that 1 unit of wood was being sold for merely 1 silver. A single tree typically yielded 10 units of wood, meaning each tree was valued at just 10 silver. Everyone began on the plains, each with only 1 forest, and with wood being so scarce, this price seemed exceedingly low. However, a moment of reflection led Luo Yu to a realization. Currently, people were preoccupied with basic survival. Who could afford to construct a watchtower like him? It was not yet the time for widespread timber use, and since everyone initially had access to a forest, this made wood exceedingly inexpensive. In that instant, Luo Yu and Appo's first mover advantage became evident. Chapter 18. The Wandering Bison. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, he purchased 2,000 units of timber, exchanging 2,000 silver for 2,000 wood, a tremendous gain. Please select a location for the timber. Luo Yu chose to place the timber against a wall, accessed the construction page, and began erecting a watchtower. Before long, a 15-meter-high watchtower was completed, situated at the corner where the 2 walls met. Ascending to the top, he felt a surge of superiority as he surveyed the landscape below. From this vantage point, he believed he could shoot arrows or throw spears with increased range and potency. However, this watchtower would not entirely secure the perimeter of the base. Luo Yu intended to install watchtowers at all 4 corners of the walls, achieving a 360-degree coverage for defense. Eventually, he planned to set up automatic crossbow launchers to ensure the safety of his base. Currently, he had 300 silver remaining, sufficient to construct 3 additional watchtowers. But before that, Luo Yu aimed to craft some arrows. For long-range attacks, spears were available. For close combat, there were the masterwork knives. And for mid-range, arrows were undoubtedly the best choice. Iron bow, 300 iron, or 100 silver. 1 animal sinew. He had enough iron, ore, and silver for the bow, but lacked the sinew. Upon checking the auction house, he found nothing. The demand for arrows was high, and sinew was also food. It was likely that it had been cooked and consumed. Where could he find a sinew? Luo Yu pondered, glancing at the simpleton Adai, who was playing with a local chicken, and then at the distant golden beetle pulling a cart, shaking his head. Neither seemed suitable, and he was reluctant to slaughter them. Just as he was in despair, the system provided an alert. A herd of wandering bison has entered the area. They will remain nearby for 1 to 2 days. Luo Yu and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as he was considering sinew, a herd of bison had appeared. Indeed, from the watchtower, he spotted 3 white bison meandering from the purple mountains into his territory. Wandering bison, wildness 90, neutral creature, Fong Yumming. There are bison. Oh no. They and Appo's, re-heading towards my orchard. Yoda, I am far more handsome than that bull. Damn, don't eat my grass. Alice, everyone, do not approach these bison. They may attack if provoked. Naker, this is bad. My bull is heading towards my vegetable patch, my food. We must kill it. I am agile enough. Elena, think carefully. Even if you are agile, can your little wooden house withstand a bull and Appo's charge? Naker, sigh. You may be right. Once they become hostile, they'll attack structures instead of people. That won't do. I must hunt it down. Fong Yumming, should I try to tame them? Luo Yu, no. The 90 wildness makes success unlikely. A failed taming attempt will lead them to attack you. Fong Yumming, all right, I'll heed your warning. The chat group erupted in exclamations, observing the imposing bison with a sense of helplessness as they munched on the vegetable patch and grass. While this appeared to be a common occurrence, it posed a significant threat to the crops in the territory. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, watching the 3 bison approach the bamboo grove. Surely, they wouldn't be after my bamboo shoots? This was intolerable. Luo Yu, I have walls. Let me test the bison's combat prowess. Fong Yumming, Naker, be careful. Luo Yu did not rush into action, but instead observed with care. He noted that among the 3 bison, 2 were females and 1 was a bull. An exceptionally robust specimen that likely weighed around 750 kilograms, its strength comparable to that of a rhinoceros. Luo Yu deemed it unwise to confront them directly. However, despite the bull's strength, he had yet to unleash his critical strike for the day, which could ensure a 1-hit kill. His gaze shifted to the spear. The distance was considerable. Although he could launch it, his accuracy would be compromised, particularly among the bamboo thickets, where the hit rate would diminish further. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. Moments later, Luo Yu opened the stone gate just a crack and instructed Adai, agitate the 3 bison, then return. To his surprise, instead of displaying fear, Adai emitted a bloodthirsty growl, his expression fierce, embodying the spirit of a wolf. In an instant, Adai charged toward the bamboo grove. Moo! The three bison startled and retreated, but Adai pressed forward, intent on biting the hind leg of a cow. Moo! The bull immediately charged at Adai, who narrowly evaded due to his agility. The three bison have become agitated and are in a hostile state. The bull, enraged by its missed attack, bolted after the fleeing Adai, while the two cows also entered an aggressive stance. The three massive bison raced across the prairie in pursuit of a blue wolf. Dust swirled in their wake as Luo Yu narrowed his eyes. Noting they were now within 200 meters, he shouted, "Come to me and perish." With all his strength, he hurled a spear, which, though lacking a critical hit, still flew forth with remarkable speed, propelled by his impressive strength. However, to his astonishment, the spear merely grazed the bull and Appo's scalp, failing to strike true. His level 3 marksmanship was indeed insufficient, and with over 100 meters to cover, his hit rate was a mere 20. Luo Yu grimaced. Realizing he was too late to launch another spear, he shouted through the crack of the gate, "Quickly, Adai, come back." Adai dashed in with remarkable speed, slipping through the gate just as Luo Yu swiftly closed it and secured it with a wooden stick. Completing his preparations, he raced up to the wall, witnessing the furious bison charging towards him, seemingly intent on breaking through the stone gate. Bang! The sound reverberated as Luo Yu felt the entire wall shake, followed by two more resounding thuds as the bison repeatedly collided with the stone gate. Under the immense force, the gate began to crack, and the wooden stick securing it splintered, yet the three bison collapsed to the ground, dazed. Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. Then a smile spread across his face. Could their heads withstand the resilience of the black spotted stone gate? Were they dead? Just as he pondered, the central bull staggered to its feet, nudging its companions, only to find them unmoving, its blood-red eyes fixed on Luo Yu above. The massive creature began to pace anxiously beneath the stone gate. It could still rise? Remarkable. Luo Yu was taken aback but resolute. He was determined to conquer these three bison. Chapter 19. The bull can plow. The cow can milk. Luo Yu descended from the wall and retrieved a new piece of wood to secure the stone gate, subsequently moving two spotted stones back up to the wall. In a fit of frustration, he struck one of the stones down with great force, and with a resounding thud, it connected with the bull's head, causing it to stagger momentarily. However, the bull paid no heed to the approaching cow that was about to flee. Attempting to escape? Another stone was hurled with precision, striking the bull squarely on the head. Luo Yu's strength, over 30 points, was vividly demonstrated as the wild bull was knocked to the ground, blood spurting from its mouth. Yet, astonishingly, the beast was remarkably resilient. It shook its head and stood up once more. What? Luo Yu, infuriated, noticed the nearby golden beetle, which was groggily pulling a cart, and rushed over to lift the beetle, using it as a makeshift weapon to strike the bull. The beetle's shell was significantly harder than stone, and being aware of its owner's intentions, it refrained from unfurling its wings, instead adopting the role of a blunt object. With a powerful crash, the enormous beetle slammed into the bull, which let out a pained bellow and collapsed, blood pouring forth, unable to rise again. Luo Yu jumped down from the wall and approached the fallen bull, gently patting its horn as he spoke solemnly. Tame. A flash of light appeared, but the attempt failed. Once more, tame. Another flash, yet again, failure. With one final opportunity remaining, Luo Yu contemplated using his 100-fold critical strike, but it had to be reserved for the cow. After all, the cow could produce milk, while the bull could not. If taming proved impossible, slaughtering it for meat would be the alternative. A glimmer of murderous intent crossed Luo Yu's eyes as the bull appeared increasingly helpless. "I wish for your successful taming, but your beast's taming level is too low," he declared. "Submit to me, or face death." With a decisive call, he attempted once more, and a radiant flash occurred. "You have tamed the wild bull with a 37 success rate." Success. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with joy as the bull weakly extended its tongue to lick his palm, signifying the accomplishment of taming. Warning: the bull is in a critical state. Without treatment, it will perish in 2 hours. Surprised, Luo Yu realized he had no herbs. He hurriedly opened the auction house to search for medicinal herbs, discovering some listed at 300 silver each. Likely a stroke of luck for those who found wild herbs on the prairie. At this stage, herbs were invaluable, their prices exorbitantly high. With no other choice, he purchased one. After feeding the bull a herb, the prompt indicated it would die in 5 hours instead. Finally, after buying 2 more herbs to nourish it, the warning ceased, and the bull struggled to rise, licking Luo Yu in gratitude. It would take several days of rest for the bull to regain its former strength. Having revived the bull, Luo Yu rushed to check on the 2 cows, only to find one had perished, having collided in a poor location, while the other was barely clinging to life. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to tame it, he decided to use his critical strike for a 3rd attempt. 100-fold critical strike activated. Your beast taming efficiency increased by 100 times. You have tamed the cow with a 100 success rate. Though he had successfully tamed the cow, it too was in a dying state. Luo Yu spent 900 silver on 3 herbs to save it. The cow licked him affectionately, yet remained weak. At that moment, Luo Yu noticed milk dripping from the cow. He purchased a wooden bucket from the marketplace, positioning it beneath the udder to collect the precious liquid. To his astonishment, he managed to extract an entire barrel of milk. Milk, 25 units. The calculation for food was straightforward. 1 unit equals 1 pound, thus yielding a total of 25 pounds of milk. Checking the auction house, he found that 1 unit of milk sold for 40 silver. Remarkably, he had recouped his expenditure on herbs. Overjoyed, he realized that in this era of food scarcity, the cow was his very own money-making machine. Embracing the cow, he affectionately kissed it, then patted both bulls and cows, instructing, eat any grass except for crops, and stay clear of the lake's edge to avoid danger. Moo. The tamed animals understood simple commands, responding with a call as they began grazing within the walls. Having spent 5 silver and 20 stones, he was now repairing the damaged stone gate when a message appeared in the group chat. Fong Yuming. Is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu. The wild bull fainted after crashing into the stone wall. I've handled the situation here. Fong Yuming. Haha, silly bull. She continued, by the way. My cow seems quite affectionate towards me. Naker. Oh? Affectionate? Udon and Appos. Do you have any hidden beast taming attributes, do you? Fong Yuming. I checked the panel earlier, and there seems to be a personal trait. Let me verify. Everyone. Personal trait. Goodness, you truly have a talent for this. Fong Yuming. Yes, it's related to beast taming. A 3-star trait. Luo Yu. I recommend trying to tame it. If you fail, just run. Fong Yuming. Oh? What if the cow charges at me? Luo Yu. Be brave. All right. We believe in you. Fong Yuming replied before falling silent, seemingly commencing her attempt. Luo Yu. How many cows have entered your territory? 1. Everyone replied with a single count, some having bulls, others cows, but all confirming just 1. Luo Yu furrowed his brow. He hadn't revealed that his base had 3 cows. After a moment and Appos' contemplation, he began to understand the reason behind this. His base and Appos' score had reached 180 points, likely 3 to 5 times higher than the others, thus amplifying the intensity of events. It was a snowball effect. Having grasped this crucial insight, Luo Yu understood that development was paramount. The faster the progress, the larger the snowball grew. Of course, he knew better than to blindly increase buildings to boost scores. All must be predicated on the ability to defend against threats. The milk produced by the cow during its injury was deemed potentially unlucky to consume, so he promptly listed it in the auction house, where it quickly sold for 1,000 silver. Next came the task of processing the other cow's carcass. Lacking automated technology to create a slaughtering platform, Luo Yu had to do it himself, but with his heavenly craftsman and Appos' knife and sufficient strength, he managed to handle the cow and Appos' sizable body within half an hour. Coincidentally, the 100-fold fish bait had expired in the pond, so he discarded the inedible entrails there as bait. Beef equated to currency, and currency translated to attribute points. Seizing the opportunity to sell at a high price, he listed the beef, which swiftly sold out, netting him another 5,000 silver. Luo Yu checked his silver count, 9,500. What a considerable sum. It seemed earning money was not as daunting as it appeared. Chapter 20. Victory through archery. This time, he directly purchased 6 attribute points, allocating 2 each to strength, agility, and constitution. Upon inspecting his stats, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Strength, 35, constitution, 32, agility, 32. Now that he had acquired the necessary materials, he could craft a bow. Without hesitation, Luo Yu chose to forge an iron bow. The moment he confirmed his choice, a radiant light flashed before him, revealing a sturdy iron bow. Drawing the bowstring, he was pleasantly surprised by its power. He then spent 60 units of wood, 60 units of iron ore, and 60 units of silver to create 30 arrows. Though they were not as effective as feathered arrows, he had to make do for the time being. With his robust constitution, he no longer required protective finger sleeves for archery. Pulling the bowstring taut, he released an arrow that soared swiftly to a distance of 150 meters. While this was not the limit of his strength, it did reach the maximum range of the iron bow, which typically only allowed for a projection of around 100 meters, quite commendable. At that moment, Fong Yuming finally spoke up in the group chat. Oh my god, it worked. We didn't anger the mother cow the first 2 times, but we succeeded this time. Congratulations. The chat was soon filled with voices of congratulations. Luo Yu urged, quick, milk her. There's a surprise. Fong Yuming replied, yes. Without your encouragement, the 3 of us Wun Ti have had the courage to provoke the mother cow. Thank you. Luo Yu responded, The courage is yours. There's no need to thank me. Now, hurry back to work. Fang Yumeng fell silent, and Nakul seemed to be locked in a fierce battle with a wild bull, not saying a word. However, Elena chimed in, Luo Yu, how do you know about milking? Isn't that a bull you have? Luo Yu replied, there are mother cows too. Boldly interjected, hiss. Your base score is double ours. Luo Yu, somewhat surprised, said, is it? I only build a few walls. I'm not entirely sure. Elena exclaimed, you cunning man. You're putting on airs. I shall not be outdone. A smirk crept onto Luo Yu's face as he refrained from responding. Nakul announced, that foolish bull has stumbled into my trap. It's as good as dead. It seemed that the cat girl had also triumphed. Luo Yu glanced at the regional chat, which was quite different from his small group. It was filled with cries of despair. Some had been charged by bulls, others had their crops ravaged, and some even had their houses demolished by rampaging bulls. Opening the world chat, he observed that this area was being terrorized by wandering wild bulls. While other regions faced wolf pack attacks, strange weather phenomena, and flooding in small lakes, disasters were rampant. Life was proving to be a struggle for everyone. As they all endeavored to survive and grow stronger, this was the essence of existence for all beings in the universe at present. Luo Yu closed the chat window, turning his gaze towards the distant golden beetle pulling a mining cart. Without further ado, he resumed his work, tirelessly chipping away at the stone, striving for his grand mansion. As the sun set that evening, Luo Yu had finished dinner and was soaking in a hot tub, accompanied by 2 cows and a wolf lounging nearby. He felt as though he had reverted to a primitive state, reconnecting with his ancestral roots. Entering the arena, he noted that there were still 2 hours until his duel with Qiu Yi. To his astonishment, he discovered a black iron bug race challenger offering a room for a staggering price of 1,000. In the arena, black iron was already considered a mark of expertise. Everyone was skilled, and no one was afraid of anyone else. Luo Yu paid the fee and stepped in. The atmosphere was charged as he faced off against the insectoid foe. Room 6363, the bug race quickly gathers to support the blood spider. Room 6363, Brother Yu has arrived. Fans assemble. In no time, both human and bug races filled the room, and the viewing feast soared. In the expansive arena, a creature with a male torso and spider-like lower body glared coldly at Luo Yu. This spider creature bore a striking resemblance to the enchanting spider demon from a certain classic tale, captivating men with its allure. Unfortunately, this one was male and lacked any appealing features. Without uttering a word, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The match commenced. As the timer expired, the spider creature unleashed a torrent of white webs towards Luo Yu. Surprised by this ranged attack, he adeptly evaded thanks to his high agility. However, the spider creature rapidly shot a barrage of webs in quick succession. Luo Yu's agility proved too high, despite not possessing any martial skills. His agility of 32 made it exceedingly difficult to hit him. He deftly dodged all the webs and, instead of recklessly charging in, summoned a bow with a flash of light. He had crafted a bow. Fewer than 10 individuals had ever wielded a bow in the arena, and now he was among them. This was alarming. The insect race gasped in disbelief. This human was already formidable in melee, and now he had a ranged attack as well. What a troublesome opponent. With a swift twang, an arrow shot forth. Bolstered by his high strength and a 50 damage boost from insect race nemesis, the arrow flew like lightning. The Spider-Man, unable to evade in time, was struck in the leg with a resounding thud, severing it on impact. Enraged, the spider creature bellowed, how dare you insult me? You seek death. Another flurry of webs erupted from its mouth. I wish to aim for your head, but I can't seem to hit it. Luo Yu silently lamented, summoning a heavenly blade with a flicker of light in his left hand, swiftly slicing through the webs with precision. The audience gasped in astonishment. To sever webs with one hand showcased incredible agility and strength. Suddenly, the Spider-Man ceased its web spitting, his expression darkening as he regarded Luo Yu's heavenly blade. Finding himself in a precarious position, the webs had been exhausted? Now it was my turn. Luo Yu chuckled coldly, drawing his bow and unleashing a flurry of arrows. The Spider-Man lacked Luo Yu's agility and, after barely deflecting a few arrows, was struck by 10 in total. 6 legs shattered, 1 arm severed, and 3 arrows lodged in his chest, leading to his demise. KO. Your shooting level has risen to LV4. He leveled up. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy as he collected 1,000 silver from the wager and 1,500 from the audience fees before exiting the room. In the following moments, he engaged in sparring with 2 other black iron insect race challengers, earning a modest 300 silver. After all, even the smallest of gains were worthwhile. Challenge time has arrived. Do you wish to enter the battle room to face Qiu Yi? Confirmed. Luo Yu entered the battle room, where Qiu Yi had also arrived punctually. She scoffed. You. How much are you willing to wager on this fight? With a calm smile, Luo Yu replied, silver is precious. This is merely a spar. No need to get worked up. Let us wager something else. If you win, I shall grant you one request within reason, but if I win, you must also acquiesce to one of my requests. What do you say? Chapter 21. The Milking Strike You. Qiuyi instinctively clutched her chest, indignantly exclaiming, "In your dreams, I will not allow you to act recklessly. Prepare yourself." The countdown had concluded, and she lunged forward. Luo Yu, aware of her misunderstanding, refrained from using a weapon and met her challenge with bare hands. However, after just a few exchanges, Qiuyi found herself struggling to keep up. Though her martial skills had indeed improved, she was no match for Luo Yu's surging strength, physique, and agility. After 20 exchanges, Luo Yu pinned Qiuyi to the ground. "You have lost. According to our agreement, you must grant me one request." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu distinctly felt the woman beneath him tremble slightly. Though her expression was obscured, her voice quivered as she said, What do you want? Let me go, you scoundrel, you pervert." "Fear not. I will not harm you," Luo Yu assured her, yet he maintained his position atop her, speaking in a low tone. "Tell me, where did you acquire your martial skills?" "Martial skills? Is that what you wish to know?" Seeing Luo Yu nod, Qiuyi let out a small sigh of relief and continued, "I can tell you, but will you let me up?" "Apologies, it was a moment of impulse." After Luo Yu released her, Qiuyi composed herself and said, "My martial skills were bestowed upon me while fishing in the lake." "Fishing?" Luo Yu expressed astonishment. "Has the creature in the lake been defeated by someone? How is that possible?" Qiuyi retorted, "Even a bronze-tier warrior may not be able to defeat that massive black fish. I have my own methods, but I won't divulge them to you." This left Luo Yu pondering, furrowing his brow in contemplation. What method could allow one to fish for martial skills while ensuring their own safety? Noticing his silence, Qiuyi scoffed, "Don't even think about trying. This is my innate ability. If you attempt it, you are merely courting death." With that, she declared, "Let us have our rematch in 3 days. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." With that, she vanished. Luo Yu too exited the arena. Lying in a bathtub while gazing at the star-studded sky, murmuring, Fong Yumming and Qiuyi as well, "It seems I am not the only one blessed with special talents. This world truly holds endless possibilities." A faint smile graced his lips, hinting at his boundless hopes and dreams for tomorrow and the future. Upon waking in the morning, he discovered 2 cows sleeping at his doorstep, with 2 piles of dung nearby, appearing rather unsightly. Checking the hygiene rating of the base, it plummeted immediately. An increase in animals led to unsanitary conditions. It was high time to construct a beast taming facility. This facility would not only provide shelter for the livestock, but also purify their waste autonomously, enhancing the hygiene rating while significantly boosting the success rate of taming. Though Luo Yu was unsure why establishing a pasture would elevate his personal taming success rate, it was unnecessary to comprehend. The world governed by the Tao was inherently mysterious. He decided to temporarily build the facility within the walls, opting for a cost-effective and makeshift version, planning to erect a more permanent structure once the base expanded. After designating an area in a corner of the enclosure, Luo Yu accessed the construction interface. Beast taming facility, beginner building materials 3,000. Silver 500. Having cut a substantial amount of stone yesterday, coupled with some leftovers, he had enough stone brick materials to proceed. Confirming the construction, a radiant glow enveloped the area, revealing a pasture. It consisted of 2 animal shelters and a pile of initial fodder, occupying a modest area of 20 square meters. Its primary purpose was to provide a resting place for the animals and to facilitate automatic waste disposal. Upon reviewing the attributes of the facility, he noted that it increased the success rate of taming by 10 and additionally boosted animal yield by 10. This meant that a cow, which typically produced 25 units of milk per day, would now yield an additional 5 units, totaling 27. 5. This was quite favorable and would undoubtedly prove profitable in the long run. Checking the hygiene rating, it had indeed risen, now reaching 55, nearing a passing mark. The base rating also increased, currently standing at a neat 200. After visiting the fish pond and, due to a lack of special bait, he only harvested 30 units of fish and shrimp today, a result of tossing in some animal entrails. This underscored just how remarkable the previous 100-fold bait had been. With plenty of fish and shrimp remaining from earlier catches, Luo Yu placed the remaining 200 units on the market, earning 1,600 silver, and stored the freshly acquired catch in the ice cellar. Freshness was paramount. As he prepared to milk the cows, an idea struck him. Could milking trigger a critical hit? With this thought in mind, he silently willed it and squeezed with determination. Critical hit activated. The cow let out a pained moo as the milk gushed into the wooden bucket. Luo Yu observed closely. The color of the milk appeared different this time, seemingly purer. Special milk, highly nutritious. Each unit consumed sustains 100 fullness for a day. Note: the aroma of special milk has a significant attraction for living beings. he managed to extract 10 units of special milk. And the cow collapsed, panting heavily on the ground. Luo Yu gazed at the half-filled bucket with delight. Indeed, a critical hit. 10 units could sustain him for 10 days. Just as he was about to indulge, he noticed Adai sprinting towards him, wagging its tail vigorously, seemingly eager to partake. An attraction for animals, perhaps? Luo Yu stroked his chin, halting Adai's attempts to steal a sip, and placed the milk into the ice cellar. He devised a plan. Once the milk froze completely, he would transform it into milk blocks or even milk tablets, which might prove advantageous in critical moments. After breakfast, he did not rush to cut stone but instead visited the auction house to procure a batch of saplings, along with seeds for vegetables and radishes. Though the crop seeds were somewhat pricey, the saplings were relatively inexpensive, as few recognized the significance of timber. He spent a total of 1,500 silver and purchased plowing tools for the ox, setting it to cultivate the land. Previously, he struggled with a lack of labor, unable to manage everything alone. However, with the addition of the ox, he could now cultivate multiple plots of land. After organizing everything, he resumed cutting stone. Even the animal shelters were made of stone now, while he was still residing in a wooden house. This was intolerable. Labor on, striving toward the grand villa. Thus, 3 days passed in tranquility. During this time, Luo Yu diligently worked, accumulating 20,000 units of stone, and sold the leftover milk and seafood. These items, even stored in the ice cellar, had a limited shelf life. In 3 days, he earned over 5,000 silver, bringing his silver total back to a satisfying 10,000. Chapter 22. Wealth through assault. The freshly cultivated vegetable plots, brimming with greens and radishes, had been sown with great success. A batch of camphor tree saplings had also been planted at the edge of the territory, and everything unfolded in an orderly manner. Having accumulated 3 days' worth of mining opportunities, Luo Yu returned to the mine today, determined to strike it rich. After silently uttering a phrase, he swung his pickaxe down. Critical hit triggered thud. A sizable silver ore, akin to a basin in size, tumbled down. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was silver. Silver, 10,000 units. What a fortune! Luo Yu's heart leaped with joy, but the warning soon followed. Alert! Your excavation has startled a silver-armored ladybug. In an instant, a silver beetle, about the size of a calf, burst forth and charged at Luo Yu. Facing such a formidable opponent, Luo Yu sneered, unperturbed. Drawing his heavenly craft blade, he struck out decisively. Bang! The blade met the silver-armored ladybug with a resounding clang, sending it flying against the rock wall with a heavy thud. The disparity in power was evident. Without further ado, Luo Yu initiated his taming technique. Taming failed. Ding. Taming successful. You have a 37% chance of taming the silver-armored ladybug. Silver-armored ladybug. Strength 16, Constitution 6, Agility 20, Special ability. Devour silver, excretes silver essence. My goodness, this creature is quite fierce. The attributes left Luo Yu momentarily astonished, especially the special ability. However, given the current scarcity of silver and the impracticality of silver essence for weapon enhancement, he had no intention of allowing the ladybug to consume any silver. After spending a medicinal herb to restore the ladybug, it began to flutter affectionately around Luo Yu, displaying a surprisingly charming demeanor. It was indeed quite beautiful, capable of flight and possessing commendable agility. Satisfied, Luo Yu resumed his mining endeavors. He continued working for half the day, only stopping when his stomach growled, eager to savor the special milk. Upon entering the ice cellar, he was enveloped by a rich, creamy aroma that was utterly intoxicating. Was it this scent that attracted creatures? The special milk had been frozen, and after cutting off 1 unit, he sat outside to warm it up. As he heated the milk, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The fragrance intensified, wafting through the territory like a sweet melody. Splash! In the distant lake, a large black fish leaped, seemingly drawn in by the enticing aroma. However, it did not approach, for doing so could result in it becoming stranded in the shallows of the small lake. Witnessing this, a thought flickered in Luo Yu's mind. At that moment, a notification appeared. The aroma of the special milk has attracted a multitude of stone-shelled turtles, who will stop at nothing to drink it. What? Luo Yu was taken aback. Checking the chat group and regional channel revealed no signs of activity, meaning this assault was directed solely at him. Assaults are indeed a double-edged sword. They embody both peril and prosperity. Without such encounters, Luo Yu would not have advanced so swiftly. Climbing the lookout tower, he observed that 10 large turtles were steadily making their way from the east. These turtles were massive, akin to those that had lived for centuries, capable of bearing the weight of an adult without issue. Their shells resembled grotesque stones, appearing both fierce and remarkably sturdy. However, their speed. Luo Yu noted the turtles were laboriously crawling towards him, moving at a pace comparable to a leisurely stroll. As they drew closer, Luo Yu seized a spear and hurled it down from the lookout tower. With a level 4 shooting skill, his accuracy had improved, and he managed to strike the largest stone-shelled turtle. Bang! The spear snapped upon impact, and the turtle recoiled, shaking its head in pain as a crack formed in its shell. Indeed, it was tough. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, realizing it would consume considerable resources to eliminate these turtles with ranged attacks. He would need to descend and engage them with the heavenly craft blade. He remained patient. After all his possessions were safely within the walls. He was keen to see if the turtles could breach the fortifications. Moments later, the answer became clear. There was no way these turtles could break through the black spotted stone walls. At this stage, they were virtually invulnerable. The 10 turtles pawed at the stone door, occasionally colliding with it, yet they could not even leave a mark on the surface. While their defenses were astonishing, their offensive capabilities paled in comparison to that of a bull. After observing them, Luo Yu confirmed that these turtles lacked any ranged attack methods. He climbed atop the stone wall and approached one of the turtles to employ his taming skills. Taming failed. Success rate 7.1. Taming failed. Success rate 7.9. After 2 consecutive failures, Luo Yu recognized that a creative approach was necessary. How could he induce an abnormal state in these turtles? His gaze fell upon the warm, special milk. A moment later, seated on the wall with a bamboo pole measuring 4 to 5 meters, Luo Yu secured a small wooden bucket filled with special milk to one end. He swayed the pole above the turtles' heads, the enticing aroma causing them to salivate. Yet they could not reach it. In a frenzy, the turtles twisted and turned below, stretching their necks in an effort to grasp the bucket. This was the essence of waiting to be slaughtered. Luo Yu felt that if he were to thrust a spear now, he could easily pierce one of their necks. Yet, they remained just out of reach. Luo Yu continued to tease them, humming a cheerful tune. Suddenly, a drop of milk splashed from the bucket, landing directly in the mouth of one turtle. It immediately squinted in delight, becoming even more frantic in its quest for the delectable milk. Still, they could not reach it. After half an hour of play, seeing the turtles still straining to stretch their necks, Luo Yu decided to secure the bamboo pole to the wall and went to cut more stone. 2 hours later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Yu had gathered a significant amount of stone. Upon glancing at the turtles below, he found them looking utterly exhausted, yet they still occasionally craned their necks, trying to reach the wooden bucket. Have they entered a state of fatigue? They must be feeling the strain. A faint smile graced Luo Yu's face as he targeted one turtle with his taming skill. Taming failed. Success rate 58. Taming successful. Success rate 61. Chapter 23. The first confrontation with the lake beast. Successfully tamed one. A surge of joy filled Luo Yu's heart. Indeed, the extraordinary state significantly heightened the success rate. Stone-armored turtle, female, pregnant, strength 11, constitution 29, agility 2. Special ability, solid shield. Having managed to tame the first one, it seemed plausible to tame the majority. Luo Yu continuously employed the beast taming technique, ultimately subduing 8 out of 10 stone-armored turtles, including the largest male. His beast taming skill reached LV5. Regrettably, 2 turtles had exhausted 3 taming attempts without yielding. Luo Yu, with a heavy heart, beheaded them. It is said that consuming what one seeks to replenish is wise. Thus, he resolved to feast on turtle tonight. Notably, among the 8 turtles, 6 were female, 2 of which were pregnant. Once everything was settled, Luo Yu savored the milk in the wooden barrel. It was indeed delicious. And after drinking, he felt satiated and invigorated. You have consumed special milk. Gaining frenzied action state. One day, he commanded the stone-armored turtles to refrain from entering the lake and temporarily kept them in a small stream. Seizing the momentum, Luo Yu began to process the carcasses of the 2 stone-armored turtles. His butchering skills were now adept. Even the turtles could not withstand the sharpness of the heavenly blade, and with a flurry of motions, he efficiently completed the task. Upon examination of his spoils, he obtained turtle meat and 2 turtle shells. Currently, a piece of turtle meat simmered in the pot, while a drooling Adai observed hungrily. As Luo Yu contemplated the potential uses of the turtle shells, the shells were indeed robust, though they seemed too large for a shield and inadequate as a hot tub. After some reflection, Luo Yu decided it might be prudent to affix the turtle shells to the walls, serving as cover during shooting. The turtle meat was too abundant to consume all at once. Capitalizing on the high market price, he resolved to sell. World Channel Anonymous, nourishing turtle meat, bursting with flavor, ensuring longevity with every bite, now available at the auction house. Do not miss out, come and buy. The advertisement proved remarkably effective, and the listed turtle meat was swiftly snatched up, resulting in a significant profit for Luo Yu. Upon reviewing his assets, he was astonished. This venture had yielded a substantial sum of 30,000 silver coins. With sufficient food at hand, The key to unlocking advanced technology required not only silver, but also materials that remained incomplete. The grand villa lacked stone bricks. After contemplation, Luo Yu deemed it more sensible to invest silver in enhancing his attributes. He promptly spent 20,000 silver coins to acquire 20 attribute points, allocating them evenly as per his previous approach. Following the enhancements, his attributes displayed a remarkable transformation. Strength, 42 constitution, 39 agility, 39 an average of 40. Quadruple his initial attributes, he felt as if he had transcended from a mere child in kindergarten to a formidable being. With 10,000 silver coins remaining, the milk he had extracted today remained unsold, and the seafood was also untouched. There was no rush. He decided to hold on to it. After engaging in conversation with the group for a while, Luo Yu washed up and retired for the night. On the following morning, after breakfast, Luo Yu checked on the 8 turtles. They basked in the sun along the shore, while there was little of concern. He noted that the stone-armored turtles had quite the appetite. Each turtle consumed 5 units of meat daily, and the fish caught that morning quickly made their way into their mouths. Naturally, they would also fish for themselves in the stream, but to fully free-range them, the lake monster had to be dealt with. With a strength of 42, he felt ready to attempt this challenge. Without hesitation, Luo Yu approached within 20 meters of the lake's edge, opened the construction page, and chose to erect a 10-meter lookout tower in that location. This was the most rudimentary of lookout towers, which he intended to dismantle immediately upon vanquishing the monstrous fish. In an instant, a flash of light signaled the completion of the lookout tower, and Luo Yu promptly transported 19 spears up to the platform. Standing atop the lookout tower, he brandished a spear, feeling quite satisfied with his position. Moments later, the sweet aroma of milk wafted through the air as a silver beetle flew toward the lake's center. Carrying a wooden barrel, it soared high, hovering 7 to 8 meters above the water and epochs' surface, seemingly vigilant of its surroundings. From the distance, Luo Yu's gaze remained fixated on the lake. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a massive shadow emerged beneath the water, swiftly advancing toward the silver beetle. Undoubtedly drawn by this special milk. Fly higher, Luo Yu shouted. The silver beetle's agility came into play as it ascended sharply with the wooden barrel. Almost simultaneously, the monstrous fish leapt from the lake, lunging upward. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yu clearly discerned its grotesque form, a gaping maw capable of swallowing a cow, exuding an aura of terror. Now, Luo Yu unleashed a spear with all his might. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, hurtling toward the airborne beast. The timing was impeccable. As the fish reached its zenith, the spear struck fiercely against its scales. The immense force pierced the armor. Yet Luo Yu noted the absence of blood as the creature began its descent, crashing back into the water with a resounding splash. Boom! The monster swiftly maneuvered underwater, hurtling toward Luo Yu. What? The monster is coming at me? He furrowed his brow, drawing the heavenly blade with urgency. With a thunderous crash, the beast erupted from the water and epochs' surface. Luo Yu clearly saw the fierce glint in its eyes, a menacing glare directed at him. This was intimidation, a warning of violence and death. As it splashed back into the lake, the creature's powerful tail sent waves soaring 10 meters high, drenching Luo Yu in water. To humiliate me, Luo Yu seethed with rage, seizing another spear. As the creature's body partially surfaced, he hurled the spear with all his strength. Critical hit multiplier activated. This spear flew like a cannonball, seemingly piercing through the very air itself, and struck the monstrous fish. Bang! A spray of blood erupted, shattering scales as the creature let out a heart-wrenching roar and plunged beneath the surface, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The lake was stained with blood, the ripples gradually settling. The silver beetle returned to Luo Yu, nuzzling against him affectionately, yet Luo Yu's expression remained troubled and somber. Despite the 100-fold critical hit, the monster had escaped. My goodness! What manner of creature is this? Luo Yu pondered, arriving at 2 conclusions. First, the spear made primarily of bamboo could not unleash the full potential of the 100-fold critical hit. The spear's hardness imposed a limit on its damage. Second, there was an issue with his throwing technique. Chapter 24, the tragic incident caused by milk. This matter is not about accuracy, but rather technique. Luo Yu recalled watching the athletic games, where the athletes threw javelins with a spinning motion, while he himself had been relying solely on brute force. It was evident that he needed to study the proper technique of javelin throwing. Upon realizing his shortcomings, Luo Yu seated himself atop the watchtower and began perusing the marketplace. To his surprise, he found exactly what he was looking for. Javelin Mastery Manual. 50,000 silver. Upon purchase and use, one can proficiently throw a javelin. Good heavens! The description indicated immediate mastery, but the price was exorbitant. Besides the Javelin Mastery Manual, he also discovered skill manuals for Archery Mastery and Crossbow Mastery, all priced at 50,000 each. Absurd. Without mastering the javelin-throwing technique, it would be nearly impossible to deliver a fatal blow to the black fish, which he knew possessed formidable regenerative abilities. It could very well heal from injuries within days. He had no choice but to make the purchase. While lost in thought, Luo Yu descended from the watchtower, inadvertently leaving his silver-armored ladybug behind. Without his command, the ladybug remained motionless, basking in the sun atop the tower, oblivious to the special milk, forgotten in the wooden barrel nearby. The sweet aroma of milk wafted through the air, filling the territory with a delicate fragrance. In the afternoon, as Luo Yu was busy cutting a substantial amount of stone bricks, he intended to take a break when suddenly a warning appeared. Warning, a group of indigenous tribesmen, attracted by the scent of milk, are preparing to attack your territory. Please be prepared. What? Indigenous tribes? Luo Yu was taken aback and immediately commanded all his pets outside the walls, including the turtle and insects, to return. He hurriedly climbed up to the watchtower within the walls, scanning the surroundings. Sure enough, moments later, 5 tribal individuals appeared from the east, armed with various weapons and clad in tribal attire. They appeared to be communicating amongst themselves as they approached. An attack by indigenous tribesmen could be deemed one of the most severe threats, and they had come in a group of 5. Observing closely, Luo Yu noted that the 5 bore a striking resemblance to humans, with light skin tones reminiscent of a mix between Eastern and Western features. Notably, their eyes were green and their hair brown. Among the group were 4 men and 1 woman, a burly man wielding an axe and a massive shield, and 3 robust warriors armed with a sword, a spear, and a bow, respectively. Luo Yu noted that the sword-wielding man was quite handsome, dressed in what appeared to be fine garments. The young tribal woman was also armed with a bow, her appearance not unremarkable. A tank, 2 warriors, and 2 archers? Were they here to take down a boss? The composition of the opposing party was exceptionally well-balanced, and they seemed to be skilled fighters. Luo Yu had not anticipated that the special milk would attract such a formidable assault. For an ordinary person, this could spell doom. The 5 tribal members approached cautiously, their curiosity piqued by the towering walls, their eyes betraying both bloodlust and intrigue. Luo Yu could choose to charge out on a bull, leading all his animals into a direct confrontation, but that seemed unnecessary. Utilizing the terrain to his advantage to eliminate them was the prudent strategy. Concealed behind a wooden pillar in the watchtower, Luo Yu noticed them drawing closer out of the corner of his eye. He refrained from shooting immediately, waiting for them to enter the optimal range for his arrows. 200 meters, 150 meters, 120 meters. The group entered the 120-meter range, which was the limit for his archery. They did not suspect they would be attacked from within the walls at this distance, but Luo Yu was no ordinary individual. In the next instant, he drew back his iron bowstring, aiming at the archer among them. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, and although the 5 had not detected his position, they instinctively dropped to the ground upon hearing the twang of the bowstring. Unfortunately for them, Luo Yu's strength was formidable, and the arrow's speed was tremendous. With a sickening thud, it pierced the archer's chest, emerging from the other side, and he collapsed, blood spurting from his mouth as he died on the spot. Shield! The sword-wielding man shouted, and the burly warrior raised his shield as the others took cover behind it. Bang! Just as they shifted, an arrow struck the shield, startling the burly man, who felt his arms grow heavy. Gritting his teeth, he reported, "Sixth Prince, the archer on the tower has a power level above 30. Such strength." The female archer gasped in shock, while the sword-wielding man, referred to as the 6th Prince, coldly commanded, "Kill them, eradicate these outsiders." The 4 took cover behind the shield and advanced slowly. Luo Yu struggled to find a clear shot but grabbed a javelin, preparing to pierce through the shield. Just as he hurled it, an arrow was launched toward him, flying straight for his chest. It was precise, however, her wooden bow, from a distance of 70 to 80 meters and against the towering watchtower, rendered the arrow nearly ineffective. If he were struck by it, he might as well give up. With a swift movement, he deflected the incoming arrow and thrust the javelin forward with great force. Whoosh! The javelin soared, striking the shield with a resounding crash. Although it ricocheted off the iron shield, the immense force caused the burly warrior to nearly lose grip of it, his hands bruised. "Black Snake!" The 6th Prince shouted. The female archer, referred to as Black Snake, swiftly loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, seemingly attempting to suppress Luo Yu, preventing him from throwing another javelin while they regrouped. Foolishness. Luo Yu casually swatted aside the 3 incoming arrows with his iron bow and shot another arrow, this time aimed directly at the female archer. At 120 meters, he could shoot through a target with ease. Within 70 meters, his arrow and epochs' speed was even greater, making evasion nearly impossible for the female archer. "Ah!" she screamed. At that moment, the man with the spear bellowed, "Black Snake." He positioned himself in front of her, trying to block the arrow with his spear. Bang! While the spear did make contact with the arrow, the force was overwhelming. The arrow merely deviated from its trajectory without being completely deflected. With a sickening sound, the arrow pierced through the shoulder of the spear-wielding man, causing blood to gush forth as he fell, incapacitated. Black Snake remained in shock, but she was swiftly pulled behind the shield by the sixth prince, whose right hand was now injured. He switched to his left hand to hold the shield in front of him. In the next moment, the three individuals concealed behind the shield charged towards the walls. Chapter 25. Capture. Having achieved shooting proficiency LV4, directly hitting the fleet-footed adversary with a javelin proved challenging. Several arrows were launched, which, while slowing their advance, were largely deflected by shields. Lacking skills such as javelin mastery or archery mastery, engaging mobile targets equipped with shields proved ineffective. Thwack, thwack. The female archer loosed 2 arrows in quick succession while running. Dodging them with ease, scoffed and descended from the watchtower, scaling the walls to find a better vantage point. Soon, the 3 tribesmen reached the wall's base, but a predicament arose: how to scale it. Bang! The brawny warrior slammed into the stone gate, only to be repelled by the force of the impact. Prince, it and Oppos, a blackstone gate, it and Oppos, impenetrable. Swish. Exploiting the warrior's momentary vulnerability, an arrow struck the sixth prince's chest. However, he seemed to be wearing some form of chestplate, as the force of the blow only caused him to cough up blood without posing a mortal threat. Displayed a hint of surprise as the sixth prince gritted his teeth and commanded, "Black Serpent, secure the firing position." The brawny warrior promptly hurled the petite black serpent onto the wall. However, the moment she gained her footing, she was immediately tackled by a direwolf. Amidst her struggles, she discovered that she was not only pinned by the wolf, but also by a swarm of burrowing insects. Overwhelmed by 7 burrowing insects and a direwolf, even her considerable strength was insufficient to resist, and she was swiftly subdued. "Black Serpent!" the sixth prince exclaimed in fury. Who could have imagined so many animals lurking on the walls? How could this man command so many beasts? The brawny warrior suggested, "Prince, we should retreat. This outsider is too formidable." With 3 out of 5 attackers already incapacitated, retreat would be the logical course of action. "No," the sixth prince retorted vehemently. "Black Serpent is one of our tribe's few female archers. We cannot allow her to be captured. That man's animals are all occupied with subduing Black Serpent. Once we scale the wall and get close to him, victory will be ours." "Very well. As you command." The brawny warrior skillfully launched the prince toward the section of the wall closest to. In the next instant, the prince leaned down and grasped the warrior's outstretched hand, pulling him up onto the wall. Was momentarily taken aback. Are these guys some kind of elite squad? What kind of tribal raid involves scaling walls like this? With a roar, the brawny warrior swung his axe at. The axe fell with tremendous force, seemingly possessing an attack power exceeding 25 points. These are elites, without a doubt. But elites are exactly who I came to fight. Simply sidestepped the axe, then surged forward, his heavenly craft blade slicing across the warrior's neck. Thud! The warrior's head tumbled to the ground, his headless corpse falling from the wall. "Madbull!" the sixth prince cried out in disbelief, seeing advancing toward him. Fear gripped his heart. This man appeared to be only in his 20s. How could a human possess such formidable attributes? Fear overcoming his courage, he leaped from the wall and fled. The attacking tribesmen have begun to flee. You have achieved victory in the defense battle. As the first human to triumph over a tribal raid, you receive an additional reward, 50,000 silver. Watching the prince fleeing across the plains, smirked and approached the black serpent, who was being restrained by Adai. The woman, seeing approach, was filled with terror, believing her death to be imminent. However, merely bound her with rope. You have captured the tribal archer, Black Serpent. Black Serpent, female, tribal member, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 16, shooting LV6. This woman has decent stats. I'll sell her. Mused inwardly, but there was still something else to be done. Meanwhile, the prince was fleeing for his life, discovering an unprecedented agility in his legs. He seemed to have tapped into the very limits of his agility. He even entertained the notion that he was like a cheetah being pursued by a lion on the savannah, unable to win in a direct confrontation, but capable of outrunning his pursuer. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him. Hooves. The sixth prince instinctively turned to see a robust bull charging toward him, with the man who filled him with dread riding on its back. The sight sent shivers down the sixth prince's spine, and he fled even faster in the direction he had come. But in the next moment, an arrow whistled through the air. The first arrow grazed his scalp, while the second pierced his thigh. Thud! The sixth prince collapsed to the ground. The next moment, the sharp tip of the heavenly craft blade was pointed at his throat. "Prince, is it? You've been captured," S. cold voice echoed from atop the bull. The sixth prince, filled with terror, could only surrender. Shortly after, the sixth prince, the spearman, and the archer black serpent were trussed up and thrown onto the ground. It took 7 herbs to treat their wounds and stop the bleeding. The brawny warrior and the initial male archer were deceased. Their bodies incinerated in a pit dug at the edge of the plains, had not sunk to the depraved depths of butchering human corpses to sell human meat or craft human skin sofas. Examined the chest plate in his hands. A look of satisfaction in his eyes. Copper gold chest plate, silver grade armor, silver grade. Even my heavenly craft blade is only silver grade. This is a valuable find. Besides the chest plate, the spoils included an iron spear, 2 wooden bows, a shield, an axe, and a longsword. The prince's longsword was also graded, reaching the black iron level. Such weapons were currently invaluable and highly sought after, promising a substantial profit. As for the 3 captives, there were several ways to deal with them. The first was to subdue them, which could be done in 2 ways, verbal submission and recruitment. Verbal submission was simple. One merely asked if they were willing to submit and join the territory. If they agreed, they were considered verbally subdued. However, this method offered little guarantee of loyalty. Recruitment, on the other hand, was similar to taming beasts. Once successful, the recruit's loyalty was maxed out, and they would obey commands without question. Had assessed the recruitment difficulty for the 3 captives, finding it to be 99 for each. With recruitment skill at LV0. Success was nearly impossible. A critical hit might be worth a try, but successful recruitment would increase the tribe and epochs' raid frequency by at least 3-fold. With the defensive fortifications not yet in place, it wasn't epochs worth the risk. Chapter 26, a lucrative haul. Rather than enlisting them, Luo Yu contemplated alternative methods. Auctioning them off was a possibility, though unprecedented. The worth of captives in the auction house remained an enigma, with no prior listings to gauge a suitable price. A more direct approach involved demanding ransom. Luo Yu navigated to the system interface, accessing the captive section. 6th Prince, ransom 50,000 silver black serpent, ransom 3,000 silver spearman, ransom 2,500 silver. A simple confirmation would suffice to return them, albeit with the risk of future attacks. Given his current need for funds, Luo Yu opted to sell the captives for system ransom, but not before attending to a matter. He approached the black serpent, untying her bonds under her terrified gaze. Before she could react, he removed her tribal attire, leaving her exposed before him. Her physique, it must be said, was quite admirable. Realizing his intent, the black serpent blushed crimson and braced for the impending assault. The 6th Prince and spearman glared at Luo Yu, well aware of the potential fate of female captives. To the black serpent's surprise, nothing happened. Instead, Luo Yu patted her shoulder, declaring, "Next time, it won't be just clothes." Whoosh! In a flash of light, she vanished, replaced by a pile of silver. Luo Yu then unbound the 6th Prince, placing the celestial craftsmanship blade against his neck. "I have no interest in undressing men. Remove your garments." "Yes, yes," immediately he stammered. Soon, he stood completely naked. With another flash, the 6th Prince disappeared, leaving behind a heap of silver tenfold that of the black serpent. Valuable indeed. After ransoming the spearman, Luo Yu pocketed a hefty sum. But he wasn't finished yet. He listed the garments he had stripped from them in the auction house. World, anonymous exotic beast hide attire, freshly acquired from a savage beauty. Get it while it's hot. Really? Were you ambushed by a tribe? Dude, did you have your way with the beauty? Spill the details. Bro, I'll trade you my entire fortune, 2,000 silver, for the savage beauty. I offer 3,000. Trade me. Many lonely souls, deprived of female companionship, were eager for any chance encounter with the opposite gender. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. The beast hide attire, priced at 500 silver. Sold quickly. The miscellaneous clothing fetched another 1,000 silver, a welcome bonus. With his business concluded, dusk had fallen. Luo Yu luxuriated in a hot bath, ready to spend his earnings. You have purchased javelin mastery, costing 50,000 silver. You have purchased archery mastery, costing 50,000 silver. 10,000 silver vanished in an instant. As Luo Yu absorbed a wealth of knowledge, a look of delight crossed his face. So that's how you generate force. No wonder my throws lacked spin. With his funds depleted to 18,000 silver, he deemed it sufficient. Over the next 3 days, tranquility reigned over the territory. Luo Yu abstained from using special milk to attract attacks, dedicating his time to javelin and archery practice, save for his daily critical mining expedition. His marksmanship had reached LV5, and his mastery of javelins and archery granted him enhanced accuracy and power. He was becoming a formidable warrior, while subsequent mining trips failed to yield special ores. The abundance of dark-veined stone triggered another insectoid incursion. Luo Yu's colony of burrowing worms had grown to 10 capable of extracting vast quantities of dark vein stone, obviating the need for his personal involvement in the mines. Over 3 days, the number of stone bricks had accumulated to 250,000, bringing the Grand Villa within reach. One afternoon, Luo Yu stood on the lakeside watchtower, his keen gaze fixed on the water's surface. He gripped a modified iron spear, poised to strike. The spear had been fitted with 2 additional barbs, rendering it even more menacing. Above, a silver-armored ladybug carried a wooden bucket filled with special milk, luring the great black fish. After 10 minutes, ripples disturbed the tranquil surface, and Luo Yu spotted a dark shadow beneath the water. The scent of special milk proved irresistible. Boom! The great black fish erupted from the water, jaws agape, aiming for the silver-armored ladybug. Now, Luo Yu focused his energy and hurled the iron spear with all his might. 100-fold critical strike triggered. The spear whistled through the air, its speed and rotation creating a fearsome projectile. A rope made of vines connected the spear to the watchtower. Swoosh! Enhanced by the 100-fold power, the spear became a spinning black streak, piercing the great black fish. A burst of blood erupted as the spear tore through its body. Scales scattered, blood mist filled the air, and the spear emerged from the other side, crashing into the lake. Roar! The great black fish emitted a piercing shriek, its massive body plummeting into the water. It thrashed violently, pulling the vine taut. The watchtower swayed precariously, as Luo Yu had anticipated. He leaped from the 10-meter-high structure, determined to dispatch the great black fish before the tower collapsed. Die! He seized a prepositioned javelin and hurled it with force. Swoosh! The javelin spun through the air, lacking the 100-fold power, but still formidable. It struck the great black fish with precision. The spinning javelin detonated within the fish's body, creating another explosion of blood. Again, Luo Yu launched a series of javelins, each striking the struggling fish. Bang! 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 Blood mist filled the air, and the great black fish thrashed even more violently. The watchtower was listing, threatening to collapse. Chapter 27. Slaying the Great Black Fish and Acquiring a Grand Villa. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable vitality of the black fish. It seems to comprehend that toppling the watchtower is its sole means of survival. However, this time, Luo Yu was thoroughly prepared. He directly accessed the system interface and selected the repair option. Repair watchtower. Repair costs are tenfold when damaged. Each point of durability restored requires 10 silver. The repair cost was alarmingly high, yet at this moment, who cared about expenses? He confirmed the action, and the watchtower, once teetering perilously, began to straighten once more. Luo Yu observed keenly as the watchtower and epochs' durability fluctuated around a critical threshold. Durability, 18,100. Durability, 19,100. Durability, 18,100. The cycle of destruction and repair continued. Luo Yu was eager to discover whether the black fish's resilience was greater than his wealth. Die! He commanded, once again hurling a spear with great force. His accuracy was astonishing, and with a resounding thud, a cloud of blood erupted forth. In preparation for this final showdown, Luo Yu had crafted 20 additional spears, bringing his total to 39. When the 38th spear pierced the great black fish, it seemed to unleash a final surge of power before its demise, resulting in a thunderous crash as the watchtower collapsed. Could failure be imminent? No. Luo Yu would not allow such a fate to transpire again. He grasped the vine rope with determination, instantly tautening it. With a force of 42 points, he momentarily resisted the terrifying force pulling from the other end of the rope. You have chosen to spend 12,000 silver to purchase attribute points. Your current strength, 52 points. Once an attribute exceeds 50 points, the cost of enhancement rises from 1,000 silver to 2,000. Undeterred, Luo Yu added 10 points to his strength, solidifying his stance. With all his might, he found himself in a stalemate with the great black fish. Of course, the fish was gravely wounded, its resistance significantly diminished. Otherwise, even a strength of 52 would have been insufficient. Come forth, Luo Yu shouted as the bull and cow thundered towards him. He wrapped the rope around them, and with their combined strength, they pulled fiercely, preventing the black fish from escaping. The bull bellowed in anger, while Adai beside him howled and bit the rope to assist. Luo Yu clearly sensed the opposing force weakening. Bring it up, he urged, channeling extraordinary strength alongside the animals. The iron spear lodged in the fish's belly was dragged inward by their immense power. The claws that had initially penetrated the flesh now wreaking havoc on the internal organs as they were extracted. After a tremendous struggle, a portion of the black fish and epochs' innards was nearly shredded, eliciting a deafening cry before it succumbed. You have slain the great beast, the black fish, and received 20,000 silver. Beast Soul Core 1, Cyclone Blade Technique 1, Silver Level Martial Art, Random Technology Unlock Scroll 1, Silver Level Treasure Chest 1, You are the first trial taker in this area to slay a lake monster. Additional reward, 20,000 silver. A cascade of notifications flooded Luo Yu's vision, revealing that the black fish was indeed a silver-level beast, yielding a bounty of valuable items. Overwhelmed by the notifications, Luo Yu collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply. His arms ached, palms bloodied and raw. What a stroke of luck. He was grateful he had chosen to weave 20 vines into the rope instead of the initially planned 10. Otherwise, it might not have withstood such monstrous force. The critical hit had indeed penetrated the fish's belly, otherwise, he might have failed to capture it. To be frank, his current power level was merely black iron. Making his victory over this silver-level fish a remarkable feat, he beckoned his silver-armored ladybug back, and after consuming special milk, he regained his strength. He gathered the spoils from the ground before returning to his wooden cabin to retrieve the massive fish carcass. After some time, gazing upon the enormous body, Luo Yu lamented that his ice cellar was too small to accommodate it. Thus, he resolved to sell it instead. It wasn't epochs until sunset that he had entirely processed the great black fish, yielding a substantial amount of fish meat along with sturdy fish bones 200. Excellent materials for weapon crafting, and various other constructions that could be reinforced with fish bones. At present, the price of meat had plummeted from 80 silver to 20 silver. As the first batch of crops was nearing maturity, once the crops were ready, meat prices would likely decrease further. It was prudent to sell quickly. Without hesitation, Luo Yu listed the fish meat for sale. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened the building interface and discovered that certain constructions could incorporate unique materials from monsters to enhance their durability. With 48,000 silver in hand, he realized that while stone bricks were insufficient, he could substitute some with the resilient fish bones. A grand villa could finally be constructed. Overjoyed, he set to work. After half an hour dismantling his wooden house and relocating all his belongings, he opened the manufacturing interface and selected the grand villa option. A 3-story villa silhouette appeared before him. Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice. In a flash of light, the towering pile of stone bricks vanished, replaced by a complete 3-story villa. Luo Yu opted for a traditional style, its exterior painted red, covering approximately 500 square feet, and included a basement. With excitement coursing through him, Luo Yu stepped into the villa, only to find it utterly barren. Despite its splendid structure, it lacked furnishings. He would have to procure those himself. After inspecting each room on the 3 floors, he quickly devised a layout for the kitchen, bedrooms, living room, and more. The basement was pristine, ideal for storage. Checking the base rating, he was astonished to find it at 500. The villa had directly contributed nearly 300 points to the score, indicating that the intensity of the impending monthly attack would be formidable. The hygiene rating had also increased by 12 points, now standing at a commendable 57. Villa, silver. Area, 650 square feet. Score 300. Hygiene standard 12. Generates positive buff probability 12. Chapter 28. The outrageous double bed indeed. Residing within such opulent edifices offers a chance to acquire positive buffs, and remarkably, this probability knows no bounds. With sufficient wealth, one could elevate it to a staggering 10,000. Imagine stepping out adorned with buffs. As for why it is designated as silver rather than mere silver, it is due to the inclusion of a fish skeleton, enhancing its rating by half a tier. Ratings signify everything, augmenting defense, comfort, and more. Now, Luo Yu found himself hesitating again. The flooring and walls were composed of ordinary stone. Would it be too extravagant to opt for silver? After a moment of contemplation, he reclined comfortably in a grand armchair on the 3rd-floor balcony of the villa, gazing out over the entire territory, a truly picturesque view. After vanquishing the great water monster, a plethora of tasks awaited him: fishing, bridge construction, water quality assessment, aquaculture, and a myriad of other endeavors. However, before delving into those, he decided to explore the assortment of items that had emerged. He promptly opened the whirlwind blade technique, a martial art of silver rank. As its description suggested, there was little to analyze. Luo Yu chose to learn it without hesitation. Whirlwind blade technique, silver rank level 1. A torrent of information flooded his mind, and a look of realization washed over his face. Rising, he swung the heavenly craft blade, and indeed, he felt a significant enhancement in both the force and angle of his strikes. He also discerned that only martial techniques could truly unleash the full potential of his attributes. Whereas he had once been a brute, he was now akin to a warrior imbued with extraordinary strength in an entirely different realm. Moreover, the whirlwind blade technique consisted of 3 levels. Or rather, all silver-ranked martial techniques are confined to 3 levels. Each advancement amplifies the technique's power. Beyond silver, gold and platinum ranks feature additional levels, with power increasing geometrically. As for how to increase these levels, it is quite simple. Expenditure. Each elevation of a silver level technique costs 30,000 silver, which is undeniably steep. With his current 18,000 silver, such aspirations were beyond reach for now. Perhaps a venture to the arena would be prudent. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Luo Yu activated the random technology scroll. Congratulations, you have unlocked Visitor Technology. What a surprise. The Visitor Technology, typically requiring 5,000 silver and 2 special materials for unlocking, was now readily available. This meant Luo Yu could visit others and epochs territories, even if they had not unlocked Visitor Technology themselves. However, they would be unable to access his base. Of course, this was contingent upon their consent. Visitor Technology was indeed formidable. It could be a lifesaver in critical moments. With a satisfied nod, Luo Yu opened a silver-level treasure chest. Congratulations, you have acquired the personal trait, Beast Tamer, 1 star. What? A personal trait? Luo Yu was taken aback and hurriedly examined the details. Beast Tamer, 1-star taming level LV3, all attributes of tamed animals and territory increased by 10. Animal yield increased by 10. Taming success rate increased by 10. Upon reviewing this attribute, Luo Yu could only utter 2 words. Incredible. He had anticipated a silver-level item, but was instead bestowed with such a powerful personal trait. Should it reach 5 stars, the implications would be extraordinary. Had his luck truly surged? He laughed heartily, truly elated. The enhancement of silver-level personal traits also required 30,000 each time. Naturally, he could gradually tame beasts to increase the star level, albeit slowly. Lastly, there was the Beast Soul Core. Without hesitation, Luo Yu opted to craft the base automatic defense core. You have consumed 3,000 silver, 200 emeralds, 200 gold, 1 Beast Soul Core, successfully crafted. A flash of light enveloped him, and a small, futuristic cube gently settled in his palm. This was the object of his dreams. Opening the construction page, he confirmed that the automatic defense section had indeed been unlocked. Automatic crossbow, 500 shots with 5,000, iron or 1,000, silver, 500 expensive, due to its automatic loading feature. This diminutive crossbow demanded a substantial amount of wood. His entire base lacked even 5,000 wood. He would have to purchase it, no rush, however. With the automatic defense core completed, it also unlocked the automatic attack arrow tower. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 shots with 30,000, iron or 5,000. Silver 2,500. Such automatic technology is exorbitantly priced. As for subsequent items like large automatic ballista, automatic thunderstrike tower, they remained locked. And unlocking them would require funds he simply did not possess. Luo Yu had once believed himself a minor tycoon, but in the face of these technologies, he was but a novice. Constructing arrow towers costs money, upgrading martial techniques costs money, enhancing personal traits costs money, and building other structures demands funds as well. Luo Yu needed to meticulously strategize his financial endeavors. But that could wait until tomorrow. For today, he would first attend to the bed. The previous wooden bed seemed utterly out of place in the villa. Gazing at his vacant bedroom, he resolved to create a luxurious double bed. Luxurious double bed, construction units 520, wood 520, silver 520, gold 52, a chuckle escaped Luo Yu. All 520s, truly a double bed. Was the Providence hinting at something? Construction units could be stone, wood, or other materials, but for the sake of opulence, rare materials were undoubtedly preferable. Luo Yu pondered that he would wait until the critical hit count restored tomorrow before proceeding with the crafting. For tonight, he and epochs simply rock in the grand armchair. That night, enveloped in wolf fur, Luo Yu dozed in the armchair. Upon waking, the first task at hand was to construct the bed. As for materials, he would undoubtedly use emeralds. Emeralds were inherently regarded as luxury items, enhancing scores and comfort. Fortuitously, he possessed precisely 520 emeralds. What serendipity! It is worth noting that critical hits cannot be applied to large constructions, as they exceed the base limits. You have chosen to craft the emerald luxurious double bed. Critical hit triggered at 100-fold. A dazzling light flickered before him, and amidst the spectacle, a splendid large bed manifested. Rainbow Cloud Emerald Luxurious Double Bed. Diamond rank rest efficiency increased by 60, disease recovery increased by 60, positive buff acquisition increased by 60, comfort level increased by 60. Female pregnancy probability increased. Diamond rank. Luo Yu was flabbergasted, his trembling hand brushing against the bed's surface, the softness resonating deep within his heart. In the next moment, he flung himself onto the bed, and indeed, it felt as though he was nestled amongst clouds, floating in the ether. The sensation was utterly euphoric. Chapter 29. Serenity amidst the storm. You have received the blessing of the buff cloud. All life skill experience increased by 20. Ding. Your planting skill has risen to LV3. What? I only lay down for 2 seconds and I received a buff? Absurd. Luo Yu laughed heartily. However, speaking of this, what does the increased female pregnancy rate mean? Are the bulls and cows going to sleep on my bed and give birth to 2 calves tomorrow? Luo Yu's mind raced with whimsical thoughts, but of course, they were just fanciful musings. At this moment, he was in high spirits. Glancing at the panel which displayed significant changes. Tester, Luo Yu ID, Earth. Summer Nation 23333 base score, 700 points hygiene value, 65 points entertainment value, 10 points strength, 52 constitution, 39 agility, 38 personal traits. Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars. Beast Tamer, 1 star, martial skills, Gale Blade Technique level 1 proficiencies, Spear Mastery, Archery Mastery life skills, Planting LV3, Mining LV4, Beast Taming LV8, Shooting LV5. Everything else seemed fine, but this base score. 700. The attack intensity at the end of the month will surely be formidable. I must expedite the establishment of automatic defense systems. No matter how well the base is constructed, it is futile if it cannot be defended. At that moment, a notification arrived. Abnormal weather has occurred in your area. Please take cover. Instantly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, signaling an impending downpour. Naker, despite the looming storm, I feel no fear, for I have my quaint little stone house. La la la. A screenshot followed, showcasing a charming little dwelling. Fong Yumming. Thunder is rumbling. Time to collect the laundry. Alice. Yumming, do you also have a stone house now? Fong Yumming, yes. I previously tamed a burrowing worm while mining, and thankfully, it helped with the digging. Yoda, a burrowing worm? You tamed one? Your luck is astounding. Elena. Alice, have you finished your treehouse? Alice. Yes. With the blessing of the goddess of light, it was completed before the storm hit. Elena. I completed mine long ago. The goddess of darkness always beats the goddess of light. Bless the elven race. Boom. The sky unleashed a torrential downpour, enveloping the world in misty rain. Fong Yumming. The rain is so heavy. Luo Yu. How are you faring? Luo Yu. I mined a bit too much stone, and just yesterday I constructed a small building. Everyone? A building? Naker, quickly, show us your building. Seeing everyone urging him to share a picture. Luo Yu remembered he had taken a snapshot of the villa he built yesterday, so he decided to share it. As Luo Yu posted the image, the chat group fell into an eerie silence. After a moment of stunned quiet, Fong Yumming exclaimed, My goodness, that and Apo's, S.A. Grand Villa. How did you manage that? Luo Yu, I am quite passionate about mining. While digging, I accumulated enough materials. Naker, fainting, Luo Yu. Do you wish to raise 2 adorable cat girls? Fong Yumming, Didn't and Amp, Apo's. See someone say that cat girls are not pets, but charming young ladies. Elena, foolish man. Wasting so many stone bricks on a villa. With that money, you could have built a grand wall instead. Alice, a beautiful abode, but Luo Yu. We are still in the early stages of development. We must be frugal. May the goddess of light bless you. Yoda, brother, you say mining is so lucrative. Why am I not reaping the rewards? Everyone was utterly astonished, knowing Luo Yu and Apo's love for mining. Yet none could have anticipated he had built a villa. Luo Yu, enough about that. Have you all seen the notice? After heavy rain, the fishing yield will double. Everyone, water monsters. Dawn and Amp, Apo's, Tigo courting death. Luo Yu, you were right. There are indeed water monsters. I shall not tempt fate. At this moment, Luo Yu stood on his balcony, sipping milk, gazing at the tumultuous scene before him while chatting with his friends, feeling utterly content. Ada was napping on the first floor. The stone-shelled turtle had already submerged itself in the lake, so he had little to worry about. The 2 cows and a hen remained dry in the barn, and the insects were safe in the mine. Everything was well in hand. Gently shaking his milk-filled cup, he smiled. Just about of unusual weather, nothing to fret about. Wait a moment, the vegetable patch. Luo Yu suddenly realized that his crops were in peril beneath the torrential rain. Luo Yu, the vegetable patch. Everyone, safeguard it. We must not let the downpour drown our crops. Fong Yumming. Oh dear, now that you mention it. Naker, I don't eat vegetables. Yoda, I love grass. When the rain stops, there will be plenty of tender grass sprouting. Fong Yumming. Luo Yu, the vegetable shelter. If materials permit, quickly construct a shelter. Her thoughts aligned with Luo Yu's, and he had already opened the building page. Simple vegetable shelter, 1 meter, wood 5, iron or 1. Silver 1. Fortunately, with prior warnings, he had excavated drainage ditches, and Luo Yu hurriedly selected the construction option. After consuming a substantial amount of materials, the simple vegetable shelter was erected. It was essentially a wooden shed, designed to allow rainwater to flow away without obstructing sunlight. While it could not entirely shield the vegetables from the rain, it would prevent them from being completely submerged. After completing all of this, Luo Yu sighed in relief and messaged the chat group. I'm safe here. Fong Yumming, how are things on your end? Fong Yumming, all good. She sent a screenshot of her simple vegetable shelter, indicating that all was well. Naker, Luo Yu only cares about Yumming and neglects to inquire about me. Humph. Luo Yu, but you said you don't eat vegetables, right? Nyoda, yet she might feel jealous. Haha. Fong Yumming, Does Naker really like Luo Yu? Naker, no. Just joking. Only little dogs would like him. In the midst of their banter, Luo Yu realized that his little group was quite capable, having successfully navigated numerous crises together. The two elves possessed remarkable abilities, their qualities likely ranking among the finest of cosmic races. The two cat girls, despite their soft and adorable appearances, revealed a spirited nature in their interactions, with Naker proving to be feisty and competent. Fong Yumming and her companions were indeed fortunate, as Luo Yu's 1-star beast tamer skill was already impressive, while Fong Yumming started with a 3-star rating. Nyoda might seem unremarkable in many aspects, but he could graze, thriving with a robust constitution. Even without resources, he could survive as a lone commander on the grasslands. In contrast, the world and regional channels were rife with complaints. The vegetables that were due to mature the day after tomorrow had been swept away by the weather. What a cruel fate. Alas, the iron ore was insufficient to build the vegetable shelter. Had he known, he would have mined more. You might not believe it, but I was blown into the lake by the gale, and I sensed a large shadow approaching. Farewell, brother. Farewell. Chapter 30. Fishing and the trebuchet. The incessant wind and rain persisted throughout the day, and by the break of dawn on the following day, as the clouds parted and the fog lifted, Luo Yu hastily made his way to the vegetable garden, disregarding the muddy ground. Upon inspecting the condition of the vegetables, he was relieved to find them thriving. Alert! The base has become muddy, sanitation rating decreased, and disease risk increased. The sudden alert momentarily stunned Luo Yu, who then became aware of a slight discomfort throughout his body. He surveyed the surroundings, both inside and outside the walls. The entire prairie lay ensnared in mud, teeming with insects that buzzed and crawled, creating an uncomfortable scene. In such conditions, it was indeed a breeding ground for bacteria and diseases. Feeling comfortable would be quite an anomaly. Checking the sanitation rating, he noted a significant decrease of 20 points. It was clear that flooring was urgently needed. Opening the construction page, he discovered a plethora of flooring options: wooden, cement, stone, and silver tiles among others. While wooden flooring imparts a warm ambience, it is highly flammable and susceptible to moisture, making it unfeasible. Cement flooring seemed too cheap, lacking any beneficial enhancements. Therefore, Luo Yu leaned towards the patterned stone tile flooring. Upon examining the price, he realized that a single unit of stone flooring required 4 stone bricks and 4 silver, quite exorbitant indeed. Fong Yumming, goodness, the sanitation at the base is dreadful. So many bugs. Everyone, please maintain hygiene to avoid illness. Naker, we need to build a restroom. The chat group buzzed with activity, and after having breakfast, Luo Yu commenced his new day. His first task was milking the cows. With his beast taming level increased and possessing the traits of a beast tamer, he managed to extract 30 units of milk, reserving a portion for himself and placing the remainder for auction. Due to the previous day's torrential rain, many people's vegetable gardens were devastated, causing meat prices to soar to 50 silver per unit. Over the past few days, his stock had accumulated significantly, netting him an impressive 4,500 silver. Next, he needed to drain the fish pond, as the heavy rainfall had caused water levels to rise perilously. After draining, he obtained 25 units of aquatic products, resulting in a total of 75 units when combined with previous stock, which he sold for 3,800 silver. Has fishing been on holiday lately? He pondered, noticing a significant decrease in the quantity of fish and shrimp. Although the earnings he had amassed were considerable, they still fell short, necessitating a strategy to enhance income. Fishing presented itself as a commendable option, with the formidable beasts in the lake now eradicated. The tranquil waters welcomed Luo Yu as he eagerly approached the lake with his fishing rod, only to find no solid ground beneath his feet. The recent downpour had caused the water levels to surge, eroding parts of the prairie. A group of armored turtles had crawled ashore, basking in the sun beside him. Yet he frowned slightly. In the chat group, he inquired, "Has the water level in your lakes risen?" Elena, "Foolish man, has your little lake also flooded?" Fong Yumming, "All have risen. I hope the great beasts in the lake do not come ashore. I'm a bit worried." Naker, "Now that you mention it, what if we face more storms? This is encroaching on our living space." The group engaged in lively discussion. Reaching a consensus, the persistent rising waters made it impossible to manage without eliminating the great beast within the lake. and the shrinking living space could lead to their demise. Realizing the gravity of the situation, everyone appeared anxious. Not only was their small community affected, but the world channel was also buzzing with individuals offering high prices for mercenaries to deal with their own water monsters. However, most mercenaries registered at the mercenary square were of the black iron tier. Who among them could possibly tackle a silver tier beast? Luo Yu had relied on critical strikes to dispatch the large black fish and was not inclined to take on such a task at the moment. Commanding the armored turtles to line up as makeshift stepping stones, he took a seat on their backs and pondered. A new challenge emerged: flood control. With summer approaching and rainfall abundant, even if the great beasts were eliminated, the lake could not be allowed to overflow unchecked. He envisioned constructing a dam to elevate the lake's banks. This would not only serve the purpose of flood control but also prevent potential contamination of their sole water source. If an attack were to occur involving poison, it would be quite detrimental, especially if the enemy could infiltrate the lake and undermine the defenses. Conversely, constructing a perimeter wall around the lake equipped with automated crossbows and arrow towers would provide both defense and flood management, thus yielding multiple benefits. Accessing the virtual construction page, he initiated the construction plan, directing virtual units to connect along the lakeshore, culminating in a calculation to build a flood defense wall along the lake. A total of 200,000 stone bricks, 50,000 steel, and 50,000 silver in construction fees would be required. It was prohibitively expensive and not a short-term solution. I might as well go fishing, Luo Yu decided, promptly closing the construction page and casting his line. 100-fold critical hit activated as the notification appeared. Luo Yu hurriedly reeled in his line, only to discover he had hooked a metal box. Upon opening it, he found a scroll. Automatic Trebuchet Storage Scroll, a one-time item that grants an automatic trebuchet upon use. What? Luo Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. I've caught a trebuchet while fishing. He quickly returned to the safety of the walls, found an appropriate location, and chose to use the scroll. A radiant light flashed before him, revealing a splendid trebuchet. Automatic trebuchet, capable of automatically launching projectiles, with an effective range of 1,000 meters, a hit rate of 20, and an automatic firing interval of 10 seconds. Remarkably, the average trebuchet has a maximum range of only 200 meters. This one boasted a staggering 1,000 meters. Truly remarkable for an automatic device. Luo Yu attempted to launch a projectile, and immediately a stone was loaded into the launcher, which hurled it forth with a resounding crash. The stone arced gracefully, landing just a few meters from the intended target, demonstrating impressive accuracy. Crucially, it would automatically engage hostile units, an invaluable asset that significantly bolstered the base's defensive capabilities. Splendid. Luo Yu chuckled heartily, buoyed by his fortune, and returned to fishing. With the rain subsiding, although the 100-fold critical hits were no longer in effect, the yield remained double. Luo Yu and Appo's baitless hooks signified his intent to avoid ordinary catches. He sought treasures instead. According to the lore of the world, a spring resided at the bottom of the small lake, ensuring the water remained fresh while occasionally yielding resources. However, these resources could not be gathered directly. Only through fishing could they be obtained. It was indeed a fascinating concept. Chapter 31. The Magnet Fishing Rod. Luo Yu had a certain understanding of the situation. The efficiency of fishing in the water was exceedingly high, and some races possessed remarkable swimming abilities that could disrupt the balance of the heavenly Tao world. Fishing through sheer luck was a gamble, and not everyone had the luxury of time to indulge in such an activity. Fishing was suited for three types of individuals: the idle, those famished beyond measure, and those with a gambler's mentality. Luo Yu was enticed to fish solely due to the doubled chances following the rain. Ordinarily, he would prefer mining. With no bait at hand, he spent an hour without catching anything, and just as despair began to creep in, his fishing rod twitched. Elation surged within him as he reeled in a metal box. Eagerly opening it, he discovered it was filled with feathered arrows. Feathered arrows, 100 pieces. These arrows were of a superior caliber compared to ordinary ones, and he had received 100 at once. Satisfied, Luo Yu contemplated casting his line once more when an idea struck him. The resources he had caught were contained within metal boxes, and had he not mined a piece of magnetite? Why not give it a try? Moments later, with the magnetite in place, Luo Yu cast his line, not merely casting, but rather, he hurled it into the water. The magnetite plopped into the water and sank swiftly. Magnet Fishing Rod, 100 increased probability of obtaining resource boxes. Indeed, his hypothesis proved correct, as the magnetite doubled his chances of success. Before long, the fishing rod exhibited signs of activity once again. Another metal box. Boomerang black iron 1 piece. This time, he had drawn a boomerang. Testing its feel, he observed the boomerang soar through the air before returning, nearly striking him. Lacking proficiency in its use and having no intention to learn, he decided to sell it instead. Checking the auction house, he noted that the prices for weapons had decreased. After considerable time had passed, some individuals managed to mine iron ore, allowing for the crafting of ungraded weapons. This boomerang, being of black iron grade, typically held a price around 5,000 silver coins. However, as a ranged weapon, it would likely fetch a higher price. Luo Yu listed it for 8,000. Hoping for a stroke of luck. While fishing, he patiently awaited a potential buyer for the boomerang, and indeed, it sold shortly after, within the vast universe. There were always affluent individuals attracted to novel curiosities. With silver in hand, he resumed fishing. This time, however, he waited for 2 hours without catching anything further. Luo Yu surmised that the boxes in his vicinity had already been exhausted, concluding his fishing for the day. Upon returning to the base, he discovered that the beetles had piled the stones into a small hill. Without hesitation, he began constructing. After a day filled with labor that evening in the luxurious villa's bathroom, Luo Yu surveyed the walls, resolved to create a bath. How could a lavish bathroom be complete without a bathing pool? As he soaked in the original tub, he perused the building options. Luxury bath. Building materials 3,000, silver 1,500, iron ore 100. Similar to the grand bed, using stone as building material was cost-effective. Whereas rare materials would be exorbitantly priced, the issue of hot water was easily resolved. As the villa was equipped with a hot water boiler that could automatically generate warm water as long as there was water circulation, Luo Yu naturally wished for the bath to be constructed from jade or gold, with diamond being the ultimate choice, though he lacked such materials. He decided to take his time. Contemplating his plans, he entered the arena. This time, Luo Yu opted to battle against another black iron trialist with a wager of 1,000. This individual belonged to the Blood Wolf clan, and upon entering the room, the two exchanged no words before launching into combat. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Yu wielded the iron sword, black iron grade, gifted by the prince, clashing against the claws of the Blood Wolf man. After a dozen exchanges, he struck a decisive blow to the man's chest. The human race, is this formidable? Is this martial skill? A hint of disbelief flickered in the Blood Wolf man and Oppo's eyes, but in the next instant, under the fury of the wind blade technique, he was beset by a flurry of strikes, ultimately vanishing. K.O. With 1,000 silver acquired, Luo Yu transitioned to another room. Throughout that night, he engaged in 4 consecutive battles against black iron level experts, relying on the wind blade technique and his formidable attributes, securing victory each time for a total gain of 5,000 silver. His name, Yu, began to circulate among the elite. Simultaneously, Luo Yu discovered that he was barred from entering certain rooms, having been excluded by others who feared him. In creating a room, they had outright omitted his name, leaving him only to spectate instead of compete. What had happened to the promised stage for the strong? A gathering of cowards. At dawn, after a satisfying breakfast, Luo Yu merrily made his way to the vegetable garden. Vegetables, 100 maturity. Tomatoes, 100 maturity. Rice, 100 maturity. Corn. In the chat group, Luo Yu proclaimed, "The vegetables are ripe. Fong Yume. Thank heavens, we have finally reached this day. Alice, the issue of food is essentially resolved. Everyone can focus on development. Naker, is vegetarian food truly that delicious? Yoda, my vegetable garden has long since vanished." As Luo Yu engaged in joyful conversation with everyone, he harvested the crops. At this moment, his level 3 planting skill began to yield results. For the same vegetable, a level 0 harvest would typically yield a single unit, whereas level 3 presented a chance of harvesting 2 units. Overall, his harvest would be considerably greater. After a bustling morning, Luo Yu successfully gathered all the crops. Vegetables, 158. Cabbage, 199. Tomatoes, 146. Rice, 1989. Corn, 2,294. Berries, 308. In total, he amassed 6,000 units of vegetables, with rice, corn, and potatoes being the primary staples. Should he consume these vegetables himself, they would suffice to last until winter. However, with so many mouths to feed at the base, they would barely last until autumn. Of course, it was not necessary to dine exclusively on vegetables. Integrating fish and meat would prolong their supply. The seasons in the heavenly Tao world differed from those on Earth. While Earth experienced a quarterly cycle of 3 months, the heavenly Tao world operated on a monthly cycle. Following the end-of-month raid, summer would swiftly arrive, and autumn would follow just a month later. A continuous cycle. Time was not as abundant as he had imagined. Prior to winter, he still needed to store more vegetables. With a new batch of crops harvested and seeds acquired, Luo Yu set about expanding the vegetable garden. The impending summer was the prime season for crop growth, and he decisively doubled the size of the garden. Additionally, with apples nearing maturity, he needed to select a site for an orchard. With the presence of a large bowl for tilling, there was no cause for concern. An entire afternoon was spent on planning and planting, elevating Luo Yu's planting level to level 4. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he concluded his work, leaving the remaining tasks for the next day. Glancing at the map's indicators, he noted that there were only 4 days remaining until the end-of-month raid. Chapter 32. Automatic Crossbow Arrows on the Wall. In the evening, after finishing his bath, Luo Yu reclined on his resplendent, multicolored bed, engaging in casual conversation with everyone. He refrained from utilizing his critical strikes today, as he intended to conserve them for the impending assault, hoping to save them for situations that might necessitate a turnaround. Alice, the attack is in 3 days. Are you all prepared? Fong Yumming, spare me the talk. I'm quite anxious about how to defend against the assault. I currently possess over 40,000 silver, but I must swiftly convert it into combat power. Yoda, alas, the world is already in mourning with the looming attack. I just saw someone succumb to the pressure and take their own life. Elena, pathetic. Lacking the courage to face danger is a waste of resources. Alice, Elena, let us not say such things. Luo Yu, allow me to suggest a strategy. By time, if we encounter a tribal attack, we should fortify our defenses. As long as we can delay until their food supplies are exhausted, they will eventually retreat. Fang Yaowei, intrigued, inquired, is that a viable strategy? Should we hasten the construction of the walls? Luo Yu affirmed her curiosity. Nickel, Luo Yu, how do you know the tribe will retreat once their food runs out? Have you encountered an attack before? Luo Yu, I previously faced some petty thieves, but my walls thwarted them. Petty thieves? The group gasped. Was it a theft incident? Goodness. You've actually dealt with the natives. Fang Yumming expressed her astonishment with a series of exclamation marks, while Luo Yu merely smiled modestly, reminding himself to maintain a low profile. He shifted the conversation. By the way, the description states that before the end of the month, a special event will occur. Let us seize this opportunity, as it may be crucial for surviving the assault. All right. The group responded in unison, though Luo Yu perceived their underlying anxiety. Fang Yumming resolved to complete the wall within 4 days, and Nickel planned to dig traps, with each individual devising their strategies. Luo Yu understood that the intensity of the attack would be great, and in the remaining days, he needed to devote himself to crafting automatic crossbow arrows. In the morning, upon awakening from his lavish bed, Luo Yu discovered he had received a new buff, mining bonus. Your mining level has increased to LV3, lasting for 2 days. It was undoubtedly a boon from his splendid bed. After breakfast, he began to organize his resources in preparation for crafting the crossbow arrows. Thanks to the diligent mining by the digging worms, although their levels were low, they had occasionally unearthed iron ore. Currently, Luo Yu possessed 2,750 units of iron ore. And with an additional 250 units, he could gather enough for 3 automatic crossbow arrows. Next was wood. The base currently had 966 units. Yet each crossbow required 5,000 units, far from sufficient. He resolved to purchase the requisite materials. With 35,000 silver at his disposal and the market would price still at 1 silver per unit, he decisively bought 15,000 units of timber. Please select a storage location for the wood. Luo Yu chose to stack it beside the city wall, creating a pile resembling a small house. As for iron ore, due to the low mining levels of the others and the high demand, purchasing it would be a waste. With the mining bonus buff, he decided to mine. Arriving at the mine, he vigorously excavated, yielding a plethora of black stones and iron ore. The notification arrived. Your mining skill has increased to LV5. With the buff, his mining level reached LV8, and with each strike of his pickaxe, he unearthed iron ore. Iron or X20, another strike yielded more iron. Iron or X15, delighted. Luo Yu continued to mine rapidly, accumulating 400 units of iron ore before pausing. He returned to the base with his cart and opened the crafting interface to begin constructing the crossbows. The dilemma arose. Where should he place the 3 crossbows on the walls? He recalled that every event or assault had originated from the eastern mountains, and the entry point into the base had remained consistent. He speculated that this might be the only route into his territory, at least for the time being. Thus, he decided to focus on fortifying the eastern defenses, spending 15,000 units of wood, 3,000 iron ore, and 1,500 silver. The eastern wall shimmered with light as the 3 crossbows were embedded into the protruding stone pillars. The effective range of the automatic crossbows was 150 meters, meaning they would only fire when hostile units entered this vicinity. Consequently, Luo Yu positioned 1 crossbow in the center and 1 at each corner of the wall, ensuring maximum coverage and crossfire capabilities. The installation of the 3 automatic crossbows depleted Luo Yu's materials, yet significantly enhanced the base's defenses. The score reflected this, with each crossbow adding 50 points, illustrating their formidable power. Limited by resources, he could only install 3 crossbows for now. He resolved to earn more and see how many he could craft in the remaining days. Luo Yu sold his daily catch and milk, then continued mining, hoping to extract valuable resources while the buff lasted. By day's end, he indeed mined 400 units of iron ore, along with countless assorted stones and a small piece of emerald, all obtained through his own efforts, without using any critical strikes, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. As night fell, Luo Yu entered the arena, only to find it unusually quiet. The impending attack had driven many to prepare fervently, resulting in fewer participants for PvP. All right. I suppose I'll earn a little less, he thought. Another day passed, and as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the balcony, illuminating Luo Yu's grand bed, he gradually awoke. You have gained a buff, beast taming enhancement. The success rate of your next beast taming attempt is increased by 20. Another buff had appeared. The diamond-grade luxurious bed truly had its perks. After breakfast, as Luo Yu prepared to milk the cows, a sudden notification startled him. Notification: a Xuanqiu beast girl is being pursued by a group of tribal soldiers. You may choose to offer protection. If you do, you will face the attack of the tribal soldiers. Possible enemies: archers X3, melee soldiers X6. The unexpected prompt startled Luo Yu. The Heavenly Dao World description had mentioned that special events would occur before the end-of-month assault, and indeed, it had arrived. Chapter 33, a special event. A new member joins the territory. Fang Yoming. Oh my, a special event. I have a supply pack. If it falls, it could potentially damage buildings, gardens, personnel, and other belongings. I must make a decision. How should I choose? I await your guidance, urgently. Alice, I also have a supply pack. What about you all? Yoda, me too. I say let it fall. After all, my base has little of value. Elena, my special event involves a group of lost huskies seeking entry into the territory. They might cause damage. Are huskies merely puppies? What havoc can puppies wreak? Naker, wait. Why do I have geological activity? The prompt indicates that special minerals may surface, which could also harm the base. Everyone has encountered various situations. Fang Yuming turns to Luo Yu and asks, what about you? What is happening over there? Luo Yu, it's reported that a small creature is being pursued and requires my protection. It may face an attack from indigenous tribes. Fang Yuming, yikes. The natives quickly refuse. No matter how adorable the creature is, its life is paramount. Luo Yu, I believe you should all choose to accept. The losses from such events are likely to be far outweighed by the benefits. Prioritize your safety. Fang Yuming, all right, then I shall choose to accept. But you must refuse. Safety comes first. Naker, yes, I too have accepted. Encouraged by Luo Yu, everyone opts for acceptance, while Luo Yu, upon gazing at the choice box, hesitates little. He is unaware of what a Xuanqiu beast girl is, but the threat from the natives is apparent. It's a perfect opportunity to test the power of the crossbow. Confirmed. Upon clicking, the prompt before him instantly changed to red. Prompt: Xuanqiu beast girl has joined your territory, becoming a resident animal. Indeed. A petite figure appeared at the edge of the grassland to the east, stumbling towards the wall with a visage filled with panic and terror. Luo Yu observed closely. The so-called Xuanqiu beast girl resembled a human girl of approximately 12 or 13 years. Clad in animal skins, she sported a pair of fox ears atop her head. Her long hair cascading beautifully behind her, complemented by a fluffy tail trailing behind. Unlike a human girl, the beast girl had a slightly protruding nose, more akin to a fox, with fine fur adorning the sides of her cheeks. Xuanqiu beast girl, 19 years old, adult, currently in a state of panic, strength 20, constitution 18, agility 31, advanced intelligent animal, capable of simple labor. Special abilities: treasure seeking, proficiency in slingshots. Current fur growth progress, 57. The attributes startled Luo Yu. This fox girl possessed formidable strength and special abilities, and notably, her hair seemed to represent a resource. Remarkable, a lucrative acquisition. Warning: a group of natives is attacking your territory. As the fox girl reached within 300 meters of the wall, a group of armed natives appeared to the east, 6 men and 3 women, a total of 9. They charged directly towards the base. The Xuanqiu beast girl, resembling a human yet unable to speak, screamed in terror, her gaze fixed on the wall. Upon seeing Luo Yu, her eyes shimmered with helplessness, as if pleading, Master, save me. What are you panicking for with your agility of 31? Luo Yu stifled a chuckle, descending from the wall and cracking open the stone door, gesturing for the beast girl to enter. With a swift motion, she darted inside. Just as he closed the door, the beast girl leaped into Luo Yu's embrace, weeping. This little creature bore a pleasant scent and felt remarkably soft. Indeed, she is a small animal. Luo Yu patted her head, assuring, it's all right, come. Let us ascend the wall. Mew. The beast girl understood human speech, and upon seeing Luo Yu prepare to scale the wall, she anxiously clutched his clothing, hurriedly following him. seemingly unwilling to part from her master. Truly, as a highly intelligent animal, the beast girl's expression of emotions was far more intricate than that of a cow, which merely licks. In the distance, the 9 natives advanced swiftly towards the wall, closing the distance to within 1,000 meters in mere moments. Creak. The sound of wood rubbing together echoed, and the next moment, whoosh. A circular stone flew from the wall, tracing an arc before crashing down. The catapult was the first to fire. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the stone detonated 3 meters from the group of natives, sending 2 spear-wielding men flying. Upon closer inspection, their arms and legs were shattered. Catapult! Charge forward! Yelled the bearded leader among the 9. Several members disregarded their injured companions and sprinted towards the wall. The catapult has a minimum attack range. If too close, it cannot strike the target. Boom. Another stone thundered down, landing several meters away from the group. Although the distance appeared safe, the ricocheting stone struck a female archer in the thigh, causing blood to gush forth, rendering her combat ineffective. Quick, we're almost there. Form a human ladder to scale the wall, the bearded leader shouted. As their pace quickened, suddenly, a sound of wind slicing through the air rang out. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the shoulder of a male archer, who fell to the ground, struggling to rise again, charging towards the wall. Whoosh! 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 Crossbow bolts were fired in rapid succession. Even the leading bearded man was struck in the arm, his fury evident as he bellowed. There are archers ahead. Flank from the left. The group began to veer left, attempting to circumvent the frontal crossbows to ascend the wall from the side, which surprised Luo Yu slightly. These natives displayed some strategic awareness rather than blindly rushing in. Unfortunately, a crossbow was also stationed at the left corner. Whoosh! A sudden bolt shot forth, nailing a spear wielder in the head. He screamed but continued to charge several steps before collapsing, lifeless. A headshot of such ferocity, he must possess high constitution. Originally 9. For had already fallen without even breaching 50 meters from the wall. The bearded man, eyes reddened with rage, roared, "Charge! Destroy their crossbows!" No sooner had he spoken than a javelin shot forth, piercing his chest and pinning him to the ground. Run! Luo Yu was preparing to launch another javelin. But the remaining few could no longer withstand the pressure and turned to flee. This group was far inferior to the elite attackers from before. This was unacceptable. Prompt. The indigenous tribe is in retreat. It is once again time for my favorite phase, capturing prisoners. Chapter 34. Captured prisoners. The silver-armored ladybug was the first to charge forth, swiftly bringing down a female spear wielder. Meanwhile, Luo Yu rode a massive bull, with Adai thundering out of the stone gate, only for the beast woman to leap onto the bull's back, intent on pursuing her master in the hunt. How is she so agile now? Where was this nimbleness when she was being chased? As expected, all the fleeing natives were captured, including the 2 with severed limbs. Totaling 7 prisoners. Luo Yu decisively redeemed the 2 mutilated captives for the tribe, paying 1,000 silver each. Just as he was about to confirm their release, an idea struck him. Could the ransom yield a critical hit? He silently murmured a wish and clicked confirm. 100-fold critical hit triggered. The leader of the Skasa tribe mistakenly took the legless and armless soldiers as his own sons, handing over all the silver in the tribe to you. You have received 80,000 silver. Luo Yu nearly burst into laughter. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? In a flash of light, the 2 disabled soldiers vanished. Notice, the leader of the Skasa tribe realized he had been deceived, increasing his hatred towards you. The higher the enmity level, the greater the chance of attacks, and the intensity of such assaults would also rise. Though he had amassed a considerable fortune, Luo Yu felt a twinge of unease. What if they came to attack every day? Now, a new dilemma arose. The Skasa tribe had run out of money, and the remaining 5 intact prisoners were unsellable until next month when the tribe and epochs silver replenished, or he would have to devise another way to deal with them. Just as Luo Yu prepared to forge handcuffs and shackles to send the captives mining, a world notification caught his attention. Blood Clan, Anonymous. The special event has concluded. Friends who have captured native prisoners, message me privately. The price is negotiable. Someone is buying captives. Dragon Clan, Anonymous. Is the Blood Clan thirsty for blood again? Disgusting race. Holy Light Clan, Anonymous. The Blood Clan are all devils. Everyone, do not trade with devils. Blood Clan, Anonymous. We've all been transported to this wretched place by the heavenly Tao. What devils are you talking about? If you're so holy, why not refrain from killing? Ghost Clan, Anonymous. A bunch of fools. The current phase has just begun. How many bases have sufficient ratings to warrant tribal attacks? Why not mention the Empire warriors attacking instead? A verbal war erupted worldwide, a common occurrence, especially between powerful races engaging in long-standing insults. Humans and orcs, however, were generally too intimidated to speak up. The divide between strong and weak was stark. Luo Yu clicked on the Blood Clan, opening the trading interface. This Blood Clan fellow. I have 5 natives, 3 males and 2 females. What do you offer? You're human? Humans have this capability? The Blood Clan individual appeared quite curious. To which Luo Yu replied, just lucky, I suppose. Blood Clan. Although humans are a weak race, I Shan and Apos, to deceive you. The ransom for natives is about 1,000 to 2,000. How about this? I and Apos, LL give you 2,000 per person. I'll take all 5. Luo Yu, 2,000? You must be joking. What is the point of trading for such a pittance? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Enraged, the Blood Clan member, Luo Yu, unfazed, promptly closed the chat window. Having just made a significant profit, a few thousand silver was inconsequential. Keeping the prisoners to mine was also an option. After ending the conversation, Luo Yu sent a message to the world. Earth humans, anonymous, this Blood Clan individual is not serious about trading. He is intentionally provoking conflict. Everyone, ignore him. Instantly, the verbal skirmish intensified. Unlike the previous brutish fellow from the Bull Clan, this Blood Clan member displayed a sense of pride, refraining from sending another trade request. After 5 minutes of stalemate, he finally could no longer contain himself and sent another trade window. Very well, I do not resort to bullying the weak. Let us forget about your earlier disrespect. Human boy, I offer 3,000 per person. Take it or leave it. Luo Yu calmly replied, 10,000. What? You dare to deceive me? Remaining calm, Luo Yu responded, my good sir, allow me to finish. I meant 10,000 for each male captive and 20,000 for each female. Blood Clan. Huh? Do you know that we Blood Clan require women to balance the blood energy within us? Luo Yu. Is that so? 30,000. Luo Yu boldly proclaimed. 30,000 for each female captive. Buy if you desire. Otherwise, I shall keep them for my own amusement. Rest assured, I shall not sell for a single copper less. You greedy bloodsucker, more avaricious than the gluttonous demons of hell. Do you wish to buy or not? Do not waste my time. Furious, the Blood Clan member closed the chat window, but he seemed to genuinely need the captives, for he soon sent another trade request. I shan't waste further words. Let us trade. With that, he presented 90,000 silver, clearly eager and in urgent need. It seemed he had indeed struck a lucrative deal, possibly from slaying a great black fish. Without further ado, Luo Yu listed the 5 captives for sale. Transaction successful. You have received 90,000 silver. You have traded prisoners as commodities, angering the Skasa tribe. Their hatred towards you has increased. In a flash, the 5 individuals vanished. Blood Clan, human insect. I shall remember you. Just try to survive. Do not let me pinpoint your base location. Luo Yu, fool, you best not let me find your base either. I shall make you rue the day. With both sides exchanging harsh words, communication was severed. In truth, it was mere banter, whether mercenaries or visitors. One required the other's consent to enter their base. Currently, the available technology made mutual assaults impossible. Luo Yu had amassed a staggering 170,000 silver. This raid had indeed proven immensely profitable. As the timber prices were exceptionally low, Luo Yu seized the opportunity to purchase over 60,000 wood, piling it high within the walls like a small mountain. Next came the iron ore. Currently, there was no iron ore at the base, and constructing an automatic arrow tower required 5,000 iron resources. A thorough search in the auction house yielded disappointing results. The quantities were scant and the prices exorbitant, rendering it unwise. Must he mine it himself? With only 3 days until the raid, would he have enough time to extract that much iron ore? Luo Yu began to waver in his resolve. At this moment, the group had largely resolved the special event and resumed their discussions. Fong Yuming, 3 supply packs, a longbow, a box of automatically recovered arrows, and a crossbow. Unfortunately, we 3 girls cannot draw the longbow. Chapter 35, The Transactions of Small Groups. Each seeking their needs in Yoda. Why do I only have 1 supply pack? They gave me a crystal stone. What am I supposed to do with this? Luo Yu, a crystal stone? Can you send me a screenshot? After Yoda shared the screenshot, it indeed showed a crystal stone, which was a prerequisite for unlocking mercenary technology. Luo Yu's interest was piqued, but before he could speak, Naker said, Sigh, a geological shift has unearthed a massive iron ore. Like a small mountain. I don't want iron ore, I need stone bricks. A large chunk of iron ore. Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. Elena, 3 huskies are quite adorable. Why do people say they are destructive? Alice, oh, are you all so fortunate? My supply pack yielded an automatic defense core. What uses that? Everyone? Fong Yuming, my goodness, an automatic core. You are incredibly lucky. Alice, Yuming, do you want to trade? Your longbow and automatic recovery arrows for my automatic core? That sounds good, but it feels like you are at a disadvantage, Sister Alice. Fang Yimeng felt somewhat embarrassed, yet Alice replied, the bow and arrows are our elven lifeline. I feel embarrassed too. Both parties sought their needs, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. Naker, how wonderful. I have so much iron, or I want to use. I want to trade it for stone bricks to build a beautiful wall. Luo Yu, how many units of iron, or do you have? Oh, by the way, Luo Yu adores mining. Naker shared a screenshot in the group chat, displaying a massive iron ore abruptly appearing on the grassland, seemingly containing at least 10,000 units. Luo Yu, 10,000 units of iron ore could fetch at least 100,000 silver in the market. You've hit the jackpot. Naker, but it needs to be sold to someone. Luo Yu, how about I trade you 5,000 iron ore for your cut stone blocks? Sure, I'll give you 50,000 stone bricks. Let us make the exchange. Everyone, 50,000. Luo Yu, do you really love mining that much? Luo Yu, labor is the noblest pursuit. I cherish hard work. The trade window appeared, and the two quickly completed the transaction. Naker, oh my goodness, black speckled stone bricks. Fantastic. Hee hee. With this, I have enough bricks to build a wall, and I won't fear attacks anymore. Thank you, Luo Yu. Everyone, black speckled stone bricks. Alice, Naker, you must treat Luo Yu well in the future. Black speckled stone bricks are not easy to cut. Naker, yes, I understand. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. While it may not be easy to cut, he possessed a divine knife that made the task remarkably swift. Luo Yu, enough of this, Naker. Hurry and move the iron or back. An attack could take it away. All right. Naker appeared quite pleased. Nyoda, I also want to trade. Luo Yu, old Nyo, your crystal stone is quite valuable. What do you wish to exchange for? Weapons. Nyoda replied decisively. Axes, shields, bows, and arrows. And I also need food. I've already gnawed through half the grass. If it were anything else, Luo Yu might have hesitated. But he happened to have just the weapons he needed due to the two attacks. Luo Yu promptly sent a trade request, offering an axe, wooden arrows, a shield, a spear, along with 500 units of meat and 500 units of vegetables. Luo Yu, is this sufficient? Nyoda, it's enough. And a spear too, wonderful. I used to throw spears, so now I'm not worried. As he spoke, he placed the crystal stone on the table. Trade successful. Looking at the crystal stone in his hand, Luo Yu smiled. This meant he could unlock mercenary technology. Luo Yu, Nyo. The value of these items is actually less than your crystal stone. How about I give you an additional 5,000 silver, and you can buy whatever you want? Nyoda, Luo Yu, you are truly a good person. I've made up my mind to befriend you. Luo Yu, no need for pleasantries. We are brothers. After gifting 5,000 silver to old Nyo, Luo Yu engaged in conversation with everyone while proceeding with his tasks. First, he collected water to harvest aquatic products and then milked the cows. Due to his beast taming level, he was now able to extract 35 units of milk at once. Moo. The Xuanqiu beast girl seemed eager for milk. Naturally, Luo Yu allowed her to drink her fill. Watching her gulp down the milk, he said, I'll give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Little Kong. Moo. Little Kong softly responded, her face beaming with joy, utterly adorable. This was the kind of pet a strong man should raise. As a highly intelligent creature, Little Kong, aside from her inability to speak, was capable of performing basic labor tasks. She could mine, plant, irrigate, hunt, and even fish, and unlike the fixed skill levels of insects, Little Kong's skills were capable of improvement. Although she currently had a skill level of 0, her proficiency would surely increase over time. However, she would not be able to perform advanced tasks such as medical care, cutting, or crafting. After finishing her milk, Little Kong eagerly ran to the vegetable patch, carrying a wooden bucket to water the plants. Observing her experience and life skills, Luo Yu noted that her planting experience was indeed on the rise. With a faint smile, Luo Yu opened the technology interface and selected to unlock mercenary technology. Mercenary technology unlocked. Silver 5,000, crystal stone 1. Upon clicking confirm, another notification appeared. You can register your personal information at the mercenary square. After paying a certain percentage of the deposit, you can accept tasks or be invited by others. Chapter 36. Little Kong is an animal, an animal, an animal. Luo Yu activated the Mercenary Plaza as a black iron level powerhouse. Would you like to register as a mercenary by paying a deposit of 5,000? Note, if the mission fails or is voluntarily abandoned, your deposit will be confiscated. Luo Yu did not rush to register, but browsed the Mercenary Plaza. First was the Mercenary Task Registration column, which already contained some mercenary information, though not much, less than 100 entries. Black Iron Mercenary, Steel Clan, male mission price, 10,000 per mission, current mission count, 0. Success rate, 0. Black Iron Mercenary, Winged Clan, male price, 15,000 per mission, current mission count, 0. Except for powerful races like the Dragon Clan and Angel Clan, which had reached higher mercenary levels, most were Black Iron level, with prices ranging from 10,000 to less than 20,000. Luo Yu then browsed another column, the task list. Human, anonymous. Female, posted a hiring mission, seeking a powerhouse to protect me through the end-of-month attack, offering 2,000 silver. Wolf Clan Noika. Female, posted a hiring mission. Any mercenaries of my clan? Come help me survive the end-of-month attack. Reward 2,000. If you want to do anything else, DM me. Rabbit Clan, anonymous, male. Compared to the number of mercenaries, the task list was densely packed with thousands of pages, but most prices were below 3,000. This was normal. Those with money didn't and oppos, teeny protection and could simply buy various defensive equipment, while those without money couldn't and oppos, to afford higher prices. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the mercenary profession, Luo Yu chose to pay the silver and become a glorious mercenary. His information was immediately posted. But Luo Yu chose to remain anonymous. Black Iron Mercenary. Anonymous. Human. Male currently not accepting tasks. A simple message. Luo Yu had no plans to take on missions for now, unless he first survived the end-of-month attack and then considered other options. Exiting the mercenary plaza, he turned his attention to Little Kong. Little Kong and Oppo's stats were quite strong. She quickly finished watering the vegetable garden and wanted to follow Luo Yu to the mine to dig, but she was assigned a different task, fishing. Although there were no double critical hits, Little Kong's special skills included treasure hunt. Luo Yu had carefully read the description of the treasure hunt skill. When engaged in activities such as digging, fishing, searching, and exploring, there was a chance to find treasure chests. Today, he would let her try fishing first. Time flowed by, and soon the sun began its descent. Adai, lying beside the vegetable garden, yawned boredly. Seeing the stone door open, he immediately ran over, knowing his master had arrived. Luo Yu patted Adai and Oppo's head. Today and Oppo's work had gone smoothly, which was good. He had mined a lot of stone and iron ore, but the burrowing worms had and Oppo's appeared in the past few days. Did they only respawn next month? Now that his mining skill had improved, he needed golden beetles and bulls to pull the mine carts to meet transportation needs. Wuju. Little Kong ran to Luo Yu with a treasure chest, chirping as if taking credit. This chest was different from the tin chests Luo Yu had fished up before, with patterns that made it look more advanced. Treasure chest found by the swanky beast girl, so she really found a chest. Luo Yu patted Little Kong and Oppo's head and eagerly opened the treasure chest. Strength enhancement scroll, used to increase strength by 3. Excellent. A light flashed on Luo Yu, and his strength became 55. Now, increasing strength by 1 point cost 2,000 silver. Little Kong and Oppo's chest was worth 6,000 silver, which was quite satisfying. In addition to the exclusive treasure chest Little Kong found, she also fished up an ordinary tin chest, which made Luo Yu slightly surprised when he opened it. Cobra egg fertilized. Oh, there's even such a thing? Luo Yu looked at Adai, who had run away. After a moment of surprise, he decided not to let Adai hatch the egg. The current temperature was around 20 degrees, so the egg could hatch on its own. Luo Yu placed the snake egg in an empty room in the villa and had dinner with Little Kong. They were currently eating barbecue-style food, as there was no stove or cooking station. After eating grilled meat and fish for so long, he was getting a bit tired of it. I'll get a cooking station after the attack, Luo Yu decided. The cooking station could create graded food, and eating high-grade food had a chance to grant buffs or even increase stats. Increasing stats was becoming difficult, and according to the Heavenly Tao explanation, once all stats reached 100, they could no longer be increased with silver, but only through other means. Cooking was one of those ways. The reason he could increase stats with silver now was because the Heavenly Tao provided a lifeline at the beginning. Otherwise, with so many creatures in the universe having poor stats, how many would survive the first wave of attacks? After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in the tub as usual, chatted with everyone for a while, and then entered the arena. There were even fewer rooms today than before, and even Shoya wasn't challenging him. Everyone was focusing on the upcoming attack. After casually fighting a few people and earning less than 1,000 silver, Liu left the arena and made a new discovery. In the not-so-large tub, a soft, snow-white body leaned against him. Wuju. Little Kong rubbed her head against Liu's chest, looking very affectionate. Luo Yu felt a bit overwhelmed, but reason told him that Little Kong was an animal. Even so, the sensation from the girl's body was so gentle. She's an animal. I can't do strange things to animals. Luo Yu thought, but his hands uncontrollably wrapped around little Kong's small waist. Wuju. Little Kong chirped softly, seeming to blush. Damn, why are you blushing? Don't act like a girl. Luo Yu couldn't take it anymore, but everyone had their talents, and his talent began to manifest. He had often heard his grandmother chant Buddhist scriptures as a child, and he could recite them backward. Avalokite Varabodhisattva, when practicing profound praj pyramid. Perceives that all 5 skandhas are empty, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Luo Yu began to meditate, while little Kong happily played in the water. After meditating, he suppressed the desire in his heart. Good, good. After all, we and amp, oppos, re not the same species, they're and amp, oppos, s reproductive isolation. What if Fang Yiming was taking a bath with me? Chapter 37. Shall we shave a bald head? With such thoughts in mind, Luo Yu contemplated a daydream, only to realize he had no idea what Fang Yiming looked like, prompting him to abandon the notion. Your affinity with the Xuanqiu beast maiden has granted you a buff, planting skill 2, lasting for 1 day. Ah, indeed. As a high-level companion animal, the beast maiden provides a chance to gain buffs through intimacy. I only agreed to share the bath with Shao Kong to enhance my own abilities. Yes, this is for survival. Luo Yu felt a wave of guilt dissipate. Chuckling to himself, come, Shao Kong, let me see if there are any lice in your tail. It needs to be cleaned thoroughly. After frolicking with the little fox maiden for a while, Luo Yu retired to his luxurious bed to sleep. Shao Kong followed him into the room, curling up in a corner on the soft animal bedding, drifting comfortably into slumber. That was originally where Adai slept. But yesterday Luo Yu had crafted a small wolf den for Adai by the vegetable patch, intending for it to guard the crops round the clock, thus leaving this spot vacant. Moments later, noticing that Shao Kong had fallen asleep, Luo Yu suddenly had a thought. Would the buff from the luxurious bed affect Shao Kong? With this in mind, he got out of bed and lifted Shao Kong onto the mattress to sleep together. Just sleep, nothing more. Upon waking in the morning, Luo Yu realized he had not gained any buffs himself. After all, a 60 chance does not trigger every day. However, when he turned to Shao Kong, he was momentarily taken aback. Her hair had grown remarkably long. Shao Kong has received a buff. Hair growth progress 300, lasting for 1 day. No wonder her hair had suddenly lengthened. What a peculiar buff. Luo Yu checked the hair growth progress and found it had indeed reached 100 overnight. Coincidentally, he possessed a beast taming buff that increased animal productivity. So he took out his heavenly crafting knife and trimmed the mass of brown hair. Wu Shao Kong stirred, feeling uncomfortable and waking up to see Luo Yu holding a knife, startled as she thought her master intended to butcher her for meat. Wu, her pitiful little eyes were truly heart-wrenching. Realizing Luo Yu was merely giving her a haircut, she affectionately nuzzled against him, giggling. Xuanqiu Beast Maiden S Hair 130. Originally, there were only 100 units, but with the rise in his taming level, he received an extra amount. Upon examining the attributes, he was astounded. The hair boasted remarkable defensive and resilience qualities. Any protective gear crafted from it would be at least of bronze quality, and it could effectively insulate against both heat and cold. Maximum comfortable temperature 10, minimum comfortable temperature -10. These attributes were extraordinary. A normal person might suffer from heat stroke at 40 C, but wearing undergarments made from this hair, one could withstand temperatures up to 50 C without issue. The same logic applied to cold. It was a veritable artifact for resisting heat stroke and hypothermia. Shao Kong, the weather is about to get hot. Shall we shave a bald head? Luo Yu wished for more hair, and whether a bald head was cute seemed trivial in the face of resources. Woo-woo. Shao Kong appeared to lightly peck her master, laughing as she dashed out of the villa. Did foxes also fear baldness? Luo Yu laughed heartily, his spirits buoyed. As before, after completing his daily tasks, Luo Yu began to study Shao Kong's hair. His upper body was adequately defended by a heart guard, but his lower half was clad in ordinary trousers. He aimed to harvest Shao Kong's hair while the buff lasted to craft a pair of trousers, preparing for the imminent assault. With his tailoring skill at LV0, creating trousers from this considerable amount of hair would be quite a challenge. To succeed in making clothing with such a low tailoring skill, he would require some assistance. He examined the construction page. Sewing table, iron or 500, wood 500, silver 100. Sewing table blueprint 1. The other materials were manageable, but acquiring the blueprint was more challenging. It could only be obtained from fishing chests or supply packs given through special events. Checking the auction house, he discovered 2 sewing table blueprints, both listed for an outrageous price of 100,000 silver. World Channel, Human Race, Anonymous offering 10,000 for a sewing table blueprint. Anyone willing to sell? After waiting a moment without any sellers, Luo Yu was about to give up when suddenly, someone sent a trade request. The individual bluntly stated, 50,000. You saw the auction house price is 100,000. Luo Yu replied, selling a blueprint for 100,000. Have you lost your mind? 10,000 is my offer. As the number of fishers increased after the attack, such blueprints would soon lose value. 20,000 is my lowest offer. Seeing such a response, Luo Yu smirked and insisted, 10,000 is all I can offer. The attack is imminent. Do you want silver or the blueprint? Think carefully. 15,000. That is my final offer. The person lowered their price again, and after a moment, Luo Yu responded, 11,000. Let us trade. He then placed 11,000 silver in the transaction box. Seeing Luo Yu's decisiveness, the other party hesitated for a moment before placing the blueprint in the trade. After confirming it was the correct blueprint, Luo Yu clicked to finalize the trade. Trade successful. You have obtained sewing table blueprint 1. Goodbye, and may you survive the attack. Luo Yu offered a polite farewell before closing the chat window. The blueprint was in hand. He descended to the first floor of the villa, lacking a designated workshop. He temporarily placed the sewing table in the living room. After a series of operations, a beautiful sewing table materialized before him. Sewing table consumes fuel. Can be upgraded, increases the efficiency and success rate of clothing production, with a chance to create quality items. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Such workstations could be upgraded. Upgrading did not require silver, but rather upgrade vouchers obtained through fishing. The higher the level of the workstation, the better the quality of the items produced. This was beyond doubt. As for fuel, it would naturally be wood. The internal workings remained a mystery, but it operated using wood nonetheless. In his delight, Luo Yu read the manual and promptly placed 10 pieces of wood inside, preparing to commence production. The crafting process was quite simple. One merely needed to place materials in the sewing table's materials box and follow the prompts that appeared, not requiring any formal sewing techniques. Human pants, raw materials 200, goodness. The pants required quite a bit of material. He would wait until tomorrow when Shao Kong's hair grew back. In the meantime, Luo Yu refrained from mining and instead focused on setting traps, while Shao Kong went fishing as she had the day before, hoping to catch something valuable. Chapter 38. The assault begins. At the easternmost edge of the territory, Luo Yu excavated a substantial pit at what might be the sole entrance. Its depths adorned with sharp bamboo spikes, ensuring that any unfortunate soul who fell within would likely meet a painful fate. Though the bamboo was somewhat dilapidated, it served its purpose well. Over the course of an entire day, Luo Yu dug several pits, aimed at both depleting the enemy and epochs, as combat efficacy and hindering their advance, thus granting additional time for the arrow tower and automated crossbows to unleash their volleys. By the time he completed the pits, evening had set in, and Xiaohu Niang had managed to reel in a tin box while fishing, astonishingly uncovering a portion of fried chicken, and notably, it was of black iron quality. After indulging in barbecued fare for so long, Luo Yu found the fried chicken to be an exquisite delight, a true testament to its black iron classification. Upon finishing the meal, he received a buff, a 10 increase in the success rate of recruiting captives, lasting 3 days. That night, the atmosphere in the chat group felt somewhat oppressive. In just 2 days, the assault would commence, with life and death hanging in the balance. On the following morning, after completing his daily tasks, Luo Yu trimmed Shao Kong and Appo's hair, precisely amassing 200 units. He proceeded to craft an item. While operating the sewing machine, he opted for a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier activated, the system notification flashed, and the sewing machine radiated with light, gradually dispensing a pair of trousers. Pants made from Shao Kong's hair, platinum quality, defense 50, resistance to cold and heat enhanced by 50, platinum quality pants. Luo Yu was elated, immediately shedding his work trousers to don the newly crafted ones. The initial sensation was one of unparalleled comfort, leaving his lower half feeling refreshingly unencumbered. With this, his lower body defense was now fortified, instilling him with a profound sense of security. Luo Yu was thoroughly pleased with his new trousers, and the day brimmed with enthusiasm. With the traps largely completed, his task for the day was to excavate a moat. Luo Yu intended to dig a moat along the walls, both to delay enemy advances and to prolong the effectiveness of the automated defensive weaponry, while also introducing stone turtles into the moat as ambush units to strike at intruders. This was a monumental undertaking, yet Luo Yu's strength and stamina had significantly improved, and with Shao Kong, who was adept at digging, they worked diligently together. After a day and a half of labor, they finally completed the moat, which measured 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide, with rudimentary drawbridges installed at each city gate. Standing atop the watchtower, Luo Yu surveyed their handiwork and felt a burgeoning sense of accomplishment. His base bore a resemblance to a fortified city. After a month in the heavenly pathworld, he had managed to construct such a substantial edifice. That night, after a refreshing bath, Luo Yu reclined on his large bed. chatting with the others, while Xiao Hunyang had succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted. Fong Yuming, is the assault set for tomorrow morning? Will it commence simultaneously? I'm so anxious I can hardly sleep. Elina, fear not. At most, it will be a few indigenous people attacking. It's nothing to worry about. Naker today, I finished reinforcing the last section of the wall. Let and oppos. Pray the enemy one and oppos. Scale it tomorrow. Alice, may the goddess bless us all. Nyoda, having consumed Luo Yu's provisions and wielding the axe he provided, I am now brimming with vigor. Luo Yu, everyone should retire early to recharge for tomorrow's battle. Fong Yuming, Luo Yu, aren't you anxious? Luo Yu, no worries. What is meant to be will be. When faced with adversity, one often discovers that challenges are not as daunting as they seem. Fong Yuming. After a brief silence, she responded, yes, we will survive. The three of us have decided. If we make it through, we shall unlock visitor technology to explore this fellow countryman of ours. Luo Yuo, are the three of you coming together? I worry I might not manage alone. Fong Yuming, why would you say manage? Wait, what are you implying? Luo Yu, I mentioned that I am a somewhat shy person. Not adept at dealing with girls. What did you think I meant? Fong Yuming, you, bully, big pervert, when we arrive. The three of us will give you a good thrashing, humph. Alice, Yumeng, Luo Yu is a good boy. Don't bully him in the future. Elina, Alice, didn't you notice that these two are speaking of something peculiar? Peculiar? What peculiar matters? Alice was confused, while Naker sent a series of smiley faces, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere in the group. Fong Yuming soon realized that Luo Yu was merely jesting to lighten the mood, and her anxiety began to wane. Fong Yuming, Luo Yu, you mustn't perish. Wait for us so we can properly teach you a lesson. Luo Yu laughed heartily. If you have the means, you should focus on reinforcing the walls first. In such a spirited ambience, everyone gradually drifted off to sleep. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the window, Luo Yu instinctively sat upright, immediately checking for notifications. Upon discovering the absence of assault alerts, he hurriedly rose to wash up and have breakfast. Within the base, the 4 stone gates were firmly shut, the drawbridges retracted, and all animals, including the digging worms, had been recalled within. The stone turtles lay concealed in a small lake, poised to deliver a lethal strike against any intruders. Luo Yu stood atop the watchtower, gazing into the distance, while Xiao Kong, armed with a slingshot and a short sword, anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, a notification appeared. An unknown force sweeps across the heavenly path world. Various indigenous beings have begun to assemble, preparing to launch an assault. They're here. Luo Yu's heart raced at the alert, yet he remained uncertain about the wave number of the assault targeting his region. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another notification flashed. Warning, various indigenous creatures in this area will immediately commence an attack. Please prepare yourself. The first wave. Their region was indeed the initial target of the assault. 10 seconds later, another alarm sounded. The nearby Skasa tribe and Oppos, as forces have begun their assault on your territory, employing what appears to be a clever strategy. Looking ahead, Luo Yu discerned a sizable group of indigenous individuals advancing from the eastern edge of the territory. Both men and women, all armed. Among them, 5 individuals rode formidable wild boars. Luo Yu quickly assessed the enemy's numbers, 40 individuals. The impending end-of-month assault featured a force of 40, complete with mounts, posing a significant challenge that sent a jolt through Luo Yu's heart. Upon checking the base's score, it stood at precisely 800 points. It was estimated that each 20 points would correspond to 1 attacking unit, with mounts classified as weapon units, not separate attacking units. Of course, the Heavenly Path World's description mentioned that each assault followed a unique algorithm, yet the general notion held, the higher the score, the greater the number of attackers. Observing intently, Luo Yu noted that the leader of this indigenous group was a middle-aged man. Chapter 39, Clever Tactics versus Catapults. The middle-aged man, riding a wild boar, appeared strikingly disheveled with unkempt facial hair and draped in a shimmering silver cloak. Could he be the chieftain of the tribe? As this thought crossed his mind, he cast his gaze towards the watchtower, where his eyes met those of Luo Yu. From the intensity in the man's eyes, Luo Yu discerned a murderous intent intertwined with disdain. He seemed utterly confident in his ability to conquer Luo Yu's territory. With a cold smirk, Luo Yu thought, what could 40 men possibly do? They would meet their end. Following the original plan, he commanded his men to advance. The chieftain bellowed, and the 40 warriors split into 4 small teams. 3 of these teams began to maneuver, intending to simultaneously assault the walls from 4 directions, thereby leaving Luo Yu unable to defend both front and rear. At the forefront was a burly man, fierce and formidable, who rode the wild boar and let out a ferocious roar, urging his team to charge. Kill! His squad of natives echoed his battle cry. brandishing their weapons as they surged towards the city walls. However, shortly after their charge, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed, sending the man and his board tumbling down. A chilling scream pierced the air as both were pierced by bamboo stakes, resembling a wasp's nest. "Be careful, there are traps," the chieftain shouted, prompting the previously reckless warriors to slow their pace and tread cautiously. "Come on, let us explore slowly and see how long you can hold out," Luo Yu sneered, grasping a spear in hand, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the regional chat exploded with activity. "Game over. I've encountered 4 natives attacking. I fear I cannot withstand this," wrote Okamoto Nichuan. "You're fortunate. I'm facing a rampaging herd of 20 wild bulls. It seems our base will soon be reduced to rubble," replied July. "The archers from the tribe are insufferable if they have the skill. Let them face me in a speed duel," complained Tai Tanglang. The regional chat was in chaos, and within their small group, confusion reigned. Oh dear, oh dear. A tribal assault with 7 enemies, including 2 archers. "I hope my automatic crossbow performs well," said Fong Yumming. "How many crossbows did you create?" Luo Yu inquired. 5 crossbows, but without walls, they're all set up on the rooftops," Fong Yumming responded. Luo Yu recalled Fong Yumming mentioning having 40,000 silver coins, realizing she must have spent them all on automatic crossbows. "Why do I have a frenzy of seagulls? They can fly. My walls are useless. What should I do?" Nako lamented. "Shoo, the hunt in the darkness has begun," Elena whispered. "Poor natives, please forgive my arrows. I merely send you to meet the great goddess," Alice remarked. "Your base rating is too high, resulting in a fierce attack. Mine has only a wooden hut. Therefore, only 2 crazed moose have come. Surely, we can win, right?" said Neo de Luo Yu observed the precarious situations of his comrades. Despite their light-hearted banter, the reality was perilous. His own circumstances were equally dire, as the enemy outnumbered them significantly. Across the prairie, the tribe advanced gradually from all 4 directions towards Luo Yu's base. 3 traps had been uncovered, but one had been triggered, resulting in the death of another native. Only 38 remained. The enemy had yet to enter his range, and from the watchtower, Luo Yu's expression was grim as he surveyed the entire prairie. Among the 10 warriors led by the chieftain were shield-bearers, archers, and melee fighters, a composition reminiscent of the elite troops from that princely faction. The remaining 3 teams moved forward like scattered infantry. Luo Yu noticed that within each 10-man squad, 1 individual bore a pickaxe. Engineers. They intended to tunnel through the walls. This revelation startled Luo Yu, but upon reflection, it made sense. Many natives possessed high mining levels. The mining level and strength attributes directly influence digging speed and efficiency. If a miner with a level above 10 approached, his walls could swiftly become compromised. Conversely, if the miners were less skilled, they would merely waste time. Determined, Luo Yu resolved not to let those 4 engineers near his walls. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate them from a distance. As the 4 native squads inched closer, a moment arrived when they entered the firing range of the automatic catapults. Whoosh! A stone was launched, striking the man at the forefront, who had been cautiously probing the ground and reducing him to a gruesome pulp. Only 37 enemies remained. The chieftain, observing this from afar, furrowed his brow at the impressive range of the catapults. However, he refrained from ordering a swift charge towards the walls, fully aware of the myriad traps obscured beneath the seemingly flat prairie. Whoosh! Another stone was launched, this time missing its target, allowing the cautious natives to breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, another stone fell, this time aimed at the western flank of the chieftain's group, consisting of 5 men. Effectively 2 small teams. "Look out!" someone shouted, as the shield-bearer gritted his teeth and prepared to brace for impact. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the stone shattered the shield, sending the bearer reeling, blood spewing forth, and he collapsed, unconscious. Another one down, only 36 left. The team, now devoid of their shield, scattered and continued to advance as individual combatants. A cold smile crept across Luo Yu's lips atop the watchtower. Clever tactics? Can they compare to the might of my catapults? Whoosh! Boom! Another thunderous crash resounded as the catapult targeted the north, where a female archer, realizing the stone was aimed at her, reacted swiftly, leaping into the water to evade the incoming projectile. However, she soon regretted that leap. Beneath the water lurked a large turtle, its long neck extending to seize her ankle, dragging her beneath the surface, from which she could not escape. No matter how fiercely she struggled, nearby male soldiers, hoping to rescue her, found themselves too late. "Forget her. Everyone, stay away from the small lake," the chieftain shouted, his gaze fixed on Luo Yu, filled with murderous intent. Once the stone-shelled turtle had submerged the female archer, it did not kill her but, as previously instructed by Luo Yu, carried her into the moat, subsequently depositing her carelessly at the base of the walls. Immediately, a silver beetle emerged, seizing the unconscious archer and dragging her within the walls. Inside, bulls, cows, wolves, and insects awaited her. Should she awaken, she would find herself in a most perilous situation. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity, suggesting that the animals had either rehearsed this countless times or were seasoned perpetrators of such chaos. Chapter 40 Chief. This idea is too reckless. We should retreat. Reflecting on the previous losses of 2 groups from his tribe at this base, the chief suspected a higher likelihood of habitual offenders. Shao Kong, go bind that woman. With a swift cry, Shao Kong hurried down from the lookout tower. A resounding boom echoed as a boulder from the catapult shattered the arm of a spear-wielding warrior, who writhed in agony on the ground. Only 34 left. The traps and catapults on the perimeter had already claimed 6 enemies. Chief, give the order to charge. We cannot withstand another barrage from the catapults. Absolutely not. The chief gritted his teeth. You may see the stones hurtling towards you, but you cannot see where the traps are buried. Falling into one of those would mean certain death. He dismissed the suggestion, and the group continued to tread cautiously. Observing this scene, Luo Yu couldn't help but smirk. There were no traps ahead. If they were too close to the base, would his own men be able to traverse the area? The bulls and cows were rather foolish. And if they fell in, it would be disastrous. Boom, boom. Stones soared through the air, crashing down around the group. Those fortunate enough merely found themselves splattered with mud, while others suffered severed limbs, and some were crushed to a pulp. As the indigenous warriors charged within 200 meters, only 28 remained. Chief, we have been deceived. There are no traps on this path. Fools. The chief roared in fury. Charge. Break down the stone gate and rend this scoundrel to pieces. Kill. The 4 squads roared in unison, sprinting towards Luo Yu's base, eager to finally gallop across the plains after enduring so much frustration. This is how a warrior fights. They swiftly advanced to within 150 meters. Just as their morale soared, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow towers and automatic crossbows fired simultaneously. The leading spear-wielding indigenous warrior from the north was struck down by a volley of arrows from the tower, dying instantly. To the east, 3 automatic crossbows unleashed their fury. Swish, swish, swish. 3 bolts shot forth, aiming for 3 soldiers. 1 male spear warrior evaded, but 2 archers were hit, blood pouring from their wounds. Arrows. It's the arrow towers and automatic crossbows. The chief's eyes widened in shock. He had assumed it was merely a lookout tower. But it turned out to be an arrow tower. Shields. Take cover. He barked, immediately hiding behind his shield, while he called for caution. The majority of the indigenous warriors visibly struggled to evade the onslaught of arrows and bolts. Swish, swish, swish. Another volley pinned a warrior to the ground. The arrow tower was merciless, firing at an incredible rate, making it nearly impossible to dodge. 25 left. 23. 22. Under the relentless assault of the arrow tower and crossbows, the losses among the indigenous warriors mounted. Their fighting spirit remained strong, and they continued to charge forward, soon closing in to within 100 meters. Luo Yu spotted an agile, sharp-featured indigenous warrior who had evaded 6 or 7 bolts. This individual attracted fire, thus reducing the threat to the others and accelerating their advance. With a cold snort, Luo Yu drew his bow. Thwack! The sound of the iron bowstring quivering resonated as the arrow shot forth. The man, still deftly dodging, suddenly heard the rush of wind and realized it was too late to evade. The powerful feathered arrow pierced through his chest, killing him instantly. The crossbows then targeted others, who lacked such agility, resulting in 2 more fatalities. 19 left. Logically, such heavy losses would prompt a retreat. But the deep-seated enmity between Luo Yu and the Skasa tribe compelled them to fight to the bitter end. At this moment, the eastern enemies had been completely eliminated. One of the crossbows mounted on the eastern wall was rendered useless, while the other 2, stationed at the corners, continued to fire at the approaching foes. The catapults continued to roar, primarily targeting the northern enemies, while the arrow tower suppressed those in the south. Luo Yu noticed a defensive blind spot in his base. The enemies from the west, unopposed, advanced rapidly. Into the west lay the chief and Oppo's squad, their true elite fighters. He seized a bundle of javelins and grabbed his bow. Rushing to the western wall, where 7 foes were now hiding behind a shield and closing in quickly. At this distance, only 50 meters remained. Can they really hope to survive by merely hiding behind a shield? Luo Yu scoffed, launching a javelin with tremendous force, the wind whistling as it flew towards the shield. Bang! With a deafening crash, the shield was pierced, and the shield-bearing warrior was impaled on the spot. The chief and his men stared in disbelief. The force behind that throw exceeded 40 points, and the javelin had pierced the shield with astonishing precision. Scatter! This man is a javelin master, the chief shouted. But Luo Yu continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 arrows shot forth, Luo Yu was a master of archery. In these 3 arrows felled 3 soldiers, 2 of whom were archers. The original squad of 7 was reduced to just 3 in the blink of an eye. Archery is this powerful. Chief, this is too formidable. We cannot overcome them. We must retreat. Indeed, the heavy losses finally sowed seeds of doubt in their ranks. No. The chief bellowed. This man bears a deep-seated grudge against our tribe. He must be slain. Wasp, unleash the insects. The woman known as Wasp produced 2 clay pots from her chest, and, upon opening them, a swarm of wasps erupted forth, charging directly at Luo Yu. I wonder why she had such a generous bosom. It seems she concealed a deadly weapon. Luo Yu scoffed, drawing his blade to unleash a whirlwind technique to slay the wasps. However, an astonishing turn of events occurred. As the wasps approached within 3 meters of Luo Yu, they abruptly veered away. The bane of insects. This passive effect is in play. The bugs dare not approach Luo Yu. Chief, this man is strange. The woman known as Wasp exclaimed in horror. But in the next moment, a javelin flew towards her, striking her chest with a resounding thud. Since it was delivered with the shaft, it did not penetrate, but she spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. Chapter 41. Annihilation. Rewards distributed. A bountiful haul. However, in that fleeting moment, the chieftain and a brawny, sword-wielding warrior were merely 30 meters from the ramparts. Breached the stone gate. The chieftain bellowed. His boar mount, with a deafening squeal, charged headlong towards the gate, seemingly intent on shattering it with brute force. Thud. With a resounding thud, the boar collided violently with the stone gate, its tusk snapping off, its brain matter splattering in a gruesome display of demise. The gate, however, remained largely unscathed, bearing only a superficial crack. A bull couldn't and oppose breach that gate, let alone a boar. The warrior beside him cautioned urgently, Chieftain, that and oppose a black-veined stone gate. It and oppose impenetrable. We must retreat. The chieftain, witnessing the demise of his mount, was incensed. Crossbows, arrow towers, black-veined stone walls, aquatic turtles, airborne insects, a formidable lord, and unparalleled skill with javelins and bows. Was this the base of an upstart who had only been developing for a month? His mind reeled, teetering on the brink of numbness. Chieftain, let's go. The warrior, seizing his arm, attempted to drag him away. However, the chieftain, snapping back to reality, gritted his teeth and commanded, hold the line. I want him dead within 20 seconds. The warrior hesitated, but the chieftain's decree was absolute. As a loyal guard, he would advance to within 20 meters, even if it meant his own demise. Charge, he roared, sprinting forward, only to be met by a volley of arrows. Thwack! An arrow pierced his thigh, yet he pressed on, gaining another 5 meters. Thwack! Thwack! This time, with no mercy, 2 arrows struck the same calf, severing the limb entirely. Crash! The warrior collapsed, turning his gaze towards the chieftain, lamenting, Chieftain, 20 meters. Excellent. You are a true warrior. The chieftain roared. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Whoosh. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a dart. Its velocity astonishing as it hurtled towards the throat of his target. Truly, the chieftain possessed unique abilities. In that instant, the target maximized his agility, unleashing a whirlwind of blade strikes, deflecting the dart to the ground with a resounding clang. Unexpectedly, another dart followed in its wake, this one aimed at the groin. A chain of darts. The chieftain was indeed formidable. Reacting instinctively, the target dodged, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to the thigh. Ha ha ha. The chieftain guffawed. You and amp, oppose, redoomed boy. My darts are laced with viper venom. Even a scratch means death. You and amp, oppose, refinished. His face contorted in a mask of vengeful glee. A scratch, you say? Who told you I was scratched? The target gestured towards his trousers, sneering, my apologies, but these trousers are platinum grade. You couldn't and oppose. T even grazed them. P platinum grade? You have platinum grade trousers? The chieftain stared, aghast, at the target and oppose thigh. Upon confirming the absence of any injury, he coughed up blood in a fit of fury. Impossible. Why? He exclaimed in disbelief, but a sudden pain in his throat silenced him as a feathered arrow pierced his windpipe. Nothing is impossible. Amidst the target's derisive laughter, the chieftain collapsed, his brutal life extinguished. The chieftain is dead. His demise triggered a mass rout among the natives. Congratulations on repelling the native tribe's attack. Month-end rewards distributed. 8,000 silver, 800 iron ore, 800 lumber, 800 meat, 800 vegetables, bronze treasure chest 1. You have slain the tribe's chieftain, receiving an additional reward. Bronze equipment treasure chest 1. The Skasa tribe will elect a new chieftain in 3 days. Your animosity with the tribe has increased. As the notifications flooded in, the target successfully defended against the month-end assault, reaping a substantial bounty. These were resources granted by Providence, but truth be told, Aside from the bronze treasure chests, they held little value. However, this was merely the first month's assault. Now was not the time for such considerations. Leaping from the ramparts, the target flung open the stone gate and bellowed, "Charge! Hunt them down!" The bull and the simpleton charged forth with zeal, but the most efficient at capturing prisoners was the nimble one. Her slingshot, though limited to a range of 20 meters, packed a formidable punch, capable of incapacitating targets with a single stone. Combined with her exceptional agility, she was virtually unstoppable. Of the 8 natives attempting to flee, 1 met an unfortunate end in a trap, while the remaining 7 were captured alive. The first assault had concluded in less than an hour, swift and decisive. A glance at the group chat revealed silence, indicating that others were still grappling with their own assaults. The regional channel echoed with similar struggles, with only a few uttering what seemed like final words. Some had succumbed to the onslaught. The target offered a silent prayer for the departed, then set about salvaging the spoils of war. First, the prisoners. Those with severed limbs were sold off for ransom, netting 7,500 silver. The 9 uninjured were bound and treated with herbs to prevent premature demise. With a stock of 50 herbs, they had enough to suffice. The corpses were dragged by the simpleton into the cremation pit, where roaring flames served as both a torch of victory and a final resting place for the vanquished. The world of Providence was indeed a brutal one. The nimble one gathered the weapons, clothing, and resources, amassing a sizable pile within the ramparts. The haul was staggering. 14 steel spears, 5 steel short swords, wooden bows, 8 short bows, 500 arrows, 30 animal hide garments, 6,000 silver, 62 herbs, 3,100 dried meat cakes, 120 emeralds, and 200 gold. Overwhelmed by the abundance of loot, the target decided to store everything in the underground chamber to prevent deterioration under the sun. Chapter 42. The treatment of captives. Having completed the necessary tasks, Luo Yu glanced at the clock. It had been 2 hours since the onset of the initial assault. The group remained eerily silent, each member undoubtedly engrossed in their thoughts. The stillness was a blessing, as Luo Yu feared that a sudden utterance of a farewell would evoke profound sorrow. Approaching the 9 captives, all of whom had received medical attention and were not in immediate danger of death, he lamented the absence of a designated holding facility. Without such accommodations, their stay at the base could not exceed 3 days. According to the Heavenly Pathworld Manual, the lack of a prison would inevitably lead to the captives' rebellion after this period, essentially resulting in an escape attempt. In a state of rebellion, all restraints would vanish, compelling them to assault structures and animals, thereby inflicting damage upon the base. A prison would mitigate the likelihood of such an uprising. Luo Yu had devised a strategy for handling the captives. First, he would assess their attributes. Those with exceptional skills or remarkable personal traits would be prioritized. Young, attractive women, particularly those without disabilities and in good mental health, could be considered for recruitment. Upon successful recruitment, these individuals would become members of the base. However, as they were indigenous rather than trial participants, their privileges within the base would be limited. The Heavenly Path system would remain inaccessible to them, and various animals would not heed their commands. In essence, they would serve as laborers or soldiers, not as overseers of the base. The true authority would still lie with the trial participants, akin to the trio associated with Feng Yuming, who possessed control over the base, albeit under the guidance of one individual. The rationale for preferring females was rooted in the fact that personal capabilities within the Heavenly Path realm had become quantifiable, rendering the physical differences between genders less pronounced. With proper development, women could surpass men in various competencies. Thus, female members could similarly fulfill labor roles, and their youthful appearance would be an added benefit. Most importantly, non-overseer members would contribute to the base's score, significantly enhancing it and subsequently increasing the intensity of assaults at the month's end. Conversely, individuals with inferior attributes would yield greater risks than rewards. Additionally, animals could serve as laborers without affecting the score, making that option evidently more advantageous. Surveying the 9 captives, 6 men and 3 women, Luo Yu evaluated their attributes. Generally, tribal individuals displayed higher skills in agriculture, hunting, and mining, while skills in sewing and crafting were less developed. Indeed, none of the 9 possessed attributes that truly satisfied him. Save for a 23-year-old woman, the one with a canister lodged against her bosom, who exhibited decent looks and a 1-star ability to control insects, making her suitable for auction at a higher price. However, she still fell short of Luo Yu and Oppos' recruitment standards. It was indeed possible to auction off captives, and following the impending assaults, many would likely be put up for sale. Upon inspecting the auction house, Luo Yu discovered that several captives had already been listed, suggesting that some inherently strong tribes had survived the attack and were now profiting from their captives. This provided a useful reference point for pricing. as the market would dictate the value. After careful consideration, he set prices for the 9 captives based on their attributes, with the most expensive being the attractive young woman, valued at 20,000 silver coins, while a robust young man was priced at 15,000 silver coins, and the remainder hovered around 10,000 silver coins. This represented the current market value. The listings merely showcased their attributes. The captives themselves remained in situ, estimating that they would not sell quickly. Luo Yu contemplated constructing a prison. He opened the building interface and allocated 5,000 silver coins to unlock the prison construction system. Upon examination, he discovered that the prison had various classifications: basic, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant. The higher the level, the lower the chances of a captive uprising and the greater the likelihood of successful recruitment. A basic prison required only 2,000 materials, reducing the escape probability by 30 and enhancing recruitment success by 10. The intermediate level offered a 50 reduction and a 20 increase. Luo Yu aimed to construct an advanced prison, which would diminish the escape risk by 70 and elevate recruitment success by 30. Advanced prison. Building materials 200,000, silver 20,000, iron or 10,000. The costs were exorbitant. He decided to first build a basic prison and upgrade it once he accumulated sufficient materials. Confirming his decision, a small prison materialized in the southwestern corner of the base. Luo Yu promptly placed the captives inside, unbinding their ropes but ensuring that handcuffs and leg shackles materialized conveniently. The basic prison lacked individual cells. All captives were confined in a single large room, with only a partitioned toilet for privacy. Upon reflection, Luo Yu's conscience pricked him, and he utilized some stone materials to construct 9 individual stone beds, placing dried meat patties beside each to complete the setup. With the prison door secured with a resounding clang, he departed, unwilling to witness their plight any longer. Upon checking the chat group, he noted that it remained silent. However, the regional chat channel had become lively. I survived, but I and Oppos, V lost a leg. Those wretched tribes, the scoundrels. Brother, unlocked the disability healing technology. There is still hope. No need. I am of the centipede tribe. My leg will regrow. Get lost. Is old Nyo still alive? He's gone. I saw earlier that his cabin was demolished by 2 bears. He must be dead by now. Alas. Rest in peace. Though the regional chat had become animated, it was evident that many had perished. Luo Yu could no longer suppress his anxiety and messaged the group chat. I am safe here, everyone. Are you all alright? Fang Yumeng replied, Luo Yu. You're alright. That is wonderful. I was afraid to speak and disturb you. Naker responded, oh. I too was hesitant to speak. I can finally breathe easy. Elena remarked, the darkness has consumed those foolish natives. Alice added, may the goddess bless. It's splendid that everyone is safe. Relieved, Luo Yu exhaled softly upon realizing that his companions were unharmed, their silence mirroring his own apprehension of disrupting one another. Fang Yumeng chirped, he, is anyone injured? I have herbs. Not at all. They collectively exclaimed. Yet, Luo Yu sensed something amiss. Old Nyo? Where's Old Nyo? At this utterance, the chat group fell into a profound silence. No one dared to speak, an ominous premonition surging within their hearts. Chapter 43, a 100-fold critical strike opens the treasure chest after a long wait, Nyoda exclaimed. The meat of the deer smells delightful. I haven't had meat in a month. It would be even better with some wine. Luo Yu, come, let's trade. I'll share some with you. The crowd responded. You could have spoken sooner. You nearly scared us to death. Nyoda retorted, I was just caught up in the moment of feasting on meat. A bit too excited. Despite the scolding, everyone felt a sense of relief. The first wave of attacks had resulted in no losses. What a relief. Fang Yumeng interjected. By the way, I captured 2 prisoners. What should I do with them? Luo Yu, are you also dealing with tribe raids? How do you handle captives? Luo Yu replied. Your 5 automatic crossbows didn't manage to kill them all. These 2 are quite lucky. As for prisoners, don't feel guilty, just sell them. Fang Yumeng sighed. Unfortunately, they are both male captives. If they were female, I could have considered recruitment. I have a sister who used to work in HR. By the way, have you all opened the treasure chests we received as rewards? I got 2 identical blueprints. Blueprints? The group was intrigued. Fang Yumeng shared a screenshot, and upon inspecting it, Luo Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Design blueprint for Fog of War expansion box. Nakuer asked, what is this? You received 2 at once. Fang Yumeng explained. It seems to be used for releasing the Fog of War, concealing buildings within walls. However, the construction materials are exceedingly expensive, 500 gold just for the gold alone. 500 gold? You might as well burn the blueprint, Elena chimed in. Nakua encouraged, quickly listed on the auction house. You might find a fool willing to buy it. Nyoda added, Even if you list it, I doubt anyone would dare to purchase it at that price. However, Luo Yu and epochs, SI sparkled with a thought. If some of his internal structures were concealed in the fog, the enemy would be oblivious to the number of arrow towers and catapults, potentially causing significant casualties. How about this? I can help you out with one. I happen to have 3 female captives. Would you like to exchange? Fong Yuming gasped. Really? Luo Yu, you are such a good person. Good person? Luo Yu teased. Are you giving me a good person card? Not. Well, maybe. Oh, come on. What's wrong with that? Let's trade. A trading interface appeared. Luo Yu first removed the 3 female captives from the auction house, not bothered by the small loss of deposit. He placed the 3 captives into the trading box. Well, all 3 are quite young, and their attributes are decent, Fong Yuming remarked. It seems I've taken advantage of you again. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. Capturing prisoners was trivial, but acquiring such rare blueprints from treasure chests was undeniably advantageous. One had to admit, Fong Yuming's hidden skill must be luck. Well, it seems I've been at a disadvantage here. I must reclaim my losses in the future, Luo Yu mused. Oh, all right. Next time I have something. But before he could finish, Fong Yuming blurted out, Luo Yu, you and epochs, being suggestive. My sisters are laughing at me. My face is so red. You're insufferable. Saying this, she displayed the design blueprint. I meant to say in terms of resources. What do you think I was implying? Luo Yu replied. You know what you meant. Humph. Trade completed. Design blueprint for Fog of War expansion box. Iron or tin, 000, silver 10, 000, gold 500, emerald 500. The attributes are excellent, but the price is outrageous. Fong Yuming exclaimed. Oh dear, it says I need to build a prison, and I have just enough resources. I need to focus on that for now. Everyone else busied themselves, and Luo Yu opened the mercenary square, listing himself. Black iron level mercenary, human, male task price, 15,000 permission, current task count, 0. Success rate, 0. The mercenary square buzzed with activity. Luo Yu noticed many were already engaged in missions, but with the first wave of attacks concluding soon, the likelihood of receiving a request was slim. He decided to wait, hoping someone would hire him. Seizing the moment, he resolved to open some treasure chests. He had 1 random bronze-level treasure chest and 1 bronze-level equipment chest. After a deep breath, he opened the random chest. 100-fold critical strike activated. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained Great King Octopus Egg Platinum level. Luo Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had received an octopus egg and a platinum one at that. He envisioned raising the Great King Octopus in the lake, using it to fend off enemies from the north. He placed the egg in his bedroom, intending to attempt a critical hatch later. After another moment of concentration, the prompt activated again. 100-fold critical strike activated. You have opened the equipment chest and obtained portable storage bracelet, diamond level. What? Luo Yu was dumbfounded. He had received a storage bracelet. Did such things truly exist in the Heaven's Path world? He examined the unassuming silver bracelet on his wrist and quickly checked its details. Portable storage bracelet. Internal space 1000 m. Cannot store living creatures. Cannot store items belonging to the owner. 1000 cubic meters means dimensions of 10 by 10 by 10 meters. A decent area, though with limitations. He immediately stored his crafting knife, bow, and spear inside, effortlessly retrieving them at will. This was extraordinary. Luo Yu felt immense joy. This was incredibly powerful. He checked the base's rating, which remained unchanged. Thankfully, equipment did not affect the score yet. Just as he reveled in his fortune, another prompt appeared. First wave of attacks concluded. 4 hours. Survival rate of all assaulted testers in the Heaven and epochs Path world, 59. 772. Second wave of attacks commencing. The data was straightforward. Yet the reality was harsh. Nearly half of the sentient beings had not withstood the assault and perished. This did not account for the injured or disabled. The Heaven's Path world did not provide a report on the injury rate, but it was easy to surmise the numbers would be staggering. Nevertheless, within the vast expanse of the Heaven's Path world, with countless beings across myriad realms, even if half were lost, the remaining population was still unfathomable. Luo Yu sighed inwardly, praying for his sister and epochs' safety. Speaking of which, the second wave of attacks had already begun. Why had no one hired him yet? Was it because he was a human? Chapter 44. Mercenary Luo Yu. With no one to hire him at present, he decided to indulge in a meal. Among the spoils he had acquired, there was a dish titled Princess of the Skasa tribe and epochs' love cuisine for her fiancé. Unfortunately, the princess and epochs' fiancé had been reduced to a sieve by arrows from a tower, allowing Luo Yu to sample the flavor of this culinary creation. He picked up a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. Indeed, the taste was absolutely exquisite. This was the most delectable chicken leg Luo Yu had ever savored, nay, the most delicious food he had ever encountered. As he relished his meal, he mumbled, "This princess must possess cooking skills exceeding level 10. Next time, I shall launch an attack and capture her." While Luo Yu was preoccupied with thoughts of the princess, a system notification chimed in. You have consumed the love bento, gaining the buff, charm immunity, 1 day. The princess's love cuisine has a certain chance to render one's beloved immune to charms from the opposite sex. A pity, indeed, that this dish could not make his beloved impervious to blades and arrows. Having finished the delightful love bento, Luo Yu felt elated. He began to stow away some commonly used items into his personal space, such as pickaxes and ropes. Just as he completed his tidying, another notification appeared. You have been hired by the Dwarven clan, teleporting now. Please prepare yourself. If you do not wish to accept the employment task, you may cancel midway. But a deposit of 5,000 will be forfeited. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was remarkable that someone had indeed hired him for a price of 15,000. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and Luo Yu felt a dizzying sensation as he materialized in an unfamiliar locale. He found himself inside a stone dwelling. The door ajar, where 2 male dwarven corpses lay on the ground, while another dwarf reclined on a bed, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Luo Yu, the dwarf's eyes widened with desperation. "Save me. I will pay you. Just save me." Snapping back to reality, Luo Yu's gaze sharpened. For 5 seconds, he was in an invincible state, though he could not attack. This provided mercenaries with a moment to react. In the room, apart from this dwarf, there were 2 natives. Distinct from the Skasa tribesmen who had assaulted his territory, their eyes glowed red, and a status bar hovered above their heads, under control. Once the 5 seconds elapsed, Luo Yu deftly sidestepped a spear thrust, retaliating with a swift strike from his heavenly craftsman blade, cleaving the shoulder of one native. Another swift blow dispatched the second native in half. "Help me," the male dwarf pleaded, and as Luo Yu approached, he noticed the poor creature's legs were riddled with bloody wounds, the major arteries severed, and the blood flowed uncontrollably. He was beyond saving. Glancing at the natives still scaling the surrounding walls, Luo Yu furrowed his brow. What is happening? Why are there so many natives attacking? We made a mistake. The dwarf coughed, blood spilling forth. In our hubris, we included ourselves in the base rating for the regional channel, not anticipating that our previously crafted golden grade armor would attract so many enemies. "Help me," the dwarf continued to cry out. But Luo Yu's brow remained knitted. This unforeseen predicament had not crossed his mind. "Show me the alert you received during the attack. I need to analyze it." The dwarf, seeing Luo Yu as his last hope, reluctantly sent a screenshot of the alert. 2 pieces of golden grade armor have attracted the attention of the night butterfly siren. She will lead her minions to seize it. It was revealed that the assault had been triggered by a particular item, and while such attacks could escalate in intensity, this was an overwhelming number of foes. Luo Yu and Apos' mind raced, concluding that while the 3 dwarves had subpar attributes, their high forging levels and craftsmanship skills had inflated their personal ratings, leading to such a formidable attack. The number of native slave soldiers outside exceeded 20 or 30, and lacking defensive structures like arrow towers, it was no wonder they were overwhelmed. Help me." The dwarf extended his hand towards Luo Yu. But the next moment, his pupils dilated in horror as he breathed his last. "Alert! All trial participants in this territory have perished. All items within the territory will revert to neutral status, and you may choose to exit the task and return to your base or continue to linger in this unfamiliar territory to fend off the assault. Maximum time allowed in neutral base, 6 hours. Such a thing exists." Realizing the situation, Luo Yu opted to remain, his gaze falling upon the 3 dwarven corpses. As foretold by the heavenly decree, upon the trial participants' demise, their bodies began to dissipate, leaving behind the base core and other precious belongings. Luo Yu seized the base core jewel, a valuable item that could enhance the area, fertility, and water abundance of his base. While the increase might be minimal, every little bit contributed to a cumulative effect. He promptly stored the base core in his personal space, then retrieved 2 pieces of golden armor left by the corpses. "Armor. The armor belongs to the master. Give me the armor." A controlled native soldier lunged at Luo Yu, only to have his head cleaved off in one swift motion. Luo Yu scanned the stone dwelling, discovering several pieces of gold, jade, and 3 scrolls left by the deceased dwarfs, along with other resources. Without hesitation, he gathered everything. "You have obtained 3 forging skill scrolls, 20 gold, 60 jade, 1 copper mirror." After thoroughly looting the stone house, Luo Yu burst outside, only to find that all the natives had scaled the walls, with about a dozen rushing toward him. Perched atop the wall was a striking young woman, seemingly 18 or 19, clad in black, with a pair of ebony wings extending from her back, coldly observing him. Was this the night butterfly? Luo Yu's gaze swept the area, noting 2 more stone houses, a garden sprouting small banana trees, and nearby, a quivering antelope. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into another stone house. This appeared to be a forge, with various tools haphazardly strewn about. Luo Yu immediately began collecting a pile of resources from the table. You have obtained 200 iron ingots, 100 silver ingots, 2 weapon templates. You have acquired 1 steel forging table. Golden armor. Give us the golden armor. As Luo Yu continued his looting, the native slave soldiers had blocked the entrance. 2 native soldiers charged in first, but were swiftly dispatched by Luo Yu's blade, each falling to his lethal strikes. Chapter 45. Love Bento shapes the iron-willed man in the next moment. He wielded the exquisite stone-cutting knife with great precision, carving a gaping hole into the stony wall. This remarkable tool was specifically designed for stone, and ordinary stone structures were no match for Luo Yu. He burst forth from the forge and dashed into another stone building, a warehouse. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Luo Yu's eyes as he beheld a substantial pile of iron ore, alongside fishing rods and wooden barrels, everyday necessities. Fishing rods were indeed valuable. Each person was initially allotted one, which was nearly impossible to acquire otherwise. Having an additional rod would yield numerous benefits. You have obtained fishing rod 1. You have acquired iron ore 5,000. Notice, your storage bracelet utilization rate, 70. Please organize promptly to avoid overflow. Fortunately, he had previously struck a critical blow to obtain the storage bracelet. Otherwise, he would be unable to carry away such a bounty of resources. After plundering the warehouse, Luo Yu attempted to make his escape, only to discover that the entire stone building had been encircled. A beguiling female voice resounded from outside. Mercenary, in combat status. You cannot return to your base. Surrender the golden armor to me, or I shall end your life. Night Butterfly's voice was quite melodious, yet Luo Yu remained unperturbed. Indeed, he could only flee after a 5-second truce period, but these indigenous folk stood no chance of hindering him. Moreover, he still possessed opportunities for critical strikes, leaving him with little to fear. With a cold smirk, he retorted, I'm afraid I never relinquish what I have acquired. If you desire the armor, prove your worth. As he spoke, a spear materialized in his hand, and he hurled it with ferocity. One of the advancing slave soldiers was instantly pierced through the chest, and the spear continued its journey, pinning another soldier blocking the doorway to the spot. Luo Yu seized the moment and burst out of the stone building. However, the slave soldiers were not to be underestimated, for archers simultaneously released their arrows, targeting Luo Yu. With agile movements, he evaded all 4 projectiles, while the brilliance of his storage bracelet flashed on his wrist, revealing an iron bow in his grasp. Thwack, 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 thwack. With mastery over archery, he unleashed 4 arrows in rapid succession, eliminating all 4 archers. This is the storage bracelet. Excellent. You pique my interest further. Night Butterfly licked her lips. And Luo Yu responded with a cold chuckle, I find you equally intriguing. Just pray you do not fall into my hands, for I shall make your life a living hell. Very well. Night Butterfly retorted with a chilling laugh. Let us see who captures whom. Onward, kill him. Dozens of melee slave soldiers charged at Luo Yu simultaneously, prompting him to unleash the Gale Blade technique. In a flurry of strikes, the first 4 soldiers were swiftly dispatched, though Luo Yu felt a spear graze his thigh. Witnessing this, Night Butterfly scoffed. A mere human cannot endure for long. She believed Luo Yu was wounded. But after he felled 2 more soldiers, she realized he remained unscathed. How could his lower half be so resilient? No, his trousers. They must be of golden quality. As she was still in shock, Luo Yu had already pierced through the encirclement, racing towards the vegetable patch. With a mighty yank, he uprooted a banana tree and stowed it away in his bracelet. You have obtained small banana tree 1. Banana trees were splendid. Although he was not particularly fond of bananas, Little Kong would surely appreciate it. He would take it back to plant. Those are my favorite bananas. Leave the tree. Night Butterfly was enraged upon witnessing this, flapping her wings as a wave of pink energy surged towards Luo Yu. Though she possessed little combat prowess, the powder on her wings had a controlling effect, akin to a chemical attack. As the pink energy enveloped Luo Yu, he momentarily halted. Alert! You have been subjected to a charm attack. You are currently in an immune state. Goodness, the love bento worked wonders. Luo Yu feigned a stagger, then shook his head and drew his bow to fire again, eliminating 3 more natives. Thus, only 4 natives remained. Let us see how long you can endure. Night Butterfly, incensed, flapped her wings rapidly, encasing Luo Yu in pink energy, which made him appear swayed and on the verge of collapse. A perfect opportunity. Quickly, capture him. I want this slave. The 4 soldiers cast aside their iron spears and lunged at Luo Yu with bare hands. Yet, in the next instant, Luo Yu regained clarity and unleashed the Gale Blade technique once more. Having discarded their weapons, the 4 soldiers were swiftly slain. Ah! Night Butterfly shrieked, as she saw Luo Yu charging towards her, prompting her to hastily take flight. She can fly? Luo Yu was astonished, but before he could fully process it, he suddenly collapsed onto his back, motionless, while murmuring, Night Butterfly, come here, Night Butterfly. Phew! Night Butterfly, suspended in midair, exhaled in relief and smugly remarked, no man can withstand my butterfly powder. Alas, you never escaped combat. As Night Butterfly slowly descended, her gaze fixated on the storage bracelet in Luo Yu's hand, her eyes gleaming with avarice. She intended to seize a short blade to sever Luo Yu's hand. But just as she bent down, the prostrate Luo Yu abruptly surged up, pinning Night Butterfly to the ground. In a panic, Night Butterfly struggled fiercely, flapping her wings. However, pinned down, she was unable to take flight, and the charm powder seemed to have lost its effect. Useless. Your tricks are ineffective against me. Slap. Slap. Luo Yu landed 2 resounding blows across Night Butterfly's face, leaving her stunned and motionless, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her pathetic expression was truly heart-wrenching. Alert! You have been subjected to a charm attack. You are currently immune. Regrettably, under the influence of the love bento, Luo Yu had transformed into an iron-willed man. Her tears and pitiful demeanor held no sway over him. Gazing at the imprints of his slaps on her face, Luo Yu scoffed and retrieved some rope to bind her. To prevent her from escaping, he secured her wings as well. At this point, Night Butterfly dropped the pretense and gritted her teeth. You unromantic man. What kind of binding is this? It hurts. What kind of binding? The binding of Yenzhou, of course. He swiftly used a piece of burlap to gag her mouth and hoisted her over his shoulder, striding towards the horned horse. The creature gazed at Luo Yu in fear. Yet he spoke soothingly, come with me from now on. The horned horse had once been domesticated. Although it had reverted to a wild state, it still instinctively recoiled, yearning for its former master. Dare to refuse me? Luo Yu delivered a powerful punch, knocking the horned horse unconscious. After retrieving the scattered spears, short swords, and wooden bows, and ensuring nothing was left behind, Luo Yu, hauling a horse leg, decided to return. A dizzying sensation swept over him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself back in his territory. Tossing Yi Dai onto the ground, Luo Yu inhaled the familiar air deeply, his eyes filled with elation. This trip had been exceptionally rewarding. Quest completed. You have received 15,000 silver. Although the 3 dwarves had perished, Luo Yu had captured Yi Dai, thus completing the quest. As a black iron level mercenary, he couldn't accept further quests that day, so he decided to consolidate his gains. First and foremost was Yi Dai. He observed that the woman, now sprawled on the ground and regarding him with terror, was classified as an animal rather than a recruitable unit, much like Shao Kahn. Despite this, her intellect and form were of the highest caliber, virtually indistinguishable from a trial taker. Approaching the woman, Luo Yu stated calmly, submit to my dominion, or face death. I will never yield, she retorted. Kill me. Luo Yu was taken aback. The previously seductive Yi Dai was now displaying such fortitude. Tame, Luo Yu muttered internally, employing his taming skill. Taming failed. Success rate, 1. That's an exceptionally low success rate. As a wild animal, Yi Dai needed to be tamed. Otherwise, she couldn't even be sold. Killing her would be a regrettable waste. He gazed at the stubborn woman, paused for a moment, and then sneered. Very well, you're quite obstinate. Since you're an animal, you'll be subjected to animalistic discipline. Luo Yu suddenly attacked, tearing at her clothes while she watched in horror. He said coldly, I have a bull in my territory, and it has a predilection for tender, delicate creatures like yourself. My precious bull, come here. Moo. A bellow echoed in the distance as the bull charged toward them. Yi Dai's face paled at the sight of the approaching bull. With her superior intellect, she understood Luo Yu's intentions. The once harmless bull now seemed like a demon king. No, don't let it come near me. I was wrong. Just kill me. I've never experienced anything like this. Please, kill me now. Tears streamed down Yi Dai's face. Luo Yu was taken aback. Was she a virgin? Looking at her status, she was indeed in a state of terror. Tame. Luo Yu used his taming skill again. Taming failed. Current success rate, 19. Such a low success rate even with an abnormal status? Are top-tier intelligent animals this difficult to tame? Fine, you leave me no choice. Luo Yu muttered to himself before exclaiming, Tame. Critical hit X100 triggered. You have successfully tamed Yi Dai. The bull screeched to a halt in front of Yi Dai, now affectionately licking Luo Yu's hand. Yi Dai was enveloped in a radiant glow, her eyes filled with disbelief. You can tame me? What level is your taming skill? This, my Night Butterfly clan cannot be tamed. Yi Dai, top-tier intelligence, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35. Can fly. Special ability, Charm. Night butterfly's dust has a charming effect, which can charm enemy units and turn them into friendly units. Effect lasts 29 days. Taming. LV7. Crafting. LV2. Tailoring. LV3. Planting. LV8. Shooting. LV9. Studying Yi Dai's attributes, Luo Yu was quietly surprised. Although her 3 basic attributes seemed average, her special skills and life skills were quite impressive. Yi Dai sat on the ground in a daze. After overcoming his shock, Luo Yu said calmly, "What Yu? Don't you know how to address me? Where are your manners as a pet?" Ah! Yi Dai's delicate body trembled, and tears of humiliation streamed down her face. Tamed animals couldn't resist their masters, and their loyalty and affection were automatically maxed out. Even if Yi Dai didn't want to, the emotions surging within her were uncontrollable. She instinctively wanted to obey the man before her, even to the point of engaging in intimate interactions. Yi Dai knelt on the ground in humiliation, crying as she said, "Greetings, master." Her face was flushed, tears welled in her eyes, humiliated but forced to obey. Her expression was utterly captivating. Luo Yu reached out and patted her head, laughing heartily. "Very good. From today on, you'll be called Xiao Dai. Your first task is to help me sort out the spoils of war." Clothes. Xiao Dai covered her chest, her face flushed with shame. "Give me clothes now." Luo Yu frowned. "Don't you know how to ask your master?" Xiao Dai trembled and lowered her head, saying in a quivering voice, "Please. Please grant your servant clothing." "That's more like it." Luo Yu decisively took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, saying with a faint smile, "Other than mine, all the other clothes belong to the dead. I doubt you'd want to wear them. Now, put on mine and come with me." He turned and walked toward the villa, clutching Luo Yu's blue shirt and gazing at his back, which was now only covered by a vest. Xiao Dai felt her heart racing. This guy is handsome, and his muscles are quite appealing. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Xiao Dai blushed and quickly followed. The work ahead would be arduous. First, Luo Yu planted the banana tree. As expected, Xiao Kong seemed to love bananas and clapped her hands happily at the sight of the banana tree. After the 3 of them arrived at the basement warehouse, Luo Yu dumped everything from his bracelet and, together with his 2 pet girls, began to sort them into categories. The iron spears, short swords, and wooden bows were useless to him, so he listed them all in the auction house. To his surprise, the prices of weapons were slightly higher than usual because many people were facing a shortage of weapons due to the Day and Oppos S attacks. Luo Yu and Oppos S listings were quickly snapped up. He earned a substantial amount from these broken weapons alone. He also noticed that because people were buying weapons, many needed money urgently. So they were selling off items at a discount. Luxury goods like gold and jade, which were originally priced at 200, had now fallen to 150. And some desperate sellers were even offering them at 130. Buy them all. Luo Yu directly purchased 1,000 gold, 1,000 jade, and 8,000 iron ore, gathering all the resources needed for the war fog diffusion box. Perhaps this was what they called profiting from war. Chapter 47. The completion of the fog of war. Attribute surge. Next came 3 forging scrolls, which were immediately utilized without hesitation. You have used a forging scroll. Your forging skill has upgraded from LV0 to LV2. You have used a forging scroll. Your forging skill has upgraded from LV2 to LV4. You have used a forging scroll. Your forging skill has upgraded from LV4 to LV5. The experience gained from the scrolls was substantial, and Luo Yu felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. With a forging level of LV5, he was now capable of attempting to forge black iron-grade equipment. His gaze shifted towards the nearby forging furnace, and he pondered the necessary adjustments. Due to the intense heat generated, a specialized forging room was required, necessitating a reconfiguration of the building. Moments later, Luo Yu stepped outside the grand villa and retrieved the base core, opting to activate it. The instant he employed the core, a gentle light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping his territory as the transformation commenced. Observing this wondrous spectacle, Luo Yu marveled at the splendor of the heavenly Tao world. You have used the base core. Your territory has expanded by 10, soil fertility has increased by 10, and aquatic resources have augmented by 10. As he surveyed the landscape, it was evident that his domain had indeed grown, with the expansion primarily affecting the land area, leaving the small lake unchanged. This was fortuitous, otherwise the 10 increase might have been diluted by the lake and Oppos as presence. He turned to the young girl beside him, inquiring curiously, "Xiao Dai, what secrets lie within those purple mountains?" Xiao Dai huffed in response, remaining silent. With a playful smack, Luo Yu tapped her lightly on the rear, prompting a surprised exclamation and a blush as she retorted, "It's just mountains, endless ranges of mountains. I don't know anything else." Pets do not deceive their masters, and Luo Yu nodded, refocusing his thoughts as he prepared to construct the fog of war box. Shortly thereafter, on the balcony of the villa's rooftop, Luo Yu placed the iron box within the open-windowed attic. A faint mist began to emanate from the attic's small window, which soon vanished from his sight. Indeed, the fog of war only affected enemies and bore no impact on the beings within his territory, nor did it obstruct sunlight. The fog of war has spread across the entire base. Current recognition rate within the fog, 30. A recognition rate of 30 allowed only for the discernment of shapes. He resolved to upgrade it further, aiming to reduce the recognition rate to 0 for perfection. Having completed these tasks, he realized the sun was setting. And he turned to Xiao Dai, instructing her to fetch some rations for the prison. Understood. Xiao Dai flapped her wings and flew toward the prison while Luo Yu commenced preparations for dinner. After the meal, the darkness enveloped the world. In the bathroom, Luo Yu reclined in the wooden tub, embarking on his grand scheme. Attribute enhancement. Indeed, throughout the day, he had discovered the substantial benefits of augmenting his personal power. With his martial skills, he could fully unleash the potential of his attributes. With heightened stats, he could effortlessly fend off attacks, as if slicing through vegetables. Glancing at his wealth, he noted that the base currently held 70,000 silver. His strength stood at 52, constitution at 39, and agility at 38. Without hesitation, he allocated points to bring both constitution and agility to 50. You have consumed 23,000 silver to enhance constitution and agility attributes. Observing the virtual interface before him, Luo Yu repeatedly clicked the plus sign next to strength. You have spent 2,000 silver to upgrade strength 1. He continued until strength reached 60, expending 16,000 silver, leaving him with 31,000. He then clicked on agility and constitution again, ultimately elevating both to 60. No further enhancements were made, as he wished to reserve some for later use. Thus, his status panel now appeared as follows. Tester, Luo Yu ID, Earth. Summer Kingdom 23333 base rating, 800 points sanitation value, 30 points entertainment value, 20 points strength, 60 constitution, 60 agility, 60 personal traits. The sanitation value had significantly decreased due to the influx of captives, alongside the presence of Xiao Dai and the horned horse. Compounded by the recent rainfall and a substantial accumulation of deceased garments yet to be disposed of, bringing the sanitation value to a critical threshold. Further decline could lead to illness. Luo Yu was unconcerned about his own health but worried for the animals, captives, or his two beloved companions, which would be troublesome if they fell ill. Meanwhile, the entertainment value had risen by 10 points. The addition of Xiao Dai contributed to this. As per the Heavenly Tao World description, adorable creatures like Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong provided entertainment, each adding 10 points to the entertainment value. A high entertainment value offered numerous benefits. Firstly, it kept spirits high, reducing the likelihood of illness. Secondly, it could yield peculiar random buffs, some of which might significantly influence the course of battle. For instance, the ironclad man buff from a heart-shaped bento was quite formidable. At that moment, a notification arrived. The monthly assault has concluded. Survival rate, 47. 168. From tomorrow, summer officially begins. Please prepare for the season. Alice, it's over. So many innocent beings have perished. Let us pray for them. Elena, Alice, pray instead that you do not fall victim to the summer's end assault. Fong Yuming. With summer approaching, food storage poses a significant challenge. Is everyone prepared? Naker. Without ice, food preservation is difficult. I believe we should address the monstrous fish in the lake to secure more aquatic resources, and fishing could yield valuable items. Nyoda, I'm indifferent. Summer is filled with grass. Food is easy to find. Luo Yu. With summer's arrival, autumn will not be far behind. We must cultivate more land to stockpile food for winter. Fong Yumong. Indeed, and while summer brings abundant rainfall, the ground may become muddy. We must also pay attention to sanitation. Within their group chat, everyone exchanged thoughts and plans for the future, filled with anticipation. Indeed, after this assault, they had cultivated confidence and glimpsed the hope of becoming stronger. Though the Heavenly Tao world was harsh, it undeniably offered the chance for growth. Who would he aspire to stand atop the myriad races of the universe as a powerful being? Even Luo Yu harbored dreams of one day becoming a king-level mercenary. A truly magnificent ambition. Luo Yu. Fong Yuming. Have you attempted to recruit those 3 captives? Fong Yuming. One has been successfully recruited. The success rate stands at 70. Everyone. Luo Yu. To possess beast taming and recruitment skills, and to be fortunate as well. 3 such individuals appearing in one base. Has the Heavenly Tao encountered a bug? Chapter 48. Fortuitous transactions. As dawn approached, Luo Yu, upon awakening, instinctively disengaged Xiao Kong's head from his arm and checked for system notifications. Indeed, 2 captives had been sold, yielding a sum of 30,000 silver. A wave of elation washed over him, yet he noticed Xiao Dai huddled at the foot of the bed, clinging to his leg. Hadn't she insisted on sleeping on a mat last night? How had she ended up here? Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, gently nudging her abdomen with his foot. Xiao Dai roused instantly. She murmured, her eyes fluttering open. Noticing her current predicament, she hastily released his leg, her cheeks flushed. I didn't intend to sleep with you. It's because I've been tamed, I can't help it. It's not like I wanted to sleep with you. Luo Yu found her embarrassment amusing. Why are you so flustered? Was that wanton demeanor of yours just an act? Are you actually an innocent darling? When was I ever wanton? Xiao Dai retorted, offended. Luo Yu waved dismissively. All right. Your butterfly powder is stuck to the bedsheets. Clean them up later. With that, he scooped up the drowsy Xiao Kong and headed for the washroom. Butterfly powder? Curse it, I even folded my wings away. How did he notice? Xiao Dai huffed indignantly before hurrying after them. Breakfast consisted of the usual milk and eggs. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong relished their meal. But Xiao Dai seemed to struggle with it. I'm going to wander around the grasslands, she announced, her voice barely audible. Xiao Kong gazed after her with curiosity. While Luo Yu understood her intentions, she was seeking flowers in the grasslands. Though capable of consuming grains, Xiao Dai's preferred sustenance was nectar. Night butterflies were, after all, creatures of delicate tastes. Alas, raising a pet is no easy feat, Luo Yu sighed inwardly. After breakfast, he made his way to the prison, extracting the remaining 4 male captives. He had plundered a trove of tools from the goblin outposts, which could now be put to good use. The 4 of you will be mining in the caves, Luo Yu declared sternly. Work diligently, and you shall be fed. Slack off, and you and Oppos, LL be impaled. Understood? The captives, not particularly strong and shackled with restraints, were unable to resist Luo Yu's commands. They meekly complied and shuffled towards the mines. As for Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, he provided them with fishing rods and sent them off to the river. Standing atop the wall, Luo Yu surveyed his domain, contemplating his next course of action. His immediate priority was to improve the base and Oppos' sanitation to at least 60 to ward off disease. The swiftest solution was to lay down flooring. With the abundant summer rains, the base would likely be submerged in mud if he failed to act. Luo Yu began by completing his daily tasks, collecting 3 eggs, milking 38 portions of milk, gathering 50 units of aquatic produce, and harvesting 2 ripe apples. These tasks had become routine, and he completed them within an hour, leaving him with the entire morning ahead. His gaze fell upon the pile of animal hide clothing, each piece labeled, garments of the deceased. Wearing these items increased the risk of disease and potential debuffs, rendering them unsellable. This explained why Luo Yu hadn't donned the golden armor, as both pieces were tainted by death. Purification required the rare and precious purifying water, obtained from treasure chests. Burning the garments seemed wasteful, so Luo Yu pondered a solution and conceived a plan. The tailoring skill tree included a recycling work table, capable of breaking down clothing into raw materials, albeit with a 70 loss. Fabric recycling work table. Fabric recycling blueprint 1, raw materials 3,000, iron or 1,000. Silver 500, Luo Yu swiftly searched the auction house for the blueprint, but it was nowhere to be found. World channel, human, anonymous seeking fabric recycling blueprint. Private message with offers. Luo Yu utilized his sole world channel announcement for the day. Almost immediately, a trade window popped up. Zerg, 4,444 despicable human. I possess the item you desire. A flat price of 200,000 silver. Not a penny less. That 4,444. A peculiar expression crossed Luo Yu and Oppos' face. Wasn't this the arrogant mantis monster from before? And it was still acting so high and mighty. Luo Yu, that item is worth 10,000 at most. How about 20,000? The extra amount will buy you a coffin. Zerg 4444, what did you say? All you humans are good for is your foul mouths. I might sell it cheaper to others, but I and Amp, Oppos, LL double the price for a human. 40,000. Take it or leave it. The creature seemed resolute, likely harboring a deep-seated hatred for humans after being slain by Luo Yu. Ordinarily, Luo Yu would have dismissed the offer, but the blueprint was indeed valuable. An idea struck him, and a sly grin spread across his face as he placed 40,000 silver in the trade window. Foolish insect, let's trade. Zerg 4444. Aren't you usually so tough? Why did you buy it after all? Human trash is even worse than vermin. With this money, I'll boost my stats and crush you weaklings in the arena. As it spoke, it clicked the accept button. Luo Yu silently uttered a prayer before clicking trade. 100-fold critical trigger. Trade successful. Upon receiving the notification, Luo Yu rejoiced inwardly. The blueprint was his. On the other side, Zerg 4444 was dumbfounded. Why is it only 400 silver? Did you trick me? You bastard, why did it only sell for 400 silver? Luo Yu chuckled to himself and replied, I only put 400 silver in the window. Are you blind? Oh, right, you insects have so many compound eyes. It's normal to see extra zeros. I suggest you poke out some of those eyes so you can see the numbers clearly. Goodbye. He closed the trade window and blocked Zerg 4444, denying it the chance to spew curses. World Channel, Zerg 4444, FCK your mother, anonymous human. You're a scumbag, a liar. World Channel, human Balsov, are those insects starting again? Who are you shoe soul monsters cursing? Who is this anonymous human? Say it clearly. Human anonymous? Human anonymous? Are you opening fire on everyone? I'll impale every anonymous insect. A flame war erupted on the World Channel, but Luo Yu soon lost interest. He gloated inwardly. This critical trade was incredible, a perfect way to swindle others. Chapter 49, Fabric Recycling and the Creation of Oddities in the Basement of the Villa. Luo Yu opened the construction page and directly built a fabric recycling workbench. With a flash of light, the workbench materialized before him. The principle of this workbench was quite simple. One merely needed to toss unwanted clothing into the feed slot, and before long, raw materials would emerge from the output slot. Moments later, Adai brought a pile of deceased garments and placed them in front of the workbench, while Luo Yu began his experimentation. After a buzzing sound, indeed, a piece of tribal beast skin vanished, and the output yielded deer skin x10, cotton fabric x10. Wonderful. Luo Yu was immensely satisfied. There was an abundance of clothing from the deceased, and simply tossing them in sufficed. After half a day's labor, Luo Yu had successfully processed all the garments, leaving the camp and Appos as storage boxes brimming with fabric materials. Upon checking the hygiene rating of the base, it had indeed risen by 5 points. Excellent. He then spent some time organizing the various fabrics, ultimately tallying his acquisitions: 503 deer skins, 721 cotton fabrics, 460 heavy furs, and 777 ordinary leathers. All of these could be utilized for crafting garments, bedding, and, if he felt extravagant, even sofas. Crucially, Luo Yu possessed a sewing table, and simply selling the raw materials would be an utter waste. Although his own sewing skills were rudimentary, Xiao Dai possessed a level 3 proficiency, and she could certainly handle it. Of course, at that moment, Xiao Dai was fishing, so he decided to postpone the task until tomorrow. After leaving the villa, Luo Yu turned his attention to the various stones piled in the clearing and rallied his spirits to begin cutting them. Making floor tiles required a substantial quantity of stone. That evening, during dinner, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong returned, each having caught 2 treasure chests, totaling 4. Upon opening them, 3 chests contained basic resources like iron, ore, but 1 chest surprisingly yielded seeds, cotton seeds X100. Pondering whether to plant some cotton, he realized there was no need to deliberate. For tomorrow the Great Bull could till the land. After dinner and a refreshing bath, Luo Yu settled into bed and entered the arena. Dare to battle against the trash of humanity? Such rooms materialized once more. Indeed, the verbal skirmishes of the day required resolution in the arena at night. Luo Yu was in need of funds, and these insectoids had conveniently provided the opportunity. He directly entered a room filled with 2,000 silver from the insect faction. Here comes our exterminator. Go, defeat that centipede. The crowd surged into the room. Luo Yu's opponent was a centipede man, imposing and reminiscent of a creature from an animated series. He sneered, "You, if I once feared you, things have changed. I have invested a considerable amount of silver to enhance my attributes. From this day forth, I shall expel you from the arena. 3, 2, 1. Begin." With a resounding crash, Luo Yu unleashed a flurry of strikes with his heavenly tool blade, the centipede man's exoskeleton proving utterly inadequate against his swift assault. Oh. Time taken, 3, 8 seconds, a swift victory. What insect could withstand Yuji's onslaught for even 5 seconds? Remarkably, this time he managed to last 2 seconds longer than before. Perhaps with the insects bolstering their attributes, they might endure even longer? You go. I'm your biggest fan. Can we be friends? I'll cover the friend fee. Go, you go. Drive those bugs out of the arena. My Yugo has worked so hard. You have no idea how much sweat he has shed behind the scenes. Don't set your expectations so high. The public chat was filled with various praises from humanity. While the insect faction scurried away in defeat, the centipede man was swiftly dispatched, and Luo Yu chose not to linger, exiting the arena. You have earned silver X2900. Having cleared yet another room, Luo Yu received an additional 1,000 silver and decided to leave the arena. It was not that he was unwilling to fight more and earn more, but excessive notoriety would only lead opponents to avoid him, rendering the battles non-existent. As he lay in bed, he glanced at his side, where Xiao Kong had curled up beside him, fast asleep, while Xiao Dai rested on the soft mat, also succumbing to slumber. Contemplating the sewing task for the following day, Luo Yu considered that sleeping on the large bed might grant him a sewing buff. Xiao Dai, come here and sleep on the bed. Ah. Xiao Dai's face flushed crimson as she slowly climbed onto the bed. Under Luo Yu's gaze, she seemed to sense something, her neck reddening as well. She awkwardly leaned against Luo Yu and Apos' shoulder, stammering, I know you rogue. Even if you take my body, you won't possess my. Smack. Luo Yu playfully swatted her backside, retorting, what nonsense. It's time for bed. Ah? Xiao Dai paused momentarily, rubbing her embarrassed self. Upon noticing that Luo Yu had already closed his eyes and drifted into a steady slumber, she sighed, turned away to avoid his gaze. But the comfort of the large bed soon lulled her to sleep within 10 seconds. Awakening to the morning light, Luo Yu discovered he had acquired a buff, material consumption reduced by 5 during construction, lasting 10 days. Remarkable. After 2 days of anticipation, he was rewarded with such a splendid buff. Time to lay the floor. Turning his attention to Xiao Kong, he observed that she had not received a buff this time. Yet Xiao Dai had, sewing skill level 3, lasting 1 day. Sometimes, one cannot help but marvel at the fickleness of luck. A series of fortunate events indeed indicates a stroke of good fortune. After rousing the 2 girls, they began breakfast and assigned tasks. Xiao Kong, you will first gather aquatic produce from the pond, and then go fishing. Muchu. Xiao Kong chirped softly, adept at such simple tasks. Luo Yu then addressed Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai, with your advanced taming and sewing skills, you will first milk the cows and collect eggs, then proceed to sew garments. I'll sketch a design for you to follow. With that, Luo Yu dipped his fingers in some milk and began to draw. After a moment, Xiao Dai blushed and exclaimed, Master, will this chest, actually sell? Isn't it a bit embarrassing? Luo Yu replied earnestly. When we entered the heavenly Tao world, everyone wore the same style of clothing. I've subtly inquired with Fong Yuming, and it seems women lack such attire. It will undoubtedly sell. Make 10 pieces, and I will attempt to sell them. Understood, Xiao Dai mumbled. Such an embarrassing item. If it sells, it would be a miracle. Following breakfast, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Liu generously delegated the milking and fishing duties to the 2 adorable sprites, granting himself a respite. With summer and Apos' arrival, the most opportune times for outdoor labor were dawn and dusk. Today marked the 3rd day of summer, and the midday heat was already becoming oppressive. Luo Yu's primary objective was to hatch the colossal octopus egg. Cradling the egg, he approached the edge of the small lake. As he mentally recited the incantation, a notification materialized. Critical strike successful. Growth efficiency of the colossal octopus increased by 10,000. The egg in his grasp underwent a rapid transformation. Liu swiftly placed the miniature octopus on the ground. The diminutive cephalopod affectionately rubbed its tentacles against Luo Yu and Apos' leg, its size continuing to expand. Notification: the colossal octopus and Apos' growth process has deviated from the norm, resulting in a mutation. Post-mutation form: obsidian demon octopus, diamond grade. The octopus had already grown to the size of a small dwelling and continued to enlarge. Gazing upon the obsidian octopus, now the size of 2 houses, Luo Yu was awestruck. Obsidian demon octopus, diamond grade, juvenile, intermediate intelligence, male strength 108, constitution 155, agility 69. Special skill: lightning lash, rapid, forceful strikes with tentacles, inflicting potent damage. The obsidian octopus gently coiled a tentacle around Luo Yu's leg, displaying an endearing demeanor. Indeed, its suction cups were quite tenacious. Luo Yu exerted considerable effort to detach himself. Venture into the water, lest you suffer sun damage. If hostile entities appear, seize them if feasible. If not, unleash your wrath upon them. The gargantuan octopus nodded in acknowledgement before plunging into the lake with a resounding splash. Luo Yu remained deeply impressed. The colossal blackfish was merely silver grade, whereas this octopus had ascended to diamond grade. Moreover, octopuses were amphibious. Luo Yu surmised that the northern defenses could be entrusted to it. If only it were in its adult phase. The mere thought was daunting. Perhaps he would attempt a critical strike another day to stimulate its growth. Simultaneously, Luo Yu secretly rejoiced that the creatures within his territory were not yet factored into the evaluation. Otherwise, the exorbitant value of his menagerie would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu conceived a plan. The lakeside soil was fertile, but he hesitated to cultivate it outside the perimeter walls. However, with the presence of the gargantuan octopus, the situation had changed. Planting a vast expanse of cotton would deter enemies from attacking from that direction, as they would inevitably target the cotton fields. At that juncture, the octopus, lurking in the lake, could unleash a barrage of lightning lashes and genius. Luo Yu erupted in laughter and promptly summoned the great bull to till a patch of elevated terrain near the lake. cotton would be planted there. The elevated location would prevent immediate flooding, and it was within the octopus's strike range. Thus, the northern defenses and cotton cultivation were essentially resolved. A splash echoed as a 3 or 4-pound grass carp was flung onto the shore. The octopus waved a tentacle at Luo Yu from the lake, seemingly attempting to ingratiate itself with its master. Indeed, the octopus could provide a daily supply of aquatic products. His water production had increased by 10, which he could leverage by tasking the octopus with catching fish for him. Luo Yu nodded approvingly, resolving to fill in the pond in a few days. The process of draining and irrigating the pond resulted in a mud-caked mess, which detracted from hygiene standards. With the octopus's presence, a steady supply of aquatic products was assured. Subsequently, Luo Yu meticulously sliced the steady stream of stones while navigating the construction interface. He had previously determined to manufacture floor tiles, but upon closer inspection, he discovered a multitude of varieties. Some enhanced aesthetics, others increased entertainment value, and still others improved the evaluation score. One particular tile captivated Luo Yu's interest. Impregnable Advanced Defense Tile enhances aesthetics, entertainment value, and defensive capabilities. The defensive capability referred to underground defense. These tiles could thwart subterranean tunneling. Mining skills below LV20 were incapable of penetrating these tiles, even if someone attempted to tunnel in, and they possessed a mining skill above LV20. Enabling them to penetrate the tiles, there was no cause for alarm. Unlike other tiles, the defense tiles could be repaired. They could dig with a pickaxe, and he could repair it. As long as he had enough silver, they could never dig through. However, each square meter of these tiles required 30 stone bricks, 10 iron ore, 10 silver, and 1 gold. A colossal sum indeed. Furthermore, installing these tiles would necessitate relocating the vegetable garden and establishing a new one, enclosed by walls, which would entail expanding the base. After some deliberation, Luo Yu resolved to install these defense tiles. He could not prioritize speed and affordability at the expense of the base and epochs defenses. He diligently resumed slicing stones, as stone bricks were always in high demand, regardless of the circumstances. For 3 consecutive days, Luo Yu devoted himself to slicing stones, with the assistance of 4 captives and 11 digger worms. The supply of stone brick raw materials was ample. Luo Yu also enlisted the aid of the stone-armored turtles to transport the stones, which significantly enhanced his overall stone-cutting efficiency. He refrained from using the critical strike opportunities during these 3 days. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Luo Yu paused to assess his progress. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed 250,000 stone bricks. One of the raw materials for the defense tiles was now complete. Additionally, he had mined a respectable 5,000 iron ore during these days. After taking a sip of water, Luo Yu glanced toward the stone gate. The stone-armored turtles and golden-armored beetles were continuously transporting stones. The more stone bricks, the better. As Luo Yu prepared to resume cutting, Little Butterfly fluttered over. "Master, the garments you requested have been completed." Over the past few days, Little Butterfly had largely acclimated to her role, addressing Luo Yu as master with increasing ease. Luo Yu descended into the basement and inspected the 10 completed braziers, which appeared to be of satisfactory quality. Without further ado, he listed them on the auction house, setting a rather exorbitant price of 2,000 silver per item. World, human race, anonymous the world, and amp, epochs, as first handcrafted women and amp, epochs, as undergarments are now available. Various sizes and styles are available. 10 items in total, first come, first served. What? Women and amp, epochs, as undergarments are available. Oh my goodness, and amp, epochs, as true. Wonderful, no more worrying about sagging. Sisters, this is precisely what we've been yearning for. The world channel erupted in a frenzy, and the 10 women's undergarments were snatched up in an instant. Well, are they really selling that well? Luo Yu had clearly underestimated the determination of women to purchase intimate apparel. Chapter 51. Crafting a succession of silver-grade lingerie. Half an hour later, the world channel was once again abuzz with fervent discussions regarding the initial batch of intimate apparel. Elf, anonymous indeed, I acquired a piece of lingerie crafted by a human, and the effects are quite remarkable. Dragon, anonymous, is that so? Alas, I missed out. Is the purveyor of these undergarments still present? I'm willing to pay handsomely for any lingerie of superior quality. Vampire, anonymous, procure for me 2 pieces of graded quality. One for my wife and another for my concubine. Ogre, anonymous, dare to reveal your true name to the world. You who would lavish such gifts upon your wife and concubine. Elf, anonymous, seeking an elven companion to bestow upon me a piece of lingerie. I am male, and I hope you're as well. Observing the widespread discourse on the world channel, Luo Yu discerned a lucrative business opportunity. The fairer sex and amp, epochs, as coin is easily earned. His gaze fell upon the stockpile of materials, and he commenced the endeavor of crafting ladies' lingerie himself. Fortuitously, he possessed a sewing machine. And with Xiao Dai having already prepared the patterns, Luo Yu, despite his modest tailoring proficiency, needed only to execute simple operations. However, due to his limited skill level, the probability of failure remained considerably high, and even successful creations might suffer from defects. Xiao Dai, observing Luo Yu's actions, inquired with curiosity, "Master, can you, a man, also fashion garments?" Luo Yu responded with amusement, "Why, do you underestimate me?" "Indeed," Xiao Dai affirmed with a nod. "It and Oppos. It's not that I look down upon you, but your tailoring level is too low. Failure is inevitable." "Oh," Luo Yu chuckled. "Should I produce a garment of superior quality, would you bestow upon me a kiss?" Xiao Dai and Oppos, as face flushed crimson, but she retorted with disbelief, "You? Of superior quality? Master, should you create a garment of graded quality, I would not only kiss you but also kneel and lick your fingers. However, should you fail, you must procure for me floral nectar." "Agreed," Luo Yu replied with a smile. "Observe closely." With that, he silently invoked the 100-fold critical strike and deposited the materials into the feed inlet. The sewing machine immediately emitted a radiant glow, and to Xiao Dai and Oppos, as astonishment, a piece of lingerie shimmering with a white light emerged from the outlet. Silver-grade ladies and Oppos, lingerie, increases comfort, enhances defense, improves shaping ability. You have crafted a silver-grade piece of lingerie, tailoring level increased. Current level, LV2S silver grade. Xiao Dai exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Luo Yu erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "Success. Wealth awaits." He promptly listed the item on the auction house, priced at 30,000 silver. Indeed, 30,000. The price of this single piece of lingerie approximated that of a residential dwelling. With the fervor for ladies' lingerie still raging on the World Channel, it was immediately discovered. Heavens! Silver-grade lingerie. Ah, I see it too. Enhanced shaping ability. My goodness. Shaping. Such an impressive feature. Alas, I cannot afford it. A chorus of amazement erupted on the World Channel. Within 10 seconds of its listing, the silver lingerie was purchased, earning Luo Yu a substantial profit. 30,000 silver. At current prices, that could purchase 15,000 units of iron ore. The iron ore resources have arrived. Luo Yu swiftly accessed the auction house and acquired all the available cheap iron ore. With the 30,000 silver exhausted, his base now boasted a total of 25,000 units of iron ore. Beaming with satisfaction at the augmented stockpile of iron ore in the basement, Luo Yu prepared to press on, but a sudden thought struck him. And he turned to face the blushing Xiao Dai. What did someone say earlier? I wonder, what is your betting etiquette like? Xiao Dai trembled slightly, bit her lip, and actually knelt down, gently touching Luo Yu's finger with her tongue. Upon completing this act, she hastily rose, exclaiming, I'm going fishing. With that, she promptly fled. She didn't and Oppos, T try to weasel out of it? Luo Yu had and Oppos, T anticipated her to be so honorable in her wager. He examined his finger, feeling a surge of excitement. This Xiao Dai is rather alluring. In the ensuing period, Luo Yu utilized both critical strikes to craft ladies' lingerie. Regrettably, his tailoring level was too low, and both attempts yielded silver-grade items. This time, he sold one for 40,000 and the other for 50,000, engaging in what could be described as profiteering. Nevertheless, both were snatched up immediately upon listing. Women's money is indeed easy to earn. The 90,000 silver earned was once again used to purchase iron ore, and before long, the basement was overflowing with it. Observing that his buying spree had caused a temporary surge in iron ore prices, Luo Yu ceased his activities, resolving to resume the following day. 2 days later, Luo Yu produced 2 more pieces of ladies' lingerie, earning 90,000 silver. Now, many affluent women were stationed at the auction house precisely at 1 o'clock each afternoon, hoping to acquire silver-grade lingerie at the earliest opportunity. Alas, their hopes were destined to be dashed, as Luo Yu had exhausted his supply of materials. Of course, during this period of diligent lingerie production, Luo Yu's tailoring level had risen to LV4. On this day, Luo Yu had amassed sufficient iron ore and stone bricks for the construction of ground tiles, and he had also accumulated a considerable amount of silver. However, a problem arose, a shortage of gold. 8,000 gold units constituted a veritable fortune and posed a significant challenge. The base currently possessed only 800 units of gold. And with everyone vying to unlock automatic defense technology, gold had become increasingly scarce, with none available on the market. Luo Yu intended to venture into the mines to further incentivize his captives to redouble their efforts in excavating gold. However, upon arriving at the mines, he discovered that the captives were gone. An information prompt revealed, a celestial being anonymous has purchased all of your captives. You have received 50,000 silver. The sale of the 4 captives for 50,000 silver represented a substantial sum. However, Luo Yu found himself in a predicament. What to do without laborers? Well, naturally, one must capture more. Currently, 80,000 silver was earmarked for the construction of ground tiles, and 5,000 was reserved for contingencies. With the remaining funds, Luo Yu began augmenting his attributes. He successively clicked the icons next to strength, agility, and constitution 5 times each, rapidly depleting 30,000 silver. Luo Yu's stats also underwent changes. Trial Taker, Luo Yu ID, Earth, China. 23333 base rating, 800 points hygiene, 35 points entertainment, 20 points strength, 65 constitution, 65 agility, 65 personal trait, Zerg Bang. Having exhausted his critical strike opportunities for the day, Luo Yu resolved to resume the following day. For now, he would focus on mining. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Yu diligently mined within the cave. Prompt: your mining level has increased. Current level, LV6, with a flurry of frantic excavation. The probability of unearthing iron ore had increased significantly due to the enhanced mining level. Of course, LV6 was not particularly high, and stone bricks remained the more common find. Chapter 52. Fishing with milk. Those willing take the bait after a long day of toil, before dinner. Luo Yu opened the small boxes gifted by Shao Kong and Shao Dai for fishing, as was customary. A few days prior, he had discovered an abundance of food, and he hoped for a stroke of fortune today. There were 3 boxes in total. The first 2 yielded more food, but the third box brought a glimmer to Luo Yu's eyes. Automatic crossbow bolt. With a flick of his fingertip, the mini crossbow bolt before him expanded rapidly, resembling the one on the surrounding wall. Truly a splendid find. Luo Yu was immensely satisfied and promptly installed the automatic crossbow bolt on the western wall. The night passed without incident. The following day, Luo Yu went to milk the cow. Critical hit multiplier activated. Moments later, the cow, feeling utterly drained, lay down to rest, while Luo Yu filled a small bucket with special milk and placed it atop the watchtower. Before long, the entire base was infused with the delectable aroma of milk as he chipped away at stones, patiently awaiting an impending attack. In the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely, with temperatures soaring to around 30 degrees. After lunch, Luo Yu settled for a nap in the Grand Villa when suddenly, an alert sounded. Warning, a group of Skarsa tribe soldiers has been attracted by the scent of milk and is commencing an assault on your territory. The notification jolted Luo Yu awake, and he dashed up to the watchtower. In the eastern direction, he spotted 10 figures cautiously advancing towards him. These individuals did not appear to be ordinary soldiers. They seemed to belong to an elite faction, with 5 forming a small team as they scouted ahead. The 10 attackers, 5 men and 5 women, gazed toward the base, only to find it enveloped in fog, obscuring their view of the interior. One female archer whispered to her captain, "We can only vaguely see the walls of the base. What should we do? Should we abandon our search for the source of the scent and retreat?" "Calm down," replied a burly middle-aged man leading the group. "Not being able to see is no issue. We attacked this territory not long ago. The defenses at the front are formidable, but the southern and northern sides are relatively weak. Moreover, intelligence indicates that within the territory resides a rare Xuanqiu beast maiden, which the new chieftain has coveted for quite some time. Capturing her would be a significant achievement." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the tribe members lit up. The Xuanqiu beast maiden was indeed a precious treasure, a favored companion among chieftains across various tribes. If they could capture her, they would surely be rewarded. "Let us bypass the front. Your team will attack from the north while we strike from the south. Be wary of traps along the way." With the captain's orders, the 2 teams began their cautious advance towards the southern and northern flanks, all while Luo Yu observed intently. If they were to assault from the front, Luo Yu's plan to capture live prisoners would likely be thwarted, as these individuals would be unable to withstand the bombardment from the catapults and automatic crossbow bolts. However, should they attempt a flanking maneuver, the situation would be quite different. Turning to Shao Dai beside him, he whispered, "Do you have enough butterfly powder? How many can you enchant?" Shao Dai, far from fearful of the impending battle, replied excitedly, "If it's control, I can manage 1 at a time. But if I induce a state of confusion, I can effect 2 at once." "Excellent." Luo Yu nodded. "In a moment, you and Shao Kong will follow me as we charge out to capture live targets." With a soft chirp, Shao Kong tightened his grip on the short sword, while Shao Dai's gaze turned steely. The first team had now circled around to the north. Cautiously, they advanced, when suddenly, one of the male riflemen noticed something and whispered, "By the lake, there's a cultivated area. It appears to be cotton. Good, let us destroy the cotton field immediately." The assault was primarily focused on destruction, and upon discovering the exposed target, the indigenous warriors quickly moved in to set it ablaze. Just as they ignited a young cotton plant, a dark shadow emerged from the lake, swiftly enveloping the man holding the shield who had been setting the fire. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed a massive black tentacle drag the man beneath the water. A monster? But the intel indicated that the monsters here had been exterminated. The remaining 4 were momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, for tentacles shot forth with lightning speed. The 4 were left agape, unable to react, and were swiftly pulled into the water. The 5-member team was almost instantaneously submerged, struggling for a moment before succumbing to unconsciousness. Prisoners. 5 elite indigenous soldiers had been captured. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight. After all, this was a diamond-tier monster, even in its juvenile state, exceedingly formidable. Meanwhile, the 5-person team attacking from the south remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding, cautiously scouting for potential traps on the ground. Luo Yu leapt off the city wall with his 2 adorable companions, quickly mounting the bull while Shao Kong rode the tamed horned horse, bursting through the city gates. Xiao Dai took flight directly from the watchtower, skipping the descent entirely. The advancing 5-member team suddenly heard a commotion and looked up to see the stone gates swing open, revealing 2 cavalry charging forth. The middle-aged captain remained composed, barking orders, "Archers, aim and fire." As the male and female archers readied their bows, they were suddenly overwhelmed by the intoxicating fragrance. Their minds flooded with vivid hallucinations, causing them to faint on the spot. This was the effect of Xiao Dai's butterfly powder. The captain glanced up, only to be met with the sight of a winged maiden floating through the air. The night butterfly. My heavens, there's a night butterfly here? Caught off guard, he stood frozen, and in that moment of distraction, the bull and horned horse charged forward. A stone hurled with precision, striking him squarely on the forehead. With a dull thud, the captain fell to the ground, dazed. Shao Kahn possessed considerable strength. An expert in slingshot mastery, delivering explosive power. The remaining 2 melee riflemen instinctively chose flight, but Luo Yu was upon them, swiftly incapacitating each with a deft strike of the blade. Thus, the elite soldiers from the 10 tribes were vanquished, all captured without exception. A short while later, the 10 were stripped down to their undergarments and thrown into the prison, officially becoming honored captives. Now that the captive market had flourished, Luo Yu had no intention of redeeming them for their tribe. Instead, he would set them to work as food supplies remained ample for the time being. Chapter 53. You are the benevolent goddess. Upon examining the attributes of the 10 individuals, Luo Yu discovered that the middle-aged captain possessed a unique trait, miner. Miner increases mining yield by 25, rare mineral yield by 10. This characteristic seemed remarkably advantageous. Additionally, a female archer also had a unique trait, stable quality. Stable quality. When engaged in construction, crafting, sewing, or forging, the quality of produced items is enhanced by 20. This is a divine skill for artisans. However, apart from their personal traits, their other attributes were rather unimpressive. The female archer bore a face marred by pockmarks, and the middle-aged man had a rebellious trait, making him prone to insurrection. Luo Yu was genuinely reluctant to recruit either of them. There was nothing to be done. He decided to hold off for now, hoping for a better solution in the future. The following day, the 10 individuals commenced their mining activities. Although the gold reserves were insufficient, the quantity of stone bricks had increased significantly. Luo Yu planned to relocate the entire vegetable garden. The new site was chosen just north of the main base, conveniently near a small lake for irrigation, and merely 10 meters from the base's walls, well within the range of defense. Luo Yu immediately began erecting walls. The garden did not require intermediate walls, a simple 2-meter low wall sufficed. Additionally, he installed iron spikes atop the walls to deter climbing. At present, the automated crossbow devices were inadequate, but once materials were sufficiently gathered, Luo Yu intended to equip the garden and orchard with automated crossbows to expand the base's defensive perimeter and bolster firepower. With ample materials, the garden walls were swiftly constructed. While directing the ox to till the soil, Luo Yu cautiously began transplanting the vegetables. Fortunately, his planting skills had improved enough that, with gentle handling, he could manage the task. This was a lengthy endeavor, and after 2 days of diligent work, the 2,000 square meter garden and orchard were finally completed. Although some seedlings perished, Luo Yu was immensely satisfied with the outcome. The garden featured dedicated drainage channels, alleviating concerns of flooding, and upon checking the base's rating, it surged by an impressive 150 points. A garden enclosed by walls was indeed a luxury. The rating had reached 950 points, with sanitation rising by 10 points. Splendid. Over the past few days, the 10 captives and a swarm of insects had excavated a considerable amount of stones, with a fair quantity of iron, ore, though gold remained scarce. Currently, the base's gold reserves amounted to merely 3,000, still short of the required 5,000. Examining the food supplies, Luo Yu noted that, due to the presence of the 10 captives, food reserves had dwindled rapidly. The seafood, milk, and eggs provided by the giant octopus were becoming inadequate, prompting Luo Yu to supplement with some meat from wild boars, converted into jerky. This situation was untenable. He needed to sell the captives promptly. As he pondered whether there were any high-priced markets for captives, the chat group became lively. Alice, I caught a box while fishing, and it contained a personal trait transfer scroll, presumably for transferring a captive's traits to oneself. I have no captives. Does anyone need it? Yoda, what are captives? Can they be eaten? Fong yumming. All my captives have been recruited. No need to transfer their traits. By the way, it seems Luo Yu has some captives. Luo Yu. Are you there? At this moment, Luo Yu felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what he needed. Luo Yu, I am indeed interested in the scroll. Alice, what would you like in exchange? Alice, no need. I'll give it to you. May the goddess bless you to grow ever stronger. She promptly sent a trade request, placing the scroll within. Luo Yu, how can I accept this? It feels rather awkward. Knowing the difficulty of human relationships, he decided to be forthright and placed his iron bow in the trade box. Here, I'm not skilled at using bows. Consider it a gift. Alice, the iron bow. Luo Yu. Thank you. Luo Yu. No, I should be the one thanking you. You are the benevolent goddess in my heart. Alice, Luo Yu. Do not treat me as a goddess. Trait successful. You have received one personal trait transfer scroll. Gazing at the scroll in his possession, Luo Yu hurried to the captive with the minor trait. He activated the scroll, which emitted a radiant light that swirled around the individual before the next moment. The captive collapsed within the mine. Inspecting the scroll again, he noted the change. Minor trait scroll, upon use, grants the minor trait. Excellent. Elated, Luo Yu decided to use it immediately. Indeed, his personal traits increased by 1, adding the minor trait. Next, he planned to engage in mining himself to see what treasures he could unearth. Fong yumming, recently, I've earned some money from opening boxes and am considering purchasing some female captives for recruitment in terms of attributes and age. Any suggestions? This topic piqued everyone's interest, as Alice, Elena, and Naku sought female captives to aid in their base construction, while Nyoda also desired them, albeit for different purposes. Noticing that Luo Yu remained silent, Fong yumming curiously asked, by the way, Luo Yu, did your last captives get recruited, or did you sell them all? Luo Yu, I sold the last batch, but encountered a special event recently and captured a few more. Naku, special events are said to be quite perilous. Luo Yu, you are impressive. Fong yumming, are there still special events? I thought they were all collective challenges within a region. Elena, Luo Yu, did you capture some female captives? Luo Yu, you may not believe it, but I captured exactly 5 males and 5 females, one of whom possesses a commendable trait. I plan to find a way to acquire her trait. As for the other 4, I am willing to sell them to you. He then shared images of the 4 female captives' appearances, physiques, and attributes in the group. Fong yumming, impressive. You truly captured so many captives at once. I would love to tour your base sometime. Alice, Naku, Elena, you may choose first. Naku, actually, all 4 have similar ages and attributes. I'll select the female archer. In the end, Naku chose one, Alice took 2 female archers, and Elena and Fong yumming selected 2 female gunmen each, perfectly meeting their needs. Luo Yu sold them at a remarkably low price of 10,000 silver per person, while their market value was at least 13,000 each. Chapter 54. I am female. A transaction was successfully concluded, leaving 6 captives remaining with Luo Yu. The girls in the group began recruiting new individuals for their territory, while Nyoda sent a discreet message. Luo Yu, if you resolve the characteristic issue with that woman you kept, could you pass her on to me? Luo Yu replied, no problem. Though I'm not certain if this female captive meets your aesthetic preferences. Once I obtain another scroll, I will sell you this female marksman for 5,000. Nyoda responded, it doesn't matter. My aesthetic differs from that of humans and elves. What you find unappealing, I will surely appreciate. Brother, you truly are my brother. In the future, whatever you need, just say the word, and I will face any peril without a second thought. Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, you said it. After chatting with Nyoda for a while, Luo Yu scanned the auction house and noticed that no one was selling characteristic transfer scrolls, causing him to frown slightly. In a world populated by so many, it was improbable that only Alice had discovered a scroll. There must be stock available. It was likely that others simply did not wish to sell. Luo Yu understood that to acquire what he desired, he must also offer something of value. The only tradable item he had at his disposal was women's lingerie. The critical hits he had achieved in recent days had not been in vain. In the world chat, a message from an anonymous human read, accepting custom orders for silver-grade women's lingerie in exchange for a personal characteristic transfer scroll. Interested parties, please private message me. This announcement immediately sparked a small commotion. What? This human can craft silver-grade items? To the one making silver lingerie, are you male or female? Can we be friends? I don't want silver, just something ordinary will do. Can you customize one for me? I'll pay. Simultaneously, Luo Yu received numerous private messages, ranging from flirtatious advances to requests for friendship, yet none were from individuals seeking the desired scroll. Just as he began to feel disheartened, one private message caught his attention. Anonymous human, I have the scroll you seek. First, I must ask, can you truly produce silver-grade lingerie consistently? Luo Yu sent a trade request, and indeed, the other party placed the desired scroll on the table. Delighted, Luo Yu confirmed the trade and sent a screenshot of the silver lingerie he had crafted previously. Stable silver quality, rest assured, I am human. Alright, but may I ask, are you male or female? Luo Yu replied, does it matter? Yes. Please answer quickly. Luo Yu fell silent for a moment, then realized that the other party must be a shy girl, hesitant to share her measurements with a man. Wanting the scroll, he quickly responded, I am female. Phew, that's good. I wouldn't want to disclose my size to a man. Wait, how can you prove you're female? Send me a screenshot. Indeed, the woman was reluctant to engage in this transaction with a male and was quite cautious. Luo Yu silently rejoiced in his reply. As for the screenshot, Shao Kong, come here. Mu Chiu. Shao Kong rushed over, hugging Luo Yu's arm affectionately while nuzzling against him. Shao Kong, extend your little hand. Chiu. Shao Kong, with a curious expression, obediently extended her delicate little hands. Luo Yu promptly captured a screenshot and sent it. Wow, your hands are beautiful and dainty. You must be around 16 or 17, right? Luo Yu responded, please, sister. Let us skip the pleasantries and give me your measurements so I can start crafting. The girl on the other end fell silent for a moment, before shyly responding, F. F? Luo Yu was momentarily bewildered. Yes, it's F. It's quite peculiar, you see. Without a bra, I feel very uncomfortable. Realizing the implications, Luo Yu understood that she genuinely required a bra of that size. I'm not entirely sure what an F size entails. Could you send me a picture for reference? A picture? That's out of the question. No way. Even if we're both girls, I can't. Sigh, sister. How about I find something to use as a reference? Upon hearing this, Luo Yu felt a twinge of regret. After a brief moment, the girl sent a screenshot, revealing a small watermelon. Ah, I see. Alright, I understand now. Let us reconnect at this time tomorrow. Okay, I'll be in touch. Goodbye. As the private chat concluded, Luo Yu frowned slightly, recalling that crafting such a large bra would require 5 times the usual amount of fabric. Additional costs would be necessary. Moments later, Luo Yu repurposed the clothing of the captives to recover raw materials. The clothing of the living yielded 20 more resources than that of the deceased. Before long, he had amassed a considerable amount of fabric and began working at the sewing table. The process was not particularly challenging. It merely required scaling the bra template to the appropriate dimensions. Once satisfied, Luo Yu confirmed the adjustments and silently chanted. 100-fold critical hit triggered, the sewing machine began to shimmer, and in the next moment, a large purple bra emerged from the output slot. Golden grade women's lingerie. Increases defense, enhances shaping effect, and improves comfort. Special function. Maximum comfort temperature 60, minimum comfort temperature -60. What? It's actually golden grade. Luo Yu was taken aback. The foundational attributes of this purple bra were comparable to those of silver grade, but it possessed unique heat retention and cold-resistant features, extremely practical qualities. Should he trade this golden item with her? Yet, refraining from trading seemed prudent, as it was unlikely anyone would need such a large bra. Just as doubt crept in, a notification appeared. Your tailoring level is insufficient. This golden grade women's lingerie has a flaw. When the right side connection is struck, it will release a weak energy, simultaneously reducing the item's defense. Indeed, the issue of insufficient skill level reared its head. Notification. Your tailoring skill has risen to LV5. Luo Yu examined the bra in his hands, noticing a tiny flaw on the right side, a minuscule imperfection, barely visible unless scrutinized closely. Oh well, flaws do not overshadow the merits. Overall, this golden bra was quite impressive. Since one could only post to the world chat once a day, and could only privately message non-friends for a maximum of 10 minutes. He could not reach the ample-chested woman now. Perhaps tomorrow would be a better opportunity. At this moment, Luo Yu had acquired the minor characteristic, and with nightfall approaching, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 55. Mining mishap unearths a calamity. He ventured into the mines, initiating a frenzied excavation that widened the eyes of the 5 male captives. Impressive. This lord's mining prowess was truly formidable. You have acquired 50 units of iron ore. You have acquired 10 units of copper ore. You have acquired 60 units of silver ore. You have acquired 8 units of gold ore. As the notifications incessantly chimed, Luo Yu discerned a shift in his yield. Stones were becoming scarce, while other resources were becoming more abundant. Excavate. Excavate with fervor. It had been an age since he had indulged in such uninhibited mining. The sensation of profuse perspiration was invigorating. Luo Yu was immersed in the sheer joy of mining, unable to extricate himself. Huff. After a bout of frenetic digging, Luo Yu paused to recuperate. He glanced at the captives beside him and remarked with composure, "Observe closely. Henceforth, your labor should emulate mine. Your sluggishness is unbecoming of men." The captives lowered their heads in unison, save for the burly one, who offered a forced chuckle. "Lord, your strength and level are far superior. We can scarcely." Thwack. A golden lance abruptly pierced the man's chest, leaving everyone in the mine dumbfounded. "Alert! Your relentless excavation has incurred the wrath of the Golden Scorpion King, Kos, who will now lead a swarm against your domain." Joy turns to sorrow. Luo Yu's excessive mining had inadvertently triggered a cataclysmic event. The golden lance was slowly withdrawn from the burly man's body. Subsequently, a colossal golden scorpion gradually emerged from the mine's rock face. Ah! The captives erupted in screams. Luo Yu thundered, "You, and the burrowing worms, retreat at once. I shall hold the line against the vermin." The captives and burrowing worms promptly fled. Luo Yu, too, cautiously retreated. Moments later, the gargantuan golden scorpion king materialized. Luo Yu, brandishing the sky-forged blade, was awestruck. Could the Scorpion King's carapace be fashioned from pure gold? Golden Scorpion King. Kos. Gold grade. Its pure gold exoskeleton is both resilient and unyielding, possessing immense strength, and its stinger is laden with potent venom. This revelation ignited avarice within Luo Yu. The Scorpion King, the size of a small dwelling, did not immediately attack, seemingly awaiting its underlings. A multitude of smaller scorpions crawled from the surrounding rock faces. The larger ones were comparable to young calves, while the smaller ones were akin to wild dogs. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, and they were uniformly golden. Hiss! Roar! With a chorus of scorpion roars, the diminutive golden scorpions lunged at Luo Yu. With 2 resounding thuds, Luo Yu unleashed the tempestuous blade technique, cleaving the foremost scorpions in twain. Humph! Dare these insects wreak havoc within my territory? Instantly, he executed another strike. With a resounding clang, the Skyforged blade parried the Scorpion King and Oppos' descending stinger. However, Luo Yu felt his arm tingle, realizing he was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of brute force. The lesser scorpions aside, the Scorpion King was of the gold grade, while his current strength was, at best, bronze grade. He feared he could not withstand it. Swish, swish, swish. The Scorpion King's stinger repeatedly assailed Luo Yu. Had it not been for his exceptional agility and swift evasion, he would have surely perished. Coupled with the swarming lesser scorpions, Luo Yu abandoned his intention to annihilate the vermin within the mine and turned to flee. Roar! The swarm gave chase. The Golden Scorpion King's velocity was astonishing, leaving Luo Yu aghast. Shout I, rescue me." Luo Yu, upon emerging from the mine, cried out for aid. Shout I, having sensed the anomaly when the captives escaped, had already approached. As Luo Yu called out, she swooped down, embraced her master, and took flight once more. The Golden Scorpion King's pincers grazed Luo Yu's boots, sending a chill down his spine. Shout I, airborne, regarded the enraged Golden Scorpion King with lingering trepidation, and inquired with concern, "Master, are you unharmed?" "I am unscathed, thanks to you." Shout I, fly back to base. We shall rely on our defenses to repel the swarm. Understood. Shout I and Amp, Oppos' forte was agility, and her flight speed rivaled that of birds. In a fleeting moment, she carried Luo Yu to the watchtower. By now, the Golden Scorpion King was leading the scorpion swarm in a tidal wave toward the base. Thump! The catapults initiated their barrage, and a stone struck a scorpion the size of a young calf, instantly shattering its skull and causing its demise. Almost simultaneously, the automatic crossbows discharged volleys of bolts. However, the bolts were not as effective as the stones. The scorpion's exoskeletons were remarkably tough, and although the bolts inflicted damage, it was minimal. Witnessing this, Luo Yu's gaze turned icy. He hurled a javelin. Thwack! The javelin instantly impaled and slew a lesser scorpion. Luo Yu did not pause and continued to hurl javelins with unerring accuracy, felling 10 lesser golden scorpions in short order. However, the sheer number of scorpions was overwhelming, and they were relentless and swift. Before long, they were within 100 meters. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more javelins were launched, and Luo Yu dispatched 3 more lesser scorpions. However, a sense of foreboding gnawed at him. He had only 30 javelins. But the swarm still numbered at least 40, not to mention the colossal Scorpion King. In an instant, his base seemed to be in dire peril. The scorpion swarm continued its rapid advance, only to halt at the edge of the moat. Even the golden Scorpion King hesitated. The scorpions were reluctant to cross the water, and merely brandished their claws on the opposite bank. Scorpions fear water. This discovery filled Luo Yu with elation. The entire base, including the newly cultivated vegetable garden, was encompassed by the moat. If the scorpions dared not enter the water, they could not reach them. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu hurled the remaining javelins, targeting the lesser scorpions rather than the Scorpion King. Numerous lesser scorpions were impaled, enraging the Scorpion King, who roared incessantly but dared not enter the water. Thump! The catapults continued to hurl stones relentlessly. One struck the Scorpion King's head, but had little effect. Not even a scratch marred its unyielding carapace. It roared incessantly, clearly enraged. Luo Yu, however, was unperturbed. He sat atop the watchtower, biding his time. The javelins were gone, and the steel bow had been entrusted to Alice, but the catapults, arrow towers, and automatic crossbows continued their barrage. The scorpion swarm could not cross the moat. They were, in effect, sitting ducks. He would simply exhaust them. Swish, swish, swish. Thump. The catapults felled several more lesser scorpions, while the arrow towers and automatic crossbows ceaselessly discharged arrows. As time inexorably passed, all of the lesser scorpions were slain. Now, only the Scorpion King remained, brandishing its pincers in impotent fury. Insect swarms, unlike tribes, did not retreat when overwhelmed. With them, it was a matter of life or death. There was no option to flee. There was no respite, no compromise. Chapter 56. The shipment has arrived. Bang. Ding ding ding. The catapults and arrows were focused on the golden Scorpion King, yet the creature proved impervious to harm, seemingly unaffected by the onslaught. Luo Yu attempted to employ beast taming from a distance, only to be met with the reminder that untamed creatures cannot be controlled. Remaining trapped within the base was not an option. He needed a strategy to eliminate this formidable scorpion. First, Luo Yu retrieved the automatic defense core and disabled the automatic shooting function of the arrow towers and crossbows, as wasting arrows, crafted from wood and iron, was inadvisable. Glancing at the petite butterfly and little void beside him, Luo Yu pondered briefly before declaring, "Butterfly, you shall serve as bait," luring the giant scorpion to the lakeside, where our mighty octopus will confront it. "What? Master, are you truly sending such a lovely girl to act as bait?" Butterfly protested, her dissatisfaction evident. Rolling his eyes, Luo Yu retorted, "Who else can fly? If I could, I would do it myself. Hurry, and upon success, I shall reward you with the privilege of sleeping with my arm around you tonight." "Oh," Butterfly murmured, "I have no objections to hugging your arm or leg. Could you perhaps bring some flower seeds to plant? I adore peonies or the pollen of glowing flowers." "Very well, I shall cultivate a garden in our backyard." Luo Yu replied, "Now go, and be cautious." Butterfly beamed with a smile, lightly chuckling, "You said it, so no backing out. Little Void, let us go together." With a soft chirp, Little Void was cradled in Butterfly's embrace as they ascended towards the golden Scorpion King. "Filthy scorpion, come chase me," Butterfly taunted midair. But the scorpion ignored her, its gaze fixated on Luo Yu, radiating hatred. Employing her butterfly powder charm again, Butterfly realized that a solitary scorpion was immune to her allure. At a loss, she glanced at Little Void. "I and Amp, Oppos, LL take care of it." Despite being cradled, Little Void swiftly retrieved her slingshot and launched a stone. Bang! The stone struck the golden Scorpion King squarely in the eye, prompting a furious roar from the beast. Bang! Another stone was launched, hitting the other eye, fully inciting the scorpion's wrath as it became enraged and pursued Little Void. Butterfly spread her wings and soared towards the lakeside, with the golden Scorpion King in hot pursuit. However, it abruptly halted not far from the water's edge, deterred by its aversion to water and an instinctive sense of danger. "Little Void, shoot it." Bang bang. Little Void's aim was precise, each shot targeting the scorpion's eyes. Who could withstand such an assault? The Scorpion King is in a state of fury. The golden Scorpion King charged recklessly at Little Void, unleashing its maximum speed. Its tail swept menacingly. Butterfly, on high alert, narrowly evaded the lethal strike. At that moment, the scorpion was at the lakeside, and suddenly, 3 dark shadows erupted from the water: Black Magic Octopus and Oppos, as tentacles ensnared the scorpion and epochs, as formidable claws and terrifying tail, pulling with all its might. Yet, astonishingly, the golden scorpion king remained unmoved. Though the black magic octopus was of diamond rank, it was still in its juvenile stage and lacked sufficient power, while the golden scorpion king was a fully matured golden tier monster. The two forces appeared evenly matched. One pulled with strength, the other resisted in retreat, rendering both unable to gain the upper hand. From a distance, Luo Yu witnessed the scene unfold and promptly opened the stone gate to lower the drawbridge. Anew, charge forth. The massive bull thundered into action, boasting over a ton in weight and formidable attack power. After a brief sprint, it collided forcefully with the scorpion's rear. Simultaneously, Little Void launched another stone, striking the scorpion and epochs with precision. In pain, the scorpion faltered, and in that fleeting moment, the immense creature was thrust into the lake. The scorpion flailed helplessly in the water, but how could it compete with the octopus, given its inherent fear of water? After struggling for about a minute, the scorpion lay still. It's done. Luo Yu hurried over, beckoning the octopus to haul the scorpion from the water. Moments later, gazing at the lifeless golden scorpion king, Luo Yu's expression turned somber. The scorpion's claws and tail had been severed by the octopus, and it was beyond saving. Regrettably, there would be no opportunity for taming. Even if it were possible, survival was not an option. Luo Yu plunged the heavenly crafting blade into the scorpion's mouth, ending its life. Bang! Upon the scorpion's demise, notifications appeared. You have slain the golden scorpion king. Rewards: Golden tier random treasure, chest 1. Golden tier equipment, chest 1. Scorpion king's egg 1. Note: the scorpion king's treasure chest cannot be stored for long. If not used within 24 hours, it will automatically decompose. The shipment has arrived. Luo Yu rejoiced, although the items could not be preserved for long, meaning he could only opt for a critical hit on one treasure chest. It was still a monumental gain. Yay! Little Void happily clung to Luo Yu and epochs' arm, while Butterfly beamed with delight. Luo Yu affectionately patted the heads of the two little ones, saying, "Go prepare dinner. I shall handle this creature." Butterfly giggled. "Don't forget the garden, the garden." Saying this, she scooped up Little Void and flew towards the base. Luo Yu did not rush to dismantle the scorpion's carcass, but first chose to open the equipment chest. Today's 100-fold critical hit would be saved for tomorrow's random treasure chest. You have opened the golden tier equipment chest and received Yin-Yang Twin Blades, golden tier. Can be evolved. In a flash of brilliance, a pair of exquisite black and white blades appeared before him. Luo Yu was elated with his Gale Blade technique. Dual blades would enhance his prowess. While the heavenly crafting blade was only silver tier and not primarily a weapon of combat, these golden tier twin blades boasted exceptional attributes, making them the perfect weapon for Luo Yu. However, upon wielding them, he furrowed his brow slightly. The twin blades were surprisingly heavy, and he found them somewhat cumbersome to wield. He would need to enhance his strength. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he placed the twin blades, along with the other treasure chest and the scorpion egg, into his storage bracelet. He would attend to these once his critical hit count was restored. First, he needed to dispose of the scorpion and its offspring. This entire endeavor consumed 6 hours, and when Luo Yu concluded his tasks, it was already 11 at night. Exhausted yet exhilarated, he tallied his rewards, a total of 7,038 gold, 26, 506 scorpion meat, and a recoverable biological equipment piece. Chapter 57. Exquisite Floor Tiles in the Garden. Ratings soar. Scorpion King S Stinger, silver grade, contains a neurotoxin of lethal potency, remarkably hard and sharp. Luo Yu silently stowed away this deadly weapon, intending to craft a spear or a similar implement, capable of taking a life with the slightest scratch. Speaking of which, he had gathered all the materials for the flooring. It was time to commence the project. However, he found himself with an excess of scorpion meat that required prompt attention. Luo Yu listed 10,000 units of scorpion meat for sale at a modest price of 5 silver per unit. Upon completing these tasks, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued, buoyed by an inexplicable joy. After a refreshing shower and a hearty meal of warmed meat and milk prepared by Xiao Dai, he comfortably retired to bed. By this time, the two adorable girls had already nestled into his bed, fast asleep. Without their presence, Luo Yu would have faced considerable difficulty in dealing with the Scorpion King. What capable young ladies they were! Lifting each girl in his arms, Xiao Kong nestled against Luo Yu's arm, while Xiao Dai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her cheeks flushing. In no time, Luo Yu drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening at dawn, Luo Yu received a buff. Sleep effect increased by 50, duration, 3 days. This meant that where he previously required 8 hours of sleep to feel refreshed, now only 4 sufficed, effectively granting him an additional 4 hours of productivity. The old ox buff was indeed a welcome boon. After breakfast, he commenced the construction of defensive floor tiles. Opening the construction page, Luo Yu strolled over the muddy terrain, excitement coursing through him as he clicked to lay down tile after tile. You have constructed a tightly sealed high-grade defensive floor tile, costing stone bricks 30, iron or 10. Silver 10, gold 1. The tiles were pure white, adorned with golden patterns, incredibly beautiful. With each tile laid, the base's rating increased. It took him the entire morning to cover the inner walls with these tiles, including the first floor of the villa, which was also laid with the same exquisite flooring. If the base had previously resembled a modest village, it now resembled a grand castle fit for nobility. The silver gilded tiles, the splendid villa, the tall and sturdy walls, and the charming little creatures. If the villa were transformed into a palace, complete with a garden and fountain, it would undoubtedly resemble a royal residence. How delightful it was. The aesthetic enhancement of the base granted him another buff, fervor of action, duration, 1 day. The advantages of beauty were indeed remarkable. Upon checking the rating, Luo Yu was taken aback to find it had skyrocketed to 3,400. It had previously lingered around 800, but the new flooring had boosted it by a staggering 2,600 points. While he anticipated the rewards at the month's end, the scale of potential attacks seemed rather daunting. Though thrilled, he felt a growing sense of urgency to bolster his defenses. More arrow towers and crossbows were essential. Speaking of which, he had previously promised Xiao Dai to construct a garden, and he could not go back on his word. Once again, he opened the construction page and found the option for a garden. He envisioned a lavish garden that would complement the tiles beautifully. Lavish garden, cost per square meter, stone bricks 10, soil 50, silver 10, emerald 1, comes with bioluminescent flowers. Though somewhat costly, it paled in comparison to the tiles, and he only needed to surround the villa with it. There was plenty of soil available underground, and after some effort, brilliant light flickered before him. The soil began to spread over the tiles, and soon, flower beds adorned with emerald patterns sprang up, encircling the villa and leaving 4 entrances to the north, south, east, and west. The luxury of the garden had its own merits. The bioluminescent flowers not only exuded a delightful fragrance but also provided illumination at night. This addition alone boosted the base and Oppo's score by a further 400 points, bringing the total to an impressive 3,800. Such opulent embellishments were not necessities, yet they contributed significantly to the rating, far more than basic structures. The alluring scent of the flowers drew Xiao Dai back, her face alight with excitement. Master, you truly built a garden. It must have cost quite a bit. I hope I didn't ask for too much. Observing her touched expression, Luo Yu chuckled. Indeed, it did cost a fair amount. How do you think you should express your gratitude? Xiao Dai and Oppo's face flushed, and she swiftly darted to his side, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek before shyly saying, if you want a kiss in the future, I can oblige. Oh, how embarrassing. I'm not talking to you anymore. With a rosy face, Xiao Dai scampered off, pausing to delicately inhale the fragrance of a bioluminescent flower, her expression one of bliss. Luo Yu touched his cheek where she had kissed him, marveling at how adorable she was. If only there were no barriers to reproduction. Silver was earned quickly but spent even faster. Luo Yu noted he had only 22,000 remaining. Without hesitation, he invested 20,000 into enhancing his dual knives for ease of use. With just 2,000 left and the scorpion meat yet to sell, he found himself in a precarious financial state. A glance at his status panel revealed significant changes. Tester, Luo Yu ID. Earth, Summer Country 23333 base rating. 3,800 sanitation value. 78 entertainment value. 20 strength. 75 constitution. 65 agility. 65 personal traits. Insectoid nemesis, 5-star. Miner, 1-star. Beast tamer, 1 star. As he walked upon the exquisite tiles, Luo Yu weighed the dual knives in his hands, familiarizing himself with their heft while pondering the future development of his base. Currently, the base's rating was excessively high. Fortifying defenses was of utmost priority. Secondly, he needed a stable source of income. Selling eggs and milk was unreliable, especially as the base's population grew. It would be prudent to refrain from selling these conventional food items. Mercenary work was lucrative, but the absence of recent assignments was disheartening. He possessed a sewing table and a forging station. He must rely on these manual skills to generate steady income. This required a spacious workshop capable of accommodating various enhancements, alongside an expanded cellar and a dedicated warehouse. With sufficient funds, he could invest in attributes and achieve all of this, yet he remained short on money. Noticing the time, Luo Yu proceeded to the villa, ready to engage and trade with the well-endowed woman. Moments later, the trade interface appeared. Human, Li Curson, sister, has my custom order arrived? So the well-endowed woman was named Li Curson. she had not chosen anonymity. Luo Yu, however, remained anonymous as he sent over the completed corset. Chapter 58, The Thunder Storage Box and Afforestation. Li Curson. Oh, it's purple. It looks so beautiful. Wait, it's actually golden underwear. Oh my goodness. Li Curson sent a flurry of exclamation marks, to which Luo Yu replied, what luck to craft something in gold, but a single characteristic scroll may not suffice. Li Curson had no objections. All right, I and Oppos. I do 30,000 silver. This is all I have. Who would have thought she was a little wealthy? Luo Yu. Great. A pleasant collaboration. Let us proceed with the transaction. Li Curson. Yes. A delightful partnership. Transaction completed. You have received 30,000 silver and one personal characteristic transfer scroll. Once the items were secured, Luo Yu lost interest in chatting with Li Curson, who sent another message. Sister, I still don't know your name. If you have more good stuff in the future, let us trade again. Luo Yu. My name is Yu. Just save our chat records, and we can reconnect. Li Curson. You? Oh, Sister Yu. Let us leave it at that. Goodbye. After concluding the conversation, Luo Yu felt elated and immediately sought out the female captive to transfer her stable quality, characteristic to himself. Stable quality, when engaged in construction, crafting, sewing, or forging. The quality of produced items increases by 20. Luo Yu is quite fond of this attribute. As agreed, he opened a trading window with Nyoda, transferring the female captive to him and receiving 5,000 silver in return. Once again, he found himself with extra funds. Luo Yu recalled that he still had a golden-level random treasure chest to open, so he proceeded. 100-fold crit triggered. You have opened a golden-level random treasure chest and obtained the item, Thunder Collection Box and Lightning Rod Blueprint X1. Wow! Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The Thunder Collection Box is a prerequisite for unlocking the Lightning Technology Tree. This item is not available for purchase in the system mall. It can only appear in fishing or airdrop supply crates with a minuscule probability. To have obtained it, a golden-level chest yielding such a reward is remarkable. However, upon inspecting the required materials for production, Luo Yu and Oppos' smile faded. Thunder Collection Box and Lightning Rod Blueprint. Copper or X20,000, gold X20,000, silver X100,000. Such a hefty sum. This is not technology one should possess at this stage. He took another glance at the Thunder Technology Tree. Once this box was crafted, it would unlock defensive weapons like the Lightning Strike Tower, as well as terrifying devices such as electric net traps and thunder bombs. Most impressively, as he progressed further, not only could the base have various lightning facilities, but individuals could unlock lightning skills as well. Having spent considerable time in this world, Luo Yu had begun to grasp its foundational lore. Essentially, it is a realm of swords and sorcery where survival and strength remain eternal themes. Lightning is indeed a form of elemental power, alongside wind, fire, and water, elements that can be manipulated, though the difficulty in unlocking them is considerable. As for the advanced technology once possessed by humanity, Luo Yu is currently unaware of any means to obtain such high-tech products, relying instead on scientific knowledge for survival. Returning to the Lightning Strike Tower, Luo Yu was certain that the primitive natives clad in animal skins and wielding shields would be utterly helpless against lightning attacks. The key detail was that the Lightning Strike Tower could also target aerial threats, meaning that once constructed, not even birds could traverse his territory. He desired it immensely, but the cost was prohibitive, so he resolved to accumulate resources gradually. Now, he intended to construct another arrow tower to enhance the base's defenses and subsequently build a workshop. Automatic attack arrow tower would X30,000, iron or X5,000, silver X2, 500. Silver was not an issue, as he had previously mined a considerable amount of iron ore, but the main challenge lay in acquiring sufficient wood. The quantity required for the arrow tower was substantial. He could buy once, twice, but continually purchasing was not a sustainable solution. Thus, he decided to plant trees. The benefits of afforestation were numerous. First, it would supply the base and Oppos' defensive equipment. Second, it would provide warmth during winter. Third, it would effectively prevent soil erosion. Do not underestimate the problem of soil erosion. After a recent thunderstorm, Luo Yu witnessed firsthand how vast amounts of soil and sand were washed into the small lake. Over time, this would raise the lake's bottom, leading to potential flooding during high water seasons. Understanding the critical need for action, Luo Yu planned to create a small grove approximately 100 meters away from the lake, thereby preventing soil erosion and allowing for the placement of traps or even automatic weapons in the trees, significantly strengthening the northern defenses. He began reviewing the Heavenly Path World Guide, searching for desirable saplings to plant. Upon investigation, he stumbled upon a type of tree known as the fragrant leaf tree, which appeared quite suitable. Fragrant leaf tree, growth cycle 60 days, large fragrant leaves, edible as a vegetarian food, nutritional value 0. 1 vegetarian. Each mature fragrant leaf tree yields wood X60. The nutritional value is negligible, but the wood yield was slightly higher than average, albeit with a longer growth cycle. However, given the fertile land in his territory, this drawback was mitigated. Thus, he decided on the fragrant leaf tree. Luo Yu began scouring the auction house for saplings of the fragrant leaf tree. At this stage, wood had not yet become exorbitantly priced, and various saplings were available for 20 silver each. He purchased 500 saplings, stacking them by the lakeside. The saplings needed to be planted promptly. Luo Yu began digging, and the helper, Xiao Kong, who had been fishing by the lake, joined in. Together, they commenced planting along the lakeshore, with Luo Yu reveling in the joy of afforestation. With each sapling he planted, he felt his territory come alive with vitality, filling him with immense joy. As they worked, Xiao Kong suddenly chirped excitedly, prompting Luo Yu to investigate. To his surprise, he discovered that Xiao Kong had unearthed a treasure chest. You have obtained a special treasure chest from the Xuanxiu Beast Girl X1. Indeed, this little one periodically produced a special chest through various means, which often contained delightful treasures. Luo Yu allowed Xiao Kong to open her chest, and upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback to find a small vial inside. Essence liquid X3, colorless and odorless. When consumed, it forcibly reduces the user and epochs S attributes to 10 points for 2 hours, sealing item grades and all special skills. Goodness, he had opened a vial of poison. It seemed this item would be of little use against attacks. Xiao Kong consistently unearthed the most peculiar items, gently patting the little one's head. Luo Yu stored the essence liquid in his bracelet and continued his work. Your planting level has risen to LV6. After planting 500 trees, his planting level had indeed increased. Chapter 59, The Golden Scorpion King, the finest miner as he surveyed the circle of saplings along the lakeside. Luo Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Before winter arrived, this area would transform into a lush forest, while the strip of land between the woods and the small lake would serve as a cultivation zone for crops such as cotton. It offered protection from wind and rain, and facilitated irrigation, truly perfect. It was already past 9 in the evening, the moon casting its silvery light above. Xiao Kong, nestled against Luo Yu and Appo's arm, called out softly, her hunger evident. Observing her muddy visage, Luo Yu felt a rush of tenderness and chuckled, "Little darling, shall we take a bath together and then enjoy our meal?" To his surprise, Xiao Kong, understanding his words, blushed. Luo Yu, unperturbed by her bashfulness, scooped her up and made his way toward the grand villa. Half an hour later, Xiao Kong emerged from the bathroom, her tiny feet pattering on the floor as she giggled. Although he had suggested a joint bath, Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai had their own bathing tub separate from Luo Yu's. His only task was to ensure her body was dried off. After his refreshing bath, Luo Yu glanced back at the 2 wooden tubs in the bathroom, contemplating the need to construct a larger bathing facility soon, so they could all bathe together and conserve water. After completing his daily tasks, the comfort of sleep awaited him. Lying in bed, flanked by 2 adorable companions, Luo Yu casually pulled one into his embrace and quickly drifted off to slumber. The following morning, rejuvenated, Luo Yu found Xiao Dai gazing up at him with flushed cheeks. He playfully pinched her soft belly and remarked, "Xiao Dai, you lack abdominal muscles. You must exercise more diligently." You've never even seen them. How would you know?" Xiao Dai mumbled softly, but by now, Luo Yu was already out of bed. It was another day brimming with vitality. After breakfast, Luo Yu noticed that the remaining male captives had been sold, adding another 50,000 silver coins to his treasury, much to his delight. He ventured to the animal training grounds to check on the cows, where Xiao Dai was busy milking one. Though the cow was still producing milk, it seemed to be in a poor state, likely exhausted after yielding a batch of special milk. He set aside the plan to attract attacks using the special milk for later contemplation. As he observed Xiao Dai, a thought crossed his mind: she had come of age. Being an animal, would she be capable of producing milk as well? Upon inspecting her attributes, he found no indication of such a function, leading him to believe it was unlikely. A glance at Xiao Kong's attributes yielded the same result, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. The attributes contained a brief description stating that humanoid creatures, aside from possessing various peculiar ears, tails, and wings, generally shared similar anatomical structures with humans. It had been a remarkably peaceful time in the region, with everyone living in comfort. Luo Yu found himself anticipating the emergence of some unusual events. He began purchasing timber, noticing its price had risen from 1 silver to 1.5 silver coins, likely due to the depletion of trees in neighboring territories. With 87 000 silver coins at his disposal, he decided to take advantage of the remaining lower prices and made a purchase of 30,000 timber for 45,000 silver coins, initiating the construction of an arrow tower. Thanks to a previous construction cost reduction buff of 5, he saved 500 timber, which was why he was eager to commence building. The buff was set to last 10 days, and each day that passed represented a loss of potential savings. This time, he opted not to place the arrow tower at the center of the base, but rather at the corner where the eastern and southern walls met. The effective range of the arrow tower situated centrally was 150 meters, whereas the one adjacent to the wall extended to 200 meters. This positioning was strategically calculated to cover defenses on both the east and south sides. He yearned to erect another arrow tower at the junction of the northern and western walls, ensuring diagonal placement for comprehensive coverage over the entire base. Remarkably, the arrow tower on the east side could even reach enemies within 50 meters on the west side. Such was the impressive capability of the arrow tower, with its extensive range and all-encompassing firepower. Alas, his funds were insufficient for another tower. With the establishment of the arrow tower, the base's defenses were further enhanced. Following his usual practice, after constructing a defensive structure, he turned his attention to creating a living facility, naturally, a grand bathing pool to conserve water. However, before that, he decided to utilize today as surge and critical hits. He stepped onto a vacant plot outside the city walls and retrieved the golden scorpion king egg from his storage bracelet, silently invoking its potential. Critical hit activated. The growth efficiency of the golden scorpion king egg has increased by 100 times. The egg trembled slightly in his hands, and he promptly placed it on the ground. Moments later, a palm-sized golden scorpion emerged. The little scorpion rapidly grew, and in no time, it matched the size of a calf. Its growth continued until it was almost as large as the cow. The golden scorpion approached, affectionately nudging its head against Luo Yu and Apos' arm, a gesture of endearment and submission. Golden Scorpion King, Intermediate Intelligence, Juvenile, Gold Grade Strength 86, Constitution 120, Agility 47. Special Ability, Gold Seeking. The Golden Scorpion King will periodically bring you a gold nugget. The description also mentioned tail stings and claw attacks, showcasing impressive attributes, particularly the gold-seeking ability, which thrilled Luo Yu. Who could resist the allure of gold? Regrettably, the scorpion had not undergone mutation. It appeared that even with a 100-fold increase in critical hits, mutation was not guaranteed, much like the unpredictability of a seamstress's work, sometimes yielding gold-grade results and other times silver. To his astonishment, the scorpion possessed a level 10 mining skill. Upon scrutinizing its attributes, Luo Yu realized the scorpion's mining proficiency was formidable. He immediately led the golden scorpion into the mine, patting its head and encouraging, "Dig, give it your all." The golden scorpion wasted no time. Its large pincers thrusting into the luminescent rock walls of the mine, swiftly unearthing a fist-sized chunk of gold. "You have acquired gold 60. Goodness. Dig more. Go all out," Luo Yu exclaimed, taking on the role of supervisor. "You have acquired silver 100, copper or 30, iron or 90. The golden scorpion's mining efficiency was astonishing, producing less stone and yielding more rare minerals, truly a testament to its level 10 mining skill. Chapter 60. The super buff from the luxurious bath. The golden scorpion, a mere insect, could rival the mining efficiency of 5 captives. Invincible. Suddenly, Luo Yu received a notification. The golden scorpion has mined excessively, angering the giant centipede. From the rocky walls of the mine, a massive centipede emerged, brandishing its claws. To Luo Yu's surprise, the centipede did not instill fear. Instead, he felt a flicker of joy. With a natural nemesis to insects, he had no trepidation. He drew his dual blades, ready to strike, but the golden scorpion was swifter. With its 2 golden pincers, it seized the centipede, and its venomous stinger pierced through the centipede's exoskeleton, swiftly dispatching it. Subsequently, it ceased mining and began to feast. Well, intermediate intelligence does not compare to advanced or elite intelligence. Often, actions are driven by instinct. If it desires to eat, then let it eat. The massive centipede was devoured halfway, while the remaining portion was consumed by tunneling worms, as well as gold and silver beetles that joined in. In an instant, the mine was teeming with insects. Luo Yu discovered that the insects unearthed by the golden scorpion could be consumed on the spot, saving him a substantial amount of meat. However, increasing the insect population proved to be a challenge. After pondering, Luo Yu realized it was not insurmountable. If he simply redirected the scorpion, he could excavate with a 100-fold critical hit, significantly increasing the chance of uncovering insect nests. With this understanding, there was no more to contemplate. Eat heartily. Let the insects feast. Perhaps he could even cultivate them. After a while, Luo Yu encountered another issue. Due to the scorpion's high efficiency, the previously responsible bull and gold beetles for transporting ore were now insufficient. Numerous stones began to accumulate in the mine, creating further inconveniences. And this month's resource consumption was notably rapid. Indeed, the mine resembled a small lake, with a monthly resource acquisition limit, such as 100,000 units. These units could consist of stone or gold. What is produced depends on mining levels and luck, but it cannot exceed the limit of 100,000 units. Having utilized the base core, Luo Yu's resource limit increased by 10. Previously, with so many insects mining, there had been no issues with resource limits. Now, after calculating, he realized that at the current rate of the golden scorpion, the mine would be depleted in 15 days. For the next 15 days, a swarm of insects would merely be idle, consuming resources without contributing. The golden scorpion would require substantial meat for each meal. It was challenging to enhance the mine's resource acquisition limit in a hurry. After much contemplation, Luo Yu decided to assign the golden scorpion additional tasks. With a DUI guarding the vegetable patch and the giant octopus at the small lake, he planned for the scorpion to mine in the morning and transport the ore in the afternoon. Once completed, it could assist in pest control in the small woods. Given its level of intelligence, such simple tasks were all it could manage. Upon exiting the mine, Luo Yu observed the path from the mine to the base, which had been compressed over time by the mining carts, resulting in 2 deep ruts. The entire road was uneven, significantly reducing transportation efficiency and making it cumbersome. To attain wealth, one must first repair the roads. Luo Yu made a mental note to address this when he had the time. In the afternoon, Luo Yu continued his routine of cutting stones when suddenly a notification arrived. Your goods have been purchased. You have received 50,000 silver. Huh? Were my scorpion meats sold? Upon checking, he discovered that all the scorpion meats he had listed were gone, leaving him curious about which patron had such unique tastes and profited handsomely. Elated, he ceased cutting stones, washed his hands in the bathroom, and prepared to construct a grand bath. Opening the building page, he surveyed various bath options, ultimately deciding on a luxurious bath. Luxurious bath. Construction materials 5,000, emerald 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000. Expensive. It truly was costly. Even with a 5 buff, it remained dear. Unlike beds that could trigger critical hits, building baths offered no shortcuts. High costs were unavoidable. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to proceed, as he had the materials and buff ready. You have chosen to spend 4,750 stone bricks, 950 emeralds, 950 gold, and 19,000 silver to create a luxurious bath. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Upon clicking, a radiant light flickered before him, revealing a splendid bath within the bathroom. A thin layer of pale yellow emerald adorned the edges and bottom of the bath, with golden patterns inlaid. And a silver pipe connected to the bath's built-in hot water tank, which was already slowly filling the bath with warm water. A gentle mist rose, creating an ambience of pure indulgence. Luxurious bath. Golden level fatigue relief speed increased by 40. Cleanliness increased by 40. Probability of receiving positive buffs enhanced. Comfort level increased. Upon reviewing the panel, he noted, number, Earth Summer Nation 23333 base rating, 4,550 points hygiene level, 90 points entertainment value, 30 points strength, 75 constitution, 65 agility, 65. The score surged from the previous 3,800 to 4,550. Previously, he had spent an exorbitant amount of wood to construct an arrow tower rated at 150. This bath cost 600. The hygiene score had risen to 90 points, indicating excellent sanitary conditions and comfortable living, with entertainment value increased by 10 points. After all, soaking in a bath is undoubtedly a form of entertainment. The newly constructed luxurious bath demanded to be enjoyed. Luo Yu disrobed and reclined comfortably in the bath. Amidst the rising steam, he genuinely felt invigorated, fatigue melting away, and he even felt drowsy. However, just as he was drifting between slumber and wakefulness, another notification arrived. Due to the recent significant improvement in your base's hygiene, your territory has been grazed by mysterious forces, granting you the buff, Harvest Blessing. Harvest Blessing. All crops within your territory will mature instantly. Surprise. A delightful surprise. He knew that high hygiene and entertainment values could yield buffs, but he had not anticipated a collective buff, especially not the Harvest Blessing. All crops would mature instantly. So many crops in his vegetable patch, hadn't the cotton been sown just a few days ago? And those saplings had only been planted a short while ago? This Harvest Blessing was extraordinary. At that moment, Xiao Dai rushed in with excitement, exclaiming, Master, while Xiao Kong and I were fishing by the lake, we noticed that all the fragrant leaf trees had grown tall. And on our way back, we saw that all the flowers in the garden had bloomed beautifully. Luo Yu replied nonchalantly. Ascend and oppose. It just the harvest blessing? No need for such excitement. Huh. Xiao Dai paused, finally noticing the magnificent bath before her. Wow. What a beautiful bath. Master, are you bathing? Aye. Do you wish to bathe as well? Luo Yu chuckled. We have plenty of time to enjoy it later. Hand me my clothes. Let us go check the vegetable garden. Oh. With a flushed face, Xiao Dai approached Luo Yu, handing him his clothes before hurriedly exiting. Chapter 61. A Profitable Venture, The Thief Incident. Upon arriving at the vegetable garden, I was greeted by a bountiful harvest. Every crop within the expanse of the garden had ripened. Rice, corn, potatoes, greens, and tomatoes were all flourishing. My excitement nearly erupted into a shout, and beside me, Xiao Kong clapped her hands joyfully. It had been quite some time since the last harvest, and some had sown insufficiently, exhausting their supplies. Consequently, the prices of fresh produce had surged, marking this a true windfall, a genuine profit. It was imperative to harvest quickly and plant a new batch of crops, as these ripe vegetables might attract curious wildlife. If too many animals converged, even Odd Dai would struggle to manage this vast garden. To mitigate losses, immediate action was necessary. Currently, my planting level was at LV6, while Xiao Dai had reached LV8, and Xiao Kong, due to her diligent watering and tree planting, had advanced to LV5. Additionally, Xiao Kong enjoyed a buff from her diamond bed, enhancing crop yields by 10. Without hesitation, the three of us set to work. Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai. Let us get to it. The two little darlings were brimming with excitement and immediately joined my efforts. With our high attributes and commendable planting levels, our yield exceeded the ordinary. Notably, Xiao Dai's LV8 planting level resulted in the highest harvest. We toiled in the garden until after 9 in the evening, ultimately gathering all the crops and planting a new round of seeds. Due to the fertile soil, the crops in my base would grow 10 faster than others. In summary, we harvested a remarkable total of 35,000 units of fresh produce today, an unimaginable feat for this garden in the past. The fertility of the land and our high planting levels were key factors in this success. Xiao Kong's planting level had also upgraded to LV6, and mine was progressing swiftly. The average price of fresh produce hovered around 10 silver coins, significantly more expensive than meat, resulting in an immediate profit of 350,000 silver coins. Previously, I had stored about 2,000 units of fresh produce, which I retrieved from long-term storage, replacing it with 5,000 fresh units in the cellar, and subsequently listed 32,000 units for auction. While the upgraded cellar floor maintained a cooler temperature, it was not entirely capable of preserving freshness. These vegetables had to be sold, or they would spoil. In the world of the human race, news spread, wow, someone has listed over 30,000 units of fresh produce. Hurry and grab them. It proved that advertisements were indeed effective. As I relaxed in the bath, I watched my wealth multiply rapidly, my heart brimming with joy. In the shimmering silver before me, the lovely forms of Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai lost their allure. The primary reason being that they had become pets, which, in my eyes, held far less appeal than ordinary female companions of my kind. Yet, in a mere moment, the listed produce was sold out, netting me a staggering 320,000 silver coins, a significant profit. With the prospect of harvesting cotton and ample timber tomorrow, my happiness knew no bounds. I embraced Xiao Kong and planted a kiss on her. Overwhelmed with joy, "Mu chill," Xiao Kong chirped, offering no resistance. She was accustomed to being cuddled like a pillow during the night. Conversely, Xiao Dai, keeping her distance from me, remained submerged in the water, too shy to rise. That night, I dreamed of lying atop a pile of silver coins, initially gleeful, until I suddenly recalled that my original bed was worth far more than the silver one, jolting me awake in fright. Upon sitting up and checking, I found my diamond cloud bed still there, allowing me to exhale in relief. Restlessness plagued me, so I wandered to the window, gazing at the inky night sky adorned with twinkling stars. How delightful it would be to have a glass of red wine. I pondered the possibility of constructing a grape trellis to brew wine when suddenly, my attention was captured by movement outside the city wall. By the moat, two shadowy figures appeared to be hesitating. Were they humans? I was taken aback the moment I discerned their presence. A notification flashed. The blessing of harvest has attracted nearby tribal thieves. Congratulations on discovering them. The thief incident. As mentioned in the Tao of Heaven world description, the thief incident does not provide prior warnings. Only upon discovery does the system react. What luck to have stumbled upon this. I donned my attire and stealthily leapt from the window. At that moment, the two shadowy figures exchanged glances before simultaneously leaping over the wide moat, stealthily approaching the base. The arrow towers and crossbows remained unresponsive, as if they had melded with the moonlight. These two individuals exhibited remarkable agility, scaling the 5-meter-high wall with ease. However, the instant they landed, they collided directly with me. Thud! I swiftly reversed my moonlight twin daggers, striking each thief on the back of the head, rendering them unconscious. Thieves have been subdued. My strength was overwhelming, the action so decisive. This pair of thieves, a male and female duo, were dragged to the prison. And after a thorough search, I uncovered several valuable items. A fist-sized piece of gold, 3 exquisitely crafted bracelets and rings, and a book. Stealth technique, silver level, a special skill that, once learned, allows the user to enter a stealth state at will. In this state, detection by architectural defenses is impossible, and the chance of being discovered by living beings is reduced by 50. Oh, such a treasure? A flicker of delight shone in my eyes. If there is anything most precious in the Tao of Heaven world, it is undoubtedly skills. As a mercenary, acquiring more skills is inherently advantageous, and here it was. I promptly chose to learn it, instantly adding a new skill. This stealth technique, like the Gale Blade technique, is also of silver level and can enhance up to 3 tiers. Its growth potential is notably high, as it relies on one's agility to reduce detection chances. As long as one possesses sufficient agility, they will remain undetected. Upon inspecting the 2 captured thieves, I noted their agility attributes were high, but they lacked any remarkable personal traits. I was uninterested in the origins of their manuals. Adhering to my usual practice, sell the male and keep the female for my group. In this world, where the harshness of fate prevails, I still hold compassion for my companions, ensuring they receive a fair share of the spoils. Chapter 62. Small goals of a small group. The next morning, while having breakfast, Luo Yu initiated a conversation in the group chat. Luo Yu, I encountered a thief last night and captured a female prisoner. Anyone interested in purchasing her? Elena, I have no need. I found these natives to be quite useless and a waste of resources. Alice, I also don't require one at the moment. Nakaruru, neither do I. The previous one hasn't been tamed yet. Only a sliver of resistance remains. Nyoda, I'm interested, but I'm penniless. Fong Yameng, in that case, I won't be shy. Luo Yu, let's trade. It seems Fong Yameng has become the affluent member of the group. The trade window opened, and as Luo Yu listed the female prisoner's picture, Fong Yameng chuckled. She's quite comely, Luo Yu. Don't you want female prisoners? No interest? Luo Yu, interest? In what regard? Fong Yameng. Oh, in terms of menial labor, of course. What did you think I meant? As she spoke, she placed 15,000 silver on the table. Female prisoners with unremarkable attributes but decent appearances typically fetch around 16,000 to 17,000 silver. Fong Yameng didn't and oppose. He seemed to be taking advantage of their acquaintance. Luo Yu smiled faintly and confirmed the trade, replying, Oh, I thought you were referring to the common interests of men. Fong Yameng, the common interests of men? Is it gaming? I and Amp, oppose. Am still a child, I wouldn't and Amp, oppose. Tino he. Trade successful, you have received 15,000 silver. A smile graced Luo Yu and Amp, oppose, s face. Chatting with everyone is a delightful way to alleviate loneliness. During breakfast, everyone was engaged in casual conversation. Nakaruru, everyone, summer is here, can autumn be far behind? Once winter arrives, our food source will likely be limited to aquatic products. Should we prioritize addressing the great monster in the lake? Fong Yameng, is it finally time? I've also been pondering solutions. What do you think about saving up to build an arrow tower by the lake to shoot it to death? Is that idea foolish? Elena, The great black fish won't let you shoot it without retaliation. It does seem a bit silly. Fong Yameng, alright. Alice, I have an idea. Take a look at Article 822 of the Heavenly Tao World and Amp, Oppos, S guidelines. After reviewing it, they discovered that this article pertained to team formation. The Heavenly Tao World has a team function, provided that either the visitor or mercenary technology has been unlocked. Killing a great beast as a team yields more loot than soloing. Of course, the individual yield is certainly lower, but it is a viable approach. Fong Yameng, oh? Sister Alice, are you suggesting that we first focus on unlocking visitor technology, then gather and enter someone's base as a team to jointly slay the blackfish monster? Alice, yes, that and Oppos, as precisely it. Luo Yu was intrigued by this plan. The great blackfish drops valuable items. If he could partake in the spoils from someone else and Oppos, as territory, wouldn't that be wonderful? His own blackfish only provides standard drops. But Luo Yu had seen in the world chat that formidable races had obtained significant loot after killing the great blackfish. Various characteristic scrolls, technology unlocked blueprints, and even base cores could be obtained. Luo Yu was envious when he saw everyone discussing it. Now, the opportunity has arrived. Luo Yu, I agree. Let's also meet up in person and get to know each other better. Elena, what is a meetup? Fong Yameng, Over the course of breakfast, the small group finalized their plan, and everyone was eager to get started. Luo Yu took Xiaokong and Xiao Dai to harvest cotton and chop trees, as earning money was paramount. The cotton fields around the lake yielded 20,000 units of cotton, which could be used to make clothing. With enough animal hides, they could also be combined to create luxurious carpets. These luxurious carpets are also valuable items. Harvesting cotton, chopping trees, planting cotton, planting trees. 2 days quickly passed, and Luo Yu finally finished his tasks, accumulating 20,000 units of cotton and 30,000 units of wood. This amount of wood was sufficient to build arrow towers. Let's get to it. According to the previous plan, this time the arrow tower was built at the junction of the northern and western walls. Thus, the 3 arrow towers almost completely covered the entire base. Coupled with 5 automatic crossbows and a catapult, Luo Yu believed that the base and Oppo's defense was quite strong. But it's not enough. If he followed the previous pattern, after building a wave of defensive facilities, Luo Yu would construct buildings to increase his score. However, the luxurious bath and high-grade floor tiles added too much to the score. He needed another wave of defensive facilities to feel secure. Development is essential, but security is a prerequisite for development. Taking advantage of the previous windfall, Luo Yu decided to go all out and build 2 more arrow towers. Is it just money? He has money. Buying materials such as wood and iron ore, plus the silver required for construction, Luo Yu spent 130,000 silver in one go. As a result, arrow towers were erected in the east, west, north, and south directions of the base, making the entire base heavily fortified, especially within a 50-meter range. Arrows rained down like a storm. Looking at the current base score, building 3 arrow towers added exactly 5,000. In terms of base wealth, there was still 210,000 silver. In terms of food, scorpion meat 16,000, other meat 2,000, aquatic products 2,500, vegetarian food 5,000, milk 150, eggs 30. In terms of resources, iron ore and would have been used up, gold 3,700, jade 1,250, copper or 588, stone bricks 80,000. In terms of animals, green wolf 1, mutated domestic chicken 1, octopus 1, golden scorpion king 1, bull, cow, earthworm 11, stone armored turtle 8, silver armored ladybug, golden beetle. Companion pets, Xingui beast girl, night butterfly. This was basically all the movable wealth of the base, and it did not include the score. As for the other buildings, Luo Yu didn't need to look at the data. Besides the defensive facilities, there were the villa, toilet, walls, cellar, and a mist box. In addition, the reason why Luo Yu didn't sell the remaining scorpion meat was not because he was saving it for himself, but because he was saving it for the animals. He, Xiao Dai, and Xiaokong did not eat insect meat. Looking at the arrow towers erected on all sides, Luo Yu felt a sense of security. Realizing that he hadn't used the critical strike from the past few days, he decided to exhaust it before spending silver. He walked to the grassland and took out the snake egg he had obtained earlier, silently reciting a phrase in his mind. 100-fold critical strike triggered. Snake egg growth efficiency increased by 100-fold. Chapter 63. A double benefit. As before, the serpent egg in hand began to crack, and moments later, a large snake appeared before me. Red-scaled giant python, bronze level, adult strength 50, constitution 75, agility 21. This critical strike had also mutated. Do not be deceived by its bronze status and lackluster attributes, for it possessed a unique ability, the shedding of scales. The red-scaled giant python will periodically shed scales, which can be collected and used as materials for crafting clothing and other items. It goes without saying that incorporating snake scales into fabric creations would undoubtedly enhance their quality. After dispatching the large snake into the small lake to keep the octopus company, I began to augment my own attributes. Attributes are paramount. With a flurry of operations, my panel transformed significantly. ID: Earth Summer Kingdom 23333 base score, 5,000 points sanitation value, 90 points entertainment value, 30 points strength, 90 constitution, 90 agility, 90. This round cost me 130,000 silver, beautifully enhancing my attributes. After drawing out the yin-yang dual blades and wielding them for a time, I felt invigorated, my entire being brimming with strength. With the arrow tower completed and my attributes augmented, I had acquired a large snake, yielding a bountiful day. However, I remained steadfast in my standards, determined to continue our tradition of relentless endeavor, and resumed stone cutting. The day swiftly passed, and on the following morning, while engaged in stone cutting, I heard a shattering noise. I rushed out to find the mine cart had disassembled. The innocent bull looked up at me, while black-spotted stones and various minerals lay scattered about. I sighed softly, patting the bull's head in consolation. The mine cart had honorably fulfilled its mission and was now retired. That said, the path from the base to the mine truly needed proper paving. Otherwise, transportation costs would be exorbitant. Opening the construction page, I perused the various surface options, only to regretfully find no common choices like cement or asphalt. However, options like mixed paving tiles and tight paving bricks were available. After contemplation, I decided to lay down tightly packed fireproof paving bricks. This was already considered quite advanced for road construction, capable of resisting fire, rainwater, excavation damage, and corrosion. Truly a one-time investment. I envision creating several pathways along the base in the future, starting with the mine road. Tightly packed fireproof paving bricks, cost per square, stone 10, iron or 3. Silver 1. Though insufficient for lavish interior flooring, they were indeed extravagant for a thoroughfare. I began constructing piece by piece, aiming for a width of 3 meters, ensuring ample space for the mine cart to traverse. In the end, not only did I pave the entire route from the base to the mine, but I also completed the path within the mine itself. This endeavor consumed a significant amount of materials, yet walking upon it felt immensely more comfortable. I purchased another mine cart for the bull to haul minerals, and indeed, the bull trotted eagerly along the new road, its steps notably lighter, even calling for a cow to join it. How delightful they appeared. Standing atop the wall, I smiled contentedly at the newly laid stone path. However, a sudden thought struck me. While I could traverse this road, so could the enemy. Wouldn't such a well-constructed path merely facilitate their movement? Moreover, my arrow tower and catapults did not recognize pathways. While the arrow tower was manageable, the catapults could recklessly bombard the enemies, potentially damaging my own road. Would I then need to spend money on repairs? Contemplating this, I needed to devise a clever solution. Digging traps along the sides of the road was certainly impractical. The bull, armored beetles, and scorpions were notoriously dim-witted and would undoubtedly stumble into them. As I navigated through the shop interface, construction page, and defense options, I fortuitously discovered a method that offered dual benefits. I first spent 10,000 silver to unlock automatic spike trap technology, then accessed a new interface. Automatic spike trap mechanism. When enemy units step on the spike mechanism, they will be attacked by spikes that are 20 centimeters long. Friendly and neutral units cannot trigger, with a coverage radius of 2 meters. This trap was excellent. Allies and neutrals would not trigger it, ensuring safety for my own units. If placed along the outer road, would not enemies, upon taking a few steps, be immediately incapacitated? Once struck, their mobility would be severely compromised, and other natives would surely hesitate to approach, keeping their distance. This mechanism could capture foes while preventing extensive damage to the road from catapult bombardments, truly a double benefit. I pondered laying such traps around the perimeter of the walls, but upon closely reviewing the instructions, I realized that the traps were mechanical and could only be installed on paved areas. The outer circle had yet to be paved. I would need to proceed with caution. Examining the types available, I found iron, silver, and copper variants. All three boasted the same lethality. The iron was the most cost-effective, while copper could conduct electricity, yielding remarkable results when paired with lightning technology. However, copper was currently scarce, so I would defer that for later. The iron would induce tetanus upon injury, but my aim was to capture, and treating tetanus would require considerable herbs, with a significant chance of failure, unfavorable for profit. As a lord, one must consider all aspects. The silver variant was slightly more expensive, yet at this stage, it was the most suitable option. Silver automatic spike trap mechanism, silver 5,000. The cost of automatic technology is quite steep. I constructed one and buried it not far from the mine entrance, with a coverage radius of 2 meters, meaning any enemy entering that range would trigger the mechanism, navigating through the bricks to injure them. Despite the high cost, one must appreciate the benefits of an automatic mechanism. The path from the base to the mine is roughly 1,500 meters long. I spent 50,000 silver to build 10 mechanisms, placing one every 150 meters. The items were commendable, yet given the current financial state of the base, this was the extent of my efforts. After this expenditure, I found myself left with merely 20,000 silver. The perpetual scarcity of funds. I glanced at the cow, noting its improved condition. Perhaps in a few days, I would extract more resources from it. With these thoughts in mind, I checked the base score. Thanks to the substantial number of bricks and traps, it had risen to 5,500 points, which was quite satisfactory, considering the modest enhancements made. Shortly thereafter, I returned to the basement of the villa with Little Butterfly, gesturing towards the amassed cotton with a gentle smile. Little Butterfly, I entrust the sewing to you. Please create women's undergarments. The fabric is all here. Feel free to utilize it as you see fit. Okay. Here in Opos, S the refined version of your text, focusing on improved language and omitting irrelevant content. Chapter 64. Event Surge. Feline turns into a KZ and Opos. ARR excellent. Shaodai assented with a gentle nod. Master, I was contemplating transplanting some of the luminescent flora from the garden to embellish this space and provide illumination. The torchlight is rather abrasive to the eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu concurred. That and Opos, S indeed a salient point. Very well. I'll entrust the task of transplantation and arrangement to your discretion. Feel free to design it as you envision. He continued, your dedication here is appreciated. In due time, we shall construct a dedicated workspace, replete with blossoms. Would that please you? Shaodai responded with a light-hearted giggle. I shall hold you to that promise, master. Luo Yu offered a subtle nod, inwardly registering the matter of illumination. The subsequent day, Luo Yu capitalized on 2 critical strike opportunities, successfully auctioning off 2 pieces of silver lingerie. The 5 ordinary undergarments crafted by Shaodai also sold expeditiously, collectively yielding 75,000 units of currency. It was, undeniably, a lucrative endeavor. However, the auction house was witnessing nascent competition. Observing the profitability of lingerie, skilled individuals were beginning to offer their own creations, albeit sporadically. The availability of materials for crafting lingerie was a limiting factor. Few at this stage possessed a textile recycling station or an abundance of cotton. Overall, Luo Yu maintained a relatively monopolistic market position. Following breakfast, Luo Yu eschewed his customary stone-cutting routine and instead delved into the subject of illumination. As night descended, his entire base was plunged into near-total darkness, including the villa. The feeble torchlight cast an unsettling ambience, akin to a haunted dwelling, hardly conducive to comfort or nocturnal activities. While electric lighting was an impossibility, the utilization of candles offered no substantive improvement over torches, representing a mere cosmetic alteration. After due consideration, Luo Yu arrived at a resolution. Unlocking bioluminescent flora was the optimal course of action. The gifted fluorescent flowers possessed inherent luminosity, but their radiance was somewhat subdued. Luo Yu sought an effect akin to that of fluorescent lamps. Unlocking the bioluminescent flora technology tree necessitated an outlay of 50,000 units of silver. Fortunately, no supplementary blueprints were required. Luo Yu steeled himself and promptly initiated the unlock. Bioluminescent flora technology tree unlocked. Upon further scrutiny, his attention was drawn to a species known as the everlight creeper. These vines emitted a white light, illuminating an area of approximately 10 square meters with a brightness level of 60. This was a considerable improvement over the 20 luminosity of the fluorescent flowers, yet not excessively brilliant to cause discomfort. The intensity was ideal, given the expansive dimensions of the villa and Opos, S rooms, typically exceeding 30 square meters. 3 specimens would suffice for each chamber. However, while the technology was now accessible, a single everlight creeper seed commanded a price of 1,000 units of silver. A significant expense. Luo Yu fashioned some planters from stone bricks and procured a single everlight creeper seed for 1,000 units of silver, intending to conduct an experiment. I still have a critical strike chance remaining. Shall I attempt to stimulate its growth? I hope it doesn't end Opos mutate into a carnivorous plant. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Yu silently invoked the critical strike. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Announcement: a cluster of felines has materialized in the vicinity. You may attempt to domesticate them. Prompt: 15 felines are poised to enter your territory. Initiating critical strike. The notification left Luo Yu dumbfounded. I intended to apply the critical strike to the everlight creeper. What are you striking? What is your intent? Upon evaluation, this event is deemed non-malevolent. Critical strike successful. This event has been enhanced by the critical strike effect. As Luo Yu reeled in astonishment, another notification materialized. The 15 felines initially destined for your territory have sensed an aura of dominance and have retreated. A KZR has entered your territory. Heavens! Luo Yu dashed out of the villa at breakneck speed, leaping onto the city walls. In the distance, he beheld a woman of statuesque proportions, easily exceeding 1.8 meters in height, adorned with golden tresses, clad in animal hides, and possessing alabaster skin. Unlike human women, this imposing figure bore a pair of bestial ears and a resplendent golden tail, unmistakably that of a tiger. KZR juvenile, diamond grade, supreme intelligence strength 279, constitution 261. Agility 308, humanoid beastkin, capable of assuming tiger form when necessary. Upon perusing this attribute summary, Luo Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Upon hearing of a KZR, Luo Yu had anticipated a monstrous entity, but the sight of this statuesque, curvaceous tigress left him truly astounded. Speaking of Beastian, the attributes of Xiaokong and Xiaodai pale in comparison to this creature. Adorable. Adorable attributes. And this was merely a juvenile. Luo Yu was aware that certain exceptional races possessed extended lifespans. Even at 50 or 60 years of age, they were still considered juveniles. He could only speculate as to the extent of her power upon reaching adulthood. Meanwhile, a discussion was unfolding within the group chat. Fong Yumming. Oh my. 2 tabby cats have arrived at my base. They and Oppos. So adorable. Naker, how curious, your base rating must be quite high. Only one has arrived here. And it and Oppos. It's not as cute as my sister and me. Alice, one has arrived at my place as well. Kittens can deter snakes and rodents from the premises. So it's a beneficial event. Nyoda, why does everyone else have them? I don't have any. Elena, your base rating is too low. Didn't and Oppos, you read the instructions? The lower the base rating, the smaller the chance of beneficial events occurring. However, it and Oppos, it's not necessarily a boon. You have to domesticate the felines before it can be considered beneficial. Fong Yumming, I've already domesticated mine. Oh, they're so cute. Luo Yu, your rating is high. How many did you get? Luo Yu, well, just one. Fong Yumming, huh? That's odd. Luo Yu, it's truly just one, a tigress. Elena, nonsense. Is the feline at your place simply larger? Luo Yu glanced at the approaching tigress's chest and replied, perhaps she's not fully grown yet. Fong Yumming, you're joking again. Remember to post screenshots after you've domesticated her so we can all admire her online. I'm going to domesticate my other kitten. Farewell. Everyone dispersed to domesticate their respective felines. But Luo Yu, as he gazed upon the approaching tigress, a wry smile crept across his face. Fortunately, the tigress was classified as a neutral entity rather than an attacking one, preventing the activation of automated defense systems. She approached the stone gate, seemingly contemplating scaling the walls. At that moment, the stone gate swung open. Luo Yu steeled himself and approached, feigning a smile. I am the lord of this domain. It is an honor to receive the esteemed KZ and Oppos. ARR, forgive my lack of preparation. Please, enter. The tigress cast a glance at Luo Yu and declared with haughty demeanor, your territory appears to be adequate. I shall deign to inspect it. With that, she strode through the stone gate. As he watched her receding figure, Luo Yu began to deliberate. These events typically lasted 2 or 3 days. Should he accommodate her for a few days and then bid her farewell? Or should he risk attempting to secure her allegiance? Within the confines of the base, the war fog dissipated from the tiger woman's eyes. Gazing upon the exquisite, continuous paving stones and the artistically imbued oriental villa, complete with its elegant flower beds, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, how resplendent. Responded with a serene smile, should you find yourself so inclined, you are welcome to reside here for a few days. Ah, well, ahem. The tiger woman swiftly composed herself, countering with a light cough. Such a statement was merely a matter of courtesy, mind you. In truth, it's rather commonplace. A touch of tsundere, perhaps? Mused, knitting his brow slightly, as such a disposition was hardly ideal. Arriving before the grand villa entrance, the tiger woman was on the verge of eagerly throwing the doors open, yet, after a fleeting glance at, she maintained her haughty demeanor, declaring, open the portal and escort me on a tour of your humble abode. The constant referral to herself as this august personage was beginning to grate On's nerves, but, for the moment, discretion was the better part of valor. Upon entering the villa, the interior fell short of the grandeur one might expect. Leaving a visible mark of disappointment upon the tiger woman's countenance, her gaze now tinged with a hint of disdain. Your domain possesses little beyond the splendor of its paving stones, she remarked, settling into a wooden chair in the drawing room with an air of indifference. Human youth. Fetch me some tribute. Tribute. A surge of delight coursed through, who nodded in agreement. As fate would have it, I have recently acquired some rather exceptional ingredients that I am certain will appeal to your tastes. Pray, allow me a moment. Oh, interest piqued, the tiger woman nodded. Go forth, then. Should your offering prove delectable, I may consider bestowing a token of my favor upon you. With a silent scoff, turned and made his way to the cellar, where he retrieved the remaining portion of the extraordinary milk from his last harvest, pouring it into a wooden goblet. He then produced a small vial from his interdimensional storage ring. Chuckled to himself. A diamond grade, are we? Attributes exceeding 300, is it? So proud, aren't we? We shall see about that. Moments later, the tiger woman accepted the cup, inhaling its aroma with a delighted expression. The allure of special milk was potent, even for creatures of diamond caliber. This appears promising. So you do possess some treasures, after all. She drained the special milk in one swift motion, a sigh of pure bliss escaping her lips. Exquisite, truly exceptional. Go, fetch me more. Should you continue to amuse me, I may even deign to grant you a strand of my hair. Yet, as she spoke, a sense of unease began to creep in. What? My power. In that instant, the tiger woman shot to her feet, her superior intellect allowing her to grasp the situation immediately. You dare scheme against me? With a ferocious roar, she lunged towards. Alas, with her agility reduced to a mere 10 points, her movements were akin to slow motion in his eyes. He effortlessly seized her by the throat, rendering her struggles futile. Sneered, "What's this? Is this all the might a diamond-grade beast woman can muster?" Humph. A guttural growl emanated from the tiger woman's throat. Her canines bared as she hissed, "Vile human, do not presume your victory. Transform." She sought to morph into her golden tiger form. Yet, nothing happened. Transform. Still, not a flicker of change. What? My talents have been sealed, she exclaimed. What vile concoction did you feed me? Cast the tiger woman to the ground. He then attempted to stomp on her face, but she instinctively rolled away, narrowly evading his foot. The reflexes of a diamond tier are not to be trifled with, mused, his own agility of 90 points proving insufficient to land the blow. The more you resist, the more I relish the challenge, nay, the more I yearn to tame you. Chuckled ominously. You find the soles of my feet distasteful, do you? Very well. I shall remove my footwear. In a flash, kicked off his shoes and planted his bare foot squarely on the tiger woman and Apos' face. Just then, Shaodai and Shukong scurried in, followed by Adai and the other animals, all eager to lend their assistance. Wave them off. There is a saying in my homeland. A fallen tiger is preyed upon by dogs. Have you seen my large canine companion? He has a particular fondness for tender beast women such as yourself. Wouldn't you agree, Adai? Woof. Adai wagged his tail, honestly shaking his head to indicate his preference for female wolves over female tigers. You insolent cur, retorted, exasperated by his loyal dog's candor. Fetch the bull. Our bovine friend is the most ardent admirer of beast women among us. Should you refuse to submit to my will, then do not blame our bull for his lack of restraint. What is taking him so long? Where's the bull? Shaodai glanced timidly at the tiger woman beneath's foot and whispered, Master, the giant scorpion has blocked the villa's entrance, preventing the bull from entering. What? Who instructed that imbecilic scorpion to block the door? Roared, pressing down on the tiger woman's head. I have no time for idle chatter. Will you surrender or not? Speak. Humph. The tiger woman snarled, Release me, and I vow, in my prime, I would face you all without fear. Still so defiant, I see. Frowned slightly. As critical strikes could only affect a single entity once, and the tiger woman was a product of such a strike, the critical taming skill would prove ineffective. The potion's effects last for 2 hours. If I cannot tame her within that time frame, I shall be forced to slay her. Although killing her may yield a bounty of treasures, the rewards would pale in comparison to those of successful domestication. Judging by the tiger woman and Apos' temperament, threats and violence would likely prove futile. Taking a chance, cast the beast taming spell upon her. Seeing the success rate, was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. A surge of joy coursing through his veins. Indeed, the amnesia draft has sealed her grade. Were she still a diamond tier, taming would be all but impossible. However, with her grade suppressed, she is now merely of common quality, barely reaching the level of black iron. Were it not for her superior intellect and strong subjective resistance, the success rate would likely exceed 80. With this realization, formulated a plan. 48, is it? Then all that remains is to plunge her into a state of terror or fear, and the success rate shall skyrocket. Chapter 66. Diamond Tier Beast Woman's monstrous attributes. It is generally challenging to instill fear in tigers, creatures known for their imposing presence. However, Luo Yu conceived a plan. Shortly after, the beast woman was fastened to a rectangular wooden table in a cruciform manner. Luo Yu stated calmly, I'm giving you one last chance to submit to my taming. Otherwise, you will face severe consequences. The tigress, bound in this position, appeared somewhat flushed. Nevertheless, she defiantly bared her fangs and hissed. The poison you fed me must have a limited duration. Given its potency, it cannot last long. Either kill me, you scoundrel, or face the consequences of offending Ginger Sabru once I recover. Still defiant, I see. Luo Yu scoffed and promptly removed her beast hide outer garment, leaving her in a simple beast hide bodice and short skirt. Seemingly realizing what was transpiring, tears welled up in the tigress and imp, Apos' eyes. She roared, I will not yield. The proud Ginger Sabru will never submit. I will trample you underfoot and make you my slave for life. Is that so? Luo Yu chuckled. Then let's see how ticklish your feet are. He seized her foot and began tickling it mercilessly. Ha ha ha. Indeed, be they human or beast woman, no one can withstand a relentless tickling of the soles. The tigress convulsed with laughter, struggling futilely against her restraints. Stop. Ha ha. Please. Tears streamed down her face as Luo Yu persisted. He would not cease until he received notification of an altered state. Shao Kong, Shao Dai, join in. As you wish. Giggle. Shao Dai, giggling, pinched the tigress's waist, a spot as vulnerable as the soles of her feet. The tigress's laughter intensified. The innocent Shao Kong procured a foxtail grass and gently stroked the tigress and epochs' armpits. This proved to be the final straw. The tigress screamed and laughed simultaneously, the sensation overwhelming. Finally, a notification appeared. Ginger Sabaru is on the verge of collapse. Elated, Luo Yu glanced at the tigress, whose eyes were rolling back. Tame, with a soft command. Light enveloped the tigress. You have successfully tamed Ginger Sabaru with a 99 success rate. That success rate. What an utter collapse. Excellent, he thought. He could use this experience with any other stubborn beast women. Ginger Sabaru, juvenile current fur growth progress, 27. Special ability 1. Intimidation. Intimidation. All enemy units and neutral units of lower grade than Ginger Sabaru will be subjected to pressure, reducing their overall capabilities by 10. Special skill 2. Tiger's Roar. All enemy units and neutral units of lower grade than Ginger Sabaru will likely enter a state of panic upon hearing the tiger's roar. Special skill 3. Race favored by the Celestial Tao. Soil fertility within the territory 10. Aquatic products 10. Mineral vein limit 10. Life skills. Sowing LV3. Planting LV3. Mining LV8. Forging LV13. This. Beyond the terrifying statistics, the inherent talents and life skill levels were astonishing. This tigress should not have appeared at this stage. A monster, a true monster. With a base score of 500, multiplied 100-fold to 550,000. She should have appeared at the 550,000 rating level. Luo Yu suspected this was not merely a 100x critical hit, but a critical hit within a critical hit. Occurring with extremely low probability, perhaps a 200x or even 300x critical hit. Suppressing his excitement, Luo Yu gazed at the bound tigress, a smile playing on his lips. His attitude towards enemies and allies was markedly different. Now that she was tamed, she was one of his darlings. He untied the ropes and accepted a towel from Xiao Dai to wipe away her tears and drool. Luo Yu chuckled. Are you all right? Do you need any herbs? Humph. You fiend. I hate you. The tigress weakly grunted before losing consciousness. Luo Yu laughed heartily and addressed the surrounding beast women and animals. All right, it's over. Xiao Dai and Shao Kong stay. The rest of you, disperse. Adai, the giant scorpion, the silver-armored ladybug, the golden beetle, and the other animals withdrew. Luo Yu scooped up the tigress and said, let's go. She's covered in sweat. We'll bathe her. Half a day later, the tigress slowly awoke. She blinked, realizing she was lying on a comfortable bed. She sat up abruptly, looking down to find her beast hide garments replaced by a strange undergarment. Lingerie? Did you change my clothes? The tigress blushed but sighed softly, recalling the events that had transpired. After hesitating, she climbed out of bed, donned the clothes Luo Yu had prepared for her, and left the room. Moments later, in an open space within the base, Luo Yu was cutting stones. Noticing the tigress approaching, he smiled. As she drew near, Luo Yu said casually, You're awake? How are you feeling? The tigress retorted angrily, Humph, you vile human. Even if you've tamed me, I will never obey. With a sharp smack, Luo Yu swatted her bottom. From now on, you will address me as master, understand? That didn't hurt. The tigress blushed, her restored attribute points making her tough. Luo Yu's blows had little effect. Call me master, Luo Yu commanded. The tigress shuddered and reluctantly said, Master, a pet cannot defy its master's orders, even if commanded to die. Excellent. Luo Yu grinned and handed her the artificer's blade. From now on, the stone-cutting duties are yours. I won and epochs. Why should I work for you? Luo Yu drawled. Under his gaze, the tigress immediately complied, saying hastily, Just don't make me do anything weird. I'll cut stones. She began to work, her efficiency astonishing. Luo Yu took about 20 seconds to cut a stone into 10 units of stone bricks, while the tigress accomplished the same in just 5 seconds. High strength. High crafting skill, that and epochs. That's awesome. Finally, someone to take over the stone cutting. Chapter 67, The Radiant Amanro Flower. With a chuckle, Luo Yu declared, From now on, your name shall be Little Gold. Be obedient, or I and epochs, LL tie you up and tickle you again. No. Little Gold hastily waved its hands, humiliated, and pleaded. Please Don and epochs, do that to me. I will obey, master. Not only had its body been tamed, but it seemed its heart had also surrendered. Luo Yu and epochs, spirits soared today. After entrusting the task of cutting stones to Little Gold, Luo Yu found himself carefree. He returned to the villa and turned his attention to the Manro flower. Hadn't he been planning to trigger a critical strike on the Manro flower? Now that his critical strike chances had refreshed, it was the perfect time to try. In his room, Luo Yu silently recited the incantation and watered the Manro flower seeds in the flower bed. 100-fold critical strike has been triggered. The growth efficiency of the manro flower has mutated. You have obtained a radiant manro flower, golden grade illumination range of 100 square meters, significantly enhances the aesthetic appeal of the room, increases the probability of obtaining positive buffs, and boosts sleep and work efficiency. The fruits produced by the manro flower can increase planting level. Current fruit growth progress. 1. Another golden grade item. This was the benefit that the stable quality trait brought to Luo Yu. The probability of obtaining golden grade items was now noticeably higher than before. Gazing at the pristine white flower before him, as pure as a lily, Luo Yu felt his soul being healed. It was truly beautiful. After carefully reading the description, he learned that the flower recognized its owner, not only emitting light but also automatically adjusting its brightness, and only Luo Yu could control it. A gentle touch of the petals was all it took. Far more convenient and superior to electric lights. He checked the base's rating, which remained unchanged. Apparently, plants were not yet included in the rating calculation, which was fine. This radiant manro flower definitely belonged in the bedroom. After all, everyone slept on the beds, and increasing the probability of obtaining buffs could indirectly improve work efficiency. Next, Luo Yu began arranging manro flowers throughout the villa. These flowers grew quickly, sprouting and blooming into pure white blossoms within 2 or 3 days, providing illumination. At 1,000 silver coins per flower, he placed one in each room, the hallway, living room, kitchen, toilet, bathroom, and so on. In total, Luo Yu spent 24,000 silver coins and some stone materials to adorn the entire villa, watering them all. In just 2 or 3 days, the villa would be brightly lit. Alas, the massive fortune he had earned was now gone, leaving the base with only 20,000 silver coins. Time to work harder and earn more. After lunch, Luo Yu inspected his territory and indeed found that the growth progress of the plants had accelerated. Even the fragrant trees that had just been felled were already sprouting again, and the resource limit of the mines had increased. After communicating with the giant octopus and the great serpent, he learned that aquatic resources had also become more abundant. He checked the base and epochs data and found that the overall area had increased by another 10. The only regret was that these increases were based on the original data and did not have a stacking effect. The snowball wasn't rolling as quickly as he had imagined. However, Luo Yu was still very satisfied. The appearance of Little Gold had brought about obvious changes to the entire territory. Now that Luo Yu didn't end epochs, he have to cut stones. He stood on the watchtower, overlooking the entire base, his gaze finally settling on the vegetable garden. The fertility of the entire territory had increased by 20, allowing him to plant a new crop and set up a grape trellis to make efficient use of space. Walking into the vegetable garden, the grape trellis was easy enough. A simple wooden shed would do, with grapevines winding around it to provide rain protection. He opened the auction house and searched for grape seeds, but found none. That couldn't be right. He had seen people selling them in the world chat before. Luo Yu directly opened the world chat channel. Human, anonymous buying grape seeds. Private message me with your price. Immediately, someone private messaged him. Aquatic, Gorbei 1,000 coins per seed. I have 3. Luo Yu, 500. These grapes have no grade, so they end epochs. Only worth 500. Gorbei, 600. Seriously, bro, look. There aren't any for sale in the auction house. Luo Yu, that's because no one is planting grapes at this stage. They have no nutritional value. It end epochs. It's better to put that effort into planting vegetables. They're end epochs. There's no market for grapes right now. 500. Deal? Luo Yu directly put up 500 silver coins. Gorbei knew the other party was shrewd and didn't end epochs to haggle any further. Transaction successful. You have obtained grape seeds 3, Gorbei, bro, since you and epochs rebuying grape seeds. It seems you have enough vegetables. I also have a batch of special plant seeds. Do you want them? Luo Yu. Oh, show me. Red mushroom cloth seeds, slow growth. Requires a soil fertility of 150 or higher. Harvesting yields red mushroom cloth. Luo Yu knew that red mushroom cloth was a high-grade fabric, one of the best materials for making graded clothing, but the soil fertility requirement was too high. It required 150. His territory was only at 120. Who could achieve that? Luo Yu replied, red mushroom cloth is a good thing, but the planting conditions are too harsh. It's hard to meet them. How much are you selling them for? Gorbei, I have 30 seeds in total, 1,000 each. Red mushroom cloth can only be found in boxes. It's a rare item. Don't miss out. 1,000? You might as well just rob me. Luo Yu replied, I definitely won in epochs to give you money, but I might consider trading something for them. Gorbei, what are you offering? Luo Yu, what do you want? After a moment of consideration, the other party replied, stone bricks. Do you have a lot of stone bricks? Hearing this, Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. Stone bricks were arguably the most scarce resource at this stage. Everyone wanted to build walls, but stone bricks couldn't be listed in the auction house. So they had to shout for them in the world chat, which made it difficult to set a price. Others were desperate for them, but Luo Yu had plenty. He put up a unit of stone bricks and said, "Black stone bricks. I won't rip you off. 500 stone bricks for 1 seed. That's a good deal, right?" The other party hesitated. Truth be told, it wasn't a worthwhile trade, since stone bricks were a renewable resource, while the seeds. But considering that another attack was coming in half a month, if the walls weren't and epochs built properly, they could lose their lives. Gorbei gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, deal." Luo Yu was overjoyed and immediately put up 15,000 units of stone bricks. Chapter 68. My dear, savor the dishes I made with my own hands. Transaction successful. You have obtained 30 red mushroom cloth seeds. Gorbei, brother, where did you get so many stone bricks? Care to share your experience? Luo Yu, do you believe me if I say I enjoy mining? Gorbei, sorry to bother you. Goodbye. After the conversation concluded, a glimmer of joy appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. With the presence of Xiao Jin, stone bricks could be produced endlessly. Though the red mushroom cloth could not be cultivated at present, Luo Yu firmly believed it would become a lucrative venture in the future. After storing the seeds in his storage bracelet, he began to contemplate ways to enhance the fertility of the land. At that moment, Xiao Dai fluttered over. Upon landing, she cheerfully handed a scroll to Luo Yu, saying, "I caught a chest while fishing just now, and when I opened it, I found this scroll for you. Cooking station design blueprint. Ah, how wonderful." Luo Yu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Currently, meat could only be barbecued and vegetables boiled to a pulp. While the celestial marketplace offered salt, it still left much to be desired. Besides, a diet solely consisting of barbecued food was not beneficial for one's health. Finally, a cooking station had arrived. Luo Yu chuckled. Excellent. As a reward, come here and let me give you a kiss? Huh, a kiss. If you insist. I can't really resist. Xiao Dai's flushed cheeks were truly adorable. Luo Yu playfully pinched her tender face and chuckled. Go on. Keep up the good work and strive to bring me more design blueprints. With her face still rosy, Xiao Dai noticed that Luo Yu and epochs, as attention had shifted to the scroll and quietly complained, "Do you prefer me or the blueprints?" Touching the spot where he had pinched her. She couldn't help but smile again, flapping her wings and flying out of the garden. Cooking station design blueprint. Iron or 2,000. Stone bricks 2,000. Silver 1,000. Fortunately, the materials were not excessively costly. Luo Yu stepped into the grand villa and epochs' kitchen, and with a flick of his finger, a splendid cooking station materialized. Featuring 3 distinct pots and various handy cooking devices, quite impressive. Cooking station enhances the nutritional value, cooking speed, palatability, and aesthetic appeal of food. Requires fuel. The fuel consisted of wood, and upon inspection, the consumption rate was indeed significant. Wood was undeniably valuable. The cooking station came equipped with a recipe list. Simple dish. Basic ingredients 10. Nutritional value. Beginner. Shelf life 10 days. Food poisoning chance 20. Attribute point acquisition rate 0. Exquisite dish. Basic meat 10. Basic vegetables 10. Nutritional value. Intermediate. Shelf life 10 days. Food poisoning chance 10. Attribute point acquisition rate 2. Luxury dish. Basic meat 20. Basic vegetables 20. Basic dairy, egg 20. Nutritional value. Advanced. Shelf life 10 days. Food poisoning chance 0. Attribute point acquisition rate 5. Military dish. Basic meat 15. Basic vegetables 15. Basic dairy, egg 15. Nutritional value. Intermediate. Shelf life infinite. Food poisoning chance 0. Attribute point acquisition rate 2. There was a diverse array of food types, each description quite detailed. The so-called nutritional value was indeed crucial. It impacted not only one and epochs' satiety, but also the acquisition of personal attribute values. Once attribute values reached 100 points, they could no longer be increased through silver. At that juncture, utilizing high nutritional value dishes to boost attribute points would be an excellent avenue. At first glance, the acquisition rate seemed low, but considering the daily consumption, it balanced out. Moreover, the detailed descriptions indicated that higher-grade dishes could affect one's skin and appearance, while sufficiently high-level dishes could grant peculiar buffs. Nutrition was indeed paramount for every living being. To craft high-grade dishes, one required not only ingredients but also a corresponding cooking level, preferably coupled with personal traits akin to a chef. Luo Yu's cooking level was 1, the highest within the base, yet at this level, he could only prepare simple dishes. Due to his low level, even simple dishes could potentially induce food poisoning. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as he was the only genuine human in the entire base, with the 3 girls, including Xiao Jin, essentially resembling animals. They had once lived in the wild. Aside from Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were likely the type to consume raw flesh. Of course, they possessed exceptional intelligence and were capable of learning, allowing their cooking levels to gradually improve. Considering this, Xiao Dai primarily focused on sewing, leaving her little time. Xiao Kong concentrated on planting and fishing, while Xiao Jin was engaged in cutting stone bricks and forging. Each had their tasks, leaving Luo Yu to fend for himself. After gathering some ingredients, Luo Yu placed them all into a large pot and activated the cooking station's controls. Much like a sewing machine, it began to operate on its own. However, this process required continuous input from the user. One could not simply leave it unattended, lest the dish fail or become toxic, resulting in a waste of ingredients. Level 1 was far from commendable. The cooking speed was sluggish, and Luo Yu spent a full hour producing a single simple dish. Gazing at the unimpressive square box of food, he felt hesitant to partake himself. Dai, Wu. Dai rushed over swiftly, and Luo Yu cheerfully said, "Come, dear, enjoy the dish I made for you." Nom. Dai was overjoyed and began to devour it. Moments later, a notification appeared. Unfortunately, your pet Dai has suffered food poisoning after consuming the simple dish. Movement speed reduced by 50 for 3 days. This. Witnessing Dai rolling on the ground in distress, Luo Yu feared it might not hold back in the kitchen, so he promptly tossed it out the window. Sure enough, Dai raced straight to the toilet. The stone restroom they had built previously had now become its sanctuary. Wasn't the food poisoning chance only 20? How did it come to this? Glancing at his cooking experience bar, he realized he needed to prepare at least 10 dishes to reach level 2. Yet another time wasted. And the outcome was toxic. Who could endure this? At that moment, Luo Yu felt an impulse to abandon his efforts. Wait a minute. He recalled that the princess of the Skasa tribe could create dishes with buffs. Her level must be exceptionally high. Luo Yu pondered how he could acquire the skills of this chef. Looking at the elegant cooking station before him, he had no choice but to continue. Gaining experience was still worthwhile. The entire afternoon was spent in the kitchen, and by the time dinner rolled around, he had finally produced 4 dishes, ready for everyone to enjoy together. Chapter 69, Crucial Technology, Water Cycle. At the grand dining table of the villa, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Xiao Jin spoke solemnly, "Master, we all witnessed the incident with that daft dog earlier. This implies that consuming the dish before us could potentially lead to poisoning, correct?" "Meow." Xiao Kong softly uttered, expressing her fear, while Xiao Dai pushed her meal far away, clearly unwilling to partake. Observing the expressions of the 3 sisters, Luo Yu scoffed. "The probability of poisoning in simple dishes is 20. I prepared 5 portions in total. The one consumed by the daft dog was the only tainted one. The remaining 4 are undoubtedly safe. Trust me, eat up. It's safe." "Is that so?" Xiao Jin retorted angrily. "It is precisely because I trusted you that I ended up bound and mistreated. Moreover, don't presume I cannot count. A 20 chance means each individual portion has a 20 likelihood of being toxic, not that if one is poisoned, the others are guaranteed safe." Luo Yu replied, irritated. "What kind of attitude is that when speaking to your master?" "I humph." Xiao Jin huffed, unwilling to counter further. Luo Yu, stroking his chin, remarked, "Actually, Xiao Jin has a point, but it seems rather unreasonable for you to refuse to eat what I prepared after I've gone through the effort." Xiao Dai interjected, "Master, I have a method to test for poison without endangering the members of our territory." "Oh, pray tell." Luo Yu's interest was piqued. Xiao Dai whispered, "Isn't there's someone named Nyoda in your group? We could pack a bit from each dish and have him sample it first. If he remains unpoisoned, it would prove the food is safe to eat." "Xiao Dai, where did you acquire such devilish cunning?" Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Despite her innocent and adorable appearance, Xiao Dai possessed a rather malicious disposition. Food poisoning is no trifling matter. Encountering an attack while poisoned could yield dire consequences. Ultimately, Luo Yu captured a silver-armored ladybug. At this stage, it served little purpose, and being poisoned was inconsequential. After testing the 4 portions, it turned out that Xiao Dai's dish indeed contained poison. The remaining 3 dishes were shared among the 4 of them, while the silver-armored ladybug, with its robust immunity, would recover after a day or 2 of rest. That evening, within the steamy confines of the bathroom, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong frolicked in the luxurious bath. While Xiao Jin, having exhibited poor attitude earlier, was punished to massage Luo Yu's arms. She was blushing deeply, reluctantly kneading her master's arm. As for Luo Yu, he was lost in thought. With 5 dishes prepared, 2 of which were toxic, the probability seemed rather high, indicating a flaw somewhere in the process. He meticulously reviewed information regarding food poisoning and ultimately concluded, not only does the dish's quality impact the likelihood of poisoning, but the cleanliness of the kitchen and ingredients also plays a significant role. Water. Luo Yu pinpointed the critical issue. Previously, grilling meat was inherently unclean. Yet the high temperatures had prevented food poisoning. Vegetables were boiled thoroughly, and the boiling water effectively eradicated pathogens. However, cooking is quite meticulous. Factors such as how well cooked and the amount of auxiliary ingredients can enhance flavor but may not guarantee true hygiene. Thus, directly incorporating unclean ingredients would elevate the risk of food poisoning. Moreover, the kitchen and the entire villa lacked dedicated cleaning, which would gradually diminish hygiene ratings and subsequently affect the likelihood of food poisoning. In the world governed by the laws of heaven, every link is interconnected. Any disruption could lead to hardship or even death. Imagine an individual starting alone consuming toxic food, only to be attacked thereafter. The consequences would be unthinkable. It is imperative to minimize the risk of food poisoning. Luo Yu pondered repeatedly, given the current limited number of intelligent beings at the base. Assigning personnel for cleaning was impractical. To significantly reduce the chance of food poisoning, a kitchen sink and cleaning station were necessary. This required unlocking another technology, the water circulation system. In truth, aside from the villa's bathroom, which had a built-in hot water tank, the base lacked any water circulation. Even that hot water tank required Luo Yu to manually replenish it. Prerequisite for unlocking water circulation technology, hydraulic circulation design blueprint, 5,000 silver. Money was manageable. But the blueprint? Upon checking the auction house, he noticed one being sold for a staggering 200,000 silver. How exorbitant. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Prepared to contact the seller, only to find there was no record of the individual. This realization startled him, but he quickly understood. The seller had perished and could not be contacted, yet the design blueprint remained listed in the auction house. Under such circumstances, the blueprint would remain available until the end of the month. Purchasing it would grant ownership, while failure to buy would result in its automatic removal by the world governed by heaven. Why would a deceased individual price it so high? Silver is not mere paper currency. Luo Yu silently cursed, contemplating that perhaps shouting for a lower price might yield results. The evening marked bath time for everyone, coinciding with peak activity across various channels. The majority of the world engaged in selling and trading, while regional channels were filled with idle chatter. Now that everyone had formed small groups, regional channels were often bustling with transactions. The group chat was lively as well. Elena, I never imagined a cat could fetch 30,000 silver. Nyoda, of course. It's a companion pet, providing an entertainment value boost. Anything that can add entertainment value is incredibly valuable in this world. Alice, indeed. If the entertainment value of a territory is low, according to the laws of heaven, it could lead to the trialist experiencing mental and physical decline, resulting in random attribute deductions. Conversely, a high entertainment value can yield attribute points, which we can enhance with silver. The limit is 100, after which we must rely on other means. Everyone seems to be preparing for the future. Nyoda, don't remind me. The day before yesterday, I lost a point in agility, but thankfully gained a bit in strength while farming. It's been quite miserable. Fong Yumming, I have 2 adorable kittens. One male and one female, and I hope they can have many kittens. Naker, Yumming always has such good luck. It's a pity that my sister and I are cat girls. Cats do not increase our territory's entertainment value, so we can only sell them. Fong Yumming, oh dear. Is that a setting? It actually makes sense. By the way, Luo Yu, didn't you mention a tigress arrived? Have you managed to handle it? Luo Yu glanced at his base S entertainment value of 40, feeling a glimmer of pride. Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Jin each contributed an additional 10 points. And the luxurious bath added another 10, ensuring his value was certainly at the forefront. Chapter 70. Beast Tamer Certification and Earning in the Black Iron Arena. Luo Yu glanced at the small golden creature beside him, who was energetically providing a massage, and replied, It's done. However, it does have quite a temper and often throws tantrums. Fong Yumming asked, Really? Your beast taming skills are impressive. By the way, I was considering whether to register as a beast tamer. This conversation reminded Luo Yu of the numerous benefits associated with becoming a certified beast tamer. After a brief exchange with others, he opened the professional certification page and clicked on the beast tamer section. The advantages of registering as a beast tamer include the opportunity to tame wild animals and the ability to summon one and amp, epochs, own creatures at will. Whether in the arena, on mercenary missions, during visitor engagements, or even within one's territory, a tamer can instantly call forth their pets with just a thought. However, the summoned pets must be of a certain grade. Creatures like the Great Bull or a Dai cannot be summoned. It was somewhat akin to Pokemon or game summoners, which is undeniably impressive. Additionally, becoming a certified beast tamer allows one to take on tasks similar to mercenaries, assisting others in taming beasts for profit. Given the current scarcity of funds, Luo Yu was determined not to miss any opportunity to earn money. Certified Beast Tamer, Beast Taming level 6 or above. Possessing relevant taming traits, 10,000 silver, and having successfully tamed at least one graded animal. After taming the Golden Saber Beast, Luo Yu and epochs' taming level increased to level 6, and his Beast Tamer traits upgraded from 1 star to 2 stars. He met all the qualifications for certification. Upon clicking to certify, a beautiful purple Beast Tamer badge appeared before him. He placed the badge into his bracelet and messaged, "I and epochs, VE completed it." Fong Yuming replied, "So have I." "Oh, having this badge makes me feel closer to the little creatures." Alice chimed in, "Luo Yu, the tigress you tamed is a graded animal." Yuming, "What is your graded animal?" Fong Yuming responded, "A little kitten." Among the cats that came to the base, there was a black iron-grade female cat with enhanced breeding capabilities. "Quite impressive, hee hee. I'll send you little kittens in the future." The others exclaimed, "You truly are the luckiest of all." Luo Yu found himself out of funds, and with his recent certification as a beast tamer, he intended to earn some money in the arena first. Upon entering the arena, it was as lively as usual. This time, Luo Yu chose not the ordinary arena but directly entered the Black Iron Arena. Currently, there were not enough powerful contenders at the bronze level, and the bronze arena had not yet opened. The Black Iron Arena was the highest tier available. This venue attracted many strong fighters and a larger audience. Earning money here was swift. The front rooms in the Black Iron Arena were primarily occupied by formidable races like the Dragonkin, who looked down upon others and often barred perceived inferior races from entering. For instance, some Bloodkin would block humans and demi-humans, while some Dragonkin excluded even Bloodkin and elves, showcasing a severe hierarchy. After browsing through several pages, Luo Yu decided against fighting in the arena and instead opted to open his own room as the host. Room of Yu, human race inviting sparring, 2,000 silver per match. A price of 2,000 silver was quite average in the Black Iron Arena, and as soon as the room opened, individuals began to enter. Rarely did humans, who were not known for their physical prowess, open rooms, leading many to view such openings as easy money. Before him stood a man from the double-headed serpent race. As the name suggests, he had a human body but possessed 2 serpent heads, wielding a large machete and dragging a fearsome tail behind him, looking quite menacing. One of the heads cackled, "This is my first encounter with a human in the Black Iron Arena. What luck. Kid. The Serpent Lord will swallow you and let you experience what it's like in my belly, huh?" Such banter was common in the arena, where participants were never shy about taunting their opponents. Luo Yu chuckled and said, "You can swallow me, but I want the left head to do it. It's the more handsome one." "What? You think he is more handsome than me?" The right head of the double-headed serpent roared in anger. "Everyone says the right is more handsome than the left. Are you blind?" "Nonsense. The left is universally recognized as the more handsome." "What's that? Looking for a fight?" The 2 heads began to bicker, oblivious to the countdown that had already begun. Suddenly, Luo Yu sprang into action, slicing the double-headed serpent in half with a single strike. He laughed, "Let us see who is more formidable when we fight again." "K. Oh, you have defeated your opponent, taking 2 seconds. You have earned 2,000 silver. You may choose to rest for 5 minutes before the next match. Sometimes, money can be so easily earned. Through this battle, Luo Yu learned a valuable lesson. 1 head is sufficient. Having 2 only makes one appear foolish. 5 minutes flew by, and this time, 2 individuals entered his room. They were both male elves, one tall and the other shorter. The taller one appeared to be in his mid-20s and quite handsome, while the smaller one looked around 16 or 17 and rather adorable. Luo Yu furrowed his brows and asked, "One of you is a beast tamer?" "A beast tamer?" The cute young male elf smiled and said, "Dear human brother, haven't you read the instructions? The arena operates based on territories. If multiple challengers exist within the same territory, one or all may enter. Such a rule? 2 elves? Wasn't this a bit unfair?" Luo Yu frowned slightly, but upon reflection, he realized that the heavenly realm generally operated under territorial principles. Thus, it was indeed more advantageous to have more participants. The boy drew a bow, while the younger elf brandished a long sword, suggesting one was a melee fighter and the other ranged. "Dear human brother, we both count as Black Iron level. You have no chance of winning. Why not surrender? Come, kiss my hand in submission, and I'll take half your earnings." Luo Yu, irritated, retorted, "Shut it. You little imp. I would rather die than concede." "Little imp? Human imp?" The handsome boy's expression twitched and his eyes turned cold, while the younger elf revealed a hint of murderous intent. The handsome boy coldly replied, "Very well. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Pitiful human. You shall regret your words. 3, 2, 1. Begin." Whoosh. The sound of a swift arrow slicing through the air was heard as a rapidly flying arrow shot directly towards Luo Yu. Chapter 71. The Assault. The roar of the tiger startles all beasts. With a swift motion, Luo Yu wielded the celestial blade, deflecting the incoming arrows. Almost simultaneously, a male elf brandishing a longsword charged towards him. As Luo Yu prepared to counter the elf and Appos, advance, 2 more arrows whizzed through the air. A trio of arrows. Luo Yu and Appos. Gaze sharpened as he unleashed the Gale Blade technique, effortlessly parrying the arrows, while simultaneously deflecting the elf and Appos' sword with a resounding clash. The male elf staggered back 3 steps, his arm trembling, disbelief etched across his features. Such immense strength. With a determined shout, the elf attempted to lunge again. But Luo Yu was swifter, sidestepping an incoming arrow and, in the next moment, swinging the celestial blade at the young elf. Another thunderous sound echoed as the young elf barely managed to block the strike. Before he could react further, a black longsword materialized in Luo Yu's left hand. Executing a swift counterattack, the blade pierced through the young elf and Appos' defenses, shattering his chest plate and leaving a ghastly wound. Stunned, the elf gasped. What caliber of weapon is this? His words hung in the air, but before Luo Yu could respond, the elf vanished without a trace. In that instant, the spacious room was left with only the young elf and Luo Yu. Suddenly, arrows flew once more, but regardless of how many times they were shot, Luo Yu effortlessly swatted them aside. The young elf, observing Luo Yu's leisurely advance, was gripped by fear. Didon and Appos, come any closer, he stammered. Yet Luo Yu swiftly seized him by the throat, gently tapping his abdomen with the celestial blade. With a sly smile, he remarked, "Young lad, your archery is commendable. Do remember to challenge me again. I quite fancy your silver." With that, he tightened his grip, snapping the young elf's neck. Oh, you have acquired 2,000 silver. In a mere 10 minutes, Luo Yu amassed 4,000 silver. He mused that engaging in battles in this arena might yield even quicker profits. Before long, another group entered. This time from the Bloodwolf clan. You have acquired 2,000 silver. The Tengu clan, the Insect clan, all were swiftly defeated. Alert! You have reached your daily victory limit and can no longer earn rewards. This was the rule of the arena. One could lose endlessly yet could only win 5 times each day. Exceeding this limit allowed for continued sparring, but no further monetary gain. By nightfall, Luo Yu had accumulated 10,000 silver and contemplated whether to raise the stakes tomorrow. These opponents, boasting of their black iron status, considered themselves elite. Yet they couldn't even provoke his Beastmaster identity, a pitiful lot indeed. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Yu exited the bath and retired to bed. The spacious bed, aside from himself, was shared with 3 adorable companions, yet there was ample room for more. The night passed without incident, and upon waking, Luo Yu enjoyed breakfast while browsing the marketplace. It was the usual eggs and milk, no fear of poisoning. As he perused the offerings, he decided to purchase a bow to enhance his combat prowess. The marketplace had ordinary grade weapons readily available, yet with his current strength and proficiency in archery, even standard bows felt somewhat unwieldy. Regrettably, the best bow available was merely an iron bow. Just as he pondered this, an idea struck him. The marketplace's critical hit count had reset this month. He could potentially score a high-quality iron bow. Motivated, he began to silently chant. You have purchased an iron bow, 300 iron or 100 silver, 1 animal tendon. Critical hit triggered. You have received the weapon, Yangyu Bao, golden grade. Astonished, Luo Yu felt elated. He had previously hit a golden grade weapon and had anticipated a silver this time. The consistent quality feature must have played a role. A striking red longbow appeared in his hands. After weighing it and testing the draw, he found the feel to be impeccable. He retrieved an arrow from his storage bracelet and let it fly. With a whoosh, the arrow soared, achieving an effective range of 300 meters. This was comparable to a small sniper rifle. Ordinary bows had a maximum effective range of 100 meters, but this golden bow, combined with the arrows, was a formidable tool for long-range strikes. Stowing it away in his storage bracelet, Luo Yu finished his milk and prepared to construct a workshop. With a sufficient supply of stones, he intended to begin the project. Standing on the villa and Appos' balcony, contemplating the workshop and Appos' location, an alert suddenly blared. Alert! A mysterious force sweeps through your region. The wolf pack in the nearby mountains has entered a frenzied state and will attack your territory. An assault was imminent. Rather than feeling alarmed, Luo Yu's eyes glinted with amusement. The intensity of animal attacks paled in comparison to tribal assaults. He felt no trepidation. Alert! A wolf pack has entered your territory. Number 110, Wolf King, 1, Black Iron Grade. The sheer number of wolves momentarily startled Luo Yu. Indeed, a massive pack emerged from the eastern direction, and with the Wolf King's fierce howl, they charged towards the walls, their bloodthirsty eyes glinting even from afar. Feng Yang exclaimed. Wolves. 13 of them. Oh my. Naker worried. Surely the wolves can and epochs leap over the walls, right? Alice cautioned. Everyone, focus on the enemy. We must not falter. Glancing at the group chat, it was evident everyone was facing an attack. Habitually, Luo Yu ascended to the lookout tower, where he spotted the petite Jean leaping atop the walls, roaring defiantly at the approaching wolves. Roar. The tiger and epochs' roar startled all creatures in the vicinity. Leaving Luo Yu momentarily taken aback, it was hard to fathom such a beautiful girl could produce such a fearsome sound. Tiger roar skill activated. 69 wolves enter a state of terror. Pressure skill activated. The wolf pack's overall ability decreases by 10. With a resounding roar, a significant portion of the advancing wolves hesitated, quaking in place. Jean glanced back at Luo Yu in the lookout tower, noticing the surprise in his eyes, her expression blossoming with pride. In the next moment, an astonishing transformation unfolded. Her limbs thickened, fur sprouted from her face, and in the blink of an eye, Jean morphed into a golden tiger, nearly the size of an elephant. With another ferocious roar, she charged down the walls, seemingly ready to wreak havoc. Just before she touched the ground, her massive form rapidly shrank, and in an instant, she vanished completely. Chapter 72. Effortlessly Conquering. The Wolf King's gratitude. A golden glimmer flashed atop the watchtower, and the unclad little Jean appeared beside Luo Yu, her cheeks flushed as she clutched her chest in embarrassment. Fuming, she exclaimed, Master, what are you doing? Why have you undone my transformation? Upon receiving his Spirit Master certification, Luo Yu found his dominion over his animal companion significantly enhanced. He effortlessly reverted little Jean from her transformed state and summoned her back. Observing her vexed demeanor, he chuckled. Your presence was too imposing. The bloodthirsty aura in that Wolf King's eyes has vanished. Do you have any idea how much meat and hide I've lost because of the wolf pack? As he spoke, he removed his jacket and draped it over little Jean. You should have mentioned it sooner. And this garment is far too small. Little Jean huffed, instinctively retreating behind Luo Yu for modesty due to the inadequacy of the clothing. Luo Yu glanced back, stifling a laugh at her predicament. Yet, maintaining a stern expression, he admonished, Dawn and epochs, transform unless necessary. Do you realize how much clothing costs these days? Given your size, it's quite a waste of fabric. You, humph. Little Jean retorted, remaining silent as she hid behind Luo Yu. Due to the war fog, the wolf pack was unaware of little Jean's presence atop the watchtower. Although her imposing aura lingered, the fear it instilled had diminished significantly, prompting the wolves to charge once more. Several wild wolves rushed towards the stone path beyond the walls, triggering the spike traps. With a sudden thrust, spikes erupted from the ground, piercing one wolf's hind leg, leaving a gaping wound. As spikes continued to emerge and retract, 5 or 6 wolves lost their mobility. Howling in pain, they were not foolish, quickly retreating from the perilous stone path. Meanwhile, the wolves on the front lines soon faced the onslaught of the catapults, as stones were hurled mercilessly. While the wolves displayed agility, evading the larger boulders, they were unable to dodge the barrage of smaller stones, many of them succumbing to the impacts. However, this was merely the beginning. Upon entering the range of the arrow towers and crossbows, the true nightmare commenced. The arrow tower at the eastern corners of the wall opened fire first, releasing a volley of arrows. The war fog obscured their launch, catching the wolves off guard and swiftly downing 2 of them. The arrow tower's firing rate far surpassed that of the catapults, and with another volley, 3 more wolves fell. Yet, the wolf pack became even more ferocious, charging with renewed vigor. As they advanced 20 to 30 meters, the crossbows atop the walls unleashed their bolts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the chaos of flying arrows and exploding debris, numerous wolves fell, but their wild instincts drove them forward, undeterred by the imminent danger. As they pressed on, the central arrow tower commenced its assault, and the wolves fell even faster. Finally, when the remaining 30 to 40 wolves crossed the 50-meter threshold, the arrow towers at the southwest and northwest corners of the base opened fire. This 50-meter mark was a death line as arrows rained down, causing the wolves to collapse in droves, halting their advance. A final wolf king howled at the heavens, unleashing its latent power as it charged through the storm of arrows. Leaping valiantly towards the wall, the war fog dissipated in its eyes, and as it clambered atop the wall, the wolf king beheld the human base, its gaze landing upon the cows and hens within, licking its lips in anticipation. Thud! A muffled thump echoed as its tongue had yet to retract when a punch from Little Kong struck its forehead, the strength of the beast girl sending it reeling. Just as the wolf king prepared to retaliate, it suddenly faced a golden whip that lashed across its body, before slipping into unconsciousness. It glimpsed a massive golden scorpion brandishing its claws. The next moment, The Wolf King tumbled from the wall, succumbing to unconsciousness. You have successfully defended your territory, vanquishing the wolf pack's assault. Luo Yu himself had not lifted a finger, effortlessly achieving victory. Little Jean, Little Dai, Little Kong. Separate the surviving wolves and pile the deceased together, he commanded, prompting the trio into action. However, before they commenced, Little Jean made a beeline for the basement in search of clothing. A moment later, at the base's beast taming arena, Luo Yu was tending to the Wolf King's wounds with herbal ointments. The Wolf King was of a notable caliber, far superior to Adai, making it an ideal candidate for taming. You are treating the Wolf King. Medical experience increases, and your medical level rises to LV2. As the treatment progressed, his medical experience surged. One must not underestimate the significance of medical proficiency. A higher level greatly enhances treatment efficacy, and it is crucial for performing surgical procedures. At this juncture, the Wolf King began to regain consciousness, though it lacked the strength to move. It turned its head to gaze at the man attending to its injuries, harboring little animosity. The assault had concluded, and according to the celestial world's edicts, the mysterious force that had incited their frenzy dissipated, rendering the wild wolves neutral. Observing the healing of its numerous wounds, the Wolf King felt a sense of gratitude towards this man. Animals, too, possess emotions. Alert! The Wolf King expresses gratitude for your healing and wishes to voluntarily join your territory. Do you accept? The unexpected notification momentarily stunned Luo Yu. He had anticipated having to subdue the creature with a critical strike, yet it was now extending an olive branch. The celestial world had mentioned that healing certain creatures could lead to their voluntary allegiance. The more treatment administered, the greater the potential for success. Often, when encountering formidable beasts resistant to taming, one could incapacitate them and then continuously heal them, repeating this process until they succumbed. Naturally, one must be capable of enduring the creature's assaults and ensure it does not perish outright, along with having sufficient herbs on hand. Upon acceptance, a radiant glow enveloped the Wolf King, affirming its status as a creature of the territory. Iron Wolf King, Black Iron Rank, Adult Strength 25, Constitution 28, Agility 28. Intermediate Intelligent Creature, Special Skill. The Wolf King can command the wolf pack, simultaneously enhancing the Master's beast taming level. The Master's taming skill increases by 1. And related personal traits gain 1 star. It possesses a supportive special skill. Luo Yu noted his own skills, confirming that his beast taming level had indeed risen to LV7, with his taming traits now at 3 stars. Quite impressive. In truth, for a wolf, its attributes were commendable. Chapter 73, The Roar of the Fierce Tiger, all tamed. Regrettably, the Wolf King is not like the humanoid beast girls Shao Kong and Shao Dai who possess advanced intelligence. It has already reached its peak and has no room for growth. Luo Yu gently stroked the Wolf King's head and said with a smile, from now on, you shall be called a Tai. Rest and recuperate. The Wolf King let out a howl and once again lay down on the haystack, falling into a deep slumber. The base had gained a new member, and Luo Yu felt a surge of joy within him as he moved towards the outer wall, where he had to deal with the wolves, both the living and the deceased. In the open space outside the wall, Shao Dai reported, Master, we have killed 36 wild wolves and saved 74. Sister Shao Jin is treating them. Luo Yu turned his gaze to Shao Jin, who was swiftly performing simple bandaging with cloth and cotton, adeptly stopping the bleeding. Upon seeing her medical level, he was astonished. Level 11. With a medical level above 10, she could treat injuries without the need for herbs. Moments later, all 74 surviving wild wolves were treated and had transformed into neutral units, with several even tamed directly. Approaching Luo Yu, Shao Jin asked, what do you plan to do with them? With a gentle smile, Luo Yu replied, naturally, I will tame them all and sell them. You keep an eye on them while I handle the carcasses of the deceased wolves. Shao Jin nodded, seemingly wanting to say more, but Luo Yu chuckled, Shao Jin, you did well. You've worked hard. Well, as long as you know, she said, though her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. Regardless of her denial, she had already become a pet, and being praised by her master brought her genuine happiness. Luo Yu noticed her expression and inwardly smiled. That said, Shao Jin still exuded an air of authority. Whenever she stood tall, the group of wild wolves trembled in fear and dared not move. Luo Yu then procured a mining cart to transport the wolf carcasses to the lakeside for processing. The pelts were stripped, the wolf meat pulled back by the bull, while Shao Kong and Shao Dai transported them into the ice cellar. As for the entrails, they were fed to the giant octopus, the enormous snake, and the scorpion, leaving no waste behind, for they relished such fare. As he worked and chatted with the group, he found this little community quite formidable. The descent of the wolves had not caused them any harm, but rather seemed like a boon. However, the regional channel was filled with sorrow, as many had been injured, and some had likely perished. Fan Yameng, Luo Yu, how many wild wolves have you tamed? Luo Yu. I haven and oppos. T started taming yet. I and oppos. Am currently dealing with the wolf carcasses. Fong Yuming. Thank you for your hard work. I and oppos. VE already tamed 3 wild wolves, and there are 6 unconscious ones waiting to be tamed once they wake up. Our base's combat strength has greatly increased, hehe. It was evident that she was thrilled. Yoda, can you afford to keep that many? These tamed animals can be sold at the auction house, where prices are currently high. Have you considered that? Fong Yuming. I don't want to sell for now. We still have some stored meat at home and can manage. Having more wolves gives us peace of mind. By the way, Luo Yu, what do you plan to do? Luo Yu. We already have a tigress at home, so I will sell the tame wolves. By the way, does anyone in our group need any? I will sell them at a low price. Naker, I would like to reserve 2. Elena, I'll take 2 as well. Alice, I will have the same amount. Yoda, I have no money. Luo Yu, you can sell the captive I gave you at half price, and you and oppos. LL have money. Yoda, I won and oppos. T sell. She cooperates well with me. By the way, Luo Yu, when I mentioned you to her, she said she completely forgot about events in your territory. Luo Yu, you mentioned me while she was cooperating with you? Fong Yuming. What are you talking about? Alice, according to the laws of the heavens, it seems that whether captives or animals, as long as they are not challengers, once sold, they automatically lose all memories of their previous territory. This is a confidentiality measure in the world of the heavens. Luo Yu was already aware of this when he previously sold captives. While chatting and working, he quickly finished processing the wolf carcasses. As another day passed, the sun began to set, and Luo Yu stepped into the open space outside the wall, preparing to tame the injured wolf pack. Everyone's energy is limited, and taming animals requires both mental and physical exertion. With so many wild wolves before him, it would take an eternity for Luo Yu to tame them all by himself. Neutral animals would eventually leave the territory, so it was best to tame them quickly. He called Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong to his side. All 3 possessed commendable taming skills and could share the burden with Luo Yu. He also summoned the Wolf King, as its presence would enhance the success rate of taming. Xiao Jin. Unleash a fierce tiger's roar to put them in a state of confusion. Fierce tiger? Awu? Awu? Xiao Jin chuckled lightly. Is it like this? Luo Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes. Adorable. Now give me a few more with sounds. Thinking to tease her master, Xiao Jin was surprised to find that he enjoyed her sounds. How annoying. Her cheeks flushed, and feeling shy, she ultimately chose to let out a proper roar. Indeed, the wild wolves were immediately struck with fear, trembling and terror, making the taming process much easier. You have tamed a wild wolf with an 83 success rate. You have tamed a wild wolf with a 79 success rate. Your taming level has risen to LV8. 3 hours later, all 74 wild wolves were tamed, not a single one missing. The wild wolves, unlike the likes of a DUI, had slightly inferior abilities. Currently, animals with around 10 attribute points were priced at approximately 2,500, but due to the wild wolves' decent intelligence, their price hovered around 3,000 after taming. Without further ado, he planned to sell them. Luo Yu luxuriated in the bath, relishing the lavishness of the tub. Initially dazed from the extensive taming, he felt invigorated as soon as he submerged himself. You gain a buff while bathing. Fatigue reduced by 100. Incredible! His fatigue was entirely restored. Had he not already tamed all the wild wolves, he could have continued working throughout the night. The situation in the bath remained unchanged from the previous day. Some played in the water, while others felt shy. Ignoring the 3 beast girls, Luo Yu announced in the group chat, I've tamed quite a few. Those who wanted to buy wild wolves, I am ready to trade. Chapter 74, Water Circulation Unlocked. Let's build. Nakaru was the first to send over a trade request, offering 6,000 silver. Luo Yu, can I get a male and a female, please? Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, if I gave everyone this price, would we still be friends? 4,000 will do. I'll give you a handsome male wolf and a beautiful female wolf. Okay, Nakaru said obediently, thank you so much. My sister and I are grateful. Luo Yu, you're welcome. When we meet next time, can I pinch your ears? Nakaru, oh, only pinch ears, you can end oppos, T pinch tails. Is there something special about tails? Luo Yu laughed and confirmed the trade. Trade successful. You have received 4,000 silver. Afterward, he sold Alice and Elena a pair of wolves, each at the same price. They were also a male and a female, and the ones he sold them were relatively healthy with better attribute values. Fong Yuming also coveted them. When she asked if Luo Yu had any left, and he said yes, she bought 2. It seemed she already had 11. Her base was trending towards becoming a zoo. Nyoda didn't have money, but Luo Yu was generous enough to give him a male wolf. Although it limped a little, it would be fine with some care. Good friends deserve some consideration. Nyoda didn't take advantage for nothing. He gave Luo Yu a few broccoli seeds, enriching the variety of the vegetable garden. With 65 wolves remaining, Luo Yu put them all up for auction, starting at 3,000 silver each. Everyone's taming level was still low, so pets sold really well. In no time, they were all sold. 200,000 silver. Luo Yu made a full 200,000 silver this time, which made him ecstatic. He hugged Shao Kong and kissed her twice. The water circulation design blueprint cost 200,000, and now he had just earned enough. Perhaps it was destiny. Since it was destiny, he wouldn't wait and bought it directly. You have spent 200,000 silver to purchase water circulation design blueprint 1. With the item in hand and the technology unlocked, many buildings became available. Luo Yu was momentarily bewildered by the dazzling array of options. Water towers, water pumps, pipes, cleaning stations, water discharge devices, etc. There were so many, and he needed to design the pipe layout himself. It looked very complex, but fortunately, the required materials were mostly available for construction with stone bricks. It was already late, and Luo Yu was feeling sleepy. He didn't plan to study it and decided to wait until tomorrow. He went to sleep with Shao Kong in his arms, and the next morning, he woke up refreshed. You have gained the buff, heat resistance, maximum comfortable temperature 10. Luo Yu smiled faintly. Today, he didn't rush to eat breakfast. Instead, he got up and practiced a set of Gale Blade techniques. Yesterday, he happened to see someone on the World Channel saying that martial skills could also be improved through constant practice. Luo Yu and Appo's Gale Blade technique was currently only at the first level. He planned to set aside 15 minutes every morning to practice a set, which would not only improve his martial skills, but also strengthen his body and allow him to get into the right state more quickly. Such a great activity. Why hadn't he thought of it before? After breakfast, it was time to start building the water circulation system, and the first step was naturally the water source. This was simple. A pipe could be connected directly from underground to the small lake. The water in the small lake was very clean, and it was even safe to drink directly. Moreover, due to Shao Jin and the use of the base core, the purity of Luo Yu's lake was 120, which meant fewer parasites. That was quite satisfactory. With a water source, the second step was how to pump the water up. Opening the building page, Luo Yu studied the various water pumps. There was no point in considering the thunder electric water pump for now. Although the fire water pump was cheap and had a stable pumping rate, it required burning wood, which was like burning money. It was also out of the question at this stage. Luo Yu focused on the wind power water pump. Wind power water pump, stone 10,000, silver 500. Iron, or 500, requires natural wind. After carefully reading the description, the wind power water pump relied on luck. When there was wind, the pumping rate reached 1,000 liters per day, which was 1 ton. When there was no wind, the pumping rate was 0. Luo Yu had previously calculated that the base needed about 600 liters of water per day, including for bathing, drinking, and flushing toilets. This didn't even include irrigation. 1 wind power water pump was definitely not enough. Luo Yu looked at his materials and decided to build 4 first. Walking to the lake, he erected 4 wind power water pumps directly in the shallow water by the lake. They looked like large stone brick windmills, and all 4 pumps were slowly turning. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yu discovered another advantage of the wind power water pump. Despite its size, it didn't take up any land area because it was built directly in the lake. Looking at the current pumping rate, because the wind was light, each pump was only pumping 100 liters. With the water pumps in place, the next step was the water storage device. Buckets and water tanks had limited storage capacity, so Luo Yu planned to build a water tower and an underground reservoir. The water tower would definitely be placed inside the base, and it was best to keep it away from the toilet and the taming ground to avoid accidental contamination. Choosing a location in the southwest corner of the base, Luo Yu first removed the advanced floor tiles and started digging a pit to build the reservoir. Underground reservoir, stone bricks 50,000, iron or 2,000, silver 500. Storage capacity, 32 tons. Luo Yu dug the pit quite deep. After digging, he also built a circle with advanced defensive floor tiles. Although it was expensive, it could prevent digging, and the floor tiles could also insulate against heat and cold, preventing the water from deteriorating or freezing. After a series of operations and clicking to build, a large water tank appeared in the beautiful pit. There was also a small staircase for going up and down. The stone support pillars were strong enough to support the weight from above. Luo Yu was very satisfied. He spent some more stone to make stone covers, which fit tightly over the pit, leaving a small door leading to the bottom. He was done. He then relayed the advanced floor tiles that he had previously removed, so no one would suspect that there was a large water tank underneath. It was best to keep these facilities underground to avoid affecting the overall aesthetics of the base. Next, Luo Yu began to build the water pipes. The pipes were simple, especially the section inside the base, because the floor tiles were already laid. The advanced defensive floor tiles could be moved and disassembled. He simply clicked and slid them away. The pipes outside the base needed to be laid by digging trenches. After spending some time connecting the pipes to the 4 wind power water pumps, Luo Yu checked the status of the water tank. As expected, water was flowing in. Chapter 75. The challenges of high temperatures. This confirms that the envisioned water circulation system is indeed correct and effective. Although I am not a civil engineering major, I possess a fundamental understanding of certain principles. The stockpiled materials such as stone bricks and iron ore are still sufficient, and there are over 10,000 silver coins remaining. Therefore, I shall persevere. Water towers come in various forms: small, medium, large, aesthetically pleasing, luxurious, and opulent. Naturally, I aspire to construct an opulent water tower. However, the construction cannot be hasty. For now, I will settle for an aesthetically pleasing design to maintain the overall ambience of the base. Aesthetically pleasing water tower. Stone bricks 30,000, iron ore 1,000, silver 1,000, emerald 100, water capacity 16 tons. Upon confirming the design, a silver water tower materialized before me, standing approximately 4 meters tall, adorned with intricate emerald carvings that enhance its visual appeal. The water tower and epochs pipeline connects directly to the reservoir below, and as soon as the connection is established, water begins to flow. At this moment, the wind has picked up, and the 4 wind-powered water pumps are now delivering 800 liters of water daily. With the reservoir and water tower combined, the total water capacity of the base now reaches 48 tons, which should suffice for the time being. If additional capacity is needed, I can always construct another water tower, as they do not occupy much space. Having completed these tasks, I promptly constructed pipelines leading to the grand villa, ensuring that the kitchen's water supply is separated from that of the toilets and bathrooms via valves. Aesthetic water outlet valve. Iron ore 300, silver 300, gold 10. The water outlet valve, akin to a faucet, is straightforward to construct. Next, I turn my attention to the long-desired kitchen sink and cleaning station. The cleaning station functions as an automated workstation, enhancing the cleanliness of the kitchen, and the sink, of course, requires no further explanation. Aesthetic kitchen sink. Iron ore 500, stone bricks 500, silver 500, gold 30, kitchen cleanliness 20, reduced toxicity of food. Advanced kitchen cleaning station. Stone bricks 2,000, iron ore 500, silver 500, gold 30. Emerald 50, kitchen cleanliness 50, reduced toxicity of food. After expending a considerable amount of materials, I finally completed the kitchen setup, which should significantly reduce the likelihood of food toxicity. After a series of operations, I have depleted the iron ore reserves and used a significant portion of the stone bricks, leaving only a few emeralds. Fortunately, I still have a substantial amount of gold stockpiled. Upon reviewing the base's rating, I noted a score of 7,200, with the sanitation rating peaking at 98 points. The sanitation score fluctuates in accordance with the cleanliness of the base. After eliminating numerous wolves yesterday, the score declined but rebounded after cleaning. Thus, the sanitation score is generally calculated based on its highest value. Currently, the highest score is 98, while the present sanitation value stands at 80, as the base has not been cleaned for an extended period, accumulating dust and debris. Overall, the hydraulic installations have contributed significantly to the score, particularly due to the aesthetically pleasing water tower, which adds a greater score than a standard model. Nevertheless, a higher base score attracts more wolf packs, allowing me to earn substantial revenue. A higher score provides confidence in defending against attacks. Thus, the more, the better. After a half day of work, I finally resolved the water circulation issue, and the kitchen, several bathrooms, and key facilities within the villa have been equipped with water outlet valves, providing a sense of security. Of course, I remained diligent in researching various water circulation structures, including automatic irrigation systems for farmland and steam fans for temperature regulation. Among these, one device particularly piqued my interest: freezing condensation chamber. This device can be utilized to create ice blocks, but it requires unlocking another major category within the water circulation technology: freezing technology. Unfortunately, without blueprints, I find myself at a standstill. Patience is key. As I glanced at the time, it was already noon, and the group managed to prepare a barbecue meal. In the afternoon, I commenced cooking. After preparing 5 simple dishes, my cooking level finally reached LV3, a challenging feat. I confidently had a taste each dish, and indeed, none were toxic. With the kitchen and epochs' cleanliness significantly improved, the results were immediate. Adai wagged his tail in delight, clearly enjoying the meal. As we dined, the previously dimly lit dining room suddenly brightened. The morning glories had finally bloomed. Each room was adorned with flourishing vines, illuminating the entire villa, bringing joy to both me and my 3 adorable companions. Notification: blossoms abound. Your territory is blessed by nature. This quarter and oppos. Plant growth rate 100, natural plant mortality rate decreased by 100. Indeed, effort begets reward, and here it manifests. With such fortuitous occurrences, I was overwhelmed with joy. The following day, we continued our diligent work. I reviewed the data and noted I had acquired 30,000 wolf meat and 10,000 wolf pelts, a staggering figure, and the ice cellar was already at full capacity. As summer is upon us, meat is not ideal for storage, and the current meat price has plummeted to 3 silver coins, marking an all-time low. The external temperature has reached 34 and continues to rise. I inspected the conditions in the ice cellar, and despite the insulation provided by high-quality flooring, the temperature has gradually exceeded 0, as 0 is the freezing point. Any temperature above this will lead to the slow melting of ice, creating a vicious cycle that will ultimately increase the cellar's temperature. In such sweltering conditions, all meat will spoil within 3 days. Consuming spoiled meat poses a high risk of food poisoning, and the foul odor will diminish the sanitation rating, rendering it unsellable and inedible, a catastrophic loss to describe. Fortunately, the presence of high-quality flooring is a saving grace. Otherwise, the ice would have completely melted by now. According to the previous logic of base construction, after raising the score through hydraulic installations, I should build defensive structures to counterbalance the threat posed by the increased score. However, that is not an option at present. I estimate that under these conditions, the cellar can endure for another 3 to 4 days, necessitating a strategy to lower the temperature below 0 before the ice melts. The primary objective is to shield the cellar from sunlight and prevent direct exposure. I plan to construct a large warehouse above the cellar to provide shade, while also storing additional items. Chapter 76, The Lord's Bracelet and the Short-Haired Beast Girl. Upon reviewing the construction page, I noted that the warehouse is categorized into several tiers: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant. The luxurious warehouse is exceedingly expensive, thus the advanced warehouse appears to be the most prudent choice for now. I can always upgrade later when finances allow. Advanced warehouse: stone bricks 150,000, iron or 5,000, silver 10,000, gold 200, automatically categorizes items, reduces item decay by 100, increases insulation and cold resistance by 20, and enhances pest and rodent resistance by 50. With my iron or depleted, it will take approximately 4 to 5 days to extract the required 5,000 units, which is not an urgent matter. I decided to gather what I could. As for silver, I have about 15,000 left, just enough to purchase 5,000 iron or at market price. After making some purchases at the auction house, I found myself completely broke, devoid of even a single coin. Now the dilemma arises: while I have sufficient iron ore, I lack the silver to construct the warehouse. Fortunately, I have ample supplies at home. I decided to list 10,000 wolf meat for auction at the market price of 3 silver pieces each. Even in times of financial hardship, I refuse to sell at a loss. While I can offer my companions some goods at a reduced price, placing them in the auction house for less than their worth feels like a loss to me. Yesterday and today, I still have 2 opportunities for critical hits and used, with plenty of wolf pelts at hand. I plan to craft 2 sets of wolf skin clothing that might yield critical hits. Descending to the basement, I found it adorned with blooming climbing vines and fluorescent flowers, far more beautiful than before. Little Butterfly is busy crafting women's lingerie, having produced a dozen pieces, all neatly placed in a nearby basket. Oh, I still have a surplus of lingerie unsold. Possessing such items brings me peace of mind. I decided to list all the women's lingerie at a price range of 2,500 to 3,000 silver. Just after placing them in the auction house, without even beginning to advertise, they sold out instantly. Another 35,000 silver in hand. What a relief. As I contemplated making more lingerie, I suddenly remembered little Jean. After her previous wardrobe malfunction, she had hastily donned an outfit left behind by a previously sold female captive, which was both too small and tattered. Thus, I resolved to spin some cotton and wolf pelts to create a proper outfit for her. Little Jean, Little Butterfly, and Little Kong have their intimate apparel sorted. The lingerie I craft will be prioritized for them. While Little Butterfly and Little Kong have their own clothing, I will now focus on creating a jacket for Little Jean. After sending Little Butterfly off to fish, I approached the sewing table. The sewing station for trousers and jackets comes with preset patterns, allowing me to select and proceed seamlessly. With a silent incantation in my heart, I initiated the sewing process. Critical hit triggered. In a moment, a radiant light emanated from the output, revealing a splendid blue wolf skin jacket. Silver grade wolf skin jacket. Increases defense, provides insulation and heat resistance. Your tailoring level has risen to LV6. While it was merely a silver-grade item, which felt slightly disappointing, my tailoring level had indeed increased. Eager to craft trousers next, I was suddenly interrupted as little Kong rushed in, clutching a box and making delightful sounds. Had she stumbled upon another treasure chest? Joy illuminated my eyes as I noted the box was already open, revealing a black bracelet adorned with numerous small slots. Lord and Apo's S bracelet, golden grade. Wearing this grants a 5 increase to all resources within your territory. It can be embedded with various cores, enhancing the quality of buildings and items by 5 per core. Each technology core embedded increases territorial resource yield by 1. What? I gasped, astonished. Little Kong and Apo's S chest had yielded a premium treasure. Indeed, her description states that the better her mood and the higher the entertainment value of the territory, the greater the chance of finding treasure. However, it did not mention the possibility of unearthing golden grade items. This bracelet is undoubtedly a pinnacle of golden treasures. Quickly, I examined the status of my base and confirmed that the resource metrics, such as fertility, had risen from 120 to 125. That modest 5 signifies a colossal increase. Moreover, the durability of walls, floor tiles, and the power of arrow towers, crossbows, and catapults have all been marginally improved. Elated, I hastily donned the Lord's bracelet and retrieved the automatic defense core. Upon contact, the core seamlessly embedded itself into the bracelet. Immediately, the resource yield surged from 125 to 126. Remarkable. Currently, I also possess water circulation technology cores, visitor technology cores, and mercenary technology cores, all of which I installed on the spot. The total resource yield of my base now stands at 129. This is truly splendid. Overjoyed, I embraced little Kong tightly and planted a kiss on her. She chirped happily, instinctively wrapping her arms around my neck. This bracelet has proven to be a timely boon. The mine's resources had dwindled to 30, and now with this boost, the Scorpion King will be pleased for days. After a moment's embrace, I noticed that little Kong's hair had grown long again. With scissors in hand, I trimmed her hair to a shoulder-length bob, remarking, "This short hair suits you perfectly. You have acquired 200 strands of Xuanqiu Beast Girl's hair. With my increased taming proficiency as a beast tamer, the amount of hair received has also increased." She chirped with joy, clearly enjoying the haircut, and I sent her off fishing once more. With a thought, little Jean appeared before me, summoned by my beast taming powers. "Here, try this outfit on," I said. "Wow, silver-grade equipment. Is this a gift for me?" Little Jean exclaimed, twirling in delight after donning the garment. She gazed at me with a gentle smile. "You truly understand me. Very well. I shall temporarily acknowledge you as my master. Just for a piece of clothing?" I chuckled heartily and proceeded to craft a pair of ordinary trousers for her. Little Jean beamed with joy, clearly pleased. "Now, your hair has grown long too. Let me give you a trim." Oh, little Jean, being a golden tiger, like all felines, relishes being groomed by her master. Although she may not openly admit it, deep down, she yearns for affectionate interaction with me. You have acquired 200 strands of Jean Jezabella's hair previously. During their baths and slumbers, they had accumulated a buff that accelerated hair growth by 200. If I did not harvest this now, it would be a waste. Holding the golden strands in my hands, I observed that little Jin's hair possesses superior defensive qualities compared to little Kong's, though it is slightly lacking in insulation and cold resistance. Chapter 77. The Diamond Cloak and the Superior Warehouse. Luo Yu inquired curiously, "Xiao Jin, don't beast girls like you produce milk?" "Why haven't I received any notifications regarding the milk production progress?" Produce milk." Xiao Jin's face immediately flushed crimson as she stammered. "I have no experience in that area. How could I possibly produce milk?" "Nonsense. Pervert." "Really?" Luo Yu chuckled. "I thought with your proportions, you should have that capability. You and Apo's, the one with that capability." Xiao Jin's cheeks were aflame as she hastily stood up and shouted, "Perverted master, I'm ignoring you." Saying this, she dashed out the door. Luo Yu laughed heartily. Indeed, having an adorable pet increased his entertainment value by 10 points. Occasionally teasing his little darling was also a source of amusement, lifting his spirits. After Xiao Jin left, Luo Yu summoned Xiao Dai, harvesting a wave of her hair as well. Xiao Dai's hair was black, possessing special abilities that could withstand ordinary mental attacks, such as the sonic assaults from certain unique races. This function proved to be quite useful. With a total of 600 units of special hair now in his possession, and an additional opportunity for a critical hit, it was time for him to craft a dashing cloak. Luo Yu planned to arm himself completely with special hair from head to toe, starting from the outermost layer. He already had a pair of platinum pants made from Shao Kong's hair. Taking a deep breath, he placed all 600 units of hair onto the sewing table and began his work. Critical hit multiplier activated. Moments later, the output port shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Upon seeing this brilliance, Luo Yu was overjoyed. It was diamond grade. By using exquisite hair combined with a 100-fold critical hit, he had crafted a diamond-level cloak. The cloak was purple, adorned with faint golden patterns, pink trimmings, and a black collar, representing the colors of Shao Jin, Shao Kong, and Shao Dai. The design was exceedingly beautiful. Shining diamond cloak. Defense increased. Comfort level 100, maximum comfort temperature 30, minimum comfort temperature -30, 50 immunity to mental attacks. Global work speed 100, special ability, purple light barrier. Creates a purple shield around the body, resisting 3 attacks, lasting for 60 seconds. Your tailoring level has increased to LV7, these attributes. Luo Yu was left speechless. He knew this garment could be extraordinary, but he never anticipated it would reach such an astonishing level. The basic attributes were impressive enough, but the global work speed increase of 100 was terrifying. For instance, in mining, the original rate of obtaining an ore every 3 seconds, influenced by strength and mining level, was now reduced to 1.5 seconds. Whether it was cutting stone, planting, milking, or sowing, any labor would see its efficiency doubled. Such a formidable garment. As Luo Yu donned the cloak, he immediately felt much more comfortable. And a purple aura surrounded him, indicating the shield had activated automatically. The description of protective items in the Taoist world noted that shields were typically belts and exceedingly precious. He was astonished to find this garment had its own shield. This meant that if he acquired a shield belt in the future, he would possess 2 layers of protection. Truly invincible. The cloak's design was stunning, but the shield was particularly eye-catching, enveloping him in a purple glow. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Yu decided to temporarily deactivate the shield. There was no need to attract attention if there was no danger. Better to remain low-key. Exiting the basement, Luo Yu arrived at the base stone cutting area, where Shao Jin was distractedly working. Upon seeing Luo Yu approach, she froze momentarily. As he drew near, Luo Yu chuckled. "What's wrong? Why are you staring blankly at me? Do I have something on my face?" "Huh." Shao Jin, slightly blushing, replied. "I just think you look better than before. Beast girls are so honest." Luo Yu laughed heartily, taking the heavenly artisan knife from Shao Jin and swiftly cutting the stone. Indeed, his speed had doubled. "Hey, your cloak!" Shao Jin touched Luo Yu's garment, exclaiming in shock, "My goodness, it's diamond grade. You made a diamond grade cloak from our hair." Luo Yu grinned. "Just lucky, I suppose." "Shao Jin, you look beautiful even with short hair." At this compliment, a hint of joy flickered in Shao Jin's eyes, though she feigned indifference, saying, "It's just because you cut my tiger fur. You should thank us. Tonight, I'd like to have yesterday's dish and some of that milk from last time." "Sure, there are still some milk tablets. Take as many as you like." "Okay." Shao Jin beamed, revealing her sharp tiger teeth, yet appearing quite endearing. That evening, everyone gathered together to enjoy the meal prepared by Luo Yu. The food poisoning incident had not occurred for 2 days, indicating that the improvement in kitchen hygiene was indeed effective. As dawn broke once more, the first thing Luo Yu did was check the system notifications. As anticipated, the wolf meat he had sold the previous day had nearly sold out, earning him 30,000 silver. With the money from selling the undergarments, the base now had a total of 65,000 silver. Glancing at the temperature forecast for the day, which predicted over 35 C, he prioritized constructing the warehouse over breakfast, quickly washing up before beginning the construction. Superior warehouse. Stone bricks 150,000, iron or 5,000, silver 10,000, gold 200. Clicking the construction button, a massive amount of materials vanished, replaced by an elegant loft appearing atop the ice cellar. This was the superior warehouse. Being an advanced structure, its aesthetic appeal was considerable, resembling a grand residence rather than a mere warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, he found it rather empty. Aside from some built-in shelves on the 2 levels, there was nothing else. Luo Yu, however, prioritized entering the cellar rather than moving goods. As expected, the temperature within the cellar began to drop. The cellar's temperature had reached 4 C, but upon completing the warehouse, it completely blocked out the sunlight. Coupled with its inherent insulation properties, the cellar's temperature quickly plummeted below 0 C. A vast quantity of meat and vegetables was preserved. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Luo Yu patted the mountain of frozen wolf meat before his eyes, and another thought crossed his mind. Previously, he had seen that someone in the world had discovered a scroll for item stacking technology, capable of consolidating item units, somewhat akin to spatial folding technology. He wondered how many items would be required to unlock such a feature. With stacking technology, his cellar would undoubtedly be sufficient. After leaving the cellar, Luo Yu began transporting goods. Chapter 78. Retaliatory strike. The ingenious tactics of the natives. Firstly, there lies a considerable accumulation of wolf pelts and cotton-like fabrics stored meticulously in the basement. Next, metals such as iron, ore, silver, and emeralds are separately organized. Following that, various tools for labor and an array of captured weapons are arranged accordingly. Everything finds its rightful place on the shelves. Thus, the warehouse is systematically organized. Only by pre-planning the layout of the warehouse can the automated sorting feature function effectively. The advanced warehouse and epochs' automatic sorting function is indeed remarkable. While a standard warehouse requires manual placement of goods, the advanced version allows for items to be tossed towards the entrance and automatically transported to their designated storage areas once the storage zones are mapped out. Similarly, retrieving items is effortless. Simply activating the plaque at the warehouse entrance prompts the desired items to emerge automatically, saving both labor and resources. A truly convenient system. In the world governed by celestial laws, each race possesses its unique advantages, yet the only truly equitable element is time. While one is busy organizing a warehouse, others might cultivate additional trees or earn a bit more coin, thereby gaining an upper hand. Over time, such disparities become evident. Luo Yu is acutely aware of this principle. Therefore, he adheres to the maxim of never opting for manual processes when automation is available. Upon reviewing the current base rating, which has reached 600 points, he realizes that the intensity of attacks by the month's end will be substantial. With the initial freezing issues addressed, his next course of action is to reinforce the defensive structures to mitigate the threats posed by this raiding. During the previous wolf pack assault, most of the wild wolves were felled before they could breach the defenses, a testament to both the intimidation factor of Little Jean and the commendable firepower of the base. However, the Wolf King had surprisingly leaped onto the wall during the final moments, a phenomenon not new, as creatures have scaled the walls before, ringing alarm bells for Luo Yu. He currently faces three choices. The first option involves devising iron spikes atop the walls, although this would hinder mobility. The second option entails raising the walls, which would require a substantial amount of stone, and according to the celestial laws, enhancing existing structures incurs several times the cost, whether augmenting the height of the walls or upgrading from intermediate to advanced walls. Both necessitate a considerable expenditure of resources, something that appears unfeasible for the current month due to insufficient stone. Moreover, fortified structures cannot be upgraded thereafter to obtain advanced walls. One would have to dismantle and reconstruct, a formidable undertaking. The third option, which Luo Yu is inclined towards, is to lay tiles around the perimeter of the walls, setting up spiked traps. The tiles require fewer stones, while the traps consume silver. This approach not only enhances the aesthetic appeal of the base without obstructing vision, but also provides fire resistance, making it a superior choice to raising the walls. After careful contemplation, Luo Yu concludes that utilizing fire-resistant tiles is the most prudent course of action. Dense fire-resistant paving tiles. Consumption per square. Stone 10, iron, or 3. Silver 1. There is no need to extend the tiles excessively. A width of 3 meters suffices for now. Calculating the total, he finds he would need 120,000 stone bricks, 36,000 iron ore, and 12,000 silver, which is manageable. However, the current stock of stone and iron ore is insufficient. Today marks the 12th day of summer, and he aims to complete this project by the 20th. As he ponders this, a sudden alert interrupts him. Warning, the Scarsa tribe has launched a targeted attack on your territory in retaliation. Taken aback by the notification, Luo Yu checks the group chat and regional channel. Finding a serene silence, it appears he is the sole target of this assault, a clear indication of the tribe and epochs' growing animosity. Immediately, he calls back the scattered animals to the base. Within 5 minutes, he indeed spots a large group of tribal soldiers approaching from the east. Total participants in the Scarsa tribe's attack: 51 individuals, employing seemingly clever tactics. This attack is typical in nature, lacking the ferocity expected at the month's end. Yet it poses its own set of challenges. While such incidents are unlikely to be fatal directly, they will deplete the base and epochs' defensive capabilities, thereby facilitating a more devastating assault later. Certainly, 51 individuals encroaching on his territory are more formidable than the impending month-end assault. On the watchtower, Luo Yu and 3 beast maidens observe the advancing natives. Little Jean scoffs, "Let me charge out. I could dispatch them all in under half an hour." Luo Yu, scrutinizing the slowly advancing group, retorts, "Do not be reckless. That is not feasible. With a crowd surrounding you and archers in play, what if you were to sustain injuries? We are on the defensive. There is no need to rush." Understanding her folly, Little Jean nods, acknowledging her impetuousness. Indeed, while her 300 stat is formidable, being overwhelmed by numbers is still a grave concern. After observing for a while longer, Xiao Dai quickly exclaims, "Master, they are digging a pit." Luo Yu focuses intently and discovers two natives hastily excavating a trench, positioned beyond the range of his catapults. It seems the Scarsa tribe has developed a keen awareness of the capabilities of his siege weaponry. The tactic of earth excavation is a conventional assault strategy, and Luo Yu's expression softens with a hint of amusement. Had this occurred previously, he might have panicked, fearing they could tunnel directly into the base, rendering the walls ineffective. If anyone were to breach the interior, the multitude of arrow towers and crossbows would unleash a torrent of fire, capable of annihilating foes within, but also risking collateral damage to his own structures and animals, not to mention drawing all firepower away from the outer attackers. However, he had previously installed defensive paving tiles. In the distance, two adept miners are diligently burrowing, seemingly intent on tunneling beneath the moat's bed. The celestial realm imposes minimal restrictions on earthworks. The excavated soil vanishes without accumulating, making earth tunneling a relatively standard offensive maneuver. Among the 51 adversaries, 2 are engaged in digging while the remainder stands guard at the entrance, prepared to confront any potential sortie from Luo Yu and his companions. Typically, when a lord observes an enemy attempting to dig a tunnel for an assault, proactive measures to thwart the endeavor are customary. Yet, Luo Yu remains unperturbed, watching their earth-moving operation from the watchtower, leisurely sharing lunch with the 3 charming maidens. Chapter 79. Large-scale transactions as time inexorably passed. The clock approached 4 in the afternoon when suddenly, a disturbance arose from the tiles at the eastern corner of the base. Alert! Enemies are excavating your defensive tiles. Current durability, 99, 98, 97. They can truly circumvent the moat. It seems the moat was excavated too shallowly, thought Luo Yu, as the durability of the tiles steadily diminished. However, at this rate, it would take over half an hour to breach the tiles. While Luo Yu was aware of this duration, the adversaries were blissfully unaware of the time required. Logically, a mere touch should suffice to penetrate the tiles, and the soldiers guarding the entrance began to burrow into the tunnel. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yu's eyes glimmered with amusement as he deftly initiated repairs on the tiles. Current durability, 95. Current durability, 100. The speed of repair far surpassed the rate of destruction. These tiles were specifically designed to thwart tunneling. This meant that these individuals were ensnared beneath his territory. This was indeed manageable. Luo Yu turned to the nearby Xiao Jin and instructed, "It is your time to shine. Gather some stones to block that tunnel." Xiao Jin promptly complied, leaping down from the watchtower, clutching 2 large stones, and raced to the location of the tunnel entrance, effectively sealing it. Now, the 51 individuals underground would be confronted with asphyxiation. Within 2 to 3 minutes, the natives below began to frantically pound on the tiles. Yet their rate of destruction paled in comparison to the speed of repairs. Even their frantic efforts bore no fruit. After another minute, sensing silence from beneath, Xiao Jin, standing atop the 2 stones blocking the tunnel, called out loudly, "Master, they are all down there. They must be suffocating." Luo Yu chuckled internally and replied with a booming voice, "Coming." Moments later, he, accompanied by Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, Deshiezi, and other creatures, arrived at the tunnel entrance. Removing the 2 stones to reveal a mass of motionless bodies beneath, rendered unconscious from lack of oxygen. Luo Yu burst into laughter and, together with Xiao Jin, began to drag them out one by one, binding them effortlessly. Even if they regained consciousness, they would possess no combat capability, making the task a breeze. After securing all the natives and tossing them onto the minecart, a system alert chimed in. "Congratulations, you have defeated the Scarsa tribe's revenge. The Scarsa tribe's animosity towards you has increased. Due to the capture of all attacking personnel, territorial information will remain confidential." Once all the captives were confined within the prison, another alert followed. Warning: due to an excess of captives in the prison and its low level, the threat of escape has significantly increased. Observing the captives sprawled haphazardly on the ground, Luo Yu surmised that once they recovered, they would undoubtedly erupt in fury. After all, while they appeared feeble, none were missing limbs. Upon inspecting their health status, he noted that the majority were in a dazed state, with an estimated recovery time of approximately half a day. Time for action. The first task: disrobing. Stripping the captives of their garments, reclaiming what could be salvaged, and selling what could be sold. This was standard procedure. Moreover, removing their clothing would mitigate the likelihood of escape. Luo Yu, alongside the 3 beast girls, took 10 minutes to divest every captive of their clothing. As for gender distinctions, such notions held no significance for Luo Yu. After the disrobing, the sight of over 50 individuals devoid of attire was quite a spectacle. Luo Yu snapped numerous photos, preserving this extraordinary scene for future reference, perhaps to present to the new leader of the Scarsa tribe. Meanwhile, the three beast girls, including the intelligent Xing Lang A Dai and Wolf King A Tai, began transporting garments, weapons, and various spoils to the warehouse, where they would be automatically organized. Luo Yu commenced a meticulous examination of their attributes. The majority were worthless. But among them, 2 men and 2 women possessed unique personal traits worth temporarily retaining, while the rest would be sold off. World, Human Anonymous, a vast quantity of captives in perfect health, both physically and mentally, are available for sale at 20,000 silver pieces each, regardless of gender. Ample supply. Serious inquiries only. No haggling, please. Upon the announcement, a wave of excitement surged through the community. The price of captives escalated, with 20,000 being the market rate. Yet the health of the captives was uncertain. Many captured in battle bore injuries affecting their labor capacity, and some even suffered cognitive impairments. Intelligence was a critical attribute. As soon as Luo Yu disseminated this information, chat windows flooded in, and numerous individuals began private conversations. Luo Yu instructed those in private chats to hold on for a moment, while promptly addressing the trading window. How many do you require? Male or female? Elf tribe. Male anonymous, all are natives, correct? 2 males and 2 females, each under the age of 40. The natives, referred to as the Earth people, formed an independent race. While they bore similarities to humans and elves, subtle differences in skin tone and physique led to their classification as a distinct group. Recognized globally as Earth people, a branch of the demi-human category. Among the captives Luo Yu had secured, the majority were under 40 years old. Without hesitation, he released 4 captives, and the buyer promptly offered 80,000 silver pieces. Transaction successful. You have received 80,000 silver pieces. The next transaction involved the Bear tribe, who also requested 4 captives, but required 3 females and 1 male. Luo Yu paid no mind to their preferences. Selling was his sole concern. His captive trade flourished, with transactions occurring at remarkable speed. Within 10 minutes, he had sold off all captives, leaving only the 4 with unique personal traits. Upon counting his earnings, he had amassed a staggering 940,000 silver pieces. Indeed, he had reaped a substantial profit of 940,000, not including the garments and various weapons stripped from the captives. This was an undeniable windfall. Time to indulge in some spending. Luo Yu's first choice was to fully allocate his attribute points, raising them all to a perfect 100, as this maximization would yield the most advantageous returns. Currently, 3 attributes stood at 90 points. He feverishly clicked it to elevate them to 100. Though his expenditure was substantial, he still retained 880,000 silver pieces. The second expenditure on his list was the spike traps. The density of spike traps along the stone road outside the base was relatively sparse, prompting Luo Yu to increase their concentration. Any adversary daring to tread upon the stone path would be met with an immediate barrage of spikes. Each silver spike trap cost 5,000, and Luo Yu purchased 20, deploying them along the stone road. Chapter 80. The Ascension of Beast Girls. At long last, the pathways and caverns are utterly secure. A sum of 780,000 silver remains. The next expenditure will be for enhancing attributes. However, this time, I shall not augment my own attributes, but rather those of Shao Kong and Shao Dai. The attribute points for Shao Jin will remain untouched. Yet it is imperative to elevate the attributes of these 2. Firstly, it will bolster the combat capability of the base. Secondly, higher attributes will naturally lead to increased work efficiency. Thirdly, as a beast tamer, Luo Yu can summon them at will. These 3 are essentially his personal assets, always at his disposal to assist in battle. How could one not enhance their attributes to be more impressive? The attribute values of beast girls incrementally increase with age, which does not conflict with the attributes Luo Yu enhances using silver. Xuanqiu beast girl, 19 years old, strength 20, constitution 19, agility 31. Shao Kong's initial stamina was 18 points, and after a month, it has increased by 1 point. Luo Yu decisively spent 80,000 silver to elevate all her attributes to 50. Xuanqiu beast girl, 19 years old, strength 50, constitution 50, agility 50. Yi Dai, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35. Shao Dai's foundational attributes are even poorer, so they must be improved. Spending 93,000 silver, Shao Dai's attributes were also raised to a total of 50 points. Beyond that would require 2,000 points, a luxury Luo Yu has yet to afford. Master. Feeling the transformation in her body, Shao Dai rushed into Luo Yu's embrace, with Shao Kong excitedly hugging him as well. Notification: Yi Dai's attributes have surged. Her bloodline has evolved into charming butterfly. A radiant glow enveloped Shao Dai. Her face alight with joy, as she curled up, enveloped within a silken cocoon. Luo Yu could only gape in astonishment, yet another notification chimed in. Notification. Xuanqiu Beast Girl's attributes have surged. Her bloodline has evolved into Jinyue Beast Girl. Xiao Kong shimmered with light, and unlike Xiao Dai, she completed her evolution instantaneously. There was no alteration in her appearance, prompting Luo Yu to check her attributes. Jinyue Beast Girl, top-level intelligence strength 100, constitution 50, agility 50, special abilities, treasure seeking, enhanced. Proficiency in slingshots, proficiency in combat, resource 5 from mountain mines and territory. Current fur growth progress, 12. Remarkably, her intelligence has reached the pinnacle. Strength has soared to 100, and her treasure-seeking ability has been enhanced, along with gaining proficiency in combat. The most astonishing aspect is the 5 boost to mining resources. One can only exclaim, formidable. Master, woo-woo-woo-woo. Xiao Kong affectionately nestled against Luo Yu's arm, nuzzling him with her small head. Although she still chirped in her usual manner, she was at least able to articulate simple words now. Master rolled off her tongue effortlessly. How endearing. Luo Yu had indeed read about related content in the explanation of the Heavenly Path world, noting that animals have a certain probability of evolving. The conditions for such evolution are highly random and rather stringent. He had not anticipated that his 2 little darlings would achieve it so swiftly. Moments later, Xiao Dai began to break free from her cocoon. With a resounding crack, the white silk chrysalis shattered, dissipating into light. Xiao Dai flitted around Luo Yu, flapping her wings before kneeling before him with a beaming smile, softly stating, "Thank you, Master, for investing such a fortune to aid my evolution. Xiao Dai shall serve you dutifully and remain by your side forever." Charming butterfly, strength 60, constitution 60, agility 70, increased flight speed, special ability. Group charm. The enchanting butterfly powder affects all enemies, reducing their mobility. Enchanting beauty. Overall aesthetic appeal of territory 10, entertainment value 10, recruitment success rate. Taming success rate 10, medical efficacy 10. If Xiao Kong represents the archetype of a warrior, then Xiao Dai embodies the essence of support. A group charm ability is already quite formidable, but the characteristic of enchanting beauty is simply outrageous. The aesthetic and entertainment values positively influence the likelihood of acquiring buffs, recruitment, taming, and medical outcomes, attributes that are exceptionally advantageous. Wherever Xiao Dai stands, the entire base experiences a subtle enhancement. Luo Yu joyfully lifted Xiao Dai into his arms. This is splendid. Although 170,000 silver is no trifling sum, Luo Yu feels it is an excellent investment. After a brief interaction with them, he sent them back to continue their labor. Upon checking his silver, he found 610,000 remaining, a substantial fortune. Luo Yu could choose to strengthen his martial skills, however. Upon reflection, with 3 adorable guardians at his side, not to mention the ability to summon the Great Scorpion, Great Octopus, and Great Python at will, what need was there for additional martial skills? The Gale Blade technique could be honed gradually through daily practice. There was no immediate urgency for enhancement. What truly required augmentation was the level of beast taming. Currently, he was at 2-star, allowing him to possess a maximum of 10 animals. Both 1-star and 2-star limits are capped at 10. Presently, the base boasts a roster of mutant earth chickens, wolf kings, red-scaled giant pythons, black magic octopuses, silver-armored ladybugs, golden beetles, golden scorpion kings, Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Jin, totaling 10 creatures. The limit has been reached. To elevate this cap, he must enhance his beast tamer level. Achieving 3-star would permit an increase of 5 additional slots. According to the explanation of the Heavenly Path world, this limitation exists to prevent beast tamers from accumulating excessive high-grade animals, thereby maintaining balance in the arenas. In truth, Luo Yu feels he may have, perhaps, already disrupted that balance. Having an abundance of animals is quite advantageous. The star levels of personal traits can either be improved through repetitive actions over time or solved with monetary investment. To ascend from 2-star to 3-star costs 300,000 silver. Quite steep indeed. However, Luo Yu has no intention of recruiting natives. Anyone deemed by the Heavenly Path world to be a human rather than an animal, unless they possess exceptional attributes, will likely not be recruited. Humans inherently possess emotions and desires. Disparities in wealth distribution within the base could lead to discontent, reduced resilience, and a potential for betrayal. What if he were to undertake mercenary tasks and face betrayal? Though the probability is exceedingly low, it still poses a hassle. Moreover, humans may covet wealth. With his extraordinary ability for 100-fold critical hits, Luo Yu is reluctant to let others in on his secrets. Such troubles are absent with animals. What humans can accomplish, top-tier intelligent beast girls can equally achieve, without the risk of betrayal. Their immunity to emotional fluctuations and indifference to wealth distribution ensure their unwavering happiness as long as their master is present. How delightful these companion animals are, after all. Designed for lone wanderers in the heavenly path world. Given Luo Yu and epochs' unique ability for 100-fold critical hits, he is quite reluctant to have others privy to this advantage. Chapter 81. Solutions abound. More than difficulties. Having grasped the crucial elements, Luo Yu decisively opted to upgrade his beast tamer profession from 2 stars to 3 stars. You have spent 300,000 silver to upgrade personal attributes. Beast tamer 3 stars. The upper limit of grade animals increases to 15. And the output of all owned animals is enhanced by 30. Upon reviewing his personal attributes, Luo Yu concluded that the 3-star beast tamer was not particularly formidable. Rather, the true strength lay in the evolved trait, Beast King. The Beast King trait significantly amplifies an animal's overall combat power, which is extraordinarily impressive. Beyond the Beast King, there exists the Beast God, a further enhancement that seems distant and elusive. After expending a considerable sum, Luo Yu was left with 310,000 silver, supplemented by the reserves previously amassed at the base, totaling 365,000 silver. He proceeded to adhere to his prior plan, first constructing the ground tiles outside the walls, then laying down spikes, followed by various buildings. The workshop required construction, and the prison needed fortification as well. Earlier, the system had alerted him to a high probability of a riot, which compelled Luo Yu to sell off his captives in haste, as he had initially intended for them to assist with cleaning duties. Now, faced with a shortage of stones, he resolved to mine for them. Luo Yu made his way to the mine, where, bolstered by various enhancements, the resource cap had risen to 134, allowing for a fruitful excavation session. Reflecting on how long it had been since he employed critical strikes in mining, he silently focused his thoughts and swung his pickaxe. 100-fold critical hit triggered. With a resounding thud, a piece of white metal, roughly the size of a human face, tumbled forth. The nearby Scorpion King lunged to seize it, but Luo Yu swiftly kicked the creature away, picking up the metal for inspection. Platinum 1000. It was indeed platinum. No wonder the Scorpion King was so eager to consume it. As a gold-grade creature, it had a slight chance of evolving into a platinum grade upon ingestion. Platinum, akin to diamonds, is a luxury metal that can be used to forge enhancements for gold-grade equipment, while other gear may not require upgrading. This Lord's Ring in Luo Yu's possession was an exception worth enhancing. Regrettably, upgrading gold-grade equipment necessitated a forging level of at least LV15. And even Little Jean only reached LV13, alongside the requirement for a high-level forge. The current base possessed only a primary forge, which also required an upgrade. As for forging technology, he had yet to unlock it. Setting the platinum aside for future consideration, Luo Yu resumed his mining mode. The Golden Scorpion King beside him seemed equally invigorated, and together they swiftly excavated, unearthing a plethora of mineral resources. Iron or 15, iron or 20, iron or 8, copper or 6, black spot stone 1. Luo Yu soon realized a problem, unbeknownst to him. His mining level had reached LV7, and coupled with the minor, personal trait, the majority of his haul consisted of iron and copper ores, while the supply of stone had dwindled. The Scorpion King exhibited the same issue. In other words, although wealth from mining had increased, the base and epochs' fundamental stone supply had diminished. This posed a dilemma. Problems must be addressed. Evasion leads to no resolution. Luo Yu halted his mining and pondered thoughtfully. To enhance stone output, the simplest method would be to have lower-level mining creatures excavate, as they predominantly yield stones, albeit at the cost of depleting the mine's total resources. Increased stone extraction would mean decreased yields of other resources, and vice versa. From a profitability standpoint, iron, copper, and silver ores were undoubtedly more lucrative. After contemplating for a while, Luo Yu concluded that sourcing stones outside the mine was the pragmatic approach. He scoured the system interface, and after thorough investigation, he finally discovered a solution. Quarry, capable of continuously producing various stone types without depleting mine resources, though collection is challenging and fraught with unknown risks. Despite numerous restrictions on the structure, it could preliminarily alleviate the dwindling stone supply issue, to be revisited once core drilling technology was acquired. The aesthetic appeal of the quarry was significantly diminished, thus it could not be constructed within the base, but rather adjacent to the mine. This building required no foundational materials, merely silver for construction, 50,000 silver, which was somewhat pricey but not a concern given the ample funds available. After confirming the construction, a small mound emerged at the opposite side of the mine, even more unsightly than the adjacent cavern. Upon entering the mound from the cave, Luo Yu found himself enveloped in darkness. It was hollow, supported by numerous pillars. The ground featured a square pit, designated as the excavation site, ready for digging. Luo Yu attempted to mine, swinging his pickaxe, but even with his mining level, the efficiency was sluggish. It took him 10 minutes to unearth a single piece of black spot stone. This was under the condition of possessing a global work speed attribute of 100. For anyone else, it could easily take half an hour for a single stone. The efficiency was dismally low, and the environment was unfavorable. Muttering to himself, Luo Yu was suddenly alerted by a notification. Warning: vibrations from excavation have caused structural collapse at the top of the quarry. Seeing the alert, Luo Yu hastily exited the cave, and indeed, a cacophony of stones tumbled down, posing a potential danger of injury. Was this the unknown risk? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Realizing it could very well be fatal, he resolved that under no circumstances should any normal person or animal be permitted in the quarry. Only insects would be allowed to excavate. With a command, 11 digging worms entered the quarry, commencing their slow excavation. Luo Yu estimated the speed. A single worm could likely unearth one stone in about an hour, and with a daily work schedule of 15 hours. That would yield 165 pieces of black spot stone per day, excluding any depletion of mine resources. Given Little Jin's cutting ability, each stone could yield 15 units of stone blocks, totaling 475 black spot stone bricks produced daily. Calculating all this, it appeared satisfactory. Of course, Luo Yu was aware that these figures represented an ideal scenario. Working in the quarry could lead to sudden and inexplicable fatalities. With this thought, he instructed the Golden Scorpion King beside him. All worms excavated from the mine, be they centipedes or digging worms, must not be consumed. Capture them, understood? I shall tame them. Should you dare to eat them, I will fry you for dinner. Sensing his owner's threat, the Golden Scorpion King nodded vigorously in understanding. After a satisfied nod, Luo Yu ceased mining activities and returned to the villa to prepare a meal. Today had been remarkably fruitful for Luo Yu, and later in the evening, he earned some money at the arena before gently drifting into slumber, holding Little Kong close. Chapter 82. Two characteristics acquired. The dawn of a new day greeted Luo Yu, who gazed out the window at the rising sun, his spirits lifted. However, he noted with some discomfort the lingering heat and the absence of rain. Just as he was about to rise from his bed, a notification appeared. Notification: a flying object is approaching your territory. Please take precautions to avoid it. Possible types of flying objects: airdrop supply box. Curious, Luo Yu hastily called back the creatures outside. Sure enough, a minute later, an unidentified object descended from the sky. Its speed moderate, but potentially harmful to anyone or anything it might strike. With a thud, the box landed in the cotton field. Airdrop supply box has caused a fire. Please extinguish it quickly. Flames erupted in the cotton field, but the giant octopus swiftly doused the fire with a spout of water. Rushing over to investigate, Luo Yu and his companions found a metal box lying quietly in a pit. Alas, it was but a single box. Luo Yu lamented the misfortune. Airdrop supplies were not determined by territory rankings, but rather sheer luck. The contents remained a mystery, and he refrained from using his critical strike. Aware that such fortunate events often heralded impending misfortune, he decided to save the critical strike for another time. Upon opening the metal box, he discovered a scroll within. Automatic catapult upgrade scroll. Ah, fortune smiles upon me, Luo Yu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the discovery. Meanwhile, the regional chat buzzed with activity. Nyoda, 2 one-humped camels have arrived in my territory. Ha. Meet at last. Fong Yumming. I received an airdrop box containing a lump of platinum. Alice. I've received notifications of animal migrations. I can either hunt and tame them or watch them leave. I think I shall attempt to tame them. Naker. There has been a ground uplift in my territory, revealing a vein of silver. Is there perhaps heightened tectonic activity beneath my domain? Others chimed in with excitement, congratulating Naker on his newfound wealth. Naker. Indeed, I estimate there are about 50,000 silver pieces. It seems I can finally advance my visitor technology. Elena, have all of you unlocked your visitor technology? That monstrous creature in the lake is becoming increasingly bothersome. As the conversation flowed, Luo Yu engaged casually, learning that Fong Yumming and Elena had already unlocked their visitor technology, while Naker was likely close behind. While chatting, he approached the catapult and used the scroll. A flash of light enveloped the catapult, transforming its structure. It shrank in size, yet appeared more intricate. Automatic catapult. Enhanced version launch speed of stones increased by 3-fold. Stones now produce an explosive effect, but require a certain amount of stone bricks. The description was straightforward, yet rich in detail. With a 3-fold attack speed, it was akin to adding 2 extra catapults, and the explosive effect significantly amplified its power. However, it came at the cost of stone bricks. Upon closer inspection, The consumption of stone bricks was reasonable. Launching stones required 10 bricks, and the catapult would automatically seek out stones within a 5-meter radius to reload. Should there be no stone bricks available, it would cease firing. Initially, Luo Yu had been concerned about the stone brick supply, yet with the quarry now operational, he felt no anxiety. His defenses had received a minor enhancement, but due to resource bottlenecks, Luo Yu found himself unable to craft much. Consequently, he turned to mundane tasks. He began by transporting stone bricks next to the catapult and then commenced cleaning. He tidied up the villa and warehouse while 4 captives, shackled and bound, scrubbed the outdoor tiles and walls, seizing the opportunity for a thorough spring cleaning to boost the hygiene rating. Such a grand cleaning effort could not be completed in a day. After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in the large bath, preparing to enter the arena when he suddenly noticed a trade notification in the world. Leper Tribe, Anonymous, 2 personal characteristic scrolls for trade. Seeking a piece of armor of silver grade or above. Intrigued, Luo Yu responded, "What kind of armor do you seek?" Leopard Tribe, Anonymous, any armor of silver grade or above will suffice. Luo Yu presented his golden cuirass. How about this golden grade piece? Golden grade. You possess such impressive gear. The individual appeared astonished but soon realized something, stating, "Is this the attire of the deceased? Brother, wearing such garments invites calamity. This item has diminished in value." Luo Yu had anticipated this concern and replied, "Do not speak so gravely. It merely carries a chance of inflicting debuffs. However, this armor can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Moreover, with the recent airdrop, I suspect there will be plenty of purification water available. Would you like to proceed with the trade? Consider it carefully." Clearly tempted, the Leopard Tribe member recognized the golden armor and epochs as potential to save lives, especially with danger looming nearby. Furthermore, Luo Yu's assertion regarding the purification water seemed plausible, suggesting a potential profit. After a moment's contemplation, the Leopard Tribe member replied, "Very well, let us trade." Trade successful. You have acquired 2 personal characteristic transfer scrolls. Upon closing the trade window, Luo Yu and epochs' eyes sparkled with delight. He possessed a diamond coat and had little need for armor, preferring to exchange it for urgently needed scrolls instead. Opening the captive page, he noted that the 2 male captives possessed the chef and brewer characteristics, with the chef being of 2-star quality. Without hesitation, he executed the transfer. A flash of light enveloped him as the 2 scrolls vanished, bestowing upon Luo Yu 2 new characteristics. Chef, 2 stars, cooking speed 100. Chance of food poisoning decreased by 20, food palatability 20, positive buff, attribute point acquisition chance 20. Brewmaster, 1-star brewing speed for alcoholic beverages 50, success rate 50. Positive buff, attribute point acquisition chance 10. Setting aside the brewer for the time being, the chef characteristic was a valuable asset. As the individual responsible for cooking in the base, Luo Yu had previously needed 1 hour to prepare a simple dish. With the chef characteristic, he had that time, achieving a remarkable cooking speed of only 15 minutes per dish. Time is indeed money. Now that the characteristics had been acquired, the 2 male captives held no further utility and were promptly listed for sale. In a matter of moments, they were sold, netting Luo Yu 40,000 silver pieces, bringing his total back to 355,000 silver. Luo Yu then reviewed the prerequisites for advancing his lightning technology: 20,000 copper, 20,000 gold, and 100,000 silver. Still insufficient. Chapter 83. The hidden weapon is a hen. Luo Yu was not particularly concerned about the silver and copper mines, but the sum of 20,000 gold was indeed a considerable fortune. The Scorpion King would return every 4 or 5 days with a mere 100 units of gold. Yet the demands for gold were insatiable. He certainly could not afford to purchase gold outright. That would be excessively wasteful. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he devised a feasible plan. In the arena, the Black Iron venue, he set the stakes. Life and death are trivial matters. If you are unconvinced, come forth. 100 gold per match. Those with courage, step up. The arena did not require betting silver alone. Other valuables could suffice. 100 gold equated to over 10,000 silver, which was still a substantial wager. Luo Yu was not the first to gamble with gold. Many had staked their fortunes after mining gold or even platinum. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, someone finally entered the room. Facing him was a towering figure of the Bear Tribe, resembling the character Thunder Roar from an old game. With a sweeping motion of his claws, he declared, "This is the first time I've seen a human brave enough to wager gold. Impressive. I happen to have 500 gold. Are you bold enough to raise the stakes?" The day and epochs' unusual events had evidently enriched many, and with Luo Yu's formidable equipment attributes, he felt confident enough to wager not just 500, but even 5. 000 without fear. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of maintaining a facade of restraint, embodying the strategy of playing the fool to catch the clever. After feigning hesitation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, 500 it is. Notification. The bet in this room has been adjusted to 500 gold." The sum of 500 gold was indeed substantial, drawing a crowd of onlookers. They noted the imposing bear tribe member without concern, but were astonished to see a human daring to gamble 500 gold. Is he mad? Challenging the bear for 500 gold? Murmured the spectators. As some recalled tales of this individual's prowess against the insect tribe, the bear man coldly remarked, "Thank you for your generous donation. Rest assured, I will grant you a swift end. 3, 2, 1, begin." As the countdown concluded, Luo Yu swiftly gestured, and a brilliant light materialized a colossal wild wolf before him. Ah, a beast master. No wonder he possesses such audacity. The crowd gasped, yet even with a wolf, victory was not guaranteed. The wolf king, Atai, bared its teeth as the bear man cackled. "I shall slay this wild wolf first." He charged with a roar, and Atai lunged in response. The bear's strength was formidable, and as his fist descended upon Atai, an arrow suddenly shot forth. Instinctively, the bear man dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the arrow. Yet 2 more followed in swift succession. Thud, thud. 2 arrows pierced his chest. 3 arrows in rapid succession. This human was also an archer. The audience gasped in astonishment, but the bear man, undeterred, yanked the arrows from his body and charged at Luo Yu. At that moment, Atai pounced from behind, sinking its fangs into the bear man's arm. The bear man, stung by the pain, flung Atai away, leaving 2 gaping wounds. "Ah," he howled. Though the arena would not inflict real injury, the sensation of pain remained vivid. Thud, thud, thud. Another trio of arrows struck the bear man in the back. Remarkably resilient, he pressed forward towards Luo Yu. Observing this, Luo Yu could not suppress a smile. He had not even unleashed his full power. With such high attributes and the might of his bow, 1 arrow could have been lethal. He desired a narrow victory. If he overwhelmed his opponents, who would dare challenge him again? As the bear man swung another punch, Luo Yu deftly rolled aside. In the next moment, Atai lunged again, toppling the bear man. With precision, an arrow flew, embedding itself in the bear man's throat. He gasped, his eyes locking onto Luo Yu with a look of vengeance, as if to say, "You will pay for this." In the next instant, he collapsed, vanishing from the room. KO. You have achieved victory, duration 1 minute and 21 seconds. You have earned 500 gold and a viewing fee of 920 silver. The human had triumphed. Incredible! A beast master combined with an archer is formidable, exclaimed the crowd. Indeed, this is a novel strategy. The concept is compelling. Luo Yu is so dashing. Do you remember me? I am your little admirer. The audience buzzed with excitement, while Luo Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning relief. He appeared to have narrowly escaped. Indeed, a beastmaster was not invincible. His demeanor left a profound impression on the spectators, and soon, another challenger appeared. A female from the snow leopard tribe entered. Her voice icy. "While others may fear your wolf, I do not. Let us wager 500 gold once more. Let the match begin." Luo Yu responded with a cool smirk. "Very well. 3, 2, 1, begin." As the countdown ended, the snow leopard woman lunged forward with astonishing speed, her agility clearly exceeding 60 points. Yet to Luo Yu, her movements appeared sluggish. In a moment of her explosive advance, he raised his hand once more to summon. A flash of light revealed a hen. Caught off guard, the snow leopard woman collided with the hen, stumbling as it vanished upon impact. Atai, right on her heels, seized the opportunity to pounce on her back, viciously biting her neck. Luo Yu took advantage of the chaos, launching an arrow that pierced her side. Blood flowed freely, and as she faded from existence, she uttered, "Does even a hen possess rank?" Luo Yu chuckled. "Indeed, my hen lays eggs with exceptional vigor. To me, it is quite splendid. Beautiful. A hen is beautiful?" The snow leopard woman's mouth opened in disbelief, her eyes betraying her indignation before she vanished. Oh, you have achieved victory, duration 12 seconds. You have earned 500 gold and a viewing fee of 1650 silver. The audience erupted in astonishment. Chapter 84. The gentle Luo Yu acquires the flying axe launcher. To his astonishment, Luo Yu possessed a prized hen. Is this hen too beautiful? Does it enjoy singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball? The onlookers speculated, is that a human up there? You've revealed your true self, ha ha ha. It became clear that a hen could serve as a concealed weapon. What an intriguing notion to learn. Although no one would be harmed in reality, did it truly affect egg production? A cacophony of voices ensued, as the crowd gained a fresh perspective on beast tamers, and momentarily, no one dared to challenge him. After waiting for a quarter of an hour without a challenger, Luo Yu understood that the proud races looked down upon competing with a human like him, while those of similar status couldn't afford the stakes. Well, this shall be the end for today, he mused. If only I could earn 1,000 gold each day. With a chuckle, he exited the arena, checking his storage overview and noting that he now had 500 gold. Tomorrow shall bring further endeavors. In the misty bathhouse, Xiao Dai approached and sat beside Luo Yu. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, Master, you could bring us along to the arena. We could protect you. Luo Yu laughed heartily. Why wield a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Besides, I can't bear to see my 3 little darlings engage in battle. Upon hearing this, the 3 beast girls blushed, and Xiao Dai recalled something. Giggling, I remember a day when someone shouted, Xiao Dai, save me, and now you hesitate? Huh. Haraha. Luo Yu chuckled awkwardly, marveling at Xiao Dai's remarkable memory. As dawn broke, Luo Yu's first act was to check today's buffs. Indeed, under various enhancements. He had acquired the Action Frenzy buff and the Rare Item Production Rate Increase buff. The latter proved beneficial for fishing, so after breakfast, he set off to the lake. It had been a while since his last fishing trip, and as he settled onto the green stones by the water, he felt an immediate connection. The sun blazed down, the temperature soaring to 36°C, a sweltering day. Dressed in heat-resistant clothing, Luo Yu was unfazed by the warmth, yet he noticed Xiao Kong beside him, already glistening with beads of sweat from fishing under the sun for days. Her once dewy skin had darkened slightly, yet she bore no complaints. Not only was she diligent, but Xiao Dai also frequently joined in, and they truly were a wonderful pair. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely given up. Realizing his oversight, Luo Yu gently suggested, Xiao Kong, today I will fish. You should tidy up the villa. Mew. Xiao Kong obediently chirped before scurrying off to clean. Luo Yu's fondness for her deepened, yet he pondered that he must provide her with a more comfortable fishing spot. He opened the construction interface and eventually settled on 2 buildings. Advanced Fishing Dock, Fishing Efficiency 30, Rare Item Acquisition Rate 30. Entertainment Value 5, Elegant Lake Pavilion. Fishing Efficiency 10, Rare Item Acquisition Rate 10, Aesthetic Appeal of the base increased, Entertainment Value 5. These 2 constructions could be combined, appearing quite promising, with identical material requirements. Stone bricks 20, 000, wood 10, 000, silver 5, 000, emerald 200, gold 200. Although a bit pricey, such non-essential structures would significantly enhance the base's rating. However, recalling Xiao Kong's drenched state, he resolved to proceed with the construction, not only for Xiao Kong, but he himself would also frequently fish there, not wishing to emerge as dark as charcoal. With ample stone bricks accumulated, he used them. What was purchased? Amidst a flurry of operations, a shimmering light revealed the emergence of a fishing dock extending into the small lake, about 10 meters in length, culminating in a charming pavilion. This was a quintessential Eastern lakeside pavilion, furnished with stone tables and benches. Sitting there on a hot day provided a refreshing respite. The shade was excellent, quite delightful. Luo Yu checked the base rating, and to his astonishment, it soared to 800. One building had contributed 600 points, nearly equivalent to the Grand Villa. Indeed, constructing such luxurious, non-essential edifices offered exceedingly high ratings. Casting his line, Luo Yu settled onto the stone bench in the cool shade of the pavilion, fishing while contemplating how to mitigate the threat posed by the increased rating. Previously, he had planned to lay down floor tiles concealing spikes. The project was still incomplete. And now with an additional 200 points, he needed to bolster his defenses. Should he invest in another arrow tower? As these thoughts occupied his mind, he suddenly felt a tug on his line. Had it been only a minute? With enhanced fishing efficiency, the catches came swiftly. Reeling in, he discovered a metal box. Oh, yes, the buffs had increased the odds of rare item acquisition, and here was a box. Before opening it, Luo Yu hesitated. There had been no disasters following special events. He silently invoked, critical hit. 100-fold critical hit triggered. Upon receiving the notification, Luo Yu opened the box to reveal a scroll. Automatic Flying Axe Launcher Blueprint. Wood 2. 000. Stone Bricks 2. 000. Tendon of Silver Tier Animal or higher 1. Gold 200. A defensive weapon. Excitement surged within him, for he had just the materials. After the Golden Scorpion King perished, he had retained 1 golden tendon stored in the ice cellar, knowing it would prove useful one day, and now was that moment. Just as he contemplated enhancing his defenses, the blueprint had arrived. He clicked to construct, and a radiant light flickered, revealing a large stone crossbow, equipped not with arrows, but with a small stone axe. Automatic Flying Axe Launcher. Close-range slashing defense structure. Powerful with a high hit rate. Installation location requires stone bricks for automatic axe generation, with a relatively short range. Note: Because you used a golden tier animal tendon to construct the flying axe launcher, the axe's range has increased by 10 meters. And slashing power has been enhanced. Current range, 20 meters. Goodness, it, and amp. Oppos. SA slashing defensive structure. Luo Yu mused. While the original range of 10 meters was somewhat short, 20 meters was quite satisfactory. He observed the stone axe atop the launcher. Regardless of its sharpness, being struck by it would surely be fatal. This was perfect for countering shield-bearing soldiers. Arrow towers and crossbows struggled against such foes, yet the flying axe would strike true. A marvelous acquisition indeed. Chapter 85. The benefits of a thorough cleaning. After some contemplation, Luo Yu resolved to install the fortifications on the front wall, precisely at the center of the eastern barrier. As for the stone bricks, stacking a few atop the wall would suffice. This fortification bolstered their defenses considerably and also addressed the long-standing issue with the shield bearers, alleviating much of Luo Yu's anxiety. In truth, he was aware that the base's defenses were not solely reliant on automated weaponry. The true strength lay within himself and the array of animals at his command. Nonetheless, he felt that engaging in direct combat alongside his animal companions would signify a failure on his part. When an attack occurred, he envisioned himself sipping fine wine in the villa, relying on the automated defenses of the base to effortlessly thwart any assailants. That was the epitome of a lord's refined lifestyle. After a meal, Luo Yu settled in the lakeside pavilion to fish, observing the air above the lake shimmer with a palpable distortion, an unmistakable indication of the oppressive heat. The human body and Oppos' tolerance for temperature hovers around 38°C. Surpassing this threshold under direct sunlight poses a risk of heat stroke. Luo Yu, clad in his attire, experienced a comfortable temperature of 78 F, with a heat tolerance exceeding 85 F, rendering him impervious to the warmth. Yet, he could not deny the sweltering atmosphere. It had likely been 7 or 8 days since the last rainfall. A sense of foreboding crept into his thoughts, prompting him to message the group. The weather is stifling. How goes your heat prevention efforts? Feng Yume replied, don't mention it. We can't do anything. My sisters and I have been holed up indoors. And other members of the base are forbidden from working outside during the midday heat. Alice chimed in, our treehouse offers better heat resistance. Everyone should prepare accordingly. Luo Yu cautioned, listen to me. Despite the lack of system notifications, I sense something amiss. There may be a risk of drought. Food storage, body heat dissipation, and garden irrigation are all poised for complications. I urge everyone to start digging cellars and procure ice for insulation. Naker agreed, I concur. In previous special events, many areas experienced hail. The current price of ice isn't exorbitant. Nyoda lamented, I don't know if it's reasonable, but I lack funds. Oh, how I wish to eradicate the monsters in the lake so I could comfortably immerse myself in the water to escape the summer heat. Luo Yu responded, indeed. That is one approach. How goes the unlocking of visitor technology among you? Feng Yume affirmed, I've completed it. Naker added, so have I. The recent special event had proven lucrative for many, and aside from Yoda, everyone in their small group had succeeded. Feng Yume informed Luo Yu, upon entering your ID. It indicated that visiting your territory requires 10,000 silver coins. How high is your territory's rating? Luo Yu chuckled inwardly upon reading this. The visitor technology was not easily accessible. Even with consent, the lower-rated base must pay to visit the higher-rated one, as it was akin to a learning experience that necessitated tuition fees. The amount varied by tier. Luo Yu's territory rating undoubtedly surpassed that of Feng Yume and her companions. Hence the 10,000 silver coin requirement, which was merely the ceiling. The actual disparity could be far greater. He replied with a smile, I enjoy mining. I have crafted quite a few items. The group pondered, mining. Is it truly that profitable? They agreed to prepare for 2 more days, intending to rendezvous at Feng Yume and Oppos' territory after the next event, addressing the distribution of spoils post-boss battle at a later time. For now, according to Luo Yu and Oppos' plan, the priority was to procure ice. Luo Yu also commenced his ice purchasing. Despite the summer heat and previous hail occurrences, ice prices remained slightly elevated, 300 silver coins per unit. With ample funds, he swiftly acquired 100 units of ice, expending 30,000 silver coins, and hurriedly stored them in the ice cellar, where the temperature plummeted to below -5°C. Meanwhile, his companions began excavating cellars without interruption from him, as he continued fishing. Once the fishing efficiency improved, it seemed the boxes increased in number. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Yu secured another box, revealing a palm-sized gold ingot. His luck was commendable. Checking the base's gold reserves, he noted an increase to 3,800, a growth that pleased him immensely. With cooking speeds significantly accelerated, dinner was prepared in just over an hour. By around 7 p.m., the group concluded their day's labor and gathered at the table for a meal. After tasting a piece of tomato, Xiaodai reported, "Master, we've accumulated 12 pieces of women's lingerie over the past few days. You might want to sell them when you have a moment." "Oh, I shall sell them immediately." Luo Yu eagerly accessed his inventory, listing the lingerie while enjoying his meal. Within just 5 minutes of listing, it sold out completely, netting him 36,000 silver coins. What a delightful profit. As he savored his meal, a notification suddenly appeared. Due to an increase in the territory's hygiene standards, you have been graced by the favor of the heavens, gaining 2 to your physique. Elated at the notification, Luo Yu rejoiced. Higher values in hygiene, aesthetics, and entertainment correlate with an increased likelihood of receiving attribute points or buffs. Attribute points beyond 100 cannot be augmented with silver, underscoring the rarity of these 2 physique points. Checking his hygiene value, he noted the maximum was still 98. While the current value stood at 95, evidently, the effects of the recent thorough cleaning had manifested. He glanced at Xiaokong and cheerfully offered her a piece of meat, saying, "My dear, come, eat more. It will help you grow." Xiaodai cleared her throat, silently pushing her food container toward Luo Yu, her expression unmistakably conveying, "Master, I want some too." Luo Yu laughed heartily, serving Xiaodai and Xiaojin each a piece of meat, ensuring fairness. After dinner, the 3 adorable companions washed the dishes while Luo Yu headed for a shower. Following his usual routine, he entered the arena to earn some gold. Wagering on gold itself, a modest sum of 100 gold, inviting willing participants. Shortly after the room opened, a towering bear warrior entered, sneering, I've been waiting for you. You tricked my brother out of 500 gold yesterday. Today, I demand double. 1,000 gold. Dare you to wager again?" What a surprise. The bear had come for vengeance. Luo Yu's heart soared, though his face feigned concern. He hesitated. "I understand your intent, but I only possess 500 gold in total. Isn't 1,000 gold a bit too steep?" "Too steep?" The bear warrior grinned maliciously. "I and Oppos. LL raised the stakes even higher. As it happens, I also have 500. Chapter 86. The veteran actor the burly Bear Clan warrior grinned menacingly and declared, "Enough talk. Let us wager everything today and kick you out of the Golden PK arena. Teaching you a lesson." The room erupted with cheers from the Bear Clan, reveling in the spectacle, while other races joined in the raucous uproar. Conversely, the human side urged Luo Yu to refrain from being impulsive, deeming such actions unnecessary. Impulse? Luo Yu intentionally raised the stakes, having resolved to assist his Bear Clan brother by paying a toll for his lack of judgment. He feigned anger and shouted, "All right, let us see whether you can boot me from the golden arena, or if I shall cast you out instead. Bring it on." Luo Yu immediately raised the bet, and the bear warrior eagerly accepted. Notice, the room's wager has increased to 1,500 gold. In an instant, the audience erupted in applause. As throngs of spectators flooded into the room, the audience fees alone were substantial. 3, 2, 1, begin. Without a moment's hesitation, the bear warrior charged at Luo Yu with astonishing speed, his agility far surpassing that of the previous bear contender. "A tie," Luo Yu called out, summoning the Wolf King. A tie, who immediately lunged forward. Brutal impact. With a resounding thud, the bear's shoulder collided with the tie, sending the wolf flying due to the overwhelming force. While the bear continued unabated towards Luo Yu drew his Yongyu bow, ready to shoot, only to discover that the bear was evidently prepared for this encounter. "Not on my watch." The bear drew a small stone axe from his waist and hurled it at Luo Yu. Although Luo Yu dodged, he had lost the initiative. In the blink of an eye, the bear was upon him. "Earth chicken!" Luo Yu shouted once more, deploying his concealed weapon. The hen took flight, aiming for the bear's face, intending to scratch his cheek. The hen's speed was commendable, and the sudden assault startled the bear, however, in a display of ferocity. He opened his mouth and bit down on the hen. While the hen's claws left marks on his face, it was ultimately killed in a single bite. "Die!" The bear roared, delivering a powerful punch towards Luo Yu. The Wolf King could not reach in time to assist, and drawing an arrow at such close range was impossible. Just as it seemed Luo Yu would be struck, a flash of light interrupted the scene. A massive red serpent appeared, its tail sweeping across and colliding with the bear's fist with a thunderous crash. Boom! The bear staggered back a step, astonishment glinting in his eyes. Not only him, but everyone else was equally taken aback. Bronze level. This individual commands a bronze-level serpent. Incredible. The spectators gasped in awe. Was this the fearsome prowess of a beastmaster? The onlookers were left speechless. The bear suddenly realized that the serpent was as thick as a barrel and at least several meters long. He understood the dire consequences of being ensnared by it and retreated hastily. But at that moment, the Wolf King had already ascended, sinking its teeth into the bear's arm. The bear, in a fit of rage, attempted to shake it off but failed. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 arrows were shot in quick succession, embedding themselves in the bear's chest. In his fury, he yanked the arrows from his body, and with a swift motion, bit down on Atai's neck. The wolf and bear were engaged in a fierce struggle, but the bronze-level serpent was relentless. It coiled around the bear's torso, sinking its fangs into his neck. The bear, unable to dislodge the serpent, was engulfed by despair as he glanced at the human archer not far away. His eyes filled with malice. I've been deceived. This human possesses a hidden card, deliberately provoking me to sabotage my gold. With a sudden rush, an arrow pierced his forehead. The bear opened his mouth, struggling to utter, "You. This matter is not over." As his voice faded, his body vanished. KO. You have triumphed over your opponent, taking 3 minutes and 29 seconds. You have earned 1,500 gold and 2,610 silver. With this victory, Luo Yu's gold amounted to 5,300, while his silver reached 400,000, a substantial profit. The spectators in the room stared at Luo Yu, a chill creeping into their hearts. They realized that the most formidable aspect of a beast master was the perpetual uncertainty of what creatures he might summon next. This individual, known by the codename Yu, possessed a bronze-level beast, and the bronze arena had yet to commence. How terrifying. In a moment, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Luo Yu waited patiently. Noting the absence of challengers, evidently, the intimidation of the red-scaled serpent was too great. Very well, I shall exit and cuddle with my little darling for a restful slumber. As dawn broke once more, Luo Yu promptly checked his status and the system notifications from the previous night. Notice, your diamond-level bed has granted you a boost in attributes. Your strength has increased by 1, current total, 101. Notice, the fur growth progress of Shao Kong, Shao Dai, and Shao Jin has reached 50. A single night's rest provided him with a boost in strength, and while reclining, he accumulated additional attributes. His beloved companions were set to grow their fur again. How delightful. Today promised to be yet another splendid day. After enjoying breakfast, Luo Yu ventured outside, only to find the morning temperature had soared to a staggering 37 C. This was merely past 7 in the morning. Under the intense sunlight, the air seemed to shimmer. At 8 o'clock, a system alert sounded. Warning, mysterious forces are causing interference. A heat wave is sweeping across the entire heavenly Dao world, with temperatures set to rise continuously for over 10 days. Additionally, summer will be prolonged, and all are advised to take precautions against heat exposure. A heat wave. Luo Yu felt a jolt of alarm as he realized the impending crisis following the special event. Within 5 minutes of the announcement, temperatures had surged to 40 C and continued to rise. The world was enveloped in despair, and regional chats were filled with cries of doom. 40 C. A slight outdoor exertion could lead to heat stroke. This temperature poses a significant threat to warm-blooded races like humans and orcs, not to mention those who detest high temperatures. Species such as the aquatic beings, or the beautiful ice clan, the snow tribe, or any race ill-equipped to endure the heat faced dire consequences. The small group was in an uproar. Naker, oh my goodness, a heat wave. People will perish. Fong yumming. Thankfully, I listened to Luo Yu and built an ice cellar. But will it hold? Alina, it probably won't withstand it. We need to devise alternative strategies. Alice, may all living beings safely weather this calamity. Yoda, I'm tough-skinned and not afraid of the sun, but I dread that the grass will wither. Chapter 87. The scorching heat wave approaches. As Luo Yu glanced at the skyrocketing prices of ice blocks in the auction house, he noted a staggering 20-fold increase. He remarked in the group chat that even a standard cellar, filled with ice blocks, could not withstand such oppressive heat. He emphasized the necessity of constructing a warehouse. Sharing his personal insights, Luo Yu encouraged an exchange of ideas among the group. Ultimately, they concluded that not only should the flooring and the warehouse provide insulation, but an additional insulating layer must also be installed. The optimal materials for this protective layer were fabric and furs. This small collective reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to purchase textiles and cotton before prices surged. Luo Yu, generous in spirit, decided to sell some of his cotton, which had significantly increased in stock following a bountiful harvest. He also included wolf pelts, which proved remarkably effective when laid upon the roof for insulation. In no time, everyone began their preparations. Luo Yu checked the state of his cellar, noting that the temperature was steadily rising, necessitating further action. For the average person, this preparatory process could pose a risk of heat stroke, yet Luo Yu remained undeterred. He swiftly covered the warehouse roof with wolf pelts and ingeniously poured water from a wooden barrel over them. The pelts absorbed the moisture, enhancing their insulating properties, and the cellar's temperature began to decrease once more. Satisfied, he suddenly received a warning notification. Warning, your companion pet, Shao Dai, is showing signs of mild heat stroke. Oh no. Shao Dai was currently working in the basement, appearing somewhat dizzy as she leaned against her hand. Luo Yu rushed to her side, catching her with concern. "How are you?" he inquired. "Master, I'm fine. Just feeling a bit lightheaded," Xiaodai replied. Despite her strong resistance to cold, her tolerance for heat was quite poor, with a maximum comfortable temperature of merely 36 C. The outside temperature had soared to 42 C. And although the villa had decent insulation, the interior temperature had reached 36 C, explaining Xiaodai's condition. Heat stroke was not easily remedied with herbs, unless the temperature was lowered. The situation would worsen. Without hesitation, Luo Yu scooped up Xiaodai and carried her into the warehouse, where the advanced insulation combined with the damp wolf pelts and a hint of cool air from the cellar brought the temperature down to a comfortable 25 C. After resting for a while, Xiaodai regained some strength. She exhaled deeply and remarked, "Master, it's too hot. I'm staying here to sleep on the ground." Indeed, the heat was unbearable. Luo Yu checked on Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong's status. Xiao Jin thrived in temperatures up to 300 C, comfortably swimming in boiling water, an extraordinary creature. Xiao Kong, too, was a curious little being, thriving at 65 C, and was happily fishing in the pavilion, requiring no attention. Regrettably, his diamond clothing and platinum pants were bound to him, rendering them unavailable for Xiao Kong. If only he could lend her a piece, she could endure for quite some time. Observing the other animals, the octopus and large snake were unfazed in the water, but the bulls, cows, two bewildered wolves, hens, and a swarm of insects could not withstand such extreme heat. Luo Yu hurriedly gathered all the vulnerable animals into the warehouse to cool them down before they succumbed to heat stroke. The animals, once inside, visibly relaxed. But a new problem arose. With so many creatures, their combined body heat caused the warehouse temperature to rise. It was nearing 30 C. Outside, the temperature had reached a terrifying 45 C, and it was only 10 in the morning. Checking the global and regional channels, he found distressing reports of heat stroke afflicting many, and some unfortunate species could face extinction due to this heat wave. The small group, however, was relatively secure. They had ice cellars to retreat to when necessary. Fang Yiming spoke up. "Is everyone there? It's 45 C outside. We must find a solution." She continued, "While reviewing buildings, I discovered the entertainment room, which features an indoor pool that could help cool us down. Both humans and animals can seek refuge there. Moreover, we will need to build it sooner or later. I believe it's a viable option. Let us decide quickly while construction materials are still affordable." Upon reading Fang Yiming's suggestion, Luo Yu felt inspired and opened the construction page. The entertainment room, like other buildings, came in various types, including an advanced entertainment room with a pool requiring a water circulation system. Of course, it could also function without a circulation system, but this would necessitate manually filling the pool, leading to stagnant water that could compromise hygiene over time. Advanced entertainment room, building materials 100,000, wood 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, emerald 200. Such an endeavor was indeed costly, and the high rating it would yield could exacerbate the threat of attacks. Silence fell over the group as they weighed the pros and cons. Elena was the first to break the silence. "Luo Yu, what do you think?" Alice added, "Yes. It's up to you to decide." Unbeknownst to them, this small collective had often gravitated towards Luo Yu as their central figure. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu responded, "Constructing the entertainment room is indeed a feasible solution to counter the heatwave threat. If we can fill the pool with water, the unique layout of the entertainment room would essentially create a large evaporative cooling pool, effectively lowering the temperature. As for the water circulation, I believe we can find a way to manage that." He continued, "However, two issues remain. First, do you have sufficient materials? Second, constructing such a luxurious building will significantly increase our rating, potentially adding 800 points. Based on last month's experience, we might see an additional 40 attacking units by the end of the month. Do you believe we can withstand this?" A moment of silence enveloped the group until Alice spoke again. "According to the celestial predictions, summer will be prolonged, and attacks may come later in the month. If we can survive this heat wave, it may present an opportunity." Fang Yiming concurred. "While I cannot guarantee survival against the attack, we must prioritize protecting our animals and base members. If we fail in that, we face certain doom. We have no room for hesitation." Everyone nodded in agreement, and the conclusion was clear. They were unafraid of the impending assault. The only remaining concern was the building materials. Luo Yu stated, "Stone bricks cannot be directly purchased from the auction house, but they can be exchanged. What can be bought outright? As for gold and emeralds, can you gather those numbers?" Chapter 88. The meeting with the girls in the group. Luo Yu had secretly contemplated lending out a portion of his gold, but to his surprise, everyone claimed that they had ample stocks of gold and jade. The one with the most stock was Nyoda, who had been mining all day long after listening to Luo Yu, leveling up and unearthing numerous rare metals. However, as he had not constructed anything yet, all the resources remained stored. Luo Yu chuckled. It appears we are all affluent individuals. If silver is insufficient, I have a solution. As the evening heat subsides, we can take advantage of the night to hunt the monsters in the lake, using the spoils to construct an entertainment room. Shall we commence tonight? The group agreed. Let us do it. Our first destination is Fong Yuming's territory. With the evening still early, Luo Yu was undeterred by the heat. Though the glaring sunlight made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open, he rushed to the sewing table and fashioned a bamboo hat, enabling him to work under the sun. Fong Yuming was indeed correct. An entertainment room was essential, and it must be well built. Luo Yu resolved to construct it next to the Grand Villa. Advanced Entertainment Room. Building materials 100,000, wood 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200. Jade 200. The building materials would naturally be stone bricks. Currently, 100,000 bricks were insufficient, so he decided to prepare ahead. The auction house had wood priced at a ratio of 1:2, and Luo Yu spent 40,000 silver to purchase 20,000 wood, which he stored in the warehouse before heading to the mine. At that moment, only Luo Yu, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong could operate normally. Xiao Jin was still cutting stone blocks while Luo Yu took Xiao Kong to the mine. There were still some resources left in the vein, but they anticipated facing more severe challenges ahead. Regardless of the considerations, they needed to amass resources swiftly. After a full day of mining, Xiao Kong, whose level was low, collected many stone blocks, while Luo Yu predominantly mined iron and copper due to his exceptionally high efficiency, witnessing his experience points soar. Today, he upgraded his mining to level 8, capturing 2 burrowing worms, both of which he tamed, and he also gained an additional point in strength. Once Xiao Jin finished cutting all the stone blocks, he checked the stock and found 80,000, indicating that they would be able to gather sufficient stone bricks for the advanced entertainment room by tomorrow. The remaining resources in the mine stood at 18. Had they not continuously increased their resources earlier, it would have already been exhausted. As evening approached, the temperature slightly decreased, yet it remained a terrifying 42 C outside, while the temperature inside the villa fell to 33 C, making it finally bearable. They all took a shower, and Xiao Dai went to bed early. As the time approached, Luo Yu contemplated activating the visitor function when a prompt appeared. Fong Yuming invites you to enter her territory. No additional payment is required for this visit. Would you like to proceed? After confirming, another prompt emerged. Please designate a temporary leader for the territory upon your departure. Xiao Jin, I will be right back. I leave this in your capable hands. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Xiao Jin nodded, understood. Should you encounter any danger, call for me. Given the heat wave, only a fool would dare attack, alleviating any concerns. Indeed, Luo Yu smiled lightly, and in the next moment, a portal of light appeared before him. He stepped through, and the world spun around him until he regained his senses, finding himself in an unfamiliar base. Luo Yu? A melodious voice rang out, and upon focusing, he saw a group of girls before him. Indeed, a group. Though they had never met, Luo Yu recognized each one. The long-haired woman at the center, appearing around 20, radiated a pure and beautiful aura. She must be Fong Yuming. Next to her stood a girl approximately 25 years old, likely the personnel manager mentioned earlier, responsible for recruiting individuals. Another girl, with her hair tied in a ponytail and looking merely 15 or 16, was clearly another girl from their territory. The remaining girls were easier to identify. The charming girl with cat ears and a tail was Nakor, while the goddess-like beauty with fair skin and long white hair was undoubtedly Alice. The slightly darker-skinned, handsome, and dashing short-haired elven girl could only be Elena. A smile graced Luo Yu's face as he remarked, "You all have arrived. Truly, you are all stunning young ladies. Just as I imagined." Regardless of their race, women appreciate compliments on their beauty, and the girls before him blushed slightly. Fong Yuming chuckled. "We were all speculating whether a man who loves mining might be a hulking muscle-bound figure. Meeting you in person, we realize you are rather refined." Luo Yu laughed. "Is that so? I apologize for disappointing you with my appearance." "Huh, disappointed?" Fong Yuming's face flushed as she hurriedly explained. "Nonsense. I never said I liked muscle-bound men." Her reaction elicited laughter from everyone, and a playful jest bridged the distance between them. The sight of so many lovely girls smiling simultaneously was akin to beautiful flowers blooming in the night, truly a feast for the eyes. Of course, while it was delightful, they had matters to attend to. Glancing at the temperature, he noted that despite it being past 7 in the evening, it was still a sweltering 39 C. Thankfully, the sun was no longer shining directly, and he smiled. "Let us begin." With that, he took the lead. As the girls brushed past him, their expressions varied. Alice wore a gentle smile, Nakoo blushed, Fong Yuming had a hint of amusement in her eyes, while Elena appeared surprised. To think this foolish man looked rather decent. Beside her, Alice remarked, is that all? Just decent? Seeing Luo Yu in person brings me a sense of reassurance. Reassurance, is it? Humph, Elena scoffed lightly. Noticing Fong Yumeng and Nakor had already caught up with Luo Yu, and she and Alice followed suit. As Luo Yu toured Fong Yumeng's base, he noted a small high-rise with an attic, a quaint little garden at the entrance, and floors laid with ordinary stone bricks. The surrounding walls appeared to be intermediate level, stretching 50 meters in length. 6 automatic crossbows adorned the walls, and the animal pen was filled with animals lounging due to the oppressive heat. The vegetable garden lay beyond the walls, while a vast fruit orchard in the distance was particularly eye-catching. It could be said that this was a cozy little base. Developing it to such a degree in less than 2 months was quite an achievement. Chapter 89. Team up. The hunt begins. Nakor wiped the sweat from her forehead and remarked, Yueming, your home is so beautiful. What is the score? 1,600 points. Fong Yumeng replied with a gentle smile. Nakor, filled with envy, exclaimed, my score is only 1,000. Looking at the regional chat, everyone seems to be hovering around 600 points. You truly are a little wealthy lady. Alice spoke softly. Yueming's territory has developed splendidly. Both I and Elena only have 1,200 points. The voice of the white-haired elven sister was indeed very soothing, and her beauty was striking. In Luo Yu's eyes, Fong Yumeng was already a first-rate beauty, surpassing even the stars on television, exuding a natural and healthy allure. However, compared to Sister Alice, she still fell slightly short. Interestingly, despite being of different races, their conversations flowed effortlessly, a testament to the wonders of the heavenly path world. Curiously, Fong Yumeng asked, Luo Yu, what is your territory score? I tried to visit, but it showed the highest visiting fee. Feeling the gaze of the lovely ladies upon him, Luo Yu smiled lightly and replied, with a score difference of 1,000 points, the highest fee is 10,000 silver. Wait, does that mean your score is nearing 3,000? Nakor gasped, while the other girls looked at Luo Yu with admiration. Even Elena, who had always been skeptical of Luo Yu, displayed a hint of respect in her eyes. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, pondering whether he should reveal that his score was 8,800 points. Would that frighten the beauties? He swiftly changed the subject, looking at Nakor with a smile. Nakor, I believe you promised to let me touch your ears? Nakor's body stiffened at his words, her face flushing. What? Here. Now. At least not right now. I'm all sweaty. That sounded rather peculiar, didn't it? Fong Yumeng pulled Nakor behind her and teasingly said to Luo Yu, oh, Luo Yu, what kind of agreement did you make with Nakor? Care to share? Pressure. An invisible pressure. This weight did not solely emanate from Fong Yumeng, but also from Alice and Elena. After a moment of surprise, Luo Yu smiled and said, why are you all looking at me like that? Don't you want to touch Nakor's fluffy ears? The girls glanced at Nakor's ears, their eyes revealing an interest. Meow, what are you all planning to do? Sensing the threat, Nakor hurriedly ran to Luo Yu's side. After exchanging glances, they all burst into laughter. Though it was their first meeting, they felt as if they were longtime friends, and the atmosphere was delightful. As they chatted amiably, the oppressive heat seemed to fade away. When they reached the small lake, Luo Yu's demeanor shifted, and he said solemnly, we cannot go any further. Instinctively, they halted. Alice approached Luo Yu's side and gently said, Luo Yu, please take the lead. The girls nodded in agreement. Thus, Luo Yu confidently declared, all right, but before we proceed, we must form a team. Upon opening the team interface and executing a series of commands, a prompt appeared. You have successfully teamed up with Fong Yumeng, Nakor, Alice, and Elena. Note, the maximum team size cannot exceed 10 members. Currently, the team consisted of 5 members, while the other 2 girls from Fong Yumeng's territory remained inside the house. Although they had invested in fortitude, they lacked combat strength at this stage. It was best for them to stay indoors in such heat. After forming the team, Luo Yu could see a brief description of each member. His was labeled as Beast Tamer, while Fong Yumeng was also a Beast Tamer. Nakor was described as Agile Warrior, and the 2 elven sisters were Precise Archers. It seemed that the descriptions only focused on their strongest attributes, lacking specifics on their stats or equipment. Fong Yumeng stated, my strength and agility are both at 35 points. So I can be considered a melee warrior. Please don't treat me as just a girl. Luo Yu nodded slightly. All right. I'll regard you as one of the boys. Fong Yumeng blinked in surprise and shot him a light glare, while Luo Yu focused on the lake, saying solemnly, first, we need to lure out the big black fish. As soon as he finished speaking, Elena produced a herb and said, this is a plant I cultivated earlier. But due to the rain, it mutated into a beast lure grass. I've tested it before. It works on the black fish in the lake and can draw it to the shallow waters by the shore. Upon hearing this, the group's faces lit up with joy. Luo Yu had been contemplating using special milk, but it seemed unnecessary now. He smiled. Excellent. The next step is to secure the big black fish on the shore, preventing it from easily escaping. Noticing the girls looking at him, Luo Yu calmly stated, I'll handle this. Yuming, construct a simple lookout tower on the shore to tether the black fish. Once we're done, we can dismantle it. It won't cost much in materials. All right. Fang Yuming nodded attentively. Where should I build it? Luo Yu decisively replied, right here. Go ahead. In no time, a simple lookout tower was constructed. Luo Yu retrieved a prepared wisteria vine and securely tied the big black fish with it. This was a tried and tested method. Next, he took out the modified grappling spear and tied it to the lookout tower with the wisteria. He then addressed the two elven sisters, Alice, Elina. When the big black fish appears, you should each find a position to shoot arrows at its eyes. You will be the main damage dealers. Alice nodded earnestly, while Elina stretched her arms and said, It seems you've thought everything through. Let the slaughter commence swiftly. Luo Yu couldn't help but label the beautiful Elina as bloodthirsty in his mind. He turned to the cat girl and asked, Naker, once we ensnare the big black fish, I'll have Wuming construct a simple floating platform. Are you confident in joining me to slay the monster? Naker giggled. I've spent a lot to boost my agility. And it's almost at 50. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Fang Yuming raised her hand. I'll go with you as well. Luo Yu looked at Fang Yuming and couldn't help but admire her courage. All right, let us go together. With roles assigned, Luo Yu turned to Elina. Hand me the beast lure grass. Chapter 90. The fish's head was severed with 2 strikes. Elena nodded and accepted the valuable beast-attracting grass from the elven maiden. Luo Yu then waded into the water, preparing for his task. He noticed the lake water was unusually warm. The high temperature had raised the surface temperature of the lake. After placing the beast-attracting grass on a protruding piece of green stone on the shore, Luo Yu returned and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, conceal yourselves. With that, he climbed up to the lookout tower. For a moment, the lakeside fell silent, the atmosphere charged with tension. The beast-attracting grass proved effective soon. A massive dark shadow emerged from the center of the lake, identical to the large black fish from his territory. However, Luo Yu sensed something was amiss. The black fish seemed to swim slower than the one from his domain, and its scales were no longer pitch black, but slightly grayish. The water temperature. He realized the crucial factor. The elevated water temperature had seemingly weakened the giant black fish. He then recalled another matter, the heat wave. While appearing as a terrifying high-risk event, also concealed opportunities, a chance to eradicate the lake monster. At this moment, the maidens below were breathing rapidly, visibly anxious. They all understood that the success of the first wave in restraining the monster was key to their operation. Unconsciously, their gazes turned towards Luo Yu, who stood alone atop the lookout tower. Luo Yu, with a grappling spear in hand, gazed solemnly at the dark shadow in the lake. As the shadow drew closer to the shore, its upper half finally broke the surface. At that moment, a vision of the skeletal structure he had observed while dissecting the black fish flashed in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled the spear with great force. With the proficiency of spear mastery and an added strength of 102 points, the spear spun rapidly as it pierced the giant black fish. A burst of blood erupted from the creature's back. Although it did not achieve a 100-fold critical hit, Luo Yu's strength today was incomparable to that of the past. Coupled with the fact that the fish's scales had softened in the heated water, the spear plunged deeply into the creature's body, its barbed tip anchoring into the fish's bones. The black fish, in agony, thrashed violently, blood spewing from its mouth, a devastating blow. The maidens below stood in stunned silence, astonished not only by the frenzied beast but also by Luo Yu's strength and throwing technique. The sight of the rapidly spinning spear and the explosive spray of blood left an indelible impression on them. Don't just stand there. Alice, Elena, shoot. Luo Yu jolted them to action. Raindream hurriedly opened the construction page, successfully clicking on the repair option, and watched the durability of the lookout tower restore. Letting out a sigh of relief. Whoosh. 2 arrows flew out simultaneously from either side, shot by the 2 elven archers, striking the black fish directly in its eyes. More blood erupted as the giant fish let out an anguished roar and began to roll, yet it was ensnared by the spear lodged deep within, unable to escape. With its vision impaired and no target to attack, Luo Yu disregarded the trembling lookout tower and hurled another spear with ferocity, knowing the fish's weaknesses from his prior dissection. This spear struck the side of the black fish, delivering a critical blow. Roaring in agony, the black fish sprayed blood violently, thrashing even harder as the durability of the lookout tower plummeted rapidly. Raindream shouted, Luo Yu. The rate of repair seems slower than the black fish's destruction. What should we do? Luo Yu quickly descended from the lookout tower and replied loudly. The black fish is blind and has no target to attack. Raindream. Immediately construct a simple floating platform. We can engage it up close. Understood. Raindream nodded repeatedly, swiftly accessing the construction page to build a simple floating platform. These platforms, floating on water, were more stable than wooden rafts and quite economical. Meanwhile, Elena and Alice continued their onslaught with arrows, targeting the areas around the gills and eyes of the black fish, regions devoid of scales. Each arrow inflicted significant damage upon the creature. Within moments, a ring of floating platforms formed around the black fish, and Nakuo was the first to leap onto one. Exclaiming, "Monster, perish!" Her short sword slashed fiercely along the side of the black fish, leaving a ghastly wound. Following their prior strategy of not being greedy for damage, she swiftly retreated after her strike. Nakuo bounded back to a safer platform, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Luo Yu had issued the close quarters command because the black fish was now blind and could not accurately target them. Given the sweltering heat and the cost of repairing the lookout tower, a swift resolution was imperative. At that moment, Raindream also leapt onto the floating platforms. Brandishing her longsword, she forcefully struck the black fish on the head. In terms of raw power, she surpassed Nakuo, and her strike left a deep gash visible to the bone on the fish's face. Although blind, the black fish instinctively opened its massive jaws and lunged at Raindream. Luo Yu was taken aback and rushed to assist, but Raindream evaded nimbly, mirroring Nakuo's retreat, landing on a platform behind her, leaving the black fish to splash helplessly in the water. Impressive. This girl has a remarkable talent for combat. In a fury, the black fish thrashed violently. But at that moment, Luo Yu charged forward, swinging his heavenly craft knife with great force. Blood erupted as the blade nearly severed half of the fish's head. Not yet finished, Luo Yu executed a swift follow-up strike, his 102 points of strength propelling the knife with a slicing wind, completely severing that half of the fish's head. The black fish's body stiffened, and it ceased to move. Luo Yu had slain it. The area fell silent as the maidens glanced between the lifeless fish and Luo Yu. Their mouths agape, disbelief etched on their faces. Incredible. Luo Yu, you severed the fish's head in but 2 strikes. My heavens, how much strength do you possess? Raindream exclaimed, regaining her composure. Luo Yu waved the heavenly craft knife with a faint smile, perhaps just a bit more than yours. A bit more? Nakuo quipped, her lips twitching, at least 50 points, perhaps double that. Chapter 91. Distribution of rewards. Each takes what they need well, that's about right. Luo Yu remarked with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Your team has defeated the lake's black fish monster, earning 40,000 silver. Beast Soul Core 2, Clear Wind Swordsmanship 1, Silver Level Martial Technique, Team Technology Sharing Scroll 1, Silver Level Equipment Chest 2, Personal Trait Scroll 1. As the notifications appeared, the platform where Luo Yu and Feng Yume stood shimmered with various items. Luo Yu was aware that rewards from team monster hunting were typically greater than those earned individually. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the bounty received. Naturally, these rewards would need to be divided. Solo kills did not require such distribution, resulting in a disparity in gains. Victory. We won. Nakul exclaimed joyfully from the platform, and smiles broke out among the group. After a moment, they collectively dragged the carcass of the massive black fish ashore. Luo Yu suggested that Feng Yume should keep the items for now, and that they should focus on dismembering and preserving the fish first, as the heat would lead to rapid decay if left unattended. Everyone concurred with Luo Yu's proposal and began to organize their efforts. Having lived independently for so long, they all possessed a degree of proficiency in butchering animal carcasses. However, Luo Yu's efficiency surpassed them all. With a natural speed boost of 100 and elevated cooking skills, his prowess in butchering left the onlooking girls in awe. Hey, Luo Yu, what did you do before? How come you know how to do everything? Nakul asked, her curiosity piqued. Not just know, but I'm quite adept. Feng Yume added. Luo Yu continued his work, smiling lightly as he replied, I wouldn't say I'm remarkable. I've simply learned a few things along the way. Modesty. Feng Yume and Nakul chimed in unison, prompting a chuckle from Luo Yu. What is the point? Even if you call me impressive, I want to reap any benefits from it. The girls laughed lightly, and the atmosphere grew cheerful. Within a mere 15 minutes of collaborative effort, they had completed the task. Although Feng Yume's base's cellar lacked the superior insulation of Luo Yu's home, they no longer had to worry about spoilage in the short term. Soon after, they gathered in the living room, the spoils of their battle laid out on the table. The girls' eyes sparkled with delight as Feng Yume proposed. Let us devise a plan for distribution, shall we? With that, everyone turned their gaze toward Luo Yu. He replied with a calm smile. Each territory has its share from the monster. The silver, beast soul cores, and a martial technique should be fixed outputs. Therefore, let us allocate these 3 items to each territory's lord, who will only take these 3, while the remaining chests and scrolls can be distributed among those who assisted. What do you think? Nakel was the first to raise her hand, followed by Feng Yume, while Alice and Elena had no objections. Thus, the distribution plan was established. I'll take one beast soul core. The other can be shared among you, Feng Yume stated, and everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the beast soul core might yield one or two, and it was not merely used to unlock automatic core technologies, but could also enhance buildings and equipment. Additionally, tamers could utilize the beast soul core to significantly boost their experience points. Alice interjected, Luo, you put in the most effort this time, so you should choose first. Luo Yu smiled lightly. There's no rush. Let us open the scrolls and chests first to see what we have before distributing. Yume, you go ahead and open them. Feng Yume nodded and quietly remarked, you've gotten quite adept at calling me Yume. As she spoke, she activated the technology scroll, which revealed a team-shared technology, sealed meat block production scroll. Among the spoils, this shared technology, along with the martial technique, was the most valuable. According to the world's lore, such shared technology scrolls were only obtained through team monster hunts, and the drop rate was notably low. Typically, these scrolls provided basic technologies rather than extraordinary ones. Nevertheless, they were still highly coveted. Feng Yume clicked to learn the technology, and instantly, everyone gained the ability to produce sealed meat blocks. This technology essentially allowed for the creation of canned meat, made from meat and iron ore, which could be crafted manually or at a cooking station. This technology comes at the perfect time. With the heat, meat cannot be preserved effectively. If this heat wave continues for a few days, we will face severe food shortages. Canned meat has a long shelf life and is a hot commodity in the market. We will definitely profit handsomely, Luo Yu declared. Upon hearing this, the girls' faces lit up with realization. Nakel clapped her hands in delight, while the other three wore smiles of approval. Feng Yume chuckled, what a great business opportunity. Your thinking is clear. No wonder your base scores so high. It seems we'll be busy making canned meat these next few days. She had the easiest task, as her territory had numerous members to delegate to those with decent cooking skills. Luo Yu also planned to return and make some canned goods. But that was a discussion for another time. The two chests yielded 2 pieces of silver equipment, a pair of silver daggers, and a pair of white stockings. The appearance of silver stockings was unexpected for everyone, as Nakel, Alice, and Elena had never seen such items before. The personal trait scroll turned out to be for the minor trait. With everything laid out, the group turned to Luo Yu, who calmly stated, you can have the equipment. Just give me that beast soul core. Eh? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Alice asked with curiosity, Luo Yu, don't you enjoy mining? Why not choose the minor trait? Elena furrowed her brow and added, though I may not match you at the moment, I am not one to shy away from competition. Everyone knew that personal traits were the most valuable items. Luo Yu smiled gently. I already possess the minor trait. The silver equipment isn't suitable for me. It's not just about Yume's territory. Let us proceed this way. Hurry and choose. They felt Luo Yu was at a disadvantage, yet he genuinely had no strong desires. Moreover, his choice of the beast soul core was aimed at unlocking the luxurious beast taming arena, which would generate taming technology cores, perfectly embedded in the Lord's bracelet. Ultimately, Nakel selected the daggers, while Alice chose the white stockings, and it was easy to imagine how stunning the beautiful elf would look in them. Unfortunately, she was still wearing pants. A short skirt would be a better match. Perhaps he could gift her a skirt later? Luo Yu felt anticipation at the thought of Alice wearing stockings. The minor trait went to Elena, who, despite her discomfort, was determined to amass wealth through mining. Just like Luo Yu, everyone received their desired items, and joy filled the air. Chapter 92, Navigating Familiar Paths, a series of raids at this moment in the group chat. Nyoda could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Luo Yu, what are you all doing? Are you still alive? Why have I inexplicably received a technological upgrade? The room full of people exchanged glances, all wearing smiles. It was now 9 in the evening, and although the temperature had slightly dropped, it still hovered around 39°C. Luo Yu replied, it's impossible to engage in normal activities during the day. We can only venture out a bit at night. Do you all still have the energy? Shall we head over to Old Nyo's place? Despite being drenched in sweat, they resolved to press on and strive to catch a few more large black fish tonight. Nyoda lacked visitor technology and could not extend an invitation, but everyone was free to choose to visit. You have chosen to visit Nyoda's territory. Awaiting consent from the host. Before long, the agreement was granted, and a radiant light enveloped them as they materialized in Nyoda's domain. Nyoda was the quintessential bull-headed man, robust and muscular. Upon seeing the throng of beautiful women before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Luo Yu chuckled, Old Nyo. I know they are stunning, but you need not display your admiration so openly. Ha! Brother, it's truly a delight to see you. Nyoda laughed heartily and embraced Luo Yu warmly. Brother, this group is filled with beauties. We are indeed fortunate. Fang Yume and Elena exchanged glances of disbelief at the bull-headed man, while Nakir let out a soft scoff, and Alice maintained a gentle smile. Luo Yu suggested, "All right. It's quite hot. Let us get to work." Nyoda's territory was notably sparse, containing only a stone house, a vegetable garden, and a single female member, a captive from the tribe whom Luo Yu had sent, though she evidently had no recollection of him due to her previous territorial memories being erased. Following the earlier arrangement, they quickly set off to hunt by the lakeside. Fortunately, Nyoda had some resources from his mining endeavors, allowing them to construct a lookout tower and a floating platform. Otherwise, they would have encountered considerable difficulty. Soon enough, large blackfish appeared, and Luo Yu showcased his remarkable spear-throwing technique, striking true. The fish thrashed violently in the lake, but the group, emulating his technique, easily subdued it. Nyoda was quite impressive. He had likely invested his acquired resources into enhancing his attributes, boosting his physique to 50 points and significantly increasing his strength. His robust frame resembled that of a tank. This strategy was not without merit. By locking his character outside the base's scoring system and hoarding resources for himself, the low territory score would result in diminished attack intensity, thus making survival easier. With Nyoda's current strength, he could easily handle up to 10 natives without breaking a sweat. After a brief while, they gathered by the shore to divide their spoils. It seemed that the strength of the blackfish's yield was correlated with the territory's score. Nyoda's territory yielded significantly less. Aside from the essential beast soul core, they received no martial techniques whatsoever, let alone shared technology or characteristic scrolls. Such poverty was astounding. The only decent reward was 2 crystalline stones, which could be used to upgrade the beast taming arena. Luo Yu and Fang Yume, both beast tamers, each took one, while the rest were distributed freely. The girls appeared reluctant to linger in Nyoda's territory, as the environment was quite unsatisfactory, particularly the cleanliness, which made them feel unwell. Luo Yu advised Nyoda to improve the base's construction and assured him he could offer support as needed, after which the group made their way to Nakir's territory. At 11 in the evening, they arrived at Kir's domain, which appeared significantly more pleasant. Its layout was similar to Fang Yume's, but lacked a vegetable garden and orchard, instead featuring a fish farming pond. After all, cats love fish. They employed the same strategy, erecting a lookout tower and leading the beasts to the fray. Having become adept, they swiftly dispatched a large black fish within 10 minutes of its appearance. Regrettably, they again failed to unlock shared technology, though they did receive a martial technique titled Hidden Blade Swordsmanship, which seemed particularly suited to Nakir. It became increasingly clear to everyone that the black fish represented both a threat and a boon for the early development of their territories. As the time came to distribute the loot, given that Luo Yu and Fang Yume had obtained the most valuable crystalline stones in Nyoda's territory, they decided to forego the boxes this time. What remained were some silver equipment and a design for a cooking station, along with a chef's characteristic scroll, items Luo Yu already possessed, which he ultimately allocated to Alice. Having completed their tasks, they noticed the hour had surpassed 1 in the morning. While Luo Yu felt little fatigue, the girls were beginning to struggle. After working tirelessly in the sweltering heat for 5 or 6 hours, even their enhanced physical attributes could not withstand the strain. They were drenched in sweat, and Luo Yu caught a glimpse of their charming silhouettes. Clearing his throat, Luo Yu suggested, "Let us call it a night. Everyone should return and rest well. We will reconvene tomorrow at 7 in the evening." The girls nodded, their faces reflecting exhaustion, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the night had been quite taxing, the rewards were evident. Nearly everyone had acquired a piece of silver equipment, and they had unlocked technology. Fang Yume, Nakir, and Nyoda had each earned their respective beast soul cores and a substantial amount of silver. It was indeed a lucrative endeavor. That is settled then. Let us disperse and ensure we rest well while being mindful of the heat during the day. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, they nodded in agreement, bidding each other farewell as they returned home. Exhaustion was evident on each face. As the world spun momentarily, Luo Yu found himself back in his own territory, which was tranquil, with everyone already fast asleep. Checking on the animals, he was relieved to find none had succumbed to the heat. He strode quickly toward the bathroom, shedding his clothes before immersing himself in the comforting warmth of the bath. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Compared to the environments of the others, his own was remarkably pleasant. The luxurious bath quickly alleviated his fatigue, leaving him feeling utterly rejuvenated. However, once undressed, the insulation was lost, and he began to feel the warmth. Clothed, he felt comfortable, but without his garments, it became stifling. The world of Dao truly was a peculiar place. Glancing at the world and regional channels, he noted that others were still lamenting. Many had suffered from heat stroke. Those afflicted who had not found effective cooling methods and lacked the constitution attribute early on would likely struggle to endure the sweltering heat. Chapter 93. Soaring temperatures. The recreation room takes shape. Those girls in my group might appear delicate and beautiful, but each of them has invested in their constitution, with some having 20 points and others over 30. This is what allows them to persevere through the high temperatures of the night. Those with less than 10 points of constitution would have long since perished. With a slight sigh, Luo Yu summarized his gains from the night. A beast soul core, a crystal essence stone, and meat canning technology. The market price for a beast soul core is 50,000, while a crystal essence stone is worth 80,000. Meat canning technology, at this stage, is a money-making innovation and valuable. A substantial profit. To develop quickly, defeating bosses is still the fastest way. Returning to his room, Luo Yu noticed that Xiao Dai was not there. Checking her status, he found her sleeping in the warehouse. The temperature inside the villa at night was around 30 C, which must have been uncomfortable for her. Holding Xiao Kong, Luo Yu mused that he would have to make some temperature-insulating equipment for Xiao Dai tomorrow. With these thoughts, he slowly drifted off to sleep. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, Luo Yu awoke refreshed. Prompt. You gained the buff. Efficient sleep. Sleep efficiency increased by 50. Again, the old workhorse buff. Coupled with the fatigue-relieving effects of the large bed and luxurious bath, Luo Yu felt energetic even after only 4 hours of sleep. By the time he finished washing up, the sun had fully risen. Checking the temperature. It was a sweltering 41 C in the early morning, with 37 C indoors. Unbearable. Luo Yu found himself sweating even more as he washed. Realizing he hadn't put on his jacket and trousers, which provide thermal insulation, he quickly put them on, and his body felt instantly more comfortable. At this moment, Xiao Kong groggily got up to wash. Her hair had a temperature-insulating effect. It had been trimmed a few days ago, but thanks to accelerated hair growth, it was already past her shoulders again. Taking advantage of her grogginess, Luo Yu pulled out scissors and skillfully gave her a short haircut. You obtained 58 strands of Jinyue Beastkin's hair, Wujiu. Xiao Kong affectionately rubbed her short hair against Luo Yu's arm, as she probably also felt that short hair was cooler. Yes, that must be it. 58 units of beastkin hair were enough. There was no need to use all of the beastkin hair to make clothes. Just a little temperature insulation would suffice. He went to the basement and operated the sewing machine, silently willing it to happen. 100-fold critical strike triggered. A flash of light appeared at the output, revealing a piece of underwear that fit Xiao Dai perfectly. Silver-grade women's underwear. Increases clothing comfort. Maximum comfort temperature 10 C. Minimum comfort temperature -10 C. Enhances shaping effect. This critical strike didn't produce gold grade, but it was still sufficient. A moment later, he shook Xiao Dai awake, who was napping in the warehouse. Looking at her groggy state, Luo Yu said seriously, Xiao Dai, take off your clothes. What? Xiao Dai was instantly wide awake. She instinctively clutched her chest. Her face flushed and said, Master, not here, please. At least in the room. What are you thinking? I want you to put on this underwear. Xiao Dai was slightly stunned before she understood. The master had made temperature-insulating underwear for her. She didn't avoid Luo Yu much, as he had already seen her during bath time. She simply turned her back and put on the underwear. The temperature-insulating effect was immediate. 10 degrees. The effect was tangible. Xiao Dai exhaled slightly and smiled. Thank you, master. I feel much more comfortable. I can go back to sleeping in the big bed tonight. Yes. Luo Yu nodded and said, amused, there's some fat on your belly. Pay attention to exercise. Ugh. I know. Xiao Dai blushed slightly, realizing that she might have eaten too much recently. Getting back to the point, Luo Yu said, Xiao Dai, now that we're not afraid of the heat, you can continue making clothes. I reckon that short skirts and tank tops should sell well during this hot weather. Keep it up. Okay, Xiao Dai said with determination. I will definitely make lots of beautiful clothes for master to sell for money. She seemed full of energy. Beastkin don't have many negative emotions. They do whatever they're told and always maintain their enthusiasm. It's quite nice. Today's temperature was even hotter than yesterday. Luo Yu finished his morning tasks and ate breakfast around 8 o'clock. By then, the temperature had reached a terrifying 44 C. And it's only morning. Unbearable. The animals were hiding in the warehouse, unable to move. Luo Yu knew that the temperature would continue to rise, so he had to build the recreation room as soon as possible. When it was completed, he could move the animals to the recreation room. Without the heat radiating from the animals, the warehouse temperature would drop, preventing the ice cellar from being compromised. In the morning, he went to the mine with Xiao Kong to mine. Luo Yu personally hauled back a large number of stones. By the afternoon, the number of stone bricks finally reached 100,000. Enough. Standing on an open space not far from the villa, Luo Yu decided to build the recreation room here. Advanced recreation room. Building materials 100,000, wood 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, emerald 200, He clicked on the building page, dragged the virtual form of the recreation room, and confirmed. A large number of materials disappeared from the warehouse, and a large, 3-story blue-black building appeared in a flash of light. The overall volume of the building was similar to that of the villa. Luo Yu excitedly pushed open the door and walked in. The first floor was indeed an indoor swimming pool, with the pool tiles made of the previously used dense defensive tiles. The original floor tiles had been transferred, so there was no need to rebuild them. Currently, the entire first floor consisted only of the swimming pool, empty and without even a chair. The pool was empty and needed a water circulation system to fill it. Walking to the second and third floors, he found that they were like bare shells, completely empty. He would have to arrange the layout himself. Luo Yu had a plan. On the second floor, he would manually make a billiard table, card table, chess table, and other things to exercise his mind. He would also add some dartboards to practice his shooting skills, and then put up some bookshelves. The third floor would have a sandbag and some miscellaneous fitness equipment, mainly for exercising strength and martial arts. Of course, the floors were still rough concrete. First, they had to be polished and then covered with carpets. Speaking of which, he hadn't even researched carpet technology yet. He would take it slowly. The immediate task was to connect the swimming pool to the water supply. Opening the water circulation construction page, the water pipes were easy to deal with. He could simply run a pipe from the villa. However, to keep the pool water fresh, there had to be a drain pipe, and it couldn't follow the same route as the current pipes. If it was connected to the sewage pipe, it would drain directly outside the territory. The pool water was taken from the lake, and Luo Yu didn't want the lake level to drop too quickly. Connecting it to the domestic water pipe was definitely not an option, as it would be dirty. Chapter 94. The Crystal Clear Pool and the Refreshing Recreation Room. Ultimately, Luo Yu resolved to redirect the pipe back into the lake, simply incorporating a one-way valve. With the issue of the water pipe and valve settled, he ventured outdoors to commence construction. The trajectory of the water pipe was meticulous, with careful consideration given to its elevation and the positioning of the valve. A singular flaw could disrupt the entire flow. An hour later, the temperature in Luo Yu's vicinity soared to a staggering 46 C. The global news channels erupted in chaos, reporting that some regions had reached an unprecedented 50 C. Many individuals were on the brink of heat stroke, particularly those belonging to races unable to maintain a stable body temperature. Without sufficient physical attributes to endure the heat, they found it increasingly challenging. The Snow Tribe, for instance, opted for a form of summer hibernation, burrowing into deep holes to escape the oppressive heat, as the cooler underground temperatures offered a modicum of relief. Concerns about territorial expansion had become trivial in the face of such overwhelming conditions. Indeed, the heat wave had initially struck the entire realm with formidable force, stalling the development of most territories, and the situation was bound to worsen. The performance of humanity, however, was commendable. While they lacked the physical prowess of many races, their ability to maintain a stable body temperature provided them with an edge, and their wealth of knowledge was substantial. For example, the concept of a simple cellar, which eluded many races, was an elementary notion to humans, who understood its ability to insulate against temperature fluctuations. Additionally, their ingenuity in evaporative cooling was noteworthy. Some had even crafted rudimentary cooling fans that utilized natural wind to circulate water vapor indoors. Although some humans experienced heat-related ailments, their overall performance was impressive. This advancement had elevated humanity's standing among the myriad races, transitioning them from a position of lower status to one slightly above it. At that moment, Luo Yu stood before the pool, observing the pristine water rushing in from 4 outlets. He exhaled a sigh of relief. He had finally accomplished his task. The pool, part of the advanced recreation room, was modest in size, far from the opulence of luxurious entertainment spaces. It filled swiftly, and thanks to the strategically placed outlets, there was no risk of overflow. The water pressure was sustained by a wind-powered pump from a nearby small lake, ensuring a continuous supply of fresh water that would cycle back through the outlets. Although the water had not been treated with disinfectants, it was undeniably cleaner than the majority of pools on Earth. True to the description, the advanced recreation room's unique design allowed the pool to function as a large evaporative cooling basin, yielding a noticeable temperature reduction. The indoor temperature registered at a comfortable 27 C, a stark contrast to the oppressive 46 C outside. Luo Yu dipped his hand into the water, pleased to find it comfortably cool. He beckoned the animals to join him in the recreation room. The insects, averse to water, opted to remain on the second floor, while the Wolf King, the simple-minded one, the bull, and the cow leapt into the pool, reveling in the refreshing waters. The bull exhibited exceptional swimming skills. Who would have guessed it possessed such talent? Perhaps it was a water buffalo in disguise? Little Butterfly and her companions soon joined, donning scanty attire before diving into the pool to frolic in the water, regrettably without proper swimsuits. Little Jean, the tiger, relished the water. likely spending most of her time submerged, aside from her stone cutting and napping activities. Luo Yu refrained from joining the aquatic fun, feeling somewhat shy without swim trunks. He speculated that many races would likely choose to immerse themselves in water to combat the heat, suggesting a burgeoning market for swimwear. Upon checking the base rating, he was delighted to see it had surged to a perfect score of 10,000. The Advanced Recreation Room awarded him an additional 200 points. Notification: you are the first lord in this region to achieve a score of 10,000, receiving an extra reward, random scroll X1. Oh, such benefits exist? A radiant glow appeared before Luo Yu, revealing a scroll. Upon clicking, another notification emerged. You have acquired a design blueprint for a pharmaceutical production station X1. Pharmaceutical production station, capable of producing simple medical kits and other basic medicines, requires 5,000 sterile materials, 50,000 silver, 200 gold. What are sterile materials? Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he perused the details, gaining a preliminary understanding of this new item. Sterile materials were created by combining silver with a foundational material. For instance, silver combined with stone bricks yielded sterile stone bricks, while silver mixed with iron or produced sterile iron blocks. This material significantly enhanced hygiene and marginally improved quality, typically used in the construction of medical facilities, sterile beds, and sterile floors, thereby increasing recovery and surgical success rates. To create sterile materials, he would first need to unlock sterile technology, which required various materials, including a vial of purified water, an endeavor for another time. After stowing the scroll, Luo Yu's gaze drifted to the jubilant animals in the pool, a gentle smile gracing his face. The pool was a source of lively water, free from concerns of contamination, allowing them to play joyfully until the heatwave passed. He made his way to the warehouse, noting that the temperature had dropped below 28°C since the animals had vacated the premises. The ice cellar posed no immediate threat, and he retrieved some wolf meat and aquatic products, storing them in his storage bracelet before heading to the kitchen. Sealed meat can, basic meat X10, vegetables X5. Iron or X2, nutritional value. Basic, shelf life, 1 year, 20 chance of food poisoning. Attribute point acquisition rate, 0. Decomposition rate of sealed meat can, -300 meat cans are indeed a valuable commodity. Although their nutritional value is comparable to that of simple dishes, the shelf life and decomposition rate are remarkable. This is the perfect solution for summer food storage. Luo Yu was confident that meat cans would sell exceptionally well. He promptly accessed the cooking station interface, added the ingredients, and began his preparations. With a cooking level of LV4, it took him 30 minutes to produce 1 meat can. However, adorned with a diamond outfit that granted a 100 increase in overall work speed, this time was halved to just 15 minutes. Coupled with his chef trait, which also provided a 100 boost to cooking speed, he completed each can in a mere 7.5 minutes. Coincidentally, he had received a buff for action frenzy, enhancing his work speed by an additional 50 for 3 days. Additionally, the kitchen sink and cleaning station contributed a slight boost to cooking speed as well. Chapter 95, The Cursed Vegetable Garden. Crafting a meat can took less than 4 minutes. He set a stool and quickly got to work, soon producing the first can of meat. With no immediate concerns about food poisoning, he sampled the flavor, which was quite delightful. After all, the chef's aptitude enhanced the taste, ensuring customer retention. Laughing heartily, Luo Yu continued his task. By the time dinner arrived, Luo Yu had prepared a total of 105 cans of meat. This continuous effort had elevated his cooking skill to level 5. He decided to hold off on selling the cans, waiting for the heatwave to persist for another day or two, allowing the food supplies to spoil, which would maximize his profits. At the dinner table, Luo Yu engaged in conversation with the 3 charming companions while keeping an eye on the world and regional channels. Today's average temperature reached a staggering 47 degrees Celsius, a lethal heat that cast a pall over the entire celestial realm. Observers noted that under such heat, rain would not fall, leading to cracked earth from prolonged exposure to the sun. Drought was imminent. This spelled disaster for crops. Summer was the prime season for agricultural growth. Without the wild flourishing of summer, there could be no bountiful harvest in autumn. Should drought strike in summer, the yields in autumn would dwindle, making winter exceedingly harsh. Everyone began to realize the importance of food storage, preparing for the uncertain future. Luo Yu keenly sensed that someone was manipulating the market, intentionally driving up food prices. While a food crisis was indeed a reality, the immediate priority was to allocate resources towards cooling measures, rather than worrying about distant concerns. Even if a food crisis were to arise, it would likely be in winter. The celestial realm was rife with unpredictable events. Perhaps there would be a migration of animals, offering opportunities for hunting. A silver lining could emerge even in dire circumstances. Luo Yu remained unfazed by the market manipulation, even finding the situation somewhat advantageous. As it laid the groundwork for his meet and sales, Elena invites you to visit her territory. Do you accept? As the meeting time approached, Luo Yu informed the trio and made his way to Elena's domain. The world around him darkened before illuminating again, revealing an unfamiliar place. Fang Yumeng and the others had also arrived, and after greeting them, they explored Elena's territory together. The ordinary tiled flooring and walls resembled Fang Yumeng's territory, but unlike hers. Elena resided in a treehouse, with a grand tree at the center of her domain. This tree was not merely planted, it was constructed, seamlessly integrated with the treehouse, resembling a villa that could be accessed through the building interface. As the group walked toward the lakeside, Fang Yumeng sighed at the cracked ground, lamenting, "It's so hot. And drought has begun again. I wonder how many will." Alice bowed her head and murmured a prayer. May the goddess of light bless every living being. Luo Yu's gaze, however, was drawn to the vegetable patch tended by Elena, which exhibited signs of drought. One particular patch of soil appeared noticeably different. "Elena, this black soil seems rather peculiar," he inquired. In response, Elena explained, "This is cursed black earth. Crops cannot be grown here. Plants that grow in this soil undergo mutations. My beast-attracting grass is one such mutation." Oh? Intrigued, Luo Yu approached the cursed black earth, observing a row of small black grasses. "It looks quite poisonous." "Indeed. It is a toxic plant," Elena replied with resignation. "This is called heartbreak grass. I do not know what it mutated from, but according to the notes, it possesses substantial toxicity." Visitors could not access detailed information, prompting Luo Yu to ask, "Could you share the notes with me?" Elena obliged, sharing the information. Heartbreak grass, highly toxic, can be made into poison, venom, or poison pills. One plant can instantly kill beings with a constitution below 30. Goodness, that is lethal. Luo Yu chuckled. If used correctly, this could be quite effective for defense. Could you spare me a seed to cultivate at home? Elena nodded, if you need it. Each of you can dig one up, but be cautious not to get poisoned. There were 30 or 40 plants of heartbreak grass in the area. Luo Yu carefully extracted several, wrapping them in cloth and handing them to Fang Yumeng, Nakkur, and Alice. To his surprise, Alice accepted the plant eagerly. She was kind-hearted yet pragmatic. Using a bow for defense was one thing, but employing poisonous plants was merely another means of protection, tools devoid of moral judgment. As they conversed, a sudden scream erupted from within the walls, startling everyone. Elena sighed in exasperation. One of the 2 members we recruited earlier accidentally ingested the spirit leaf from the black soil and has become addicted. Now that she has consumed them all, she occasionally has episodes of madness. The group frowned. The spirit leaf was a herb in the celestial realm used to alleviate pain in conjunction with other medicines. But consuming it alone could lead to addiction. Fang Yumeng remarked, "I've read the notes. The spirit leaf can be detoxified. We should find a way to help her through the withdrawal." "How can we achieve that?" Elena responded helplessly. "Even if I tie her up. She runs around when the episodes hit and causes chaos, but it passes after a while." "The dangers of drugs are significant," the group said, their expressions somber as they instinctively turned to Luo Yu for guidance. Luo Yu glanced at the woman screaming atop the wall and stated earnestly, "It's quite simple, really. Just amputate her legs, and she won't be able to run anymore. Keep her confined to bed until the withdrawal symptoms subside. Then we can fashion her a wooden leg or a crutch as a temporary solution. When advanced medical procedures become available, we can consider limb regeneration." "Cut her legs off?" The girls widened their eyes in disbelief. While the logic seemed sound, there was an unsettling feeling about the suggestion. Luo Yu pointed at the small spirit leaf seedlings, smiling. "Elena, could you also provide me with some seeds for the spirit leaf?" Elena nodded without hesitation. "Dig as many as you need. By the way, Luo Yu, if I were to amputate her legs, would she not bleed out and die?" As he dug up a few spirit leaf seeds, Luo Yu replied, "Herbs can help staunch bleeding. However, given the heat, wounds are prone to infection. Wait until the weather cools down before proceeding." "Understood." Elena nodded, wanting to discuss medical matters further with Luo Yu, but Fang Yumeng quickly interjected, "Hold on." Chapter 96. Punishing you on behalf of the black fish. Let us cease this discussion. Even in this sweltering heat, I feel a chill creeping down my spine. We have arrived at the lakeside. Let the hunt commence. Upon hearing Fang Yumeng's words, everyone directed their gaze towards the lake's surface. The hunt began. 15 minutes later, gazing at the corpse of the enormous black fish and a haphazard pile of boxes, excitement flickered in the eyes of Luo Yu and his companions. Your team has slain the lake monster, triggering an explosive reward with a 1 probability, acquired 100,000 silver, acquired 4 beast soul cores, acquired 1 moon chasing arrow technique, silver level martial skill. Acquired 1 Mind Storm Orb, silver level item. Acquired 2 Team Technology Sharing Scrolls. Acquired 4 silver level equipment chests. Acquired 2 personal trait scrolls. What an incredible bounty. So many rewards. Just as everyone was reveling in their excitement, the tranquil lake began to churn violently, and a prompt appeared. Warning, due to your team's continuous slaying of lake monsters, the King of Blue Crabs is enraged and shall seek vengeance on behalf of the vengeful spirits of the black fish. Boom. Suddenly, a colossal blue crab emerged from the lake, its size comparable to 2 rooms. Its fearsome claws appeared exceptionally formidable. King of Blue Crabs, gold level, intermediate intelligence creature. Hostile target. The gigantic King of Blue Crabs leapt onto the shore and charged rapidly towards Luo Yu and his companions. A gold-level boss has appeared. This could be deadly. The girls gasped in shock. Luo Yu quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Quickly, Elena, gather the items. We must retreat." Elena and the others snapped to attention and hastily fell back. Alice, while retreating, knocked an arrow and released 2 swift shots aimed directly at the King of Blue Crab's eyes. Clank, clank. 2 crisp sounds echoed as the crab's eyes retracted into its shell, and the arrows merely bounced off its armored exterior without leaving a mark. Such high defense. A sense of dread washed over the group. Luo Yu called out. Alice and Elena, spread out and find higher ground to shoot at its eyes, hinder its movements. Yumming and Kur, follow me. Under Luo Yu's command, the 2 elf girls quickly dispersed. Elena leapt atop a stone wall while Alice climbed a small tree, unleashing arrows aimed solely at the creature's eyes. Although the King of Blue Crabs could retract its eyes, its movements were still impeded. Luo Yu understood that Elena's territory lacked powerful automated defenses. They would have to rely on their own strength to defeat the boss. He whispered, "Yumming, and I will draw its attention. Kur, circle behind the King of Blue Crab and strike when the time is right. Remember, do not attack its hard shell. Aim for the joints." Having often feasted on crab, he knew well that those joints were its weak points. All right. Seizing the moment when the King of Blue Crab retracted its eyes, Ko adeptly maneuvered to its rear. Luo Yu turned to Fong Yumming and said, "Cover me. I will go in first." Without waiting for her reply, he brandished the heavenly craft blade and charged forward. "Let me test its outer shell first." Just then, the King of Blue Crabs suddenly unleashed a jet of water. This boss can attack from a distance too. Luo Yu, be careful, Fong Yumming exclaimed in alarm. But at that moment, a circle of purple barriers unexpectedly materialized around Luo Yu. The water jet struck the barrier and was deflected. Immediately afterward, the purple barrier faded. The purple barrier has withstood an external attack. Remaining uses, 2, ignoring the prompt. Luo Yu's heavenly craft blade struck fiercely at the joint of the King of Blue Crab's massive claw. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the blade carved a notch into the claw's joint, revealing the tender white crab meat inside. Yet the damage inflicted was minimal. Enraged, the King of Blue Crabs snapped its claw towards Luo Yu. With his high agility, Luo Yu deftly evaded the attack, unleashing a flurry of strikes against the joint of the claw with his Wind Fury blade technique. In that instant, a torrent of blade light suppressed the King of Blue Crabs. His companions looked on in astonishment at Luo Yu's speed and prowess. Such swift strikes. What a formidable man. Yet, despite the suppression, Luo Yu was acutely aware that the heavenly craft blade lacked the capability to pierce armor. The King of Blue Crab's attacks were not overly impressive. The claw's swings were slow, and the water jets lacked power, but its defensive capabilities were extraordinary. His own trump card, the Moonlight Twin Daggers, was only gold level. While capable of breaking through defenses, they would surely sustain damage, and repairing gold-level weapons required exorbitant amounts of gold, an undeniable loss. Even when battling a boss, one must prioritize economic efficiency. Kura rushed forward, her silver-level dual sword striking one of the King of Blue Crab's legs, only to be rebuffed. As an assassin, she had yet to mature, merely able to scratch the surface of the boss's defenses. No, it wasn't even a scratch. It was akin to a mere rubdown. After dodging the King of Blue Crab's claw attack, Luo Yu shouted, "We cannot engage in a hard fight. Kura, withdraw." With that, he turned and pulled Fong Yumming away. Fleeing. This sudden retreat left the King of Blue Crabs momentarily baffled, swinging its claws and unsure of whom to pursue. As Luo Yu dragged Fong Yumming back, he shouted, "Elena, gather some wood. We shall burn this crab." Understood. Elena had 2 members in her territory. One was in a frenzy, while the other was composed. Upon receiving the order, she hurriedly gathered a large pile of wood and began to ignite a fire. At that moment, the King of Blue Crabs seemed to have found its target, charging directly towards Elena. It's coming for me? Elena nimbly shifted in another direction. Yet the King of Blue Crabs relentlessly pursued her. Luo Yu initially thought the King of Blue Crabs was intelligent enough to extinguish the fire, but to his surprise, It showed no interest in the flames and continued to chase after Elena. Was its primary target the local lord? No, if that were the case. It should have pursued her from the start. After a swift contemplation, Luo Yu suddenly had an epiphany. The beast-attracting grass. It must be drawn to the beast-attracting grass on Elena. He released Fong Yuming's hand and dashed towards the vegetable garden, calling out, "Elena, hold on. Alice, provide cover. I have a plan to deal with this boss." Elena nodded solemnly, remaining silent while using her agility to maintain a safe distance. Of course, Alice's arrows intermittently struck the creature's eyes, crucial for keeping it at bay. In the garden, Luo Yu wrapped his hand in cloth and began to dig for the heartbreak grass. Fong Yuming, who had followed closely behind, seemed to have understood his intent and pulled out a handkerchief to assist in the digging. Together, they quickly unearthed 10 stalks of heartbreak grass. Yuming, hand them all to me. Amidst a deluge of triumphs, the secrets of thermal energy were unearthed. Beads of perspiration adorned Fong Yuming's delicate countenance as she gingerly proffered the deadly hemlock to Luo Yu, her voice laced with concern. "Exercise utmost caution. Rest assured." Luo Yu responded with a gentle smile, before dashing towards the cadaver of the colossal black fish that lay prostrate by the lake's edge. Ah, I surmised he wouldn't simply thrust it into the maw of the behemoth. His intellect is indeed formidable, Fong Yuming exclaimed, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she discerned Luo Yu's intentions. Upon reaching the piscine carcass, Luo Yu, without hesitation, crammed the 10 sprigs of hemlock into the fish's gaping orifice, cognizant of the crab's inherent resistance to toxins due to its carrion feeding habits. He silently intoned a safeguard against potential failure. The application of hemlock to the cadaver has initiated its effects. A centuple critical strike has been triggered, amplifying the hemlock's toxicity by a factor of 100. Within mere moments, the blackfish's gargantuan form deepened in hue, though its inherent darkness rendered the change almost imperceptible. In truth, it had transmuted to a shade of livid purple, laden with virulent poison. Having accomplished this, Luo Yu hastened back to Elena, exclaiming, "The lureweed, quick! I know what must be done." Elena, an indomitable spirit, surged forward to the black fish's corpse, deftly depositing the lureweed into its gullet. The crab king, driven by insatiable hunger, pursued relentlessly, its attention ensnared by the lureweed. It promptly plunged its massive pincers into the black fish's maw, devouring its contents. The lureweed, along with a substantial quantity of poisoned flesh, was ingested, causing the crab king to convulse violently, its eyes bulging grotesquely, before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Simultaneously, a notification reverberated amongst the assembled company. "Your cohort has vanquished the Crab King." With a resounding thud, a scroll cascaded from the Crab King's lifeless shell, heralding yet another bounty. The group exchanged glances, converging around the fallen Crab King. Fong Yuming, her gaze fixed upon the rapidly darkening corpse, whispered, "This hemlock. Its potency is astonishing." Nakaruru chimed in, terrifying. It succumbed instantaneously, a fate I scarcely anticipated. A palpable sense of trepidation permeated the air, yet Luo Yu, retrieving the scroll, remarked with a grin, "Perhaps it is a case of one bane counteracting another. The remains of both the black fish and the crab king must be disposed of expeditiously. Their flesh is now toxic. Incineration would be prudent." The maidens nodded in unison, procuring torches. Soon, the air was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of roasting flesh. Reducing such colossal carcasses to ashes would demand considerable time, a process to be undertaken with patient diligence. Shortly thereafter, the group reconvened within the confines of Elena's fortified domain, poised to allocate the spoils of their triumph. The blackfish had yielded a substantial hoard, yet the Crab King had bequeathed but a single scroll. Luo Yu unfurled the parchment, revealing its contents. Thermal Energy Provision Technology Unlocking Scroll, shared. It was indeed a shared technology scroll, specifically pertaining to the realm of energy. Technological advancements in the energy sector invariably entailed exorbitant expenditures. The Thunder Collection apparatus served as a stark reminder, with its gold requirements quantified in tens of thousands of units. Without hesitation, Luo Yu activated the scroll, prompting a simultaneous notification. "Thermal Energy Provision Technology unlocked." "Huzzah!" Nakaruru exclaimed, her voice brimming with elation, while Fong Yuming and the others radiated palpable excitement. A cursory examination of the technological tree revealed the inaugural constructible edifice, the Thermal Energy Collection Panel, capable of converting thermal energy into usable power, thereby substituting the combustion of wood for kinetic energy generation. Its utility was boundless, verging on essential. The base's cooking stations, forges, sewing tables, and water heaters all relied on the consumption of wood for their operation. With this newfound technology, timber resources could be conserved significantly, The thermal energy collection panel could be deployed on rooftops, akin to solar panels, or positioned on the ground, wherever a source of thermal energy existed. The methods of thermal energy acquisition were manifold, differing only in their efficiency. Naturally, the construction costs were not negligible. Nakamura giggled, following our repulse of the assault. Shall we not incinerate the countless corpses? Erect a crematorium, then line its interior with thermal energy collection panels, and witness the torrent of energy that ensues. The others concurred, recognizing the potential for the corpses to fulfill a purpose even in death. The proposition was sound. As for matters of ethics, such considerations were reserved for their fellow kinsmen or those undergoing the trials. Towards the indigenous aggressors, moral compunctions were non-existent. Expediency reigned supreme. All other ethical considerations were relegated to insignificance. While the Crab King's contribution was singular, it manifested in the form of an advanced technology unlocking scroll, a prize worth tenfold, nay 20-fold. Subsequently, the distribution of the black fish's bounty commenced. The spoils were considerable, culminating in the following allocation. Elena received 50,000 silver coins, while the remaining 50,000 were divided amongst Luo Yu, Fong Yuming, Alice, Nakaruru, and Yoda, each receiving 10,000. Although Yoda was absent, Luo Yu proposed that he receive his share, a gesture that elicited profuse gratitude from Yoda via the group chat. The 4 anima cores were distributed to the 4 maidens, one apiece, as Luo Yu had previously acquired one and harbored desires for other items. Anima cores commanded a substantial market value, fetching upwards of 50,000. The Moonchaser archery technique was, without question, bestowed upon Elena, while the Mindstorm Orb was granted to Luo Yu as recompense for the anima core. Mindstorm Orb, upon activation, emits a Mindstorm aura, inciting all neutral creatures and hostile entities within the vicinity of the domain into a frenzy, compelling them to assault the territory. This was an item belonging to the category of assault summoning technology, capable of indiscriminately attracting attacks. Luo Yu intended to orchestrate an event at his leisure, reaping a substantial profit. The 2 cohort technology scrolls were promptly utilized. You have unlocked the technology, carpet laying. You have unlocked the technology, city wall construction. The newly unlocked technologies elicited broad smiles. Luo Yu had long desired carpet laying, and now it was within his grasp. Furthermore, city wall construction, while categorized as a rudimentary technology, necessitated the prior construction of over 1,000 meters of advanced fortifications. Now, the step of constructing advanced fortifications could be bypassed entirely, allowing for the construction of city walls. This entailed expanding the base's area, a monumental undertaking to be deferred for the time being. Finally, the 4 silver treasure chests and 2 attribute scrolls were distributed, 1 item per person. Luo Yu selected an attribute scroll, revealing it to be an attribute upgrade scroll for attributes of level 3 or lower. Without hesitation, he applied it to the chef attribute. Your chef attribute has been elevated to 3 stars. With a 3-star chef attribute, cooking speed was augmented by 150. The longer Luo Yu dwelled within the celestial realm, the more acutely he comprehended the paramount importance of efficiency. Time, after all, was money. Come to think of it, he had unwittingly become a chef, a testament to his multifaceted talents. Chapter 98. Pressing on, all resolved. This time, the boss battle yielded substantial rewards, much to everyone's delight. The girls, though glistening with sweat, wore expressions of joy and excitement, their cheeks flushed with a gentle blush. The assemblage of beautiful maidens before him was undeniably captivating. Naker proposed. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening. Shall we continue our efforts? The group turned their gazes towards Liu, who assessed the current temperature, 40 C. He pondered. Tomorrow's heat may escalate further. Let us resolve matters swiftly. With that, the group set off once more. In a short while, they found themselves within Alice's domain. The layout of Alice's territory was akin to Elena's, yet it exuded a warmth that contrasted with the darker ambience of Elena's realm. Alice belonged to the exceedingly rare race of light elves. With the absence of the luregrass, Luo Yu produced milk tablets crafted from special milk, adhering to their previous strategy. Initially, there were concerns regarding the efficacy of the milk tablets. However, Liu had never disappointed them. The large black fish, drawn by the allure of the tablets, swiftly approached. Following their established routine, they soon vanquished the large black fish. This time, there were no significant treasures. The spoils were comparable to those from Fong Yuming's territory. As they prepared to distribute the rewards, another notification appeared. Due to the allure of special milk and the continuous acquisition of abundant rewards, a group of greedy badger beasts nearby has taken notice and will attack the territory. Number of badger beasts, 62, upon reading the notification. The group was momentarily taken aback, only to be confronted by a swarm of badger beasts, roughly the size of dogs, charging from the eastern perimeter of the territory. They scrambled atop the walls, observing the rapidly approaching creatures. Luo Yu remarked with a faint smile. Do you see the claws of those badger beasts? Their digging capabilities should be formidable. If we can tame them, they could be utilized for trench digging or mining. Let's aim to capture them alive. Fang Yiming inquired curiously. What is your plan? Luo Yu gestured towards the gate, saying, we'll create a small opening. As one enters, we can incapacitate it. With our numbers, we need not fear these badger beasts. The girls nodded in agreement. After descending from the walls, they opened a gap in the gate. True to form, the badger beast surged towards the opening. The first robust badger beast dashed through, only to be struck on the head by Luo Yu's wooden stick, immediately rendering it unconscious. Cooler and Fang Yiming hastily moved the unconscious badger beast aside. In the next moment, another badger beast barreled in, this time meeting its end at the hands of Elena, who knocked it to the ground with a single blow. The badger beast showed no fear. Another charged in. But its stubbornness proved futile as it was struck 7 or 8 times within a second, collapsing on the spot. Though these beasts appeared strong, their combat prowess was akin to that of the blue wolves. With the entire group present, they were merely offering themselves up. 10 minutes later, all 62 badger beasts lay unconscious. Within their small collective, Luo Yu and Fang Yiming took on the role of tamers, beginning the process of subjugation. While Elena and the others divided the spoils from the large black fish, Luo Yu received a silver-grade treasure chest, which, upon opening, revealed a pair of shoes. Silver flat shoes. Increases movement speed, enhances comfort, reduces foot ailments, decreases knee wear. Not bad. They enhance agility and adjusted to fit comfortably. At last, he was equipped suitably from head to toe. What a relief. 2 hours later, all badger beasts had been tamed, elevating Luo Yu's taming level to LV8, significantly boosting animal yield under his direct supervision. The 62 badger beasts were evenly distributed among Liu, Fang Yiming, Elena, Alice, and Naker, each receiving 12. With the remaining 2 gifted to Nyoda badger beast, intermediate intelligence, strength 14, constitution 9, agility 15, special ability, digging, mining. Though these little creatures appeared unsightly, their attributes were commendable. They seemed resilient to the heat, even daring to attack in such sweltering conditions. Now, with the insects sluggish under the heat wave, the quarry lay empty, presenting an excellent opportunity for these creatures to dig. Their agility of 15 far surpassed that of the insects, minimizing the risk of falling debris. Having resolved the large black fish issue in their territory, the group had amassed a considerable fortune in silver and various treasures, truly a testament to their hard-earned success. Ultimately, they reached a consensus on the next course of action, constructing a recreational room to mitigate the heat, with immediate implementation deemed essential to avoid heat stroke. The temperature was simply unbearable. As the hour grew late, they bid each other farewell, promising mutual assistance in times of need. Upon returning home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Luo Yu settled the 12 badger beasts and then indulged in a refreshing bath. The luxurious bathroom worked wonders. His fatigue dissipated almost entirely. Notification: your agility has increased by 1 while bathing. Upon returning to his room, he found Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin already asleep. While Xiao Dai dozed in the recreational room, Luo Yu cradled Xiao Kong and, yawning, gradually succumbed to slumber. In the early morning, he awoke to the oppressive heat. Glancing at the temperature, he found it had already reached 45 C by 6 o'clock. This was intolerable. He hurriedly dressed, feeling slightly more comfortable once the insulation kicked in. As he washed up, Luo Yu contemplated the forthcoming plans. With the addition of a high-level recreational room, the base's rating had surged. According to prior strategies, they should focus on constructing defensive structures to counter the threats posed by this rating spike. However, they lacked sufficient raw materials like stone. They would have to wait for the badger beasts to commence digging, and it would be prudent to procure additional timber for the reserve of arrow towers. Moreover, Luo Yu resolved to set the insects to work once the evening brought some relief from the heat. Watching the insects scurry aimlessly in the recreational room, consuming food without contributing, was quite distressing. That said, the most pressing threat remained the heat wave. Despite the completion of the recreational room, providing respite from the heat for both people and animals, the crops were struggling to withstand the conditions. Luo Yu stepped onto the balcony, gazing at his vegetable garden. The air shimmered under the heat wave, and many of the vegetable leaves had begun to yellow. Even though Xiao Kong frequently braved the scorching sun to water the plants, the moisture evaporated too swiftly. It was impractical to water them every 10 minutes. With problems to address, Luo Yu perused the technological tree concerning water circulation, and a smile crept across his face upon discovering the automatic irrigation system. Chapter 99, The Automatic Irrigator. A welcome rain after a long drought. The automatic irrigator is capable of autonomously detecting soil moisture levels. When the moisture drops below 30, it activates to irrigate the designated area, simultaneously enhancing soil fertility. The resources required include 500 iron ore, 500 silver, and 1 beast soul core. The coverage area spans 200 square meters. Many items featuring the term automatic necessitate the construction using beast soul cores, highlighting their extensive utility. A coverage area of 200 square meters is quite commendable, significantly conserving irrigation time and precious labor costs. Thus, the decision was made. The vegetable garden occupies an area of 2,000 square meters, yet the effective planting area is merely 800 square meters, leaving a considerable portion of land unutilized. For beast soul cores are essential for optimal irrigation. Currently, Luo Yu possesses 1 core, with the remaining 3 easily procurable. Upon reviewing his inventory, he noted a substantial sum of 455,000 silver at his disposal. He accessed the auction house, where many had recognized the necessity of water to withstand the heat wave. Individuals were forming teams to defeat bosses and secure ownership of small lakes, resulting in a notable availability of beast soul cores, with an average auction price of 50,000 silver per core. Without hesitation, Luo Yu purchased 3 cores, depleting 150,000 silver, and before him appeared 3 glowing cores. Wearing a straw hat, Luo Yu prioritized construction over breakfast. He first built 4 automatic irrigators, resembling oversized sprinkler heads adorned with beautiful beast soul engravings, indicative of their premium quality. After placing them strategically throughout the garden to ensure every crop received adequate irrigation, he proceeded to lay down the necessary piping. While the irrigators could autonomously draw water, they required a water storage apparatus, as direct extraction from the lake was not feasible. This was a fundamental architectural concept. Luo Yu connected a single pipe to the water tower, and once the water flowed, the automatic irrigation mechanism was triggered. The 4 irrigators began to spray water, sending droplets soaring 5 meters high before cascading down, evenly saturating every inch of previously parched soil. Thus, the long-awaited rain arrived. Amidst the sparkling droplets, Luo Yu glimpsed a radiant rainbow, a stunning sight. A smile graced his face. Despite the considerable expense, he had successfully preserved his vegetable patch. He reflected on his earlier decision to invest 200,000 silver in the expensive water circulation technology blueprint, realizing it had spared him unimaginable losses against the current heat wave. Many were now in pursuit of this blueprint, with offers reaching as high as 300,000 silver, though he believed its true worth in the present climate was no less than 500,000 silver. Notification: your vegetable garden's rating has significantly increased. Blessed by a mysterious force, all crops within your territory grow at a speed of 200 for 15 days. Marvelously, another growth speed buff. Previously, he had received one, but this was a double enhancement. Observing the crop's growth progress, he noted that with the increased soil fertility, the overall growth rate soared to an astonishing 329, or 3 times the normal rate. Typically, under optimal sunlight, ordinary crops grow at 5 daily, while herbs achieve only 1. Now, Luo Yu's vegetables thrived at a remarkable 16.5 daily, ripening in just 6 days. Such extraordinary speed. This batch of crops was nearing maturity, set to be harvested the day after tomorrow. Luo Yu felt elated. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. He recalled the notification regarding the garden's rating and promptly checked the status panel. ID: Earth Summer Nation 23333 base rating, 12,000 points sanitation level, maximum 98, current 83 entertainment value, 80 strength, 102 constitution, 102 agility, 101. The panel reflected significant changes. The entertainment value had previously been a mere 30 points, but with Xiao Dai's evolution, it increased by 10 points. The dock and pavilion contributed another 10 points, while the advanced entertainment room added 30 points. Reaching an entertainment value of 80 allowed for attribute acquisition, though the specific buffs depended on luck. Conversely, the base's sanitation score had dropped, with the animals vacating the beast training grounds for the entertainment room. It would have plummeted further were it not for Xiao Dai's diligent cleaning before her nightly rest. These were mere details. The crucial aspect was that the base rating had reached 12,000. With a lingering sense of unease about inadequate defensive measures, Luo Yu resolved to enhance his security. During the heatwave, attacks were unlikely, so he focused on amassing resources to construct arrow towers and crossbow bolts in abundance. He dispatched 12 badger beasts to the quarry for stone extraction while he himself ventured into the mine. After a morning spent in the mine, he amassed a significant quantity of iron and copper ore. He then checked on the quarry and was pleased to find that the badger beasts' digging efficiency far surpassed that of the tunneling worms. Their output was approximately 4 times greater, yielding around 660 sturdy stones daily. After processing by Xiao Jin, this translated to roughly 900 bricks. However, an issue arose. The bull, seeking respite from the heat, had left, leaving no one to pull the cart. Luo Yu called upon Xiao Jin, instructing her to transport the cart back for processing. Obediently, she nodded and effortlessly pulled the cart away. As a creature of the animal kingdom, Xiaojin exhibited no negative emotions. Despite her exceptional intelligence and status, she accepted her duties without complaint, viewing Luo Yu's request for her assistance as a sign of affection. Animals thrive alongside their owners, feeling unease only in their absence. Xiaojin's efficiency far exceeded that of the bull. She returned with the cart in mere minutes, resolving the transportation issue for the mined resources. After a satisfying lunch, Luo Yu checked the temperature. It had soared to a staggering 50 degrees. The world channel was filled with lamentations, while the regional channel saw significantly fewer participants. Everyone reluctant to move in the oppressive heat. Even communication became cumbersome. Fang Yumeng, I converted the silver I previously obtained into various resources, and the entertainment room is complete. The pool is a bit shallow, but its temperature has dropped to 30 degrees, making it a perfect retreat from the heat. So happy. She attached a screenshot that revealed her entertainment room, identical to Luo Yu's advanced version. Yet her pool's water level was merely 20 centimeters due to the absence of a water circulation system, relying on manual filling. Fortunately, she had recruited a number of laborers. At that moment, she and 2 other base members were enjoying a refreshing respite in the pool while other base members and animals lounged nearby, seeking relief from the sweltering heat. Chapter 100. Enhancing base defense. When the topic of swimming pools arose, it sparked an engaging conversation. Not only Fang Yumeng, but also Alice and the others, excluding Nyoda, had constructed luxurious recreation rooms, complete with screenshots. Everyone possesses remarkable skills. Luo Yu, do you not wear swimsuits while lounging in the water? Fang Yumeng, you asked too many questions. No more inquiries allowed. Naker, what is a swimsuit? Fang Yumeng, Naker, don't ask him. He is deliberately teasing us. Humph. Luo Yu, teasing? I am merely showing concern for you all. Naker, shall I design a Band-Aid swimsuit for you? Elina, what is a Band-Aid swimsuit? Can we all wear it, given that our figures are similar? Fang Yumeng, Luo Yu, what on earth are you talking about? Naker, oh, is Luo Yu gifting me a swimsuit? I'm looking forward to it. Luo Yu could already envision Fang Yumeng's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to provide a proper explanation. Luo Yu, all right, I'll send each of you one. Fang Yumeng, Luo Yu, if you dare send me a Band-Aid swimsuit, I'll give you a beating. Luo Yu, ha ha ha. At that moment, Luo Yu also reclined in the swimming pool to cool off, playfully teasing the girls in the group, and life felt joyful. In the afternoon, Luo Yu returned to the kitchen to prepare meat cans, all while keeping a close watch on the world channel. He noticed that some crops had withered extensively due to drought. No need to rush. He would wait until the drought worsened before selling the meat cans. By the end of the afternoon, he had produced 120 meat cans, and his cooking level was on the verge of advancing. During his evening bath, Luo Yu entered the arena to earn some gold, only to find it deserted. Everyone was preoccupied with the heatwave, and even the usual PK participants were absent. After waiting for a quarter of an hour for anyone to join his gold betting game, he found it dull. Upon exiting the arena, Luo Yu received a notification. You have enjoyed a bath, gaining 2 strength. This was a delightful reward from his leisure activity. He accessed the auction house and began purchasing wood, intending to construct defensive equipment. Currently, the eastern front is fortified with automatic flying axe throwers, which Luo Yu deemed sufficient for frontal defense. To the north lies a small lake, inhabited by a giant octopus and a large snake, which posed no immediate concern. The west serves as a stronghold. To reach it, one must circumvent either the north or south, with the north being impassable. Thus, by bolstering the southern defense, they could effectively thwart any enemies attempting to encroach upon the western stronghold. It was a twofold strategy. To completely seal off the southern approach to the base, the simplest solution would be to construct a wall, extending directly from the base to its edge, adorned with various defensive devices. This would effectively deter enemy flanking maneuvers. Given that their territory had expanded by 29 due to various enhancements, the distance from the base to the southern wall on the territory's edge is 387 kilometers. The entire perimeter of the square base measures just over 600 meters, including the walls surrounding the vegetable garden. This would require immense resources. And while it could be considered in the future, it was clearly unfeasible at present. How could he achieve impeccable defense without depleting substantial materials? Luo Yu pondered alone in the bathroom. After much contemplation, an idea struck him: constructing bunkers. Although the technology for bunkers had not yet been unlocked, he could utilize a short segment of wall, outfitted with automatic crossbows, to serve as a makeshift bunker. The effective coverage range of the southern arrow towers and automatic crossbows is 150 meters, meaning he could erect a segment of wall at a distance of 140 meters. Equipped with automatic crossbows, the optimal range for these crossbows is within 100 meters, allowing for an additional wall to be built at that distance, creating a series of defenses extending to the edge of the territory. Should enemies attempt to flank, they would inevitably traverse the range of the crossbows. Any attempt to dismantle the automatic crossbows would result in being barraged by the neighboring ones. Thus, the entire southern front could be effectively sealed. With the northern front secured by the small lake, and the enemy approaching from the east, the western side of the base would remain exceptionally safe. The defenses on the west could be partially decommissioned, allowing for extensive territory use for agriculture, forestry, or grazing without the need for walls. Having grasped the key elements, a look of delight spread across Luo Yu's face. He recalculated. The distance from the southern wall to the edge of the territory is 387 kilometers, necessitating the construction of 38 automatic crossbows. Automatic crossbow, 500 shots wood 5,000, iron or 1,000, silver 500. In total, this requires 190,000 wood, 38,000 iron ore, and 19,000 silver. Currently, the territory has 305,000 silver and 23,000 iron ore, which is insufficient, but this project is not one to be completed in haste. Luo Yu planned to sell the meat cans the following day to assess potential earnings. A night swiftly passed, and upon awakening, Luo Yu was drenched in sweat. Glancing at the temperature, which had soared to a staggering 49 degrees. 49 degrees so early in the morning was unbearable. After dressing, he felt considerably more comfortable. Checking the World Channel, he found the usual complaints persisted. Many lamented their dire circumstances, some yearning to confess their feelings before departing, others cursing fate. And various reflections on life filled the discourse. The heat wave was indeed terrifying, with no clear end in sight. However, these voices were merely the lamentations of the weak. The prevailing sentiment on the World Channel remained focused on commerce, trading goods to combat the oppressive heat. After a hearty breakfast, the group became lively once more. Naker, I spent an entire day preparing 10 meat cans. Should we sell them? Fong Yuming, I made some as well. Elina, I checked both the world and regional channels. Crops have mostly withered, and any preserved meat without cold storage has likely spoiled. Our current stock of meat cans should sell exceptionally well. The girls in the group had followed Luo Yu's advice and purchased ice, and with the construction of their luxurious recreation rooms, they had placed them atop the ice cellars. The food stored in the ice cellars was no longer threatened by high temperatures, and with the previous catch of the giant black fish, they had ample fish meat for canning. Now, the moment for this small collective to amass wealth had arrived. Alice, Luo Yu, are you there? The timing for selling is up to you to decide. Chapter 101. Luo Yu. A conscientious merchant. Luo Yu responded, I too believe the time to profit has arrived. First, we must agree on a unified price. Under normal conditions, food spoils in 10 days. However, in the current high temperatures, the spoilage time is reduced to just 2 days. Presently, a simple dish with a 2-day shelf life has been inflated to a staggering 1,000 silver coins, and yet it remains scarce. Fong Yume lamented, indeed. The drought-induced food crisis is terrifying. Prices now rival those from when we first entered the realm of heaven. She inquired, Luo Yu, what should we price our canned meat? Let's double it, Luo Yu stated decisively. Each can will be priced at 2,500 silver coins. A hush fell over the group. Nicole cautiously remarked, Luo Yu, are we being too ruthless? 2,500 silver coins. I feel my hands trembling. Alice asked, Luo Yu, what are your thoughts? Please elaborate for everyone. Luo Yu explained, our canned meat has the same nutritional value as a simple dish. One can sustain a person for a day. Hunger is sweeping through the realm of heaven, and 2,500 silver coins offer a glimmer of hope for survival. For someone on the brink of starvation, such an offer is irresistible. By charging 2,500 silver coins, we could potentially save a life. This is not ruthless at all. After this discourse, everyone found Luo Yu's proposal quite reasonable, and ultimately, they all endorsed the pricing. Without further ado, they proceeded to list the product. Luo Yu possessed a total of 235 cans and decided to test the waters by listing 100 first. Fong Yume asked, has everyone listed their items? I will announce it to the world. After receiving affirmations from the group, Fong Yume posted a global message, freshly produced canned meat, with a minimum shelf life of 15 days under the heat, is now available at the auction house. Those wishing to survive, act quickly. The response was instantaneous and explosive. Oh my, someone is finally selling canned meat. I bet someone has unlocked the relevant technology. Wait, 2,500 silver coins per can? Is this dish crafted from gold? That's exorbitantly priced. I would rather starve than buy your cans. But if we don't buy, will we just wait to starve? Can silver be consumed? The world echoed with myriad voices, but these were of little consequence. What mattered was that within 10 seconds, all the listed canned meat was sold out. Wow. Your reflexes are astonishing. It's all gone. Is that seller still around? Do they have more stock? Message me. I'm starving. So hungry. Simultaneously, Luo Yu received a notification. You sold canned meat and earned silver. 250,000. A staggering 250,000 silver coins. Luo Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, and the girls in the group were overjoyed. Nicole exclaimed, "You received 25,000 silver coins. How delightful." Fang Yume added, "I was thinking of building an arrow tower. Now I can afford it." Elena remarked, "Indeed, we must focus on constructing the arrow tower, but the priority should be on producing more canned meat." Nyota chimed in, "I also made 2 cans, earning 5,000 silver coins. This is the most money I've ever had." Alice advised, "Now that we have funds, we should invest in personal attributes to ensure our own strength." Luo Yu praised, "Indeed, Sister Alice is astute. Individual strength is crucial in the realm of heaven. I recommend a balanced development." Laughter and cheer filled the group as they resolved to mobilize all resources to produce canned meat, seizing this lucrative opportunity. They were undeterred by the heat. The premium entertainment room maintained a comfortable temperature, allowing them to work during the day. Seeing the members so jubilant, Luo Yu wore a genuine smile. Small communities in the realm of heaven are indeed vital. Amidst the constant emergence of various challenges, they can support one another, significantly enhancing their survival efficiency. Furthermore, in future battles against bosses, they could fight together and share resources. Luo Yu sincerely hoped this group would grow increasingly formidable. Having sold out all the canned meat, he still had 135 cans left. Upon checking the auction house, he noticed others had followed suit and listed canned meat as well. Those who had unlocked the sealed meat block production technology were not solely Luo Yu's group, since it had been obtained from the Black Fish boss. Others could acquire it too. The primary concern remained whether they possessed ice cellars to store the meat. Luo Yu, however, could continuously produce it. Those who followed suit priced their canned meat at 3,000 silver coins, drawing a chorus of complaints from the world. Yet, despite the grievances, purchasing remained necessary. Luo Yu understood market trends. If he priced his current batch of canned meat at 3,000 silver coins, the next wave could reach 3,500. Capital is ever greedy, seeking greater profits without regard for ethics. However, such actions could destabilize the market. Rampant price inflation would provoke consumer backlash, exceeding their psychological price threshold, ultimately leading to unsold goods. After careful consideration, Luo Yu listed 20 cans at 2,500 silver coins. The world responded immediately. That conscientious merchant is selling canned meat again. Conscience indeed. In an instant, the 20 cans were snatched up, prompting Luo Yu to list another 30 cans, now priced at 3,000 silver coins. Those rogues are merchants. We will not buy from greedy merchants. We shall support the conscientious one at 2,500. Exactly. We refuse to purchase from those unscrupulous traders. Let them keep their goods. As anticipated, the market reacted swiftly. This was consumer backlash. Yet, the conscientious merchant at 2,500 had ceased restocking. Luo Yu was determined not to restock until the 3,000 silver cans were sold out. While continuously producing more canned meat in the kitchen, he awaited the sale of this batch. After just over an hour, the stock finally sold out. This time took longer. Evidently, the 3,000 silver price was nearing its limit. Checking the auction house again, he saw that others had raised their prices to 3,500 silver coins. The world erupted in curses, denouncing not just the individuals but the very planet, and even the galaxy they hailed from. Some even launched diatribes against the Milky Way, claiming its inhabitants were inferior. Luo Yu felt a vein throb on his forehead. He promptly listed another 30 cans at 2,500 silver coins, adding a note in the product description. Canned meat is being sold at a bargain. I am from the Milky Way, so please do not insult us, the kind and lovely beings of this galaxy. Chapter 102, Blocking the South and Building Infrastructure. The conscientious merchants of the galaxy have restocked their wares. My apologies for cursing the galaxy earlier. Long live the galaxy. The beings of Taurus are the true scoundrels. What do we have to do with the Taurus? The gentlemen of the galaxy are charming, and the ladies are exquisite. Forming parties in the galaxy can also lead to companionship. I am male, and I hope you are too. In an instant, the world channel was filled with praises for the galaxy. Amidst this chorus of admiration, Luo Yu joyfully collected his earnings and subsequently listed 3,000 cans of meat for sale. After navigating through various transactions, Luo Yu successfully sold all the meat cans at an average price of 2,800, earning a total of 378,000 silver coins from 135 cans. Adding the previous 250,000, he amassed a staggering profit of 628,000, bringing the base's current silver total to a remarkable 933,000. A fortune. Nearly $1 million. Luo Yu gazed at the string of numbers in his account. his heart brimming with joy. Let us spend it immediately. Following his earlier plan, Luo Yu began purchasing wood to craft automatic crossbow arrows. Why arrows instead of arrow towers? Because arrow towers are too large a target and more susceptible to destruction. The current market price for wood is 2.5 silver per unit. And constructing 38 crossbows would require 190,000 units of wood. Without hesitation, Luo Yu decided to purchase 200,000 units of wood. Just like that, 500,000 silver coins vanished. How swift the arrival and departure of wealth. Next came the iron ore. A total of 38,000 units were required, and the base had 23,000, necessitating the purchase of 15,000 more. The price of iron ore remained stable at a 2:1 ratio, so Luo Yu opted to buy 20,000 units for a mere 40,000 silver coins, which was quite reasonable. With all materials ready for crafting the automatic crossbow arrows, Luo Yu donned a sun hat and stepped out through the south gate, beginning the construction of a wall segment every 100 meters. Each segment stood 1 meter long and 5 meters high, perfectly suited for placing crossbows atop. Rather than a wall, they resembled abrupt square stone pillars. These stone pillars extended all the way to the southern border of the territory, culminating in 38 pillars, each adorned with an automatic crossbow, effectively sealing off the entire southern side. This endeavor garnered a total of 900 points, although the crossbows contributed only 50 points. Their defensive capabilities could offset at least 300 luxury points. Utilizing defensive weapons to boost scores is indeed the safest strategy. By the time all was completed, night had fallen. Luo Yu stood atop the watchtower, observing the stone pillars in the southern direction, a profound sense of security enveloping him. He found himself wishing for an attack to test the effectiveness of his defenses. After all, the crossbows were portable, and if their performance was lacking, they could easily be reassembled back into the wall. After enjoying dinner with 3 adorable companions, who then went off to play in the water, Luo Yu continued his industrious work, churning out more meat cans. The group was buzzing with activity, eager not to miss out on this lucrative opportunity. Luo Yu worked tirelessly until midnight, producing 150 additional cans of meat, ready for another profitable sale. After a refreshing shower to wash away fatigue, he collapsed onto his large bed, receiving a notification: "You have gained 1 constitution." The luxurious diamond bed was indeed comfortable. He gradually drifted off to sleep. And upon waking in the morning, another notification greeted him. "You have gained the frenzy buff, global work speed 50, agility 5, lasting 3 days. Huh, another buff? Checking his status bar, Luo Yu noted that the frenzy effect had stacked, now granting him a global work speed of 200 and a cooking efficiency of 300. The speed was astonishing. Time to get to work. However, before diving into tasks, Luo Yu needed to sell the meat cans he had produced overnight. Following the same method as before, at an average price of 2,800, the 150 cans quickly sold out, netting him an additional 420,000 silver coins. After spending so much the previous day, he checked his balance, 820,000. In this vast universe teeming with diverse races and beings, it seems wealth is abundant. After breakfast, Luo Yu eagerly resumed his meat can production early in the day, with the girls in the group also enthusiastically joining in. Unlike Luo Yu, each of them had at least 3 people in their territories, albeit with slower efficiency. It took them nearly 2 hours to produce a single can of meat. However, with more hands on deck, their output was significant, and as their skills improved, their speed increased. As for concerns about culinary levels and potential food poisoning, well, it wasn't tea for them to eat. So at this critical moment, one could only suppress their conscience, whether they faced poisoning or not. It was perhaps better to lay in bed and expend less energy. Everyone was fervently engaged in their tasks, while Luo Yu did not require assistance from his adorable companions. As his efficiency was exceedingly high, he could produce a meat can every 3 minutes, amounting to 20 cans an hour, flowing like a well-oiled assembly line. Even he found his speed somewhat absurd. At this time, Xiao Jin was outdoors, hauling a mining cart and cutting stones, while Xiao Dai, unable to endure the heat, could only lounge in the pool. Xiao Kong had also stopped fishing, running back and forth in the kitchen and warehouse to help Luo Yu prepare ingredients. Today, the outdoor temperature soared to 52 degrees, causing the air to distort from the heat. Luo Yu remained vigilant, monitoring the system interface, keeping an eye on the temperatures of the warehouse, cellar, and entertainment room. Thankfully, all remained within safe limits, particularly the entertainment room, which, despite the sweltering conditions, maintained a temperature below 30 degrees, quite impressive. In the kitchen, Luo Yu habitually reached for the ingredients Xiao Kong handed him, only to encounter something hard. "You have received Xiao Kong's treasure chest 1. Luo Yu paused momentarily, and Xiao Kong chirped happily, affectionately nuzzling his hand with her little head. You mean to say you tripped over something while walking, only to discover it was a treasure chest? Chirp, chirp. Xiao Kong nodded enthusiastically. My dear little darling. You always manage to bring me something delightful. Luo Yu picked her up and gave her a kiss, only to realize she was drenched in sweat. Indeed. Xiao Kong's optimal comfort temperature was 60 degrees, with the outside temperature at 52 degrees in direct sunlight. Even she was perspiring profusely from running around. Gently, Luo Yu wiped the sweat from her face and softly said, Rest now. Go play in the water with your sister Xiao Dai. Chirp. Xiao Kong shook her head, clinging to Luo Yu's arm to indicate she did not wish to leave, wanting to stay by her master's side. Oh, my precious little darling. Luo Yu's affection for Xiao Kong deepened. First, he would open the treasure chest and see what delightful surprises his little companion had brought him. With 3 more critical hits remaining, Luo Yu silently recited a phrase in his heart before opening the chest. Chapter 103. Beast-Tide Assault under extreme difficulty, triggered 100-fold critical strike. You have acquired Assault Summoner, Animals, 1. Gold grade, disposable item, oh, an Animal Assault Summoner? A faint smile graced Luo Yu's lips. He had been diligently producing canned meat recently, resulting in a rapid depletion of their meat reserves. This summoner presented a timely opportunity to replenish their stock. It was the hottest part of the afternoon, and summoning animals to attack in such sweltering conditions would work to his advantage, as most creatures would lack the vigor to mount a proper offensive. After affectionately patting Xiao Kong's head, directing her to the pool for a swim, Luo Yu ascended the watchtower with the assault summoner in hand. He meticulously reconfigured the automatic crossbows, shifting some from the southern perimeter to reinforce the front walls. Animals, unlike tribes, would invariably charge straight ahead, making it prudent to fortify their primary line of defense. Satisfied with the preparations, Luo Yu activated the summoner. You have used the assault summoner. Please select the difficulty level of the assault. The assault summoner offered a spectrum of difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, extreme, king, and hell. A misjudgment could lead to the base being overrun. After a moment's deliberation, Luo Yu opted for extreme. His base boasted not only an array of formidable defensive installations, but also the presence of Xiao Jin, a formidable boss. The primary allure of the extreme difficulty lay in the potential for diverse ecological animal encounters, rather than a monotonous single-species onslaught. The possibility of encountering beastkin was also a tantalizing prospect. Capturing a beastkin would be a delightful outcome. Upon confirming his selection, a prompt materialized. Your territory is now under assault by a diverse array of animals, totaling 278. The number of attackers was determined algorithmically, outside of month-end assaults. The standard was 1 unit per 200 rating points. With a base rating of 13,900, Luo Yu's territory would typically face approximately 69, 5 units during a regular assault. However, the selection of extreme mode quadrupled the assault strength, resulting in a total of 278 animals. Luo Yu invoked his Beastmaster trait, promptly summoning Xiao Jin to his side. She emerged from the pool, her form still glistening with moisture, and shyly inquired, Master, why did you summon me so suddenly? I haven't even dried off yet. Luo Yu cast an appraising gaze upon Xiao Jin, chuckling softly. It seems my attention has been diverted for too long, Xiao Jin. Has your physique improved? The defensive capabilities of your chest seem to have been enhanced. Chest, defensive capabilities? Xiao Jin was initially taken aback, but upon realizing the implication, her face flushed crimson as she instinctively shielded her chest. Pervert. Master is such a tease, she retorted playfully. Luo Yu laughed heartily. The addition of entertainment value to the beastkin necessitated indulging in a bit of playful banter. At that moment, a multitude of wild animals materialized at the edge of their territory. A closer inspection revealed a menagerie of creatures: tigers, leopards, wolves, rhinoceroses, elephants, zebras, giraffes, centipedes, scorpions, all charging headlong toward the base. Oh dear, an animal assault. Xiao Jin inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash her signature roar of the adorable tiger, but Luo Yu interjected, Hold. Let's observe the situation first. The roar of the adorable tiger was already poised on her lips. Xiao Jin nearly lost her breath upon hearing his command. In the distance, the thundering herd of animals advanced, their approach shaking the very ground. Luo Yu discerned that some of the creatures were graded. There were black iron-grade elephants and rhinoceroses among them. As the animals surged forward, many faltered and collapsed from heatstroke after only traversing 200 to 300 meters. The intense heat was taking its toll. Luo Yu chuckled at the sight. It was the hottest part of the afternoon, with temperatures soaring close to 54°C. Only the most exceptionally adapted animals could withstand such extreme conditions. Every 200 to 300 meters, another wave of animals succumbed to the heat. By the time the herd reached the range of the catapults, only about 100 remained. Boom. The catapults roared to life. The upgraded catapults unleashed a double volley of explosive projectiles, obliterating the lead desert centipede in a pair of direct hits. Such power! Luo Yu was astonished by the enhanced capabilities of the modified catapults. Thump thump. 2 more explosive stones were launched, toppling the heat-resistant desert scorpions. The black iron-grade rhinoceroses, lumbering behind, inadvertently crushed the scorpions underfoot. The remaining beasts soon entered the range of the arrow towers and automatic crossbows. Under a hail of arrows, the 100-odd animals fell in droves. As they closed within 50 meters, the arrow volleys intensified, resembling a torrential downpour. Most of the animals succumbed during their charge, leaving only the black iron-grade rhinoceroses and elephants with any remaining combat effectiveness. However, even these behemoths were riddled with arrows, resembling porcupines. As for the large tiger, initially deemed a significant threat by Luo Yu, its dense fur coat suggested an origin in frigid climes. The oppressive heat had long since rendered it unconscious, and it was likely already deceased. Such was the consequence of diverse ecological encounters. Thwack! With a dull thud, the automatic axe launcher fired, sending a stone axe spinning toward the rhinoceros. The axe struck the rhinoceros squarely on the forehead. The stone axe shattered upon impact, and the rhinoceros bellowed in agony before collapsing. The fact that even a rhinoceros could be felled by a single axe strike filled Luo Yu with delight. However, the rhinoceros, being a black iron-grade creature renowned for its thick hide, shook its head and regained its footing. It roared defiantly and leaped over the moat. Alas! Another axe hurtled toward it, striking its body and sending it tumbling once more. Fearing that the rhinoceros might be killed, Luo Yu instructed Xiao Jin, capture the rhinoceros and elephant alive. Understood. Xiao Jin leaped from the watchtower, landing directly in front of the black iron rhinoceros. The rhinoceros, previously unaware of Xiao Jin's presence due to the fog of war, was petrified by the sudden appearance of the legendary gold Jezebel, especially at such close range. With a single punch, Xiao Jin rendered the rhinoceros unconscious. She then repeated the process, incapacitating the black iron-grade elephant and dragging both creatures by their legs into the enclosure. Congratulations! You have successfully defended against the beast-tide attack. Is that all? A smile played on Luo Yu's lips. The 200-odd animals had failed to even reach the walls, making the encounter disappointingly anticlimactic. If only I had selected Hell mode with a 100-fold critical strike. Of course. His greatest regret was the absence of beastkin in the assault. A pity, indeed. The assault summoner pearl in his hand had already shattered. Luo Yu smiled faintly, descended from the watchtower, and began to address the aftermath. The first order of business was, of course, taming the 2 black iron-grade animals. With a 3-star tamer, a taming level of LV9, the benefits of the taming field, and the fear instilled in the animals by Xiao Jin, the process was effortless. After administering herbal remedies, Luo Yu scrutinized their attributes. Savage 2-horned white rhinoceros, black iron-grade, male, adult strength 41, constitution 49, agility 23, whorled ear mammoth, black iron-grade, male, adult strength 50. Constitution 56, agility 21. The 2 black iron-grade animals possessed respectable attributes. Being herbivores, their dietary needs were minimal, with ample grass available. Moreover, their thick hides granted them some resilience to the heat, rendering them suitable as laborers during the heat wave. The elephants and rhinoceros could frolic by the lake without compromising the base's hygiene, which was advantageous. Luo Yu commenced an inspection for any surviving animals. After a thorough examination, most had perished. Those clinging to life were beyond resuscitation. The intense heat resulted in an exceedingly high mortality rate among the animals, whose low constitution and lack of grade rendered them vulnerable. With over 200 animals, Luo Yu had to butcher them before complete decomposition set in. He enlisted the assistance of Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong, both of whom possessed butchering capabilities and could operate in the sweltering heat. Additionally, he instructed the healed rhinoceros and elephant to transport the animal carcasses to the lakeside butchering site, racing against the heat wave to salvage as much meat as possible. Fortunately, the sun was about to descend. Luo Yu's butchering efficiency proved astonishing. With a 300 efficiency, coupled with over 100 points of strength and a keen, his butchering prowess was formidable. Xiao Kong continuously ferried meat to the ice cellar, while Xiao Jin assisted in transporting animal corpses to the lakeside, leaving Luo Yu to manage the butchering single-handedly. After 2 hours, the animal carcasses began to rot, prompting Luo Yu to cease butchering. While not all had been processed, the remaining ones, infested with maggots, were incinerated. This endeavor yielded 300,000 units of meat, causing the warehouse to overflow. There would be no further concerns regarding the raw materials for meat canning. Having completed this task, Luo Yu plunged into the lake for a refreshing swim, only to nearly be steamed alive. The surface temperature of the lake was elevated due to the heat wave, causing the giant octopus and serpent to retreat to the depths. After ridding himself of the blood stench, Luo Yu contemplated constructing an automated butchering platform capable of autonomously processing animals, lamenting the absence of a blueprint. Following dinner with everyone, Luo Yu diligently commenced the production of canned meat. Before midnight, he listed 100 cans of meat, maintaining an average price of 2,800, yielding a substantial profit of 280,000 silver, bringing his total to 1 million silver. He had indeed become affluent. After an evening ablution, Luo Yu, lying in bed, resisted sleep as he began augmenting Shao Kong and Shao Dai's attributes. Shao Jin could no longer benefit from silver-based attribute enhancements, but the other two could. As beast companions who remained inseparable from Luo Yu, their strength was his own. Now flush with funds, he proceeded to enhance them. Their original attribute values were Jingyue, beast companion, strength 100, constitution 50, agility 50. Bewitching butterfly, strength 60, constitution 60, agility 70. Each upgrade cost 2,000 silver, requiring a total of 210 upgrades for both adorable creatures to reach 100 in all attributes. After a frenzy of upgrades, totaling 420,000 silver, the base's remaining silver stood at 680,000. Jingyue beast companion, strength 100, constitution 100, agility 100. Bewitching butterfly, strength 100, constitution 100, agility 100. Complete. Their attributes had all reached 100. Henceforth, aside from their inherent growth, they would, like Luo Yu, rely on randomly acquired buffs to gain attribute points. However, their buffs primarily pertained to fur growth and milk production progress, rarely yielding attribute points. Notably, enhancing constitution also elevated the maximum and minimum comfortable temperatures, albeit subtly, which was advantageous. In the context of the heat wave, enhancing constitution was deemed essential. With the enhancements completed, Luo Yu exhaled in relief and promptly fell asleep. Upon awakening, he checked the notifications as usual. You have gained 1 constitution from sleeping. After donning his attire and practicing a set of Gale Blade techniques, Luo Yu, intending to prepare breakfast, received another notification. Your Gale Blade technique has been upgraded to the 2nd tier, increasing its power. Finally, an upgrade. Perseverance prevailed. Luo Yu, in high spirits, proceeded to work. The day's temperature mirrored yesterday's, with a morning reading of 51 C. While there was no decrease, there was no increase either, which provided some relief. It appeared that the temperature had peaked, signaling the imminent stabilization and decline of the heat wave. However, the ordeal would still be arduous. Luo Yu continued to operate at full capacity, producing canned meat, while the group remained highly active. Everyone was counting their earnings with fervor. Prompt: the Mercenary Plaza has a request for you to eliminate the large black fish within the territory for a commission of 5,000. Do you accept? No. Luo Yu promptly declined and adjusted his Mercenary Plaza profile to indicate that he would not be accepting any tasks during the heat wave. Why would he squander his time on such trivial matters? Luo Yu, smirking, prepared to resume meat canning when another prompt appeared. Your water storage is insufficient. Kitchen sinks, cleaning stations, and other items cannot continue to function. What? No water? He hastily inspected the water tanks, confirming that both the water tank and the water tower were depleted, with not a single drop remaining. The water pump's operational status indicated a mere 40 liters. A wind-powered water pump could only extract 40 liters per day due to the absence of wind. The significance of water to the base was paramount, particularly for a base like Luo Yu's. Without water, numerous tasks became impossible. With the installation of automatic sprinklers, water consumption had surged. In the absence of natural wind during the heat wave, he promptly accessed the water cycle technology to explore potential solutions. The lightning water pump technology was not yet unlocked, and wind power was unavailable. The only option was the fire-powered water pump. Fire-powered water pump extracts water by burning energy, with a daily extraction volume of 500 liters and a daily energy consumption of 100. Materials: stone 2,000, silver 300, iron ore 300. The construction cost was lower than that of the wind-powered water pump, and the daily extraction volume was consistent, but it required burning wood. The current market price for 100 units of wood was 250 silver. Luo Yu began to calculate. During the heat wave, the 4 sprinklers consumed 8 tons of water daily, with an additional 2 tons required to maintain the pool's water circulation and 1 ton consumed by cooking, cleaning stations, and sinks. Chapter 105: The Rise of Energy Technology. In addition to the bath, toilet, and the water consumed daily, the total water usage amounted to approximately 0.5 tons, resulting in an overall estimate of around 12 tons. It is no wonder that the water tower had been depleted of its considerable reserves. With no wind present, The wind-powered water pump was rendered a mere ornament. To ensure a continuous water supply, 24 fire-powered water pumps would be required. Upon inspecting the stone bricks available in the territory, the 3.7W stone bricks could indeed produce 18 fire-powered water pumps, but the daily consumption of timber equated to a staggering 4,500 silver coins. Absurd. Luo Yu was utterly reluctant to burn wood. A new challenge arose. As long as one's resolve remains unshaken, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Luo Yu's mind. Right? Our small group has unlocked the thermal energy supply technology. With the funds to burn wood, why not construct thermal energy collection panels instead? He hastily opened the technology tree. Thermal energy collection panel. Stone bricks 1000, silver 1000, copper or 1000. Beast Soul Core 1. Thermal energy absorption conversion rate. Daily 0 to 1000 energy units. The concept of energy units is straightforward. 1 unit of energy is produced by the combustion of a single unit of wood, meaning this thermal energy collection panel could convert a maximum of 1000 units of wood daily. Of course, just as the wind-powered water pump requires wind, this panel needs heat to absorb thermal energy. While one might argue that it is expensive, the real absurdity lies in the requirement of the Beast Soul Core. How could a mere panel demand such a high-tech component? Luo Yu rolled his eyes but acknowledged that this seemingly permanent energy panel was indeed a highly advanced item, leaving him momentarily speechless. Thus, he decided to revise his personal advertisement at the Mercenary Plaza. Anonymous human, black iron level offering free assistance in exterminating the great black fish. With a contract required, the Beast Soul Core obtained will belong to me. This price was somewhat extravagant, essentially a 50,000 silver entry fee, contingent upon the willingness of the other party. For now, it seemed prudent to purchase the Beast Soul Cores. Clicking on the auction house, Luo Yu spent 100,000 silver to acquire 2 Beast Soul Cores and proceeded to the rooftop of his villa. He intended to install the thermal energy panels atop the roof, akin to solar panels for optimal thermal energy absorption. Before clicking to build, he tentatively murmured a phrase in his mind. 100-fold critical hit triggered. The thermal energy collection panel you clicked to build has been upgraded to powerful thermal energy absorption platform. It truly worked. The thermal energy collection panel did not count as a building but was classified as furniture, which could indeed be subjected to critical hits. A dazzling light appeared, revealing a large stone basin intricately carved with various mystical runes, exuding an aura of luxury. He quickly checked the specifications. Powerful thermal energy absorption platform. Thermal energy absorption conversion rate. Daily 500 to 10,000 energy units. This item may not possess the 100-fold efficacy of the energy panel, but it was likely the apex of thermal energy furniture capable of critical hits at this stage. Even without such an extraordinary multiplier, it was still astonishingly powerful. It could output a minimum of 500 units of thermal energy daily, with a maximum reaching 10,000. Observing the current status of the thermal energy absorption platform, he noted, thermal energy output, 3000. Under hot conditions, this robust energy output could simultaneously power 30 fire-powered water pumps. Luo Yu was elated. With 1 Beast Soul Core remaining, he hurriedly murmured again in his mind. Note, energy-related furniture can only trigger a critical hit once per year. Alas, it failed. Energy furniture can only achieve a critical hit once annually, a limitation even greater than that found in the marketplace. This was understandable, as unlimited critical hits on energy sources could lead to an excess, attracting formidable higher beings to attack. What appears as a restriction is, in fact, a form of protection. Thus, he resolved to create a standard energy collection panel. With a flick of his finger, a simple black energy panel was crafted, just a rectangular slab of black stone adorned with engravings, exuding an unassuming charm. Thermal energy collection panel. Current thermal energy output 500. The 500 power output should not be underestimated. Satisfied, Luo Yu glanced at the territory rating, which surged by 2400. The ordinary thermal energy collection panel contributed 400 points, while the powerful absorption platform accounted for a staggering 2000 points. 2000. How terrifying. Luo Yu's heart fluttered. He chose to remain optimistic. Though the intensity of assaults had increased, the rewards following successful defenses were also substantial. The monthly settlement would yield an additional 20,000 silver coins. Yes, quite the bargain. He reassured himself and shifted his focus. Now was not the time to contemplate attacks. Instead, he needed to put the thermal energy to use swiftly. Fire-powered water pumps should ideally not be placed outdoors, as they could be damaged by the elements. He planned to construct a pump house nearby the water tower, where all hydraulic facilities would be conveniently located. Opening the construction page, Luo Yu scoured the workshop options and eventually found the desired structure. Heat-resistant greenhouse, rough internal environment, effectively withstands heat emitted from within. Preventing wall melting and structural collapse, stone bricks 5,000, silver 500, heat-resistant materials 500, materials like copper and iron could be counted as heat-resistant, which merely required additional iron ore. Luo Yu promptly chose to build. Before his eyes, a seemingly ordinary stone house materialized. While it appeared plain from the outside, the interior was exceedingly rough, resembling a shell of a house. He planned to plant some flowers later to enhance its aesthetic appeal. At this moment, Luo Yu could not afford to be concerned with such details. He directly commenced the construction of the fire-powered water pumps. After a flurry of clicks, small boiler-like structures emerged. Arranged in impeccable order, he successfully constructed 16 fire-powered water pumps in one go. Fire-powered water pump, daily water extraction, 500 liters, current power, 0, with no fuel added. The power was naturally at 0. First, Luo Yu constructed the pipeline, extending a water pipe from the pump house directly to the small lake. This pipeline was separate from the wind-powered water pump, which, although requiring additional stone materials, prevented the risk of a single pipeline failure leading to a complete water outage for the territory. Next, another pipeline was established from the pump house to the adjacent water tank, ensuring a continuous water supply. Now, it was time for energy. Energy pipeline, per meter silver 10, iron or 10, copper or 10. Though the energy pipelines were rather costly, all energy must traverse these conduits. So he proceeded. One energy pipeline snaked down from the villa's rooftop along the wall, then descended underground, ultimately connecting to the pump house and linking each fire-powered water pump. Having expended considerable resources, the energy connection was finally established. The moment the energy was activated, the fire-powered water pump sprang to life. Chapter 106. The Technological Replication Scroll. Each device operates at full capacity, with an efficiency of 500 liters. Luo Yu could even hear the sound of flowing water from the adjacent water tower. However, the current water extraction rate remains insufficient for the base's needs, primarily due to a lack of stone bricks to continue constructing the powerful water pumps. During the day, badgers are tirelessly excavating at the quarry, and at night, insects join in the digging, with little Jean fervently chopping away. This yields approximately 15,000 stone bricks each day, and by tomorrow, the issue will be resolved. Having finally tackled the water extraction problem, Luo Yu seized the opportunity to gather vegetables, as he was not preoccupied with canning meat. With ample irrigation, the vegetables matured rapidly. And today was the day for harvest. He diligently picked fruits and vegetables, including rice and other crops, and after sowing seeds post-harvest, he worked tirelessly until nightfall. Only he could endure such high temperatures to continue harvesting. Anyone else would succumb to heat exhaustion within 10 minutes. This harvest included an abundant variety of produce: apples, bananas, berries, rice, corn, potatoes, greens, cabbage, tomatoes, and more, totaling 40,000 units of vegetables, marking the highest yield from the garden thus far. After storing everything in the ice cellar, Luo Yu noticed it was nearing capacity. With an increased volume of goods, the heat generated rose, consequently elevating the overall temperature of the ice cellar. Fortunately, the temperature remained within a safe range, preventing the ice from melting. Luo Yu had contemplated placing water in the ice cellar to create ice blocks, but regrettably, it wouldn't freeze. The freezing point of water is below 0 C, which refers to the water's temperature rather than that of the ice cellar. After some calculations, he deduced that to freeze the water inside the ice cellar, the temperature would need to drop below -8 C, a feat currently unattainable. The technology for freezing remains locked, leaving him with no option but to proceed as is. Standing in the ice cellar, Luo Yu pondered the reasons behind the rising temperature. Aside from the increased volume of goods, frequent entry and exit contributed to the loss of cold air. Much like a refrigerator at home, opening and closing it too often hampers its cooling efficiency. He began to devise a solution, and, after some contemplation, he found a viable plan. The ice cellar is situated beneath the warehouse. By linking the two, he could utilize the warehouse's automatic storage feature for placing or retrieving items. This would eliminate the need for frequent trips to the ice cellar, allowing him to manage everything from the entrance. Navigating to the construction page, Luo Yu quickly discovered the method to establish the connection, integrating system-built structures with his own required merely 10,000 silver coins. With a swift tap of his finger, the integration was completed. Henceforth, Little Kong could simply toss the meat into the warehouse, and it would automatically teleport to the ice cellar, such convenience afforded by the advanced warehouse. Upon checking the plaque at the warehouse entrance, he noted that the overall capacity of the ice cellar was 300,000 food units, with the current count having reached 290,000. Among these, 240,000 were meat, while 50,000 were vegetables. He was truly on the brink of exceeding capacity, necessitating a swift consumption, particularly of the meat. Currently, meat prices were on the rise, having soared from 2 silver coins to 10 silver coins, a significant difference attributed to the lack of preservation methods. Glancing at the time, he discovered it was 7 p.m., the peak period for trading. Luo Yu realized it was unlikely he could get all the meat before the heat wave subsided. So he decided to list 40,000 units of meat at market price to test the waters. Meanwhile, he indulged in a relaxing bath. An hour later, the meat was sold out, netting Luo Yu a staggering profit of 400,000 silver coins. For others, the heat wave was a calamity, but for Luo Yu, it was akin to a windfall. The bathing experience was exquisite as he reclined against the tub, glancing at the 2 beast girls frolicking in the water. Little Jean. Little Kong, come over and give me a massage, he beckoned. Meow. Little Kong dashed over, while Little Jean blushed and retorted, perverted master. Enjoying the gentle massage from the beast girls, Luo Yu felt quite content when a notification chimed in. You engaged in a recreational activity. Due to the high entertainment value of your territory, your strength has increased by 2, current 106. Indeed, the entertainment value was not without merit. Having the massage him counted as a recreational activity, effortlessly boosting his attributes. As he contemplated the benefits of increasing entertainment value further, Fong Yuming chimed in the group chat. I just caught a fish and received a box containing a blank technological sharing scroll. She shared a screenshot. Team sharing technology scroll. Blank team members can replicate their unlocked technologies onto the scroll. Upon use, all team members will gain that technology. The sharer has a 10 chance of inheriting certain attributes, life skills, personal traits, etc., from the team trialists. Luo Yu, this is a splendid opportunity for mutual benefit. Alice, Luo Yu is right. This should fetch a good price at the auction house. Fong Yuming, has the automatic defense technology been unlocked? I seem to have nothing to share with you. Naker, Luo Yu must have something. He is the strongest. Fong Yuming, come on, Luo Yu, let us trade. I'll give you the scroll. A trade box appeared, and Fong Yuming placed the blank scroll inside. Clicking confirm without hesitation. This scroll could easily sell for at least 300,000. Was she truly gifting it to him? Such trust. Luo Yu silently marveled at her generosity, but accepted without hesitation, clicking confirm. Trade successful. You have received. Team sharing technology scroll, blank. Elena, Luo Yu. Have you unlocked the mercenary technology? Alice, the luminous plant technology is quite practical at this stage. Nyoda, I desire the visitor technology. As opinions flowed, a subtle smile graced Luo Yu's lips. Given such a golden opportunity, he aimed to replicate the most practical technology. After all, he was not making a donation with no potential returns. Luo Yu, I will replicate a technology that is quite useful, albeit costly. Fong Yuming, now that everyone has made some profit, you've piqued my interest. Without further ado, Luo Yu clicked to proceed. You will replicate the hydraulic circulation technology onto the scroll. Do you confirm? Upon confirming, he opted to use it immediately. Luo Yu utilized the team technology sharing scroll, and all team members have acquired hydraulic circulation technology. Everyone stood momentarily stunned upon receiving the notification, seemingly frozen for 3 seconds before comprehension dawned. Fong Yuming, my goodness, hydraulic circulation technology. The kind that's worth 50,000 in the world. Chapter 107. Profiting from the bloodbath, let the carpet roll out. Alice, Luo Yu, thank you. The goddess of light shall forever bless you. Alina, well, I admit you are quite an admirable man. Nickel, as expected of the man my sister has taken a liking to, she is absolutely enamored with you. Nyoda, brother, I can never repay your kindness. The reactions from the group were anticipated by Luo Yu, who replied with a serene smile, what are you all doing? It's merely a technology utilizing water. No need for such excitement, it's nothing monumental. Everyone, Fong Yuming, damn it, he has gotten carried away. Luo Yu could envision the excitement radiating from the girls. It was now his turn to reap the benefits. He silently chanted in his heart, you have shared technology. Beginning to randomly inherit various abilities from team members. Critical hit is triggered, inheritance success rate increased by 100 times. You have gained beast taming experience from Fong Yuming. Beast tamer personal trait 1 star, current trait. For stars, maximum grade of animals raised increased to 20. You have obtained shooting experience and sewing experience from Alice. Shooting level 4, current shooting LV12, sewing level 3, current sewing LV10. You have acquired combat experience from Alina, new personal trait. Fighter, current trait, 1 star. You have gained jumping and running experience from Nickel, agility 10, current agility 111. You have obtained physical strength experience from Yoda, constitution 4, current constitution, 108. All inheritances were successful. A flurry of system notifications startled Luo Yu. This surge in all aspects was astonishing. He even acquired a fighter trait that enhanced all martial arts damage by 10. A true windfall. Moreover, he had contributed nothing in return. A blood profit. Fan Yumeng. Luo Yu, how much experience have you gained from us? Have any life skills leveled up? Luo Yu, not much, just a slight increase. Nickel. Luo Yu is truly kind to us. If my sister were a human girl, she would surely marry him. Fan Yumeng. Who would want to marry him? He looks even younger than I do. Alice. Yumeng. Nickel meant her sister, right? Fan Yumeng, Yes, right, her sister. I meant that Luo Yu looks young. Luo Yu. I merely appear youthful. I am not small at all. Fan Yumeng. Huh? That sounds a bit strange. Luo Yu. Are you starting again? Alina. Starting what? What riddles are you all speaking? Nickel. I know. They call it and oppos. Driving the car and oppos. Back on their earth. Luo Yu. Just as the night deepens, shall the midnight car god set sail? Fan Yumeng. Ugh, you drive slowly by yourself. Honk honk honk. Engaging in conversation with everyone was always delightful. Having just profited immensely, Luo Yu felt exceptionally content. He truly did not anticipate that a critical hit could enhance the inheritance success rate. What a relief. That night, the wind picked up slightly, and the wind-powered water pump, which had been moving at a snail's pace, finally began to turn. Upon awakening the next morning, Luo Yu found no buffs present, as the base's various metrics were not high enough to guarantee buffs every day. Checking the temperature, he noticed a slight decline, bringing it down to 48. After 2 days of peak heat, there were signs of a retreating heat wave. While it was merely a slight reduction, everyone could see the dawn of hope. With hope came the motivation to survive. Canned meat was selling better. After selling canned meat throughout the morning, the base's silver reserves reached 1.3 million. Remembering yesterday's intention to enhance entertainment facilities, Luo Yu made his way to the entertainment room. The space had transformed into a barn, filled with animals playing in the water and sleeping. He herded the insects to the first floor, and along with Xiao Dai, spent some time cleaning the second floor before preparing to lay down carpets. While carpets did not add to entertainment value, they enhanced aesthetics and comfort. These two metrics were currently hidden data that had yet to be activated, requiring the unlocking of relevant technologies. Once activated, these metrics would provide various benefits to the base, similar to entertainment and sanitation values. Unlocking aesthetics required 100,000 silver and a sapphire, while comfort necessitated 100,000 silver and a ruby. Gems could only be mined or obtained from random chests. Although not yet unlocked, it was still essential to proceed, for only by laying carpets could items be placed atop them. After thoroughly cleaning the second floor, Luo Yu instructed Xiao Dai to clean the third floor while he stood in place, opening the furniture page. Carpets came in various types, much like other items, and could be upgraded from their basic form. Luo Yu intended to construct a high-grade carpet that would simultaneously enhance aesthetics and comfort. Comfortable and aesthetic high-grade carpet. Per square various furs 90, cotton, fabric 30, silver 30, gold 3, one word, expensive. Yet, with high cost comes high benefits. The more expensive, the greater the potential value increase, leading to a higher probability of obtaining buffs. Clicking on the high-grade carpet section, he chose a blue color and a simple checkered pattern for the entertainment room carpet, confirming his selection as a small piece of carpet materialized before him. This represented 1 square. The entire second floor of the entertainment room spanned 300 square meters, requiring a total of 27,000 furs, 9,000 cotton, 9,000 silver, and 900 gold. While he could not possibly gather that much fur, a recent wave of animal attacks had fortuitously provided a substantial amount of animal pelts, particularly from large creatures like giraffes. He had silver and gold, but fabric was lacking. Cotton was essentially fabric in the world of natural law, harvested in the form of cloth. Previously, Xiao Dai had consumed much fabric while making underwear, and Luo Yu intended to sell swimwear after the canned meat, which would require a considerable amount of fabric. Speaking of which, the cotton he had planted by the lakeside should be ripe by now. Approaching the small lake, he indeed found it ready for harvesting. This batch of cotton had been planted around the lake, covering a vast area. Luo Yu and Xiaokong began collecting and replanting. His work efficiency was remarkable. Within half a day, everything was completed. Coupled with yesterday's planting, his planting level had reached LV8, an unexpected achievement. He harvested a total of 30,000 units of fabric, effectively clearing the field. Even under highly fertile conditions, cotton could only mature in autumn. This was the last batch of fabric before fall. Time to get started on the carpet. Chapter 108. High entertainment value is good. Upon returning to the entertainment room, Luo Yu began to lay down the carpet. This time, he opted against using a critical hit, as carpeting requires a square-by-square installation, and a critical hit on a single square would hold little significance. After a brief while, the carpet was laid, transforming the second floor of the entertainment room into a much more aesthetically pleasing space. However, in stark contrast to the beautiful blue carpet, the bare walls appeared rather out of place. Having made such an effort, Luo Yu decided to adorn the walls as well. Navigating to the furniture page, he selected an elegant wall decoration. Aesthetic wall decoration, per square stone bricks x10, silver x10, emerald x3, gold x1. The cost was far more reasonable than that of the carpet, as this was merely a decorative enhancement rather than a new addition. With all materials at hand, he set to work on the renovation. After a flurry of activity, the walls of the second floor were revitalized, now adorned with beautiful and clean patterns that enhanced the overall appearance. It finally resembled a true entertainment room. Checking the base's rating, he noted that both the carpet and the walls contributed significantly to enjoyment, yielding an impressive 700 points. The overall score of the base had now soared to 19,000 points, while Feng Yuming and her companions hovered around 2,000 points, still faring quite well. The average score in the universe was merely 1,000 points, marking a staggering 19-fold difference. Luo Yu felt immense satisfaction with the growth of his territory. Moments later, Luo Yu, along with Xiao Kong, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Dai, removed their shoes and stood barefoot on the carpet, the three little ones joyfully trotting about on the soft surface. As highly intelligent creatures, they too could earn attribute points from the various enhancements of the territory, and the beauty of their surroundings brought them genuine happiness. The second floor, while splendidly decorated, did feel somewhat vacant. It was time to furnish it. The first addition was a dartboard. Graceful and aesthetic dartboard. Building materials X200, fabric X200, iron or X100. Animal feathers X100. Can enhance shooting skills during entertainment. Entertainment value 5. With all materials gathered, Luo Yu chose emeralds for the building materials, as they were intended for decoration and he had mined quite a bit. Confirming the selection, the dartboard appeared on one wall, accompanied by a small table laden with darts. The three little ones immediately began to play with delight. Continuing in the furniture page, he constructed additional entertainment furniture. Horseshoe ring, building materials X100, fabric X50, iron or X100. Entertainment value 5. The horseshoe ring was reminiscent of childhood games, wherein one aimed to ring small toys, and now, in adulthood, perhaps aspiring to ring the stall owner instead. He also built a chess table, a poker table, and a mahjong table, all contributing 5 to entertainment value, as they were crafted from emeralds. They also added an element of beauty and comfort. In truth, no one would join him for chess or mahjong. They merely served to enhance various attributes. Should Feng Yuming and her friends ever visit without concern for expenses, he could certainly host them. Lastly, Luo Yu constructed an emerald billiard table at the center of the entertainment room. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of resources, yet provided a gratifying 10 to entertainment value. Taking a glance at the panel, he noted significant changes. ID, Earth's Country 23333 base rating, 20,000 points sanitation value, max 98. Current 95 entertainment value, 115 strength, 106 constitution, 108 agility, 111 life skills, shooting LV12, beast taming LV9. Martial skills, Gale Blade Technique, 2nd level. Stealth Technique Personal Traits, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars. Miner, 1 star. Beast Tamer, 4 stars. Chef, 3 stars. Brewer, 1 star. Fighter, 1 star. Entertainment value had reached an impressive 115 points, providing a notable chance of acquiring buffs during leisure activities. The plethora of entertainment facilities had elevated the base's score to 20,000. Luo Yu pondered whether reaching this milestone would yield any special rewards, and indeed, it did. Notification: you are the first trialist in this region to achieve a score of 20,000. Additional reward: personal trait upgrade scroll, below 3 stars, X1, another scroll. Luo Yu promptly chose to use it, elevating his miner level to 2 stars, thereby increasing the likelihood of obtaining rare minerals. Xiao Dai excitedly rushed to Luo Yu's side, linking her arm with his and giggling, Master, shall we move the big bed here? It's so beautiful and cool, and all of us, me, Sister Xiao Jin, and Sister Xiao Kong, love it. Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile, if you all like it, I'll build a few animal cushions for you to sleep on tonight. No. Xiao Dai blushed slightly, saying, we want to sleep with you. Seeing her shy yet earnest demeanor, Luo Yu couldn't help but think, Xiao Dai is truly adorable. He embraced her and chuckled, may I give you a kiss? Ah. Before Xiao Dai could respond, he planted a kiss on her cheek, eliciting a cascade of giggles and reddening her face further. Notification: You gained 1 agility during entertainment activities. A kiss boosting agility by 1 point. How delightful. Luo Yu nearly burst into laughter. After releasing Xiao Dai, he merrily made his way to the kitchen. Interacting with the little beast girls was indeed refreshing, yet earning money remained paramount. While preparing meat cans, he began to check the status of the water tank. The water storage is at 28 after spraying? Did it get windy last night? With the storage nearing a safety threshold, Luo Yu had initially intended to construct additional water pumps, but it seemed unnecessary for the time being. With practice comes proficiency. Luo Yu's skill in making meat cans had grown to the point where he no longer needed to concentrate fully, allowing him to ponder other matters. Just moments ago, Xiao Dai's innocent remark had sparked a realization. The entertainment room was splendid, yet the grand villa remained devoid of any decoration, and his own room lacked even a nightstand. It was time to enhance those spaces. Keeping this in mind, Luo Yu also began to consider the issue of base defense. He felt that he might have overlooked something essential, but could not quite recall what it was. As time swiftly flowed by during work, he enjoyed lunch and quickly sold the 80 meat cans he had prepared earlier, all of which were gone in no time. He amassed 224,000 silver, bringing his total to 1,524,000, a truly substantial sum. Currently, the limitation on the base's development lay not in finances but in stone bricks. Stone bricks could not be auctioned or traded for silver, although he could still acquire them through bartering with other trialists. This method was fraught with limitations. Chapter 109. Rivals. The celestial realm imposes numerous restrictions, and the limitation of stone bricks clearly indicates a reluctance to allow certain powerful entities to develop too rapidly, thus deviating from the overarching principles of this realm. Within one's territory, there are invariably areas that necessitate the use of stone bricks. Luo Yu pondered how to augment his acquisition of these bricks when suddenly, a prompt appeared. The Snow Leopard clan, female, has signed your agreement, hiring you to eliminate the great black fish. Do you accept? No. Having already obtained a formidable thermal bowl, Luo Yu decisively declined. Why would he waste his time hunting black fish when he could be earning millions in a minute? However, another prompt soon followed. The client is willing to offer sapphire crystal. What? Startled by the unexpected addition, Luo Yu was taken aback. Was the client truly so affluent? Sapphires could unlock aesthetic enhancements. He quickly deduced that, under the current heatwave conditions, there were few mercenaries capable of operating freely. And this client was evidently desperate to afford such a high price for his services. After all, how many mercenaries could undertake missions in nearly 60 temperatures? With the allure of sapphire, Luo Yu accepted the task. A luminous portal materialized in the kitchen, but he hesitated before stepping through, taking precautions instead. He placed 2 small ice blocks in his storage bracelet to stave off heat and equipped 4 automatic crossbows for unforeseen circumstances. Once prepared, he stepped through the portal. Upon emerging, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. 2 modest houses stood nearby, surrounded by construction walls and rudimentary vegetable gardens. This was the entirety of the territory. It wasn't particularly dismal, yet it paled in comparison to the lands of Feng Yuming and her companions. At that moment, Luo Yu radiated a brief aura of invincibility, and before him stood a white leopard-headed woman. This snow leopard maiden was not the anthropomorphic beast girl he had envisioned, but rather resembled a purebred beast man akin to Nyoda. Though her physique was impressive, she did not align with Luo Yu's aesthetic preferences. By comparison, Nakuer embodied the type of beast man he favored. Aside from the snow leopard woman, there were also 2 red-haired men whose appearances bore resemblance to humans. Firestar people? Mercenaries as well? Luo Yu furrowed his brow as the 2 men exchanged glances, revealing a fleeting glimmer of hostility in their eyes. Regaining his composure, the long-haired Firestar man frowned and addressed the snow leopard woman. Mother Leopard, are you aware of the consequences of simultaneously hiring 2 groups of mercenaries? The snow leopard woman appeared anxious and implored, brothers of the human and fire clans. My brother has suffered from heat stroke. He requires the cool waters from the lake's depths to lower his temperature. I beg you to eliminate the water creature swiftly. My brother cannot hold on much longer. Luo Yu glanced at the snow leopard woman, then towards the modest house, where he could indeed see a young snow leopard lad lying on a bed through the window. It seemed she spoke the truth. However, the consequences of hiring 2 groups of mercenaries were severe. Mercenaries are forbidden from attacking their employer, otherwise, they would be deemed to have failed the mission, resulting in immediate transportation away and their actions recorded in the mercenary plaza, marking them as red-named mercenaries. Who would hire a red-named mercenary who had attacked their employer? Reputation is paramount for mercenaries. Yet, mercenaries are not bound by agreements with one another and may engage in combat in the employer's territory if one mercenary kills another. The latter does not truly perish but is marked as having failed their mission, with a chance of dropping their belongings. This bears a resemblance to the concept of murder and plunder. Such incentives make it easy for two groups of mercenaries to clash. The behavior of this employer, hiring two groups simultaneously, would also be recorded in the mercenary plaza, inciting conflict. Who would dare accept future tasks from her? The snow leopard maiden appeared too desperate, risking everything without regard for the consequences. Luo Yu's gaze returned to the two Firestar men. After an exchange of glances between the long-haired and short-haired men, the former chuckled. Now that we are here, let us collaborate, dear human mercenary friend. I possess a pearl capable of luring the great black fish. Let us commence. The long-haired man produced a red pearl, and upon seeing it, the snow leopard woman sighed in relief. Thank you, brothers. I am eternally grateful. Let us hurry. However, Luo Yu scrutinized the red pearl in the man's hand, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. The four approached the lake's edge, where the long-haired man placed the pearl on a piece of green stone, turning to Luo Yu with a smile. Friend, we are all black iron-level mercenaries. We can share our experiences. What do you plan to do? Luo Yu responded with a smile. This is quite simple. Allow me to impart some wisdom. He stepped forward with a grin, suddenly unleashing a thunderous strike, wielding his heavenly craft blade to cleave down both Firestar men, toppling them. Human, you. The two men were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as Luo Yu sneered. What? Were you merely pretending to be friendly before launching a surprise attack? I could sense from the start that you were no good. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Do you Firestar people not understand this principle? Human. Just you wait. Not satisfied? Luo Yu scoffed. An insect-like race dares to compete with me for business? I'll be waiting for you in the Black Iron Arena. Room 9527. If you have the guts, come. As his words fell, the heavenly craft blade struck down, and the two men's bodies vanished, leaving behind some items. You have defeated a trialist during a mercenary task. As both were mercenaries, your actions will be recorded but will not affect your reputation. However, as a penalty, you cannot accept any mercenary tasks for the next 10 days. Killing for loot comes with its penalties. The celestial realm disapproves of such uncivilized conduct. Thus, he would be unable to accept tasks for 10 days. Ignoring the prompt, Luo Yu gathered the dropped items. The short-haired man had dropped a black iron-level dagger, worthless. The long-haired man, however, had dropped a core. The territory core. Luo Yu gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a valuable item that could enhance territorial resources. Clearly, his assumptions had been correct. He hurried to the previously placed red pearl and picked it up, discovering Random Assault Summoner, golden level capable of randomly attracting assaults. Usable in any territory. Remaining uses, 2-3. This was a rare, golden level assault summoner. Chapter 110. Completion of the second mercenary mission. This orb bore a resemblance to one previously used, instantly heightening Luo Yu's vigilance. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. This object, when utilized within another's territory, could summon an attack. Due to its random nature, a weaker assault could be seen as a mere gift. Yet a formidable one could potentially obliterate an enemy and oppos, base in a single strike. In such a scenario, all would be transformed into neutral resources, ripe for the taking. It was likely that these two Firestar beings had employed this device to annihilate someone's domain, thereby granting Luo Yu the territory core. Observing that the two Firestar beings could take on mercenary tasks, they ventured into the snow leopard woman's territory, an act unlikely to trigger any punitive measures. A splendid acquisition indeed. Luo Yu, savoring the orb, tucked it into his bracelet and turned his gaze towards the snow leopard woman. At that moment, she stood transfixed. Staring at him, Luo Yu spoke calmly. You see, you have employed two groups of individuals, and this is the consequence. However, rest assured, since I am here, I shall assist you. Ah, thank you, big brother. The snow leopard woman's voice quivered. Luo Yu recognized her fear and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed a block of ice he had previously stored in his bracelet towards her, gesturing for her to return to her territory to care for her brother. Ice, she exclaimed with delight. Under Luo Yu's watchful gaze, she knelt in gratitude, saying, Thank you. I am profoundly grateful. Seeing him nod, she dashed towards the modest dwelling. Luo Yu shifted his focus from her to the tranquil surface of the lake, refraining from summoning monsters with special milk. Instead, he merely pointed his fingertip. Boom. The giant octopus and the enormous serpent were summoned forth. Go. Eliminate the water creature in the lake. The octopus swung its tentacles, while the serpent roared and swam towards the center of the lake. Simultaneously, the large black fish sensed a tremendous threat and confronted the two summoned beasts. The lake churned violently as the three aquatic monsters engaged in fierce combat. But it soon came to an abrupt halt. The large black fish was of silver grade, while the juvenile octopus, despite its age, was diamond grade. The disparity in their levels was immense, especially with the serpent aiding. The black fish stood no chance, unable even to inflict harm upon them. Moments later, the octopus tossed the black fish's lifeless body onto the shore. With a wave of his hand, Luo Yu dispelled his two aquatic creatures. This exemplified the advantage of being a beastmaster. Even in unfamiliar lands, one could summon their domesticated animals at will and return them to their territory whenever desired. With the black fish dealt with, Luo Yu collected his spoils and approached the modest dwelling. Inside, he deposited the assorted items dropped by the black fish onto the table and promptly received a system notification. You have completed the mercenary mission, earning Beast Soul Core 1. Sapphire Crystal 1. Success. At this moment, the snow leopard woman had placed her brother in a tub filled with the frigid water from the lake's depths. With a block of ice atop his head, visibly alleviating his heat stroke symptoms. Thank you, great brother, she expressed, her gratitude genuine. Luo Yu, intrigued, inquired, where did you acquire this sapphire? The snow leopard woman explained, before the heat wave, our territory experienced a geological uplift, and I discovered this sapphire within the black-spotted stone hills. Oh, a geological uplift? Luo Yu mused, does that mean you possess a substantial quantity of stone bricks? Indeed, she nodded. My brother and I have cut many stone bricks. He wished to construct the walls before sunset, but he succumbed to heat stroke. Currently, we have accumulated 180,000 stone bricks. If you, benefactor, are in need, I can offer you some. No need for gifts, Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile. 10,000 bricks will suffice for the wall. I shall purchase the remaining 80,000. Indeed, purchase was the appropriate term. While stone bricks could not be listed on the auction house, they could be traded directly. Visitors and mercenaries alike could engage in transactions with the Lord. The snow leopard woman, feeling both gratitude and trepidation towards Luo Yu, dared not refuse his offer and nodded in agreement. Luo Yu continued, I see that silver is not your immediate necessity. You have already provided me with a beast soul core as compensation, and thus I shall not allow you to suffer loss. For the 80,000 bricks, I offer you 4 automatic crossbows in exchange. Yes, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Indeed, silver could not be immediately converted into combat power, and possessing 4 automatic crossbows would instill a sense of security. These crossbows were brought as a precaution by Luo Yu, and now they served as trade goods. With everything falling into place, Luo Yu remarked with a smile, well then, it is time for me to take my leave. By the way, should your brother suffer from heat stroke again next year, and you happen to find any rubies, do come and seek me out. Farewell. The snow leopard woman, momentarily at a loss for words, bowed as the portal appeared, saying, benefactor, farewell. If my brother and I are alive next year, we will certainly seek you out again. Luo Yu smiled faintly as he stepped into the portal. In the next moment, he found himself in the kitchen of his own territory. You have completed the mercenary mission. Current completion count, 2. Current success rate, 100. The count and success rate are indeed guarantees of credibility. Upon returning, Luo Yu's first order of business was to take a bath. The sanitary conditions of the snow leopard siblings' territory could only be described as mediocre, and a thorough wash was in order. After cleansing himself, just as he was about to immerse himself in the bath, he reconsidered, having returned from a stranger's territory. It would be wiser to take a shower first, washing away any lingering bacteria, though a shower had not yet been constructed. The water circulation system was equipped with a shower head. He simply needed to connect a hose and install a valve. A shower head is a minor item, and even a high-end version is not excessively costly. After a brief setup, as he was about to finalize his preparations, Luo Yu silently uttered a thought. 100-fold critical hit triggered. The shower head you constructed has been upgraded to Rainbow Shower Head, Diamond grade. After use, it cleanses all impurities from the body, significantly reduces the chances of disease, alleviates fatigue, enhances aesthetics, comfort, and hygiene. Another diamond grade shower head. Luo Yu chuckled as he enjoyed his bath, relishing the sensation. Upon checking the rating, he found that a diamond grade shower head was worth 500 points, which he found acceptable. Moments later, he settled into the bath and accessed the system interface. First, utilizing the territory core. Chapter 111. Signs of the heat waves retreat. Upon clicking confirm, a prompt appeared. You have utilized the base core, resulting in a 10 increase in your territory area, a 10 enhancement in soil fertility, and a 10 boost in aquatic resources. The area had expanded once more, with the current resource levels reaching 139 and mineral resources soaring to 144. Remarkable. The base core is indeed a magnificent asset. Luo Yu also possessed a random attack summoner. During the next mercenary task, he could easily deploy it against any lord he found displeasing. Next, Luo Yu accessed the technology interface. Aesthetic value unlock. Silver 100,000. Sapphire Crystal 1. After confirming, he received a notification indicating successful unlocking, and the aesthetic value appeared on his panel. Base aesthetic value, 188. Goodness, the value was approaching 200. This was to be expected. Although his territory may not boast numerous structures, the villa, entertainment room, and warehouse were adorned with a plethora of climbing flowers. Alongside a golden-level amanro flower in the bedroom, these blossoms contributed significantly to the aesthetic value. Furthermore, the garden, floor tiles, and various constructions were meticulously designed with aesthetics in mind, including carpets, walls, and the emerald-built entertainment facilities, resulting in the aesthetic value surpassing even the entertainment value. Upon examining the aesthetic value list closely, Luo Yu discovered that the contributions from the buildings themselves were rather modest. The numerous high-grade floor tiles laid by the base added considerably. The amanro flowers provided an additional boost. However, the fire pump house, makeshift prison, quarry, and cave, along with the crawling insects, detracted from the aesthetic value. It was only at the end that Luo Yu realized the reason for such a high aesthetic value in his territory. It was due to the beast girls. Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin each added 20 points, while Xiao Dai contributed 25 points. Collectively, these three had increased the aesthetic value by 65 points, leading to the territory's impressive score. Notification: due to the aesthetic value of your territory, you have received a blessing from mysterious forces, increasing your shooting level by 1. Current LV 13, and your strength by 2. Current 108. What relation does aesthetic value have with shooting? I would have preferred an enhancement in my cooking level. Luo Yu laughed heartily. Indeed, beast girls are the ideal companion animals. They do not occupy scoring, have no emotions, and enhance both entertainment and aesthetic values. Luo Yu surmised that once the comfort value unlocked, there might even be an increase in comfort. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret. He had exercised caution and should have opted for the hell difficulty beast tide. Such a challenge would surely have included beast girls. After showering, Luo Yu felt refreshed and resumed his production of meat cans. Earning money was still a priority. Another day passed, and upon waking in the morning, Luo Yu received a buff, sculpting inspiration. While crafting artistic pieces, he would experience an enhancement in quality, a rather rare inspiration. Unfortunately, he had yet to unlock the artistic technology tree, rendering it of little use at the moment. Checking the temperature, he noted the mornings dropped to 46. The long-awaited coolness had finally arrived, indicating the retreat of the heat wave. The world rejoiced, and regional chat became animated. The heat wave had persisted for 7 or 8 days. Without a cooling down, people would perish. Luo Yu understood that the current meat cans represented the final wave of immense profit. He placed 100 meat cans on the market in the morning, still at an average price of 2,800, but this time selling them proved to be quite challenging. Everyone recognized that the heat wave was subsiding. Enduring hunger would only last a day or two. Once temperatures fell below 40, meat would have a longer shelf life, and food scarcity would not be as acute as it was now. In the afternoon, Luo Yu placed another 100 meat cans on the market, this time at an average price of 2,500, yet selling them became increasingly arduous. As evening approached, a meeting convened in the group. Fong Yuming. During this period, meat cans have been immensely profitable. Many are selling worldwide, and today's prices have plummeted significantly. It seems prices above 2,000 cannot be sustained. Naker, indeed. Today's sales have been quite difficult, but there is still profit to be made. Alice, Luo Yu, what are your thoughts? Luo Yu. I concur with Yuming. If prices collapse, those with stock will offload in bulk, causing a snowball effect, an avalanche that could lead prices to plummet below 1,000, perhaps even 500. We should seize the opportunity while prices remain relatively high and sell off all our meat cans at once. Nyoda. I agree. Luo Yu is undoubtedly correct. Fong Yuming, Naker, Alice, and Elina agreed. With unanimous consent, they promptly decided to sell their remaining meat cans. Elina, shall we list them now? What price is appropriate? Luo Yu. Setting the price too low will accelerate the collapse. Let us list them at 2,400. Everyone listed all their meat cans, and Luo Yu's freshly produced 100 meat cans also went up at 2,400. After a brief while, none had sold, leaving everyone visibly troubled. Fong Yuming. Have we set the price too high? Should we lower it to 2,000? The other girls echoed their concerns. Luo Yu. No need to worry. No race is devoid of greed. Those buying meat cans may not all be starving. Alice and the others were momentarily taken aback, but Fong Yuming quickly understood. Luo Yu. Are you suggesting that opportunists will hoard stock and later profit? Luo Yu. A bloody history indeed. Historically, during times of drought and famine, grain merchants' warehouses overflowed. Greed is the original sin of humanity. Food is a rare commodity in this world, and who wouldn't want to earn a little more profit? Understanding the balance between gain and loss is essential for longevity. It seemed Luo Yu's words were validated as all meat cans listed at 2,400 were swiftly purchased. Observing the prices, the lowest was soon set at 2,500. Some influential figures or wealthy small groups were unwilling to see meat can prices collapse. Hence they scooped up the underpriced goods. Naker, Luo Yu is right. This is the final opportunity to reap profits. They are reluctant to let go. Elena, Luo Yu. How do you understand all this? Alice, may humanity possess more kindness and less greed. Fong Yuming, Luo Yu, you weren't a capitalist in your past life, were you? As they continued their discussion in the group, Luo Yu glanced at his wealth. After selling this final wave of meat cans, he now possessed 2,026,000 silver. A millionaire. This wave of profit was truly bountiful. As night fell, it was once again time for Luo Yu's cherished bathing ritual. With the three adorable creatures enjoying showers under diamond-grade shower heads, significantly improving their hygiene. Chapter 112. Torrential Rain. In truth, while the beast girls appear delightful, their long hair, furry ears, and tails serve as breeding grounds for bacteria, yet there's no need to worry about them now. Indeed, when I held the little one in my arms to sleep at night, she exuded a delightful fragrance. Thunder rumbled. In the middle of the night, Luo Yu was stirred awake by a cacophony of thunder. He glanced at the three beast girls sleeping beside him and gingerly descended from the bed, making his way to the balcony. During the heat wave, the sky had been a canvas of clear blue, but now it was cloaked in ominous clouds. A hint of moisture hung in the air, and the breeze that greeted him bore a refreshing chill. Turning his gaze toward the small lake, he observed the wind-driven water pump beginning to whirl vigorously. All signs pointed to one inevitable conclusion. Rain was imminent. Boom. Another crack of thunder echoed across the sky, and the first drop of rain kissed the parched earth, quickly absorbed by the thirsty soil. Drip, drip. As the thunder rolled, the rain began to cascade down in torrents. It was raining. Luo Yu's immediate thought was, thankfully, he had sold off the canned meat during dinner. Let those unscrupulous merchants who hoarded at exorbitant prices leap from buildings. In the blink of an eye, the gentle patter of rain transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching the world. Luo Yu could even see wisps of vapor rising from the ground, a result of the scorching earth colliding with the cool rain. The heat wave had come to an end. Looking out at the world, a wave of exhilaration washed over him as many people dashed into the rain, reveling in the divine blessing from above. Nakor, thank goodness we sold the canned meat. Fong Yuming, Luo Yu, can you tell fortunes? Luo Yu, indeed. I observe celestial phenomena and predict that this rain will wreak havoc on the vegetable fields. You must protect your crops. Fong Yuming, crops? Mine have long since withered. Elena, my vegetables are also withered. It seems vegetable prices will soon skyrocket. Alice, fortunately, I heeded Luo Yu's advice and built an ice cellar to preserve a batch of vegetables. Nakor, oh well, tomorrow's concerns can wait. Today is a day worth celebrating. Luo Yu, aren't you driving? Fong Yuming, what? Nakor, do you know what driving means? Nakor, what does it mean? I've been following human expressions, and it seems everyone is quite cheerful when driving is mentioned. Luo Yu, the midnight charioteer has taken flight. Nakor, come trade. I'll gift you a Band-Aid swimsuit. And remember to wear it, and send me a screenshot. Fong Yuming, Nakor, do not trade. Luo Yu, you just enjoy teasing the girls in the group. Humph. The downpour invigorated the chat atmosphere in the group, sparking creativity in Luo Yu. If he could produce canned meat, surely he could create canned vegetables and even venture into juice production. With everyone's crops withered, they would surely desire to replenish their vitamin intake. As the rain continued to fall, the world of Tiandao descended into revelry, celebrating the decline of the heat wave, oblivious to the calamities that awaited them ahead. On the following morning, the torrential rain persisted. Upon waking, Luo Yu opened a notification. Warning, the world of Tiandao has entered a special climate, torrential rain. After the heat wave's conclusion, it was followed by a deluge. Of course, the threat of torrential rain was significantly lesser than that of the heat wave. The drought-stricken land and the diminished water levels of the small lake would mitigate the impact of the rain. At this stage, it was unlikely that both threats would manifest simultaneously. Luo Yu stepped onto the balcony, surveying his territory. The sky remained overcast. Though the rain was not as intense as the previous night, it still poured relentlessly. The temperature had plummeted dramatically, from a sweltering 50°C to a much more bearable 27°C, which was the norm for summer. The swift decline of the heat wave was indeed unexpected. The price of canned meat at the auction house had plummeted to 100 silver, with no buyers in sight, an undeniable crash. With the temperature dropping, many had formed teams to hunt the giant black fish during the heat wave, allowing them to procure seafood, which naturally drove down meat prices. People across the land mocked the hoarding merchants, and Luo Yu felt a sense of hidden satisfaction. This wave of certain unscrupulous merchants might have lost tens of thousands, if not millions, of silver. This was the consequence of their folly. After closing the world channel, he turned his attention to the vegetable fields. Having previously constructed rain shelters and drainage systems, the fields were well prepared for the downpour. Checking the water storage situation, he noted that the 4 wind-driven water pumps were operating at full capacity, filling the water tanks and half of the water tower. Luo Yu believed this was the perfect opportunity to store water, so he opened the construction page and began to erect another water tower. Decorative water tower, stone bricks 30,000, iron ore 1,000, silver 1,000, emerald 100, storage capacity 16 tons. Having previously traded for a substantial amount of stone bricks, he confirmed the order, and another water tower was completed. Upon completion, the tower immediately began to collect water. The expense of this decorative water tower had been significant, yet its aesthetic appeal had increased by 2 points. Enhancing aesthetic value was indeed challenging, yet Luo Yu was fortunate to have many beast girls, each youthful and vibrant, akin to living vases. With the temperature dropping, the animals no longer required shelter in the entertainment room. Luo Yu issued a decree, aside from the beast girls. No other animals were permitted in the entertainment room. They were free to roam as they wished. Cows, bulls, and hens returned to the training grounds, while the insects resumed their work in the quarry. The groundhogs and scorpions ventured into the mines to extract minerals. The ore veins had increased by 10, and mining could resume. The torrential rain had minimal impact on these animals, and life at the base began to return to normal. Warning: the water level in the small lake of the territory has reached 90 of the warning line. A notification arrived. Luo Yu quickly glanced towards the small lake, where the wind-driven water pump was spinning rapidly, its power fully engaged, and the water level in the lake was evidently on the rise. While overflowing might not pose a significant issue for others' territories, it was different for his own. If the water level surged, the cotton fields would be inundated. To prevent the small lake from overflowing, 3 options were presented to Luo Yu. First, dig a trench to drain the water outside the territory. Second, increase or deepen the overall volume of the small lake. Third, construct a dam. The first choice, while prudent, would result in the loss of aquatic resources, as the lake housed giant octopuses, large snakes, and numerous turtles. He intended to cultivate even more aquatic life, and the loss of resources was unacceptable to Luo Yu. Expanding the lake's size would entail significant engineering challenges and encroach upon the land area. Chapter 113. The dam and thermal energy storage box. As for deepening the small lake, it was utterly unfeasible. Luo Yu, through the insights of the great octopus, learned that the bottom of the small lake possessed a barrier akin to an air wall, preventing any descent to its depths. Although 3 options appeared before Luo Yu, there was truly only one viable path: constructing a dam. This endeavor would also yield the added benefit of enclosing the small lake, significantly mitigating soil erosion and preserving the overall fertility of the territory. Without further ado, he initiated the construction. Opening the building page, he accessed the wall interface, intending to erect a mini wall standing 20 centimeters tall. This barrier was meant to hold back water rather than people, and 20 centimeters was deemed sufficient. If need be, he could always add more layers. When selecting materials, he opted for a combination of stone bricks and iron ore to fortify the mini dam against the onslaught of waves. Upon clicking to build, the mini wall began to extend along the bank of the small lake, encircling it in a mere moment. Despite its low cost, the sheer quantity consumed a staggering 30,000 stone bricks and 10,000 iron ores. The depletion of stone bricks was indeed rapid. Nevertheless, the small waterproof dam was completed, alleviating any immediate concerns of overflow. Reviewing the base score, the addition of the mini dam along with the previously constructed aesthetically pleasing water tower yielded an increase of 1,000 points, bringing the overall score to 21,500. Should defensive structures be established? Luo Yu instinctively cast his gaze towards the southern edge of the territory. Amidst the wind and rain, rudimentary fortifications stood resolute, with automatic crossbows resting quietly atop stone pillars, ever ready to unleash their projectiles. With the expansion of the territory, its outermost edges had exceeded the coverage range of the crossbows. Luo Yu furrowed his brow as the territory continued to enlarge. It would necessitate the continual extension of the crossbows to fortify the southern defenses, but their construction remained somewhat costly. He felt that this approach to defense, relying on fortifications, seemed rather foolish. "Master, it's time for a meal," Xiaojin announced as she approached the balcony. Breakfast consisted of eggs, milk, and tomatoes, requiring no cooking. Thus Xiaojin had taken on the responsibility of preparing the morning repast. Luo Yu returned his thoughts to the present. gently patting her head before heading off to wash up and eat. In the morning, the rain showed no signs of abating. Yet Luo Yu received another notification. Your powerful thermal energy absorption device is non-operational. He hurried to the rooftop and discovered that the stone bowl was filled with water. It was hardly surprising that it could not function. Luo Yu chuckled, adjusting the stone bowl to a 60-degree angle, allowing most of the water to drain out. Thus restoring thermal energy supply. Checking the power output, the thermal energy output was at 1,000, while the adjacent thermal energy collection panel only managed 100. The efficacy of the thermal function had diminished significantly due to the rain, which could lead to some of the fire pumps ceasing operation. This served as a timely reminder for Luo Yu. The territory's daily water needs were meticulously calculated, while the strong winds posed no immediate issue. Once the winds subsided and colder weather set in, the territory risked entering a state of water scarcity. The thermal energy absorption device operated under this principle. High temperatures yielded excessive output, while colder weather resulted in minimal production. As the weather cooled, complications arose, necessitating a solution. Delving into thermal energy technology, Luo Yu's eyes lit up upon discovering a promising remedy. Thermal energy storage box. Design blueprint 1. Copper or tin, 000. Gold 5, 000. Silver 100, 000. This device was slightly less expensive than the Lightning Collection box, yet still quite costly. However, it was an essential apparatus for an automated base and a prerequisite for unlocking thermal energy weaponry. Reviewing the territory's mineral resources, he noted 20,000 copper ores and 7,000 gold. It must be said that the Golden Scorpion King was impressive, consistently returning with gold bricks, and through his occasional mining. Luo Yu had amassed quite a fortune in gold. Now, he merely required a design blueprint. He searched the auction house, but found none. Taking a chance, he called out to the world chat. Human race, anonymous looking to buy a thermal energy storage box design blueprint. If you have one, please provide a price. Initially, he approached this with a sense of experimentation, yet to his surprise, a trading request soon appeared. Blackwater Tribe, anonymous, you're seeking a design blueprint, correct? I have one. What do you intend to offer in exchange? With that, a genuine design blueprint was presented in the trade interface. A glimmer of excitement crossed Luo Yu's eyes. I can certainly exchange silver for it. How much do you want? Blackwater Tribe, I don't want silver. I want vegetarian food. 43,000 vegetarian units. I will trade you the design blueprint. This is a definite win for you. Win? Luo Yu scoffed in response. The price of vegetarian food is about to skyrocket. In fact, it has already begun to do so. Those 3,000 vegetarian units could easily fetch 300,000 silver. Do you take me for a fool? Considering the circumstances, how many can actually provide that much vegetarian food? Blackwater Tribe, well, you make a valid point. What do you propose for the exchange? Luo Yu replied, as it happens, I have some stock on hand. I can offer you 500 vegetarian units, which is everything I possess, along with 50,000 silver. That's the best I can do. Blackwater Tribe, do you truly possess 500 vegetarian units? Without further ado, Luo Yu placed the 500 vegetarian units on the table. What do you think, my friend? Each variety contains complete vitamins. As you know, the world of heavenly law has opened up secondary food trading, so you should be aware of the potential value of this batch of vegetarian food. If it could be processed further, you are a clever individual. I trust you comprehend. After a moment of silence, the Blackwater Tribe responded, all right, given the variety you offer, I will proceed with the trade. But I must warn you, once you trade all your vegetarian food to me, you must fend for yourself. Trade successful. You have obtained the thermal energy storage box design blueprint. At last, Luo Yu chuckled triumphantly. The acquisition of the blueprint had gone smoothly, and he prepared to construct the storage box. Moreover, once he utilized the design blueprint, future constructions of similar items would not require additional blueprints, making this transaction quite advantageous. Clicking confirm, a radiant glow enveloped him, and a square red box, standing a man's height, materialized before him. Thermal energy storage box. Stores 50,000 units of thermal energy, with a daily energy escape rate of 1. When placed in a sealed environment, it significantly reduces thermal energy loss. Much like a battery, prolonged storage results in some energy loss. However, the escape rate is minimal and mitigation measures are available. Chapter 114. From bathing to gua sha in the vast expanse of the room, Luo Yu was indeed intent on constructing a dedicated structure for energy storage. He opted for a heat-resistant greenhouse, which, despite its unappealing appearance, proved to be exceptionally practical. This greenhouse was situated adjacent to the previous water pump house, precisely as Luo Yu had envisioned in his plans. after placing the thermal energy storage unit inside the greenhouse and connecting it to the energy pipeline. The task was deemed complete. However, the current supply from the water pump was inadequate, rendering the setup somewhat ornamental for the time being. Having accomplished this, Luo Yu accessed the auction house to check the prices of vegetables. Within a day, the price had surged to 80 silver per unit. Reminiscent of the early days in the Heavenly Path world, and he anticipated further increases. While the vegetable fields might withstand torrential rains, the previous heat wave had been devastating. How many could match Luo Yu's advantage of an automatic irrigation system? His stock of vegetables had reached 50,000 units, which, if sold, could yield a staggering 400,000 silver coins. Yet, Luo Yu refrained from selling immediately, understanding that vegetable growth was gradual, unlike the immediate returns from fishing or shrimping once the heat subsided. He foresaw the prices only escalating, and he planned to maximize profits by also offering canned vegetables and fruit juices. The newly unlocked sealing technology was not limited to meat. It could equally be applied to vegetable canning, functioning on similar principles. Stepping into the kitchen, Luo Yu's culinary skills had attained level 6, prompting him to embark on producing vegetable cans. Thus commenced another day immersed in culinary endeavors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he successfully prepared 200 vegetable cans, consuming 2,000 units of vegetables in the process. Upon revisiting the auction house, he noted the price had risen to 90 silver, with cries for vegetable purchases echoing across the market. Of course, the price of vegetables would not reach the outrageous heights of meat, as meat provided sustenance, while a lack of vegetables only resulted in vitamin deficiencies, not immediate peril. Additionally, certain races, such as the cat girl, might thrive solely on meat. Presently, canned vegetables were available on the market, not solely discovered by Luo Yu, and prices were stabilizing around 300 silver. With a smirk, Luo Yu set his price at 500 silver, appending a note that his mixed vegetable cans boasted high nutritional value. The market, primarily filled with singular vegetable cans, immediately drew consumer interest to his mixed variety. Soon, all 200 cans were sold, netting him a profit of 300,000 silver. With a quiet chuckle, he reveled in the dual rewards of financial gain and culinary skill enhancement. Perhaps he would attempt to make fruit juice tomorrow? With this thought, he began preparing dinner. After dining with his cherished companions, he glanced outside. The rain had lessened but still threatened to persist for another day or two. The warning water level of the small lake had reached 96, yet Luo Yu remained unperturbed, knowing there was a miniature levee beyond the warning mark. As night fully enveloped the sky, he indulged in his usual bathing ritual. While in the tub, memories of home surfaced, recalling the belief that those born under the tiger sign received better massages. Xiaojin, come help me with my shoulders. Oh, Xiaojin, wrapped in a towel, approached from behind and began to gently massage him. Your entertainment activity has granted one strength. Mission accomplished, Luo Yu remarked with a gentle smile. Xiaojin, why are you so formal with the towel during bath time? It seems a bit distant. Xiaojin's face flushed instantly as she stammered. It's not being distant, it's... Oh, master, you pervert. Luo Yu burst into laughter, his spirits lifted despite the dreary weather outside. At that moment, a message popped up in their chat group. Nakaru, how is everyone planning to spend the silver earned during the heat wave? Elena, naturally on attribute points. I've spent all my silver boosting my attributes. All 3 are now at 100. Fang Yameng, I shall call you ruthless. Alice, I've done the same with my attributes. Yodami too. I've focused on enhancing my physique. Fang Yameng, oh? Everyone's using it to boost attributes? What about you, Luo Yu? Luo Yu, I allocated some points to the attributes of my little animals. Nakaru, right? You're a beast master. The strength of your animals is crucial. Fang Yameng, while that is true, I believe you should still invest in your personal attributes. Luo Yu, I did that ages ago. I maxed them out long ago. Unfortunately, it's now challenging to invest silver into myself. The group reacted. Fang Yameng, darn it, you've outdone us again. I too shall invest in my attributes. Consequently, the silver earned by everyone, totaling 4 to 500,000, was primarily funneled into boosting their attributes. Miraculously, each managed to elevate their stats to 100, drastically enhancing their combat capabilities, yet they returned to a state of financial destitution. Nakaru, I feel an overwhelming surge of strength. Luo Yu, congratulations, Nakaru. You've evolved from a mere bath attendant to a gua sha master. Nakaru, who wants to help you with your bath? How rude. Fang Yameng, Nakaru. You've truly misunderstood him. He meant your previous output was low, and now it's slightly improved. Hee. Elena, haha, quite an apt description. Nakaru, Luo Yu, you're bullying me. Dare you enter the arena? I shall give you a proper gua sha treatment. Luo Yu, I would like to, but I'm at the black iron rank. Entering the regular arena would be shameful. Perhaps you should come find me in the Black Iron Arena? Nakaru, just wait. I shall come and beat you. Elena, has Luo Yu already reached the Black Iron rank? I must step up my game. Fong Yumming, yes. I too shall enter the PKC. After enhancing their attributes, everyone developed a keen interest in the arena. Luo Yu entered the Black Iron Arena, ready to commence his golden gamble. As usual, he wagered 500 gold. The moment the room opened, two familiar figures entered, the brothers of the Fire Star, whom he had previously defeated. The long-haired man spoke coldly. Room 9527, you despicable human. We awaited your arrival. Luo Yu replied in surprise. Oh, you truly dare to come? Of course. We, the Fire Star brothers, fear neither heaven nor earth. We fear nothing. The short-haired man added icily. It's no secret. We've stacked our strength with silver. Today marks your demise. Chapter 115. Unbreakable defense. No chance to strike upon hearing the words. A trace of disdain flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. Indeed, a wave of fervor had allowed certain exceptionally gifted races or quick-witted individuals to amass considerable wealth. It was likely that many had reached an attribute score of 100. While 100 is indeed impressive, surpassing this threshold to gain additional attribute points becomes exceedingly arduous. 100 is merely the beginning. Luo Yu spoke nonchalantly. Enough with the trivialities. Let us commence with 500 gold. Very well. The two brothers drew their long swords. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the countdown concluded, the twin flames of the Liuhua brothers lunged at Luo Yu from either side, their swords slashing with full force. Clang, clang. Two resounding thuds echoed as Luo Yu wielded his Tiangong sword, causing both assailants to stagger back a step. You. The brothers' eyes widened in disbelief. Their combined strength, exceeding 100 points, was met with an unexpected resistance from this human, indicating that his power must indeed surpass 100, by a considerable margin, no less. The long-haired man gasped in shock. How do you possess such formidable strength? Not only he, but the spectators in the room also stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Aside from the more fearsome races, a strength of 100 was considered the current pinnacle. Had this man consumed some extraordinary treasure to become so terrifying? Luo Yu scoffed. Is this all you have, Liuhua brothers? Enraged by his words, the short-haired brother shouted. So what if your strength exceeds 100? Prepare yourself. The brothers surged forward once more, their swords slicing through the air toward Luo Yu. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Yu retaliated with horizontal and vertical strikes, unleashing the dual hurricane sword technique. Not only did he withstand their assault, but he also overwhelmed them. Those watching soon realized that the host of room 9527 not only exceeded 100 in strength but also in agility. The brothers had allocated their points solely to strength, leaving them vulnerable to his superior speed. Furthermore, it appeared that he possessed impressive martial skills, quite remarkable indeed. With a sudden thud, Luo Yu's Tiangong sword grazed the shoulder of the long-haired man, severing his arm. The dual hurricane sword technique, combined with the fighter's traits, significantly amplified Luo Yu's striking power. What seemed a mere graze was, in fact, a dismemberment. The long-haired man shrieked in agony, retreating frantically. Yet his robust constitution prevented him from vanishing immediately. I can no longer hold back. Unleash it. All right, the short-haired brother bellowed, a radiant glow enveloping him. In the next moment, a massive black serpent, as thick as 3 arms, materialized beside him. He was a beast master. The serpent, swift as lightning, darted around Luo Yu, ready to attack from multiple directions. With threats looming from 3 sides, Luo Yu could only move forward, and as he did, he noticed a hidden green venomous snake lying in ambush on the ground ahead, a concealed danger. Both brothers were adept at snake manipulation. In that moment, sensing the impending threat from multiple directions, and realizing there was only one avenue of escape, a thunderous realization struck Luo Yu's mind, dispelling his long-held confusion. Indeed, why had he exerted so much effort in the south? The assault could only come from a singular direction. How foolish. The previous folly weighed heavily on his mind as he broke into a grin, swiftly turning to slash at the black serpent behind him with his Tiangong sword. Swoosh. The serpent was cleaved in 2, but the remaining serpents lunged at him with jaws agape. Exhilaration sparked in the brothers' eyes. The spectators believed Luo Yu's defeat was imminent. However, just as the serpents were about to strike, a brilliant light enveloped Luo Yu. Bang, bang. The 2 black serpents collided against the violet light, rebounding to the ground, where Luo Yu dispatched them with swift strikes. A light shield? Everyone was left speechless. This man possessed a light shield. Was he already equipped with a protective belt? Absurd. The Liuhua brothers' eyes nearly popped from their sockets, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. With an opponent immune to damage, How could they possibly fight back? Luo Yu mocked. You dare to play with serpents before me? With a flick of his finger, a massive red-scaled python materialized, sweeping its tail through the air as the brothers stood dumbfounded. Swoosh! The long-haired man, already injured, was struck mercilessly, collapsing instantly. The short-haired brother, jolted back to reality, desperately tried to evade, but was met with the thunderous sound of charging footsteps. He looked up to see a white rhinoceros and a colossal elephant barreling toward him. What the hell? Before he could finish his thought, the rhinoceros gored him, followed by the elephant's trunk delivering a fatal blow, ending his life in an instant. K.O. You have defeated your opponent, taking 6 minutes and 27 seconds. You have received 500 gold and 1080 silver. With 500 gold secured, Luo Yu waved his hand to dismiss the summoned beasts, quietly awaiting the next challenger. No one dared to step forward. At this moment, Luo Yu's displayed prowess was overwhelming, leaving no one willing to confront him. Though others were skilled, it was primarily the light shield that deterred them. Who would challenge someone impervious to damage? After waiting for several minutes with no challengers, Luo Yu reluctantly exited the room. Suddenly, he noticed that the Zerg 4444 had opened a room, a 200 gold match, which was currently vacant. Having encountered 4,444 before, Luo Yu entered without hesitation. Upon seeing Luo Yu, the Mantis man hesitated momentarily before bursting into laughter. Excellent. You've returned. This time, I have maxed out my agility. You are certain to lose today. Luo Yu remained silent, regarding the Mantis man as one would a lamb awaiting slaughter. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The duel commenced, with both parties exchanging blows for a full 10 minutes before Luo Yu finally managed to overpower the Mantis man with great difficulty. You have received 200 gold. As expected, the Mantis man immediately spent 200 gold to re-enter the room. This time, Luo Yu's victory proved even more challenging than before. You have received 200 gold. Gritting his teeth, the Mantis man declared, I've discovered your weakness. I will wager my final 500 gold to reclaim my losses. His words dripped with malice. Revealing a crucial detail, he was left with only 500 gold. As the battle commenced anew, the stakes rose to 500 gold. 3, 2, 1. Begin. K.O. With a single strike, Luo Yu felled the Mantis man to the ground. Chapter 116. Diseases brought by insects. Luo Yu looked at the astonished Mantis man and chuckled. Since you are out of money, let us conclude our activities for today. Next time, bring more gold, and I shall accompany you for a delightful time. With that, he exited the room, having earned one for 100 gold that night. Luo Yu left the arena with a sense of satisfaction. The following morning, rain continued to fall, though it had significantly lessened compared to before. The temperature on this rainy day was refreshingly cool, resting at a comfortable 21 degrees Celsius. Luo Yu glanced at the notifications and discovered he had received a buff enhancing his mining efficiency. Additionally, there was a notification from the Heavenly Tao world. The heat wave has concluded. Due to its effects, summer will be extended by 5 days, with 9 days remaining until the month's end. The oppressive heat wave had taken its toll, and the additional 5 days were invaluable for everyone to fortify their defenses. Luo Yu, too, needed to bolster his strength. While he found it challenging to enhance his own abilities, his territory was home to numerous high-grade creatures that could augment his attributes. Last night, during the PK match, it was evident that everyone had grown stronger. Many had perished during the heat wave, and those who survived had undoubtedly gained some strength. Luo Yu understood that the high values in his territory would gradually widen the gap between him and the common populace, but such progress required time. For now, he needed to strengthen the creatures in his domain. The creatures capable of enhancing strength included the Wolf King's 3 attributes, the Golden Scorpion King's strength and agility, as well as the Earth Chick, Elephant, Rhino, Gold Beetle, Silver Ladybug, and the Red-Scaled Giant Python, 8 creatures, all of which were of high grade. As for Adai and the Bull, lacking grades, they could not be strengthened at this moment. Luo Yu calculated that raising all their attributes to 100 would require a total of 610,000 silver. Currently, his territory possessed 326,000 silver. Spend. What is the point of hoarding it? With a flurry of clicks, the strength of all high-grade creatures in the territory rapidly surged. Moments later, the silver had dwindled to 1,716,000, while all high-grade creatures achieved a tridimensional strength of 100. Now, the elephant and rhino could transport goods more efficiently. The Golden Scorpion King could mine with greater efficacy, and the hen could lay several more eggs daily, serving as an effective weapon as well. Luo Yu felt that the Golden Scorpion King's defense was now adequate, but he was still in dire need of stone bricks. Resolutely, he dispatched the Scorpion King to the quarry to commence mining. Surely, such a formidable creature would not be crushed by falling stones, would it? The Scorpion King's mining speed surpassed that of the badger and the burrowing worm combined. He eagerly anticipated the swift production of stone bricks, as he had grand plans brewing in his mind. While preparing canned vegetables, Luo Yu began to explore the technology of thermal energy defense. The previously unlocked thermal energy collection technology had revealed part of the thermal energy defense tree, yet he needed 200,000 silver and 20,000 gold to fully unlock this branch. Gold had always been a persistent challenge for Luo Yu. Despite his current gold production being substantial, it always felt insufficient. He opened the auction house to check gold prices. Gold had become increasingly precious, with the ratio against silver reaching 130. To acquire 20,000 gold, he would need 600,000 silver. Goodness, even if Luo Yu were wealthy, that would not suffice. One must start from the ground up, diligently earning and saving. Once again, he spent an entire day in the kitchen, selling canned vegetables that totaled 400,000, restoring his silver to 116,000. In the evening, he checked the stone bricks. Today's output, combined with previous stock, amounted to 70,000 bricks. This figure was still insufficient, warranting another day of accumulation. Furthermore, today at the quarry, although the falling stones did not harm the Golden Scorpion King, they did crush 2 burrowing worms. Having previously lost one, Luo Yu decided to purchase a batch of burrowing worms for mining efficiency. Tamed animals could also be listed in the auction house, though currently, only ordinary creatures were available, not high-grade ones. After searching, he found a decent number of burrowing worms for sale at 500 each. Luo Yu promptly bought 20, ensuring a long-term supply. He immediately dispatched the new worms to the quarry, splitting them into 2 shifts, one to mine by day and the other by night, ensuring a continuous operation. As he soaked in the bath that evening, Luo Yu received a reward of 1 point in strength. The group chat was typically lively at this hour. Yet today it seemed rather quiet. Everyone was likely engaged in battles within the arena. Luo Yu also entered the arena, earning 1,000 gold within 2 hours, successfully completing his daily gold-earning task. Indeed, he had become a formidable opponent in the Black Iron arena, yet he had yet to advance to bronze strength. While some higher-tier races had already reached the bronze tier, of course, the bronze arena had not yet opened, rendering the distinction negligible. The only difference was that the mercenary tasks for bronze-level warriors were easier to obtain. Another day passed. Upon waking the next morning, Luo Yu peered through the window to find the rain had ceased, the sky cleared, and the temperature at a pleasant 24 degrees. This felt like the essence of a summer morning. Had it finally come to an end? A faint smile graced his lips as the bright sunlight elevated his spirits even further. Meanwhile, on the bed, Xiao Dai lazily turned over, placing her little foot upon Luo Yu's leg. He chuckled inwardly and gently tickled her tiny foot. Xiao Dai's delicate brow furrowed slightly as she stirred awake, her face flushing upon realizing her foot was being held by her master. Master, you are awake. Her adorably flustered demeanor was simply delightful. Notification, you gain 2 agility while engaging in recreational activities. Luo Yu playfully squeezed her foot, laughing, time to rise. Accompany me for our morning routine. Oh, Xiao Dai had become exceedingly obedient. During breakfast, Luo Yu presented a swimsuit designed to her, instructing her to create 10 samples for testing. Little Kong joyfully dashed off to fish, while Little Jean continued to cut stone. Upon exiting the grand villa, Luo Yu noticed a troubling sight. Numerous mosquitoes were buzzing around the base, and the situation was even worse beyond the walls. The continuous rain had rendered the ground exceedingly muddy. While the interior of the base was somewhat manageable with stone bricks and drainage ditches, the conditions outside were appalling. Puddles of stagnant water and swarms of flies made Luo Yu quite uncomfortable. Notification: continuous heavy rain has plunged the heavenly Tao world into a crisis of disease, with various viruses beginning to spread. The lower the constitution, the greater the risk of infection. Warning: your territory has been invaded by the Uksha virus. 6 animals, including the burrowing worms and badgers, have contracted Uksha muscle syndrome. If not treated promptly, the virus will spread. Chapter 117. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Upon noticing the prompt, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. He quickly checked the status of several animals. And indeed, they all displayed unhealthy Axar muscle syndrome, mobility -50, blood filtration -20, consciousness -20, cardiopulmonary function -10. The symptoms appeared alarming. Yet there seemed to be no imminent danger to life. However, they would significantly diminish work efficiency. Furthermore, the disease was contagious, which posed quite a dilemma. After a brief moment, Luo Yu gathered the 6 ailing animals. Upon careful examination, he discovered that the illness required long-term bed rest for treatment, with a minimum duration of 2 months, consuming 3 herbs daily. Observing the feeble insects and animals before him, Luo Yu sighed softly. Do not worry. It will be resolved soon. With that, he swiftly ended their suffering. It was a jest to think of using 3 herbs a day while risking contagion. Better to eliminate them than to keep them around. He disposed of the carcasses into the incineration pit, thus resolving the incident. Checking the hygiene level of his territory, he noted a maximum of 103, but currently stood at a mere 28. A hygiene value of 28. The swarming mosquitoes were the source of the virus. Insufficient vitality would render one susceptible, and even those with adequate vitality were not entirely immune. The World Channel and Regional Channel erupted with complaints from small groups. Fong yumming. Oh dear, my 2 wolves and my kitten have fallen ill with the flu. How vexing, our hygiene level is so low. Naker, you are fortunate. One of the base members I recruited has contracted axar muscle syndrome. What should I do? Elena, what to do? This disease is contagious. Just eliminate them. Naker, but her attributes are excellent. I cannot bear to part with her. Luo Yu, if you cannot bear to lose her, then isolate her in a house. Although there remains a risk of contagion. Naker, some matters are unavoidable. The end of the month raid is approaching, and we will have other captives with good attributes. Naker, very well. Then I shall choose to exile her. Nyoda, members of my territory have also fallen ill. Exile is the only option. Exile is a method employed by lords to remove members from their territory, applicable only to members and not to challengers. Additionally, animals can be released to leave the territory. However, releasing individuals or animals afflicted with contagious diseases is not the optimal solution, as it may lead to a wider outbreak. Of course, the situation in the heavenly Tao world may differ. Naker and Nyoda were still hesitant, yet no one voiced dissent. Kindness is not a fault. Alice, may diseases be far from every living being. Fong yumming. I hope no one else falls ill. After a collective sigh, Luo Yu stated, I see the danger. Mosquitoes are one of the primary carriers of diseases. Now is not the time for lamentation. We must swiftly enhance our hygiene value. We need to elevate it above 60 to ensure the safety of other members in the territory. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their small group had previously focused on vitality, and they were fortunate not to have any sick challengers. Nyoda, by the way. I saw in the regional channel that Zhu Lai obtained a technological scroll for pest control. Should we consider purchasing it? Luo Yu. Possessing the trait of being a bane to insects was immune to them, but the others in the territory were not. Pest control technology was indeed essential. Luo Yu. If it is feasible, please reach out to him. Soon, Nyoda returned with a reply. Zhu Lai's group also needs this technological scroll, but they are short on funds. If we can offer 500,000 silver, he might be willing to part with it. Fong yumming. Goodness, 500,000 silver. Why not just rob it? Nyoda, that is still a favorable price considering his good relations with our group. He intends to sell it for 600,000 on the market. Alice, after acquiring this scroll, we must find a way to obtain a shared technology scroll. Elena, I have earned some money in the arena these past few days. But the combined cost of pest control technology and the shared scroll will likely amount to an astronomical figure. Luo Yu glanced at the auction house, where a shared technology scroll was listed for 800,000, truly a staggering sum. Together, that totals 1 million. Alice, Luo Yu, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu replied, investing 1 million for the sole purpose of raising our hygiene value to unlock shared pest control technology seems exceedingly unwise. These funds would be better spent on developing our base or enhancing individual attributes. It would be more prudent to allocate them to improve the vitality of other members. Higher vitality reduces the risk of infection. If any contagion arises, we shall eliminate or exile as necessary, and I will devise further solutions. As the core of the group, Luo Yu garnered the instinctive trust of the girls. They unanimously agreed, and as for Nyoda, he had always placed unwavering trust in Luo Yu. The path is forged by those who tread it. While it may appear singular, even the most thorny of routes can become a way forward with persistence. Observing the swarming insects, Luo Yu fell into deep thought. How might he rid himself of these bothersome pests? Standing on the balcony of the villa, he contemplated for a considerable time, and a glimmer of an idea began to form. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. It was time to experiment. Treading upon the muddy ground, Luo Yu approached the edge of his territory and dug a square pit with the heavenly craft knife. Opening the flooring page, he laid down a simple stone floor, then tossed a milk tablet made from special milk into the pit before filling it with water. The tablet dissolved in the clear water, releasing an unusual and enticing aroma. After waiting a moment and noticing no insects approaching, Luo Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon turning around, he spotted a swarm of flies gathering nearby. These flies were the size of his thumb, clearly teeming with pathogens. Could this be due to my presence? With the trait of being a bane to insects, Luo Yu found that they dared not approach him. Indeed, as he moved away, the pests quickly regained their courage. He observed the repulsive flies buzzing around the small puddle, some even diving into the water to drink. As the alluring scent spread, more insects flocked toward it, diving eagerly into the clear water. While the milk tablet lacked the full appeal of an entire, special milk serving, its ability to attract insects was not to be underestimated. A glimmer of joy appeared in Luo Yu's eyes as he gathered several sticks nearby, ignited them, and tossed them beside the puddle. Chapter 118. Luo Yu. A clever lad. Numerous flies were instantly engulfed in flames. Witnessing the incineration of these pests brought Luo Yu a sense of profound relief. A glance at the territory's hygiene level revealed a modest increase of 1 point. Regardless of the increment, the rise indicated the efficacy of the method. Observing the burning flies, Luo Yu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. The resilience of these flies to incineration was remarkable, their bodies proving slow to succumb to the flames. After a short while, Luo Yu noticed the flies' reluctance to approach. Life possesses inherent instincts, and not every creature possesses the courage to confront fire. Following the demise of a contingent of flies, the remaining insects hovered in place, hesitant to advance. As the hygiene level began to decline once more, Luo Yu pondered a solution before an idea struck him: the deadly Gelsemium elegans. These loathsome insects might recognize fire, but they were unfamiliar with poison. Lick this, why don't you? He mused. Although the Gelsemium elegans within his territory had yet to mature, he still possessed a few roots acquired from Irina's territory. Luo Yu fashioned a new pit, lining it with simple bricks, and then proceeded to the cowshed to milk one of the cows. 100-fold critical trigger activated, another small bucket of special milk was produced. The cow, feeling utterly drained, relapsed into a state of listlessness. Luo Yu stored the majority of the special milk in the ice cellar, scattering the remainder within the pit. Thanks to the bricks, the special milk would not seep into the ground. Donning gloves, Luo Yu broke off a small piece of Gelsemium elegans and tossed it into the milk. Swiftly, the poison from the Gelsemium elegans permeated the milk, and the aroma began to spread. Drawn by the scent, flies and various other insects flocked to the pit in droves. Regardless of their species, any insect that dared to taste the milk met with instant demise, collapsing within the pit. Furthermore, the bodies of the deceased flies now contained the toxins of the Gelsemium elegans and carried a trace of the special milk scent, rendering them highly alluring to other insects. 1 led to 10, and 10 to 100. Every insect that approached met its end. Insects possess a keen sense of smell, and before long, all the flies, spiders, centipedes, and other such creatures within the territory converged upon this deadly lure, forming terrifying swarms, while other areas became devoid of insects. Observing that the pit was nearing capacity, Luo Yu tossed in a torch. Whoosh! Flames roared to life, incinerating countless insect corpses, causing the territory's hygiene level to surge rapidly, swiftly recovering to above 60. Overjoyed, Luo Yu captured a screenshot and shared his experience with the group. Upon understanding, everyone was delighted, exclaiming that Luo Yu was a clever lad. He distributed some of the special milk to everyone, a small amount sufficed. Irina also shared Gelsemium elegans with the group members. Following suit, everyone witnessed an increase in their territory's hygiene level. The rise in hygiene signified a reduction in the risk of disease, and a solution to this sudden epidemic had been found. Watching the raging flames, a hint of smugness crept across Luo Yu's face. I truly am a little genius, he thought. With a flourish, he turned to focus on the lucrative endeavor of producing canned vegetables. 2 hours later, Luo Yu returned to the incineration pit, discovering that the flies were remarkably resistant to burning. Even after 2 hours, they were not completely incinerated, and he estimated that another hour would be required. Meanwhile, as the heavenly Tao world continued to be mired in mud, more insects flew in from outside the territory, causing the hygiene level to decline once more. Luo Yu estimated that it would drop below 60 in another 2 hours. This meant that once the corpses in the pit were completely burned, he would need to re-establish the milk and Gelsemium elegans trap, repeating the process approximately every 3 hours. The duration of this cycle remained uncertain, dependent on when the hygiene situation in the heavenly Tao world would improve. 3 hours later, the hygiene level had fallen below 60, and the insect corpses in the pit had been reduced to ashes. As Luo Yu prepared to set up the trap once more, an idea flashed through his mind. The heat wave had subsided, causing the power output of his thermal collection panels to plummet. Since the flies were so resistant to burning, why not place a collection panel here to continuously gather thermal energy? This would be far more efficient than using wood. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips. He opened the store and purchased an iron frame with some iron ore, intending to place the collection panel on the frame to bask in the flames. The temperature at the top of the flames was significantly higher than at the bottom, and placing the panel higher would maximize its efficiency. Thermal collection panel. Stone bricks 1000, silver 1000, copper or 1000, beast soul core 1. Browsing the auction house. The current price of a beast soul core was 60,000. Luo Yu simply bought 2. We're rich now, building another panel is no problem. After some effort, he placed the 2 thermal collection panels on the frame and proceeded to set up the pit once more. Soon, swarms of flies returned. Once enough corpses had accumulated, he tossed in a torch, and the incineration pit resumed its work. Thermal collection panel. Current power 1000, 1000 power. It had reached the limit. Luo Yu was overjoyed and hastily constructed energy conduits to connect to the thermal energy storage tank. Why not connect to the water pump room? Because the recent torrential rains had caused the wind-powered water pumps to work frantically, filling both water towers and one water tank. Only 6 fire-powered water pumps were currently operating, so there was no need to activate more. The surplus energy was directly channeled into the energy storage tank for future use. Thermal energy storage tank, 3,000, 50,000. Watching the stored energy steadily increase, Luo Yu was delighted. Flies aren't entirely useless after all, he mused. Returning to the villa to wash up, Luo Yu instructed Xiaojin, who was currently cutting stones, to check the incineration pit every 3 hours. Xiaojin was the most efficient at everything she did, and her exceptional constitution meant that she was unlikely to contract any diseases. This task was best suited for her. Xiaojin obediently nodded and went to inspect the incineration pit. Luo Yu smiled faintly and resumed producing canned vegetables. At dinner time, he listed the 200 cans he had made that day on the auction house, earning another 300,000 silver. This money is coming in so fast, he exclaimed. He continued with the arena battles in the evening. There were fewer people than yesterday, and he earned 800 gold after 5 matches. Luo Yu logged off to sleep. Upon waking up the next morning, he immediately checked the hygiene level, 73 points. It remained within the safe zone. Looking at the world channel, he discovered that more people had contracted diseases, various strange ailments, none of them fatal, but all disgusting. The small group remained calm. Everyone had used Luo Yu and Apo's method and had not contracted any further illnesses. This method had truly saved everyone a lot of money. Luo Yu and Irina were also generous, sharing some more special milk and gelsemium elegans with everyone. Mutual assistance is key, they declared. Chapter 119. The Striking Formation. Nearby, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong had already awakened and were in the process of dressing, while Xiao Jin, who had been busy setting up the burning pits every 3 hours the previous night, remained asleep, undisturbed. After a hearty breakfast, Luo Yu examined the status of the energy storage unit, which had reached a commendable level of 18,000 out of 50,000 overnight. A few more days would suffice for it to be fully charged. Early in the morning, Luo Yu meticulously cut the stones unearthed by the burrowing worms and badger beast from the previous night, and with the stockpile accumulated throughout the day before. He now possessed a total of 100,000 stone bricks, allowing him to consider initiating his grand plan. The striking formation. Indeed, the battle with the fire twin stars had sparked inspiration within Luo Yu. He intended to construct a striking formation that would utterly obliterate the invading enemies from the east at the very entrance. The design of the striking formation was intricate, yet Luo Yu had already conceived a detailed blueprint in his mind. Approaching the eastern boundary of his territory, he gazed at the mist ahead in the faintly discernible air wall, confirming his orientation. Each assault would originate from this very spot. All attacking or neutral units entered through this designated area, and Luo Yu had calculated that the concealed entrance within the fog should measure approximately 5 meters in width. Thus, the construction of the striking formation would commence here. Firstly, Luo Yu aimed to create a corridor, compelling the attacking units to traverse along the path he had constructed to enter the striking formation. The walls flanking this corridor would be fashioned from mechanical walls. These advanced walls became available following the unlocking of wall technology. Their sturdiness depended on the materials used. The term mechanical walls stemmed from their ability to conceal automatic traps and other menacing devices within their structure. Just as fireproof tiles could harbor underground spikes, so too could mechanical walls. Luo Yu was immediately drawn to these walls. Mechanical wall, per segment 200 stones, 20 iron ores, 20 silver, 2 gold. Each segment of the mechanical wall stood 5 meters tall, 1 meter long, and half a meter wide, rendering them exceedingly costly, even requiring gold. Luo Yu commenced the construction of the first segment of the wall adjacent to the air wall, with the gap between the 2 mechanical walls set at 6 meters. Initiating the extension. Maintaining a 6-meter gap and positioning it close to the air wall ensured that any incoming units would find themselves within the confines of the walls from the outset. After extending the 2 walls for a short distance, they made an immediate right-angle turn, heading leftward. This abrupt turn, rather than a straight path to the formation, was strategically planned to prolong the time the enemy spent within the corridor, allowing the traps on both sides to inflict maximum damage. Simultaneously, the turn was a more rational utilization of space. The guiding principle was simple: the longer the enemies lingered within the striking formation, the higher their mortality rate. The corridor extended leftward for 60 meters before making another turn to the right, this time extending a distance of 120 meters. If the entrance represented the focal point, turning left for 60 meters and then right for 120 meters would balance the left and right, resulting in a striking formation corridor measuring a total of 126 meters. Aesthetically pleasing as well. Why the number 126? Because Luo Yu planned to erect arrow towers and automatic crossbows on either side of the corridor. Both sides would be constructed to cover a range of 120 meters. This meant that any enemy entering the corridor would be subjected to a relentless barrage of arrows from both sides, rendering defense nearly impossible. The first segment of the corridor was thus laid out: a direct extension at the entrance, followed by a leftward turn of 60 meters, and then a rightward turn of 120 meters. The total expenditure amounted to 200 stones, 520 iron ores, 520 silver, and 126 gold. While other resources were manageable, the consumption of stone bricks was indeed substantial. Luo Yu intended to construct 3 such serpentine corridors, with the template for the first segment completed. The subsequent 2 segments would be relatively effortless to erect, and they were rapidly finalized. The total expenditure for the 3 segments reached 76,000 stones, 600 iron ores, 600 silver, and 380 gold. With the first ring of the striking formation successfully constructed, the second ring was naturally designed to deter attackers or other units from surmounting the walls. Luo Yu invested in a substantial quantity of iron spikes, affixing them atop the mechanical walls. These iron spikes were densely packed, leaving no room for hands or feet. Any audacious individual attempting to scale them would undoubtedly suffer grievous injury. Only those capable of flight or possessing extraordinary agility could leap such heights. In such a case, it would require Luo Yu himself to intervene. The construction of the iron spikes consumed a considerable amount of iron ore, but he had amassed a sufficient stockpile in recent days. The third step involved the arrow towers. Each corner necessitated an arrow tower, amounting to a total of 6. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 units, 30,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore, 2,500 silver. The construction of 6 arrow towers required 180,000 wood and 30,000 iron ore. While his iron ore reserves were adequate, Luo Yu was reluctant to deplete them entirely, especially since market prices for iron ore remained stable. He could simply purchase additional supplies. At a current exchange rate of 1.25 for wood, he would need 450,000 silver for 180,000 wood. Additionally, 30,000 iron ore and 60,000 silver would suffice, along with the 15,000 silver needed for the 6 arrow towers, totaling approximately 525,000 silver. With a base reserve of 526,000 silver, this expenditure represented just a fraction of his wealth. Indeed, having money afforded one the luxury of indulging in desires. Luo Yu promptly clicked to purchase items in the auction house, and after a flurry of acquisitions, he was left with an impressive stockpile of various resources. He immediately initiated construction, and in a matter of moments, 6 arrow towers rose majestically beyond the walls. The range of these 6 arrow towers nearly encompassed the entire corridor. Yet Luo Yu understood that this was not his ultimate weapon. After all, the enemy would enter the corridor, flanked by walls. And even a 50 hit rate from the arrows would be considered fortunate. The true trump card lay in constructing a densely fortified striking formation at the corridor's exit. This was the very core of the arrangement. To achieve this, he would utilize the 38 automatic crossbows previously constructed. Having invested a significant sum to defend against threats from the south, Luo Yu had traded for 4, leaving him with 34, which could all be strategically positioned at the firepower array. When an enemy emerged from the corridor, they would be met with a barrage of 34 crossbow bolts, likely rendering them as mere targets. Given the narrowness of the corridor, only a limited number could emerge at once, resulting in a lethal exchange. However, the arrangement required careful consideration. Luo Yu commenced the construction of walls once more, this time opting for the more economical advanced walls instead of mechanical ones. Chapter 120. Can you recognize this formation? A grand defensive wall connected by corridors extended outward, constructed in the shape of a square, each side measuring precisely 100 meters. The front of the square featured a spacious opening, with the dimensions meticulously calculated to align with the crossfire range of the automatic crossbows. The superior walls were swiftly erected, and Luo Yu dismantled all the automatic crossbows positioned to the south, relocating them to either side of the square's assault formation, with 17 crossbows allocated to each side. This strategic arrangement not only allowed for crossfire against enemies emerging from the corridor, but also provided cover fire for those attempting to flee beyond the confines of the assault formation. 17 crossbows on each side would unleash a deadly volley. Thus, the assault formation was essentially complete. However, it was impossible to fully seal off the formation. The open space directly ahead led towards the territory, a pathway that Luo Yu could not afford to obstruct, as he too needed an avenue for retreat. Furthermore, completely barricading this route would hinder future construction efforts and the ability to launch counterattacks from within the territory. Plans were underway to erect high-performance defensive weaponry such as lightning strike towers and flame-throwing towers, which would possess remarkable accuracy and extensive range. Therefore, a complete closure with walls was not feasible. Yet, an entirely unobstructed front was equally impractical. Luo Yu accessed the defenses and constructed a line of wooden chevaux frise to partially seal off the front. This barricade effectively blocked the direct approach but left two small openings, each measuring 2 meters, at either end to facilitate passage for personnel and the transportation of corpses by animals, allowing Luo Yu to conveniently collect spoils. While the enemy could potentially exploit these openings to breach the assault formation, Luo Yu was astute enough to anticipate this vulnerability. Behind the line of wooden chevaux frise, he erected a row of sandbags, providing cover for himself, Xiao Jin, and Shao Kong to shoot arrows and sling projectiles, effectively creating a defensive barrier. They would target those who might attempt to escape the assault formation. With the sandbags completed, the assault formation was finally deemed operational. Yet, Luo Yu remained vigilant. Behind the sandbags, at the 2 exits, he installed 2 more automatic crossbows. Due to their positioning, these crossbows could not engage enemies directly in front, but would unleash a surprise attack on anyone daring to escape through the small openings. An ambush from behind could prove fatal should the assault formation falter against the enemy. These crossbows would also afford Luo Yu and his companions precious moments to retreat back behind the main base's walls for a second defensive stance. Perfection. Gazing upon the serpentine, yet formidable assault formation, Luo Yu felt invincible. He believed his formation surpassed even the renowned Bagua formations. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. In a moment of exhilaration, he prepared to summon a wave of attacks. However, with a swarm of flies surrounding him, using special milk to call forth an assault would only result in it being devoured by the insects. Thus, he resolved to utilize the Random Assault Summoner. Random Assault Summoner. Current uses, 2-3. Wait a moment, if I trigger a 100-fold critical strike, would it amplify the intensity of the assault by 100 times? This notion flickered in Luo Yu's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. The thought was too terrifying. Summoning an attack on the scale of tens of thousands would surely overwhelm the current assault formation. In preparation for observing the formation's operational status, Luo Yu constructed a watchtower behind the sandbags. Ascending the tower, he activated the Random Assault Summoner. You have used the Random Assault Summoner, selecting random difficulty. Unfortunately, you have drawn an extremely difficult level of assault, which will be 4 times the difficulty of a standard assault. Alert, the Prince of the Skasa tribe, seeking revenge against you, is leading a large contingent of tribal warriors toward your territory. Estimated time of arrival, 2 hours. Please prepare accordingly. 2 hours remained, granting Luo Yu ample time to prepare. Seizing the moment, he busied himself with producing vegetable cans. The prices for vegetable cans had consistently remained high in recent days. Just as he had anticipated, vegetables do not grow instantaneously, and this elevated price would likely endure for some time. Within the span of 2 hours, he managed to produce 60 vegetable cans, which he promptly listed for auction. As the time drew near, Luo Yu, accompanied by his 3 small companions, made his way back to the assault formation. No sooner had he ascended the watchtower than a notification arrived. The Skasa tribe has reached your territory. The assault has commenced. Assault units, 480. An extremely difficult level brought forth an onslaught of 480 warriors. Currently, the territory's rating stood at 23,000. And in the absence of an end-of-month assault, the ratio was 200:1, translating to 200 rating points per assault unit. In a standard assault, this would equate to approximately 115 units. However, given the extreme difficulty, which was 4 times that of a standard assault, the calculation yielded 460 units. Additionally, due to the heightened animosity between the Skasa tribe and Luo Yu's territory, the number increased by 20, culminating in a total of 480 warriors. This scale was comparable to the intensity of an end-of-month assault. Not long after the alert, a throng of assailants appeared at the eastern corridor connecting to the air wall, led by the very prince previously captured and subsequently ransomed by Luo Yu. Now, he presumably commanded the tribe as chief. Luo Yu estimated that over 100 warriors crowded the corridor, with even more yet to enter. Swish, swish, swish. The moment this group emerged, they were taken aback by the astonishing scene before them. Wasn't this supposed to be a vast prairie? What manner of place was this? Walls? A city? Had the lord of this domain lost his senses, constructing fortifications at the edge of his territory? The tribesmen were bewildered, having never encountered such a situation before. However, before they could comprehend the strange surroundings, 6 arrow towers opened fire. A barrage of arrows rained down swiftly, claiming the lives of 8 individuals on the spot. What was happening? The attacking tribesmen instantly descended into chaos, scrambling for cover. Yet, surrounded by walls with arrows raining down from all directions, evasion was nearly impossible. Swish! Another volley of arrows fell, toppling 6 more warriors. The young chief bellowed, "Shields! Quickly! Shields!" The shields were brought forth, and the soldiers huddled behind them, providing some relief from the barrage, but the arrows continued to descend. Moving slowly while shielded made them prime targets for errant shots. A mass of tribesmen clustered at the entrance, with many more yet to enter. This was an unprecedented scenario. Chapter 121, The Corridor of Death in the Midst of Chaos. The furious voice of the chieftain rang out, "Evil lord, your crooked constructions shall not hinder the march of our valiant warriors." From the watchtower, Luo Yu laughed heartily, "Prince 6. We meet again. Do not speak so boastfully. Do you recognize this formation? Dare to test it?" "Bah!" The young chieftain retorted fiercely, "What formations? Today, I shall raise your territory in vengeance for my father. Forward! Charge!" Hint: the soldiers of the Skasa tribe are invigorated, their overall attack power increased by 5 indeed. The chieftain's words could galvanize the entire battalion, which was quite intriguing. Empowered by the buff, the soldiers surged forward with fierce determination, yet before them lay only a corridor, forcing them to advance along a predetermined path. Some attempted to scale the walls, only to be met with death by the iron spikes that adorned them. Luo Yu had foreseen this. Unless one possessed extraordinary agility, a common soldier stood no chance of breaching the walls. As they braved a relentless barrage of arrows, the soldiers passed the first corner, expecting to find a vast plain beyond, only to discover yet another corridor ahead. The initial corridor was 60 meters long, having claimed the lives of 30 to 40 brave souls, but the one before them stretched double that length. The psychological shock caused many soldiers to hesitate. It was clear that traversing this corridor would require a heavy toll of lives. "Charge! For your great king, for our fallen comrades, charge!" The rallying cry came from a woman. Luo Yu, peering through the watchtower, discerned that she was a strikingly beautiful warrior clad in simple armor. Hint: inspired by the queen. The soldiers of the Skasa tribe experience a 5 increase in movement speed. Oh, a queen indeed? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with interest, as expected. The soldiers moved noticeably faster under the queen's inspiration. Yet, this was hardly sufficient. A storm of arrows rained down, each arrow tower unleashing volleys of deadly projectiles, and the crossfire from 6 towers converged in this cramped space. Even with some arrows striking the walls, lives were still lost. The soldiers pressed on. Yet many fell in rows, for not all were shielded. Those without shields faced grim fates. Luo Yu picked up a spear, sharpening its tip before turning to his companion Xiaojin. "I will incapacitate that queen. You must leap forth and capture her. Do you have the confidence to succeed?" Xiaojin giggled. "It's a piece of cake. Were it not for your restrictions, I could single-handedly vanquish them all." "Boasting, are we?" Luo Yu chuckled, hurling a wooden stick that spiraled toward the lovely queen, striking her squarely in the chest with a resounding thud. Poof! Despite her rudimentary armor and breastplate, the impact caused her to spit blood and collapse to the ground. "Queen!" The young chieftain gasped in horror, rushing to her aid, only to be blindsided by a golden figure leaping over the wall. With a punch, it dispatched the 2 female soldiers beside the queen and whisked the unconscious queen away. "Alas! The queen has been captured. Chieftain, your wife is taken. The lord of this territory revels in undressing women. What shall we do?" "Shut your mouth." The sight sent the soldiers into a frenzy. The young chieftain roared, his face a storm of fury as he glared at Luo Yu in the watchtower, his eyes blazing with wrath. The opponent's movement speed buff has vanished. Xiaojin hoisted the queen up to the watchtower, where Luo Yu swiftly bound her and had Xiaodai carry her down to place her on the back of a horned horse, which galloped back to the base. A seamless operation, 1 captive secured. "Kill! Slay this bastard!" The young chieftain bellowed, yet his cries fell on deaf ears. The rain of arrows continued unabated. Nearly 100 had already fallen, either dead or rendered incapable of battle. This was indeed a true corridor of death. Onward. Beyond the next corner lies the vast plains. We shall seize the watchtower and flay this lord alive. Motivated once more, they charged forward with fervor, yet reality proved cruel. At the corner awaited not salvation, but merely another corridor. The first to cross the corner, the chieftain and his elite soldiers found themselves halted, staring at yet another identical corridor. A long, endless corridor, its familiar end mocking them. This time, even the valiant young chieftain could not discern if the corner ahead would reveal yet another corridor. The relentless rain of arrows persisted, the towers unyieldingly firing. Beside him, a warrior shielded himself with a wry smile. Chieftain Dalno, this territory is too sinister. Let us retreat and devise a new strategy. No, the young Dalno gritted his teeth. That bastard has taken Malin. We still have soldiers. We must rescue my wife, or else she will. No, forward. Charge. The valiant chieftain brandished his short sword and pressed forward. Seeing this, the soldiers were invigorated once more, following Dalno into the fray. The corridor of death mercilessly harvested lives, claiming over 100 brave souls yet again as they fought through the lengthy, 120-meter passage. At long last, they emerged, only to find another corridor. A long, 120-meter corridor. Luo Yu's formation boasted 6 corners and 4 corridors of death before leading to the true formation, and what lay before them now was the third corridor. Perplexity. Gazing at the indistinguishable corridor, confusion filled the warrior's eyes. Did this corridor truly have an end? Could it be a labyrinth of sorts? Dalno clenched his jaw, preparing to charge once more, but was restrained by a fellow warrior. Chieftain, the losses are too great. Next time, let us bring more shields, better armor, and superior tools. No. Dalno roared, one final charge. I must save my wife. Forward. With their chieftain leading the way, the soldiers had no choice but to press on, their resolve steeling despite the overwhelming casualties. After yet another harrowing advance, they found themselves before yet another corridor. This time, confusion had morphed into despair. Chapter 122, The Formidable Assault Formation. A wave of luxurious prisons. The death corridor has been renamed the corridor of despair in their hearts. From the watchtower. Luo Yu laughed heartily. What is the matter, Dalno? Is this all the courage you possess? Perhaps if you dash through this corridor, you may find yourself amidst vast grasslands. Dalno glared at him, roaring, I know your name is Luo Yu. You wicked man, heaven will punish you. As the end of the month approaches, under the great deity's blessing, I shall bring you the final judgment. Onward. After uttering these fierce words, Dalno unexpectedly turned to leave. Notification. The Skasa tribe's attack has been repelled, and they are in retreat. A smile crept across Luo Yu's lips as he saw the notification. Following the conclusion of this super threat event, the world of Tian Dao has unveiled a new feature. Upon finishing a battle, one receives attribute point rewards, with the exact figure correlated to the scale of the conflict. Luo Yu's extremely difficult raid yielded him 8 attribute points. This matter had already been discussed among small circles in the world, as some individuals had reached the maximum of 100 attribute points, marking a critical juncture. It presented a choice between primary strength, constitution, or agility decisions for warriors, tanks, assassins, and archers alike. However, Luo Yu bore no such troubles. These attribute points, precious to others, held little significance for him. Engaging playfully with the little ones would suffice to elevate his capabilities, and he could allocate them freely. He distributed the 8 free attribute points as follows: 3 in strength, 3 in constitution, and 2 in agility, before setting his gaze upon the fleeing soldiers. Now you wish to run? Do you truly believe you can escape? To leave, you must traverse the death corridor. The arrow towers will not differentiate between fleeing foes. Any hostile unit within their detection range will be met with a rain of arrows. Furthermore, should you turn to flee, the corpses of fallen comrades will serve as formidable obstacles. A terrifying hail of arrows descended from above. Nearly 200 soldiers attempting to retreat were mostly left behind, with only about 20 managing to escape. Those who fled were the well-equipped, true warriors bearing shields. After 2 hours, this exceedingly difficult raid concluded. The enemy had not even witnessed the true assault formation before their entire force was annihilated. The efficiency of this outcome astonished Luo Yu. Just a few corridors and 6 arrow towers had repelled an attack of 480. The real output came solely from the arrow towers, achieving an efficiency nearly 4-fold that of before. No, Luo Yu surmised it may even exceed 6-fold. Had he employed the previous 4-sided wall defense strategy, it would have taken around 30 arrow towers to repel such an assault within the same time frame. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Luo Yu felt immense satisfaction with the assault formation he had designed. Next came the delightful task of tallying the spoils of war. First, they tended to the captives, right in the open space of the frontal assault formation. Shao Kong and Shao Dai tirelessly transported the living captives while Luo Yu and Shao Jin used herbs and cloth to bandage and treat them. Captives equated to currency and offered an opportunity to elevate medical skills. Why not? Although the herbs were consumed rapidly, the territory's fertility was ample, bolstered by previous bountiful blessings. There were sufficient supplies. With disease rampant and poor sanitary conditions making wounds susceptible to infection, Luo Yu and Shao Jin raced against time to save lives. 2 hours of combat and 4 hours of healing culminated in a full day's work to treat all surviving captives. A total of 37 captives were taken, comprising 21 men and 16 women. However, 18 succumbed to blood loss or suffered from infected wounds, prompting Luo Yu to abandon their treatment. Such a loss was regrettable, as those 18 also represented currency. Time constraints proved unfortunate. Even with Luo Yu's 200 efficiency bonus and overall work, one individual could not suffice in medical matters. He felt for the first time the inadequacy of the territory's medical staff. Of course, some infections arose from the poor quality of treatment, alas. His medical level stood only at LV3, and he did his utmost. Nevertheless, after a thorough healing session, Luo Yu's medical proficiency ascended to LV4, enabling him to enhance the quality of his treatment somewhat. After escorting all captives back to the prison, a prompt arrived. Your prison level is insufficient. Captives will escape upon regaining consciousness. What a predicament. Was this not a guarantee of escape? These injured and unconscious captives, if sold in the market, would fetch a price that was only a fraction of their worth, as no one would purchase injured captives while risking a potential prison break. Though many tasks awaited resolution, Luo Yu resolved to construct a new prison first. High-level prison. Building materials 200,000, silver 20,000, iron or 10,000. Initially, Luo Yu had favored a high-level prison. Yet now, he aspired for a luxurious prison. With the assault formation established, he held no fear of rating increases. He would enhance his score as he pleased. Luxurious prison. Building materials 250,000, silver 50,000, iron or 25,000, gold 2,000, emerald 2,000. Most materials required for the luxurious prison were at hand, save for an adequate quantity of stone bricks. Having utilized all stored 100,000 stone bricks for the assault formation, he pondered how long it would take to excavate more. Stone bricks could not be auctioned. Thus, Luo Yu, after much deliberation, resorted to bartering in the world chat. Despite his territory's high rating, few could trade him for stone bricks. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a world message. Human race, anonymous vegetables for stone bricks, at a ratio of 1:30. Fixed price, bulk preferred. Vegetables, the most sought-after commodity at present. Luo Yu believed that only vegetables could swiftly procure stone bricks, though he recognized he would incur a loss. Stone bricks were easily mined, whereas vegetables were in high demand. As anticipated, the message sparked a flurry of trade requests. Given the previously established conditions, transactions proceeded swiftly. Luo Yu traded with 20 individuals, finally amassing 250,000 stone bricks, all of the black-spotted stone and granite variety. Ordinary ones were of no interest to him. Of course, he also sold 8,000 vegetables in the market, nearing 800,000 in total. With all materials gathered, Luo Yu commenced selecting the location for the luxurious prison. The site for the prison required careful consideration. Even a luxurious prison was not immune to the possibility of riots, and the choice of location held great significance. Chapter 123, Spoils of War, a bountiful haul needed to construct the prison in a relatively secure location. Ultimately, he decided to build it not far from the beast arena, with the entrance facing the arena. This area served as the animals and oppos, sleeping quarters. Powerful creatures like the wolf king, elephants, and rhinoceroses resided there. In the event of a riot, the prisoners would immediately encounter domesticated, high-grade animals. How could unarmed captives stand against such formidable opponents? Was exceedingly pleased with his chosen location. With a click, a magnificent prison was erected. Upon entering, he found it comprised entirely of individual cells, each tastefully furnished with a private bathroom, sink, single bed, and bookshelves. With the addition of carpeting, it would resemble a collection of studio apartments. The ambience within the opulent prison was exceptional, devoid of the foul odors characteristic of lower-grade prisons. The air was crisp, the sunlight streamed in, and the floral patterns adorning the walls were quite elegant. The prison consisted of 3 levels, each containing 20 such individual cells, along with interrogation rooms and torture chambers. Moreover, the 3rd level housed the prison's crown jewel, 3 beautifully decorated suites, fully furnished, ideal for housing important captives or those whom he wished to recruit. After all, a more pleasant environment would increase the likelihood of successful recruitment. Luxury prison. Reduces escape risk by 90. Increases recruitment success rate by 50. Enhances prisoner comfort. Improves hygiene. Boosts approval. And increases work efficiency. He examined the panel. ID. Earthsia Country 23333 base score. 24,200 points hygiene. Maximum 113 points. Current 21 entertainment. 120 points aesthetics. 200 strength. 113 constitution. 111 agility. 116 life skills. Shooting LV13. Beast taming LV9. Cooking LV7. Medical LV4. Mining LV9. Planting LV8. Tailoring LV10. Personal trait. Zergbane. 5 stars. The luxury prison contributed 1,200 points to the base score, increased the maximum hygiene by 10 points, boosted aesthetics by 10 points, and even added 5 points to entertainment. What exactly did the 5 points of entertainment entail? Engaging in enjoyable recreational activities with the captives, S. mind conjured up some wicked ideas, and whether his thoughts aligned with those of most people remained to be seen. He nodded contentedly and proceeded to confine all the captives within the luxury prison. The queen naturally received the hospitality of a third-floor VIP holding cell, though she was currently unconscious and not conducive to conversation. As expected, the expressions on the faces of the conscious captives softened considerably upon being transferred to a new environment. Prompt. The escape risk within your territory has been eliminated. With a faint smile, did not immediately inspect the personal attributes of the captives. He had many other tasks to attend to and was not in a hurry. Upon exiting the luxury prison, he first connected the water pipes to provide the prison with running water, then dismantled the old prison. Its removal resulted in a slight increase in hygiene, which was quite satisfactory. Next, he turned his attention to the defense array. The first step in post-battle cleanup: strip all the corpses of their clothing and gather it. By now, the 3 little darlings had amassed the corpses in the open space within the defense array. Was contemplating stripping the corpses himself when he suddenly recalled that 10 of the captives had only sustained minor injuries. He could put them to work. Immediately, summoned these individuals from the prison and instructed them to remove the clothing while wearing handcuffs and shackles. The luxury prison had significantly increased their docility, and they eagerly set to work upon hearing his command. They stripped all the corpses, and then they were ordered to throw all the corpses into the incineration pit. These tasks, which had previously been performed by and the little darlings, were now handled entirely by the captives. Delightful. Meanwhile, the 3 little darlings were frolicking about, hosing down the area with pipes. The array was covered in bloodstains and swarming with insects. The hygiene level was abysmally low. Connected a pipe to the defense array and then branched it into 3, allowing each of them to wield a stone pipe and spray water. Since the water tank was plentiful, they could simply continue hosing. As the corpses were thrown into the incineration pit and the bloodstains were washed away, the hygiene level began to recover. Approached the incineration pit, which was located not far from the defense array. He had previously modified it to be larger and deeper, capable of accommodating over 1,000 corpses. It qualified as an architectural incineration pit. A heat-resistant iron cover secured the top, minimizing heat loss and preventing ashes from scattering. The interior was lined with heat-resistant bricks and a pipe connected to the sewage outlet, allowing all the miscellaneous debris within the incineration pit to be discharged from the territory. The water flow valve was located 20 meters away from the incineration pit. After incineration, one simply had to open the valve to release the water. The water flow would flush away everything and discharge it outside the territory. At that moment, all the corpses had been thrown inside and tossed a special firebrand into the incineration pit. Sensing the heat transfer, the opening in the heat-resistant iron cover snapped shut automatically. The interior was ablaze, while the exterior remained perfectly normal. The territory's hygiene level continued to rise, and as the temperature increased, the iron cover faintly glowed red. Needless to say, the cover was now extremely hot. Immediately purchased 2 beast soul cores, and then fabricated 2 thermal energy collection panels, placing them on the iron cover. Thermal energy collection panel, 1000 power. Sure enough, the power output was at its maximum. Even corpses could emit light and heat. An energy pipeline connected to the thermal energy storage tank and turned to the 3 little darlings, finding playing in the water with them far more enjoyable than staring at the incineration pit. Prompt. You have gained 1 constitution while engaging in recreational activities. Disposing of corpses, collecting clothing, gathering spoils of war, placing the deceased's clothing in the garment recycling station, engaging in recreational activities with the beast girls, and so on. By the time all of this was completed, dusk had fallen. After such a major battle, and the 3 little darlings did not immediately eat. Instead, they took showers. You have used the rainbow showerhead to wash away the filth and fatigue of war, maintaining your purity and reducing the risk of illness. The system prompt appeared. The diamond-grade showerhead was truly comfortable. He and the three little darlings took a shower together and then entered the large pool, refreshed and healthy. Soaking in the warm pool water, felt his entire body relax as he began to inventory the spoils of war. Captives, 37 recycled various leathers, 9,638 units various iron weapons. Knives, bows, and arrows, 421 silver, 159660 gold, 980 emeralds, 1733 medicinal herbs, 203. The harvest from this battle was truly immense, a veritable windfall. The gains in gold and emeralds, in particular, delighted. However, many items were of no use to him and would be better off liquidated. Chapter 124. Women merely influenced the speed of my blade. All knives, guns, swords, and halberds were placed on the auction house, averaging 200 each, quite economical. As for various types of leather, Luo Yu had no desire for them. He possessed an abundance of cotton and cloth, along with the hair of beast girls. These leathers were of no immediate use, hence they were sold. After a series of transactions, he made a small profit, feeling quite pleased. Of course, the most valuable assets remained the captives. After earning 200 gold from the arena, Luo Yu began to examine the attributes of the captives. The first was the queen, and upon inspection, her attributes were rather impressive. Her measurements were 50, 55, and 48. And she possessed two personal traits: movement incentive, increases the movement speed of nearby allied units; beauty, aesthetic value 10, recruitment success rate 10. Taming success rate 10. Both traits were quite commendable. However, Luo Yu noted a special remark on the character interface. This character is a core member of the tribe and will not lose their memory. Personal traits cannot be transferred via scrolls. This revelation startled Luo Yu. Was there truly such a classification for special characters? He hastily reviewed the Heavenly Path world description regarding such individuals and discovered that while their personal traits could not be lost, they could be replicated. This required the use of personal trait replication scrolls. Upon checking the auction house, he indeed found such scrolls, and they were reasonably priced at 200,000 each. The current populace was still unaware of the scroll's immense utility, mistakenly treating it as a transfer scroll. Little did they know that powerful personal traits could only be replicated, not transferred. Without hesitation, Luo Yu purchased 4 scrolls, 2 for his own use and 2 for safekeeping. Spending 800,000 was worthwhile since he now possessed the scrolls. He decisively replicated Meilin's 2 personal traits and used them immediately. You have acquired the personal trait, beauty, 1 star. You have acquired the personal trait, movement incentive, 1 star. The beauty trait suited Luo Yu splendidly, enhancing both taming and aesthetics, much to his satisfaction. Notice, your territory's aesthetic value has surpassed 200, granting you 2 agility. Sighing in relief, Luo Yu took a bath and went to sleep. The following morning, he awoke to the buff, frenzy of action. This buff was indeed potent and had remained unbroken. Quite remarkable. He checked the status of the prison and found that all captives were in good condition. The luxurious prison also slightly aided in their recovery. Among the 37 captives, 27 had awakened. After providing them with a simple meal, he set them to work. Some were tasked with thoroughly cleaning the territory, while others went to the quarry to mine. Over the past few days, Luo Yu had deduced a pattern. The quarry occasionally experienced collapses, but at least a day of safety followed each incident, since a collapse had occurred the previous night, resulting in the demise of a bug. Today would be suitable for the captives to mine stones. If misfortune struck and a few were crushed, Luo Yu would accept it. Among the captives, several had mining levels above 6, and with their addition, the efficiency of stone extraction significantly increased. Furthermore, the cleanliness of the territory was gradually improving. It had been a while since a thorough cleaning had taken place, and with the captives present, it was time to tidy up both inside and out. After breakfast, Luo Yu checked the incineration pit, where all bodies had been burned overnight, while the pit for burning bugs continued to smolder. The wave of mosquito invasions was not yet over. The status of the thermal energy storage box was excellent, with more than half of its capacity filled. Glancing at the world channel, he noticed an increase in the number of sick individuals. In regional chats, several familiar faces were bidding farewell, seemingly having given up on treatment. Luo Yu could only join in with a farewell, safe travels. In contrast, a small group had employed Luo Yu's methods and suffered no ill effects. Just as he was contemplating attacking the formation, a notification arrived. Your important captive Malin has awakened and is currently in a weakened state. Awakened? Upon seeing the alert, a faint smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips as he made his way toward the luxurious prison. Moments later, on the 3rd floor, Malin sat on the grand bed with an expression of cold indifference, her gaze fixed firmly on Luo Yu. The woman was undeniably beautiful, yet her pallor suggested distress. Her weakened state rendered her fragile and sickly. Was her wound infected? Luo Yu approached to inspect her injury, but Malin instinctively clutched her chest, seething, "Kill me. I will never submit to you." With a swift motion, Luo Yu pushed Malin onto the bed and tore away her outer garments, exposing her fair skin. "You." Malin's face flushed crimson with humiliation as she glared at him, while Luo Yu furrowed his brow at the sight of her injury. Indeed infected. How troublesome. He promptly lifted Malin, securing her hands behind her with handcuffs for ease of treatment. Misinterpreting his intentions, tears streamed down her face. This reaction was far more genuine than that of other indigenous women. After all, she was a queen, a special character. Luo Yu, however, had no time to dwell on such matters. In his eyes, Malin was a veritable treasure, and he awaited the moment Dorno would redeem his beloved wife. To lose her to infection would be a significant loss. Having reached level 4 in healing, Luo Yu meticulously examined the wound and found it to be only slightly infected, thankfully. It was manageable. He retrieved herbs to treat Malin once more. She should be fine now. Noticing the woman's flushed cheeks and tear-filled eyes as she glared at him, Luo Yu gently caressed her slightly swollen face, murmuring, "Does it hurt? Be honest. I mean you no harm. But if you dare resist, don't blame me for being ruthless." Malin turned her head in humiliation, tears continuing to fall. Her demeanor was not that of an indigenous woman, but rather that of a captured noble lady. Luo Yu felt as though he were the villain in this narrative. Very well, if he was to be the villain, then so be it. Whether noble lady or indigenous queen, to Luo Yu, they were all the same. Profit was the ultimate priority. As he often stated, women merely influence the speed at which he wields his blade. But beast girls do not. Contemplating whether the young chieftain would come to redeem his wife, he received another notification. The chieftain of the Scala tribe wishes to engage in a prisoner trade with you. Trialists could indeed trade with indigenous factions, and if relations with the tribe were favorable, merchant caravans might even visit his territory for trade. Chapter 125. I have a Minotaur brother. The consequences are yours to bear according to the principles of the heavenly Tao world. The indigenous people lack any system. However, they can communicate with trial takers through tribal shamans. These shamans are quite remarkable, as they can seamlessly interface with the systems of the trial takers. Upon confirming, a transaction window immediately appeared. Dorner, despicable lord, return my wife to me. Luo Yu. Very well, you finally took the initiative to seek me out. I can return her, but it depends on your sincerity. Dorner, what do you want? A faint smile curled at the corners of Luo Yu's lips as he calmly articulated his demands. 500. 000 silver, 500, 000 stone bricks, 50, 000 gold, and 5,000 emeralds. Dorner, wishful thinking. Our tribe does not possess such resources. Luo Yu, is that so? Casting a glance at the disheveled and modestly clad Merlin, he promptly attached a screenshot of her current state to the transaction window. Dorner, I have merely removed Merlin's upper garment. If you cannot produce these items, I shall proceed to remove her trousers. To be candid, Merlin is quite beautiful, and I find her very intriguing. Moreover, my Minotaur brother is also quite enamored with your wife's beauty. You should be aware of the consequences. As he spoke, he sent a photo of his imposing Minotaur brother, clad in animal hides and wielding an axe. Ah, Dorner immediately replied, evil. You scoundrel, do not harm my wife. I truly cannot afford such things, but I have other items to offer. An object was placed in the transaction window, and Luo Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The territory core. Indeed, the Scala tribe had not only attacked my territory but had also assailed nearby lands. Luo Yu realized that several trial takers who could not withstand the indigenous assaults had been slain, resulting in the territory core falling into the hands of the tribesmen. Understanding the intricacies, Luo Yu feigned righteous indignation. How detestable. Your wicked tribe has murdered cosmic allies. You are the enemy of all trial takers. 1 core is not enough. I demand 10. Present me with 10 cores, and I shall return your lovely wife. 10. Dorner hastily replied, evil lord, you are exceedingly greedy. Our tribe cannot produce that many territory cores. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Why not? Does your tribe not have 10 territories to conquer? Dorner, we have indeed vanquished many territories, but the cores are given to the shaman priests, as they bring greater resources to our tribe. We have already utilized them. Currently, we possess only this one for trade. Is that so? A hint of disappointment flickered in Luo Yu's eyes as he responded, foolishness. Will you not provoke an attack if you fall short? I will grant you 3 days to gather 10 territory cores for our transaction. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Dorner, no. The shamans have not received divine guidance. We cannot initiate an attack without incurring heavenly wrath. I am willing to meet your previous demands, and I shall also provide you with this territory core. This. Luo Yu stroked his chin, realizing that the time for attacking the heavenly Tao world had not yet arrived, making it impossible to coerce the indigenous people. He directly placed the recently torn clothing of Merlin into the transaction window. Very well, I am a reasonable man. I shall grant you 1 day to gather the resources I require. First, return your wife's clothing to you, and trade the territory core to me now. As a mutual deposit. Your wife's clothing. One can only imagine the gritted teeth of Dorner on the other end, but he had no choice. The impression Luo Yu left him was exceedingly fearsome, and the thought of his minotaur brother sent shivers down his spine. If he were to provoke this malevolent lord, who knows what unpredictable actions he might take? He had no option but to confirm. Transaction successful. You have acquired Territory Core 1. Luo Yu was overjoyed and promptly closed the chat window. Approaching Merlin, he gently caressed her face and chuckled. Fear not, your highness. My earlier words were merely to intimidate your husband. How could I bear to inflict cruelty upon you? By the way, are you hungry? It's almost time for lunch. In that moment, Merlin appeared to Luo Yu as a veritable treasure, and it was imperative to treat this queen with the utmost respect. With a hearty laugh, he exited the room and slammed the door shut behind him. Upon reaching the first floor, he had already utilized the newly acquired territory core, but to his astonishment, this particular core differed from the previous one, only augmenting all territory resources by 5. Logically, it should have been 10. Standing at the staircase, he meticulously read the description and realized that territory cores come in tiers. While most typically grant a 10 increase, some poorly developed territories yield only 5. Whereas exceptionally well-developed ones could offer 20 or even 30. Thus, conquering territories with robust development would yield significant benefits for the tribe. Merlin's garments had only netted him a 5 increase. What a loss. Choosing to utilize it immediately, Luo Yu's territory resources surged to 144, while mineral resources reached 149. As he pondered this, he arrived at the first floor, discovering that 2 prisoners had sustained slight infections. He took the opportunity to treat them, gaining a bit of medical experience. Just as he was about to leave the prison, a sudden insight struck him. Wasn't the lack of medical personnel a pressing issue? If he and his companions, Shao Kong and Shao Dai, could elevate their medical skills, that would suffice. With so many captives at hand, they could easily drag them out, inflict minor injuries, and then heal them. Repeatedly beating and treating would enhance their medical levels. Soon, Luo Yu's mind connected this idea to the 5 points of entertainment value added by the advanced prison. He conceived a plan. There would be time for that tonight. For now, he had work to do. He ascended the watchtower before the strike array. Gazing at the array and beginning to assess the gains and losses from the previous battle, intending to improve the strike array. Despite the enemy having not even breached the death corridor, Luo Yu still identified issues. The corridor was traversed too easily, lacking obstacles aside from the arrow towers. Had it not been for the fierce firepower and the absence of numerous shield bearers during this assault, the enemy might have managed to navigate through the death corridor. Chapter 126. Ransom Collection and Unlocking Key Technologies. The purpose of the corridor is twofold. Firstly, to impede the movement speed of the adversary. Secondly, to inflict damage upon them. The arrow towers currently show great efficacy in dealing damage. Thus, it is imperative to maximize the reduction of their movement speed. As Luo Yu pondered, his gaze fell upon the burning incineration pile, where insects were being continuously incinerated, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Setting fire was not the solution. If flames engulfed everything, capturing a single prisoner would be futile, as all would be reduced to ashes. Fire was not a viable option. Water could be employed to render the ground muddy. However, this approach required careful consideration, as improper usage could endanger his own strike formation. Yet, if executed correctly, it could significantly slow the opponent's movement. Imagine if the terrain within the strike formation became thoroughly muddied, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate one's foot upon stepping down. Wouldn't that drastically hinder the adversary's mobility? At this juncture, another highly practical technology comes into play: terrain modification. This advanced geological technology can only be unlocked after acquiring carpet technology. Terrain modification, Silver 50,000. Beast Soul Core 2. The cost of unlocking this technology is not to be underestimated, but for Luo Yu, who possesses over 2 million in assets, it is merely a moderate expense. He promptly opted to unlock it, and upon accessing the relevant interface, he discovered a myriad of terrain modification techniques. The modifications are categorized into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. Unlocking medium modifications necessitates a base fertility rate of over 200, which he currently does not possess. However, low-level modifications are available. Slowing marsh, movement speed reduced by 70, lowers hygiene value incredible. The deceleration effect is indeed remarkable, and the cost is quite economical. Though the reduction in hygiene value is something Luo Yu would prefer to avoid. Hygiene value is a critical statistic that should not be allowed to decline. After some contemplation, Luo Yu's attention was drawn to a particular type of special surface. Deceleration zone. Movement speed reduced by 50. This deceleration zone does not compromise aesthetics or hygiene value. Yet stepping onto it causes a slight adhesion, which could prove fatal. Although the deceleration zone indiscriminately affects both allies and foes, Luo Yu himself would not venture into the corridor. Admittedly, it would delay his collection of spoils, but he deemed the time inconsequential. The construction cost for the deceleration zone is stone bricks 50, iron or 20, silver 20. The expense is relatively steep. However, to enhance the effectiveness of his strike formation against the enemy, Luo Yu resolved to proceed with its creation. As stone brick production has ramped up, he could manage to support its construction. After a meal, Luo Yu finally received a trade request from Dorno. What a devoted man, delivering the ransom so promptly. Upon clicking confirm, Dorno placed all the materials on the trading interface, and Luo Yu, as per their agreement, redeemed the queen. He cheerfully messaged, "So it is settled. May our transaction be pleasant. By the way, the end of the month is approaching. Bring your warriors for another few waves. I await your arrival." Dorno, already furious to the point of exasperation, silently clicked confirm and closed the trade interface. Transaction successful. You have received silver 500,000, stone bricks 500,000, gold 50,000, emerald 5,000, wealth acquired. A tremendous profit. The gold is sufficient to unlock lightning technology and thermal defense technology, while the stone bricks will sustain territorial construction for a considerable period. Splendid. Luo Yu discovered a rapid path to affluence, capturing the chieftain's woman. Were it not for his inability to leave the territory, he would have immediately taken his 3 lovely companions to raid the tribe. How exhilarating. Yet, even with such a substantial sum acquired, Luo Yu maintained a clear mind. He promptly updated his personal profile on the Mercenary Plaza. Top-tier mercenaries offer free assistance against attacks, provided that the attacking unit includes special individuals such as the queen, chieftain's fiancée, daughter, or the chieftain himself. After the battle, simply reward me with the special individual. After amending his profile, Luo Yu contentedly stored all his possessions and proceeded to check his current resources. Silver, 2, 913,000 wood, 1, 721 iron, or 16. 328 stone bricks, 509, 208 copper ore, 10, 308 emerald, 52, 376 gold, 55, 700 platinum, 1,000 diamond, 0, a fortune, indeed. Luo Yu immediately prepared to unlock lightning technology. Lightning storage box. Design blueprint 1, copper or 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 100,000, with enough gold in hand. He was merely short of 10,000 copper ore, so he decided to purchase it from the market. Miners have improved their levels, and there are plenty of copper ores available for sale, albeit at a somewhat steep price of 150. However, with his financial standing, he had no qualms about buying. After spending 500,000 silver to acquire sufficient copper ore, he promptly opted to unlock it. You have successfully unlocked lightning technology. Before him appeared a golden box, comparable in size to the thermal collection box, yet clearly far more expensive. This was the lightning storage box, a prerequisite for unlocking all lightning technologies. Lightning storage box, 050,000, currently devoid of electrical energy, its storage capacity stands at 0. Luo Yu, suppressing his excitement, took the lightning box back to the base and placed it in the insulated room for the time being. He accessed the relevant technology page. The entire lightning technology tree appeared exceedingly complex, with most branches shrouded in darkness. Only a few buildings were illuminated. Lightning storage box, copper or 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 100,000. For the second construction of this box, no design blueprint is required. Thus, Luo Yu need not construct this box again, at least for the time being. Lightning rod, copper or 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000, B soul core 1. The lightning rod is designed to attract lightning, even in the absence of storms. It can absorb stray lightning elements from the air, gradually increasing the stored lightning energy. However, the price, true to form, it requires a beast soul core. Continuing to explore further, electric fence, per meter copper or 500, gold 50, silver 1,000. The electric fence functions akin to an electrical grid, serving as a lightning defense apparatus. Luo Yu could utilize it to construct electric barriers or deploy it within the strike formation corridors for defensive purposes. Chapter 127. Amusement activities with the captives. However, there are drawbacks. The description of this rudimentary electric fence reveals its limited power, capable only of temporarily incapacitating individuals for a few seconds, while consuming a significant amount of energy. Luo Yu's gaze ultimately settled on the long-desired electric strike tower. Electric strike tower, basic copper or 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 500,000. The cost is exorbitant. What does 50,000 gold signify? Yet, the description of this electric tower is tantalizing. Electric strike tower, attack range 5,000 meters, including aerial targets, accuracy 100, attack interval 20 seconds. Power, instant kill for targets with less than 100 constitution. What delighted Luo Yu the most was that this structure is classified as furniture rather than a building, implying it is subject to critical hits. However, the description indicates that the energy consumption for storing lightning is substantial. Currently, he is short by 15,000 gold. So he decides against construction for now and plans to build a lightning rod instead. The lightning rod is to be installed on the rooftops of buildings. And according to the description, it is entirely safe. Yet, Luo Yu refrains from placing one atop his villa, just to be cautious. He decides to position them in the warehouse and prison instead. Lightning rod, copper or 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000. Beast soul core 1. He first constructs 3 lightning rods, purchases the beast soul core, and places 2 on the warehouse roof and 1 atop the luxurious prison. Next, he connects them to the lightning storage box via energy pipelines, completing the setup. Upon inspecting the lightning rods, he notes that in the absence of lightning, the daily absorption capacity is only 300, totaling 900 for 3 rods. It will take an eternity to fill them. He finds himself wishing for a storm. Speaking of which, he hasn't utilized his critical hits in days. With the recent increase in resources, Luo Yu decides to test his luck and see if he can unearth a large quantity of gold. Without hesitation, he heads to the mine, preparing to strike the rock. Suddenly, he notices the golden scorpion king, who is mining nearby, squinting its eyes as if searching for something in the rock. Its expression resembles that of a man who has just encountered something soft through a curtain, utterly delighted. Luo Yu gazes curiously at the scorpion. Beginning to grasp the situation, he silently recites a phrase. 100-fold critical hit triggered, a prompt appears, and in the next moment, the Scorpion King extracts a large yellow stone from the rock, an enormous gold nugget, just as Luo Yu had surmised. The Golden Scorpion King can retrieve a piece of gold after a certain interval, previously only small fragments, but he had just achieved a critical hit. Animals belong to him. And under specific circumstances, their actions can also yield critical hits. For instance, cows producing milk, beast girls shedding hair, or the Scorpion King mining for gold. You have obtained gold 10,000 gold. What a windfall. Luo Yu is so elated he feels like embracing the Scorpion King. Quickly, keep digging. Encouraged by his master, the Scorpion King plunges its claws back into the rock. Luo Yu, no longer minding himself, watches intently for any sign of enjoyment on the Scorpion's face. Iron and copper ores are unearthed, yet the Scorpion no longer displays that ecstatic expression. After half an hour of waiting, Luo Yu, feeling defeated, decides to leave. The randomness is too great. He cannot stand watch over the Scorpion for 24 hours. Even if he did, it might not manage to unearth any more gold that day. Shaking his head, he collects the gold and resumes mining himself. He intends to accompany the Scorpion King while keeping an eye on its expressions, ready to trigger a critical hit at the first sign of delight. Who knows? Perhaps luck will be on his side. As mealtime approaches, the Scorpion King still fails to exhibit that gleeful demeanor, leaving Luo Yu disappointed. After patting its head, he departs the mine. This mining session has once again highlighted his swift work rate, with efficiency surpassing that of when he first entered the heavenly Tao world by over 5-fold. With only 6 of the ore resources remaining, he can likely mine for one more day. After dinner, Luo Yu leads 3 adorable companions into the prison. The captives, having finished their meals, lounge lazily on their beds after a day's work. The luxurious prison environment is pleasant. Aside from tasks, there is no survival pressure akin to that in the tribe. After just 2 days, their compliance has surpassed 60. Life here is rather comfortable. Luo Yu gathers all the captives and hands each a wooden stick, forming a circle. He steps into the center, brandishing a stick of his own, and points at several standing captives. You, and you. 10 of you come forward to spar with your lord. The selected individuals exchange glances, and one man suddenly kneels, crying out, "My lord, please don't kill us." "Who said anything about killing you?" Luo Yu retorts impatiently. "Can't you understand human speech? Use those sticks to fight me. Hit me with all your might. If anyone dares to slack off, I will have their head." Upon hearing this, despite their reluctance, the captives dare not disobey and rush toward Luo Yu. A cacophony of combat ensues. 10 individuals are hardly a match for him, all swiftly knocked to the ground, sustaining minor injuries. Luo Yu receives a prompt. You have engaged in an entertainment activity, gaining 1 strength entertainment activity? Is this what you call it? Luo Yu mentally scoffs. But he appreciates the attribute boost. Shao Kong, Shao Dai, take the injured away for treatment. Don't let it affect tomorrow's work. The 2 adorable companions immediately begin practicing their medical skills, while Luo Yu gestures towards a group of female captives, beckoning them with his finger. All of you. Come at me. If you hate me, then unleash your full strength to take me down. A young female captive in her 20s replies earnestly, My lord. We don't hate you at all. This place is beautiful. The food is vegetables and meat, and we even have milk to drink. You are quite handsome. We are all grateful to you and admire you, not a shred of hatred. You dare not to hate me? Luo Yu erupts in anger. Nonsense. Do you think flattering me will spare you from training? Once again, the sounds of combat resonate through the prison. An hour later, Luo Yu, drenched in sweat and feeling invigorated, departs the prison with his adorable companions, leaving behind a disarray of captives sprawled on the ground. Chapter 128. Luo Yu is harder to defeat than a boss. Luo Yu displayed remarkable restraint in combat. The captives possess superior physiques compared to ordinary individuals. A minor injury, even without treatment, could heal after a day of rest. After receiving medical attention, they could recover overnight, allowing them to continue their perilous work in the quarry the next day. Following a hearty meal, Luo Yu experienced an increase of 2 in strength and 1 in agility, along with a significant boost in his medical skills. Indeed, engaging in combat proved to be a rapid means of enhancing attributes, provided one had the requisite entertainment value to support it. That evening, Luo Yu luxuriated in a bath, while Shao Kong, ever the obedient one, eagerly approached to give him a shoulder massage. Yu engaged in recreational activities, gaining 1 in physique. The massage yielded a point in physique. Sometimes a high entertainment value could lead to such outcomes. At that moment, the chat group was particularly lively. Nakoer, Yuyun, see you at the arena today. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Fong Yuyun, hee, little girl, still unconvinced? Come on, I am not afraid of you. Elena, what room are you in? I want to join too. Yoda, count me in. Alice, it's been a few days since we all met. Shall we find a room to chat together? Luo Yu, are you coming? Luo Yu, sure. In the arena, room 4396, established by Fong Yuyun, Luo Yu entered to find everyone present. Brother, you're here. Yoda laughed heartily and embraced Luo Yu, who reciprocated warmly. It was vital to cultivate a good friendship with Yoda. The reputation of the Tauren was well-deserved. Beside them, Fong Yuyun exclaimed in surprise, You? My heavens, I was just wondering if the renowned human expert, you, had any connection to you, and here you are. Seeing the astonished expressions on the girls' faces, Luo Yu smiled lightly. Just lucky, that's all. Yuyun, did you change your hairstyle? The short hair suits you quite well. Fong Yuyun's cheeks flushed slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips as she retorted, I thought you wouldn't notice, you big clueless guy. Of course, he noticed. Luo Yu had developed a habit of observing the hair growth of beast girls. He often assessed a girl's hair length first. Not just Fong Yuyun's short hair, he could even detect minor trims. As Luo Yu regarded her with a calm smile, Fong Yuyun's face reddened further. Suddenly, she declared, Today, I challenge you first. The wager will be 1 silver coin. However, for the sake of fairness, let me use 1 hand and 1 leg. Luo Yu rolled his eyes at her, amused. You are truly fair, aren't you? Fine, I accept your challenge, but let us change the stakes. The loser must fulfill 1 condition for the winner. How about that? Fong Yuyun's face turned crimson. Tentatively, she asked, if you win, what do you intend for me to do? Wear a swimsuit, Luo Yu replied with a grin. Shut up, you pervert. Who would wear such a ridiculous swimsuit for you to see? She huffed, flustered. You'll pay for that. With her face burning, Fong Yuyun drew an iron sword. And the battle commenced. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 rapid exchanges, Luo Yu remained still, while Fong Yuyun was pushed back slightly. Very impressive, she exclaimed. I'll use my martial skills now, as you promised to let me use 1 hand. She charged again, unleashing the technique clear wind swordplay. It must be said, Fong Yuyun was quite formidable. Her strength had reached 100 points. Each strike was heavy and powerful. An ordinary person could hardly withstand even a few of her blows. However, with 115 points in strength, Luo Yu effortlessly blocked her attacks with 1 hand. Given that the wind blade technique was a second-tier skill and combined with his fighter traits, its power significantly surpassed that of the clear wind swordplay. After several exchanges, Fong Yuyun began to falter. With a beaming smile, Luo Yu encouraged, you all join in too. It's a great opportunity to practice teamwork. All right. Nakoer promptly drew her short sword. Elena and Alice exchanged glances. Since Captain Luo Yu suggested practicing teamwork, they would indeed put in the effort. The two girls readied their bows, while Nyoda readied his battle axe to strike at Luo Yu. In this scenario, Luo Yu naturally wouldn't limit himself to one hand. His teammates were no pushovers and could help him enhance his practical skills. He focused intently, and for a time, he managed to hold his own against them. Had it not been for Elena and Alice's cunning archery, he might have gained the upper hand. His attribute points were indeed superior, 115 in strength and 119 in agility. These numbers translated into far more than mere digits. For instance, when Elena's arrows could hit someone with 100 agility, a target with 101 agility would surpass her accuracy. Even a seemingly slight difference in agility could result in a significant disparity in hit rate. As a 119 agility individual, even the skilled elven archer found it challenging to land a shot on Luo Yu. Bang! A muffled thud sounded as Nyoda was struck first. In training mode, he wouldn't leave the room, but he was temporarily unable to join the fray. Shortly thereafter, Nakor was also hit, leaving Fang Yuyun as the only melee fighter remaining. She clearly panicked, and her battle ended swiftly. In the next moment, Elena abandoned her bow and closed in, armed with a dagger. She proved to be more adept in close combat than Fang Yuyun or Nakor, earning her the title of a melee archer. After exchanging blows with Luo Yu for several rounds, she was ultimately felled by a swift strike to the neck. Alice was still drawing her bow, but alas, this beautiful light elf was outmatched. Luo Yu advanced toward her, and in a moment of panic, she clutched her bow, attempting to resist, only to be gently tapped on the forehead by Luo Yu. KO. The training session concluded, with the five unable to best Luo Yu. Nyoda gazed at him with admiration, while the girls looked on in astonishment and respect. Nakor's beautiful eyes gleamed with a hint of reverence. Everyone knew Luo Yu was impressive, but none expected him to be this formidable. Fang Yuyun exclaimed, "You are genuinely strong. It feels harder to defeat you than a boss. Thank goodness you're not our enemy." Alice smiled softly, while Elena looked at Luo Yu, stating, "Let us go again, this time. I want to let you in so easily." Nakoa quietly remarked, "Yuyun, why does Luo Yu use his sword against us? It is so gentle with Sister Alice." Chapter 129. The challenge from a full squad. Fang Yumeng cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yu and murmured, "He is quite exceptional in many ways. Yet he delights in bullying us and is rather obsessed with appearances." At that moment, Luo Yu concluded, smiling gently, "In truth, everyone possesses their strengths. However, we have yet to synchronize our efforts, which gives the impression that we are fighting individually, allowing me to defeat each of you in turn. Our training should focus on cooperative combat, yet we must not practice blindly. We need to reflect on our methods and engage in scientific and effective training." The group nodded in agreement, maintaining humility and victory and composure. At that moment, Luo Yu inspired a sense of security among the girls. Nakua found her heart racing as she gazed at him, while Fang Yumeng, despite her earlier remarks about his vanity, could not help but admire the brilliance in his eyes. Nyoda laughed heartily. "Luo Yu, you are absolutely right. We shall train as you instruct." As they discussed, the camaraderie amidst the pressures of life brought them joy. However, Fang Yumeng soon furrowed her brow and said, "A notification has arrived. Someone wishes to enter our room for a team battle." Team battles, a variant mode in the arena, do not affect rankings but are favored due to the large stakes involved and the opportunity to enhance one's standing within the squad, as well as improve their cooperative combat skills. Particularly after the heatwave, many have come to appreciate the benefits of teaming up to face bosses, leading to a surge in popularity for this mode. The number of participants in ordinary team battles has now surpassed those in one-on-one duels. It is worth noting that boss events do occur in the Heavenly Dao world. Should a boss appear in someone's territory, it necessitates a squad to eliminate it. Those without a squad must hire mercenaries, unless one is capable of dispatching the boss with the territory's formidable defenses. Currently, Luo Yu's squad, being predominantly female, consists of members who have only recently entered the arena, and their synergy is yet to be established. Engaging in a duel with another squad may prove perilous. The group's gaze shifted to Luo Yu, who smiled calmly. "I concur. There is no need for concern." Fang Yumeng nodded solemnly, and upon her agreement, a flash of light appeared at the other end of the room, revealing 10 individuals. 10 individuals, a fully equipped squad. Luo Yu observed closely. Among them were 3 from the Golden Lion clan, presumably warriors. 2 from the Winged clan appeared to be assassins, while 2 from the Tree clan were undoubtedly tanks. The remaining 3, with blue hair and wielding bows, belonged to the Water clan, the absence of a healer notwithstanding. Their composition was remarkably robust and exuded an aura of ferocity. The leader, a burly man from the Golden Lion clan, wore a bronze emblem on his chest, marking him as a bronze-tier individual. Though Luo Yu possessed bronze-tier strength, he had yet to attain the tier due to insufficient battle experience, remaining at the black iron level. This golden lion warrior, however, was indeed bronze tier. Furthermore, apart from the leader, one male from the Water Clan and another from the Wing Clan were also at the Black Iron level. This squad was formidable. As Luo Yu and his companions assessed their opponents, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny. Upon realizing the disparity, half of the 10 members displayed expressions of derision. The burly golden lion stepped forward, mocking, "It is quite rare to see a Black Iron team from the human clan. Your squad appears utterly feeble. Since you are here, allow us to educate you on the art of team combat." A nearby male from the Winged Clan chuckled, "Captain, did you see? This team boasts rare dark elves and light elves. Among all the elven maidens, their kind is the most beautiful." Another chimed in with a sinister grin. "The human woman and the cat girl are also exceptionally rare gems." "Is that so?" A cold-looking male from the Water Clan remarked. "I actually find this human male rather impressive." The others gaped. The two teammates beside him instinctively distanced themselves, while Luo Yu felt a chill run down his spine. What a surprise, he was a pervert. At that moment, Nyoda and Appos, S expression turned grim, seemingly at a loss. Fong Yuming and Naku and Appos, her instinctively retreated behind Luo Yu. Alice frowned deeply, and Elena wore an expression of indignation. Luo Yu stepped forward, calmly stating, "So you have come here to bully the weak, have you? Very well." The Golden Lion warrior scoffed. "I intend to slaughter you pitiful beings for some arena experience and elevate to Black Iron. Enough with the pleasantries, let us commence." Luo Yu replied nonchalantly, "You may use us to gain experience, but you must possess the ability to do so. How about this, since we have crossed paths? Let us engage in a light-hearted match. The stake shall be 1,000,000 silver coins." Gasping, Nakuer and Fong Yuming drew in their breaths, while Alice and the others stared wide-eyed. The opposing squad also displayed shock. 1,000,000. Even as a team, that was a significant sum. Without further ado, Luo Yu placed 1,000,000 silver coins into their betting pool, gazing at the Golden Lion warrior with a smirk. "If you wish to gain experience, step up. Surely you can muster more than a mere million, yes?" Everyone was taken aback, astonished not only by Luo Yu's audacity but also by his wealth. In an era where even 10,000 was considered a fortune, Luo Yu's ability to wager 1,000,000 silver coins revealed the extent of his riches. "You." The Golden Lion warrior gritted his teeth. This was no longer merely a matter of experience, but a matter of pride. With the appearance of the 1,000,000 silver wager, spectators began to gather in the room. Should he back down now, how could he ever assert his dominance again? Besides, they had 10 members. While the opposing team had only 6, their strongest was at Black Iron, whereas he was bronze tier. From any angle, victory seemed assured. The Winged Clan member whispered, "Boss, they are merely trying to intimidate us with their wealth. Let us pool our resources, and we should have enough." The burly Golden Lion surveyed his team, and upon seeing their nods of agreement, he gritted his teeth and produced his entire fortune of 30,000. The remaining 9 members also snarled as they revealed their wealth, reaching the total of 100,000. This sudden turn of events made Fong Yum and the others tense, while the number of spectators continued to grow. 1,000,000 silver wager was indeed a rare occurrence. The Golden Lion warrior declared, "Let the battle begin." "Very well, let us commence," Luo Yu replied, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. Chapter 130. Luo Yu, a man who disrupts balance. At the very moment the countdown reached its conclusion, arrows were already soaring towards him from the opposing side. In the forefront, 2 tank-like tree folk advanced, flanked by 3 warriors closing in on Luo Yu. Meanwhile, their assassins had stealthily detached from the group, while 2 archers concealed themselves in an obscure corner, difficult to target. The arrows launched toward them would typically be absorbed by the tanks at the front or deflected by the warriors. It was evident that the opposing team had honed their skills through rigorous practice, showcasing remarkable combat proficiency. Despite their evident superiority in strength, they refrained from recklessly charging forward. Team battles are not mere duels. A hasty rush could lead to immediate encirclement and ruin. Clang, clang. Luo Yu wielded his celestial blade, effortlessly deflecting the incoming arrows. He then nodded towards the 2 elven maidens, who instantly comprehended his intent and began to retreat while knocking their arrows. Their projectiles flew towards the 2 tree folk men. To evade the opposing archers, it is customary for bowmen to stay beyond each other's range, relying on the superiority of their bows and strength. Clearly, both sides wielded iron-grade bows with 100 strength, rendering it improbable for either archer to hit their mark. Their arrows would instead target the tanks at the front lines. Swish, swish. One arrow was blocked by a Treeman's shield, while the other struck a Treeman's leg, causing him to grimace as he pulled the arrow free. However, it appeared to inflict no significant damage. With a calm demeanor, Luo Yu waved his hand, and a dazzling light enveloped him as he summoned his beasts. A rhinoceros, an elephant, a red-scaled giant python, and a wolf king, all boasting full attribute points of 100. Hiss. A beast tamer. All were black iron-grade animals. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Realizing the audacity of the opposing team to engage 6 against 10, now understanding the presence of a beast tamer, Feng Yume, witnessing this, quickly summoned her feline companion, which, contrary to her claim of it being a mere kitten, turned out to be a formidable black iron-grade big cat resembling a lynx. The presence of 2 beast tamers made this team formidable indeed. The audience's eyes widened, and the expressions of the opposing team turned grim. They had initially perceived their opponents as easy prey, unaware of their hidden strengths. Luo Yu glanced at the large, roaring lynx and wasted no time. He commanded the rhinoceros and elephant to charge forward. These were beasts with maximum attribute points. "I hear your tanks are quite sturdy. Let us see for ourselves," he declared. Swish. The enemy's arrow struck the charging white rhinoceros but failed to penetrate its defenses. Boom. In the next moment, the enraged white rhinoceros collided with one of the tree folk, sending him staggering backward, one of his legs broken. Following closely, the elephant crashed into another tree folk, sending him flying. The opposing formation was immediately disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu drew his Yang Yu bow and released a powerful shot. Swish. The arrow soared forth. The Yang Yu bow was a golden-grade weapon, its power surpassing that of Alice and Elena's arrows. This arrow struck a male from the Golden Lion tribe, piercing through his chest and causing him to vanish on the spot. The enemy had suffered casualties. This super beast tamer was also a top-tier archer. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, including Alice and the others, who were momentarily stunned by Luo Yu's prowess. Yet, there was no time for awe. The Wolf King and the red-scaled giant python surged into the fray, igniting a chaotic melee. Nearby, Luo Yu whispered to Ku-er and Yume, "Do you see those 2 sneaky assassins? Keep your eyes on them, and do not let them near Alice and Elena." "Understood. We will manage." The 2 girls, initially anxious, steadied themselves upon hearing Luo Yu's words, gripping their weapons firmly, now aware of their roles. Meanwhile, Luo Yu unleashed another arrow. Thud! Another adversary fell, struck down by his lethal shot. The power of his arrows was immense. They were undeniably golden grade. Failing to eliminate this super beast tamer would render their numbers meaningless. But how could they resolve this? The 5 beasts had ensnared the enemy's warriors and tanks, leaving the question of resolution hanging in the air. The audience grew in numbers, engaged in lively discussions. Initially expecting a lopsided battle, they were now witnessing a dramatic reversal. Luo Yu was turning the tide entirely. In the fray, the 2 assassins were tightly monitored by Feng Yume and Ku-er, leaving them with no chance to unleash their agility. The 5 beasts had engulfed the enemy's melee fighters, and the Golden Lion squad had lost 2 more members, leaving only the 2 archers capable of action. Yet, they dared not approach, fully aware that Luo Yu's arrows possessed far greater range and power than theirs. They could only attack the beasts from a distance. At such range, the rhinoceros, elephant, and red-scaled giant python were unaffected by arrows, merely brushing off the attacks. The agile giant lynx and the fully attribute-pointed wolf king rendered the enemy archers effectively useless. Luo Yu's presence had utterly disrupted the battlefield's equilibrium. How could they hope to combat him? With each arrow, he claimed a life, and should he fell another, their chances of recovery would vanish entirely. Every perceptive observer recognized this pivotal moment. The golden-haired man understood it too, as Luo Yu drew his bow. He unleashed his full strength, swinging his sword towards the encumbered Wolf King. The Wolf King narrowed its eyes, aware of the sword's might, retreating as the golden-haired man seized the opportunity to charge at Luo Yu. This man was undoubtedly a bronze-level expert. His reaction speed and abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary person. He aimed to close the distance before Luo Yu could release his arrow, seeking to settle the matter in close combat. The golden-haired man's speed was astonishing. In response, Luo Yu relinquished his bow and drew the celestial blade. All eyes were glued to this moment, understanding that the outcome rested upon the singular clash. In that instant of metal colliding, Luo Yu silently recited a phrase in his mind. Hundredfold critical hit triggered. The next moment, the golden-haired man's sword clashed violently with Luo Yu's celestial blade. Chapter 131. Instant annihilation with a decisive slash. The burly man of the Golden Lion tribe was cleaved in 2. His body and weapon falling apart under the weight of a hundredfold critical strike. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving everyone in stunned silence until the remains of the golden-haired man vanished, breaking the spell and eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Such an extraordinary display of prowess. "Boss!" cried the Water Tribe man, only to meet his demise at the horn of a charging rhinoceros, while an elephant charged towards an opposing archer. Moments later, the entire team of the Golden Lion man lay defeated. "Oh, your team has secured victory, lasting 14 minutes and 37 seconds. You have earned betting capital and audience rewards, 170,000. The betting capital would be automatically distributed among all team members. As the battle concluded, Admiration radiated from the onlookers towards Luo Yu, with Nok Air excitedly embracing his arm, exclaiming, "Incredible! You actually eliminated a bronze-level expert with a single strike. Oh my. Luo Yu, I truly admire you." Fang Yuming gazed at Luo Yu with similar enthusiasm, while Nyoda pretended to shield the two elven maidens from arrows. Having contributed nothing yet reaping a fortune effortlessly, his admiration for Luo Yu had elevated him to the status of the most loyal subordinate. Noticing the excitement directed at him, Luo Yu smiled modestly. "Perhaps my blade is simply superior, just fortunate, really. Here it comes, Luo Yu's catchphrase, just lucky. Can one truly call it luck when you cleave an opponent in half?" The girls chuckled lightly, accustomed to Luo Yu's humble demeanor, their admiration for him deepening. Victorious yet unpretentious, he exuded a calm composure. What a charming man. Following this, Luo Yu practiced team coordination with everyone, and as time drew near, they exited the arena, ready for a good night's rest. Upon awakening to a new day, Luo Yu, as per usual, had breakfast and organized his tasks for the day. With some mineral resources available, he planned to fully exploit the mine today, aiming to gather sufficient gold as the primary objective. While en route to the mine, Luo Yu suddenly recalled an event and made his way to the warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse door, he was delighted to find what he sought. Core of thermal technology, core of lightning technology, both cores were present in the warehouse. After unlocking major technological categories, cores would be awarded, and they would automatically appear in the warehouse. Luo Yu had forgotten about them until now, and joy spread across his face. He quickly retrieved the two cores and installed them into his lord's bracelet. Each core enhanced building quality by 5 and territorial resources by 1, effectively boosting the power of defensive structures like arrow towers and automatic crossbows by 10 and increasing various resources by 2. Before long, the mineral resources in the mine had restored to 8, which was quite comforting. Moments later, standing before the rock face of the mine, Luo Yu silently recited a phrase before swinging his pickaxe down. 100-fold critical strike triggered. You have obtained 6,000 emeralds. Astounded, he realized this critical strike yielded a bounty of emeralds. Perhaps he could craft an emerald nightstand. He still had one opportunity for a 100-fold critical strike, but Luo Yu decided to reserve it for future use, akin to last night when he swiftly dispatched an adversary at a critical juncture. That bronze-level expert from the Golden Lion tribe was indeed formidable. Luo Yu knew it would take several exchanges to defeat him. Frustration welled up, prompting him to unleash a critical strike and finish the encounter. With 1 million in betting capital at stake, there was no room for hesitation. After mining throughout the morning, Luo Yu joined his charming companions for lunch before taking a stroll across the prairie. The weather had been pleasantly cool, hovering around 24 degrees Celsius. As they walked, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong frolicked nearby, while Xiao Jin remarked, "Master, the muddy conditions have significantly improved these days, and the mosquitoes have nearly been eradicated. Should we dismantle the thermal collection panels?" "Yes, please do so shortly and place them on the roof," Luo Yu replied distractedly, absent-mindedly stroking her tiger ears while gazing into the distance at the assault formation. Last night, he had a dream in which the Skasa tribe launched an attack, and everyone seemed to look up at him, evoking a feeling of being a living target. Upon waking, he pondered the possibility of an enemy sharpshooter taking aim at him from a watchtower. The shield could only withstand a couple of attacks. He couldn't afford to remain exposed in enemy sight. With these thoughts lingering, a plan began to form in Luo Yu's mind. The war fog. If he could envelop the assault formation in war fog, it would obscure enemy visibility and prolong their entrapment in the death corridor. What a splendid strategy. Once he grasped the concept, executing it became straightforward. War fog expansion box. Iron or 10,000, silver 10,000, gold 500, emerald 500. Rebuilding no longer required a design blueprint. This amount was negligible for Luo Yu at present. He chose to construct it, and in a flash of light, the fog box materialized. "Xiao Dai, please take the fog box to the assault formation and place it behind the sandbags." "Okay," Xiao Dai chirped, lifting the box and flying off, thereby cloaking the assault formation in war fog and enhancing the territory's defenses once more. Satisfied, Luo Yu prepared to conclude their walk when Xiao Kong suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground with a whimper. "Ugh!" Xiao Kong cried out, and Luo Yu rushed over to pick her up, ready to scold her, only to discover a half-buried chest peeking out from the earth. "You have obtained Xiao Kong's treasure chest 1. What a surprise. It turned out that Xiao Kong's clumsiness had triggered a hidden treasure. Opening it, Luo Yu found a scroll inside, not some random trinket, and a flicker of joy crossed his face. "You have obtained a random weather change scroll for your territory 1. Really? Such a thing exists?" Luo Yu chuckled upon reading the description. This scroll could instantaneously alter the weather of his territory, whether it be a tempest, rain, hail, lightning, or a lovely sunny day. Everything was random. With sufficient luck, One might even receive blessings of a bountiful harvest or the grace of holy light. Chapter 132. Critical Hit. The Supreme Electric Strike Tower. Luo Yu was perplexed as to why the harvest blessing was classified under weather phenomena, but he did not dwell on it. The important thing was that it could indeed be activated. A faint smile graced his lips, for this was a splendid boon, should he encounter extreme weather. While others suffered under sweltering heat, he would revel in a hailstorm. With such thoughts, he tucked away the weather change scroll and gently caressed Shao Kahn's little face, saying, "We certainly did not suffer from that fall. I shall help you bathe when we return, my dear." Meow. Shao Kahn chirped sweetly, immediately wrapping her arms around Luo Yu's arm. What else could one say? Utterly adorable. In the afternoon, Luo Yu busied himself with making vegetable preserves. While Xiao Dai completed all the swimsuits she had been working on, Luo Yu prepared to list the swimsuits along with a collection of miscellaneous spoils. Aiming for a substantial profit, he set the price of the swimsuits at 5,000 silver coins. He had calculated this carefully. The affluent, who appreciated luxury, would not balk at the price, while the impoverished would not buy even at 1,000. The swimsuits were targeted at a specific demographic. In the World Channel, a human, Anonymous, announced, "High-end swimsuits are now available. Please refer to the detailed description. Summer is drawing to a close, and opportunities for water play are dwindling. Purchase promptly." After sending this message, Luo Yu turned his attention elsewhere, for he prioritized the captives over the modest profits from swimsuits. He decided to list the captives early because he discovered that these 36 captives were consuming around 3,000 silver coins worth of food daily. With the rising cost of vegetables, maintaining them while mining was not profitable. After checking the market price for captives, he noted that as the end of the month approached, their value had actually increased. Many sought captives to bolster their territory's strength in anticipation of end-of-month attacks. Currently, the price for captives had surged to 30,000. Regardless of gender, Luo Yu had examined the attributes of these captives and found none possessed particularly favorable traits. Logically, they should be listed at 30,000 each. Yet he decided to set the price at 40,000. After refreshing the auction house several times, he noticed that transactions for captives were swift. They were often sold shortly after being listed. This indicated that demand outstripped supply. Luo Yu was not in a rush to sell, as he possessed a luxurious prison and had no concerns about potential escapes. He could afford to sell them gradually, confident that they would find buyers before the month ended. Even if they did not sell, he could always entertain himself by sparring with the captives. Throughout the afternoon, Luo Yu continued to make vegetable preserves. The prices had slightly declined but remained above 1,000 silver coins, yielding a good profit. Who would complain about having too much money? By evening, he reviewed his earnings. From selling vegetable preserves and various spoils, he amassed a total of 270,000 silver coins. Unfortunately, his gold reserves were disappointing, as he had not mined much that day. The mineral resources were genuinely nearing depletion. He would certainly run out by tomorrow, making it impossible to gather sufficient gold through mining and arena battles by month end. Sigh, what good was all this silver if not spent? It was time to invest. To construct the electric strike tower, he still required 14,000 gold. Upon checking the auction house, he noted the current gold price was 150, meaning he would need 100,000 silver coins to acquire the necessary gold. With determination, Luo Yu decided to clear out the auction house's gold reserves. And in a matter of moments, he had secured enough. Although he had recently earned a considerable amount, this expenditure left him with only 900,000 silver coins remaining. Electric strike tower, beginner copper or 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 500,000. With the gold acquired, he still lacked sufficient copper ore. As mining levels increased, the prices for iron and copper ore had plummeted in the auction house, with copper ore now valued at 110. He needed another 40,000 copper ore, which would cost 400,000 silver coins. Buy? Luo Yu exclaimed, realizing that the remaining 500,000 was just enough for the foundational construction fee. After the spending spree, his coffers were completely empty. But money was something that could always be earned. The territory's defenses were paramount. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he stepped outside, deciding to place the electric strike tower at the side of the flower bed behind his villa. With a 5-kilometer radius of firepower, positioning it at the center would ensure it covered any angle of attack. Before confirming his decision, Luo Yu silently recited a mantra in his heart. Critical hit triggered. The electric strike tower you constructed has undergone a transformation, upgrading from beginner to supreme. Supreme electric strike tower. Attack range 50,000 meters, including aerial targets. Accuracy 100, attack interval 5 seconds, power, instant kill for targets with less than 500 vitality, adjustable. Each lightning release consumes 100 lightning energy, suddenly. A flash of light illuminated the area as the electric strike tower materialized. Its appearance bore resemblance to the electric towers from classic games. Yet it was undeniably more aesthetically pleasing, being of supreme quality and crafted with considerable gold and silver. Upon checking the territory's rating, it surged by 2,000 points. This was a defensive weapon, and the rating increase was astonishing. Compared to the beginner version, the range had multiplied tenfold, the attack interval had been reduced to a quarter, and the maximum instant kill potential reached targets with less than 500 vitality, which could also be adjusted. Should Luo Yu desire to incapacitate a particular attacking unit, he could simply make manual adjustments to render it unconscious. Marvelous. The electric strike tower had finally been constructed, alleviating concerns over the impending end-of-month assault. With the combination of the strike formation and the electric tower, he could simply sit back and observe. Moreover, the Supreme Electric Strike Tower not only elevated the territory's rating but also enhanced its aesthetic appeal, adding an impressive 20 points. The beauty rating of the territory now stood at 230 points. Indeed, a prompt arrived. While enjoying the scenery, influenced by the territory and epochs' aesthetic appeal, vitality 1 Simply standing here counts as enjoying the scenery? Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle, feeling an indescribable sense of joy at that moment. One significant task was accomplished, and his funds were now fully expended. Time to earn more. With renewed vigor, Luo Yu rushed to the kitchen to continue making vegetable preserves. He intended to list them without hesitation. By the time he exited the arena that evening, including the sales of captives, vegetable preserves, swimsuits, and more, he had earned a total of 150,000 silver coins and 600 gold. Finally, he had managed to recover a fraction of his losses. In the days that followed, it was as if a tranquil calm had settled before a storm. Everything remained eerily peaceful. Luo Yu continued selling swimsuits, preserves, and captives, stockpiling stone, and participating in arena battles, leading a methodical life. Chapter 133, The Ancient Airship, a confluence of threats and opportunities. During this time, critical hits resulted in 2 swimsuits, one of silver grade and the other of gold grade, collectively yielding a profit of 480,000 silver, along with the additional miscellaneous sales. The silver reserves of the territory rebounded to 970,000. Of course, this was primarily due to the high market value of canned vegetables and the lucrative sale of captives. Such profit margins were not typically attainable. Subsequently, a mining critical hit occurred, resulting in an abundance of copper ore, restoring the territory's copper resource to 10,000. However, following this critical hit, the mine was completely depleted, leaving all mining units occupied in the quarry. A substantial quantity of stone, nearing 100,000, was extracted. One critical hit was reserved for storing special milk, a prized commodity. Whenever the cows fully recover, Luo Yu would critically hit to milk them, saving the special milk for later use. This elixir not only attracts monsters, but also provides buffs when consumed. Currently, he had one critical hit still unused, which he intended to save. With only 3 days remaining before the impending invasion at month's end, Luo Yu had just finished breakfast when an alert suddenly appeared. Warning: Ancient Threat Event. Several ancient airships have drifted into this region. These airships will randomly land in the territories of certain challengers, awakening the ancient beings within to become hostile entities that will attack the respective challengers' territories. Note: it is also possible to choose not to awaken them. The airships will remain for 2 to 5 days before departing on their own. Luo Yu paused, surprised to see the alert announcing the occurrence of an ancient threat event. According to the heavenly decree, such events are perilous. Upon checking the world channel, he noted that everyone was discussing the ancient event, indicating a shared experience among all. Just as he contemplated engaging with the group, another alert arrived. Alert: an ancient airship is about to land on your territory. It will inevitably land in a non-core base area. Please prepare accordingly. Oh no, one is coming to my territory. Reacting swiftly, Luo Yu dashed out of his villa to observe. To his astonishment, a dilapidated giant wooden ship descended slowly, crashing with a thud onto a vast expanse of land to the west of his territory. Luo Yu hurried over, with Xiao Jin and the adorable companions following closely behind. Alert: approaching within 30 meters of the ancient airship will awaken the ancient beings dormant within. Before he could reach the ship, the warning halted him in his tracks. Peering closely, he noticed that this decrepit airship was approximately 30 meters long, emanating an eerie aura. with cold mist slowly wafting from it. Under the influence of this chill, the surrounding flora began to wither away. Withering airship. The airship emits a withering aura that causes plants to decay, but it has no effect on humans or animals. Unknown ancient beings reside within the ship. Upon reading the airship's description, Luo Yu felt a weight in his heart. This type of airship required combat. The withering aura would ruin his vegetable and cotton fields. Luo Yu understood that the intensity of such special events was linked to the territory's rating. And with his territory's high rating, who knows what slumbering entity lay within? Glimpsing through the dilapidated deck, he could see that the creature sleeping within the cabin was quite large, yet its true form remained obscured. How unfortunate that it had landed in the west. The most defenseless area. The regional channel was already abuzz with chatter, as some territories were also affected, with airships crashing directly down. Some airships were neutral, while others, like Luo Yu's, were withering airships. Even worse were the mind-affecting airships, which periodically released psychic shockwaves that drove nearby animal species into a frenzy, prompting them to attack the territory. If one were unfortunate enough to have such animals within their domain during the psychic wave, congratulations, they had struck the jackpot. Fortified fortresses are often breached from within. In the regional channel, a male aquatic user exclaimed, "Whoa, an airship has landed on my property, releasing psychic shockwaves that have driven all my dogs mad. This is disastrous. My 12 dogs are going berserk. Please don't bite me." Another user quipped, "Remember to save me some dog meat for dinner tonight." Someone else added, "Brother, let us not say anything more. Safe travels to you. May there be no airships or dogs in heaven." Sympathy poured in for the unfortunate soul, while in another group, someone chimed in, "Nacelle, oh no. A gigantic airship has landed in my territory too. But it's neutral." She followed up with a screenshot, and upon seeing it, Luo Yu noted that the size of her airship matched his, but its neutral status posed no threat. It would eventually depart on its own. Fangyaman, thank goodness. We must ensure that no one in our group faces trouble. Alice, may the goddess of light bless my friends. Elena, I see this as an opportunity. Activate the airship and defeat the boss for gear. What do you think, Luo Yu? Luo Yu shared a screenshot of his own airship. Mine is a withering airship. My plants are doomed. The girls immediately expressed their concern, and Nyota declared, "Boss, I have activated visitor technology. I'll come help you." Fangyaman, I'll join too. Nacelle, Luo Yu's territory rating is exceptionally high. We can earn a lot of money there. Alice, I'm not concerned about that. Luo Yu, are we gathering at your territory? Luo Yu reassured them, "Do not panic. You all know my capabilities. I can handle this myself." He continued, "I believe this is an opportunity. Ancient beings will undoubtedly yield valuable treasures. Those who have not registered as mercenaries should do so. There will certainly be ample business, and we can undertake tasks in teams to earn profit." Agreed. Fangyaman affirmed. "We trust you, but Luo Yu, you must trust us as well. If you find yourself in trouble, please let us know. We are a team, and no matter the cost, we won't let you face danger alone." Nacelle, Luo Yu, please be careful. Luo Yu understood their heartfelt concern, smiling gently as he responded, "Rest assured. I will first test the waters and see just what capabilities these ancient beings possess." After concluding the team call, Luo Yu fell into deep contemplation, considering whether to relocate all crossbow bolts from the defense array to this location. Beside him, Xiaojin whispered, "Master, I sense a hint of danger. The creature slumbering within seems formidable. We must not underestimate it." Chapter 134. Humanity remembers the fear of being dominated by giants. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu nodded solemnly. Even the proud Xiaojin admitted that the creatures within were formidable, indicating their true ferocity. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yu resolved to invest a bit of his resources. The maximum detection range of the monsters was 30 meters. Thus he began to construct a barrier around the ancient flying vessel, setting a perimeter of 50 meters. First, he enclosed the vessel, equipping it with crossbow bolts on top, hoping to buy some time against the monsters. With the electric shock tower at his disposal, delivering a strike every 5 seconds, he believed he could endure long enough for additional discharges. Checking the lightning reserves, he noted, lightning storage box, 1,850,000. With the current capacity, the electric shock tower could unleash 18 strikes, which Luo Yu deemed sufficient. Let the construction commence. Moments later, a circle of intermediate walls adorned with automatic crossbow bolts was completed, forming the first layer of defense. Luo Yu allocated more resources to erect a watchtower, stowing 50 javelins within his wristband as he ascended. Beside him, 3 adorable companions were present. Xiao Dai appeared slightly anxious, while Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin wore expressions brimming with excitement. Despite their cuteness, they harbored a genuine passion for battle. Luo Yu spoke in a low voice. "Prepare to begin." Without hesitation, Xiao Jin activated her skill. "Oh, the hunt commences." Her enthusiasm was palpable as Luo Yu hurled a javelin towards the ancient flying vessel with great force. The javelin spiraled through the air, striking the vessel with tremendous force, penetrating its hull. Alert! Your action has awakened the slumbering beings within the ancient flying vessel. A terrifying roar erupted from within, suggesting that a ferocious creature was about to emerge. With a thunderous crash, the deck of the vessel exploded, and a giant leaped forth. Roar! The giant let out a long, echoing cry that resonated for miles. He was a male giant, clad in animal skins and wielding a stone club, towering over 7 meters. His muscular physique and unkempt beard rendered him exceedingly fearsome. Titan giant, ancient race unknown data. The Titan's gaze fell upon Luo Yu, stationed at the watchtower 50 meters away. His enormous eyes filled with a murderous glare that sent a chill down Luo Yu's spine. In that moment, humanity once again recalled the terror of being subjugated by giants. The automated weapons within the territory responded immediately, with the electric shock tower launching the first strike. A bolt of blue lightning erupted from the orb atop the tower, crashing into the Titan and creating a bloody gash in his chest. The speed of the lightning was unparalleled. There was no chance to evade it. Roar! The newly awakened Titan was severely injured, blood pouring from the wound in his chest as he staggered backward. Simultaneously, the crossbow bolts installed on the walls began to rain down, piercing the Titan's flesh. While the individual strikes were akin to mere scratches, the sheer volume proved impactful. Roar! Xiaojin unleashed her tiger roar, the reverberations echoing through the forest, causing the Titan to direct a cautious gaze towards her atop the watchtower. Alert! The tiger roar skill has taken effect, reducing all of the opponent's attributes by 10. Though the alert rang out, Luo Yu frowned. The effect was noted. Yet the Titan remained undaunted, merely suffering a 10% reduction in attributes. Xiaojin was still in her juvenile phase, unable to unleash her full potential. Roar! The ancient giant bellowed in response, pulling out several crossbow bolts embedded in his body before charging towards the nearby wall. With a resounding crash, the section of the wall he collided with splintered under the impact. Wall durability reduced. Current durability, 30, in one fell swoop. He had obliterated 70% of its durability. Luo Yu promptly initiated repairs, and the wall's durability began to restore. In that fleeting moment, he launched another javelin. Swoosh! The spinning javelin sped forth, aimed directly at the Titan's throat. The giant, sensing the javelin's threat, abandoned his assault on the wall, sweeping his stone club to deflect the projectile. This maneuver revealed his agility, surpassing Luo Yu's own. He was indeed a nimble giant. However, while the javelin missed its mark, it delayed the giant's destruction of the wall, allowing for some restoration of its durability, rendering it worthwhile. Zing! The electric shock tower discharged once more, striking the Titan's arm with precision. Boom! A cloud of blood erupted as the arc of electricity mangled the giant's arm. The top-tier electric shock tower, with a 5-second attack interval, could decimate creatures with a constitution below 500. The Titan, having sustained 2 hits, was undoubtedly grievously wounded. In agony, the Titan roared, swinging his stone club towards the wall in retaliation. Boom! His furious strike collapsed the wall, but before he could step through, Luo Yu hurled another javelin. This time, he seized the moment as the giant exerted his strength, and the javelin embedded itself deeply into the Titan's neck, blood gushing forth. The giant howled in pain, yanking the javelin from his neck, blood streaming, yet he remained standing, his gaze towards Luo Yu brimming with hatred. Such resilience in this giant. Swoosh! The automatic crossbow bolts continued to fire, piercing the Titan's body relentlessly. Though the damage was minimal, it nonetheless caused a continuous flow of blood. The giant was riddled with wounds, presenting a disheveled appearance. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept through the air, just as the giant took a step beyond the wall. The scent nearly caused him to stumble. Charm skill activated, effect diminished, reducing opponent's agility by 5. Much like the tiger roar, while the effect was not fully realized, it still diminished the giant's capabilities. Momentarily enchanted, the Titan instinctively turned his gaze toward Xiao Dai, a hint of desire flickering in his eyes. Yet, a rock propelled by Shao Kong's slingshot struck the Titan's eye with a resounding impact. Roar! The giant howled in pain, instinctively clutching his left eye, blood trickling down. He had been struck by Shao Kong's enhanced slingshot. Following her evolution, Shao Kong's slingshot had gained considerable range and power, targeting the softer parts of her adversaries, particularly their eyes. Zing! Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The electric shock tower cooled down and unleashed another bolt of lightning upon the giant. Boom! This strike landed squarely on the Titan's already injured chest, obliterating it further. Chapter 135, a 100-fold critical hit, legendary personal trait. Under such a devastating blow, the giant collapsed to the ground with a despairing roar. The automatic crossbow continued to unleash a flurry of arrows, while the giant propped itself against a stone pillar, its life force dwindling as blood streamed down its body, severely wounded. After maintaining this posture for 5 seconds, the electric tower resumed its assault. A bolt of lightning struck directly at the giant's head, obliterating its skull and leaving a cloud of smoke rising from the charred remains. With a thunderous crash, the enormous form fell to the ground, never to rise again. From the moment the giant leapt from the deck to its current demise, no more than 20 seconds had elapsed. The power of the top-tier electric tower was overwhelming. Who could withstand such might? Seeing that the giant was not yet fully deceased, Luo Yu disabled the automatic attack function of the electric tower and subsequently shut down the crossbow as well. He descended from the lookout tower, wielding the moonlight dual blades, and approached the giant with measured steps. The giant, on the brink of death, gazed hopelessly at Luo Yu and his companions. As he drew near, Luo Yu tentatively attempted to employ beast taming skills. Notification: ancient beings cannot be tamed by conventional means. It was not that the giant could not be tamed. Rather, it could not be tamed in the usual manner. The specifics of the method eluded Luo Yu, and whether this capability was even available remained uncertain. Observing the dying giant, Luo Yu calmly inquired, "Can you speak? Do you have any final words?" The giant opened its mouth, and a feeble voice emerged, "The great deity will punish you." Before it could finish, Luo Yu plunged his blade into the giant's charred head, slaying it instantly. If it was going to utter threats, then its last words were no different than silence. They were disregarded entirely. "Congratulations. You have slain the ancient Titan giant." A notification appeared, and soon the giant's body began to dissipate. These ancient creatures left no corpses upon death. In mere moments, the giant's form vanished completely, leaving behind a massive stone club and its enormous hide armor. Luo Yu tugged aside the hide armor, revealing numerous chests concealed beneath it. "Treasure awaits," Luo Yu silently exclaimed in his mind. 100-fold critical hit triggered. One item among the rewards has received a critical enhancement, increasing its effectiveness 100-fold. He had initially thought that all rewards had been critically enhanced. Greed, as they say, is a serpent that swallows an elephant. And this aptly described Luo Yu at this moment. Upon examining his gains, he found them quite satisfactory. You have received 200,000 silver. You have obtained a territory core 10-1. You have acquired a martial technique, movement carefree glide 1. You have obtained a skyship energy core 1. You have received an item, tracking chestnut 10. You have obtained a personal trait scroll 1. First and foremost was the territory core. The giant had surprisingly rewarded him with a territory core, and it was a 10-1. For someone like Luo Yu, who could exhaust the resources of his territory each month, the territory core was the most valuable item, bar none. He used it immediately. You have used the territory core. Territory area has expanded. Current territory resources, 156. Mining resources, 161. Luo Yu felt a rush as the area of his territory enlarged once more. A larger area was advantageous. The zones for construction and cultivation would also increase in size. However, the assault formation would require a new layout for a death corridor, to be closely aligned with the boundary wall of the territory, which he had previously calculated. Carefree glide movement, increases evasion rate upon training, etc. Without hesitation, he utilized it. You have learned carefree glide movement, current movement level, first stage. This marked Luo Yu's second martial technique. Its agility was impressive, transforming him into a nimble figure, a mist monster, an all-round warrior. Having acquired the movement technique, he turned his attention to the skyship energy core, a square crystal adorned with various runes, exquisite in appearance. Skyship energy core, daily stable energy output of 1,000 units. The output can be converted into any form of energy unit. Brilliant. Luo Yu understood why ancient skyships could fly and sustain flight for such durations. It was all due to this energy core, a steady output of 1,000 energy units daily. Currently, the thermal energy in the territory was sufficient, but the lightning energy was severely lacking. Connecting a pipe to the lightning storage would resolve that issue. If he were to unlock other elemental energy systems in the future, conversion would still be possible. Impressive. Luo Yu marveled at the power of this core. He then examined the tracking chestnuts, a peculiar item resembling a lychee, about the size of a ping-pong ball, classified as an automatic attack projectile. Tracking chestnut, a one-time item that, when used on a target, has a high probability of stunning the target. What a fantastic item. In the future, if beast girls or other desirable beings entered his territory, he could use it to incapacitate them, taming or imprisoning as needed. Excellent, he decided to keep it, placing the chestnuts into his storage bracelet. Luo Yu turned his gaze to the final item that had emerged, the scroll. Personal trait scroll. Hero, legendary level personal trait. Above diamonds lies the master. Above the master the king, above the king the legend, and above the legend the epic. He had acquired a legendary personal trait. This critical hit was quite extraordinary, no? It was overwhelmingly powerful. Hero trait, 1-star maximum comfortable temperature 10, minimum comfortable temperature -10, global work speed 20, global success rate 20, personal aesthetic 10. Global attack speed 20. Upon reading the description of this personal trait, Luo Yu was left in awe. This trait could be summed up in a single word: formidable. Was it truly so powerful at just 1 star? Having experienced the heat wave, the significance of the upper and lower comfortable temperature limits was self-evident. Crucially, this enhancement was not equipment-based, but a direct augmentation of his essence. Such an enhancement was all the more precious. Increasing work speed and success rates were also remarkable attributes, and the aesthetic aspect was a bonus. But the most impressive feature was the increase in attack speed. In the world of Tianshi, all abilities could be quantified. Given the same level of martial technique and strength, while an opponent could strike once, Luo Yu could strike 1, 2 times. If they loosed an arrow, he could shoot 1, 2 arrows. Gamers know well how crucial attack speed is for ADCs, and warriors benefit from it too. Luo Yu had never heard of anything that could enhance attack speed until now. Today, he had witnessed its power. Invincible. This trait was simply unbeatable. Without hesitation, Luo Yu chose to activate it. A radiant glow enveloped him, and he could feel himself being empowered by a mysterious force. He sought to upgrade his trait with silver, but was informed that upgrading a diamond level or higher personal trait required purchasing a special upgrade scroll from the shop. What a typical online game trope. Tianshi had been around long enough to know these tricks. Chapter 136, A Symbol for Battle. Luo Yu silently lamented as he opened the marketplace and conducted a search, nearly having his eyes pop out in disbelief. Legendary Attribute Upgrade Scroll. 10,000,000 silver? 10 million. Luo Yu promptly shut the marketplace. Such an astronomical figure was no joke. No funds. We shall refrain from such extravagant pursuits. After thoroughly examining the items that had dropped, Luo Yu turned his attention to the stone staff, left behind by the giant. Compressed stone stick, composed of compressed stone, can be restored using the uncompression liquid available in the system marketplace. Upon reading the description, curiosity glimmered in Luo Yu's eyes. It was evident that this compressed stone stick was not intended for trial users. He accessed the system marketplace and spent 2,000 silver to purchase the uncompression liquid. A small vial contained merely a single drop of liquid. Upon applying the liquid to the stick, it instantly illuminated with a radiant glow and began to expand slowly. Seeing this, Luo Yu hastily retreated. After a brief moment, the iron stick swelled to nearly 30 times its original size, transforming into an enormous staff. Compressed stone stick has been restored to granite stick. Staring at the colossal stick before him, Luo Yu realized this was its original form. It had been compressed by a mysterious ancient power into a shape convenient for the giants, enhancing both its density and power. Now, having been decompressed, it had returned to its former appearance. This single stick could potentially yield 100 to 200,000 stone bricks. Luo Yu handed the heavenly crafting knife to the nearby Xiaojin and said, "Xiaojin, take a moment to make a few cuts. Let us aim to transform this stick into bricks before the end of the month." Xiaojin nodded earnestly. "Master, I'll finish it in 2 days." "Very well." Luo Yu smiled and nodded, his gaze drifting to the large piece of beast skin. Indeed, it too was a compressed material, and upon applying the uncompression liquid, it unfurled into a roll of leopard skin, comprising a staggering 50,000 units, with the indication that it was brand new. These leopard skins could be used for carpeting or crafting sofas, enhancing both comfort and aesthetics. What a delightful surprise. Truly, the Titan giant was a generous benefactor. A moment later, armed with dual blades, Luo Yu entered the ancient flying vessel accompanied by 3 adorable companions. To his surprise, the interior of the vessel was far cleaner than he had imagined, devoid of other creatures. He discovered some rudimentary furniture, all labeled as ancient artifacts, which would diminish the aesthetic value of his territory if placed there. The entire vessel and its furnishings were made of compressed materials, all of which could be deconstructed. Upon exiting the vessel, Luo Yu decisively purchased 10 vials of the uncompression liquid, applying them to the ship. Instantly, the surroundings shimmered with light. In the blink of an eye, the vessel vanished, replaced by a plethora of raw materials, with 200,000 iron or 50,000 copper or 30,000 silver 10,000 emerald 5,000 gold 3,000 platinum 50. What a tremendous profit, especially with the wood, as most trees in the territories had been felled, causing prices to skyrocket to 200,000 units of wood equated to 1 million silver. It turned out that the flying vessel itself was a treasure trove. Incredible! Ancient events are truly remarkable. Notification: you have deconstructed the ancient flying ship. Event concluded. You have received battle rewards, free attribute points 10. 10 attribute points. more than the rewards from extremely difficult encounters. It stands to reason, considering Luo Yu's territory score had increased significantly. Moreover, the Titan giant was indeed formidable. Without the Thunderstrike Tower, resolving the situation would have come at a hefty cost. With the 10 attribute points, Luo Yu allocated 4 to Strength, 3 to Constitution, and 3 to Agility. Reviewing his status panel, he noticed considerable changes. ID: Earth, Xia Country 23333 base score, 26,000 sanitation value, 113. Current, 74 entertainment value, 120 aesthetic value, 240 strength, 119 constitution, 115 agility, 122 personal traits, hero, legendary level. 1 star, movement incentive, 1 star, handsome, 1 star. Martial techniques, carefree flight. Luo Yu was quite pleased with his enhanced strength. He instructed the elephants and other animals to transport the resources back to the warehouse while he checked the world channel. Indeed, the world channel was starkly polarized. Some lamented their misfortune at encountering the ancient flying ship, while others in territories lacking such a visitation felt equally unfortunate for missing out on such a remarkable event. Upon glancing at the team channel, he noticed everyone eagerly awaited news of his safe return. Luo Yu: I've handled it, just a breach in the wall, no other damage. Fang Yameng: That's wonderful. Nakel: I knew you would be safe. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Luo Yu chuckled, fortune favored me. It was taken down by my defensive structures. By the way, the items from the ancient flying ship are quite impressive. Shall we gather at Nakel's territory? Fang Yameng: Absolutely. Let us assemble for battle. A moment later, at Nakel's territory, outside her base walls, an ancient flying vessel lay peacefully on the grassland, and everyone was present. Watching from a distance, Luo Yu said, approaching within 30 meters of the vessel will awaken the ancient beings within. We still don't know what lies asleep inside. To be safe, let us first construct a wall. Nakel: Do you have enough stone bricks? Yes. Nakel nodded vigorously. I was planning to build a warehouse, so I should have enough bricks. Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile. Construct the wall with the flying ship as the center, at a distance of 40 meters radius. Once we defeat the boss, we can dismantle it. The loss of bricks will be minimal. Nakel immediately complied, and within moments, the wall was completed. Everyone climbed atop the wall, and Luo Yu earnestly said, We will spread out during the encounter, all using bows and arrows. Whether we engage in close combat or not will depend on the situation. Let us adhere to this strategy and spread out. The members of the small group obeyed Luo Yu and Apos as commands and began to position themselves accordingly. Holding a spear, Luo Yu scanned the various directions along the wall. And upon seeing his teammates nodding in agreement, he loudly proclaimed, 3, 2, 1. Engage. As the words fell, Luo Yu launched the spear in his hand, piercing it forcefully into the interior of the vessel. Roar. A tremendous roar echoed, and the deck erupted as a massive figure emerged. Notification: Your team has awakened the ancient being, a spireworm. Before him appeared a gigantic black caterpillar, its front adorned with an enormous mandible. Chapter 137. Easily resolved. The caterpillar, measuring approximately 3 to 4 meters in length and as thick as a water tank, appeared quite fearsome. As this monstrous creature emerged, it opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of green liquid aimed directly at Luo Yu. Reacting swiftly, Luo Yu leapt aside and shouted, The monster can spray venom. Attack immediately. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows in everyone's hands were released. Fang Yamong, Nakoer, and Nyoda displayed limited shooting skills, while their firepower was decent. Their accuracy faltered. In stark contrast, the arrows from ADCs Elena and Alice exhibited both exceptional power and precision. With 2 sharp twangs, their arrows pierced the caterpillar's body, causing green ichor to erupt forth. Meanwhile, Luo Yu, still regaining his balance after dodging, hurled a spear. Thud. The spear penetrated the caterpillar's body, pinning it to the ground. However, the creature writhed violently, snapping the spear in two, seemingly indifferent to its wounds, and again spewed forth green venom. Its target was evidently Luo Yu. Recognizing him as the greatest threat, Luo Yu quickly evaded, only to find the caterpillar's venom spraying at an alarming speed, relentless in its assault. His agility came into play, allowing him to dodge each attack, yet he found himself without the opportunity to throw another spear. The caterpillar continued its furious assault on Luo Yu, while the other team members retaliated vehemently, particularly the 2 archers, rendering the caterpillar a veritable target. As arrows rained down, the creature was bombarded with bursts of blood mist. Finally, unable to bear the onslaught, it turned its maw towards Elena and unleashed a torrent of venom. In terms of combat prowess, Elena ranked just below Luo Yu within the team, boasting an agility score of 100. With a deft sidestep, she evaded the venom. Luo Yu called out, "Whoever the monster targets, jump down from the wall to evade, and return to attack when it focuses on someone else." with an agility of 100. Scaling the wall was no challenge, and the team complied, resulting in the caterpillar's venom splattering harmlessly against the stone walls, failing to injure anyone. Employing this tactic, even Yoda, who previously received an unexpected windfall of 170,000 silver and bolstered his attributes, managed to remain unscathed. After a few rounds of evasion and shooting, the caterpillar was left battered, yet it seemed to lack the agility to leap over the wall. At a critical moment, Luo Yu seized the opportunity and hurled his spear with great force, striking the caterpillar directly in its gaping mouth. Splatter! Green blood sprayed forth as the creature let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Notification: your team has slain the Asper caterpillar. Was it truly this simple? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such ease. However, he soon realized that Nakor's domain had a rating of merely 3,000 while his was nearing 30,000. The disparity in event intensity was significant. Hence the effortless victory. The corpse of the caterpillar began to dissipate, and Nakor cheered, her companions' faces lighting up with delightful smiles. Moments later, in the kitchen of Nakua's base, everyone busied themselves preparing a celebratory meal while discussing the spoils of their victory. Fang Yumeng handed a tomato to Luo Yu, exclaiming, "I never expected the decompression spacecraft would yield such resources. Is this a reward event before the end of the month?" Luo Yu accepted the tomato and began to slice it, shaking his head with a faint smile. "I wouldn't say so. It's primarily because we are exceptionally strong. Had it been others, this monster would have posed a significant challenge." Nakur added firewood to the stove, giggling, "Of course. I feel like I'm getting stronger by the day. Oh, Captain, let us divide the spoils quickly." Luo Yu surveyed the eager faces around him and smiled gently. "Let us split all the wood and iron or raw materials evenly. I'll reserve the 5 resource territory core for Nakur since this is her territory's event." Everyone nodded in agreement. Luo Yu continued, "I'll utilize the shared technology scroll immediately. Sterile technology is somewhat important, and we want to sell it since we're not short on money." "Agreed." Elena remarked, "These technology scrolls are often unattainable even with silver." The team nodded in unison as Luo Yu activated the shared scroll. "You have used the shared technology scroll, unlocking technology, sterile technology." Upon seeing the system notification, a subtle smile graced Luo Yu's face. He had intended to unlock sterile technology previously but had been hindered by the necessity of the purified water item. Now, with the scroll in hand, he felt elated. Upon returning, he could construct a medicinal workbench and eventually a hospital, both prerequisites of sterile technology. Smiles adorned everyone's faces. And Luo Yu remarked, "Our luck is quite favorable. We even have a low-level shared technology scroll. Does anyone have basic technologies to share?" The group exchanged glances. Low-level basic technologies were generally easy to unlock and not particularly worth sharing. Curious, Luo Yu asked, "Have you all unlocked the sewing technology?" "I have it." "Shall I share that?" "Sure." Fang Yumeng replied with a light chuckle. "The cotton in our territory has matured, and autumn is approaching. We can consider making some clothes." With no objections, Luo Yu proceeded to share his sewing technology. You have shared technology, beginning random ability inheritance from team members. You have inherited beast taming experience from Fang Yumeng, raising your beast taming level to LV10. You have failed to inherit Alice's ability. You inherit. Due to the exhaustion of critical hits, this round of sharing was standard. He gained some experience from Yumeng, leveling up his beast taming, and inherited 2 points in constitution from Yoda. These attribute points and experience were akin to gaining a windfall, quite beneficial. Thus, all items were distributed. Nakor inquired. The notification indicated I resolved an event and awarded me 2 free attribute points. What should I allocate them to? Agility. The others exclaimed in unison. Luo Yu smiled gently. As an assassin, your 100 points in strength are sufficient for now. Prioritize boosting your agility. Oh, Nakor obediently allocated her points to agility. Moments later, around the dining table, everyone gazed in astonishment at Luo Yu. Fang Yumeng exclaimed, "Luo Yu, your culinary skills. Were you a chef before?" Seeing the attention directed towards him, Luo Yu chuckled. "My cooking level has improved, I suppose. Since you all enjoy it, I'll prepare more next time." Chapter 138, The Rain Spirit Cottage Mercenary Group. With an insatiable appetite, Nyoda voraciously devoured a chicken leg, prompting light laughter from the girls. After a brief exchange, Luo Yu remarked, "Let us discuss the main topic. Has the mercenary technology been unlocked?" Indeed. It had been a plan from the outset to undertake mercenary missions as a team to confront bosses. During this period, everyone had immersed themselves in the arena. And after defeating the team from the Golden Lion tribe, their experience surged, elevating them all to the Black Iron level. Being Black Iron level means they can operate as mercenaries, and with the current demand for mercenary groups to assist in vanquishing household bosses, Luo Yu and his companions were eager to seize this opportunity. Upon inquiry, everyone had unlocked mercenary technology, including Yoda nowadays, as mining levels increased. Crystal stones were no longer a rarity. There were few established mercenary teams like theirs, and once they appeared on the mercenary square, they would undoubtedly attract attention. Even the most extravagant requests were likely to be met with acceptance. Luo Yu inquired, "What do you all think would be an appropriate reward for our mercenary tasks?" Fang Yuming responded eagerly, "Money. A lot of money." Elena added, "There are 6 of us. Let us ask for 60,000 silver coins." Naker replied, "No. Mercenary groups are so scarce now. We should demand at least 120,000. Alice asked, "Luo Yu, what are your thoughts?" Feeling the weight of their gazes, Luo Yu smiled gently and said, "Those capable of offering such sums likely possess some strength themselves, and they may not be inclined to hire mercenaries. Conversely, those without strength cannot afford such payments. My proposal is to offer our services for free." Huh? The group looked at Luo Yu, and Nyoda chuckled nervously, "Boss, are you sure we can't negotiate a bit?" Luo Yu laughed. "We shall label our mercenary group as offering free assistance to combat ancient threats. However, all profits from the ancient airships will belong to us." At this declaration, the group was momentarily stunned before they quickly grasped the implication. Fang Yuming giggled, "Clever. The profits from the airships far exceed mere silver coins." "I agree." Naker immediately raised her hand, and smiles appeared on the faces of Alice and the others. Alice said, "Luo Yu, you are the captain. Please set the terms." Luo Yu nodded with a serene expression, registered their mercenary group on the mercenary square, and filled in the information. Rain Spirit Cottage Mercenary Group. Free assistance to resolve ancient airship threats. All profits belong to this mercenary group. Interested parties, please apply. As soon as the mercenary group information was posted, business began to flow in. Each member received a notification. Someone has signed a contract hiring your mercenary group and is awaiting the captain's confirmation. Everyone turned to Luo Yu, who smiled and asked, "Have you all eaten enough? Shall we depart?" The group responded enthusiastically, "Let us go." Upon confirmation, a luminous portal appeared before them. Luo Yu led the way through, with Nyoda following closely while the girls held hands, stepping into the portal together. This marked their first collective mission, heralding the birth of a grand mercenary group. Upon emerging from the portal, they were greeted by a man from the Black Wolf tribe. He was too astonished by the number of beautiful girls in the Rain Spirit Cottage mercenary group to express his surprise and urgently exclaimed, "Esteemed leaders, I am dealing with a withered airship in my territory. If the decaying aura continues to spread, my crops will be doomed. I implore you, please help." Luo Yu assessed the territory, noting the presence of a wall, which was a positive sign. He smiled reassuringly, "Do not panic, since we are here. We will certainly resolve this. However, we will need to lure the monsters to the wall for easier extermination, which may cause some damage to your fortifications. Is that acceptable?" At this point, what other concerns could there be? The man nodded vigorously. Moments later, Luo Yu and his companions took positions around the wall. Luo Yu threw a javelin, which, despite the distance, struck the ancient airship. The ancient entity has been awakened. A colossal spider emerged, charging directly toward the wall. It barely advanced before a javelin pierced its body, soon followed by arrows penetrating its exoskeleton. The spider began to bleed, appearing far weaker than the monstrous insects from Naker's territory. While Naker's territory rating could not compare to Luo Yu's, it was still superior to that of ordinary trialists. The giant spider, though formidable in isolation, appeared trivial before the mercenary group. Luo Yu recognized this as an opportunity to hone their collaborative combat skills, boosting their experience and courage. He called out, "Yu Meng, Naker, Nyoda, let us engage it in close combat while Elena and Alice provide cover." Upon hearing Luo Yu's command, the three immediately descended from the wall. Luo Yu wielded not his twin moonlight blades, but a standard longsword, and with his agility, he was the first to reach the spider, cleaving off one of its legs. Naker, Yu Meng, and Nyoda quickly joined the fray. 10 minutes later, the giant spider emitted a desperate screech before collapsing, signaling its demise. Battle concluded. You have received a reward, attribute point 1. Luo Yu allocated his point to vitality, while Yu Meng and the others also received one to their attributes, better than nothing. The Black Wolf trialists sighed in relief upon witnessing the spider's defeat and expressed profound gratitude to Luo Yu and his companions. Luo Yu, representing the mercenary group, exchanged pleasantries before unceremoniously beginning to collect the spoils and dismantle the ancient airship. The spider yielded 2 valuable venomous fangs, along with various other items. Upon completing the task, per their agreement, all spoils would accompany Luo Yu and the others back to their starting point, which was Naker's territory. Soon, Naker's territory was piled high with the spoils, and as previously agreed, they would share evenly. Luo Yu received 5 of the territory core, while Alice was allocated the 200 power energy core from the airship. This was merely the first of many tasks, and everyone was elated. After utilizing the territory core, Luo Yu checked the data. Fertility and resources reached 161, and the mine was at 166, now restored to 15 resources. Mining could commence anew. Remarkably, this task had taken less than an hour, and everyone felt motivated to continue. Luo Yu hoped to capitalize on this opportunity to earn more, as the resources released by the ancient airship were plentiful, even if shared among 6 individuals. It would amount to a small fortune. In truth, had he brought the animals from the territory along, they could have independently faced the ancient entities. However, to undertake such ancient tasks, one needed to be a silver-level mercenary or above. Chapter 139, Diamond-level complete betting set in the current realm of Tiandao. The highest rank is merely bronze. It is indeed a delight to engage everyone in profitable ventures. After enjoying a refreshing drink, new business opportunities presented themselves, prompting Luo Yu to rise and declare, "Let us depart." With excitement, the group stepped into the portal. They embarked on their mission. Returning home only by 9 o'clock in the evening after successfully completing 6 mercenary tasks. After indulging in a luxurious diamond shower, Luo Yu soaked in the bath. Feeling his fatigue dissipate entirely, a sensation of utter relaxation enveloping him. Tip: you gained 1 strength while bathing. He still had 5 attribute points to allocate. This time, he directly invested all 5 points into his constitution, bringing it up to a total of 120, with all 3 attributes now at 120. It was a pleasing sight. Despite their team monopolizing the resources of the ancient spacecraft during the recent mercenary missions, they had not encountered any particularly remarkable technologies or noteworthy items. The spoils were far inferior to those found within their own territory. The low scoring of others' territories was disheartening, and the intensity of the assaults was not to be underestimated. However, they had amassed a plethora of miscellaneous resources. Arguably, the ancient airship itself represented the greatest benefit, as various woods and iron ore were crucial for the development of their base. At present, Luo Yu felt no inclination to conduct an inventory, as the ancient airship would remain for 3 to 5 days, and they had agreed to undertake mercenary missions over the next 3 days. They would tally their gains then. The chat group was rather quiet, suggesting everyone was fatigued. Not everyone could refresh themselves with a bath and a shampoo, as Luo Yu did. Seizing the moment, he entered the arena to earn some gold. Throughout the night, he unleashed his elephants and rhinoceroses to gang up on other challengers, earning a total of 500 gold. It was noteworthy that there were many gamblers. There were always those who, in their disbelief, ventured into his gold arena, practically handing over their money. For the following 3 consecutive days, they remained tirelessly engaged in mercenary tasks, completing 25 missions in total without a single injury among them. The team accumulated invaluable practical experience, honed their skills, and gathered an impressive array of materials, marking a bountiful harvest. After a refreshing bath in the evening, Luo Yu reclined in bed and accessed his storage. Reflecting on his recent gains: silver, 1, 489,032 wood, 380,000 iron ore, 120,000 stone bricks, 907,000 copper ore, 80,000 jade, 70,000 gold, 8,000 platinum, 150 diamond, 0 fur and fabric, 80,000. The past few days had proven exceptionally lucrative. Their territory was brimming with resources, bolstered by the addition of new veins. Little Jean was busy processing the various stones yielded from the mining operations, and the large stone pillar had barely been touched. There was no need to worry about stone bricks. Construction could be contemplated soon. Additionally, with 18 free attribute points available, Luo Yu decided to allocate 6 points to each attribute, resulting in the following changes to his status panel. ID: Earth Summer Kingdom 23333 base rating, 26. 200 points hygiene, 113 points, current 90 points entertainment, 120 points aesthetics, 240 strength, 126 constitution, 126 agility, 128 yawning. Luo Yu mused, "Tomorrow, I shall construct a nightstand." With these thoughts, he gradually drifted into slumber. Thunder rumbled. In the midst of the night, a storm awoke Luo Yu. The skies were pouring rain. Just as he stepped onto the balcony to observe, a bolt of lightning struck the lightning rod of his storage. Glancing at the lightning box, he noted an increase of 2,000 in lightning reserves. A faint smile played on Luo Yu's lips. To accumulate lightning reserves quickly, one must indeed be struck directly by lightning. Tip: by observing the thunderstorm, influenced by aesthetics, you gain 1 agility. Seeing the notification, Luo Yu smiled gently. Reminding himself to prepare for the changing season, before returning to bed and embracing Shao Kong, falling back into a peaceful sleep. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room. Awakened by the refreshing ambience, Luo Yu felt the chill of autumn approaching. Tip: through sleep, you have gained the buff, cost efficiency, reducing your costs by 10 in construction and shopping within the system mall. What a splendid buff. Each morning's buff uplifted Luo Yu's spirits. After breakfast, he proceeded to his room, planning to enhance the villa and epochs SDCR significantly. First on the list was the nightstand. Luxurious nightstand. Building materials 500, gold 200, silver 1,000. Using jade as building materials, he clicked to construct. Due to the cost efficiency buff, construction costs are reduced by 10. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu silently chanted a phrase. Critical hit triggered. Your constructed luxurious nightstand undergoes a transformation. Rainbow Cloud Jade Luxurious Nightstand. Diamond level aesthetic 10, comfort increase, entertainment 1, hygiene 1. When connected to the bed, it enhances resting efficiency by 10 and increases the chance of receiving positive buffs by 10. Remarkably, it matched perfectly with the grand bed, both being of diamond quality. Gazing at the vibrant nightstand, Luo Yu felt a sense of opulence and luxury. This truly was a room. Influenced by aesthetics, you gain 1 stamina. Once again, he began to allocate attributes. Having previously contemplated, he decided to construct a dressing table in addition to the nightstand. The dressing table, typically for women, would allow the 3 adorable companions sharing the room to groom themselves each morning, increasing the room's aesthetics. Aesthetics were, after all, a valuable attribute. Without hesitation, he activated the critical hit. Rainbow Cloud Jade Luxurious Dressing Table. Diamond level aesthetic 15, comfort increase, entertainment 5, hygiene 3. During grooming, there is a high probability of receiving a buff that increases aesthetics. Before him appeared a stunning dressing table adorned with white, jade, and golden accents, featuring a large mirror and various cosmetics, all quintessentially feminine. Luo Yu summoned the 3 charming companions. Shao Kong and Shao Jin were indifferent towards the dressing table, but Xiao Dai was utterly delighted. Tip: Xiao Dai gained a buff after grooming. Aesthetic 5 for 1 day. Under Luo Yu's insistence, Shao Kong and Shao Jin also indulged in some grooming, and indeed, their aesthetics increased by 5 points as well. It must be said that the trio looked significantly more attractive after applying lipstick and blush. Upon checking the territory and epochs aesthetics, it soared to 280 points. Splendid. Observing the territory's rating, it surged by 3,000. Although the grand bed was of diamond quality, being a necessity, its contribution to the score was acceptable. However, the dressing table and nightstand, both luxuries, contributed a staggering 1,500 each. Chapter 140. The Incredible Bedroom Well, with the lightning strike tower, fear not. With this, the room has acquired some furniture, yet it remains insufficient. A wardrobe is still lacking, with 2 opportunities for critical hits remaining. Luo Yu decided to go all out and construct an emerald wardrobe. After another round of operations, a beautiful wardrobe appeared at the edge of the room. Rainbow Cloud Emerald Luxury Wardrobe, diamond level aesthetic value 10, increased comfort, automatically repairs clothing stored within. Goodness, it even repairs itself automatically. Such attributes are almost akin to a bug. It is well known that the cost of repairing silver garments can be exorbitant, and the skill required for sewing is quite high, not to mention the wear and tear from wearing them. Now, with this wardrobe, every evening, Luo Yu can simply place his clothes inside, and the wear will be counteracted, allowing them to emerge as good as new the following day. Remarkable. If practicality is the measure, then the wardrobe is indeed essential. With the wardrobe, dressing table, and bedside table in place, the next step is the curtains. For curtains and wall decorations, there is no need for critical hits, as they are measured by the meter. A critical hit for just 1 meter seems unnecessary. Luo Yu proceeded directly. Aesthetic emerald pendant curtains. Per square meter fabric 100, silver 50, emerald 100, gold 3. Once the curtains were hung, the room appeared significantly more beautiful. Next were the carpets and tiles. Comfortable and aesthetic high-grade carpet. Per square meter various furs 90, cotton, fabric 30, silver 30, gold 3 for the carpet color. It was decided to choose a warm green, distinguishing it from the entertainment room. A flash of light signaled completion. Now, looking at his bedroom, it was undeniably beautiful and comfortable. The 3 adorable companions were all exceedingly happy. Who doesn't wish for a clean and beautiful living space? However, considering his little beast girl's abundant fur, which sometimes clung to the carpet, Luo Yu contemplated replacing the tiles. He opted for sterile tiles, topped with carpet for double cleanliness, double comfort, and double enjoyment. Sterile tiles, per square meter stone bricks 100, silver 100, iron or 50, gold 5. He selected to cover the entire area. And even through the carpet, Luo Yu could see the shimmering lights. Lifting a corner of the carpet revealed that while the pure white sterile tiles may not be exceptionally beautiful, they significantly enhanced the hygiene value of the room. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo Yu suddenly received another prompt. Notification: the overall evaluation of your bedroom. Incredible. You have gained 5 free attribute points and will receive an additional 5 free attribute points at the end of each month. It worked. Luo Yu laughed heartily. According to the Heavenly Tao World Guide, once the aesthetic, comfort, wealth, and hygiene values of places like bedrooms, entertainment rooms, and workspaces reach a certain level, a system evaluation is triggered. Achieving an evaluation of incredible, transcendent, or heavenly realm will yield different rewards, which are permanent and given out monthly. This was genuinely delightful. He could now save his critical hits for the carpet, curtains, and wall hangings, envisioning a bedroom that resembled the heavenly realm. Luo Yu's spirits soared as he reveled in these thoughts. His room was now beautifully arranged, but many areas of the villa, including the living room, guest rooms, and kitchen, remained undecorated. With the cost-saving buff in play and ample materials at hand, it was time to embellish them all. However, before proceeding, Luo Yu allocated the 5 attribute points he had gained, adding them all to strength. You have chosen to increase 5 points in strength. Current strength, 131. With an attribute exceeding 130, he had significantly surpassed the standard value of 100. The following hours were spent arranging the various rooms of the villa. The entire villa was now adorned with sterile tiles, resulting in a substantial increase in hygiene value. Beautiful carpets were laid atop the sterile tiles, green for the rooms, red for the corridors, and deep gray for the basement. Every area of the villa, aside from the kitchen, bathroom, and places requiring water, was fitted with carpets. The curtains were all emerald pendant curtains, and each guest room was equipped with luxurious bedside tables, dressing tables, and wardrobes. These decorations were not merely for habitation, but served to enhance various attributes. He aspired to elevate the entire villa's evaluation to the level of incredible. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of stone bricks, iron, ore, and various basic materials, yet thanks to the cost-saving buff, he also saved a great deal of resources. A glance at the inventory reassured him. There was still plenty left. After a busy morning throughout the villa, a notification arrived. The ancient flying vessel, guided by mysterious forces, departed from its landing site, embarking on a journey through the starry sky once more. The ancient event had concluded. Observing the world, it was a tale of mixed fortunes. Those with capability profited handsomely, while others were left in despair or had already met their demise. In summary, the threats posed by the ancient event were not as severe as the heat waves. Currently, the greatest peril in the heavenly Tao world remained the various extreme weather conditions, truly terrifying. It was now lunchtime, and the group chat was buzzing with activity. Alice, the end-of-month attack is approaching. Everyone should construct additional defensive structures just in case. Fong Yumming, yes, I'm already building arrow towers. I have plenty of materials. Naker, I want to build an arrow tower too. They say arrow towers are the strongest. Elena, arrow towers are impressive, but don't neglect your own training. Nyoda, I finally completed the walls. Boss, your territory rating is high. Please ensure your safety. Luo Yu, rest assured. I am somewhat confident in surviving this month's attack. Fong Yumming, just somewhat? Luo Yu, I suspect you have unlocked thermal weapons. Haven't you? Luo Yu, not yet. I'm focused on other constructions for now. Fong Yumming, if you have the funds, thermal weapons are indeed formidable. I'm saving up to build a thermal energy collector. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. While he hadn't yet developed thermal weapons, he had indeed unlocked lightning energy. Luo Yu, indeed, energy technology is the trend of the times. While the price of beast soul cores hasn't skyrocketed yet, I believe it's wise to purchase them in bulk in preparation for constructing thermal energy collection panels. Chapter 141. The enigmatic flower and defense upgrade. Moreover, it is not solely thermal energy that requires beast soul cores for construction. Other energy-related items necessitate the same. Nakuro, I was feeling quite lost, but now I have a clear idea for construction. Everyone unanimously agreed, as Luo Yu's words provided them with a vision for territorial development. When a team has members who progress swiftly, it is a natural advantage. Luo Yu essentially paved the way for them, with someone like him around. They would circumvent many detours. As they conversed over lunch, Naker expressed her desire to visit Luo Yu's territory, only to discover that a 30,000 unit visitation fee was now required. Absurd. This fee had escalated to an outrageous level, effectively quashing their plans. After their meal, Luo Yu checked the panel. The score surged to 31,000 points, thanks to the splendid carpets and sterile materials. The aesthetic value reached 305, while hygiene soared to 187. Hint. You are the first trialist in this area to exceed a score of 30,000. Reward: 3,000 gold, 3,000 emeralds, as an encouragement. Hint: you are the first trialist in this area to exceed an aesthetic value of 300. Reward: 1 pot upgrade scroll, 3 free attribute points, as an encouragement. A pot upgrade scroll? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon inspection, it was precisely as it sounded, an opportunity to enhance the quality of a specific potted plant. He allocated the 3 attribute points to his constitution, raising it to 130, and prepared to utilize the reward scroll. Once you 3 finish, please wash the dishes. All right. The 3 adorable companions nodded in agreement, while Luo Yu headed to his room. Inside, a radiant amanlo flower awaited him, with one last chance for a critical upgrade. He thought, why not seize the opportunity? After a silent incantation, he chose to use the upgrade scroll on the exquisite flower. The flower began to emit a comforting glow. You have used an upgrade scroll on the radiant amanlo flower, advancing it to Sacred Amanlo Flower, Master Level, Sacred Amanlo Flower, Aesthetic Value 30, Hygiene Value 30. Global Work Speed within the glow 20, Sleep Efficiency 20, Disease Resistance 20, Repels filth and evil, Repels insect harm. Special Ability: produces 1 drop of purification water each month. Incredible. It had directly ascended to Master Level. Such effectiveness was astonishing. Luo Yu's eyes widened in shock. Although the score increased by 2,000, it was undoubtedly worth it. A piece of golden armor of his required purification water, and with the month's end approaching, it was perfect timing for use. Beneath this sacred glow, Luo Yu felt immensely at ease. Leaving such a treasure merely in his bedroom would be a waste. He resolved to carry it with him during work, as he possessed a storage bracelet. It could accompany him anywhere without risk of damage. After all, a master-level flower could hardly be easily extinguished. Today, various values had increased remarkably, which left Luo Yu somewhat concerned. With the base score having risen so significantly, he had ample materials to construct a wave of defensive facilities. After a moment's contemplation, he approached the striking array, deep in thought. Currently, he had 2 plans. First, to construct additional arrow towers, a straightforward and effective strategy. Second, a more complex approach, upgrading existing arrow towers, unlocking the thermal energy application for enhanced firepower, and connecting the upgraded towers to thermal storage boxes, thereby empowering the arrows with thermal energy. A third option was to directly build thermal bunkers within the striking array. Luo Yu first reviewed the description of the thermal bunker. Thermal bunker releases thermal fireballs to strike enemy units, with an explosive splash effect, high thermal energy consumption. Upon examining the required materials, thermal bunker, 50,000 compressed thermal conductive material, 10,000 iron ore, 5,000 copper, or 100,000 silver. The cost was exorbitant. The technology for thermal conductive materials had to be unlocked, priced at 50,000 silver, which was reasonable, but the materials themselves were far too costly. Each thermal stone brick required 5 ordinary stone bricks, 5 copper ores, and 5 silver. Thus, to gather these materials, a total of 250,000 stone bricks, 250,000 copper ores, and 250,000 silver was necessary. While gold was not required, the expenses were indeed outrageous. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the bunker was incapable of air defense. Following the ancient airship incident, Luo Yu was acutely aware that enemies could emerge from the sky as well. Air defense had become a priority in his considerations. Arrow towers and lightning towers could provide air defense, while bunkers could not. Therefore, upgrading the arrow towers was the more prudent choice at this stage. Luo Yu was not one to dither. Having made his decision, he set to work. Arrow tower upgrade: 30,000 stone bricks, 30,000 silver, 500 gold. There were a total of 12 arrow towers within the territory. 6 located in the striking array and 6 surrounding the base walls. Luo Yu opted for a one-click upgrade for all. You have chosen to upgrade 12 arrow towers. Total consumption: 360,000 stone bricks, 360,000 silver, 6,000 gold. Confirm? Without hesitation, Luo Yu confirmed. Upgrade successful. With the notification, all arrow towers shimmered, transforming from wooden structures to stone fortifications. Arrow tower, 2 stars, range 250 meters, fires 10 arrows per attack, can connect elemental enhancements. The 2-star arrow towers enjoyed a range increase of 50 meters and could now fire 4 additional arrows per attack. Thus, the firepower of the upgraded towers was roughly equivalent to that of 5 unenhanced towers. The key advantage was the capability for elemental enhancements. which was precisely what Luo Yu desired. Accessing the thermal energy technology interface, Luo Yu chose to unlock the thermal enhancement technology, spending 50,000 silver in one go. Following the unlocking of the technology, he could now apply thermal energy enhancements to certain structural facilities. This was not limited to defensive structures like arrow towers. It could also be applied to other buildings, provided they were of superior quality. For instance, a large villa was classified as superior, once enhanced. Its walls and floors would radiate warmth. With autumn approaching, this was an excellent choice for warding off the cold. However, such thermal enhancements would consume significant energy. These details could wait. For now, the focus remained on strengthening the arrow towers. Chapter 142, Depleting Aquatic Resources. He directly established a new energy pipeline, connecting it from the thermal energy storage chamber to the territory's arrow tower, followed by a straight line leading to the assault formation, linking it to 6 2-star arrow towers. The rationale for laying an additional pipeline was straightforward. Luo Yu intended to install a valve to control thermal energy access, allowing it to remain closed during regular intervals, only to be activated when needed. Arrow thermal attachment. Upon striking a target, thermal energy invades the wound, exacerbating pain sensitivity and carrying a certain probability of inducing heatstroke in the adversary. Is it possible to suffer from heatstroke after being shot by an arrow? Luo Yu nearly burst into laughter at the thought. Being struck by an arrow and succumbing to heatstroke was indeed a peculiar ability. Nonetheless, this feature held its merits. The heatstroke condition would incapacitate the target, thereby preventing them from becoming further targets for the arrow towers, potentially enhancing the capture rate of prisoners significantly. With the thermal arrow towers established, automatic crossbows and flying axes, which belonged to the category of movable furniture, could not be connected to the thermal energy pipeline. But for now, this was satisfactory. Luo Yu had another task to attend to, expanding the assault formation. As the territory's area had increased, the assault formation's reach no longer extended to the new edges, necessitating the addition of a corridor. With the corridor established, the number of arrow towers had to increase to ensure comprehensive fire coverage. After a series of operations, the assault formation was reconnected to the territory's air wall perimeter, and 2 2-star arrow towers were erected, with speed bumps laid upon the ground, marking the completion of the enhancements. Observing the fortified assault formation, Luo Yu felt a sense of relief. Currently, Shao Kong was fishing, Xiao Jin was chiseling stones, Xiao Dai was crafting swimsuits, while the prisoners were fervently quarrying. Animals were transporting goods, patrolling, or simply resting. Everyone was engaged in some activity. Luo Yu realized he was the only one idling. He approached the warehouse to assess the consumption of various resources. The recent construction had significantly depleted resources, consuming nearly 2/3 of the total. Moreover, Luo Yu was astonished to find his meat supply dwindling. Indeed, the meat had been sold in several batches, and with the influx of prisoners, insects, and upgraded animals such as rhinos, elephants, and wolf kings, the demand for meat had surged, with their appetites considerably larger than before. Large animals consumed 20 units of meat daily, while smaller creatures like the silly ones and badger beast required around 10 units. And with Luo Yu and his 3 adorable companions, alongside numerous prisoners, the entire base was consuming over 800 units of meat daily. Currently, only around 4,000 units of meat remained in the territory, indicating a potential scarcity on the horizon. However, Luo Yu found little cause for alarm, as the territory's fertility was high, resulting in rapid crop growth. Before the meat was entirely depleted, the crops would mature, thus rendering famine an unlikely scenario. After some consideration, Luo Yu resolved to take precautions and store additional meat resources. He approached the small lake to inspect the aquatic resources, discovering a surprising 122 remaining. It was astounding to realize that with the month nearing its end, the aquatic resource reserves were even higher than their initial state. The large octopus, giant python, and numerous turtles had been feeding for nearly a month, yet the fish population only seemed to flourish. After the next month, aquatic resources would reset, regardless of whether they reached zero or remained untouched, reverting to their maximum capacity, akin to the behavior of mineral veins. Holding on to such resources would be wasteful. A strategy was needed to extract the aquatic bounty and alleviate the meat shortage. Any surplus could even be sold. Previously, in his leisure time, Luo Yu had crafted a fishing net from wisteria, but relying solely on a single net to harvest all aquatic resources was an impossible task. It was time to employ some ingenuity. Luo Yu entered the small pavilion, patted Shao Kong's head, and an idea struck him. Moments later, armed with the fishing net, he affixed a piece of special milk to a fish hook and extended the fishing rod. The milk piece hovered 3 meters above the water's surface, enticing the fish. Drip. The milk began to melt slowly under the sun, dripping into the lake below, releasing a delightful aroma that immediately attracted a multitude of fish and shrimp. Luo Yu cast his net, successfully scooping up dozens of pounds in one go. The fish and shrimp were still lively, and he promptly sent out a world message: fresh aquatic produce just harvested, now available at the auction house. Friends who appreciate fresh seafood, act fast. Currently, a unit of aquatic resources was priced at around 5 silver coins, quite affordable. Confident in the freshness of his catch, Luo Yu listed them at 6 silver coins, clearly marking them as fresh aquatic produce. With so many beings across the realms, it was not just earthlings who craved fresh fish, everyone desired it. The appealing price led to an immediate sell-out of his inventory. Luo Yu persevered, continuing to fish and sell, transforming surplus aquatic resources into currency. This endeavor invigorated him. He fished until sunset, amassing an impressive 350,000 silver coins, and upon checking the aquatic resources, he noted a depletion of 50 in just one afternoon. If prices remained stable, it suggested that Luo Yu could potentially sell around 1,200,000 silver coins worth of aquatic resources monthly. Such a fortune. This exemplified the advantages of increased territorial resources. That evening, everyone entered the arena, while Luo Yu, luxuriating in a bath, opted not to participate. As he expressed, he was too formidable. His companions would gain little experience by merely following him and should consider forming teams without his presence. At first glance, this rationale appeared sound. However, it was more about Luo Yu's reluctance to engage in trivial pursuits. Indeed, while his companions possessed striking beauty, the allure of accumulating gold was far more enticing than spending time in frivolity. In his absence, Elena also indicated her desire to act independently, while Nyoda, quite perceptively, declared his intention to train alone. Ultimately, Yu Meng, Ku Er, and Alice formed a trio for their adventures. This would become the norm moving forward. On that day, Luo Yu encountered a lucrative opportunity with the insect tribe in the Black Iron Field, earning an impressive 200 gold coins. This was quite a windfall. Upon checking his experience bar, he realized he was only 10 victories away from advancing to bronze rank, anticipating an upgrade before the end of month assault. In the subsequent 2 days, Luo Yu efficiently harvested the aquatic resources, leaving behind only a few small fish and shrimp for the larger octopus and similar creatures to feast upon. Capturing them would depend solely on their own prowess. The night before the assault, Luo Yu elevated his rank to bronze, finally achieving the status of a bronze-level mercenary in the mercenary square. The emergence of bronze-level mercenaries came with a significant increase in appearance fees and a greater likelihood of securing desirable mercenary tasks. Chapter 143. Chief. Our soldiers have suffered from heat stroke. In recent days, the frequency of critical hits had been completely exhausted, all utilized for mining. Luo Yu had thoroughly depleted the ore veins, leaving not a single stone behind. The critical hits had yielded an abundance of platinum, bringing the territory's total to a commendable 3,000. This morning, Luo Yu awoke with renewed vigor. The day of the assault had finally arrived. The end-of-month attack felt akin to a grand examination for all trialists. Those who could endure would flourish, while those who could not would face dire consequences. Habitually checking his buffs, he noted a stroke of fortune. He had received a buff enhancing shooting accuracy, increasing the hit rate of all ranged actions by 50. At present, he bore 3 buffs, 1 for fatigue recovery, 2 days, 1 for fervent movement, 7 days, and 1 for increased shooting precision, 1 day. As he stood on the balcony sipping milk, a new buff appeared, a gift from the vanity. All attributes received a 1 boost. The 3 little darlings had adorned themselves, enhancing their aesthetic appeal, resulting in this delightful attribute increase. How splendid! In the morning world and regional channels, prayers and blessings were exchanged among the participants, each hoping to survive the impending calamity. During such significant threats, many took to the world channel to express their final words and confessions, creating a spectacle of revelations. As the saying goes, when one is about to die, their words are benevolent. And a plethora of confessions emerged, from claims of being the king of artillery to scandalous admissions of past indiscretions. It was akin to a game of truth or dare, and Luo Yu watched with keen interest. The group chat buzzed with activity, everyone gearing up for the imminent assault. Just after finishing breakfast, a system notification appeared. A mysterious force sweeps across the Tian Dao world. Various indigenous beings are beginning to gather, preparing to launch an attack. Would they once again be the first to face an onslaught? As if affirming Luo Yu's thoughts, another alert followed. Warning: various indigenous creatures in this area will immediately commence their assault. Please prepare yourselves. The first wave. This area was once more the initial target of an attack, just as it had been the previous month. New alerts soon followed. Soldiers from the nearby Skasa tribe have begun their assault on your territory. They appear to be employing clever tactics. Another wave from the Skasa tribe? Luo Yu called out, and the animals immediately sprang into action according to the plan he had meticulously devised. The wolf king, rhinoceros. An elephant followed him and the three little darlings to the strike formation, while the other animals remained within the safety of the walls. The three creatures took position behind the sandbags, ready to launch an assault at a moment's notice, while Luo Yu ascended the watchtower. After a mere half-minute, a throng of Skasa tribal soldiers emerged at the entrance of the strike formation. Luo Yu glanced at the attack summary. A total of 660 units were approaching. The actual number of attackers was likely greater than 660, for those mounted on steeds counted as a single unit. Indeed, some soldiers rode wild boars and buffaloes, while others were mounted on spiders, presenting a striking sight. The entrance of the strike formation could not accommodate such a multitude at once, leaving a significant portion still outside. Luo Yu observed that each soldier seemed to bear shields, some made of iron, others of wood, while several carried packs whose contents remained a mystery. Whoosh! An arrow storm rained down, instantly felling a dozen soldiers. Due to the war fog, the soldiers could only react when the arrows were perilously close, making effective defense challenging. The young Skasa chief, Dalno, bellowed, "Damn it, it's the war fog. That wicked lord has upgraded his defenses. Raise your shields." Instinctively, each soldier raised their shields above their heads. And as arrows fell like rain, only 7 or 8 were struck down this time, a significantly lesser toll. "Warriors, advance!" With the chief's commanding shout, the tribal soldiers surged forward, shields held high. Alert! Skasa tribe soldiers have been inspired by their chief, increasing their overall attack power by 5. Alert! Skasa tribe soldiers have been motivated by their queen, enhancing their movement speed by 5. 2 buffs enveloped the soldiers, who, despite their fervent cries, soon realized their pace was not as swift as expected. The ground beneath them felt as if it were coated in adhesive, severely hampering their movement speed. The arrow storm continued to fall, and although the shields were somewhat effective, many still succumbed to the onslaught. "This is disastrous. It's a slowing trap." The beautiful queen beside Dalno gritted her teeth. "Husband, the war fog obscures the warrior's vision, and the slowing trap hinders their movement. Even with shields, they will suffer heavy losses. Let us implement the first step of the plan immediately." "Right." Dalno heeded his wife's counsel, shouting to the soldiers nearby, "Relay the order. Charge with the mounts." The command swiftly spread, and a multitude of animals surged forward, wild boars and dogs recklessly charging ahead, with a massive rhinoceros leading the charge. Arrows whizzed and struck the beast, yet it pressed on undeterred. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity echoed as blue lightning sliced through the war fog. The leading rhinoceros collapsed, electrocuted on the spot. The electric tower had struck. In the chaos of the war fog, visibility was poor, and the fate of the rhinoceros was inconsequential. The charge was paramount. A throng of animals surged forward, while Luo Yu, perched atop the watchtower, observed everything unfold. It was a commendable strategy. The resilient animals drew a significant portion of the arrow tower's fire, allowing the warriors behind them to advance with greater safety. Moreover, should there be any traps, the animals could serve as scouts to clear the way. Clearly, Dalno had diligently prepared for this encounter. However, this was still far from sufficient. They had merely entered the corridor of death, and the journey ahead was long. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Most arrows targeted the animals, yet some struck the tribal soldiers, who raised their shields in defense. Those with iron shields fared better, but some soldiers, lacking strength, wielded wooden shields that began to smoke. "Fire! Fire!" someone screamed, as wooden shields ignited in flames. Simultaneously, another shouted, "Chief, Queen, our soldiers have succumbed to heatstroke after being struck by arrows." "What?" Dalno roared. "Nonsense. An arrow wound causes bleeding, not heatstroke. Speak such drivel again, and I'll feed you to the pigs." Chapter 144. Ingenious Tactics 1. The soldier fell silent immediately, while Marin scanned the surroundings and discovered that the wooden shields were indeed ablaze. Some soldiers, in their terror, had discarded their shields. Yet, in such dire circumstances, to cast away one's shield was to expose oneself to the rain of arrows. Marin furrowed her finely embroidered brows, recalling something she had heard from the sorcerer. "Husband, I have been informed that these intruders may possess elemental enhancements. The arrows they wield are imbued with thermal energy." "Elemental weapons?" Dorno shook his head vehemently. "Impossible. The Grand Sorcerer has foretold that this group of outsiders is feeble and cannot possess such weaponry." "Marin, let us not dwell on this. Our warriors must bravely advance." With renewed fervor, he rallied the soldiers, who, despite the slowing effects of the treacherous terrain and the shrouding war fog, charged forward through the searing rain of arrows. Time ticked away, and after the loss of numerous beasts, they finally broke through the first corridor of death. Forward. Victory lies ahead. The soldiers clambered over the carcasses of animals, pressing on. Suddenly, a crack of lightning split the air, striking a particularly boisterous soldier, who collapsed to the ground. From the watchtower, Xiaojin inquired with curiosity, "Master, shall I unleash a tiger's roar?" Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, "Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? If we can resolve the issue with our defensive formations, there is no need for us to engage directly." Xiaojin nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. While Luo Yu observed the unfolding scene with calm resolve, they had only traversed the first of 7 corridors of death. It was not yet time for him to intervene. Calculating the current attack efficiency, Luo Yu surmised that even with shields raised, it would be a formidable challenge for this group to traverse 4 corridors. The thermal enhancements were evidently impactful, with the likelihood of heat stroke quite substantial. Not only the soldiers struck by arrows, but also some of the animals had succumbed to the heat. These animals could either be tamed for future use or sold, which was preferable to merely selling their meat. Furthermore, the effects of the slowing terrain and the war fog were remarkable. His mental calculations indicated that the enemy's advance had been half compared to before. The 8 2-star arrow towers were impressively powerful, concealed within the war fog, although the Skasa tribe may not perceive them. Luo Yu had a clear view of the arrows cascading forth with exceptional force. Their firepower was indeed double that of previous encounters. At this rate, the tribe would be utterly overwhelmed. Luo Yu opened the energy interface to inspect the reserves of lightning and thermal energy. Lightning storage, 14500, 50000. Thermal energy storage, 37080, 50,000. The energy reserves were ample. The lightning towers could unleash 145 strikes, and the consumption rate of thermal energy was moderate, allowing for over 5 hours of sustained operation. Frankly, Luo Yu doubted that this group could endure even an hour. Such would indeed be a miracle. He adjusted the power of the lightning towers, reducing their lethality. They had previously been capable of instantaneously incapacitating those with a constitution below 500. Now, the threshold was set at 20. There was no need for excessive force. Stunning an enemy was far more economical than outright killing them. However, regardless of the power level, the energy consumed remained constant, a rather unscientific observation. Another arc of electricity burst forth, striking a forward female archer, causing her body to spasm violently before she collapsed into unconsciousness. This captive would soon be in his grasp. A smile crept across Luo Yu's lips as he glanced at the chat box, which was notably quiet. With everyone focused on the imminent attack, the regional channel, however, was rife with chaos. Some walls had been breached, indicating dire circumstances. This summer had brought an abundance of natural calamities, heatwaves, mosquito-borne diseases, and more, leaving many without the energy to establish adequate defenses. Exiting the regional chat, Luo Yu turned his attention back to the scene below. The soldiers who had crossed the first corridor of death continued their arduous advance when he noticed Dorno and Marin engaged in a hushed discussion. Wait, there seemed to be fewer than 660 soldiers? Luo Yu sensed something amiss. Indeed, the alert confirmed his suspicions. Air raid alert. A contingent of Skasa tribe soldiers is conducting an airborne assault on your territory. Airborne. Luo Yu was taken aback as he scanned the sky, spotting dark figures approaching from the east. Upon closer inspection, he discerned soldiers equipped with fur gliding wings, soaring down from the heights. They must have leapt from the mountains, gliding directly into his territory. Impressive indeed. Watching the swiftly descending soldiers, curiosity flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. How would they manage to stop their descent? Surely, they wouldn't crash into the walls. As he pondered, the gliding soldiers neared within 500 meters of the core of the base. Zing! The lightning tower fired, striking one soldier, who lost his grip on the glider and plummeted to the ground, shattering upon impact. Zzz. Arcs of electricity continued to rain down, eliminating the enemy airborne forces one by one. However, with a total of 60 soldiers, the single lightning tower struggled to eradicate them all. As they neared the base, the arrow towers unleashed a volley of arrows skyward. Although the upward trajectory diminished their impact, these arrows were tipped with thermal energy. It mattered not how much damage they inflicted. Once an arrow pierced a glider, it would ignite instantly. The soldiers, once diving towards the base, transformed into fireballs mid-air, flailing before crashing down, igniting a stretch of grassland. Luo Yu observed keenly, noting that these soldiers had aimed to dive over the walls and directly enter the core area. However, they had failed to anticipate the incendiary capabilities of the arrow towers. His foresight to upgrade all arrow towers to include thermal enhancements had proven prescient. Without such modifications, the outcome would have been far less favorable. Meanwhile, the catapults were hurling stones into the air. Though their accuracy was questionable, the intimidation factor was undeniable. Should the soldiers insist on landing within the perimeter, it was likely that they would meet their demise before they could all touch down. Especially since the entire core area was enveloped in war fog. What if they landed perilously close to the crossbow bolts? Their fate would be sealed. Thus, the elite gliding soldiers resolved to land at a distance, opting to assault the formation from the rear instead of targeting the core area. Chapter 145, Aerial Assault and Self-Detonation. Encircling the enemy. The primitive tribe also knows how to employ guerrilla tactics. As the remaining glider soldiers circled in the air, to everyone's astonishment, bundles of cloth suddenly appeared on either side of their gliding wings. These bundles inflated under the influence of the air, and as they retracted their wings, they began to float downwards. Is this what primitive paratroopers look like? How unscientific. Luo Yu gaped in disbelief, momentarily stunned. It was hard to fathom that a primitive tribe could possess such elite airborne forces. However, upon reflection, why should he be surprised? After all, he could shoot someone who suffered from heat stroke with a single arrow. Why couldn't the tribe have an air force? Out of the 60 paratroopers, 10 had been eliminated mid-air, leaving 50 to land on the ground. Under the captain's command, they charged directly towards the assault team. Fortune favored them as they landed just beyond the range of the stone throwers, making their advance remarkably smooth. Observing the rushing paratroopers, Luo Yu sneered and dispatched animals to engage them. The mighty rhinoceros, elephant, wolf king, and red-scaled giant python surged forward, with the rhinoceros leading the charge, toppling a soldier in its path. These were high-grade animals, their attributes enhanced to 100 by Luo Yu, while the paratroopers, despite their elite status, averaged around 20. They stood no chance against such formidable creatures. The long swords in their hands could hardly penetrate the thick skin of the rhinoceros and elephant. Yet, it was the wolf king that displayed the most ferocity, embodying the essence of a tiger among sheep. No number of sheep could withstand the might of a fierce tiger. Meanwhile, the electric tower continued to unleash its deadly discharges, claiming a hapless victim every 5 seconds. The paratroopers found themselves trapped between high-grade animals in front and the defensive array of the base behind. Their fate was sealed. In truth, from the moment they set foot in the base, their doom was inevitable. Luo Yu recalled that animals without grades could evolve through continuous combat. With this thought, he commanded all the animals in his territory to swarm the paratroopers. The swift Adai led the charge, followed closely by the silver-armored ladybug, badger beast, and various insects, all rushing forth. The paratroopers were as good as finished. Watching the fierce battle unfold, a smile crept onto Luo Yu's lips. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled him, prompting him to turn quickly, only to see a plume of green smoke rising from the assault team. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession, and Luo Yu clearly saw rodents with bulging backs, resembling those carrying humps, darting out. Upon being attacked, they detonated. "Ah, it's the exploding mice," exclaimed Xiaodai. "Master, these mice self-destruct upon being attacked, and their power is considerable." Without her needing to elaborate, Luo Yu understood the implication. He should refrain from attacking the mice. The problem was that the arrow tower was beyond his control. Furrowing his brow, Luo Yu observed the rodents scurrying from the soldiers' backpacks. Completely caught off guard by such an evolutionary anomaly, Dalna revealed a sinister grin, commanding, "Quick, dig through the blasted walls. Shields up." Under the cover of shields, the soldiers with high mining skills began to frantically excavate the booby-trapped walls. The durability of some walls, already weakened by the explosions, plummeted further as they were dug into. It turned out that the purpose of the exploding mice was to demolish walls. With a combination of airdrops and explosions, Dalnu had indeed put considerable effort into this assault. Shielded by their defenses, several walls were rapidly excavated. Although a rain of arrows continued to rain down destruction upon the opposing forces, once the walls were breached, the arrow towers would be exposed to enemy attacks. Even a 2-star arrow tower could not withstand the onslaught of so many soldiers. This was a costly endeavor. Realizing he had to take action, Luo Yu first clicked to repair the booby-trapped walls, watching their durability restore rapidly. Then, he summoned spears, flinging them with tremendous force. The spear pierced a shield and struck one of the digging soldiers with brutal precision. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more spears were hurled, and the other 2 excavators fell lifeless to the ground. The rapidity of his throws was astonishing. Melon's complexion paled. While they were aware of Luo Yu's prowess with spears and arrows, the speed of his attacks was entirely unexpected. Another spear flew forth, striking down a soldier who had just stepped in to continue the excavation. Whoever dared to dig, Luo Yu pierced them with spears, targeting the enemy's engineers. In the death corridor, the exploding mice continued to charge forward, while arrows fell like rain, yet the excavation efforts had ceased. Melon gritted her teeth. "Husband, the Lord's spears are formidable. Our wall-breaching plan may be futile. Let's charge while we still have animals to lead the way. There is a chance." Dalna glanced around, disoriented by the war fog, unsure of Luo Yu's position from which the spears were being thrown. This uncertainty gnawed at his confidence. Hesitation could lead to defeat. Time was of the essence. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "All right, let us follow your lead." Charge! We shall crush this demon head-on. The chief bellowed once more, and the soldiers, previously dispirited, found renewed vigor, pressing forward. Seeing the enemy abandon their wall digging, Luo Yu smiled. After all, repairing the booby-trapped walls was quite costly. Dalno had made significant progress, forcing him to take direct action. Unfortunately, they had only breached the second death corridor. They still had a long way to go to break through the assault formation. The arrow towers tirelessly continued to fire energy arrows, and the paratroopers on the plains had suffered considerable losses from the animals and electric strikes. Although some animals were injured, and even a few insects and badger beasts had fallen, it mattered little. Injured creatures could be healed to enhance their medical skills, while the deceased could be regarded as noble sacrifices, replacing them without concern. With ample resources, there was no need for worry. The assault, having commenced half an hour prior, was nearing its conclusion in Luo Yu's eyes. He glanced down at Dalnu and Melon among the crowd, noting their mutual support, indicative of a deep bond. Such a strong marital connection was enviable. If one were captured, the other would undoubtedly refuse to abandon them. With a sense of intrigue, Luo Yu retrieved a chestnut, aimed, and clicked to use it. Whoosh! Tracking chestnut, flew directly towards Melon. Chapter 146. Effortless triumph. Evidently, Luo Yu intended to replicate his previous strategy by seizing Marilyn to coerce Dalner. Just as the chestnut was about to strike Marilyn, she unexpectedly stumbled, narrowly evading the projectile, which instead collided squarely with Dalner's forehead. Thud! With a muffled sound. Dalner's eyes glazed over as he collapsed backward. Husband! Chieftain! A cacophony of voices erupted nearby. Luo Yu, unfazed by his misaimed shot, promptly declared, Xiao Jin, stay close. We're taking him alive. In an instant, Luo Yu and Xiao Jin descended from the watchtower, swiftly advancing towards the corridor of demise. With a single bound, Luo Yu cleared the 5-meter-high palisade, his Moonyang dual blades cleaving through the air, instantly felling several bewildered soldiers. Similarly, Xiao Jin, wielding her celestial blade with unmatched finesse, effortlessly dispatched any who dared oppose her. The duo, master and servant, moved as an unstoppable force, swiftly cutting down over a dozen soldiers and reaching Marilyn and Dalner. It's you. Marilyn furiously drew her longsword, lunging at Luo Yu. The resounding clang of metal echoed as the Moonyang blades parried her attack, shattering her inferior weapon. Father claimed my sword was the finest in the village, yet it shattered so easily. Marilyn lamented. Luo Yu, overhearing her, chuckled, a mere village blade? It would be astonishing if it hadn't broken. With a swift motion, he shoved Marilyn aside, snatching the unconscious Dalner from her grasp. Marilyn, desire your husband's rescue? Then offer resources in exchange. With these words, he turned to depart, but Marilyn, witnessing his escape, shrieked, They're abducting the chieftain. Surround them. Instantly, a surge of soldiers swarmed forward. Xiao Jin, wielding her celestial blade, carved a path through the throng, cleaving any who dared approach. Her formidable strength was simply insurmountable. Luo Yu, swatting away stray arrows, roared with laughter, Marilyn, stay in touch. With a powerful leap, he bounded out of the corridor of demise, Xiao Jin following suit with equal agility. Such was the disparity in their agility. You fiend! Marilyn shrieked in despair. Accursed lord, I shall personally slay you. Charge! Breach the corridor and rescue the chieftain. The warriors, roused by their queen's command, renewed their assault with fervor. However, the deceleration traps proved too debilitating. The 50-speed reduction paid no heed to their morale, mercilessly impeding their advance. A relentless barrage of arrows rained down, showing no signs of abating. Meanwhile, the airborne regiment had been entirely annihilated on the plains. The electric towers redirected their focus to the soldiers within the corridor. ZZZZZZT. Each burst of electricity incapacitated a hapless victim for 5 seconds. Better to be stunned than slain. Moments later, Luo Yu stood atop the watchtower, observing the sluggish progress of the remaining soldiers, confident in the impending victory. Of the initial 600, a mere 100 persisted, having reached the 4th corridor. Rounding yet another corner, the soldiers discovered yet more mist and corridors. Even the bravest among them faltered. Your Majesty, one pleaded, our warriors are exhausted. Further advance will only result in greater losses. We must retreat. Marilyn, lacking Dalner's strategic acumen, found herself trapped in the onslaught, retreat proving even more perilous than advance, as it required traversing the corridor of demise, now cluttered with fallen soldiers. A wiser course would have been to dispatch a contingent of warriors to press forward while she and a select few escaped. Upon hearing her warrior's plea, Marilyn, overwhelmed and indecisive, hastily issued the order to retreat. Rout ensued. As predicted, retreat proved impossible. The remaining 100 soldiers were swiftly felled by arrows, with only a handful of elite warriors managing to escort Marilyn to safety beyond the corridor. At long last, the arrows ceased their whistling, and the cacophony of war subsided. Congratulations on successfully withstanding the end-of-month assault. End-of-month rewards issued. 330,000 silver, 33,000 iron ore, 33,000 lumber, 33,000 stone bricks, 33,000 copper, or 3,000 gold, 3,000 emeralds, silver treasure chest 1. You have captured the tribal chieftain, receiving an additional reward, technology treasure chest 1. You have gained 10 free attribute points due to the enemy's use of airstrikes, explosions, and other offensive measures. You have received an additional combat reward, discount coupon scroll, 30 off, 1. With the chieftain of the Skasa tribe captured, Queen Marilyn will temporarily assume leadership. Your animosity with the tribe has increased. A torrent of notifications flooded the screen. Despite the intensity of the assault, it had been resolved with relative ease. Luo Yu glanced at the group chat, noting the silence. Everyone was likely focused on their own defenses. Next came the aftermath. Shortly after, Luo Yu surveyed the sprawling mass of prisoners on the battlefield, a wide grin spreading across his face. This time, he had captured 97 prisoners. Most had succumbed to heat stroke or electric shock, suffering no lasting injuries. After providing swift treatment, those beyond recovery were bartered back for resources. Luo Yu's efficiency ensured that all prisoners were treated within half an hour. 85 souls were consigned to the luxurious prison, joining the 15 unsold captives, bringing the total to an even 100. The luxurious prison, with its 200 cell capacity, remained well below capacity. Dolner, meanwhile, was relegated to the VIP cell on the 3rd floor, the very room once occupied by his queen. Her presence lingers still, Luo Yu mused, ever considerate of the reunited couple. The prisoner's attributes would be assessed later, when time permitted. Despite the influx of captives, the risk of escape remained minimal, testament to the luxurious prison's security. Truly, a home away from home. With the prisoners secured, the task of corpse disposal commenced. The 15 unsold captives from the previous raid were summoned to haul the bodies, strip them of their garments, and consign them to the incinerator alongside the animal handlers. These tasks had become routine. Thanks to the abundance of animal labor, the corpses were swiftly dealt with. Meanwhile, the 3 adorable sprites, Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Jin, diligently collected the spoils of war. Chapter 147, Healing Animals. Discovering business opportunities, every soldier carries certain items, the most common being herbs, dried meat, and silver. Wealthier soldiers may possess gold and precious minerals like emeralds. Moreover, the vast array of weapons left behind by the tribal soldiers constitutes a significant treasure that they can gradually collect. Meanwhile, Luo Yu continues his healing work. After treating the captives, it is time to attend to the animals. During this assault, over 100 mountable creatures were involved, due to the ferocity of the attack. Most perished, but a few resilient ones survived. The first animal Luo Yu tended to was a black iron-level gibbon. He was unsure which unfortunate soul had chosen the gibbon as a mount, but that mattered little. Gibbons are tool-using creatures, possessing intelligence superior to that of ordinary animals, albeit still far from that of beastwomen. This particular black iron gibbon had been struck multiple times by arrows, bleeding profusely, yet it had managed to cling to life. Luo Yu swiftly began his treatment, aware that there was a chance of taming the animal during the healing process. With his beast tamer skill at 4 stars and level 10, the probability was not insignificant. Indeed, after attending to the gibbon's final wound, a notification appeared. You have successfully tamed the gibbon during treatment. Gibbon, black iron level, high intelligence, adult male strength 29, constitution 28, agility 35. These attributes were commendable for a black iron creature. With newfound wealth, Luo Yu promptly allocated all of its attributes to 100. After spending 358,000 silver, the gibbon sprang to life, its previous wounds negligible for an animal with a constitution of 100. The gibbon affectionately nuzzled Luo Yu, bounding around him with exuberance. Luo Yu chuckled. Go help the 3 beastwomen gather the spoils. With a series of cheerful calls, the gibbon dashed off to assist. While Luo Yu resumed his animal rescue efforts, there was only one creature of notable quality. The rest were wild boars and buffaloes, which he would save if possible, or otherwise use for meat. After a series of operations, he successfully rescued 12 large mountable animals, all of which he promptly tamed. The non-elite creatures were of little further use to him, and he contemplated selling or gifting them. Regrettably, none of the explosive mice survived, as they would have made excellent grenades. Your medical level has increased to LV6. Your beast tamer level has increased to LV11. The upgrade of his life skills, particularly the enhancement of his medical abilities, brought great joy to Luo Yu. With 10 free attribute points available, he opted for a balanced distribution, 4 in strength, 3 in agility, and 3 in constitution. He was in no hurry to open the treasure chest, but a 70 discount coupon for the marketplace piqued his interest. Originally, purchasing a legendary attribute upgrade scroll cost 10 million silver. Now, with the discount, it was reduced to 3 million, a figure that seemed far more attainable. Having previously experienced a significant boost in attack speed while throwing javelins, Luo Yu recognized the comprehensive enhancement it brought. There was no rush. He would accumulate resources gradually. At that moment, Shao Kong ran over, clutching a bag. "Mew!" she exclaimed joyfully. Luo Yu accepted the bag and, upon opening it, was astonished to find cigarettes? The contents were rolled with yellow leaves, resembling tobacco. A brief examination confirmed it was indeed a tobacco product. Elan rolled tobacco, cigarettes made from dried elan leaves. A psychoactive substance. Prolonged use may damage the lungs and throat. Those with a constitution above 100 are immune to such damage. Addiction. Inability to alleviate will result in a mental state. Withdrawal symptoms. Minor. Threat level. Minor. This was essentially tobacco. A smile spread across Luo Yu's face as he looked into the bag, which contained a substantial quantity of rolled tobacco, along with flint and matches, and even seeds for elan leaves. It was evident that this was the handiwork of a seasoned smoker. Though he did not smoke himself, this presented a lucrative opportunity. As his territory expanded rapidly, Luo Yu pondered the possibility of establishing a cultivation area for tobacco. Noticing Shao Kong standing obediently before him, he intended to pat her head but realized his hands were dirty. Instead, he knelt and kissed the little darling's cheek, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. "You engage in recreation and gain 1 strength." Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle, his spirits lifted, and he resumed his work. After more than an hour, Nakuo was the first to speak in the group chat. "Is everyone all right?" Luo Yu replied, "I'm fine over here. What about you?" This opened the floodgates for conversation. As everyone had weathered the crisis, even Yoda had relied on his own strength to dispatch the attacking tribal soldiers. But no one had spoken up first for fear of disrupting the others. Elena remarked, "I had 60 people, but they all perished at the city wall." Fang Yumeng inquired, "All dead? Did you smear the arrows with poison?" Elena confirmed, "Yes, I expected it to be a fierce battle." The group responded, "You are ruthless." After some discussion, it became clear that approximately 60 units were involved in the assault, with Fang Yumeng having the highest count at 100. Though this was a considerable number, previous mercenary tasks had yielded abundant resources, and everyone had heeded Sister Alice's advice to fortify their base defenses. With arrow towers and automated crossbows raining down, coupled with their inherent strength, it seemed they would easily withstand the month-end assault. Of course, they had all participated actively, unlike Luo Yu, who had largely been a spectator. Fang Yumeng asked, "Luo Yu, I bet you had a lot of attackers come to your territory? Are the animals all right?" Luo Yu replied, "Yes. There were a few more than yours, but my rhinos and elephants are tough-skinned and unharmed. By the way, I captured some pigs and cows. I can send one to each of you for transport." Fang Yumeng responded, "No need for me. I've tamed a bunch and was thinking of sending some your way." "Who wants a wild boar? They give me the creeps." Alice added, "I also healed some, but my beast tamer level isn't high enough. So taming them is challenging." Fang Yumeng offered, "Sister Alice, I can help you tame them." Nakor chimed in, "And me, Luo Yu. Can you help me tame a giraffe, please?" Luo Yu agreed, "Sure, just let me touch its little ears as payment." Nakor replied, "Oh, you can touch. But only me. You mustn't lay a hand on my sister." Chapter 148, Mercenary Mission of the Same Clan. Elena. Fang Yumeng, "I can help too. Can I touch Kur's ears as well?" Alice, "Do you humans really like catgirls?" Fang Yumeng, "Absolutely. Kur is incredibly adorable. However, I believe my affection differs from that of others, right, Luo Yu?" Luo Yu, "Yumeng, do you harbor prejudice against me? I am not what you perceive." Fang Yumeng, "Then what am I perceiving?" He. "Yoda, boss, I have captured 2 female prisoners, but I cannot recruit them. Please, I beg you to assist me." Luo Yu, "You could sell the prisoners and then buy 2 back. Wouldn't that effectively be the same as direct recruitment? The attributes aren't significant to you, are they?" Yoda, "Huh? Boss, you're a genius." As they conversed and managed the aftermath, Luo Yu glanced at the regional channel and realized the situation was far from the optimism present within their small group. The intensity of this attack surpassed that of the spring assault, not due to a change in numbers, but rather the diversity of assault methods. Some were digging tunnels, others were diving, and some, like Luo Yu, unfortunately encountered aerial bombardments. They were challenged on all fronts, land, sea, and air, while the regional channel echoed with lamentations of heavy casualties. Those lamenting were fortunate. Some had lost the chance to even voice their despair. Luo Yu sighed softly. His life might be comfortable, yet the larger environment remained harsh. Based on previous experiences, the first wave of attacks would last 4 hours, and mercenary missions could only be undertaken once this wave concluded. With time to spare, they might as well work together. Luo Yu stuffed various deceased individuals' clothing into the fabric recycling station. After more than 3 hours, they had nearly completed their tasks. Luo Yu checked the diverse items accumulated during this wave. Weapons, 428 items silver, 56,000 herbs, 903 plants gold, 2,030 jade, 4,903 various fabrics and furs, 30,000 all corpses had been disposed of in the incineration pit, and the thermal energy absorption panels had been reassembled, expected to replenish all consumed energy and more. To Luo Yu's delight, despite sustaining injuries, anew had leveled up after the battle. This dim-witted dog had finally evolved into a black iron dull dog. Luo Yu had maxed out all its attributes, and the previously wounded anew was now full of life, merrily assisting in transporting supplies. Among the familiar faces at the base, only the bull, cow, and antelope had yet to evolve. Luo Yu harbored a vague plan, but there was no rush. He summarized his current territory's resources: silver, 1, 200, 000 wood, 330, 000 iron ore, 900, 000 stone bricks, 890, 000 copper ore, 70, 000 jade, 80, 000 gold, 10, 000 platinum, 3, 000 diamonds, 0 furs and fabrics, 650, 000 resources remained abundant, and Luo Yu intended to construct a large workshop and hospital, necessitating considerable materials. Just as he exited the warehouse, a notification appeared. The first wave of attacks this month has concluded. Survival rate, 43. 1. Seeing this notification, Luo Yu sighed internally. Indeed, the survival rate was lower than the previous month. Across the world, the regional channel buzzed with discussions about this wave of attacks, with some sharing experiences, others boasting, and many lamenting. The group was also fervently discussing, with everyone having acquired an abundance of spoils, indicating another surge of prosperity. Now that everyone had completed their tasks, they were ready to accept new missions. Elena expressed a desire to undertake a mercenary task solo, and Luo Yu felt the same. They both favored independence. Kuer, Yumeng, and Alice formed a team to accept missions, while Nyoda continued tallying the loot. At this moment, Luo Yu was enjoying his lunch, quietly awaiting business opportunities. His personal description stated he only accepted missions involving special individuals. After all, capturing a special person was essential for negotiation. After dining and bathing, an hour passed with no business in sight. As a bronze-level mercenary, he pondered how much disregard humans must have for their kind. Just as he contemplated revising his description, a notification arrived. A human female has signed a contract to hire you. Do you accept? Oh, a human female? This was Luo Yu's first time receiving a mission from his own kind. He hurriedly dried himself, donned his attire, and selected confirm. A portal of light appeared, and as he stepped through, the world spun before him, revealing an unfamiliar environment. At that moment, Luo Yu found himself within a walled area, complete with several automatic crossbows atop the walls and a few small huts within, a rather ordinary territory. Before him stood 3 young women, all from Earth, elegantly attired with necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Their outfits seemed mismatched with the territory. However, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that Luo Yu recognized them. You are the RTN group? The most beautiful girl among them, standing in the center, eagerly nodded. Yes. Are you a fan of ours? Luo Yu replied with a faint smile. Now is not the time for fan discussions. Let us get to the walls. With that, he strode toward the walls. The 3 idle girls exchanged glances, nodding as if communicating something. The RTN group, a once popular idle girl group, was known for their enchanting member, Miss Guan Xiaoyan, whose sweet appearance garnered immense popularity. Under the weight of widespread promotion, even someone like Luo Yu, who was indifferent to entertainment, recognized them. Upon reaching the walls, Luo Yu noticed a horde of 4 or 5 dozen individuals charging forth, his gaze immediately locking onto a young woman clad in red armor. Few in the tribe wore armor. It appeared this young woman was indeed a special individual. Nearby, the 3 idols climbed the walls, with Guan Xiaoyan drawing closer to Luo Yu, speaking timidly. The attackers are indigenous people from the Alpha tribe. That woman in red armor is their princess. Mercenary, sir. You will protect us, won't you? Luo Yu chuckled. My task is to drive away the assailants. I will certainly intervene. Without further ado, he retrieved his spear and hurled it forth. Whoosh! The spear struck a shield-bearing soldier with precision, the immense force piercing through the shield and impaling the soldier on the spot. This display left the three beautiful idols momentarily stunned. The shield soldier was approximately 200 meters away. What incredible strength! Moreover, the precision of the throw, what marksmanship! The other two girls tugged at Guan Xiaoyan's sleeve, who nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Luo Yu. Chapter 149. The Titanium Alloy Straight Man. It is evident that the young gentleman, appearing to be in his early 20s, is undoubtedly a formidable force among the elite of the human race. She gently tousled her long hair at her temples, revealing a captivating and confident smile, and softly remarked, "What remarkable skills. Mercenary, your prowess must be at least 100 points, am I right?" Luo Yu casually nodded, retrieving another spear with a flick of his wrist, and hurled it with precision. Thud. Another shield bearer was mercilessly pierced by the spear. The shield bearers were Luo Yu's primary targets. Only by eliminating them could the automatic crossbows unleash their full potential. With a swift succession, Luo Yu's spear struck true, dispatching 6 shield bearers in the blink of an eye. Such strength! The trio of starlets gazed at him in awe. Beyond his impressive abilities, Luo Yu's attire, although seemingly ordinary, revealed hints of sophistication upon closer inspection. The Lord's bracelet on his left wrist and the storage bracelet on his right were finely crafted, clearly of high quality. His purple garments, adorned with intricate patterns, glimmered faintly with a purplish hue under the sun, even with the purple shield concealed. A discerning eye could still discern its subtle outline. This lent Luo Yu an air of enigmatic allure. His shoes, trimmed with silver, were unmistakably of silver-grade quality. Being celebrities, the three girls scrutinized his attire with heightened attention, and soon they concluded that not only was Luo Yu exceptionally powerful, but he was also remarkably wealthy, youthful, and handsome, a veritable embodiment of the ideal romantic partner. Guan Xiaoyan's gaze towards Luo Yu grew more fervent. At that moment, the tribal assault had reached within 100 meters, and the 3 automatic crossbows began to unleash their arrows. Luo Yu swiftly drew a golden yao bao, shooting with unerring accuracy, toppling an enemy with a single arrow. A golden level bao? To hit a moving target from 100 meters away with such ease. Guan Xiaoyan covered her mouth in astonishment. Since arriving in the heavenly Dao world, they had managed decently, relying on their beauty and social skills, supplemented by a fan base they had built up previously. Otherwise, they wouldn't be adorned with so many gifted jewels. Had it not been for a few prominent fans facing threats of assault, they would not have considered hiring a mercenary. Due to various circumstances, they fortuitously discovered a bronze-level human mercenary whose qualifications matched their needs, which sparked their interest. Life in the heavenly Dao world was arduous. Who wouldn't desire to be cared for by another? Luo Yu, before them, seemed to fulfill all their expectations. Guan Xiaoyan felt that the admirers who hailed her as a strong man paled in comparison to the remarkable figure before her. Faced with such an outstanding man, it was impossible not to feel a stir of emotions. As she watched Luo Yu dispatch one target after another, she exchanged a meaningful glance with one of her companions, prompting a girl named Xiaodong to draw closer with a playful smile. "Mercenary, you're so impressive. You must have many admirers, right? Do you have a girlfriend?" Thus began her probing. Luo Yu, having just knocked down another archer, chuckled. "Miss Xiaodong, upon your inquiry, I detect a whiff of tea in the air. I presume the crux of our conversation will conclude with, your girlfriend is quite formidable, unlike me, who merely cares for Geizhai. Am I right?" Haha. A true expert reveals their hand, and with that, Luo Yu deftly thwarted her follow-up question. You titanium alloy straight man." Xiaodong's face flushed with embarrassment, while Guan Xiaoyan and another girl looked dismayed. It was evident from his words that he held them in little regard. Their confident beauty and figures seemed to hold no significance in his eyes. With arrows still flying from Luo Yu's bow, each shot finding its mark, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The 3 lovely idols soon realized that none of his arrows targeted vital areas. Those he struck down could easily be captured as prisoners. Though they felt irritated by Luo Yu's lack of romantic inclination, they were simultaneously awed by his capabilities, secretly grateful for his restraint. These captives represented substantial wealth. This man, truly formidable. And despite his seeming brusqueness, a hint of gentleness shone through. Although Luo Yu had teased them, Guan Xiaoyan found herself even more curious about him, her heart racing. After exchanging glances, the trio understood each other's thoughts. They must secure this man. At that moment, the indigenous attackers had closed in to within 50 meters. With Luo Yu having felled 20 of the 40 or so assailants, it seemed he could not hold out much longer. Luo Yu produced a chestnut, activating it to strike the woman in red armor with pinpoint accuracy, causing her to cry out and collapse unconscious. "Princess!" The surrounding soldiers rushed to her aid, while Luo Yu leaped over the barricade, summoning his loyal companions, Giant Rhino, Elephant, Adai, Atai, and the Gibbon, who charged forward with ferocity. Thud, thud, thud. The 5 beasts, each boasting 100 attribute points, trampled the guards protecting the princess. Ultimately, Adai seized the princess and presented her to Luo Yu, wagging his tail in delight. To know me is to know Adai. Notification: you have successfully assisted the local lord in repelling the tribal attack. Mercenary mission accomplished. With the princess captured and the enemy fleeing, Luo Yu allowed a smile to grace his lips. The three starlets atop the wall gazed at his retreating figure, their expressions filled with astonishment. In Guan Xiaoyan's eyes, there flickered a glimmer of admiration and infatuation. This man, not only is he an archer, but he is also a beastmaster. What a remarkably powerful figure. Moments later, in the open space behind the wall, Luo Yu placed the princess atop the rhino's back. According to their agreement, she was now his captive. Just as he prepared to depart, Guan Xiaoyan hastily interjected, "Mercenary, thank you for protecting us. If you wouldn't mind, would you care to stay for a cup of tea before you go?" Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile, "No need. The task is complete, and I shall take my leave. You may do as you please." "Wait," Xiaotong called out once more, "Mercenary, we've been rather obvious in our intentions. Did you not notice? We are all humans. If you simply nod, we would gladly reside in your territory." Chapter 150. Please do not harm my daughter, alas. What kind of foolish and oblivious man could disregard us so blatantly? Xiaotong appeared to grapple with Luo Yu's intentions, while a perplexed expression adorned Luo Yu's face. He inquired, "Live in my territory?" Indeed, it seems that the heavenly path world possesses such functionality. Yet, why would you forsake your own territory? Do you not wish to grow stronger? Guan Xiaoyan earnestly questioned. Living in your territory can also enhance our strength, right? Mercenary, sir, do you not like us? You provide for us and protect us. We care for you in return. Is that not agreeable? Or do you fear that you cannot afford to support us? Rest assured, we are not that delicate. Observing the nonchalant expressions of the three young women before him, Luo Yu chuckled. We are all children raised under the red flag. The textbooks teach us self-reliance and tenacity. Did you all attend elementary school properly? Although I may not possess exceptional abilities, I have hands and feet and do not require care. Speaking of which, I see that you are all quite capable as well. Why then seek someone to support you? Women can hold up half the sky. Surely, the three of you together can uphold this small patch of heaven? As far as I know, only pets require caretakers. Are you pets? His words left the three beautiful idols speechless, including Guan Xiaoyan, who gazed at Luo Yu with a hint of embarrassment. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Luo Yu smiled gently. All right, if you wish to discuss business, you may approach me. However, matters of the heart are best left aside. You are aware that I am a straight man. Farewell, lovely ladies. Wait, Guan Xiaoyan attempted to say something further, but Luo Yu had already stepped into the portal of light. The three beautiful idols remained, their expressions not quite favorable. Vexed by Luo Yu's previous remarks and regretting the departure of such a fine man. Simultaneously, they felt a tinge of shame. Sometimes, the simplest truths are inscribed within the pages of elementary textbooks. In a world as harsh as the heavenly path, encountering an exceptional man like Luo Yu, who is of the same kin, is a rarity indeed. It is a pity to let such an opportunity slip away. Guan Xiaoyan glanced at the system notification, discovering that the other party's name and identification were entirely anonymous. She had not engaged in private conversation with him, nor did she possess any chat records, making it impossible to locate this man again in the future. Just as she lamented this misfortune, another girl who had remained silent suddenly spoke up. Although that person's face was obscured in the arena, his physique was unmistakable. He seems to be one of the top 100 experts of humanity from our Earth. Really? A glimmer of surprise crossed Guan Xiaoyan's face. After a moment's hesitation, she accessed the arena and searched for information about you, quickly discovering that the physique, attire, and other characteristics matched almost perfectly. A subtle smile graced her lips as she chuckled softly. No man has ever escaped my grasp. You just wait. Upon returning to the base, Luo Yu had already cast aside thoughts of the three starlets. While he might have previously found them beautiful, frequent interactions with the stunning Feng Yuming and Alice, along with the charm of Na Kuer and the vivacity of Ai Li Na, rendered them incomparable. Without comparison, there is no harm. With such a plethora of beauties in his harem, he had no desire to support a few idle individuals. Boastfully referring to the women in his squad as his harem, he swaggered into the prison, tossing the princess into a cell. Ascending to the third floor, he found that Duo Luo had awakened, glaring at Luo Yu with fury. Evil Lord, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to face me? Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Luo Yu delivered a swift kick, sending Duo Luo sprawling to the ground. Pointing to his own radiant attire, he retorted, Challenge me? Do you see my clothes? They shine. I stand here for you to strike. Do you think you can break through my defenses? Stay still, or I shall make you search for your teeth. Having been kicked, Duo Luo grasped the gravity of her predicament, realizing she could not rise from the ground. It was not due to injury, but rather a moment of reflection. What a comfortable carpet this is, far superior to my bed. How long to take a nap here? This was her genuine thought, until she quickly chastised herself, rising and seating herself on a nearby sofa. What a delightful sofa. I wish I could sleep. Luo Yu, however, was preoccupied and paid no heed to the foolish princess. At that moment, he received a notification. The chief of the Alpha tribe wishes to speak with you regarding the ransom for the princess. Merlin had not arrived, but the chief had come forth. Opening the dialogue box, a message promptly appeared. Alpha, esteemed lord, please return my child to me. I am willing to comply with any of your demands. Luo Yu mused that this chief was rather courteous, yet when it came to interests, he would not be accommodating. He replied directly, 10 core territories, and I shall ensure your daughter's safety. He also sent a screenshot of the princess. Alpha, oh, what a lavish carpet. Esteemed lord, the wise prophet of our tribe has informed me that we may only trade a maximum of 2 core territories at a time. Your demands are excessive. Luo Yu, is that so? Then let us conduct multiple transactions. To start, you may provide me with 1 core territory, and I shall return your daughter's socks. Alpha, esteemed lord, the prophet means to convey that a maximum of 2 cores may be traded with the same party. Otherwise, the supreme deities will impose punishment. Upon reading this, Luo Yu furrowed his brow and, after a brief pause, meticulously reviewed the various stipulations regarding trade with tribes in the Heavenly Path world. The maximum trade limit was indeed 2 core territories. Exceeding this amount would render any additional offerings moot. It was a mechanism designed to maintain balance within the world. And he had no choice in the matter. Having confirmed this, he stated, very well, then let it be 2 cores of 10 each. The other party promptly complied, placing 2 10-core territories in the trade box. Luo Yu grinned broadly, approaching the unconscious princess and stripping her of her garments. Upon doing so, he discovered that her armor was of silver grade, while her undergarments and trousers were of black iron grade, truly the daughter of a wealthy family. He placed the princess's image upon the trading shelf, which caused Alpha to momentarily falter. Esteemed lord, why do you treat my princess in such a manner? Please do not harm her, do not take screenshots, and do not disseminate related images among your challengers. I implore you to trade at once. Chapter 151. Ransom for core. Alpha swiftly confirmed the transaction, and Luo Yu replied with a smile, esteemed chief, please do not take offense. After all, one seeks wealth. And who can blame your daughter for her splendid attire? Rest assured, I have no interest in establishing any dubious welfare sites, nor will I take any screenshots. With that, he clicked confirm. Transaction successful. You have acquired territory core X2 success. A smile graced Luo Yu's face. He had previously examined the princess's attributes and confirmed her status as a special character. However, she lacked any noteworthy personal traits, making the transaction devoid of complications. In a flash of light, the princess vanished, and the territory cores were secured. Seeing Dalno still lost in thought at the spot where the princess had disappeared, Luo Yu chuckled. Was she truly that captivating? In my humble opinion, she pales in comparison to Marin's figure. Dalno, upon hearing this, seethed with anger. You have indeed done something dreadful to Marin. She claimed otherwise. Scoundrel lord, I shall duel with you. Luo Yu laughed heartily. I merely nudged her. Nothing more. You must trust your wife. Humph. Dalno snorted, his previously grim expression easing considerably. It seemed he still found some faith in Luo Yu's words. Given their current standings, there was indeed no necessity for deceit. Dalno felt a flicker of gratitude towards Luo Yu, relieved that he had not committed any vile act against his wife. After a moment's hesitation, he said, though the Alpha tribe is quite distant, I have heard tales of its formidable strength. The chief of the tribe is a fiercely protective man, and a cunning one at that. After you strip the princess of her garments, I doubt he will let you be. Oh? Luo Yu inquired curiously, do the tribes maintain interactions with one another? Additionally, I'm quite intrigued by the red dot next to your Skasa tribe on the map. Does it signify another tribe or perhaps some ferocious beast? Dalno shook his head. I cannot divulge such information. Once captured, all knowledge of this world was sealed by the great deity. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu frowned slightly. Indeed. It was unlikely to glean insights about this world through captives. The true understanding must come from personal exploration. Curiously, he asked, are you implying that the Alpha tribe may attack me? Dalno shook his head. It is too far for a long trek. But they may enlist nearby tribes to assault you, and even hire your fellow trialists to do so. Such a notion exists? Luo Yu was taken aback. Just as a notification appeared, new information unveiled. When the relationship between the trialist as territory and indigenous forces reaches a certain threshold, one may partake in indigenous attack events, assuming a role of their own. When the territory is under siege, one may also call upon friendly indigenous forces for aid. The newly acquired information left Luo Yu astonished. It implied that he could join forces with the indigenous people to assault other trialist territories. Such an act was nothing short of plundering their resources and territory cores. Once this information became public, it would surely incite a bloody uproar. Moreover, Luo Yu sensed he was not the first to be privy to this revelation. Prompt: do you wish to share this information with your team? Luo Yu opted to share it. Although he had no immediate need for it, it was crucial for everyone to be aware and to issue a warning. Indeed, the group chat soon buzzed with activity. Fong Yumeng and Nakel found it rather alarming, while Alina suggested a proactive approach. Each had their own opinions, and Luo Yu urged everyone not to leak this information prematurely. While conversing, another prompt emerged. The acting chief of the Skasa tribe wishes to speak with you regarding Dalno's ransom. Here it comes. Luo Yu grinned as he clicked confirm. Marin, you wicked fiend, release my husband at once. Luo Yu, Marin, could you temper that fiery temper of yours? If I were to become irate, it would be your husband who suffers. Marin, you humph. Do not harm my husband. I shall be more agreeable if you do. Luo Yu was unconcerned with her attitude. His focus remained on the ransom. Luo Yu, the usual terms, 2 territory cores, and I assure you your husband will remain unharmed. Surely, you must have acquired quite a few territory cores from your recent raids. A mere 2 should be trivial for you. Marin, impossible. The wizard has declared that our enmity is too profound. Giving you the territory cores would be akin to digging my own grave. I can offer you ample resources, but do not expect territory cores. Luo Yu, is that so? In that case, your husband is rather delicate and does not resemble an indigenous person. My Minotaur brother has long taken an interest in him. You must know my brother is indiscriminate in his appetites. Should you dare utter another refusal, I shall promptly deliver Dalno to him. You are aware of the consequences, are you not? As he spoke, he sent a picture of the Minotaur. The same image. The same couple, the same method of threat, you devil. Do not send my husband to that monster. Initiate the trade at once. Marin appeared quite agitated, promptly placing 2 10 territory cores into the trade box. Didn't he, the wizard, say that territory cores could not be traded? How is this possible now? Clearly, the Minotaur's intimidation is exceedingly potent. I have secured a valuable ally. He turned to Dalno. You are free now. You and Marin are welcome to attack at any time. Dalno, puzzled, asked, what did you discuss with Marin? She is a woman of strong will. She should not have easily acquiesced to your terms. Luo Yu rolled his eyes, chuckling, a woman of strong will? She may be brave, but she lacks sense. It seems you do not truly understand your wife. All right then, farewell. Having said that, he dragged Dalno's image into the trade box. Transaction successful. You have acquired Territory Core X2. Your enmity with the Skasa tribe has increased. 2 more. A broad smile appeared on Luo Yu's face, and without hesitation, he utilized them. You have chosen to use 4 territory cores. Current territory resources, 201. Current mine resources, 206. Surpassing 200 unlocks certain technologies. Assault is the key to Luo Yu's wealth and prosperity, and he left the prison in high spirits. With a resounding bang, he shut the prison door behind him and glanced back, pondering if perhaps there were too many captives. With the recent update to the scoring mechanism, surely captives would not be counted in the evaluation. Moreover, a food crisis loomed. Speaking of which, he quickly recalled the numerous slain animal carcasses piled together and hurried to butcher them. Chapter 152, Score Update and Core Significance. A moment later, he arrived by the small lake and began swiftly butchering the carcasses of animals, discarding various entrails into a mine cart to be taken to the incineration pit for burning. He was reluctant to throw these remains into the lake, which would diminish the hygiene value of the entire territory. The number of slain animals reached 60 or 70. Even with Luo Yu's culinary skills and overall work efficiency, the task was considerable. Although he could have enlisted the prisoners to assist with the butchering, he refrained from doing so out of concern for food safety, opting instead to handle it himself. Caution is the mother of safety. He was genuinely wary of the possibility of poisoning. Thus, while he butchered the animal carcasses, he awaited any new mercenary tasks. However, as the sun set, no one came to hire him, as his proposed conditions were deemed too peculiar. Most preferred to trust mercenaries who demanded payment. Once all the animals were processed, the meat was transported back to the warehouse by A Dai and A Tai, automatically entering the ice cellar. As these were riding animals, this endeavor netted him 40,000 units of meat, alleviating any concerns regarding a meat crisis. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Yu took a shower with a diamond showerhead. It washed away the grime and traces of battle, and the sensation was truly refreshing, as if he were shedding the burdens of the world. Moments later, while soaking in the bath and enjoying the delightful massage services of his companions, he received a notification. The month-end assault has concluded. Overall survival rate, 41.08. The data revealed a significantly greater loss than the previous month, Behind the cold numbers lay the lives that had been lost. The world of the heavenly path was merciless, a crucible testing courage, wisdom, strength, and all personal qualities. The strong would grow stronger, while the weak could only strive to survive and improve. Despite the many trial takers who had perished, the realms teemed with countless beings. The heavenly path still housed innumerable challengers, with some weaker races being eliminated. Luo Yu understood that as time progressed, the challenges ahead would only intensify. He relished this feeling, compared to his previous life of ease. He preferred the current days, though he occasionally missed his sister. He had made numerous attempts to locate her in this world, yet had received no response. Using visitor technology to search for her name yielded thousands of results, most of which were too distant to access. His sister was his sole hope among the trial takers, and he felt deep within that she was still alive, perhaps thriving. He believed that as long as he continued to advance, he would eventually find her. The next morning, a gust of autumn wind stirred the emerald curtains. Awakening, Luo Yu heard the delightful sound of emerald pendants clinking together, a crisp and melodious chime. The three little companions, as usual, nestled closely beside him, seemingly sensing the autumn chill and clinging even tighter. Alas, despite their human-like appearance, they were of different species, although he cherished them. His feelings were predominantly that of a master towards pets, with little desire beyond that. Of course, while lacking in grand desires, he indulged in minor whims, occasionally teasing them, which brought him great joy. It is often said that one should not provoke a tiger, yet, to bolster his courage, Luo Yu would occasionally test the waters. While engaging in recreational activities, you gain one's strength. Indeed, he had garnered the favor of the god of courage, enhancing his strength. Noticing that little Jean had tightened her embrace, he chuckled and continued to peruse the notifications. Autumn has arrived. Territory resources have been restored to full value. Notification. Territory scoring mechanism updated. All trial takers and territory members will have their scores calculated. This notification startled Luo Yu. He quickly checked the territory score, which had reached a value of 36,225. Upon examining the panel, he noted that changes had indeed occurred. ID. Earth Summer Kingdom 23333 base score, 36,225 personal score, 3,225 hygiene value, 187 points. Current 74 points entertainment value, 121 points aesthetic value, 335 strength, 138 constitution, 134 agility, 133 personal trait, hero, 1 star. Such a substantial personal score? Luo Yu's mouth fell open. He vaguely recalled that his previous score was only around 70 or 80, yet it had now soared to a staggering 3,000. He quickly reviewed the formula for personal scoring. Each attribute point equated to 1 score, with all level 3 and above life skills granting 10 points per level increase. All personal traits, regardless of level or star rating, providing 100 points each, and all martial skills yielding 500 points each. Altogether, Luo Yu's attributes contributed 405 points. Life skills added 420 points, personal traits accounted for 900 points, and martial skills contributed 500 points, totaling precisely 225. Upon further examination, he noted that the current average personal score in the heavenly path was 175 points. Luo Yu recognized that this figure was inflated. The true average was likely significantly lower. It was akin to the average income on Earth, where an ordinary person would be averaged with billionaires, skewing the reality. The median score would provide a more accurate representation. Yet the heavenly path did not disclose this figure. Luo Yu surmised that the median was likely around 130, or perhaps even less. Moreover, his own score was not without its flaws. The territory's scoring mechanism updated biannually, and this update had only assessed personal capabilities, excluding equipment. He mused that the value of his gear exceeded that of his own being. Additionally, the calculation of attribute points as 1 point equating to 1 score was a rather crude method. For instance, an ordinary person's strength might be rated at 10 points, while a strong man's strength could be rated at 15 points. Despite the mere 5-point difference in score, the ordinary person would be swiftly overwhelmed in a confrontation. Under the algorithm of the heavenly path, the higher an entity's attributes, the greater the value of any subsequent attribute increases, making high-value attribute points more advantageous. Conversely, beings with lower base attributes possessed relatively lower value in their attribute scores. A more accurate calculation would require a complex formula. Yet the heavenly path's simplistic approach disproportionately favored the strong. For someone like Luo Yu, possessing higher values meant a reduced score increment, which in turn led to lower assault intensity and greater survival rates. The larger the population of a territory, particularly with more low-tier members, the greater the prevalence of low-value attributes, inadvertently increasing assault intensity. The same principle applied to life skills and personal traits. Chapter 153. Autumn has arrived. The advantage of fertility has risen from level 11 to level 12, adding 10 points to the score. While the upgrade from level 3 to level 4 has also yielded 10 points. Can the significance truly be the same? Luo Yu's heroic traits have garnered an additional 100 points, and the miner's traits have similarly added 100. These are entirely distinct concepts. It is evident that the world of Tian Dao desires ever stronger challengers for its territories, rather than merely an increase in the number of territory members. In an instant, Luo Yu grasped the core implication of this crude algorithm. Upon observing the world, he noted a flurry of discussions surrounding personal scores. I've just boosted my score by 5,000. Are there any lowly beings in the galaxy who can surpass me? Is 5,000 impressive? My territory boasts dozens of individuals. And suddenly, our score has surged by 8,000. Can you truly compare with me? Apologies, but I've just increased by 12,000. Both the galaxy and Taurus are worthless. I am a citizen of Earth within the solar system. My territory just received a score of 1.5. Can you rival that? The galaxy shall forever be divine. One by one, they engaged in comparisons and displays of superiority, with few addressing the fundamental issues of the algorithm. At present, the average score in the Tian Dao world has yet to reach 3,000. With such a sudden increase, can it withstand assaults? Some individuals simply refuse to engage their intellect. Observing the conversations in the world and regional channels, Luo Yu shook his head, choosing not to pay further attention. It mattered little, for he was a significant benefactor of this algorithm. He also quietly rejoiced that this algorithm update did not account for animals in the scoring, nor did it include territorial resources or captives. Otherwise, he would indeed have been alarmed. Rising from bed, he stretched languidly, welcoming the new day. Glancing at the temperature, he noted it was a brisk 14 degrees in the morning, already hinting at the chill of autumn. The day was indeed capricious. Following his routine of washing up and having breakfast, the three adorable companions at the table drowsily munched on meat pies. Every morning, Xiaodai enjoyed nectar, which she collected herself. Observing her blissful expression, Luo Yu found it curious. Nectar was not honey and didn't seem particularly appetizing. Xiaojin shared a simple meal with Luo Yu, and with the enhancement of their attributes, her appetite had grown significantly. The portion she consumed was equivalent to what Luo Yu would have eaten for lunch. Xiaokong, on the other hand, scrunched her brows as she habitually picked out the tomatoes and other vegetables from her lunchbox. But upon meeting Luo Yu's gaze, she would display a pitiful expression of guilt, enduring the discomfort of consuming her vegetables. Such an adorable sight. After breakfast, they had developed a habit of heading to the vanity to enhance their appearance. Just then, while Luo Yu strolled across the prairie, savoring the onset of autumn, a prompt appeared. Due to your aesthetic appeal, your agility won while admiring the scenery. At this moment, the members of the group chat had also awakened, and upon reviewing the update, their reactions varied. Nyoda and Ku Air appeared unconcerned, while AI Li Na and AI Li Si seemed deep in thought. Fang Yumeng, however, directly voiced her doubts. This score update feels awry. Why do I sense an overwhelming malice from it? Is Luo Yu present? What are your thoughts? In Fang Yumeng's territory, apart from the three challengers, the recruitment of various female members had surged, and she had just amassed over 5,000 points. This astute girl was beginning to feel anxious. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. Previously, with so many members aiding their efforts, the three had comfortably lounged in their armchairs, enjoying the scenery. Now, the realization of their situation was dawning upon them. Luo Yu articulated his thoughts and speculations, which ignited a fervor among the group. Among the 6 individuals, aside from Luo Yu and AI Li Na, the other members had recruited a considerable number of individuals, especially following the conclusion of yesterday's assault, which had invigorated the captive market. They had all profited handsomely, acquiring the captives they required, thus significantly increasing their numbers. In Luo Yu's words, these were all low-cost scores. Nakaer, Luo Yu. What should we do now? Should we sell again? Luo Yu, take a look at the current prices of captives. Upon hearing this, everyone searched for the prices, and their shock was palpable. Any slight disturbance in the market would be immediately reflected. Compared to yesterday's average of 18,000, the price of captives had plummeted to 9,000. The savvy individuals had already begun to offload their captives. Nakaer, I just bought 10 female archers yesterday. I've suffered a significant loss. Woe is me. Luo Yu, having purchased them, there's little to be done now. We must enhance the cost-effectiveness of our points and improve their attributes. Well, the premise is that their loyalty must be high. Fang Yumeng, indeed. With the increase in numbers, tactics may suffer. The prices of captives with average attributes will plummet, while those with strong personal traits will skyrocket. Everyone agreed to pursue a strategy of fewer but stronger members. As they chatted, The group reached a consensus. The immediate priority was to enhance the cost-effectiveness of their territory members and boost their attributes. However, even if the attributes were raised to 100, the cost-effectiveness would still pale in comparison to challengers with attributes of 120. Under this rule, the more formidable the living beings, the greater the cost-effectiveness of their enhanced abilities. As they walked and talked, Luo Yu arrived at the vegetable garden, ready to establish a new planting area. The recent score update had little impact on him. It simply meant captives were cheaper now, and his initial path as a lone wolf had evidently been the correct choice. Speaking of cost-effectiveness, the value of animals had increased, as they were not included in the scoring. However, given the tendency for updates every 6 months, it was only a matter of time before they were factored in. Luo Yu began to prepare for the future. He planned to cultivate a field of ulan leaves, intending to sell them for profit. Currently, the fertility of his territory stood at 201, implying that the planting cycle would be halved. Yet, due to the dropping temperatures, most crops were now displaying suboptimal growth rate. Growth speed -10. Presently, the temperature was not excessively low, but as it continued to drop, this value would fluctuate until growth ceased entirely. The growth cycle for ulan leaves is 20 days, and with their current growth rate at 191, they should mature in about 10 days. Luo Yu hoped to harvest the first batch of ulan leaves within these early autumn days. This time, he had significantly expanded the planting area. His efficiency in work had increased, and his planting level had risen, allowing for rapid cultivation. He completed the task in just 1 hour. With winter approaching and the looming scarcity of supplies, he resolved to plant even more crops, determined to harvest before the temperatures fell too low. Thus, he decided to double the planting area, extending it beyond the western wall. Chapter 154. Constructing the combat arena with resources sufficiently abundant. Luo Yu decisively clicked to construct the walls. After doubling the area, he commenced sowing seeds in the newly designated planting zone, completing the task within a single morning. Subsequently, he connected the pipelines and procured beast soul cores to establish automatic irrigation systems, leaving no loose ends. It was only Luo Yu who dared to expand the planting area in autumn, for his territory was rich in fertility. In another's domain, such efforts would be futile. By now, it was afternoon when Xiao Dai arrived, clutching a lunchbox, and upon handing it to Luo Yu, she expressed her concerns. Master, the number of captives and newly added animals in our territory is overwhelming. They consume 2,000 units of food daily. Although we have ample reserves, this pace is unsustainable. Luo Yu nodded with a calm smile, having anticipated this issue himself. The current low market price for captives rendered them difficult to sell, and maintaining such a large group for mere mining and cleaning was evidently unfeasible. He resolved to construct a nefarious edifice, the combat arena. The combat arena, also referred to as the beast fighting arena, would allow captives and beasts to engage in combat for entertainment. This construction would significantly boost entertainment value. Moreover, challengers could enter a dedicated combat arena channel within the system to register as arena owners. Upon successful registration, the specter of the combat arena within their territory would be projected into the channel's room, akin to a live broadcast, presenting the battles before an audience. This entertainment activity would grant viewers a chance to acquire attribute points and enhance their combat experience, while fulfilling their entertainment needs. As the owner, Luo Yu would reap substantial monetary rewards and might also earn attribute points. At present, the combat arena channel was devoid of competitors, and Luo Yu intended to seize the opportunity. He surmised that following the rating update, others would likely venture into the arena business as well. Despite the presence of an anti-monopoly mechanism in this world, competition was inevitable. Thus, if one were to engage, they must aim for a grand combat arena. Luxurious combat arena. 1,000,000 stone bricks. 500,000 wood. 1,000,000 silver. 100,000 fabrics. 10,000 gold. 10,000 emeralds. 3,000 platinum. The required materials for this construction were formidable. Luo Yu had already sold a variety of spoils at the auction house, accumulating a significant amount of resources. Assessing his current inventory, he found that while the silver was sufficient, he could indeed acquire the 1,000,000 stone bricks needed. After all, the large stone pillar remained uncut. As for the 500,000 wood, he was short by 170,000 but could procure it. The arena required 100,000 fabrics previously. He had 60,000, and with an additional 10,000 from slaughtered animals, he was merely 30,000 short. Fortunately, the cotton would mature in a day or two, presenting no major issue. The 10,000 gold, 10,000 emeralds, and 3,000 000 platinum were all available in his base. Summarizing this, Luo Yu realized that in just a few days, he would be able to construct the luxurious combat arena. A smile graced his face as he ascended the watchtower to survey the ideal location for the arena. The 100 by 100 meter core area would undoubtedly be insufficient. The luxurious prison occupied a significant portion of this space, and additional workshops and medical facilities would also need to be constructed within the core area. Expanding the territory was now a pressing necessity. After surveying from the watchtower, Luo Yu had solidified his development strategy for the month. In terms of territorial construction, he aimed to expand the base area, build the combat arena and workshops, and enhance defenses by erecting an electric tower. This endeavor would require a vast amount of stone brick resources. Curiously, Xiao Dai inquired, "Master, did we sell the swimsuits from last time? Are we still producing them?" Luo Yu chuckled and shook his head. "Let us save the remaining fur fabrics. Xiao Dai, you and Xiao Kong should go fishing." "All right." Xiao Dai beamed, flapping her wings as she flew from the watchtower towards the pavilion. Meanwhile, Luo Yu headed to the mine to extract resources. With a 204 mineral vein, he was determined to dig. For the next 2 days, Luo Yu immersed himself in mining, his work efficiency astonishingly swift, enhanced further by his miner trait, making him a veritable mining maniac. Together with the Golden Scorpion King, they excavated 20 of the mineral resources in a day. Remarkably, the Golden Scorpion King could upgrade its mining level, increasing its efficiency as it leveled up. Numerous shipments of iron and copper ores flowed in, though the yield of stone bricks had dwindled. However, this was inconsequential. The insects and badger beasts in the quarry toiled around the clock, ensuring a sufficient supply of stone. Of course, as more stones were extracted, more insects were crushed. Yet, with the renewal of mineral resources, the probability of unearthing insects was also refreshed, allowing Luo Yu to tame any he dug up. Should the quarry's insect population dwindle, he could always purchase more. Additionally, the critical hits from mining yielded impressive rewards. Once, he unearthed 1,000 units of platinum, and another time, a crystal stone, an invaluable asset for unlocking technology, which he decided to keep. After 2 days of relentless mining, Luo Yu's mining level reached LV10, and his territory was now brimming with resources. Upon reviewing his inventory, he found that he was ready to construct the combat arena. On the third morning, as Luo Yu enjoyed breakfast, he habitually checked the world chat. Indeed, the prevailing sentiment had shifted, the prior ostentation had dissipated, replaced by concerns over how to mitigate the newly imposed ratings. It became apparent that a larger population did not equate to a better territory. Rather, quality over quantity reigned supreme. The price of captives had plummeted from 9,000 to 6,000, while the price of animals had risen, doubling from an average of 3,000 to 6,000. All of this fell within Luo Yu's expectations. After breakfast, Luo Yu exited through the western gate of the walls, where the combat arena was to be constructed. However, given the substantial footprint of the luxurious arena, it was necessary to fill in the moat. Luo Yu had contemplated this carefully. With the formation of the striking array, the moat seemed redundant and was due for obsolescence. Should it ever be needed again, excavating would suffice. Today, his objective was to fill the moat. The drainage was straightforward. He blocked the inlet connecting the small lake to the moat, and with a thick pipe leading outside the territory, the task was nearly complete. The primary challenge lay in the substantial volume of sediment to be filled. Relying solely on himself would take several days. However, with numerous captives at his disposal, he summoned them all and issued a direct command: fill the moat. Chapter 155, Galactic Arena. After a full day of labor by 100 individuals, the moat was finally filled. Once the captives were secured, Luo Yu made his way to the vacant area in the west and accessed the construction interface. With resolve, he initiated the building process. A radiant glow enveloped the space as an exquisite circular structure gradually emerged. The overall design of the arena bore resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, albeit on a smaller scale, measuring a mere 60 by 60 meters. Since the audience would be watching online, this size was perfectly adequate. Luxurious arena, a venue for battles among captives and beasts. Aesthetic appeal 10, hygiene 10. Entertainment value 20. Notice: you have gained the qualification to register as the owner of the arena channel. Notice: by constructing a large entertainment facility, influenced by entertainment value, all your attributes increase by 2. Gazing upon the splendid arena, Luo Yu felt immense satisfaction. Without haste to delve into the details, he prioritized enclosing the arena with walls, as it was currently exposed. With some stone bricks remaining, he swiftly extended the walls from the west, encasing the entire luxurious arena. From the assault platform, he dismantled 4 automatic crossbows and affixed them to the walls for enhanced defense. With everything in place, Luo Yu entered the arena, feeling the palpable aura of raw ferocity. igniting a primal urge to engage in combat. This was precisely the sensation he sought. Luxurious arena. Each combat yields a 30 chance of gaining attribute points. Personal trait acquisition chance, 0, 3. During observation, spectators have a 5 chance of obtaining attribute points. In any battle within the arena, the owner, regardless of location or task, has a 60 chance of acquiring attribute points. This was the advantage of the luxurious arena, generally. A 2 chance of gaining attribute points during observation was commendable, while here it was elevated to 5. As the owner, Luo Yu could expect a substantial 60 chance of accruing points whenever combat occurred within the arena. These attribute points, even if gained in small increments, would accumulate over time. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo Yu prepared to commence the evening's activities. After dinner, he accessed the system's arena interface. Arena owner registration requires an arena structure in your territory, personal arena rank of black iron or higher, and a fee of 100,000 silver. You meet all requirements. Do you wish to pay the silver for registration? Luo Yu confirmed the transaction, and immediately a prompt appeared. Please select a name for your arena. After some contemplation, he named it Galactic Arena. The intention was simplicity and directness, avoiding any unnecessary embellishments. World announcement. A human, anonymous, has established the Galactic Arena. Challengers may visit the arena channel to watch, with a chance to gain attribute points and enhance entertainment value. This system-generated announcement was far more effective than mere shouting across the world, instantly igniting discussions. People began flocking to the arena. The room was essentially a projection of Luo Yu's opulent arena, with each individual assigned their own seat. Remarkably, despite varying heights, the visual experience remained uniform for all attendees. The arena buzzed with excitement, with groups gathering in the heavenly realm, a rare opportunity for such a large assembly. Wow! Who is the wealthy individual behind this magnificent arena? It's stunning. Where's the tycoon? I wish to meet them. Humph, judging by the name. This tycoon must be from our galaxy. Enough with the chatter. Why isn't the show starting? Let us get it on. In an instant, the 10,000 seats were filled, and Luo Yu was taken aback by the rapid assembly of spectators. Your arena is at full capacity, earning rewards. Free attribute points 2, daily limit reached. Observing the crowd of 10,000, Luo Yu realized he needed to take action. He turned to Xiao Jin and instructed, Go. Fetch a male captive and throw him into the arena. Xiao Jin giggled. Are we finally starting? Master, may I also compete? Let me battle on behalf of the animals. Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Her self-awareness amused him, believing herself to be one of the beasts. However, the others might not share her sentiment. Moreover, it was inconceivable to send his companion into a melee. Not to mention, with so many spectators present, Xiao Jin's striking appearance would undoubtedly attract unwelcome remarks, subjecting them both to ridicule. He replied dismissively, You all can stay out of this. Just go. Okay. Xiao Jin chirped, swiftly heading towards the prison. A moment later, the grand doors of the arena creaked open, revealing a relatively robust native, his face marked by trepidation. His entrance sent the room into an uproar, with cheers erupting as spectators clamored for the action to commence. Understanding that prolonging the anticipation served no purpose, Luo Yu summoned one of the previously tamed wild boars into the fray. The boar emitted a deep growl. Typically, tamed animals would not attack captives. But within the arena, an extraordinary venue, every creature became combative, and the primal instincts of lesser beings would be stimulated, even posing a threat to their masters. The wild boar's growl deepened, and though the male captive trembled, he was a native warrior accustomed to life and death struggles, quickly summoning his resolve. With a thunderous roar, the wild boar charged, while the male captive shouted defiantly, refusing to back down. The collision was fierce. The boar slammed into the captive, who retaliated with a powerful punch to the boar's head. Under normal circumstances, an unarmed adult male would struggle against such a massive creature, but in this realm, everything hinged on attributes. As long as his attributes were high enough, even a small child could fell an elephant with a single blow. The male captive's strength seemed comparable to that of the wild boar. Despite being knocked back, his punch nearly stunned the beast. Excellent. Let the fist fly. Keep at it. That boar is foolish. Bite him. Attack his rear. Chapter 156. Accumulating Wealth. Oh my. That male warrior is so muscular. I'm smitten. Is the owner present? Would you consider selling this male captive to me? I and Oppos am offering a generous price. The arena erupted in a frenzy, as the audience, long confined within the celestial world, reveled in the exhilarating atmosphere. Each clash of flesh ignited cheers, elevating the spectators' enjoyment and diminishing their fatigue. Aches vanished, vision cleared, and spirits soared. Observing the fervent enthusiasm, Luo Yu conceived another venture, initiating betting. Unlike the intricate operations of conventional bookmakers, the arena's betting system would be straightforward, a simple wager on victory. The victor's backers would equitably divide the spoils from the loser's stakes, with larger bets yielding greater returns, all calculated by the system. This arrangement eschewed a house advantage, with Luo Yu solely benefiting from the heightened popularity, which had previously yielded 2 attribute points. As the crowd roared, a betting banner materialized in the arena's airspace, Boar versus Warrior. Caught in the euphoria, spectators eagerly placed their bets, overwhelmingly favoring the boar. The wagers stood at 4.6 million to 19.7 million. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, having invested 100,000 silver in the male warrior's triumph. While others lacked access to attribute data, Luo Yu possessed the advantage. The male warrior and the boar both possessed a strength of 24, but the warrior boasted an agility of 27, compared to the boar's meager 15. The outcome was self-evident. Had the betting limit not been capped at 100,000, Luo Yu would have wagered 1 million. With astute maneuvering, Luo Yu's participation in the betting was a guaranteed win. Within the arena, the combatants engaged in a ferocious melee, restricted to unarmed combat. The spectacle lacked the graphic gore one might expect. Nonetheless, the adrenaline-pumping contest proved immensely popular. Increasingly, spectators thronged to the arena, only to find the Seoul Galactic Coliseum chamber at maximum capacity, leaving many clamoring and cursing in the world chat, their frustration palpable. Luo Yu took note, an idea germinating in his mind. 15 minutes later, with the boar felled by a decisive blow, the male warrior emerged victorious. With a resounding rumble, the iron gate swung open, allowing the warrior to stride through, relieved. 2 gaunt captives scurried forth, dragging the boar away. Despite its unconscious state, the boar's injuries were superficial. You have gained 120,000 silver. The notification appeared. Luo Yu, having wagered 100,000, had won 20,000. Sometimes, wealth was easily acquired. The arena's victors reveled in their gains, while the losers, eager to recoup their losses, clamored for the next bout. Luo Yu remained unhurried, as he had matters to attend to. In a second-floor chamber, Luo Yu personally tended to the wounds of the warrior, Banan, patting him on the shoulder and declaring, "Well done. Starting tomorrow, your meals will include an egg." "Thank you, Lord." Banan, overwhelmed, expressed his gratitude. More than just an egg, it was a matter of prestige. Surrounded by fellow inmates subsisting on dry rations, Banan's egg elevated his status, affording him a newfound sense of importance. After tending to Banan, Luo Yu healed the boar, his expertise allowing him to mend external wounds in mere minutes. As anticipated, the injuries were less severe than they appeared, requiring only a day or 2 of rest. Your medical experience has increased, raising your medical level to LV7. The nearly full experience bar surged, triggering an immediate level up. Earning money and honing medical skills, a dual benefit. With dinner barely concluded, Luo Yu seized the opportune moment to stage a second event, ensuring its success. First, the matter of tickets, his primary source of revenue. While premium arena tickets could fetch up to 20 silver each, their exclusivity stemmed from the inclusion of 20 VIP suites and 200 VIP seats. Luo Yu, unwilling to squander such an opportunity, boldly set the arena's entrance fee at 20 silver per person, with VIP seats priced at 20 gold each, and VIP suites available for overnight rental at 200 gold. Capitalizing on his current monopoly, he inflated the prices. Notice, the owner of this arena has set an entrance fee. Payment is required to enter. The previously vociferous audience found themselves abruptly ejected from the arena, unleashing a torrent of complaints in the system and Oppo's public channel. Despite their protests, they grudgingly paid the fee. Recognizing the arena's exceptional entertainment value, its capacity to elevate their moods, mitigate negative emotions, and enhance their work efficiency. 20 silver, a reasonable price. While commoners settled for the standard fee, others gravitated towards the VIP seats and suites, drawn by their allure. What better way to flaunt one's status than to recline in a VIP seat amidst the throng, or to ensconce oneself in a VIP suite with a paramour or a coterie of women? As anticipated, the second event drew a full house, with VIP seats and suites fully booked. Across the myriad races of the celestial realms, affluence abounded. Luo Yu surveyed his earnings. Nearly 200,000 silver and 8,000 gold. 8,000 gold. Wealth beyond measure. Luo Yu nearly exulted in triumph. The second match was promptly arranged. This time, Luo Yu pitted a female warrior against 4 dire badgers. Recognizing the warrior's appeal, intentionally clad in alluring attire, she ignited a chorus of whistles and cheers, further intensifying the atmosphere. Luo Yu, of course, initiated betting, confident in his knowledge of the female warrior's precise attributes. While the audience reveled in the spectacle, Luo Yu meticulously planned the subsequent 3 days of events, crafting a schedule of diverse attractions: boar versus 3 wild wolves, banana versus a demonic muscle man, a strong man versus 3 female warriors, anything to captivate and enthrall the audience. Why only 3 days? The celestial world's balancing mechanisms imposed limitations on projects like arenas, which could easily foster monopolies with minimal costs. Luo Yu's premium arena was restricted to 4 days of operation per month. To circumvent this restriction, he would need to acquire business extension permits from the system store. Chapter 157. The Effect of Packaging and Promotion. The permanent tickets for fishing boxes are indeed superior, yet regardless of the type, acquiring them remains a formidable challenge. In essence, the resources that Luo Yu can harvest from the fighting arena each month can be easily calculated. Similarly, the weapon and item shops that will open in the future, established by the challengers themselves, will also face numerous restrictions, a testament to the robust anti-monopoly mechanisms at play. Although the Heavenly Dao world is harsh, it is relatively fair. With 4 days of beast fighting time each month, Luo Yu plans to open the arena every 10 days on average, with a double opening at the end of the month, ensuring a steady profit. Influenced by this business opportunity, individuals around the world have begun gathering materials to construct their own fighting arenas, and thanks to the anti-monopoly regulations, competition will not be overly fierce. Once he had organized his schedule, Luo Yu entered the arena for combat. While the fighting arena is merely a source of amusement, strengthening one's combat prowess and gaining experience necessitates participation in the competitive arena. Currently, Luo Yu engages in 5 PK matches daily, undeterred by any challenges, and remains undefeated. He is rightfully dubbed the lone champion of the Black Iron Arena. After earning another 500 gold in the competitive arena, Luo Yu took a refreshing bath and settled down to sleep peacefully with his beloved companions. Upon waking the next morning, Luo Yu received a visual buff, Vision 100. The world before him became astonishingly clear, presenting a wholly new experience. Had he possessed such keen eyesight before? He could have distinctly observed the beautiful sister in the adjacent building from his own balcony. Alas, that lovely lady was now nowhere to be found, rendering his abilities moot. After enjoying breakfast, Luo Yu opened the fighting arena and perused the comments left by spectators in the guest book from the previous day. A quick review revealed mostly trivial remarks, yet some messages caught his interest. Is the owner of the Galaxy Beast Fighting Arena present? I am very fond of Banana. Could you sell him? Price is negotiable. My ID, Water Creature 66551. Is the owner here? I want to purchase that female warrior from yesterday. She is incredibly alluring. Do you have any sexy outfits for sale? My ID. Numerous individuals expressed their desire to buy the captives who had appeared the day before, eliciting a smile from Luo Yu. Why were the prices for the captives so low? It was due to the lack of promotion and packaging. Before they became stars, they were merely ordinary individuals, transformed into handsome men and beautiful women through the efforts of talent agencies. Undoubtedly, the fights from yesterday had propelled these captives into the realm of minor stardom, particularly Banana. With his impressive physique, sparse facial hair, and determined gaze, he was undoubtedly the type that women from various races would adore. Luo Yu opened the trading interface and sent a trade request to Water Creature 66551. Water Creature, female, water fragrance. Oh, are you the owner of the Galaxy Beast Fighting Arena? Human, anonymous indeed. I hear you wish to purchase Banana from me, correct? Water fragrance. That's wonderful. I dreamed about Banana last night. Just tell me your price. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. Such a business transaction was too straightforward, clearly a setup for exploitation. He deliberately selected a muscular photo of Banana and dragged it into the trade box. Banana is a star of our arena, and I am quite fond of him as well. However, out of goodwill, I hope he finds a good home. Considering your sincere interest, how about 100,000? He tentatively proposed a price. Currently, the market price for captives was plummeting. Even with Banana's appealing appearance, he would only fetch around 10,000 at most. Luo Yu boldly tested the waters with a tenfold offer. Water fragrance, 100,000. Sir, I refuse to allow you to insult Banana. He is worth at least 200,000. I offer you 300,000. Sell him to me immediately. I do not wish for him to suffer under the hands of an unappreciative lord. Could this be the fervor of a fan? How delightful. Luo Yu, I apologize. I was indeed hasty. Your words have struck a chord within me, awakening my understanding. I now recognize Banana's true worth, 400,000. He is undoubtedly worth this price. Water fragrance, is that right? You finally see it. The infatuated lady promptly placed 400,000 silver on the table and confirmed the transaction. Fearing she might change her mind, Luo Yu hastily clicked to confirm at lightning speed. Transaction successful. You have received 400,000. 000 silver. With the substantial sum acquired, Luo Yu swiftly added water creature to his blacklist. Falling in love can cloud one's judgment, but once one regains composure, they may realize their folly. What if she sought a refund? Better to sever ties completely. However, after the successful transaction, Luo Yu felt a twinge of guilt. Just yesterday, he had promised Banan an extra egg daily. Having only fed him once, he had now sold him without a moment to properly nourish him. It would be a tough journey ahead for Banan. Good luck, Banan. May we meet again someday. Luo Yu mused as he opened another trade request. Throughout the morning, Luo Yu engaged in business, successfully selling 7 captives. Of course, not everyone was as enthusiastic as Water Fragrance. Most transactions were more conventional. The total from the 7 captives amounted to 600,000. If sold at the current market price, even getting 50,000 would be considered fortunate. What is this? This is the essence of packaging and exposure. Regardless of who it is, once they are promoted and packaged, they become treasures in the eyes of certain individuals who are ready to part with their money without a second thought. By the end of the day, Luo Yu had recouped his investment in the fighting arena. The first to reap the rewards often enjoys the sweetest fruits. Nevertheless, the construction of the fighting arena had significantly depleted his materials, necessitating a thorough assessment. Silver, 900,000 wood, 80,000 iron, or 700,000 stone bricks, 170,000 copper, or 80,000 jade, 60,000 gold, 9,000 platinum, 1,000 diamonds, 0 leather and fabrics, 100,000. He had recouped a considerable amount of silver, with minimal consumption of iron and copper ores. However, the others had seen drastic reductions, particularly the stone bricks, which were now depleted. Next, Luo Yu intended to construct a workshop and a hospital. But he would need to accumulate resources gradually. Fortunately, there was still a large stone pillar that remained uncut, while he could not construct large items. Repairs and minor enhancements would suffice. In the afternoon, Luo Yu returned to mining, collaborating with the Golden Scorpion King to extract iron ore while he focused on copper ore. Witnessing the depletion of the mineral resources filled him with a sense of satisfaction. It felt akin to completing daily quests in a game. If resources were not consumed each month, he felt as though he had lost out. Only by exhausting them could he achieve true contentment. As he joyfully mined, a familiar chirpy call echoed from behind him. Chirp, Master, look. Little Kong presented a box from her embrace, and indeed, it was her exclusive box once again. Chapter 158, Bestiary Contract Collection. Since her evolution, Shao Kong gradually began to speak, and the probability of opening treasure chests had increased. Luo Yu, contemplating the unused critical strike chances, declared internally, open. With a silent incantation, he opened the chest. Critical strike activated. Congratulations. Host has acquired item. Bestiary Contract Collection. Bestiary Contract Collection. This tome encompasses all humanoid beast girls present in the realm of Tiandao. Each illuminated illustration grants relevant attribute bonuses. Oh, such a treasure exists? Curiosity gleamed in Luo Yu's eyes. As he leafed through the thick tome, he noted that nearly all illustrations remained dim, with only obscured silhouettes, save for 5, the Night Butterfly, Charm Butterfly, Xuanqiu Beast Girl, Jinyue Beast Girl, and Jinsa Sabaru, which were all aglow. Night Butterfly illustration illuminated. Strength 1. Constitution 1, Agility 2, Beast Taming LV 1. Charm Butterfly illustration illuminated. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 5, Mental Fortitude increased. Personal Aesthetic 5, Xuanqiu Beast Girl illustration illuminated. Strength 2, Constitution 1, Agility 2, Luck 5. You have activated the hidden attribute. Luck, Jinyue Beast Girl illustration illuminated. Strength 5. Constitution 5, Agility 5, Luck 10. The realm of Tiandao is rife with concealed attributes, and Luo Yu quickly glanced at his panel, where indeed, beneath agility, the luck attribute appeared. Initially at 0, his current luck value stood at 15, all thanks to Shao Kong. Luck influenced numerous aspects. It enhanced crop yields, improved milk quality during milking, reduced the likelihood of fatal injuries during attacks, and increased accuracy when targeting others. Luck permeated every facet of existence. 15 points of luck equated to a 15 enhancement in fortune, an undeniably potent attribute. Gazing at the adorable Shao Kong, Luo Yu embraced her and planted a couple of kisses, eliciting a rosy blush and delightful giggles from her. Jinsa Sabaru illustration illuminated. Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 18, Luck 10, all melee personal traits 1 star, Medical LV 2. Remarkably, the attributes granted by Shao Kong alone surpassed those of both Shao Dai and Shao Kong combined. Truly, she was a diamond-tier powerhouse. Impressive. In his excitement, Luo Yu promptly examined his panel. ID. Earth, Summer Kingdom 23333 base rating, 39, 225 points personal rating, 387 hygiene value, 207 points. Current, 155 points entertainment value, 151 points aesthetic value, 380 strength, 170 constitution, 165 agility, 168 luck, 25 life skills, shooting LV13, beast taming LV12. Cooking LV7, medicine LV8, mining LV10, planting LV8, tailoring LV10. Martial skills, Gale Blade technique, 2nd level, leisurely flight, 1st level. Stealth, 1st level, personal traits, hero, 2 stars, Zerg Slayer, 5 stars, miner, 2 stars, beast tamer, 4 stars, chef, 3 stars, brewer, 1 star, fighter, 2 stars. Handsome, 1 star, mobility incentive, 1 star. The panel had undergone a significant transformation. The base rating had surged by 3,000, courtesy of the combat arena. Attribute points, life skills, and personal traits had all increased, but what astonished Luo Yu most was the hero trait. Now at 2 stars. This trait, categorized as a melee attribute, had been enhanced by 1 star through the collection of Jinsa Saburo. Wow, this is a super trait that requires 10 million silver for an upgrade. Incredible! Unstoppable! Luo Yu eagerly reviewed the trait details. Hero trait, 2 stars maximum comfortable temperature 20, minimum comfortable temperature -20, global work speed 40, global success rate 40, personal aesthetic 20, global attack speed 40. Astonishingly, all attributes had doubled, and attack speed had escalated by 40. In a swift motion, he retrieved the Yangyu bow, knocked an arrow, and swiftly unleashed 3 shots. Indeed, his draw and shooting speed had significantly increased. To his amazement, he realized he was the ADC after all. He laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. Notice, influenced by aesthetic value, you gain strength 1 while enjoying the scenery. Now Luo Yu's attributes had dramatically surpassed the 100 threshold. While he was uncertain of the exact prowess of formidable races like the Dragon Clan, he believed he could effortlessly dispatch those of the Black Iron rank. Even those of the Bronze rank would likely be no match for him in 3 rounds. After testing his newfound strength, he kissed Shao Kahn again and set off to mine. With various buffs and gear, his global work speed had reached 300, making his mining efficiency terrifyingly effective. Truly a human excavator. The clattering of iron and copper ores echoed as resources rapidly dwindled from the veins. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could rest. He was determined to get it done. As he mined, Luo Yu's thoughts drifted. This newly acquired bestiary was extraordinarily powerful. It was, at present, the most valuable possession in his domain. Indeed, the worth of his attire paled in comparison to that of this tome. He needed to devise a strategy to collect more beast girls. He had long harbored this thought as his territory expanded. Managing solely with the 3 delightful companions became increasingly arduous. Capturing beasts limited him to laborious tasks. Where could he find more beast girls? That night, as he slumbered, Luo Yu dreamed of his grand bed filled with various adorable beast girls, satisfying his collector's impulse, and he resolved to enlarge his bed once more. However, as he attempted to inspect the resources of his domain, he was dismayed to find only fur remaining. Where's my gold? My emeralds? Abruptly jolted awake. He discovered Shao Kahn's tail draped across his face, her fur causing the nightmare. Her sleeping position was indescribable, and after gently shifting her, he gazed out the window. His vision had doubled in clarity, allowing him to see the beautiful moonlight and the elegant birds soaring above. Wait a moment, birds? Startled, Luo Yu quickly glanced at the notifications and discovered. The Blackwind Pirate Scout is surveying the terrain of your domain. Warning, you have detected their presence, and the scout is turned hostile. Such notifications required personal discovery to trigger, differing from standard attacks. Chapter 159. The threat from the pirate crew. In a moment of hostility, the Thunderstrike Tower launched a sudden assault, sending a bolt of lightning crashing down upon the Black Hawk, soaring at an altitude of 600 to 700 meters. A piercing scream echoed from the Black Hawk as both rider and bird spiraled downwards, plummeting into the small lake with a resounding splash. The lake erupted in a cascade of water, and at that moment, Luo Yu finally regained his senses, leaping from his bed to awaken Xiao Dai, exclaiming, "Quick, hold me. Just a hug? Oh, you're such a tease." Xiao Dai, clad in her pajamas, blushed with a shy expression. "No, I mean carry me to the lake." "Huh. Oh." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Dai scooped Luo Yu up, her wings unfurling as she flew towards the small lake. However, they arrived too late. By the time they reached the shore, A giant octopus had already devoured both the rider and the bird. The octopus blinked innocently at Luo Yu, while a nearby giant snake appeared visibly frustrated, its delicacy snatched away, unable to express its anger. Observing the unassuming octopus and the disgruntled red-scaled python, Luo Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, the octopus possessed only intermediate intelligence. Its actions were driven by instinct. In its simplistic reasoning, why not leave a rival alive for future feasting? Rationally speaking, Luo Yu suspected that the octopus might not even possess true intermediate intelligence, perhaps rated as such by an arbitrary diamond scoring system. What was the origin of this black-winged pirate crew? Luo Yu furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling Donner's earlier words. Could the Alpha tribe truly have enlisted some disreputable forces to deal with him? The presence of scouts indicated that they were not to be underestimated. If he hadn't woken up at that precise moment, benefiting from a visual enhancement, he might have remained oblivious. Perhaps it was merely luck. Could they really ride such great birds? Luo Yu pondered, while Xiao Dai's curiosity broke through his thoughts. Master, the octopus looked strange. Startled by her remark, Luo Yu focused on the octopus, noticing its expression twisting grotesquely before it suddenly spat out a dark object, followed by an expression of relief. Xiao Dai immediately retrieved the object from the water and handed it to Luo Yu. Master, this seems to be a hand crossbow. Indeed, Luo Yu nodded. This was no ordinary hand crossbow. Heavy hand crossbow, range 100 meters, tremendous power, high accuracy, capable of easily slaying beings with a constitution below 50. From the description, it was evident that this heavy hand crossbow was quite formidable. Luo Yu's apprehension regarding the black-winged pirate crew heightened significantly. Vigilance was imperative. As an autumn breeze swept through, the night air turned chilly. Whatever issues awaited could surely wait until tomorrow. He returned to his room to sleep. The following morning, Luo Yu awoke early. While having breakfast, he engaged in conversation with his group, inquiring, "Did you all see the notifications? Was there anything unusual last night?" Feng Yim replied, "No, what happened on your end?" Alice added, "Luo Yu, do you need our assistance?" Luo Yu reassured them, "It's nothing. Just a little thief that I've already dealt with." Elena chimed in, "Was it a theft incident? I encountered a similar situation previously, with a thief brazenly stealing from the Dark Elf territory. How foolish." After chatting for a while, Luo Yu checked the regional channel and confirmed that the black-winged pirate crew was likely targeting him specifically. Once breakfast was finished, Luo Yu began fortifying his defenses. Initially planning to construct a luxurious workshop, he reconsidered, opting instead to prioritize anti-aircraft equipment. After searching through various options, he determined that the most effective defense would be the Electric Strike Tower. Electric Strike Tower, beginner copper or 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 500,000. Once again, the 50,000 gold stood as a significant hurdle. However, this time, Luo Yu remained unfazed. He had ample alternative resources to exchange for gold. As the mining levels of everyone increased and resource veins replenished, the yield of gold improved. At the beginning of the month, the exchange rate stood at 110. While purchasing solely with silver was unfeasible in the short term, Luo Yu could barter with other commodities. Exchanging goods proved far more advantageous than utilizing the auction house. World, human anonymous, seeking gold, willing to trade various ores, meats, animals, and furs. Open to negotiations. Immediately, numerous trading prompts flooded in. In truth, the demand for gold among others was not as insatiable as Luo Yu's. His aspirations for opulent constructions led to a notable consumption of gold, while the current need for sturdy, commonplace buildings primarily consumed iron and stone. When he opened a trade prompt, he encountered a young lady from the Wind tribe. She sent a charming emoticon, "Human brother, I have 5,000 gold. Do you have copper ore? Would you trade with me?" Luo Yu responded, "The Wind tribe girls are truly adorable. How about a photo? I'll give you 50 copper or for a picture." Wind tribe girl, "No way. Human brother, you're so naughty. Come on, will you trade or not?" Luo Yu chuckled, enjoying the playful banter with the cute girl. However, while she was charming, he had no intention of overspending. According to auction house rates, 5,000 gold could be exchanged for 15,000 copper ore. Luo Yu offered 13,000 copper ore, saying, "You're so cute, let me throw in a set of clothes as well." "Really? That is wonderful." The Wind tribe girl was adorable yet shrewd. The demand for copper ore was evidently higher than for gold. Although the ratio stood at 1:3, it required a substantial quantity on her part. After confirming the trade, she excitedly exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother. I really like this outfit. Wait, what is a Band-Aid swimsuit? It looks like there's so little fabric." Well, in the world of Tian Dao, everyone has hardships. We save fabric where we can. Just click to wear it. You can try it on. Send me a screenshot once you're done. I have other colors too. Oh, I'll give it a try. After attempting it, she exclaimed, "You pervert. Room 76598 in the arena. Come see if I 1T knock you out." Humph. With that, she abruptly closed the trade window, and Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, thinking, is this what they call a date with a beauty? He quietly noted the room number, intending to find time for some entertainment. Subsequently, he opened another trade prompt. This time encountering a man from the Boer tribe. Chapter 160. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The Monbwa tribe, male, anonymous, 3,000 gold in exchange for 150,000 iron ore. Deal. Luo Yu promptly engaged in the transaction, having recently unearthed a significant quantity of iron ore, bringing the total at the base to over 1,000,000. It was beneficial to expend some of it. In the following hours, Luo Yu continuously accessed the trading interface, exchanging iron ore, copper ore, emeralds, furs, and even captured animals for gold, ultimately amassing 50,000 gold after a full day's trading. This, of course, depleted a considerable amount of his resources, especially the mineral reserves. Upon review, only 3,000 iron ore and 50,000 copper ore remained, the latter being deliberately preserved by Luo Yu, as the demand for copper ore had surged. This round of exchanges could be described as a significant expenditure, yet it mattered little. The mineral veins had been fervently mined for several days, still boasting a 150 yield, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Construct the Thunderstrike Tower. Stepping outside the Grand Villa, Luo Yu surveyed his surroundings and decided to erect the tower in the garden at the front entrance. Electric Strike Tower, basic copper ore 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 500,000. As he commenced construction, Luo Yu silently recited a mantra. Critical hit triggered. Top-tier electric strike tower. Attack range 50,000 meters, including aerial targets. Accuracy 100. Attack interval 5 seconds. Power, instant kill for targets with under 500 physique, adjustable. Indeed, he had once again achieved a critical success, unveiling a top-tier electric strike tower. With a dazzling flash, the tower materialized, significantly enhancing the aerial defense capabilities of the entire base, allowing Luo Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. Notification. You are the first challenger in the vicinity to achieve a score exceeding 40,000. Reward, gold 5,000, emerald 5,000, wood 5,000. The small rewards brought a smile to Luo Yu's face. With the territory's defenses bolstered once more, he began to contemplate the construction of new edifices. Luxurious workshop. Stone 300,000, silver 50,000, iron ore 50,000, copper ore 50,000, gold 5,000, emerald 5,000. My goodness. This price surpasses that of the Grand Villa by a considerable margin. Currently, aside from the recently received gold and emeralds, he found himself lacking in every resource, particularly stone, which was perpetually in short supply. Luo Yu resolved to take decisive action. Shortly thereafter, he gathered all the captives before the quarry and declared in a deep voice, "All of you will enter the quarry and gather stones for me. As you know, the quarry is prone to collapse at any moment. I am honing your agility and courage. The more stones you collect, the greater your chance of fighting in the next arena opening." His words ignited the captives' enthusiasm. Although they were well fed and housed, they remained captives. Should they be sold at a high price, they would instantly become members of the territory. If fortune smiled upon them and they encountered a gentle and reasonable lord, a bright future awaited them. All of this hinged upon performing well in the arena. The higher the price they fetched when sold, the more likely the buyer would cherish them. Such was the simple logic of their situation. Onward. With his command, the group surged into the quarry, diligently commencing their labor. Luo Yu assigned Xiao Dai to keep records, emphasizing the importance of integrity. Each individual's stone collection would be meticulously documented. However, the quarry was indeed perilous, with injuries and fatalities occurring sporadically, leaving their fates in the hands of chance. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin busied himself, as stones were consistently transported by elephants and rhinoceroses. With the heavenly blade in hand, he tirelessly cut, yielding a steady stream of stone bricks. Observing the incrementing numbers of bricks at the base filled Luo Yu with satisfaction. Upon checking Xiao Jin's forging level, he realized it had unknowingly reached LV14. While cutting stones may not classify as forging, it was certainly a form of craftsmanship, gradually contributing to his forging experience. Once the workshop was constructed, Xiao Jin could oversee the forging aspect, potentially opening a weapon shop in the system's marketplace to generate income. That evening, as he reviewed the stone bricks, He noted that a typical day produced around 30,000 bricks, yet today's output had soared to 100,000. Such productivity astonished Luo Yu. However, it came at a price. 9 captives were injured by falling stones, 2 of whom suffered severe head injuries. After treatment, Luo Yu sold them back to the Skasa tribe at 2,000 each. Remarkably, this healing process also contributed to his medical proficiency, a beneficial development. Given the current accumulation of stone bricks, he estimated that in 3 to 4 days, the workshop could be constructed. After enjoying dinner, Luo Yu relished a bath while engaging in conversation. Sure enough, a notification arrived, due to the influence of hygiene. Your physique has increased by 1. Glancing at the arena channel, he noted that dozens of arenas had emerged today, including 2 of luxurious standards. Wealthy individuals were plentiful, and competition was already underway. Nevertheless, Luo Yu remained unconcerned. Under the anti-monopoly mechanism, competition would not be excessively fierce. As evening fell, he entered the arena as usual, earning 400 gold today. Yet, as his fame grew, fewer challengers sought him out for sparring. After concluding 5 matches, he was poised to continue when a system prompt interrupted him. Notification: the total number of matches in the Heavenly Dao World Arena has exceeded 10 billion. Activating the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Commencing on the first day of winter, challengers may register through regional arenas, with bountiful prizes for victors. Upon hearing this news, the entire Heavenly Dao world erupted in excitement. Luo Yu scrutinized the details of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament and found the rules rather straightforward. Competitors would engage in a lottery-style PK, with the top 10 advancing. Simple as that. The prize details would remain undisclosed until the tournament commenced on the first day of winter. Instantly, the entire Heavenly Dao world buzzed with anticipation as participants eagerly prepared for the martial arts event. However, some remained level-headed, realizing that they must first endure the lengthy autumn before qualifying for the tournament. In the discussion groups, fervent conversations unfolded, with many young women expressing their desire to participate. Everyone aimed to refine their martial skills this month, striving for commendable placements in the upcoming tournament. Yet, Luo Yu reminded them that regardless of circumstances, their primary objective remained survival, resisting the onslaught of various calamities. Only under conditions of absolute safety could they contemplate further endeavors. Chapter 161. The Blackwind Pirate Crew disaster often strikes when one becomes complacent, and assaults are no exception. At dawn, while Luo Yu was still lost in slumber, an urgent alert abruptly roused him. Warning: the Blackwind Pirate Crew is approaching your territory and is expected to arrive in 1 minute. 1 minute. With a furrowed brow, Luo Yu swiftly donned his attire and stepped onto the balcony, gazing calmly at the sky. At that moment, the horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn, and dark silhouettes were flying towards his realm, illuminated by the rising sun. Warning: the Blackwind Pirate Crew has arrived. They will launch their attack immediately. The alarm echoed once more. With enhanced vision, Luo Yu observed clearly that 40 Black Hawks had emerged in the eastern sky, each ridden by pirates clad in light armor, armed with crossbows and exuding an air of ferocity. Indeed, they were the aerial forces. Roar! Shouted a one-eyed pirate. This territory looks promising, shrouded in war fog. No wonder our scouting brothers were thwarted here. The Alpha tribe's payment is inadequate. We must demand more. What do you say, Chief? The one-eyed pirate turned to a burly leader wielding a great sword beside him. The leader laughed heartily. Of course, we must demand more. But this territory appears to be quite affluent. Brothers, we are in for a treat. Charge! With a commanding shout, the leader began to dive, intending to plunge directly into the war fog, radiating unwavering confidence. The pirates erupted in cheers and laughter, following the chief's trajectory downwards. Zing! A bolt of lightning suddenly shot forth from the war fog, striking the chief at the forefront. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the chief and his hawk were obliterated into a mist of blood. Chief! The pirates screamed in horror. The chief, with a constitution of 200, had been instantly electrocuted, certainly the work of a high-grade lightning tower. Zing! Another bolt of lightning surged from the war fog, vaporizing another pirate atop a Black Hawk. In an instant, the pirates were left bewildered, their hawks panicking and soaring erratically in the sky, hesitant to approach. On the balcony, Luo Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the chaos above with a faint smile. My lord, it's chilly outside. You should wear a coat. Shadai gently draped a jacket over Luo Yu's shoulders and offered, Shall I warm a cup of milk for you? Yes, please, Luo Yu replied with a subtle smile. If anyone understood him well, it was certainly Xiao Dai. She was the only one awake at this hour. Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong were deep sleepers, impervious to even the loudest thunder and less roused. Have I perhaps set the power of the lightning tower too high? Luo Yu pondered as he adjusted the settings slightly. lowering the lethality from an instant kill at 300 constitution to 200, hoping someone might survive such an onslaught. In the sky, after an initial wave of panic, the pirates quickly selected a new captain and dove towards their base. These pirates were formidable, displaying remarkable adaptability. However, some matters cannot be resolved simply by adjustment. Ziz. The two lightning towers discharged once more. Boom, boom. Two more pirates were obliterated, but this time they exploded into a bloody mess rather than vaporizing. While the bodies of the men and their hawks were beyond salvation, their possessions might still be intact. Why is the attack interval so short? Could this territory possibly have 4 lightning towers? That can't be. The one-eyed pirate exclaimed. They were still 3 kilometers from the heart of the territory. Even with the speed of the Black Hawks, it should take several minutes to reach. Hadn't the previous attack interval been about 5 seconds? A wave of dread surged within the one-eyed pirate. In the past, raiding other territories or tribes had been effortless, but this time, they had encountered a formidable adversary. Ziz. Yet another 2 bolts of lightning claimed 2 more pirates. The newly appointed captain bellowed, quickly, full speed ahead. The Black Hawks flapped their wings vigorously, diving to gain speed, yet this maneuver lowered their altitude, bringing them within the range of the arrow towers. Whoosh, whoosh. Hidden within the war fog were 8 arrow towers, which unleashed a volley of 80 energy-infused arrows as the pirates flew at low altitude. Watch out for the arrows. The pirate crew reacted swiftly. The Black Hawks, possessing great agility, twisted and turned to evade the projectiles. However, some unfortunate souls were unable to dodge in time and were struck by the arrows. The one-eyed pirate inquired anxiously about his companion's hawk. "Baishi, are you all right?" "Humph. As if mere arrows could harm a Black Hawk?" replied the woman known as Baishi with a scoff. "Even a 2-star arrow tower cannot easily." "Wait a moment. What is wrong with the Black Hawk?" Before she could finish, she noticed something amiss. Her Black Hawk suddenly faltered, struggling to flap its wings before plummeting downward. "Heatstroke. But the nighttime temperature is only 12 C. How could you suffer heatstroke in autumn?" "Baishi." The one-eyed pirate cried out as Baishi screamed, spiraling down with her hawk. The hawk perished upon impact, while she landed atop it, surviving the fall but left disoriented. Nevertheless, as a member of the elite pirate crew with a constitution over 100, she managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Just as she regained her footing, she was struck by an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow pierced her shoulder, transmitting a wave of heat. She gasped, collapsing to the ground. "This arrow is infused with fire poison." Her voice trailed off as she succumbed to unconsciousness. "Not good. These are energy arrows. Do not get hit," the one-eyed pirate shouted, instilling fear among the crew. "Where did this lord come from? How has he acquired such advanced lightning and energy weaponry so swiftly? It must be the rumored Fire Phoenix tribe's trial bearer. Everyone, be cautious. Flames may erupt at any moment. Do not get burned." The pirates conversed loudly, hastily retreating from the encroaching war fog. However, due to the 2-star arrow tower's extended range, another volley was loosed before they could escape, resulting in the demise of 3 more pirates. Chapter 162. No escape. Charge. The one-eyed dragon bellowed. The enemy's arrow towers are all at the entrance, leaving the true core area poorly defended. Charge. Victory lies within the mist. His roar invigorated everyone, and the pirates let out a wild shriek, while the Black Hawks emitted sharp calls, their morale soaring. Zzz. 2 bolts of lightning struck, claiming the lives of 2 pirates. Even before the full-fledged battle began, nearly 10 had already fallen, a scenario previously unimaginable. It is essential to note that these pirates are formidable, each possessing attributes nearing 100. Currently, the average combat strength of ordinary pirates exceeds that of the challengers. With 40 pirates and as aerial forces, they would be nearly invincible in raiding others' domains. Glaring at the 2 comrades struck down by lightning, the one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth. "The chieftain of the Alpha tribe actually sent us to attack such a territory. Increase the reward. We need more money. Charge." The Black Hawks spread their wings and surged toward the core of the territory with utmost speed. The pirates, eager to uncover the hidden land shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a sound of slicing wind reached their ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows descended upon them, catching the unprepared pirates off guard and knocking 4 down. "Damn it, one-eyed dragon. Did you not say there were no arrow towers? What is this? At least 10 towers firing simultaneously." The one-eyed dragon exclaimed. "How was I to know this lord was so affluent? What in the world? Did he build nothing but arrow towers? Can arrow towers be eaten?" The pirates cursed loudly as the relentless barrage of arrows continued to rain down. Zzz. Another 2 bolts of lightning struck, sending chills down the spines of the pirates, as they could never tell if the next target would be themselves. The crack of electricity felt like a brush with death, inciting terror. Many nearly wet themselves at the sound. Boom, boom. 2 fortunate souls were taken out instantly. The one-eyed dragon roared, "Brothers, these 10 arrow towers are their last line of defense. Charge. We have only 150 meters left. Push forward." Before his words faded, another volley of arrows shot toward them, knocking 3 comrades down once more. This brought a momentary relief to the remaining pirates, as arrow towers do have cooldown periods. If they could withstand just 2 more waves of arrows, they would breach the mist. Now was the perfect time between the attacks of the arrow and electric towers. Charge. Each pirate urged their Black Hawks to unleash their maximum speed. Seizing this opportunity, they surged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fresh volley of arrows approached. The arrow towers indeed had intervals, but the pirates had now entered the range of the automatic crossbows. 6 automatic crossbows fired, and there was no respite. Thud, thud. The 2 foremost pirates, caught off guard, were struck by the crossbow bolts. Thankfully, the bolts were not charged with heat, inflicting only severe pain without causing heat stroke. This lord. I curse your entire family. Can you eat all these defensive structures you've built? You leave us no escape, do you? Some pirates broke down. But despair could not save them. A stone awaited them instead. Yes, a stone. Previously, the distance was too great, and as they were in flight, Luo Yu had not activated the catapults. Now that they were close and in a direct line, it was time to fire. Boom. A stone collided with a swiftly flying Black Hawk, turning it into a splatter of flesh. Catapult. You always manage to surprise me. Bring out the ballista. The one-eyed dragon roared, and the pirates drew their ballistae, now within range. The power of the ballista was greater than that of the automatic crossbows. The sound of bowstrings twanging rang out as thick bolts were launched into the war fog. These pirates were skilled, although they could not see their targets. They could attack in the direction of the arrows. Crackling sounds erupted as 2 arrow towers came under fire. Unfortunately, these were 2-star towers, no longer made of wood, but a composite of wood and brick. They lost only a fraction of durability from the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zzz. Boom. The sounds of arrow towers, automatic crossbows, electric towers, and catapults intertwined. As the pirates closed in on the final 40 meters, only 18 remained. The remaining pirates wore fierce expressions. The one-eyed dragon roared, "First, destroy the electric tower." No sooner had he spoken than a sound of slicing wind emerged from the mist ahead, followed by a dark shadow shooting out. Instinctively, he tilted his head to avoid the shadow, but a female pirate behind him was not so fortunate. Ah! A scream echoed as a stone axe cleaved through her face, splitting her head in 2. What the hell? It's a flying axe launcher. Alpha tribe, I curse you to oblivion. Once we breach your territory, I will ravage every last one of your night butterflies. He silently thanked his quick reflexes while cursing the chief of the Alpha tribe. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze. What a delightful scent. Is it pollen? For a moment, confusion clouded his one remaining eye, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Not good. This is toxic powder. Hold your breath and do not inhale. Yet it was too late for the pirates and their Black Hawks, both having inhaled the pollen from the little butterflies. After their evolution, the charm pollen of the little butterflies was far more potent. Even the most elite pirates and the fiercest Black Hawks experienced a drop in agility by at least 30 upon sudden inhalation. The speed of the Black Hawks slowed dramatically. In this last stretch, which could mean life or death, a slight reduction in speed could spell doom. Zzz. 2 bolts of electricity struck again, claiming 2 more fortunate souls as a fresh wave of arrows was unleashed. This time, due to the charm pollen, the Black Hawk's agility was severely diminished, resulting in an inability to evade. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows embedding into flesh echoed as 8 pirates fell. Only 9 pirates remained. Damn it. It's the night butterflies. This lord has been raising night butterfly beast girls. Once I break through this territory, I will thoroughly ravage every last one of them. Chapter 163, Victory. The pirate captive's potent attributes. The Cyclops spoke with a fierce tone. Only 20 more meters to go. The last 9 pirates felt as though they had entered a fog, with victory almost within reach. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the mist. Whoosh. A high-speed spinning javelin shot forth, piercing a Black Hawk and the pirate upon it. After claiming 2 lives, the javelin continued its relentless ascent into the sky. Witnessing the javelin's might, the remaining 8 pirates felt a chilling fear seep into their hearts. Could this have been thrown by a human? Even with the Death Brigade captain's strength of 150, such a javelin could not be hurled. Should they continue their assault? Did it hold any meaning? Terror spread like wildfire within each individual. Just before plunging into the fog, they instinctively directed the Black Hawks upward, too frightened to confront the entity capable of wielding such a fearsome weapon. Fear often strips one of reason, hastening their own demise. Choosing to ascend only exposed the underbelly of the Black Hawks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of arrows rained down, striking every remaining Black Hawk. The combination of thermal arrows and butterfly pollen proved too much for the Black Hawks, causing them to plummet. Thud, 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 thud. The last Black Hawks and pirates fell to the ground. More money. We need more money. The Cyclops screamed, but before he could finish, a stone axe struck him on the forehead. Notification: the pirate crew has been completely eradicated. Congratulations on repelling this attack. Notification: you have slain the leader of the Blackwind pirates. Your enmity with the pirate crew has increased. You have received combat rewards, 15 free attribute points. Seeing the notifications, Luo Yu sighed softly. The territory's defenses were still inadequate. Had it not been for his last-minute intervention, the pirates might have breached the fog. This was an outcome he wished to avoid. He desired that any attacking unit would be incapable of even entering the fog. Xiao Dai, awaken Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin. Let us descend and investigate. All right, Xiao Dai replied sweetly. Luo Yu leaped from the balcony, walking slowly toward the stone gate. He also allocated his newly acquired attribute points. With 15 points, he could allocate 3 points to each attribute, while luck could only be increased through various special means. The ensuing hours were spent tending to the wounded, gathering captives and the not-quite-dead Black Hawks, collecting spoils of war, and disposing of the pirate corpses in the incineration pit, while butchering animal remains for sustenance. They toiled from dawn until noon, after which Luo Yu took a refreshing shower and enjoyed a satisfying lunch. He could not deny the bountiful spoils exceeded his expectations. From the assault of 40 individuals, he amassed 10,000 gold, 14,000 emeralds, 50,000 silver, 20 pieces of various trinkets, 40 ordinary melee weapons, and 32 crossbows. Pirates truly were a wealthy lot. Additionally, he captured 6 live pirates, 3 men and 3 women. Luo Yu was astonished by their attributes. The 3 attributes of these 6 captives were all around 100 points, with a female pirate named White Snake boasting a strength of 130, agility of 135, and constitution of 136. Notably, the Cyclops survived. Although he bore a gaping wound in his head, his vitality was remarkably resilient, and Luo Yu managed to revive him. The Cyclope's attributes surpassed those of White Snake: strength 147, agility 120, constitution 155. Realistically, the attributes of these elite pirates were somewhat terrifying. A single individual could potentially decimate a base with a score of around 4,000. Captives of such caliber would fetch astronomical prices, even if not sold. They could certainly become stars in the arena for earning money. Pirates were indeed an exceptional group. After lunch, Luo Yu made his way to the beast taming arena. At that moment, an injured Black Hawk lay atop a haystack. Observing the hawk, which was roughly the size of a calf, a fondness welled within Luo Yu. This was the sole surviving Black Hawk, and he was determined to tame it. Approaching the Black Hawk, he extended his hand. You have used your beast taming skill. You have successfully tamed the Black Hawk with a 68 chance. The success was immediate, combining his charm, luck, beast taming level, and other factors. He effortlessly tamed the black iron level creature. Black Hawk, adult male, intermediate intelligence, strength 31, constitution 35, agility 48. The attributes were decent, particularly its capability to carry a rider. This was a rare flying pet, which would prove invaluable for future mercenary missions. The tamed Black Hawk struggled to rise, seeking to nuzzle against Luo Yu's arm, but winced in pain from its injuries. Luo Yu smiled gently, stroking the hawk's head and naming it Air Force One, or simply Air One. Air One seemed delighted with its new name. Luo Yu opened its attribute panel and began to allocate silver to enhance its points. After a flurry of adjustments, Air Force One, strength 100, agility 100, constitution 100. Instantly, Air One became lively, flapping its wings and soaring about. Its former severe injuries reduced to minor ones. Air One, from now on, patrol the skies and scout for any large prey or rabbits in the territory. Understood? Air One chirped in response, promptly executing the command. Intermediate intelligence animals lack proactive decision-making abilities, but they perform mechanical tasks without issue. Luo Yu smiled faintly, preparing to head toward the mine, when suddenly a notification appeared. Notification: due to the high attributes of the captives, the risk of escape from the luxurious prison has increased. Current escape risk, 50. The 50 escape risk startled Luo Yu. Indeed, these pirates possessed formidable attributes. Future assaults from pirate crews could become a norm, and this escape risk would likely persist. Luo Yu was not concerned about security issues arising from escapes. Rather, he feared financial losses. Should an escape occur, the fleeing prisoners would be swiftly dealt with by arrow towers and electric towers, resulting in substantial loss. After reading the notification, Luo Yu fell into contemplation. Constructing an extravagant prison was not practical at present, It was prohibitively expensive and would only reduce the escape risk by 20. Upgrading the prison might be a future consideration. But not for now. It was a temporary fix, not a permanent solution. He needed to consider alternative strategies. How could he mitigate the risk of escape? Opening the construction page and perusing its contents, Luo Yu's eyes brightened upon discovering a small item. Chapter 164. Trade. Gardener traits, barbed wire. Installed in the prison reduces escape risk by 3. A mere 3 reduction in risk is hardly significant. However, barbed wire can indeed be modified. The effect of electrification should prove substantially more formidable. Acting upon this thought, Luo Yu promptly installed a coil of barbed wire atop the opulent prison walls, followed by an energy conduit running through the wall and connecting to the wire circle. You have constructed an electrified barbed wire fence, reducing escape risk by 10. Current escape risk, 40% remains? Luo Yu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment of deliberation, he ultimately resolved to construct arrow towers within the prison. Yes, establishing such defensive structures internally would significantly enhance deterrence and thereby diminish the risk of escape. Additionally, the recent nighttime pirate raids served as a stark reminder that the base required augmented anti-air capabilities. Although the firepower of arrow towers pales in comparison to that of electric towers, having any form of defense is better than none. Arrow Tower 2 stars, with 30,000. Stone bricks 30,000, silver 32,500, gold 500, iron, or 5,000. Truth be told, the cost is rather steep. Yet, resources must be utilized. Investing in defense is certainly worthwhile. Presently, while other building materials are sufficient, what is lacking? Luo Yu's gaze drifted towards the fragrant leaf forest bordering the small lake. Originally, the maturation period for fragrant leaf trees spans approximately 60 days. However, under the territory's high fertility, this growth cycle has been halved. Furthermore, due to occasional buffs enhancing plant growth from the territory's hygiene value, the forest is now nearly ripe for harvest. Calculating in his mind, Luo Yu concluded that if he were to fell the trees now, they would likely mature one more time before the onset of winter. To neglect this opportunity would be wasteful. Moreover, the weather is growing increasingly cool, and the price of wood at the auction house has begun to rise, currently standing at a ratio of 1:4, making the purchase of wood for arrow towers quite unwise. Thus, it is time to chop wood. However, before proceeding, he must first examine the individual traits of the captives to see if any remarkable characteristics could be replicated. As he scrutinized each one, he was disheartened to find that the one-eyed dragon and the white snake, whom he had held high hopes for, possessed no personal traits. It was not until he reached the last individual, a bald man, that Luo Yu's eyes lit up. This fellow possessed the gardener trait. Are you perhaps Bald Chong? Gardener, 1-star planting speed 20, crop yield 20, poison resistance 20. This trait is quite impressive. Upon checking the auction house, he discovered that personal trait transfer scrolls had skyrocketed to 600,000 each, a clearly inflated price that he would not fall victim to. World Channel. Anonymous human race, seeking personal trait transfer scrolls and personal trait replication scrolls. Open to trade for valuable items. It wasn't long before a trade request arrived from a wood tribe individual of the Virgo constellation, who promptly placed a scroll in the trade box, stating, "Bro, do you have any gold? I'm not trying to rip you off. It's 5,000 gold for the scroll." 5,000 gold is currently valued at 550,000 silver, infuriating Luo Yu. Is this not a scam? Do you think I can't do the math? The wood tribe individual hastily inquired. Then how much are you willing to offer? Luo Yu replied, 3,000 gold at most. This scroll can only transfer low-level traits. You can't honestly believe it's worth over 500,000, can you? The wood tribe individual protested. 3,000 is too little. How about 4,000? After much negotiation, Luo Yu steadfastly maintained his offer of 3,000 gold. While the wood tribe individual was reluctant to let the scroll go to waste, especially since its price was at a high. Ultimately, the deal was struck for 3,000 gold along with a crossbow. As the other party prepared to close the dialogue box, Luo Yu inquired, "Wood person, you excel in botany. Do you have any interesting plant seeds for sale?" "Oh." The other party expressed interest and asked, "What type are you looking for?" Luo Yu replied, "Fruits that can enhance attribute points upon consumption, or seeds from trees that grow rapidly and yield abundantly. Do you have any?" The wood tribe individual responded, "The fruits you mentioned are considered heavenly treasures. The least of them requires a fertility level of over 300. Are you joking? I don't have trees with high yields. But I did cultivate a seed of red thunderwood, which can be used for furniture. Would you like it?" Luo Yu replied, "Show it to me." The individual placed the seed in the trade box, and upon inspection, Luo Yu's interest was piqued. Red thunderwood grows slowly but can absorb lightning to accelerate growth. Once mature, its wood is of excellent quality, enhancing the aesthetic and comfort of furniture, and it is also a material for crafting thunder explosives. The enhancement of aesthetics aligns perfectly with Luo Yu's desires, and the potential for crafting thunder explosives further heightened his enthusiasm. He had researched thunder explosives, which could potentially incapacitate multiple attacking units simultaneously if luck were on his side. Luo Yu asked, "How much do you want for it?" The Wood Tribe individual cautioned, "Are you serious? Brother, it's autumn now. Planting it will soon halt growth, and there's little lightning in autumn and winter. You'll have to wait at least until the year after next to harvest it. I advise you to focus on developing your defenses instead of pursuing such fanciful endeavors." Luo Yu smiled calmly and replied, "You are quite the pragmatist. However, I have my own purposes for it. In light of your sound advice, I will offer you 100 gold for the seed. Though the red thunderwood is indeed remarkable, its growth conditions are somewhat rigorous, and 100 gold for a single seed is already a steep price." The Wood Tribe individual agreed. Deal. Long live the friendship between Virgo and the Milky Way. Transaction successful. You have obtained red thunderwood seed 1. After closing the transaction box, Luo Yu promptly utilized the trait transfer scroll. Instantly, the bald man's gardener trait was transferred to the scroll, and upon clicking to use it, a prompt appeared. You have acquired gardener trait, 1 star. Notice, your traits have reached a total of 10. You cannot acquire new traits. You may choose to forget a trait or visit the shop to exchange for a personal trait slot to continue increasing traits. Oh, is this truly the limit of 10? Upon reviewing his trait panel, Hero, Zerg Slayer, Miner, Beast Tamer, Chef, Brewer, Fighter, Handsome, Mobility Incentive, Gardener. Indeed, he has reached the maximum of 10 traits. While most are quite practical, the Brewer and Mobility Incentive traits seem rather superfluous. However, Luo Yu would never consider forgetting any of them. The end. Chapter 165. Frantic Planting of 5,000 trees. Upon accessing the personal trait slots in the marketplace, I observed that each slot could accommodate 5 traits, albeit with demanding exchange prerequisites. Personal trait slot: Crystalline Stone X5, Iolite X5, Moonstone X5, Pure Youngstone X5, Obsidian X5. While these minerals are obtainable through mining, their rarity is daunting. Despite prolonged excavation, I've only unearthed a single crystalline stone, necessitating the acquisition of 25 stones in total. Very well, I concede. I promptly closed the interface, opting to fell trees instead. With my comprehensive work rate and strength, the trees succumbed swiftly, each fragrant leaf tree toppling with a couple of swishes. You have acquired wood X100, fragrant leaf tree seeds X4. The felled fragrant leaf tree vanished, replaced by a pile of timber and 3 seeds. The initial wood yield of a fragrant leaf tree is 60, having previously planted 501,000 fragrant leaf trees. Felling this entire grove would yield 60,000 timber. However, influenced by luck, planting expertise, and the gardener trait level, this figure approached 100. After 2 hours of labor, I had felled all the trees, amassing 100,000 timber, sufficient for constructing 3 arrow towers. Proceeding to the prison, I initiated construction. Moments later, the prison perimeter shimmered as 3 2-star arrow towers materialized. Assessing the current escape risk, each 2-star arrow tower mitigated it by 10, reducing the risk to a mere 10. The remaining 10 would have to suffice for now, pending sufficient resources to erect another arrow tower or devise an alternative solution. Noting the time, it was 4 in the afternoon. The prisoners were occupied at the quarry, with Goldie chiseling stones, Sky fishing, and Butterfly crafting bedding. Everyone was engaged in their respective tasks, while I returned to the lakeside to plant more trees. The territory's remaining 18,000 timber was adequate for reinforcing arrow towers and automatic crossbows, but insufficient for further construction. I resolved to expand the planting area, increasing the fragrant leaf tree plantation to 5,000 trees. This would comprehensively address the territory's timber scarcity and potentially generate revenue during winter. This was a monumental undertaking. With a planting level of LV8, coupled with strength, the gardener trait, and a comprehensive 350 work rate, planting a tree required only 1 minute. 60 trees per hour, onward. Sky, who was fishing by the lake, noticed her master planting trees at an accelerated pace and abandoned her fishing rod to assist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Butterfly, realizing her master had not prepared dinner, emerged from the dwelling to find the two engrossed in their labor. Astutely, she selected several high-level planting prisoners to assist. She also lent a hand, and eventually, even Goldie joined in, a family united in purpose. This significantly expedited the process. That day, We subsisted on a meager meal and toiled from afternoon until late into the night, successfully planting all 5,000 trees. The planting level surged to LV10, with Sky's even reaching LV11. Sky excelled at planting, earning more experience per tree, perhaps a testament to her innate talent. The prisoners, exhausted, retired early. In the grand bathhouse, I cleansed myself of the day's grime and fatigue, relishing the ministrations of the little beast girls, and drifted off to sleep. Awakening in the morning, I found myself nestled in the warm bed, flanked by 3 adorable companions. The previous day's exertions had been considerable, and I surmised that Goldie had carried me back to the room. With a faint smile, I arose to commence another day's work. After a leisurely breakfast with my family, I proceeded to the western perimeter of the territory and erected a small fence, within which I planted the crimson lightning wood. This marked the genesis of the crimson lightning wood plantation, given the plant's affinity for absorbing lightning. I situated it at a distance to prevent lightning strikes from damaging the other trees. As I planted the sapling, I silently intoned, "100-fold critical strike triggered, crimson lightning wood growth progress has been critically struck." The planted sapling sprouted rapidly, transforming within moments into a small crimson tree adorned with red foliage. Crimson lightning wood, current maturity progressed 70. This timber variety exhibited slow growth, and even a critical strike failed to achieve full maturity. I retained 2 critical strike opportunities, but I elected to reserve them, as I had a plan. Crimson lightning would absorb lightning, did it not? Very well. Lightning rods were in order. Lightning rod, copper or X1000, gold X1000, silver X20,000, B soul core X1. A single lightning rod cost approximately 210,000 silver, a considerable expense. I intended to ascertain its efficacy in promoting crimson lightning wood growth. If effective, excellent. If not, no matter. A power line would connect directly to the lightning storage container. The newly added lightning towers would benefit from an abundance of lightning. Having procured a beast soul core from the auction house, I initiated construction, and a golden lightning rod materialized atop the sapling. Each lightning rod could reliably absorb 300 units of lightning energy daily. I would revisit it later to assess its impact. Having completed these tasks, I ventured into the mines to commence excavation. I mined diligently for 6 hours, elevating my mining level to LV11. Experiencing mental fatigue, I concluded my mining endeavor for the day. Indeed, mental rather than physical fatigue. Performing the same task repetitively for 6 consecutive hours would exhaust anyone. This necessitated entertainment and relaxation to rejuvenate the mind. A lack of adequate entertainment facilities within the territory would impede effective mitigation of mental fatigue, potentially leading to illness within days. Consequently, entertainment value was crucial for a territory's well-being. My territory possessed ample entertainment value. Today, I opted for swimming as my recreational activity. Swimming with my adorable companions. Ordinarily, swimming in autumn would risk catching a cold, but my hero trait conferred a minimum comfort temperature of -20 C. The human comfort temperature threshold was approximately 15 C. Influenced by the trait, my comfort temperature, even without clothing, was -5 C, rendering swimming in icy water inconsequential. My 3 adorable companions frolicked in the water, clad in swimsuits I had procured for them. Observing their playful antics, my spirits soared. Chapter 166. Double happiness. Your physical constitution increases by 1 during recreational activities. Xiaojin, please fetch my juice. With a playful hop, Xiaojin leapt from the water. Clad in her swimsuit, unperturbed by the onlookers as she confidently made her way to retrieve the juice. Moments later, Luo Yu savored a sip of apple juice, feeling an invigorating rush throughout his body. Chuckling, he playfully patted Xiaojin's damp tail and asked, "Did you encounter any other beast girls while you were wandering?" Xiaojin's cheeks flushed, her ears drooping as she shyly replied, Don't touch my tail. It tickles. Your strength increases by 1 during recreational activities. You want tea? Let me grab it? I shall insist on touching your tail. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, teasingly tugging at Xiaojin's tail. Did you meet anyone? Yes, Xiaojin stammered, her face slightly reddening. In my limited memories, I vaguely recall a pair of beast girl sisters in the nearby mountains. One had green hair, and the other had pink hair, though I can't quite remember their species. Oh, Luo Yu's interest piqued, and he began to inquire further. Unfortunately, after being tamed, Xiaojin had lost many memories. From her hazy recollections, it was evident that the sisters were of considerable rank. According to the Beast Girl Compendium, typically, no more than 3 species inhabit a single area. With Xiao Kong already by his side, Xiao Dai captured during a mission, and Xiaojin, who was merely wandering. It was likely that these sisters were the last remaining beast girls nearby. He needed to devise a method to entice them. The last thing he wanted was for them to be captured in an unexpected event, which would be a significant loss. The base was currently short-staffed, and once the workshop was operational, Xiao Jin would need to engage in forging, Xiao Kong would handle fishing and planting, while Xiao Dai would be sewing. They were still in need of stone cutters, cleaners, and cooks, essential roles indeed. Additionally, those responsible for taming beasts, fishing, and ranged shooting would also be beneficial. The more beast girls, the better. Luo Yu would be quite content if his territory boasted 100 beast girls, ensuring his peace of mind. Before retiring for the night, Luo Yu checked on the status of the Thunderwood tree. Its growth progress had reached 75 from the original 70. Remarkably rapid. If one lightning rod proved effective, would 2 yield double the happiness? Money, after all, was meant for developing the base. Without hesitation, he crafted another lightning rod, affixing it to the Thunderwood before heading to bed. At dawn, he promptly returned to the Thunderwood, and indeed, he was rewarded with double the happiness as its growth progress soared to 100. After harvesting with his dual crescent blades, he obtained 150 Thunderwood and 3 Thunderwood seeds. It required 1,000 units to craft a dining table from Thunderwood, so he pressed on. Luo Yu planted the 3 small Thunderwood saplings, subsequently affixing a lightning rod to each. Little by little, perhaps one day, this area could transform into a grove of Thunderwood, which would be delightful. However, crafting 3 Thunderwood seeds had significantly depleted his finances, leaving him with a mere 200,000 silver coins. Shortly thereafter, in the basement, Xiao Dai appeared somewhat bored as she operated the sewing machine. Luo Yu had tasked her with creating bedding for storage, preparing for the winter sale. Upon seeing her master, Xiao Dai brightened, affectionately linking her arm with his. Master, I've completed 70 quilts. When do you plan to sell them? No hurry, Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile. Finish making 100 quilts first. Then follow the designs I provided to create cotton clothes and trousers. Our opportunity for profit will soon arise. Understood. Xiao Dai nodded cheerfully, then mentioned, Master, we're running low on materials like fur and cloth. I also checked our food supplies this morning. With so many captives, our meat and vegetables are depleting rapidly. You must find a way to increase our resources. Luo Yu was well aware of the situation and nodded. I will find a solution. Don't overexert yourself. Feel free to swim or play billiards when you can, all right? Thank you for your concern, Master. I've already gained attribute points from swimming. Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Luo Yu, her eyes filled with admiration. Luo Yu recognized that his little darling harbored affections for him, and he found it quite agreeable. He took a moment to check Xiao Dai's attributes. Strength, 102, Constitution, 104. Agility, 103. The various metrics of the base not only influence the trial takers but also benefit the highly intelligent beast girls, as they too can engage in recreational activities. Aside from being classified as animals, they share many similarities with the trial takers. On this particular day, Luo Yu did not venture into the mines, but instead mounted Air Force One and took to the skies. Ascending to an altitude of 1,000 meters, Luo Yu felt a pang of anxiety. Should Air Force One falter, he might become the first trial taker to plummet from the heavens. Fortunately, with all 3 of its attributes reaching 100, Air Force One seemed to sense its master's trepidation and leveled out smoothly. Luo Yu gazed down upon the land, realizing that his territory was not as prosperous as he had imagined. The buildings were still insufficient, aside from the eastern defenses, which were formidable. The defenses on the other 3 sides remained quite vulnerable. Looking further afield, a veil of mist obscured his view, even with his vision buff. He could not penetrate the fog to discern what lay within. His plan to locate the precise whereabouts of 2 beast girls from the sky had failed, though he hadn't truly expected success. The territorial airspace limit was 5,000 meters. Beyond that, he would encounter an air wall. After familiarizing himself with the flight for a while, Luo Yu grasped the art of riding the Black Hawk. His high taming level afforded him a natural advantage in mastering animal-related matters more swiftly. After a brief period, the Black Hawk circled 50 meters above the territory, and Luo Yu retrieved some special milk from his storage, offering it to the Black Hawk while reclining on its back, gazing up at the azure sky, patiently awaiting an impending assault. With meat, furs, and other resources in high demand, he required an influx of animal attacks to enrich his territory's resources. Due to aesthetic appeal, your agility increases by 2 while gazing at the sky. As time ticked away beneath the circling Black Hawk, the aroma of the special milk enveloped the entire territory. After a short wait, an alert finally appeared. Warning: a pack of snaggletooth beasts has been attracted by the special milk and is approaching your territory. Chapter 167. A sudden onslaught of 10 billion in an instant, a horde of beasts, resembling oversized calves with prominent tusks and 6 legs, charged into the battlefield from the east. This was a typical assault, with the territory's rating now elevated. Even a common attack brought forth an influx of 200 units. Luo Yu, perched upon the back of a dark eagle, surveyed the scene below as these ferocious tusked beasts barreled into the death corridor, recklessly forging ahead. Crackle! The electric towers commenced their assault, and the arrow towers unleashed a hail of arrows into the death corridor, all imbued with thermal energy. These tusked beasts, lacking even black iron grade, with attributes barely exceeding 20, had no hope of traversing the death corridor. Within mere moments, they were utterly decimated. Dismounting from his dark eagle, Luo Yu summoned the captives to assist. The routine remained unchanged. The deceased would be butchered, while the survivors would be treated and then auctioned off. Retaining a few for the fighting arena, Luo Yu had already envisioned an entire industrial chain. Currently, animals were selling quite well, particularly with the burgeoning fighting arenas that required creatures to draw crowds. Additionally, as the weather turned colder, many sought to rear animals, preparing for winter when they might need to resort to slaughter for sustenance, better than going hungry. This wave yielded 50 tusked beasts, with an average price of 4,000, netting a swift profit of 200,000. 3 robust specimens were retained for combat in the fighting arena. The flesh of the tusked beasts amounted to a substantial 100,000, enough to sustain the territory for 20 days. Given a daily consumption of 5,000, Luo Yu had little need for meat until after winter. The ordinary pelts from the tusked beasts totaled 20,000, enough to craft 40 blankets, a considerable fortune. Regrettably, he failed to lure any beastly maidens. Upon inspecting the special milk, he noted that its efficacy had diminished by 70. Essentially, a cow's yield of special milk could only incite a single wave of attacks, requiring 7 to 8 days for recovery. Seizing the last vestiges of the milk's potency, Luo Yu consumed it. You have consumed special milk, Constitution 2, during lunch. Luo Yu observed a Dai and a Tai brawling outside, 2 black iron-level creatures locked in a stalemate, both possessing an attribute score of 100. After their tussle, he noted that both had gained 1 point in Constitution, sparking an idea. Indeed, he could have the cows battle other animals. Should they be elevated to black iron grade? They could potentially enhance their attributes, possibly reducing the interval for milk production. With this thought, he commenced his experiment. In the fighting arena, the cow and bull were surrounded by 4 insects, and they began to engage in combat. Watching from the stands, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Moments later, the 4 insects were defeated. After healing the animals and granting them experience, he deemed the insects inadequate for training and resolved to utilize captives instead. Shortly thereafter, 2 captives were thrown into the arena, 1 male and 1 female, their attributes comparable to the bull and cow, thus increasing the likelihood of advancement. A flurry of blows ensued, resulting in a deadlock. After administering healing once more, he observed that both cows were exhausted. Luo Yu decided to spare them, planning to continue the next day, unwavering in his belief that they could achieve a higher rank. The captives, once healed, returned to the quarry. The base would not harbor idlers. Luo Yu awaited the recovery of 6 super attribute pirates. These individuals were adept at quarrying and possessed high resilience, unlikely to be harmed by a cave-in. After all, the one-eyed dragon had survived a stone axe to the head, no mere joke. That evening, as they dined, Xiaojin exclaimed with delight, I've gained a bit of strength. The meal prepared by the master today is truly delectable. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had been cooking daily, but had never scrutinized his culinary skills. Upon inspection, he discovered his cooking level had reached 8. In truth, level 6 was sufficient to craft exquisite dishes. Exquisite dish, basic meat 10, basic vegetables 10, nutritional value, intermediate. Shelf life 10 days, 10 toxicity chance, 2 attribute point acquisition rate. The likelihood of acquiring attribute points from exquisite dishes was significantly higher. He resolved to begin crafting them the following day. That night, Luo Yu engaged in his customary leisure activities, soaking in a bath while entering the arena. Upon entry, he received a notification. The world's greatest martial arts tournament preheat event has commenced. Achieve 5 consecutive victories in the exclusive channel to enter a lottery for a chance to win diamonds, platinum equipment, and other items. A preheat event? Had the Heavenly Path enlisted a planner? Luo Yu chuckled and entered the exclusive channel, only to find that due to the overwhelming number of participants, he had to queue. Your current queue position, 1, 038, 210, 272. Due to your territory rating being higher than most, you may cut in line. Your current queue position, 17. What? He had just jumped ahead of a billion challengers. Luo Yu gaped, realizing that the benefits of a high rating had finally materialized, allowing him to leap ahead of a billion contenders. Yet, there were still 17 ahead of him. Who were these individuals with even higher ratings? Truly, there were always greater talents. The group chat buzzed with activity. Fang Yim remarked, "Oh my, I'm in queue at over 30,000. What about you all?" Naka replied, "I'm at 70,000. But the numbers seem to be moving quickly." Alice noted, It's clear that a defeat results in being ejected from the channel. All matches are randomly assigned. So you might face a single opponent or an entire team. Nyoda suggested, should we form a team now? Elena countered, if we team up, our positions will be calculated based on the last member's rank. Old Nyo, what is your position? Nyoda responded, I'm at 50, 732, 818. Luo Yu interjected. Over 50 million? I'm about to enter the channel. Why don't those of you with close ratings team up first? Naka lamented, woe is us. We're holding Luo Yu back. It's so disheartening. Fong Yuming chimed in. This isn't holding back. We're merely accessories to his great legs, huh? Nyoda joked, let us cling to the boss's sturdy legs. Elena declared, I want to team with you. I want to test my strength alone. Alice concluded, all right. Then let us stick with the original plan. Luo Yu and Elena will act independently, while I, Naker, and Yuming team up. Chapter 168, The Battle Chicken. Luo Yu conveyed a smiling countenance, striving for consecutive victories to secure a regional seed. Nyoda interjected, Goddess Alice, might you have overlooked something? As he conversed with the others, Luo Yu found himself abruptly transported to an unfamiliar locale. You have entered the preliminary arena. Current combat map, Stone Forest. Your opponent, Team Turtle T, consisting of 10 members. Luo Yu was taken aback, realizing this was not a room-based confrontation akin to the arena, but rather a battle unfolding within an expansive stone forest. Before him stretched a prairie adorned with towering stone pillars, enclosed by an air barrier. The area appeared to be a circular expanse, roughly 1.5 kilometers in radius. Thus, Luo Yu was tasked with vanquishing his adversaries within this circular stone forest. While the arena emphasized raw strength, this setting demanded not only power but also strategic acumen and tactical finesse. This preliminary round of the World Martial Arts Tournament assumed such a form, suggesting that the actual competition would unfold in similar environments. Moreover, commencing with a 1v10 scenario seemed rather audacious. Luo Yu promptly sought refuge behind a stone pillar, his gaze sweeping across the landscape. He soon detected several opponents who, in turn, seemed to have spotted him, prompting them to conceal themselves. Silence descended upon the stone forest. After a moment of stillness, a hen suddenly emerged from the depths of the stone forest. In such a state of heightened alertness, any movement was bound to trigger a shooter's instinct. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 arrows darted from the shadows, aimed directly at the hen. Unexpectedly, the hen executed a nimble maneuver mid-air, evading the incoming projectiles. Such remarkable agility. Both archers mused. However, in the next instant, an arrow materialized from the shadows, piercing the male archer's throat with a sickening thud. Such precision. The archer gasped, collapsing to his knees and succumbing to his fate. Luo Yu, having felled his first adversary, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He then directed the hen to perch atop a stone pillar. Upon reaching its vantage point, the hen tilted its head inquisitively, seemingly identifying a target. With a flurry of wings and a series of clucking sounds, it indicated a specific direction. Oh! Luo Yu swiftly sidestepped and hurled a javelin with considerable force. The javelin whistled through the air, its rapid rotation causing the stone pillar to shatter. A flame-star person wielding a long sword emerged from the rubble, only to be impaled by an arrow. Not good. This individual is adept at utilizing chickens. Eliminate the hen first. A voice rang out from the distance. A burly figure leaped from behind a stone pillar, his axe descending upon the hen. Simultaneously, several others armed with spears, swords, and shields converged upon the hen. Luo Yu's hen, despite its unassuming appearance, possessed maximized attribute points, rendering it a formidable combatant among its kind. It soared into the air, adroitly evading the incoming weaponry, transforming into a blur as it darted past the swordsman. 3 claw marks materialized on the swordsman's throat, clutching his wound. He cast a look of disbelief at the hen as it flew into the distance. What manner of fowl is this? As the words left his lips, his body vanished. In the ensuing moment, a barrage of arrows rained down, striking several members of Team Turtle T. They gazed in astonishment at the archer in the distance, who was knocking and firing arrows with astonishing speed. Before their demise, a thought flashed through their minds. Is this archer's rate of fire excessively rapid? Damn human. Prepare to meet your end. The hulking figure roared, charging towards Luo Yu with his axe raised. Almost simultaneously, a dark beam erupted from the ground. A venomous serpent, having stealthily approached Luo Yu, launched its assault. The tactics of a beast master. However, a hint of derision flickered across Luo Yu's countenance. His left hand swung his moon blade, cleaving the serpent in two, while his right hand executed a backhand stroke with his sun blade, bisecting the hulking figure and his axe. The hulking figure vanished without uttering a word. In an instant, the 10-member team was reduced to a trio: a female archer, a male beastmaster, and a young woman carrying a chest, presumably a medicinal herbalist. Observing the pallid faces of the remaining three, Luo Yu brandished his moon and sun blades, advancing while calmly remarking, "Indeed, you are a well-balanced team. However, I find you lacking. Will you concede, or shall I compel you to do so?" The Flamestar Archer retorted. "You may triumph over us, but you shall not trample upon our Han." Before she could complete her sentence, the hen descended from behind, striking her neck with a swift claw. "You resort to trickery?" Thump. The archer's body shattered and vanished. Almost simultaneously, Luo Yu unleashed his dual blades. Whirlwind Blade Technique. Second form, Detached Blades. The blades spiraled through the air, encircling the two figures before returning to Luo Yu's grasp. The Beastmaster and Herbalist clutched their necks, their throats severed. Luo Yu retrieved his blades and stated dispassionately, "Honor is paramount, but victory is more coveted. Remember, always be mindful of your surroundings. Honor without victory is merely a jest." Thump. Thump. The figures began to dissipate, their gazes fixed upon Luo Yu, tinged with awe. The battle left an indelible mark upon them. The young man's image forever etched in their minds. KO. You have vanquished Team Turtle T, securing your first victory. Progress towards claiming the reward. 1-5. You have 5 minutes of respite. After 5 minutes, the system will automatically pair you with an opponent. Having concluded his display, Luo Yu chuckled and stroked the hen's head. In the celestial Tao world, conventional wisdom held little sway. Who could have foreseen that a seemingly harmless hen possessed 100 points in strength and agility? With a smile, Luo Yu opted not to wait and promptly selected the next match. Upon confirming his choice, the world spun before his eyes, and Luo Yu found himself in a new environment. You have entered the preliminary arena. Current combat map, Island Beach. Your opponent, Aquarian, Anonymous, consisting of 1 member. Before him stretched a sandy beach, with a towering figure brandishing a harpoon standing on the opposite end. This was Luo Yu's opponent, an Aquarian. Chapter 169, The Sudden Catastrophe. It is worth noting that the aquatic beings resemble the human race quite closely. While the denizens of the sea are bizarre and grotesque, like shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Upon confirming that Luo Yu was indeed a member of the human race, the aquatic man let out a sinister laugh and hurled his harpoon at Luo Yu with great ferocity. With a dull thud, Luo Yu stood his ground, unflinching. As the harpoon approached, it was abruptly deflected by an invisible barrier. The purple light shield activated on its own. Even diamond-grade attire occasionally required activation, granting him the aura of a formidable expert. What a thrill! By the heavens, a shield? The aquatic man gasped in astonishment before plunging into the ocean, swiftly swimming far away to launch another small harpoon. With a resounding clash, the harpoon was once again thwarted by the shield. From a distance, the aquatic man bellowed, "Human, let us see how many times you can activate that shield. If you dare, come down and face me." Luo Yu's temples throbbed with irritation as he waved his hand dismissively. With a resounding boom, a colossal octopus materialized in midair and crashed into the sea, immediately lunging at the aquatic man. "What in the world?" the aquatic man exclaimed, taken aback by the sheer size of the octopus. But before he could react, a massive tentacle struck him squarely on the forehead. With a deafening explosion, the aquatic man vanished without a trace. "Attempting to toy with me? You are sorely mistaken," Luo Yu said, retracting the giant octopus with a flick of his wrist as a notification appeared. "Oh, you have defeated your opponent, achieving your second victory. Progress towards claiming the reward. 2-5. Having effortlessly secured another victory, Luo Yu waited briefly for the purple light shield to recharge before embarking on his third match. For the next half hour, Luo Yu faced off against 3 solitary opponents, each battle resulting in overwhelming triumph. Perhaps a powerful team would pose a challenge, but solitary fighters were simply no match for him, unless they hailed from a higher echelon of species. After winning all 5 rounds, Luo Yu was transported to a spacious chamber where a golden egg awaited him, accompanied by a silver hammer. You have achieved 5 consecutive victories. Reward, 8,000 silver. Opportunity to shatter the golden egg X1. In this preparatory chamber, victories yielded 500 silver for 1 win, 1,000 for 2, 2,000 for 3, and so forth. A lucrative endeavor, provided one could secure victories. Luo Yu was indifferent to the silver. He approached the golden egg but hesitated upon grasping the hammer. According to the instructions, breaking the golden egg would likely yield rare metals, such as a bounty of gold or jade, with a chance of obtaining a piece of platinum being quite favorable. Gems like diamonds and crystal stones had a very low drop rate, and the probability of acquiring a powerful pet egg was exceedingly slim, perhaps less than 1 in 100,000. Before striking down, Luo Yu silently recited a phrase. Critical hit activated. Can this even trigger a critical hit? Overjoyed, Luo Yu swung down with great force. Crack! The golden egg shattered into 2 halves, revealing 2 stones that emanated a gentle moonlight. Moonlight stone, a rare and precious material. essential for unlocking advanced technology and exchanging for various high-tier items. To his astonishment, he had received 2 moonlight stones. A look of delight crossed Luo Yu's face. He had anticipated a critical hit yielding 1 special stone, yet he had received 2. What a stroke of luck. With an additional 25 points of luck, fortune indeed favored him. Upon smashing the golden egg, a flash of light enveloped him, and Luo Yu's consciousness returned to his body. In the bath, he retrieved the 2 moonlight stones. Their beauty was accentuated under the moonlight, and they would surely enhance the aesthetic appeal of his room. After bathing, the adorable ones were busy grooming each other's long hair, which had grown quite lengthy. Perhaps they should consider a trim soon. Luo Yu thought as he returned to his room, placing the 2 moonlight stones on the bedside table. The aesthetic value increased by 10 points upon inspection. Due to the influence of aesthetics, while admiring the exquisite stones, strength 2, the aesthetic value was rising, enhancing the probability of gaining additional attributes. Just as he contemplated sleep, the group chat became lively. By the heavens, I encountered a team in the first round and was immediately eliminated. Nyoda exclaimed. I faced a team as well, but I eliminated them, Elena replied. Nyoda, I've tolerated you for long enough. Elena is impressive. The 3 of us are in the 3rd round now. But we are surrounded. It feels perilous. Feng Yuming added. Nakawar, stop chatting and go on the offensive. I'll flank the enemy archer. Oh, I feel like the enemy will take me out first. They continued their battle chatter, and as the conversation dwindled, Luo Yu smiled faintly and closed his eyes to sleep. Morning arrived, ushering in yet another beautiful day. He assessed the situation with the stone bricks. He was almost ready to construct the luxurious workshop, estimating it would be completed by tomorrow. While enjoying breakfast, rain unexpectedly began to fall outside. The autumn rain pattered softly, and Luo Yu noted the temperature had plummeted to around 10 degrees. How quickly the chill set in. By midday, he sensed something amiss. The rain intensified from a light drizzle to a torrential downpour. Glancing at the small lake, he observed the wind-driven water pump spinning rapidly amidst fierce winds. Alert! Under the influence of mysterious forces, a typhoon has been unleashed in the realm. Please prepare for flood prevention measures. A typhoon. Luo Yu frowned, inwardly cursing the timing. Where was the typhoon during the summer heat? Now, as autumn approached and the weather turned cool, it chose to strike. Was it intent on tormenting humanity? The world erupted with curses, and the group chat was abuzz. Just as Luo Yu contemplated joining the conversation, another alert appeared. Due to the blessing of mysterious forces, all crops in the realm have entered the ripening phase. A harvest blessing? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the implications. Ladies and gentlemen, all crops are ripe. We must harvest them before the typhoon peaks, or we shall face a complete loss this autumn. Muted exclaimed. What kind of nonsense blessing is this? It's forcing us into a corner. Everyone, please prioritize safety and avoid falling ill. Feng Yuming cautioned. Words are futile. Let us get to harvesting. Elena urged. May you all remain safe, Alice added. As the harvest blessing notification lingered, the typhoon intensified, casting the sky into darkness, with winds roaring at least at level 12. Upon opening the map interface to check the wind speed, Luo Yu gasped. Goodness, it's a full force 12. Chapter 170. Tempestuous winds and rains. The celestial path had urged preparations for flood and storm defenses, and in the blink of an eye, the winds had intensified. Prepare? How absurd. Luo Yu had initially intended to enlist the captives to assist, but now, with such ferocious winds, venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. The entire territory was engulfed in a tempest, and at the entrance of the villa, Xiao Jin exclaimed, Master, which crops should we harvest first? First, we must fell the trees. Luo Yu shouted amidst the torrential downpour. The planting area has drainage ditches and walls to shield it. For now, there is no immediate danger. We must cut down the trees. Understood. Xiao Jin responded fervently, charging into the storm. Indeed, she was a diamond tier beast girl with attributes exceeding 300 in dimensions. The torrential winds and rain posed no threat to her. Wujiao. Xiao Kong also leapt into the tempest, following Xiao Jin. Although her attributes were not as formidable, the characteristics of a mountain beast girl rendered her relatively unafraid of the storm. However, Xiao Dai, despite possessing over 100 in strength and physique, was of a more delicate constitution. When she attempted to rush out, Luo Yu grasped her arm, exclaiming, Xiao Dai, stay at home and sew raincoats. We cannot have you alone in the house. No. Xiao Dai's face was a mixture of rain and tears as she shook her head vigorously, declaring, I want to be with you. I refuse to hide alone. Foolish girl. Raincoats are in high demand now. You are the most vital. Quickly. Make a few for us to prevent illness. Luo Yu's voice was nearly swept away by the howling winds. Hearing this, Xiao Dai wiped her face and nodded resolutely before sprinting towards the basement. Observing her retreating figure, a tender smile graced Luo Yu's lips. In the next moment, He too dashed into the storm. As he charged into the tempest, he struggled against the powerful winds and nearly lost his footing. Goodness. With a strength of 179 and physique of 174, he barely maintained his balance. The winds had surely escalated to levels exceeding 15. Luo Yu plunged into the prison, where the inmates had been lounging, but the moment the door swung open, the gale startled them into alertness. Bang! After shutting the door, Luo Yu made his way to the second floor. One-eyed dragon, white snake, you lot come with me to fell trees. Huh? One-eyed dragon chuckled nervously, my lord. With such a tempest outside, we've just recovered, and I fear. Before he could finish, a slap sent him sprawling to the ground. Luo Yu, incensed, barked. Quit your prattling and get moving. Beware, or I shall have your heads. The pirates, sensing Luo Yu's ire, fell silent and followed him into the storm. The winds and rain were indeed ferocious. Even those with around 80 in strength struggled to stay upright. Thankfully, Luo Yu's attributes were formidable. And those pirates were indeed the Cr. Mi de la Cr. Under the blessing of the harvest, the freshly planted herb gardens had matured. Fully 5,000 trees swayed perilously in the storm, likely unable to withstand the onslaught for long. Shao Kong and Xiao Jin were already engaged in logging, their efficiency remarkable. Especially Xiao Jin, who worked with extraordinary prowess, though her planting level was not as high as Shao Kong's. Her immense strength and inherent speed buff allowed her to work at an astonishing pace. Luo Yu thrust swords into the hands of several pirates, commanding, "What are you waiting for? Get to work." The moment the pirates grasped the weapons, their hearts raced, and a glint of ferocity sparked in their eyes. Alert! Some prisoners have acquired weapons. Escape risk increased by 50. The 6 pirates exchanged glances when suddenly, they spotted a golden figure amidst the storm. Golden Gisa Baru? A chill ran through the pirates as they immediately fell silent. Alert! Prisoners have detected an unbeatable presence. Escape risk decreased by 60. Current risk, 0. Shock coursed through them. The warden was right beside them. Luo Yu glanced at the 6 pirates fervently chopping trees, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips. The tempest showed no signs of abating. Had it not been for the strength of those felling trees, they would likely have succumbed. Luo Yu felt the rain sting his face, realizing the wind had intensified. He shouted, "Xiao Jin, keep the captives logging. Shao Kong and I will head to the cotton fields." "Understood. Master, rest assured, I will keep a close watch on them." Xiao Jin responded loudly. And Luo Yu swiftly took Shao Kong to the cotton fields. The cotton fields were nestled within the inner circle, surrounded by the herb garden, which shielded them from much of the storm's fury. Without hesitation, Luo Yu and Shao Kong began harvesting the cotton. He had even purchased 2 sealed iron trucks from the market for this purpose. Their pace was rapid, particularly Luo Yu, whose efficiency in cotton gathering surpassed that of machines, filling a truck in no time. Rhinoceros, elephant, come to me. The Beastmaster's ability activated, summoning the rhinoceros and elephant sheltering from the storm to his side. Take the truck to the warehouse. Long-armed monkey, you handle the doors. Ensure nothing gets wet. The 2 large animals nodded. While the long-armed monkey hopped about to indicate its understanding, it was highly intelligent, easily grasping commands despite its inability to speak. With the logistics in place, Luo Yu and Shao Kong continued their swift cotton harvest. In adversity, one either succumbs entirely or unleashes immense potential. Luo Yu belonged to the latter. At that moment, his cotton-gathering speed felt as if it had surpassed his limits, a whirlwind of activity. Alert! You gain 1 physique for engaging in labor in a mere 10 minutes. They had harvested all the cotton, shoving any that could not be transported into his storage bracelet. Turning to Shao Kong, he noted she was thoroughly drenched. Yet her gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of fear. Glancing at her attributes, he saw her strength and physique had improved, and her planting level had reached LV12. Come. Follow me to the vegetable patch. Luo Yu lifted Shao Kong and dashed toward the garden. The ground beneath them was muddy, and a glance at the hygiene level indicated a rapid decline. There was no time to waste. They had to salvage the vegetables first. Upon entering the vegetable patch, they found the plants swaying precariously, but it was not as disastrous as anticipated. The entire planting zone was enclosed by 5-meter-high walls, effectively shielding it from the tempest's wrath. Chapter 171. True feelings revealed in adversity. At this moment, all the vegetables had ripened under the influence of the bountiful harvest blessing. Without hesitation, Luo Yu and Shao Kong resumed their harvesting efforts. The process of gathering vegetables was considerably more straightforward than that of cotton. A simple pull and a shove into the metal cart sufficed. After laboring tirelessly from afternoon until past 8 in the evening, Luo Yu and his companions finally completed all their tasks. Every aromatic leaf tree had been felled, and crops such as cotton and vegetables were successfully stored in the warehouse. As for sowing, that was certainly not feasible at present. They would wait for better weather to attempt it. Alert! Due to the typhoon, The risk of disease in the territory has increased. Upon receiving the alert, Luo Yu hurriedly took the adorable ones to bathe, shedding their damp garments. They luxuriated under the diamond showerhead. The warm water cascading down was utterly refreshing. Alert. Using the diamond showerhead significantly reduces disease risk. With the diamond showerhead in use, falling ill seemed nearly impossible. Immersed in the bath, Luo Yu immediately checked the status panel of the base. The animals had taken refuge in the training arena, which, despite being open on all sides, was not entirely secure. He was less concerned about the graded animals but more so about the ungraded burrowing beasts and insectoids. Both the bulls and cows lacked grading as well. Despite their strong immunity, prolonged exposure to the storm could lead to illness. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the virtual map of the territory, clicked on the construction page, and created a corridor between the low-level training arena and the entertainment room. The fierce winds and rain outside were so intense that ordinary animals would likely be swept away if they ventured out of the training arena. Thus, a corridor was necessary to temporarily relocate the animals to the entertainment room. Since the entertainment room's first floor lacked carpeting, it would serve as a temporary residence for the animals until a luxurious training arena could be constructed. With an ample supply of stone bricks, he initiated the construction, and the corridor formed between two walls appeared within the base. In the world of the Way of Heaven, directing the animals was often unnecessary. Luo Yu accessed the area interface and designated the entertainment room as an animal activity zone. Subsequently, he classified all non-graded animals into this activity area. Immediately, the animals, upon receiving the command, began to leave the training arena and enter the entertainment room via the corridor. Without orders, they would generally not stray from their assigned zones. Alert. The risk of animal disease has decreased. Having completed all these tasks, Luo Yu let out a slight sigh of relief, finally finished with his labor. His own buildings were all luxurious, and he had no fear of them collapsing under the typhoon. Now, he could simply enjoy juice in the villa and play with the beast girls, patiently awaiting the disaster to pass. Glancing at the world channel, it was a scene of despair. Curse the Way of Heaven, if you desire my demise. There is no need for such elaborate schemes. I could simply perish for you right now. Wind continued to blow, dispersing the fog of this world and the confusion within my heart. Buying raincoats at a high price. There were curses, melodramatic laments, and various business ventures. But the overall tone was rather grim. The regional channel was similarly bleak, with many relinquishing hope and merely waiting indoors for the typhoon to pass. At this moment, no one in the small group was speaking, prompting Luo Yu to ponder that everyone was busy. Truth be told, he was quite concerned for them. They had lost the desire to even visit the arena. Under such extreme weather conditions, ordinary base members and animals could provide little assistance. Although Fang Yume and her companions might have maxed out their attributes, relying solely on their small number to minimize losses would likely prove challenging. After some contemplation, Luo Yu resolved to lend a hand. He spoke in the group. How are you all? Fang Yume replied, don't mention it. We're still salvaging the vegetable fields. So I won't elaborate. Nekaru added, meow. I'm chopping trees. The wind is so strong. Indeed, everyone was engaged in rescue efforts, and as Luo Yu suspected, only those who were trialists possessed the ability to withstand the terrifying weather. Ordinary base members were of little use. Luo Yu spoke solemnly, to mitigate losses and prevent disease. You must max out the attributes of all members in your territory to 100, particularly strength and constitution. Nekaru responded, we don't have enough money. Let's leave it at that for now. Luo Yu assured her, if you lack funds, come to me. If you lack personnel, come to me as well. I have both money and captives. I can lend them to you for now, and you can repay me later. Nekaru exclaimed, that's wonderful, Luo Yu. Quickly lend me 200,000. I'll boost their constitution first. Fang Yume chimed in, I won't be polite then. Just lend me 150,000, Luo Yu. Elena requested, I need 250,000. I'll repay you double. Alice echoed, I'll also need 250,000. I promise to return it to you. Nyoda remarked, boss. I don't need any because those who could be blown away have already been swept away, boo-hoo. Luo Yu replied, all right, wait a moment. Although his current funds were insufficient, he possessed many items he could sell quickly, such as bedding, initially intended for sale in winter. The prices of warm items like bedding had skyrocketed due to the extreme weather. Luo Yu set the price of one quilt at 30,000 under such circumstances. A price increase of several times was not unusual. Anonymous quilts have been listed at the auction house. Those in need should hurry to purchase, as they will not be available for long. The 30 quilts listed were swiftly snatched up, netting an immediate gain of 900,000 silver. In the group chat, Luo Yu first initiated a transaction with Fang Yume, directly offering 150,000 silver. Fang Yumei expressed her gratitude. Thank you. We'll chat later. Luo Yu replied. If you need assistance, just let me know. Fang Yumei responded, Thank you. He then proceeded to transact with Nakaru and the others, lending them the requested amounts, including 200,000 to Nyoda, urging him to utilize it wisely. In this moment of adversity, true feelings were revealed. Outside, the tempest raged, yet warmth filled their hearts. Fang Yumei and her companions promptly maxed out the attributes of the ungraded members of their territory. Only with 100 strength and 100 constitution could they work under the storm. 2 hours later, around 10 in the evening, the team members finally completed the harvest of the crops. Although there were losses, everyone breathed a heavy sigh of relief, having managed to contain the damage to a relatively small degree. Exhausted, Nyoda went straight to sleep, while the girls indulged in their respective baths, enjoying leisurely conversations. Nakaru remarked, Luo Yu, we owe you a great debt. My sister and I are growing increasingly fond of you. Luo Yu teased, words alone are insufficient. Send me a screenshot to prove your affections are genuine. Nakaru playfully retorted, Meow, you know we're soaking in the bath. Why would we send you a screenshot? No way. Chapter 172. Horn Green Bud and Horn Crimson Bud. Luo Yu. Not really? Kur, is this how you speak to a creditor? If you send me a screenshot right now, I might consider waiving your interest. Nah, Kur, you're so annoying, always bullying me. I'm blushing. If you're capable, come over and collect your debt, haha. Luo Yu sent a laughing emoji, as he delighted in teasing Kur. Alice, thank you, Luo Yu. I will forever remember your kindness. Luo Yu, Sister Alice, you're too kind. We are all on the same team. It's only natural to help one another. You can repay me whenever. It's not a problem if you don't. Fang Yuming and Nakor chimed in almost simultaneously. Then I don't have to pay you back either? Luo Yu, not allowed. Once the weather improves, you all must promptly return the money to me. Fang Yumeng, Nakor, and Elena. Luo Yu, you and your obsession with looks. While everyone was enjoying their light-hearted conversation, Alice recalled something and brought up a topic. When I was reading about the Heavenly Tao, I came across a passage stating that in extreme weather, animals in the vicinity may wander into territories seeking shelter, provided there is a wildlife refuge. If you have extra stones, you might consider building one. You never know what peculiar creatures might seek refuge. Fang Yuming, I have a professional mining team that has unearthed a lot of stones. Thank you for the reminder. Sister Alice, Luo Yu was also struck by inspiration. Although he lacked a professional mining team, he had a dedicated quarry team. Stone bricks would come rolling in. He hurriedly opened the construction page and indeed found the wildlife refuge among the buildings. Like other structures, it was categorized into basic, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant. The higher the level of the refuge, the better the protective effect. Luo Yu had been longing for 2 beast girls and contemplated building a luxurious refuge. Just as he was about to begin construction, Fang Yuming exclaimed in the group, Oh, I just built one not long ago. And it seems like animals are coming over, a flock of sheep. She even sent a screenshot. So soon? Miss, aren't you going to check the description? Luo Yu was internally scoffing when the sharp-eyed Nakura remarked, Yummering, the colors in your screenshot are off. There are pink and green sheep in the flock. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's heart raced as he closely examined the image. Could it be the 2 beast girls that Xiao Jin mentioned? Fang Yuming, I checked the territory summary, and now there are 2 beast girls listed under the wildlife section. One is named Horn Crimson Bud, and the other is Horn Green Bud. They are sisters. Wow. Their attributes are incredibly high. I can't handle them. Nakur, let Luo Yu handle it. He is impressive. Alice, Luo Yu. If you have time, could you help Yuming? Fang Yuming. Luo Yu, hurry over. Fang Yuming promptly sent an invitation, which Luo Yu eagerly accepted. He erupted with 174 points of agility, quickly dried himself, dressed, and confirmed his action. A portal opened, and Luo Yu stepped through, only to find himself spinning and landing in Fang Yuming's territory. Ah! A girl's shriek echoed, not just 1, but 3. As he focused his sight, he realized he had been teleported into Fang Yuming's bathroom. Amidst the steam, Fang Yuming and 2 other girls were in the bathtub. The 3 girls instinctively crouched down, hiding in the tub. The HR lady blushed furiously, while the younger girl shyly gazed at Luo Yu. Fang Yuming, clutching her chest, stammered, Why you? How did you get here so quickly? Luo Yu calmly replied, Who would have thought you set the teleportation point in the bathroom? No worries. I'll close the door for you. He casually shut the bathroom door and then walked towards the window to peer outside. Thanks to his vision buff, even through the storm, he could clearly see the 2 beast girls hidden among the flock. Excellent, Yumeng. They really are beast girls. Goodness. Fang Yumeng, submerged in water, turned crimson and said, Luo Yu, you go out first. Let us get dressed before we figure out how to capture the beast girls. No need. Just dress as you wish. I'm not looking. Luo Yu pretended to be composed while keeping his gaze fixed on the beast girls outside. Yumeng, Longjia, Xiao Ding, we are old friends. Feel free to be yourselves. Uft. The girl known as Xiao Ding couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Luo Yu with a mix of admiration and shyness. Longjia gently covered her flushed face, torn between laughter and embarrassment. Fang Yimeng protested, be ourselves. This is too much. Luo Yu out. Go. Seeing Yumeng getting flustered, Luo Yu quickly opened the window and jumped out. Fang Yumeng glared at the window flapping in the wind, her face flushed with anger as she grumbled, this scoundrel has no gentlemanly demeanor. Sometimes I really wish I could stab him. Xiao Ding laughed. Yumeng, didn't you just praise Luo Yu for being responsible and manly? Now he has a scoundrel? I think brother Luo Yu is quite good. Longjia chimed in with a light laugh, nodding in agreement. The two girls chuckled, while Yumeng huffed, her cheeks burning, uncertain whether she was more angry or embarrassed. Moments later, Longjia and Xiao Ding went to prepare a late-night snack, while Fang Yumeng and Luo Yu remained in the small villa's living room, peering out the window to observe the two beast girls. As the Lord, Fang Yumeng could check their attributes, and she shared the information with Luo Yu. Horn Green Bud, Platinum level, Young Strength 201, Constitution 188. Agility 155, Horn Crimson Bud, Platinum level, Young Strength 159, Constitution 190, Agility 200. The attributes of the two beast girls were astonishing. One was strength-oriented, while the other was agile. Luo Yu meticulously read the descriptions of the beast girl sisters. Although their attributes were high, the description indicated they were quite timid and would flee at the slightest fright. They would only become brave once tamed. Moreover, these two beast girls not only had a faster hair growth rate than ordinary beast girls, but their tears were also classified as a rare item. Chapter 173. The Horn Green Bud and the Horn Crimson Bud, 2. The tears of the green and crimson buds possess the remarkable ability to stimulate plant growth at an astonishing rate. In truth, this passive trait could rival even that of the fortunate little box belonging to Shao Kong. Beside him, Fang Yumeng whispered, Luo Yu, what should we do? This attribute is far too formidable. We can't possibly contend with it. Luo Yu sensed Fang Yumeng's proximity, and the subtle fragrance emanating from her stirred a flutter within his heart. Luo Yu? Noticing his silence, Fang Yumeng reddened slightly, vexed, and exclaimed, what are you thinking? No reminiscing. Just keep your mind as forgetful as a chicken. We need to devise a plan to tame the beast girls. Amused, Luo Yu replied, all right, forgetfulness it is. However, taming these two beast girls would prove challenging. They seemed skittish and would flee the moment they sensed danger. Their agility made it difficult for anyone to pursue them. Fang Yumeng, being a clever girl, suggested softly, are you implying we lure them into a building and capture them all at once? Indeed. Do you have a suitable place in mind? I do. Fang Yimeng pointed below. There's a basement in that small villa. We could temporarily confine them there. But the entrance is inside the villa. How can we entice them in? A smile crept across Luo Yu's face. The special milk could attract even the likes of Xiao Jin, and he happened to possess 2 drops of the return essence. It appeared he would have to return to his old ways. Yet, with the storm raging outside, the scent of the milk would not easily disperse, necessitating a gradual approach towards the 2 horned beast girls. Watch me, Luo Yu declared as he prepared to venture outside, only to be halted by Fang Yumeng. Luo Yu, their agility is so high, you'll be detected in an instant. If they panic and flee, even you against 2 will. Her concern for him was evident. Luo Yu smiled reassuringly, don't worry, I have my methods. Soon, we'll each have our own little darling. I want the crimson bud. Pfft. Fang Yumeng chuckled lightly. Do you fancy the rosy little girl? Such a manly taste? Not at all, Luo Yu replied earnestly. The green bud possesses greater strength. Which would be of more assistance to you? Ah. Fang Yumeng paused, and at that moment, Luo Yu leaped out of the window, watching his retreating figure. She gently touched her cheek, realizing it felt warm. What on earth is he saying all of a sudden? She murmured softly, her face flushing deeper. At that moment, Luo Yu had no time to ponder Fang Yumeng and Appo's as thoughts. The stealth skill he had acquired earlier finally came into play. Amidst the darkness and torrential rain, he appeared to meld seamlessly with the shadows as he stealthily approached the herd and the 2 beast girls, who were blissfully unaware beneath the shelter of their awning. 20 meters from the shelter, Luo Yu gently placed a special milk confection on the ground before quietly retreating. As the confection melted, even the rain could not wash away its enticing aroma. Before long, the keen-sensed beast girls caught a whiff of the delightful scent and stepped out into the rain, moving toward the confection. Upon reaching it, the crimson bud picked up the slightly melted confection, sniffed it, and licked it delicately, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Sister, this is delicious. The innocent green bud accepted the confection her sister offered, extending her little tongue to taste it. her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Look, there's more over there. The crimson bud, being more agile and observant, spotted another confection not far away. In the rain, she joyfully dashed over, picked it up, tasted it a few times, and devoured it, her face immediately revealing pure bliss. Wow, this is so good. The rosy-haired crimson bud munching on the confection was utterly adorable. These confections contained no return essence, as they were outside the base. Who could predict how swiftly these little creatures might flee? If they discovered the confections were poisonous, they would be long gone before the essence could take effect. It was imperative not to miss this opportunity. So Luo Yu opted to waste a few more confections to draw them closer to the central area. Fortunately, he had stored enough to sustain this effort. Over here. The crimson bud tugged at her sister's hand, happily running over to hand a confection to the green bud. Sister, this one is for you. MHM. The green bud nodded eagerly, showcasing the bond between the two sisters. As they searched for more confections, the two little darlings unknowingly ventured into the compound. Suddenly, the green bud realized they had crossed into someone else's territory, fear etching her face as she pulled at the crimson bud, saying, Sister, we VE overstepped. The crimson bud mirrored her concern, glancing around to find the villa's door ajar, with two confections rolling down the steps leading to the basement. This left her in a quandary. Even with top-tier intelligence, they were still animals, and the allure of the confections was overwhelming. After a moment and epochs, as hesitation, the crimson bud whispered, Sister, the master of this place must be out. If we eat his food, we can just leave some hair as compensation, right? Let's go? As she spoke, she grasped the green bud's hand and headed toward the door. Upon entering, the two beast girls stood at the top of the basement stairs. The green bud picked up a confection and handed it to her sister. The two little darlings promptly sat on the steps, blissfully enjoying their treat. Just then, the cover above them slammed shut, startling the green and crimson buds, who instinctively pushed against the lid. However, it was too late. The confections contained return essence. Return essence, colorless and odorless. Consuming it forcibly reduces the user's attributes to 10 points within 2 hours, sealing their rank and all special skills. Their original attribute values of 200 were reduced to a mere 10, rendering them utterly powerless. The green bud strained to push against the iron door above, but it wouldn't budge. The crimson bud, hearing footsteps and the flicker of candlelight in the darkness below, was so frightened that tears streamed down her face as she clung tightly to her sister. The green bud was equally terrified, embracing her sister in return. As they drew closer, Luo Yu and Feng Yumeng beheld the two, huddled together in fright, tears glistening in their eyes, yet joy illuminated their faces. Feng Yumeng approached them softly, saying, Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. From now on, will you stay with your brother and sister? With her innate charm and her level 3 beast taming skills, Feng Yumeng's gentle words managed to soothe the two beast girls, stopping their tears. Chapter 174. The tears of the beast girl. You deceived us, you villains. Little Feiyu exclaimed, a mix of anger and fear in her voice. Feng Yumeng gently soothed, I apologize. Your elder brother and sister should not have treated you this way. As recompense, we promise to care for you from now on. Would you like to stay with us? Gazing upon Feng Yumeng's beauteous countenance and sensing her benevolence, Qingya and Feiyu exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, they both nodded faintly. They agreed so readily? Luo Yu mused, somewhat astounded by Feng Yumeng's amicable approach to taming beasts, which starkly contrasted his own methods. Luo Yu's taming style was rather forceful, often resorting to either stunning, intimidating, or even threatening his quarry. The egregious case of Little Gold served as a prime example, where he was immediately bound and subjected to taming. A cat is a good cat as long as it catches mice, regardless of its color. Different methods, same results. Feng Yumeng chuckled softly. Luo Yu, you may begin. Luo Yu stepped forward, grasped Feiyu's petite hand, and said with a gentle smile, Do not fret, simply close your eyes. Feiyu obediently complied. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped her, signifying her domestication. You have successfully tamed Horned Feiyu with a 98 success rate. Horned Feiyu Platinum Grade, Juvenile Strength 159. Constitution 190, Agility 200, currently all 10, Territory Aesthetic 10, Master's Luck 5, Current Fur Growth Progress 100, Planting LV8, Sowing LV6, Cooking LV3. Medical LV11. The tears of Horned Feiyu can enhance crop growth progress, 3,000, lasting for 1 day. Courage. Feiyu's courage has surged upon becoming a pet, increasing overall work speed by 50. Companion Aura Shield. Feiyu, as a companion pet, generates a pink aura when accompanying her master, capable of deflecting 1 projectile attack. Rocket Headbutt. Feiyu and Oppos, as horn strikes possess formidable power. Star Barrage. Feiyu can launch a series of darts, accurately hitting targets within a 50-meter radius. Luo Yu was momentarily stunned by these attributes. Aside from the basic stats and aesthetic value, the 3,000 figure left him flabbergasted. A 30-fold acceleration of growth within a single day was indeed potent. Of course, this was contingent upon one's ability to collect Fei Ya's tears. The shield aura could deflect a surprise attack, and Fei Ya was even capable of ranged attacks. Little Kong's slingshot and Fei Ya's darts could form a formidable network of firepower. Speaking of which, what's with this courage affix? Is she now less prone to crying? I have no need for Fei Yu to be courageous. This is deliberately making things more difficult. Having been successfully tamed, Fei Yu was immediately different. A characteristic of companion-type pets was their clinginess. Fei Yu wiped away her tears and promptly embraced Luo Yu's arm. Her gaze, fixed upon Luo Yu, was filled with adoration. At this moment, she could only see her master and was oblivious to her sister. Meanwhile, Fang Yameng had also tamed Qingya, who likewise embraced Fang Yameng's arm, leaving the latter in a state of bewilderment. Heavens! Luo Yu, Qingya's attributes. She stared at the little girl beside her, her face a mask of incredulity. Is this truly a beast girl? Luo Yu, who had witnessed many extraordinary scenes, chuckled. Enough, look at you, all flustered. We still have tasks to complete. Eh? Ah, yes. Fang Yimeng recollected herself and inquired curiously, tasks to complete? What else do we have to do? Tame the sheep, of course. Have you seen those sheep? Their wool is practically dragging on the ground. Indeed. Wool. Fang Yimeng giggled with delight. Just then, Qingya spoke. Master sister, Fei Ya, and I can herd the sheep over here. Fei Ya nodded in agreement. Master brother, allow my sister and me to go. Fang Yimeng was about to concur when Luo Yu shook his head. Absolutely not. The weather outside is tempestuous. How could Yimeng and I bear to let you venture out? Such perilous tasks are best left to Yimeng and me. Isn't that right, Yimeng? Noticing Luo Yu winking at her, Fang Yimeng caught on and nodded repeatedly. Ah yes. We couldn't possibly allow you to. Master. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears welled up in Fei Ya and Qingya's eyes. Seeing this, Luo Yu was elated and promptly said, You are both our little darlings. With Yimeng and me here, we shall not allow you to suffer. Wah! Master. Fei Ya and Qingya immediately burst into tears. Luo Yu quickly retrieved his milk-drinking cup and began collecting their tears. Luo Yu. Fang Yimeng. Witnessing Luo Yu and Appo's actions, couldn't and Appo's help but laugh. Her smile was as radiant as a blooming lily, truly captivating. Shortly after, the two little beast girls ceased their weeping and embraced their masters even more tightly. Luo Yu stowed the cup filled with tears into his storage bracelet and winked at Fang Yimeng, as if to say, mine now. Fang Yimeng, her face adorned with a gentle smile, nodded in acknowledgement and subtly gave him a thumbs up. Next was the task of taming the flock of sheep. With Fei Ya and Qingya's assistance, the process was relatively straightforward. However, the moment the sheep left the sanctuary, they were in danger of being swept away by the gale. In the end, Luo Yu devised a solution. He had Fang Yimeng purchase a tin car from the store. Once a sheep was tamed, it was immediately loaded into the car. When the car was full, they would transport the sheep back to the taming grounds. Fang Yimeng's taming grounds were of intermediate level, one grade higher than Luo Yu's, and could withstand the elements. After 4 or 5 trips back and forth, they finally managed to tame and transport all 54 sheep. By this time, it was already late at night. Everyone in the group, except for Nyoda, was still awake. Fang Yimeng proposed dividing the flock of sheep into 6, with each household receiving 9. Luo Yu agreed to this proposition. Naker, Alice, and Elena objected, feeling that they were receiving unearned benefits and should at least pay for them. However, their objections were overruled. Fang Yimeng insisted on giving them the sheep, stating that they were all one family and it would be impolite to refuse. As a result, each person received 9 sheep, consisting of 4 males and 5 females. Upon returning to his territory, Luo Yu felt fatigued. After taking a bath with little Fei Ya, he carried her to the large bed and drifted off to sleep. Fei Ya seemed somewhat surprised to see so many beast girl companions around her master, including a golden Jersbel. However, none of that mattered to her. Like little Kong and the others, her world now revolved solely around Luo Yu, her master. Luo Yu, having acquired a beast girl, was also content. He slept soundly that night. Chapter 175. The flooded lake. Upon awakening in the morning, I found myself surrounded by 4 adorable beast girls. While their presence brought me immense joy, it also posed a slight inconvenience. The once spacious bed now felt rather cramped. To expand my diamond-grade bed, there are 2 options. The first is to pay a hefty sum for an extension, and the second is to construct an additional diamond bed, which would seamlessly merge with the existing one. Disassembling them afterward would be quite simple. I lean towards the latter option, as the materials for expansion are fixed, whereas creating a new bed could potentially yield a critical hit. The key lies in obtaining a critical hit that produces a diamond bed. Although the number of critical hits has reset, this is not the time to focus on beds. I didn't mind squeezing in with my lovely companions. Hint: you have received a buff while sleeping. Frenzy of action. I drew back the curtains to find that, despite the morning hour, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, and a heavy rain continued to pour. Mew. Little Kong rubbed her eyes and sat up, glancing outside before sleepily stating, "Master, it's raining today." Little Kong, "Want to go fishing? How about accompanying me to the mines today?" "Okay." Little Kong delightedly snuggled closer. Just then, a thought struck me, and I hurriedly pushed her aside and leaped onto the balcony. To my astonishment, the water level of the small lake had indeed overflowed. It appeared to have just recently spilled over. Hint: the lake is flooding. Current loss of aquatic resources, 1. Thankfully, only one was lost, and the maximum capacity of aquatic resources remained intact. According to the Heavenly Tao World description, abnormal situations like lake flooding or water being expelled beyond the territory would lead to a loss of aquatic resources. While one might not visibly see fish and shrimp spilling over, they would be disappearing nonetheless. If the situation worsens, it could result in a reduction of the maximum capacity, which would be dire. A decrease in the upper limit means that even during the resource update at the beginning of the second month, recovery would be impossible, leading to a permanent loss. Without a moment to spare for personal hygiene, I frantically opened the construction page and began to build a dam. The previously constructed 20-centimeter mini wall was clearly insufficient. After checking the quantity of stone bricks available, I resolved to build a proper flood prevention dam. The dam comes in various grades: simple, sturdy, aesthetic, and luxurious. After a quick glance, I decided to construct one of aesthetic grade. Since I was building it, I might as well make it visually appealing for added points. Aesthetic flood prevention dam, per meter stone brick 50, iron or 50, gold 1. Emerald 1. The cost of this project significantly exceeded that of the wall, as the dam required more iron ore to ensure sturdiness. Upon confirming the construction, I stood on the balcony and immediately the designated spots I had touched transformed into a beautifully designed dam. The dam stands at 1 meter high and 30 centimeters thick, adorned with intricate patterns that are indeed quite lovely. However, this was not the time for admiration. I extended my finger around the lake's perimeter, replacing the original mini walls with the aesthetic dam. Please select a flood discharge point. Naturally, the dam included discharge points, which are seldom utilized. But if the water level rises and threatens from the northern direction, I could opt to release the water and wash away those troublesome intruders. Of course, this would also incur significant losses on my part. The discharge points involve creating several sluice gates on the dam. I constructed one at each cardinal direction around the dam. Once completed, the aesthetic flood prevention dam was finished. Indeed, the lake's flooding immediately ceased, and water resources were no longer lost. Though this endeavor consumed a considerable amount of my stone bricks, a glance revealed that I was now left with only 3,000 bricks. As the saying goes, plans seldom survive contact with reality, and I had to adapt. Checking the world channel, I encountered a wave of frustration. Heavenly Tao, why do you torment us so? Did you exert all this effort just to make our lives miserable? Let me share a secret. The Heavenly Tao is my son. I am the Heavenly Tao's father, simply referred to as Heavenly Father. If you're Heavenly Father, then I am the Heavenly Ancestor. What do we do about the flooding? Will it soon inundate our homes? I beg any kind soul to rescue me. I no longer wish to strive. The atmosphere was one of despair, though the regional channel revealed some constructive discussions. Portino, Centaur everyone, I believe we should dig ditches. Losing aquatic resources is preferable to drowning. Luo Yu, Earth human, it's easy for you to say. With this heavy rain, how many can actually dig ditches? What if we fall ill? Fairy, Zention led us by captives. While prices are low, let's acquire a group to dig ditches. It's a way to spend money to avert disaster. Okamoto Nichuan, why hasn't anyone built a levee? Constructing a simple levee isn't prohibitively expensive. Luo Yu, Okamoto, what kind of work did you do in the past? Okamoto Nichuan, Luo Yu, your Japanese sounds like that of a major. Luo Yu, and I just want to work with the ladies. Hichien, Earth human, can you three speak in plain language? Julai, stop using your planet's dialect in the regional channel. Hurry and find a solution. Dio, dog-headed tribe, I have a solution. Build a levee to encircle our homes so we don't have to worry about sleeping in water. The regional channel buzzed with lively suggestions, ultimately summarizing two approaches: constructing levees and digging ditches. In the group, Fong Yaman curiously inquired, what do you all think? Simple levee or digging ditches? Alina, build a levee. Alice, I also believe we should construct a levee. As winter approaches, the overall aquatic resources will be compressed. If we dig ditches now and cause significant resource loss, winter will be especially harsh. Nyoda, I have stones. Lots of stones. I love mining. If you need stones, come to me. Naker, I still have plenty of stone bricks left from the last tectonic movement. I saved some before. If you need more, come to me. Luo Yu, a simple levy 1T suffice. With this rain, who knows when it will stop. If the water level rises too high and breaches the dam, it would all be for naught. My suggestion is to construct the second type, a sturdy dam. Notice that the sturdy dam can self-regulate the ratio of iron ore and stone bricks. If you lack stone bricks, you can substitute with iron ore. And I have plenty of iron ore available. Just ask if you need some. Fong Yumming, I agree to build the dam. Naker, agreed. Nyoda, I also agree. Chapter 176, responding to disaster. Alice and Elena both concurred with the robust dam proposal. Let's commence immediately. Everyone, voice any difficulties in the group. Assistance will be provided where possible. The group members diligently engaged in their tasks, while astutely recognized a business opportunity. How many individuals possess the capability to construct dams? To weather this minor lake inundation, the majority would likely opt for excavating channels. Consequently, where would the necessary manpower for digging these channels originate? Captives and earth-burrowing animals. The previously plummeting prices of captives would undoubtedly rebound. The market responded promptly. Upon inspection of the auction house, captive prices had already recovered to 6,000. They likely began to appreciate the previous night. Possessed over 100 captives, the pirates were certainly not for sale, but as for the others, patience was key. He would have them quarry stones first, anticipating a further surge in captive prices. After breakfast, undeterred by the wind and rain, directly organized all the captives to work at the quarry, relentlessly excavating stones. Humanitarianism was irrelevant, since he intended to sell them. They would expend their remaining value before being sold. The torrential rain persisted, and while the gale was not as severe as the previous day, it still reached force 11, causing facial pain. Fortunately, the quarry offered shelter from the wind and rain, mitigating the harshness. By afternoon, captive prices had begun to skyrocket. As everyone realized that relying solely on their own labor to dig channels was insufficient. Any channel constructed needed to be substantial for effective water diversion, rendering smaller channels useless. Observe the rapid rise of the lake's water level, exceeding the flood stage by 50 centimeters, reaching 0.5 meters in height over the aesthetic dam. With the current dam height at 1 meter, the situation was precarious and necessitated further elevation. This demanded even more stone bricks. Began to question the wisdom of constructing an aesthetic dam, as its elevation cost 4 times that of a sturdy dam. Currently, captive prices had surged to 12,000 on the market. After deliberation, listed a batch of 20 captives, 10 men and 10 women, with the poorest attributes, priced at 20,000. While unlikely to sell immediately, he anticipated potential buyers in due course. Growing restless, he decided to take action. Would continue making bedding, would continue cutting stones, and would accompany him. He led the 2 endearing girls to the mine, equipped them each with a pickaxe, and instructed them to commence mining vigorously, promising them milk as a reward. Yea, and exclaimed, eagerly starting their work. S mining level was LV4, whiles was slightly higher at LV6. However, both benefited from the action frenzy buff due to sleeping in a large bed, resulting in rapid mining speeds. The rhythmic clang of their tools resembled a symphony. However, S mining speed surpassed theirs. If their mining was a symphony, his was akin to a rapper's rapid-fire delivery. The swiftness of his excavation outpaced even a rapper's lyrical output. Various iron, copper, silver ores, and stones cascaded outwards, overwhelming the rhinoceros, elephant, gibbon, and golden beetle, who struggled to keep up with the transportation. Meanwhile, the other mining expert, the Golden Scorpion King, was dispatched to the quarry to excavate stones, displaying remarkable speed, resilience, and immunity to falling rocks. Time elapsed gradually. After 3 hours, the 2 endearing girls continued to mine energetically, while began to feel fatigued. This was not due to attribute deficiencies, but rather mental exhaustion, in which he was inferior to the beast girls. Animals did not experience mental fatigue. They could work tirelessly until collapse as long as they possessed strength. However, trial participants or territory members lacked such endurance and required intermittent recreation and relaxation. After a brief respite, stretched his body and checked the notifications, discovering a pleasant surprise. Notification: the captives you listed have been purchased. In a single afternoon, all the captives priced at 20,000 had been bought, earning him a substantial 400,000. This timely influx of funds was greatly appreciated. He listed another batch of 20 captives, 15 men and 5 women, with the poorest attributes, priced at 30,000. If they sold, excellent. If not, he would accept the deposit loss. As soon as the captives were listed, a notification appeared. Warning: the water level in your territory is high and is about to flood. The embankment constructed in the morning was already on the verge of flooding. Alarmed, dashed out of the mine. He observed that the lake, whipped by the gale, resembled a bowl about to overflow. Upon inspecting the territory's stone brick reserves, he found that 50,000 had been cut throughout the day, along with a significant amount of iron ore. Without hesitation, chose to raise the dam. Raising the dam required fewer materials than constructing a dam directly, consuming resources incrementally. Raised the dam by 20 centimeters, depleting his stone brick reserves, and managed to stabilize the water level. The rain seemed to be subsiding, but knew this respite was temporary. As long as the typhoon and low pressure persisted, torrential rain could resume at any moment. He needed to persevere. After another hour of work, the captives were visibly exhausted. Reluctantly, allowed them to return to the prison temporarily, where they could bathe and eat, and were still full of energy, especially, whose stamina was extraordinary. Her mining speed showed no signs of slowing down. Upon checking her level, she had gained a mining level in the afternoon. Had also gained a mining level, demonstrating her own stamina. After an afternoon of physical labor, the two beast girls and epochs, strength and constitution had increased slightly, which was satisfactory. After dinner, the heavy rain subsided into moderate rain, providing some relief from the water level. Just as he was about to take a bath, another notification appeared. The risk of prison break in your prison has increased. Please pay attention. What? Had and epochs, T4 arrow towers just been built? Frowned and headed towards the prison with some anger. Bang! He kicked open the door, ready to unleash his anger, but the scene before him stunned him. Although confined to their cells, the male and female captives were engaged in mutual accusations and arguments. After understanding the situation, a helpless expression appeared on his face. Chapter 177. Means of balance. The emperor's heart upon returning. The first course of action for everyone was to take a bath. Luo Yu did not separate the accommodations for male and female prisoners, resulting in a rather undignified situation where the captives found themselves exposed, igniting their fury. It was evident that a reorganization of the living quarters was necessary. In truth, this oversight was Luo Yu's own doing. The opulent prison spanned 3 levels, with the third reserved for high-profile detainees. Thus, the first and second levels could easily be designated for male and female prisoners, respectively. With a resounding bang, he closed the prison gates and activated a mechanism, causing all cell doors to unlock automatically. Everyone come out, Luo Yu commanded, and none dared to disobey. Stepping out one by one, the female captives, although somewhat better off, still had the sense to cover themselves, while many of the men emerged bare-chested, a sight quite absurd. Return and put on your clothes, or I shall have to resort to drastic measures. Luo Yu bellowed in anger, causing the male prisoners to scurry back in haste. Moments later, he began to allocate responsibilities. From now on, the second level shall house the female captives, and the first level will be for the males. Do you understand? Understood. They replied in unison. In this world governed by harsh realities, there were no humanitarian regulations for prisoner management. If the Lord were displeased, the lives of a few captives could be extinguished with a mere utterance. Luo Yu and epochs' gaze fell upon the one-eyed dragon, whose head bore the marks of a brutal axe wound, stitched up with 70 threads to save his life. The scar resembled a grotesque centipede sprawled across his forehead, detracting from the prison's overall aesthetic. No wonder the prison's appearance has deteriorated. With such a sight, how could one discuss aesthetics? Luo Yu remarked with annoyance. One-eyed dragon. Find a cloth to cover that hideous scar. It is quite repulsive to behold. Yes, my lord, I shall comply, he replied hastily, returning to the matter at hand. Luo Yu continued, you will be responsible for managing all male prisoners on the first level. Ensure they are well supervised. If such a situation arises again, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, my lord, I will manage the male prisoners diligently. The one-eyed dragon stood at attention, excitement flickering in his remaining eye. This was a promotion. After all, who would not aspire for higher status? How will you prove your capability? Luo Yu inquired, his tone casual yet probing. Caught off guard momentarily, the one-eyed dragon quickly understood the implications. With a flash of malice in his eye, he struck down a fellow male pirate beside him. My lord. This blue demon instigated the ruckus. He was the first to gawk at the female prisoners bathing and even whistled, commenting on their fine figures. Is that so? Luo Yu replied sternly. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Which female prisoner did he find so appealing? Let her step forward to confirm. With that, the one-eyed dragon raised his voice. Did you hear? My lord wishes to assess the truthfulness of your figures as claimed by this blue demon. Step forward. The female captives, cowed by the lord's authority, complied and emerged. Luo Yu couldn't help but feel a vain throb on his forehead. Is it that you all believe your figures are truly remarkable? He waved his hand dismissively. Enough. This shall be the last of such occurrences. As for you, blue demon, I ought to execute you for leading the disturbance. But considering your commendable efforts in quarrying stones earlier, I shall let you off this time. You will now serve as the deputy captain for the male prisoners, assisting the one-eyed dragon. The blue demon, astonished at his reprieve and unexpected promotion, leaped up, kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I shall strive to earn your respect. He cast a glance at the one-eyed dragon, a smirk of triumph evident in his expression. While the one-eyed dragon frowned slightly, clearly plotting some form of retribution, Luo Yu observed their exchange, secretly pleased. It was crucial for a leader to prevent any subordinate from becoming too powerful and to maintain a balance of power to keep everyone under control. This was the essence of imperial strategy, a principle not meant for outsiders to grasp. Though Luo Yu had never been an emperor, he understood this concept intuitively. Similarly, he appointed a captain and a deputy captain for the female prisoners. The captain would be the White Snake, with the deputy named Red Spider, another female pirate of notable dimensions. It is interesting how both pirates and tribesmen often bore peculiar names. After reorganizing the prison, Luo Yu decided to reward the captives, announcing that each would receive a can of vegetables the following morning. The prisoners erupted in cheers, perceiving their lord as benevolent for providing them with decent accommodations and provisions. They regarded him as a living bodhisattva. Such tactics are common among certain groups. A stick followed by a sweet reward leaves one feeling indebted, even as they are sold into servitude. Upon leaving the prison, Luo Yu assessed the risk of escape. 0. There was no risk at all. He attributed this to his effective management of the prisoners. Previously, he had relied on physical means to mitigate risks, but it seemed adaptability was essential. He reminded himself of this as he returned to his villa. Moments later, Luo Yu found himself lounging in a warm bath with 4 lovely companions, transitioning into a delightful leisure time. By the way, Feya, I noticed that the milk production of those ewes has reached 100%. How does your progress compare? My progress. Feya instinctively looked down, then quickly realized and sank into the water, blushing fiercely. You are the one producing milk. Master, you are a pervert. How detestable. Losing entertainment value has resulted in a 2 increase in your physical condition. Luo Yu laughed heartily, his spirits lifting considerably. Shall Dai? Fetch me a glass of juice. Yes. Shao Dai responded eagerly, while Luo Yu entered the arena, accessing the exclusive preheat channel for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Notice, due to inclement weather, all channels in the arena are closed. Please wait until after the typhoon has passed for reopening. This announcement caught him off guard. How could a typhoon affect a virtual channel? Was the internet connection severed by the storm? Luo Yu mused, frustrated, as he had been eager to gather rare stones. After a brief moment, he accepted the juice offered by Shao Dai, taking a sip as he began to peruse the world channel. As expected, it was filled with complaints. The world channel had become devoid of substance, merely a platform for grievances against the heavens, indicating that many were suffering greatly. In the regional channel, He-Chien inquired, Yueming, are you there? Does your team need any stone bricks? He-Chien, Lu Chongwei, and the Okamoto brothers formed a small team, which also included a fire star and a zenith star. Chapter 178. Someone owes me 300,000 fong Yaming. The stone bricks are perpetually insufficient. Chan. How many do you have? He-Chien, I acquired a substantial quantity of stone bricks during a recent special event, and my team has enough. If you are in need, we could arrange an exchange. He-Chien, is Luo Yu present? Luo Yu, I and Appos, am here. He-Chien, what do you require? He-Chien, we are in need of wood to construct some defensive structures like arrow towers. Zhu Lai, He-Chien, that is quite unreasonable. Do you have any idea what the current price of wood is? It's now 1.6, and with winter approaching, trading stone for wood at this juncture feels like taking advantage of the situation. He-Chien, mind your own business. Zhu Lai, Fong Yuming, Chan, acquiring wood is indeed challenging. We do not possess an abundance either. Is there anything else you desire? He-Chien, perhaps we could exchange for some meat or vegetables. Zhu Lai, given the severe depletion of aquatic resources, are you certain you want meat? Luo Yu, that might be feasible. Zhu Lai, Luo Yu, do you have a significant amount of meat? Luo Yu, not bad. I was fortunate enough to gather some previously. He-Chien, let us trade. Indeed. He-Chien is quite astute. There have been no major animal attacks since autumn, and the recent storms have devastated many gardens and aquatic resources. Consequently, the prices of these commodities will inevitably rise. Vegetables, in particular, will soon become a necessity. Stone bricks, however, can be produced continuously. Presently, the demand is high. But once the typhoon passes, it will diminish substantially. This is an opportune moment to profit. Luo Yu agreed because he possesses a substantial amount of meat, aquatic resources, and special milk that can attract monsters, thus he is untroubled by the prospect of running out of meat. Luo Yu, the exchange rate will be 110 for meat and 115 for vegetables. What do you think? He-Chien, sounds good. We are truly compatriots now, agreed. Of course, this agreement may later prove to be heavily skewed in her favor. She appears to be incurring a slight loss now, but will undoubtedly reap substantial gains later. She promptly placed 250,000 stone bricks on the table and inquired, "Do you have 10,000 meat and 10,000 vegetables?" Seeing her decisiveness, Luo Yu responded with equal resolve, placing 20,000 meat and 20,000 vegetables. "You have plenty of stone bricks. Let us proceed with this batch, and you can restock." He Qian. All right. A moment later, a notification arrived. Transaction successful. You have acquired 500,000 stone bricks for Luo Yu. 20,000 meat and vegetables are not particularly significant. Just yesterday, he collected nearly 70,000 vegetables. The empty space now brims with stone bricks, and he immediately elevated the aesthetic dam by 1 meter. He noticed that the water level was no longer within the warning line, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Having spent 250,000 stone bricks, he still had another 250,000 left, which he need not worry about using immediately. The urgent situation has been alleviated, and with the continuous production of stone, he can incrementally raise the dam without the previous sense of urgency. Luo Yu executed transactions with Fang Yumeng, Nakuer, Alice, and Alina, each receiving 50,000 stone bricks, while Nyoda, who had abandoned treatment, was not included. Luo Yu, adding to the previous debt of silver, each of you owes me at least 300,000. Ladies, there should be no issues with this debt, right? Luo Yu sent a debt note for their signatures, including Alice. The allure of beauty is merely talk. Debts must be collected. The 4 girls readily signed the debt note, which is a universally recognized debt document in the realm of Heaven's path. If the debt is not repaid within the stipulated time, various resources from the base will be deducted. For instance, if one runs out of money upon the deadline, their houses, walls, and other structures will be dismantled and converted into stone bricks or silver to settle the debt. A rather ruthless system unless the creditor agrees to an extension. Nakuer, 321,173 silver. Luo Yu, you're quite meticulous in your calculations. Fang Yumeng, oh, there is no interest? Luo Yu, how much do you have left? I've exhausted my funds. Luo Yu, I unilaterally declare that Fang Yumeng's interest is 10 per day, compounded indefinitely. Fang Yumeng, who cares about that? Laughter. Alice, Luo Yu, I will ensure I repay you as quickly as possible. Luo Yu, no need, Sister Alice. You may repay whenever you wish. Alina, and what about me? Luo Yu, please repay me promptly. Alina, you wretched man. Naku and Appos. Fang Yumeng. Nyoda, boss, I owe you money too. Why can't I write a debt note? Luo Yu, I was just about to mention that. The money from using your photo to intimidate people can be considered a portrait fee. Please send me a couple more fearsome photos. Your images have quite the intimidating effect. Nyoda, sure. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Luo Yu engaged in cheerful conversation with everyone, feeling entirely relaxed. The tempestuous winds and rains cannot obliterate his territory, and his companions now possess enough stone bricks to weather the storm. In peace. Upon waking in the morning, Luo Yu instinctively checked his notifications. Influenced by entertainment value. Your strength increases by 2 during entertainment activities. So early, and I haven't engaged in any entertainment. Glancing at the adorable creatures nestled beside him, he quickly understood why the system perceived him as indulging in leisure. He drew back the curtains to find it still raining outside, the rainfall moderate. As last night's downpour had been intermittent, it appears the typhoon will linger for a while longer. Currently, the water level remains at 75. So overflow is not a concern for now, but today will still require efforts to collect stones. After breakfast, Luo Yu's first task was to give the beast girls haircuts. Their hair had grown quite long, which was inconvenient for work and prone to dirt. It was the perfect time to gather some of the beast girls' hair. He trimmed their hair into neat shoulder-length styles, obtaining 700 units of beast girl hair. Originally, the 4 beast girls should have yielded 400 units, but due to Luo Yu's taming level and other factors, he received nearly double the amount. Over time, the accumulated beast girl hair has reached 3,000 units, finally sufficient to craft sheets and blankets. The bedding made from beast girl hair boasts both aesthetic appeal and comfort, significantly influencing his attribute values. Naturally, the best quality is essential. Currently, he has enough critical hits, and when time allows, he will commence crafting. After the haircuts, the cheerful beast girls energetically set off to work, while the prisoners, under the guidance of their respective team leaders, proceeded methodically to the quarry to mine. Chapter 179. The Golden Armor and the Upgrade Scroll. Luo Yu took a moment to observe the condition of the prisoners. The difference between having management and being unmanaged was stark. The original group of prisoners was busy mining stones, yet their efficiency left much to be desired. However, now, with the captain and vice captain supervising, their competition seemed to fuel a fervor, with voices rising in volume, thereby accelerating their productivity and yielding a greater output of stones. With a faint smile, Luo Yu returned to his quarters and began to examine the potted flower. The sacred Amanlo flower produced a droplet of purifying water each month. He had forgotten about this previously, but now, upon meticulous inspection, he discovered a crystal-clear droplet resting on a petal. Purifying water cleanses all impurities. Can be used to purify equipment, craft high-tier potions, etc. Luo Yu carefully collected the purifying water, then retrieved the golden armor from his bracelet, allowing the purifying water to drip onto it. A radiant glow emanated from the armor, and in the next moment, a notification appeared. The purifying water has cleansed the golden armor. It is no longer the garment of a deceased. Success. Joy gleamed in Luo Yu's eyes. Although he had no need for protective gear, it could be sold or exchanged for various items. Golden-grade defensive gear was often more valuable than golden-grade weapons in the world. An anonymous human remarked, "Golden armor for a feature upgrade scroll, private message me." The feature upgrade scroll was priced at 10 million in the marketplace. The audacity to trade it for golden-grade armor was madness. Brother, you don't understand. No one buys it for 10 million. Upgrading to level 1 won't yield much of a benefit. Golden armor is essential for survival in critical moments. I don't have an upgrade scroll, but I can trade for a transfer scroll. What do you think? A personal feature replication scroll for a substantial amount of stone bricks was also offered. Luo Yu was eager for business, and suddenly he noticed someone offering a personal feature replication scroll for stone bricks. This was an opportunity not to be missed. He promptly sent a trade request, but it appeared the other party was already engaged in a transaction. At that moment, another trade request arrived for Luo Yu, and upon confirming, he was surprised to see the other party directly placing a feature upgrade scroll on the table. Troll Tribe, anonymous, quickly, give me the golden armor. Troll Tribe? This was a higher tier race, so why the urgency? Luo Yu cautiously inquired, brother, why the rush? Is something amiss? Troll Tribe, no time for your trivial concerns. Just trade the golden armor immediately. Oh? Although Luo Yu was eager for the golden armor, he was also quite curious. He replied, you need to clarify. I cannot proceed without understanding your reasons. Speak. Do you sense that something is about to happen? After a brief silence, the troll seemed somewhat impatient, but, glancing at the armor, said, heavy rains will wash away impurities. Your lowly race's territory score is insignificant to you. Just trade it. This statement held some merit. Races like trolls and blood demons boasted territory scores exceeding 20,000. Luo Yu chose not to press further and accepted the trade. Transaction successful. You have received a personal feature upgrade scroll, unlimited. The item was in hand. Although Luo Yu pondered the troll's words, his excitement was palpable, and he promptly chose to use the scroll. You have used the personal feature upgrade scroll, unlimited, upgrading your hero feature to 3 stars. Hero feature, 3 stars, maximum comfortable temperature 30, minimum comfortable temperature -30, global work speed 60, global attack speed 60, global success rate 60, personal aesthetic value 30. Luck 30. Good heavens. His attributes received a comprehensive boost, and he had activated an additional 30 points of luck. Attack speed increased by 60. His luck now stood at 60 points. What a boon. Exchanging a piece of looted golden armor for this scroll worth 10 million was a remarkable profit. This surge in power instilled Luo Yu with confidence for the upcoming Winter Martial Arts Tournament. However, the troll's words about impurities lingered in his mind. After enhancing his territory's aesthetics, his score had risen to 43,225 points. If an attack were to be based on scores, he would surely be a target. Luo Yu contemplated fortifying his territory's defenses. Just then, a trade request popped up, originating from the individual who had previously sought to exchange stone bricks for the feature replication scroll. Moonlight Tribe, anonymous, this scroll for 500,000 stone bricks or equivalent value in food. Upon seeing the request, Luo Yu immediately closed the trade window. 500,000? What a ridiculous proposition. He exited his room and made his way to the basement. Despite the rain, the villa's sterile tiled flooring felt completely dry. The basement was adorned with the blooming flowers of the vine flower, creating a lovely atmosphere. An automatic sewing machine was in operation, and little butterflies sat on a small stool, happily working away. Upon noticing Luo Yu and Appo's arrival, she quickly stood and rushed to his side, linking her arm with his, exclaiming, Master, you're here. Due to aesthetic value, you gain 2 agility while observing beauty. With an aesthetic score of 395, the attribute points were surprisingly generous. Luo Yu smiled gently. Yes, I missed you. I came to see you. Master is so kind. Little butterfly and amp. Oppos. S cheeks flushed with delight, her affection evident. After a brief conversation, a blue blanket emerged from the sewing machine and amp. Oppos. S output. Wolf skin blanket. Bedding, insulation. As little butterfly prepared to insert new fabric and fur into the sewing machine, Luo Yu chuckled. Let us create something different. I shall take the lead. Oh. Under little butterfly's watchful gaze, Luo Yu placed 300 units of beast girl hair into the machine, selected the pillowcase option, and silently recited his intention. 100-fold critical hit activated. Moments later, the output emitted a burst of vibrant colors, revealing a beautifully crafted pillowcase. Rainbow Cloud Pillowcase, Diamond Grade Resting Efficiency 15. Disease Recovery 15, Positive Buff Gain 15, Aesthetic Value 20, Territory Score 200, Comfort Level Increased. Wow, a Diamond Grade item. Master is amazing, Little Butterfly exclaimed, her joy palpable. Luo Yu beamed as well. Most pillowcases were of silver grade, and it was rare to achieve Diamond Grade with additional attributes. After all, it was merely a pillowcase. Notice, you are the leading trialist in the nearby area with an aesthetic score exceeding 400. You are rewarded with 1,000 gold and 1,000 emeralds. Chapter 180. Humans, Gods Among Ants. Having received an additional reward, Luo Yu smiled faintly, then recalled something. His large bed and bedside table, now the pillowcases, all seemed to enhance rest efficiency. Upon inspecting the attributes, he was astonished to find that rest efficiency had increased by 85. This practically meant that half the usual sleep time was sufficient to restore his energy. No wonder he had been waking up at 3 or 4 in the morning lately. Feeling incredibly refreshed, and having to count sheep for a while before drifting back to sleep, it turned out that this was the culprit. Luo Yu contemplated whether he should enter the arena in the middle of the night for some nocturnal activities, while stuffing 1,200 units of beast girl hair into the sewing machine to create a duvet cover. 100-fold critical hit triggered. Next, Luo Yu, as planned, critically struck the duvet cover and bedsheets. Despite the difference in size, the attributes were almost identical to the pillowcases, all being of iridescent diamond grade. This time, rest efficiency reached 105. Any insomniacs out there? Midnight arena, battling until dawn. Having completed all this, Luo Yu gently stroked Little Butterfly's head, and under her adoring gaze, turned and left the basement. After making diamond-grade bedding 3 times in a row, Little Butterfly's reverence for her master was like a mighty river, endlessly flowing. Luo Yu spent the following time mining, but his mind kept wandering back to what the troll had said. Would unclean entities attack territories with high ratings? Could he withstand such an assault? What defensive equipment would be most effective against these entities? While diligently mining, he pondered these questions. Suddenly, a crisp sound of metal clashing against metal rang in his ears, and Little Kong yelped as she fell to the ground. Luo Yu looked closely and saw that Little Kong had unearthed an exclusive treasure chest while mining. He quickly picked up the chest. Since there was one last critical hit opportunity, he might as well use it. Seeing that Luo Yu was about to open the chest, both Little Kong and Fei leaned in, their beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. 100-fold critical hit triggered. When the treasure chest opened, it emitted a dazzling golden light. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fist-sized piece of gold. Fei picked up the gold nugget, bit it, and exclaimed excitedly, "Master, it's gung metal." "What's gung metal?" Little Kong asked curiously. Fei put the gold nugget into Luo Yu's hand, hugged Little Kong, and giggled. "Little Kong is so amazing. Gung metal is a great treasure." "Oh, my hands are dirty. I've made you dirty too." Whoosh. Hug. Luo Yu paid no attention to the 2 beast girls. His eyes fixed on the gold brick. Gung metal, 500 units material for crafting and upgrading high-level weapons, can also be used as construction material instead of gold. Ratio, 1 gung metal, 100 gold. After carefully reading the description, he found that gung metal was generally used to make Grandmaster-level weapons and armor, greatly increasing their sharpness. Luo Yu's Moonyong dual blades were already sufficient for his needs, and he lacked the ability to craft such items. He decided to use it for construction instead. 500 units of gung metal equaled 50,000 gold. It seemed suitable for building electric shock towers. However, he had run out of critical hit opportunities, so he would have to wait until tomorrow to build them. After putting the gung metal into his storage bracelet, Luo Yu redoubled his efforts and continued mining. Various iron, copper, and silver ores were continuously produced, and occasionally, he even mined gold due to his higher level. Compared to Luo Yu, the 2 little darlings were far less productive, usually only digging up stones. But that was fine. Stones were also quite important now. Upgrading their mining levels would take time, and he considered the resources they consumed as an investment. Speaking of which, after so many days of frantic mining, the mine's resources were depleting rapidly, with only 110 remaining. This was mainly due to Luo Yu's mining, as his overall work speed was absurdly high. Well, the sooner he finished mining, the sooner he could complete the task. Throughout the day, the rain alternated between falling and stopping. By evening, Luo Yu had upgraded the aesthetic dam to 3 meters, using up all the stones he had previously collected and those he had mined today. Hopefully, there wouldn't and epochs, be any more leaks. He took a bath in the evening and gained 2 points of strength as soon as he lay down on the bed. The new bedding was incredibly effective. The little darlings also slept comfortably. They didn't need epochs, need pillows, as Luo Yu and epochs' arms and legs served as their pillows. Another beautiful morning arrived. Prompt. You have gained Frenzy of Action. 2 days. The Frenzy of Action buffs had been accumulating for almost a month. Luo Yu immediately checked the water level, which was 2 meters above the overflow level, and the dam was 3 meters high. It was still manageable. The rain outside had lessened significantly, but the wind was still howling. The clouds in the sky had been squeezed dry, yet the wind remained so clamorous. The heavenly Tao world was indeed a magical place. The 30,000 unit captives he had put up for sale had all been sold. Flood control and disaster relief efforts were underway, and there was a shortage of manpower everywhere. Life was not easy for anyone. While eating breakfast, Luo Yu browsed the world channel. He was shocked by what he saw. My aquatic product limit has decreased by 30. 30 is not bad. I dug a large ditch to drain water, and it decreased by 40. Have you seen the price of meat? I estimate that the average loss of aquatic resources for everyone in the heavenly Tao world is over 30. I watched a treasure chest float away. My aquatic resources have decreased by 70. You're all nothing. Luo Yu chuckled and posted a message. I built a 3-meter-high dam and didn't let a single drop of water leak out. Damn it. Go to hell, anonymous human. Humans, gods among ants. The regional channel was also filled with complaints, as everyone's aquatic resource limits had decreased significantly. However, in his small group, his companions were all beaming with joy. Nakor, I want to shout to the world that I didn't let a single fish escape. Fong Yaman, Luo Yu's stone bricks were a great help. I feel like I owe him. Luo Yu, is there anything we can help you with? Elena, he wants us to wear Band-Aid swimsuits. Alice, excuse me, what exactly is a Band-Aid swimsuit? Luo Yu, Elena, you know me so well. But this time, I and epochs researched a new style after discussing it with old Neo, a rope swimsuit. Do you dare to wear it? Fong Yuming. Luo Yu, are you really not going to hide your perverted nature? Naku and epochs, ha. Luo Yu is great in every way, he just loves to tease us. But I don't hate it. Nyoda, boss, when did you discuss it with me? Luo Yu, you have no sense of humor. I don't have a subordinate like you. Chapter 181. Flash floods and ancient creatures attack Nyoda. I just remembered, my leader indeed discussed this with me before. And it was I who suggested the hemp rope swimwear. Look at my memory. Fong Yuming, I thought of a word to describe Nyoda. Luo Yu, I know what you and epochs, about to say, ha. This girl is definitely thinking of and epochs, sycophant, and epochs. No, it should be and epochs, cow sycophant, and epochs. Conversations with everyone are always so delightful. After breakfast, today's agenda remains unchanged. The little beast girls continue their tasks, while the captives head to the quarry to mine stones. However, due to the ongoing sale of captives, a subtle sadness appeared in the eyes of several leaders. This team is diminishing in number. Luo Yu walked into the garden, preparing to construct an electric shock tower. Electric shock tower, basic copper or 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 500,000. The copper ore was just sufficient, and as for gold, it would be substituted with better metals. The money earned from selling captives had yielded a handsome profit, and silver was also adequate. Let us get started. Upon clicking to construct, Luo Yu silently recited a phrase in his heart. 100-fold critical hit activated. Top-tier electric shock tower. Attack range 50,000 meters, including aerial targets. Accuracy 100. Attack interval 5 seconds. Power. Instant kill for targets with less than 500 constitution. Adjustable. Another top-tier electric shock tower erected within the territory, as per tradition. Situated near the villa. The Grand Villa serves as Luo Yu's stronghold. Its defense is naturally formidable. Previously, towers were constructed at both the front and back gates, and now one was built at the left side entrance. Luo Yu nodded inwardly. He remembered from watching television and reading novels that lightning is most lethal against filth and similar entities. With 3 electric shock towers in the territory, he thought, let any demon or monster come, I fear you not. The newly constructed electric shock tower infused him with boundless courage. As he walked toward the mine, he glanced at the resource summary of the territory. Silver, 500,000 wood, 120,000 iron ore, 40,000 000 stone bricks, 1, 050 copper ore, 1, 500 emeralds, 65. 000 gold, 120, 000 platinum, 1, 000 diamonds, 0 fur and cloth, 71, 000 meat, 110, 000 vegetables, 65. 000 The current shortages were stone bricks and copper ore. Everything else seemed manageable. Speaking of which, the quantity of emeralds was somewhat excessive. It was time to consider enhancing the aesthetic appeal. In the morning, while Luo Yu was mining in the cave, he suddenly received a prompt. Geological mutation occurred at the quarry. He hurried over to witness a tragic scene. The ground of the quarry had abruptly risen with stone spikes, impaling some of the daredevils mining the stones. Overexploitation leads to hazardous events. The captives, being clever, fled immediately upon noticing the abnormality. Losing 2 was acceptable, but all the digging worms perished. All the burrowing worms were impaled. The badger creatures reacted swiftly. With only 4 casualties, intermediate intelligence is indeed much better than low-level wisdom. Looking at the one-eyed dragon and others before him, Luo Yu sighed softly. A jar cannot escape being broken at the well, and it is inevitable for generals to fall in battle. May the fallen brothers rest in peace. After this faux lamentation, Luo Yu ordered, One-Eyed Dragon, organize the men to dispose of the bodies in the incineration pit. The rest must immediately cut down all the protruding stone spikes and deliver them to Lord Jinj Sabelu. Understood. The captives promptly set to work. They could not afford another geological mutation immediately, could they? Losing 2 captives and some worms was trivial. They were daredevils after all. Who among them does not face death? As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise, these numerous protruding stone spikes were ready-made stone bricks, easily cut by little Jean. In just 2 hours, they managed to produce 150, 000 stone bricks. Standing atop the wall, Luo Yu gazed at the sky. Noticing the clouds had been drained, the water flow was under control. He intended to use these stone bricks to construct water towers and install several wind-powered water pumps. Firstly, they could harness the current wild winds. Secondly, they could alleviate some of the rapidly rising lake waters, albeit only slightly. The primary goal was to store more water in preparation for unforeseen disasters. Who knows what peculiar calamities might arise next? Wind-powered water pump, stone 10, 000, silver 500, iron or 500, requires natural wind. Aesthetic water tower, stone bricks 30, 000, iron or 1, 000, silver 1, 000, emerald 100, water storage capacity, 16 tons. This time, Luo Yu directly constructed 3 aesthetic water towers and 5 wind-powered water pumps. Utilizing the newly acquired stones, a row of wind-powered water pumps spun rapidly in the small lake, and Luo Yu heard the continuous influx of fresh water into the towers. A smile gracing his face. By dinner time, the rain finally ceased, and the once howling winds gradually subsided, prompting joyous celebrations for the end of the calamity. The group was bustling with excited chatter, as none had lost aquatic resources, embodying the demeanor of victors. As night fell, just after Luo Yu finished his shower and prepared for bed, a sudden alert came through. Alarm! A typhoon has caused a flash flood, concealing ancient creatures within the torrent. They will target territories with scores exceeding 30, 000, seeking to seize resources and core territories. Please prepare accordingly. Everyone received this message promptly, leaving them momentarily stunned. The world and regional channels erupted with activity. Oh no, ancient creatures are attacking. This flash flood will surely devastate the base. It's over. Fool. Didn't you see it's for scores over 30, 000? Do you think you can withstand a flash flood? Oh, so it's for those above 30, 000? I didn't qualify. Then no worries. Those powerful figures above 30, 000 can easily handle the flood, right? Heaven and Apo's, as punishment. This is the balance of nature. Who told you to develop so rapidly? You deserve it. In the channel, comments were rife with sarcasm. While Luo Yu had already heard the thunderous roar of the flash flood approaching from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The murky floods surged in from the eastern entrance. A mudslide. Under the terrifying assault of the mudslide, the durability of the strike formation and Apo's S-walls plummeted rapidly. Without hesitation, Luo Yu opted to repair it. Wall durability, 38, repairing. Wall durability, 71, 42. The durability of the mechanical walls was slightly higher than that of the surrounding walls, and the repair speed was also quicker, albeit at a significant silver cost. The torrential mudslide surged past the first corner, crashing into the second death corridor, wildly depleting the durability of all mechanical walls along its path. Fortunately, they were mechanical walls. The repair speed was sufficient. If they had been any other type of wall, they would have been obliterated by now. Chapter 182. The Arrival of the Tentacle Monster. The Filth Approaches. The mudslide surged through 3 bins before coming to a halt at the 4th, where an accumulation of stones and debris obstructed its path, effectively preventing the deluge from breaching the assault formation. Though the flow could not advance, it continued to pour in from the outside, threatening to overflow. At a certain moment, the tumultuous mudslide spilled over the top of the defensive wall, spreading outwards in all directions. Witnessing this, Luo Yu felt a slight sense of relief. The sound of the mudslide echoed from all around, converging at the eastern entrance. This further confirmed his suspicion that the air walls at the lower levels were not only preventing his exploration but also blocking all external entities from entering. As for the upper levels, it appeared the air walls could not deter flying creatures. In the eastern direction, the mudslide rushed outward, beginning to impact the arrow tower. Fortunately, it was a 2-star tower, primarily constructed of sturdy stone, which could be repaired rapidly. Luo Yu hastily initiated repairs, and within moments, he had expended nearly 50,000 silver in repair costs. Such exorbitance was staggering. The torrential flood lasted approximately 10 minutes, and while the overflow of mud was not particularly devastating, it did cover a significant area, primarily in the east. As the mudslide began to settle, Luo Yu's vigilance heightened. Indeed, from within the rolling mud, a tentacle emerged, a black tentacle. More tentacles soon followed, and subsequently, numerous creatures resembling squid-like monsters leapt forth from the sludge, 20 in total. Among them, the largest, comparable in size to an elephant, bore a grotesque human face that appeared exceedingly menacing. Whoosh! As the tentacle monsters materialized, the arrow tower immediately commenced firing. However, to Luo Yu's astonishment, the projectiles rebounded off their elastic bodies. Foolish lower beings, do you truly believe mere arrows can harm us? The creature with the human face spoke, its voice grating and loud enough to induce dizziness. With that, the face tentacle monster emitted another piercing scream, sending a wave of sonic energy that left Luo Yu feeling lightheaded and nauseous. The ancient malevolent tentacle creature emits a mental roar, affecting all challengers and territory members. A mental assault. Shaking his head, he glanced at his companions, who remained unfazed. They were animals, not challengers or members. Xiaojin. Oh. Xiaojin instantly grasped Luo Yu's intent and unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound wave surged forth, overpowering the creature's shriek. Gold Grizzly. The face tentacle monster's expression twisted even further in rage, as it spat out a black orb that shattered upon impact, releasing a billowing cloud of darkness. The smoke gradually formed a ghastly visage, instilling fear at first sight. My lord. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong gazed in terror at the apparition above, while even Xiao Jin displayed unease, retreating behind Luo Yu. The only exception was Feiya, who bravely stood before him. Fearful ghost face. All beings that behold the visage will succumb to a state of terror, excluding those with special abilities. This exclusion included both Feiya and Luo Yu. Feiya possessed a courage skill, rendering her impervious to fear, while Luo Yu, endowed with heroic traits, was also immune. He scoffed, if this is all you have, then prepare to perish. Crackle. 3 bolts of lightning erupted, striking 3 of the tentacle monsters. These creatures emitted smoke upon being hit, yet to Luo Yu's surprise, they did not perish. Lightning Tower. The face tentacle monster let out a piercing wail, akin to a battle horn, disregarding the arrow tower's fire as it charged towards the territory. Though they initially moved swiftly, this time their assault was noticeably slower. Thermal arrows. Despicable race, die. The face tentacle monster opened its mouth once more, releasing a cloud of black mist the size of a room, drifting ominously towards Luo Yu. Clearly, the war fog could not obscure this creature and Apos' sight. The foul mist was evidently tainted, likely harboring numerous viruses and bacteria. Being struck by it could result in immediate illness. The filthy substance threatening an assault, as the ogre had warned, was indeed vile. Standing on the balcony, Luo Yu swiftly dashed into the room to retrieve the sacred Amanro flower, which could ward off the taint of evil. This revered bloom, a master-level flower, radiated light that expanded widely, centering on the villa and Apos' balcony. The moment the black mist touched the light, it emitted a screech and dissipated entirely. Complete annihilation. The black mist was no match for the sacred radiance. You possess such a thing. The face tentacle monster shrieked. It must be eradicated. All that is pure must be destroyed. Kill, kill, kill. Its horrific visage contorted further as dozens of tentacles flailed wildly, accelerating towards the base. Boom, boom. The catapults launched their projectiles at the smaller tentacle monsters. Weakened by the thermal assault, these creatures could not evade in time, and a stone struck one directly. Boom. With a loud explosion, the tentacle monster erupted, spewing forth black ichor and flesh. Yet terrifyingly, despite losing half its body, it continued its advance, utterly undeterred. What manner of monster is this? Luo Yu was genuinely astonished. These ancient beings always managed to surprise him with something new. Without hesitation, he dialed the power of the 3 top-tier lightning towers to maximum. Instant death for those under 500 vitality. Crackle. 3 arcs of electricity surged forth once more, obliterating the 3 tentacle monsters. Chapter 183. The Electric Tower, Eternal Deity. The grotesque remains, having exploded, emitted a plume of black smoke, akin to souls being scorched by lightning, releasing haunting cries before succumbing to silence. A complete demise. Excellent. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. The faced tentacle creature, witnessing this carnage, shrieked incessantly, urging its fellow tentacle beings to advance swiftly while attempting to incapacitate the trial taker of this territory with mental assaults. In another domain, its shrill tactics might have proven effective. But alas, in Luo Yu and Appo's domain, he stood alone as the sole trial taker, endowed with heroic qualities. The prisoners, insulated from the outside world, remained oblivious. For the luxurious prison was designed to facilitate the warden's clandestine tortures, boasting formidable soundproofing. Thus, the mental attacks bore no fruit. Crackle. Another 3 bolts of lightning struck, obliterating 3 more tentacle creatures. With the unrelenting onslaught of electricity, only 10 tentacles remained. Crackle. With a flicker, 7 tentacles were left. However, it must be said that despite the thermal assault, these creatures moved with remarkable swiftness, now merely 150 meters from the city wall. You despicable beings. Once we breach your defenses, you shall find no refuge. The faced tentacle creature screeched, but was met with a barrage of arrows. A multitude of thermal arrows rained down upon them, densely packed in their descent, thanks to the newly constructed 2-star arrow towers to prevent jailbreaks. Combined with the previously established ones, Luo Yu's domain housed 10 2-star arrow towers, unleashing a volley of 100 arrows. The thermal arrows cascaded down, striking the tentacle creatures. Notably, the faced tentacle creature, charging at the forefront, was bombarded by an overwhelming number of arrows. Though its resilient skin deflected many, the force of the arrows pushed it back. If it staggered, the smaller tentacles were even less able to withstand the assault. Concurrently, the tentacle creatures sensed their body temperature rising, as if they might melt from within. The arrows, though rebuffed, imparted scalding heat. Even a single arrow transmitting a hint of thermal poison amidst such a deluge was devastating. Crackle. As they were forced back, 3 more tentacle creatures were felled by the electric tower, and one succumbed to internal overheating. Luo Yu exhaled in relief as he observed the retreating tentacle creatures. It seemed they were on the brink of annihilation. Previously, he had noticed that with each fallen tentacle creature, metallic objects seemed to drop forth. Crackle, including the faced tentacle creature. The remaining 3 were struck by arcs of electricity once more. 2 smaller tentacle creatures exploded, while the faced tentacle creature emitted smoke, evidently suffering considerable injury. All arrows now converged upon the faced tentacle creature, the last remaining foe. Under such a relentless barrage, even the formidable faced tentacle creature was sent flying over 10 meters. Its once ebony skin now ablaze with a fiery hue. It seemed to grasp the imminent peril of its existence and emitted a high-pitched wail. I shall curse you with endless terror. Crackle. Before it could finish its malediction, a trio of concentrated lightning bolts, each delivering 500 damage, detonated upon it. Curse ineffective. Such is the nature of rapid fire. Notification: you have slain all ancient creatures, successfully overcoming this flood event. You have received battle rewards, 10 free attribute points. You have attracted the attention of the ancient subterranean kingdom nearby, marking you as a target for assault. With a resounding crash, the various items expelled by the faced tentacle creature scattered across the ground. Luo Yu chuckled heartily as he descended from the villa, stepping outside. As for what kingdom might come, they would perish should they dare approach. The electric tower was no jest. The electric tower, eternal deity. Moments later, gazing at the spoils before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Congratulations! You have obtained the item, Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll. Congratulations! You have acquired 200,000 silver. Congratulations! You have garnered 10,000 gold, 10,000 emeralds, and 2,000 platinum. Congratulations! You have received 1 Earth Spirit Essence. Congratulations! You have obtained a personal trait scroll, Swift as the Wind, Platinum level. Congratulations! You have acquired the Seed of the Earth Origin Fruit. The faced tentacle creature dropped an abundance of items, all evidently of great value. He gathered them all, prioritizing the aftermath, intending to study these spoils further later. Meanwhile, the world continued its peculiar discourse, but the higher races had begun to chime in. Dragon race, anonymous, what are these abominations? Both troublesome and repugnant. Even worse than the blood race. Blood race, anonymous worm, mind your words. or I shall flay your skin. Nonetheless, I concede these tentacle creatures are indeed nauseating and vexatious. Demon race, anonymous. The mental attacks were rather intriguing. They drove my 10 maids to madness. I shall remember this debt. Angel race, anonymous. Is it not the demon race that is mad? How unfortunate. Previously, it was rare to witness such exchanges from these races. When the true higher races spoke, those who had once been sardonic fell silent, refreshing the global channel. In the regional channel, an angelic girl voiced her thoughts. Sigh. Ancient creatures are indeed difficult to deal with. Has anyone else been attacked? No one dared respond. It is said that the angel race is not only beautiful but also a formidable lineage, wielding a certain degree of racial suppression. In a small group, Fang Yuming tentatively inquired, Luo Yu. Haven't you been attacked, have you? Luo Yu replied, I was fortunate. I previously acquired a flower that counters these abominations. As he spoke, he shared an image of the holy Amanro flower in the group chat. Fang Yuming, oh my, you truly were attacked. A powerhouse with a score of 30,000 is right beside me. Simultaneously, upon seeing the holy Amanro flower, the girls gasped in awe. Elena, Luo Yu. You have nurtured the holy flower? Are you firmly aligned with Alice now? Alice, Luo Yu, this flower is so pure. You are blessed by the goddess of light. I am delighted. Naker, so beautiful. Your luck is extraordinary. Fang Yuming, is this a luminescent plant technology? So stunning. Yet, why is this flower absent from my tech tree? Chapter 184. Outrageous technology. As Luo Yu engaged in casual banter with those around him, his gaze fell upon the considerable mass of flesh and blood formed after the explosion of the tentacled monster. Contaminated flesh. Consumption may lead to various diseases. When buried, it gradually transforms the surrounding soil into cursed soil, accelerating the growth of certain peculiar plants. These remnants possess intriguing properties. Luo Yu's interest was piqued. This contaminated flesh could indeed alter the land. He had previously encountered cursed soil within Elena's domain, which proved to be ideal for the growth of bizarre flora such as the heartbreaker herb and poisonous mushrooms. Each tentacled monster shared this same beneficial effect, allowing for substantial land coverage. The corpses were not merely useful for their flesh. Luo Yu also discerned the secret of their ability to rebound arrows. Tentacled monster skin, elastic, absorbs damage and mitigates force, can be used as material for certain weapons and garments. In addition to the skin, the flesh was valuable. And upon the demise of each small tentacled creature, various materials dropped, largely comprising copper and gold. The grotesqueness of the tentacled monsters deterred Luo Yu from allowing his cute companions to handle the remains. He deemed it more fitting for the captives to undertake this task. After a brief moment, observing the 2 rows of captives before him, Luo Yu proclaimed loudly, I am aware that everyone is fatigued from the day's labor, but we must embody the spirit of continuous combat and arduous effort. Tonight, let us forego sleep to process the spoils and the corpses, and thoroughly excavate the debris from the strike zone. Is that agreeable? Yes, responded the 4 small officials, including the Cyclops, while the other captives appeared listless. Luo Yu, undeterred by their lack of enthusiasm, insisted that as long as there was breath remaining, work must continue. By the deep of night, the captives had finished collecting the spoils. The contaminated flesh was gathered in a corner on the western side of the territory, forming an area of approximately 300 square meters of cursed soil. The captives were currently clearing the debris within the strike zone. Under the moonlit sky, Luo Yu ventured alone to the cursed soil area, cautiously transplanting heartbreaker herbs. After transplantation, the growth rate of the heartbreaker herbs surged from an initial 200 to an astonishing 600 atop the cursed soil. However, Luo Yu soon realized that the cursed soil exhibited contaminating properties, gradually polluting the surrounding land over time. It was crucial to note that ordinary crops could not thrive in cursed soil. After successfully transplanting the heartbreaker herbs, Luo Yu attempted to transplant Wulan leaves, which also proved effective, achieving a growth rate of 600. The cursed soil accelerated the growth of spiritual plants as well. A smile spread across Luo Yu's face as he contemplated how to encircle this area to prevent the cursed soil from tainting other regions. This endeavor was relatively simple. Constructing a sterile wall around the perimeter and laying down sterile tiles beneath the soil would effectively seal it off. With a supply of silver at hand, he set to work. After a series of operations, the cursed soil transformed into an eerie garden, dedicated to cultivating an assortment of peculiar plants. Just then, the Cyclops approached respectfully and said, My lord, the debris consists mainly of black-spotted stones. Should we clean them before sending them to Lord Jean? Oh, Luo Yu perked up at the mention of stone bricks. What is the estimated quantity? Currently, it appears we can cut at least 200 to 300,000 bricks. Excellent. Luo Yu patted his shoulder and instructed, proceed as you suggested. As he spoke, he produced a vine whip with a flourish and said, "Cyclops, you have performed admirably of late. This whip is now yours. Use it on anyone who displeases you. Remember, this whip represents me. It is akin to an imperial decree. I trust you comprehend its significance." Understood. The Cyclops' remaining eye gleamed with excitement as he knelt to accept the whip, eagerly returning to his tasks. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and, upon returning to the villa, immediately headed for a bath. You used a diamond showerhead, washing away all impurities, gaining 1 constitution. The cute companions had long since retired, and Luo Yu luxuriated alone in the bath, beginning to examine the spoils of war. Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll grants attributes to weapons of gold grade and above, endowing them with additional effects during attacks. After a meticulous reading, Luo Yu discovered that this was akin to a special effect. Once the technology was unlocked, placing the Moonlight Dual Blades in a thermal storage box for a period would allow them to absorb stored thermal energy, which would be released during combat. In essence, a strike from Luo Yu would not only cause bleeding, but also risk causing heat stroke. Quite outrageous indeed. Similarly, the lightning box functioned in the same manner. When the Moonlight Dual Blades clashed with an opponent and oppos, as electrically conductive weapon, it could potentially electrocute the adversary. Such bizarre technologies elicited a hearty laugh from Luo Yu as he perused the relevant technology page. Weapon Empowerment Technology. Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll X1, Gold X50, 000, Emerald X50, 000, Silver X500, 000. Goodness. Just look at the cost. The price of this ludicrous technology is equally outrageous. Luo Yu recognized that as he progressed through this technological tree, not only could he empower weapons, but he could also enhance armor. It was entirely possible that an opponent's strike could result in them being electrocuted or suffering heat stroke. Who could withstand such a predicament? At present, the supply of gold was drastically insufficient, while emeralds were plentiful and silver was still required to accumulate after recently constructing a batch of sterile materials. The primary issue remained the scarcity of gold. He regretted the hasty decision to use it for the Lightning Tower. Earthly Essence, a rare treasure. Consumption grants 20 constitution. LV3 planting skill, 20 permanent immunity, 20 blood circulation, 5 aesthetic value. This treasure was significantly more potent than the previous Zhulong fruit. Luo Yu promptly poured the contents of the small vial, allowing a drop of pure white liquid to enter his mouth. Instantly, the vial vanished. You consumed Earthly Essence. Effects are being generated. Luo Yu felt a gentle warmth spreading throughout his body, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. It was a profound sense of joy, as if his very essence was celebrating the evolution of life within him. After a brief moment, the effects fully manifested. ID. Earth Summer Kingdom 23333 base score, 43835 personal score, 3397 hygiene value, 207. Current, 71 entertainment value, 151 aesthetic value, 450 strength, 183 constitution, 195 agility, 176 luck. 60 blood circulation efficiency, 120 immunity, 120 life skill, planning LV13. Chapter 185. Agile as the wind. The personal panel has been updated with 2 new attributes, blood circulation and immunity, indicating that these hidden attributes require gradual unlocking. On another note, why is there no attribute for personal aesthetics? I would like to know how charming I truly am. After reviewing the explanation of the heavenly path, I learned that the aesthetic value added by individual life forms is accounted for within the overall aesthetic of the territory, due to the varying aesthetic standards among different races. The charm attribute is deemed unnecessary. Luo Yu realizes that he has become more handsome in the eyes of humans or races with similar aesthetics. He might be considered a dashing young man. However, in the eyes of some other races, he could very well be seen as an unattractive brute or even as a potential meal. He returns to inspecting the spoils. Agile as the wind, platinum level movement ability 20, global work speed 20, immunity 20, immune to all deceleration effects. This personal trait is impressive, being of platinum grade. It is remarkable indeed. Just the immunity to all deceleration effects is extraordinary. Currently, he possesses a hero trait that provides a 60 global work speed increase. Agile as the wind adds another 20, and the diamond armor contributes 100, coupled with the long-standing frenzied movement trait, which offers a 50 work speed boost. His total has reached an astounding 230. If he were to receive additional bonuses for specific tasks and some peculiar buffs, the results would be phenomenal. However, with his personal traits now maxed out, it means he must forfeit one. Among his numerous traits, the Brewmaster trait seems relatively useless at present, so it shall be the one to go. Of course, he won't completely discard it. He must find a way to preserve this trait through other means. such as a copy scroll or a transfer scroll. After searching the auction house, he found no transfer scrolls available, but a copy scroll was priced at 800,000. Quite expensive. Luo Yu recalled a previous encounter where someone wanted to exchange a copy scroll for stone bricks and decided to send him a private message. Do you still have that copy scroll? Moonlight tried. Yes, I still have it. If you want it, you must trade food for it. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. With the rain having mostly ceased, the demand for stone bricks had diminished, and food had become a pressing necessity. All right, but the market price for food is so high right now, I can offer you a maximum of 15,000 in meat. Moonlight tribe, let us make the trade. This time, the individual was quite straightforward. Meat and vegetables were in high demand and could easily be resold for a profit. Trade successful. You have obtained a personal trait copy scroll. Luo Yu smiled lightly. Meat is something he can easily catch with a fishing net later. But this scroll is a rare find. He first attempted to use the scroll to copy the hero trait, but it failed, indicating that ordinary copy scrolls can only replicate life traits. Not even the nemesis of the insect race could be copied. Very well. Luo Yu proceeded with his original plan and copied the Brewmaster trait onto the scroll. You have chosen to abandon the Brewmaster trait, are you sure? Upon confirming, the Brewmaster trait vanished and a new slot opened in his traits panel. You have chosen to use the Agile as the Wind Platinum level trait, are you sure? Upon clicking confirm, a flash of light signaled its immediate activation. Once again, his attributes were significantly enhanced. Checking the time, it was already 2:30 a.m. Yet Luo Yu felt little inclination to sleep. Opening the map, he observed that the white dots were still in motion, indicating that the captives were diligently working. Since appointing a leader among the prisoners, he no longer needed to worry about them slacking off. Continuing to process the spoils, he noted, Guyuan fruit seed, a rare treasure, requires unlocking special crop planting technology. With soil fertility of over 350, he quickly dismissed the description. The territory's fertility was only at 206, so it was far too early for that. Reviewing the summary of other resource items, he noted that he had acquired 5,000 gold, 7,000 emeralds, 500 platinum, and 10,000 copper ore. Quite good. The drop rate from these ancient monsters was surprisingly favorable. After a brief moment, he reclined on the large bed, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, Luo Yu awoke at dawn. Having only slept for a little over 3 hours, but his sleep efficiency was exceptionally high, he woke naturally, feeling refreshed. After washing up, he strolled towards the eastern part of the territory. The impact zone had been entirely cleared, with various stones piled at the stone-cutting site. While the excavated soil formed a small mound, the captives lay sprawled on the ground, clearly exhausted. Luo Yu roused all the captives, instructing the women to stay within the walls of the impact zone while commanding the men to strip down and form a line. A water pipe was brought over, and Luo Yu, holding the hose, began washing each male captive with a steady stream of warm water. They were filthy, and he couldn't risk them entering the prison with potential germs. Though his method was somewhat harsh, the water was warm, newly piped from the bathroom. Many of the captives looked at Luo Yu with gratitude. Their lord provided them with good food, comfortable accommodations, and warm baths, truly resembling a benevolent father. After the washing was complete, Luo Yu waved his hand, saying, Cyclops, take them back to the prison. After breakfast, they should rest well. Today they have the day off. Thank you, Lord. The captives, moved, knelt in gratitude. Seeing this, Luo Yu became irritated. Why are you kneeling? I just washed you clean. Put on your shoes and get moving. Yes, they didn't even dare to retrieve their clothes, merely covering themselves modestly as they rushed towards the prison. Moments later, it was time for the female captives. Luo Yu treated them equally, requiring them to strip and stand before him, gently washing each with warm water. This time, he took considerable time to ensure they were thoroughly clean. Little Kong brought over fragrant leaves. Luo Yu, adopting a softer tone with the female captives, said, These clothes cannot be worn any longer. For now, use these fragrant leaves to cover yourselves. New prison uniforms will be provided later. Remember, everyone must cover themselves properly. Anyone who fails to do so or deliberately poses provocatively before the male captives, causing chaos, I will hand her over to my Minotaur brother. Upon hearing this, the previously blushing faces of the female captives turned pale with fear. White Snake, ensure they cover up before returning. Bring these fragrant leaves back to Cyclops. Yes, as the head of the female captives, White Snake naturally held some authority. Chapter 186, Repaying Debts Indeed. As the leader of the female prisoners, the White Serpent possessed a certain level of capability. Moments later, the female inmates departed, and Luo Yu let out a subtle sigh of relief. He felt his heart racing. To be fair, the previous scene was quite pleasing to the eye. The female captives, accustomed to hunting in the mountains, had splendid physiques. And these indigenous people bore a striking resemblance to mixed-blood individuals, aligning well with the aesthetic preferences of Earthlings, which left Luo Yu in high spirits. Hint: due to aesthetic influence, your vitality increases by 2. The added vitality indeed enriched his vigor. Henceforth, such communal bathing events could be organized more frequently. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly upon receiving the notification. The water used to cleanse the prisoners flowed through a pipeline connected to a diamond showerhead, effectively washing away the grime from their bodies, providing reassurance. Subsequently, he instructed the gibbon to collect all the garments shed by the prisoners, which were then washed with water from the diamond showerhead before being loaded onto a transport vehicle. Finally, he dismantled the pipeline, and everything was in order. By this time, the rain had ceased, and the wind had significantly lessened. It seemed the typhoon was passing. Glancing at the temperature, it stood at 7°C, already quite chilly. The autumn rain brought a swift change in weather. A moment later, Luo Yu discarded all the prisoners and epochs, old clothing into the fabric recycling station, where various materials emerged. Coupled with the considerable amount of cotton fabric salvaged earlier, he planned to create prison uniforms. The quality of the uniforms need not be exorbitantly high. They simply needed to provide coverage and some warmth. With around 60 prisoners, he decided to craft 60 sets of uniforms. Each set would require 800 units of fabric, totaling 48,000 units, which would take some time. The weather had not yet turned completely cold, so there was no rush. That evening, a notification appeared: the storm has concluded. Please prepare for post-disaster recovery. Both the world and regional channels erupted in jubilant celebration over the disaster and epochs' end. And within the small groups, everyone sighed in relief, expressing concern that if the rain continued for a few more days, the stone bricks might prove insufficient. While engaged in conversation, another notification surfaced. Due to the previous typhoon, numerous ancient flying vessels floating in the sky have been destroyed. Various debris will now scatter. Please be prepared. Naker, ancient flying vessels. Those ancient creatures are about to emerge. Everyone, be cautious. Upon receiving the notification, the reactions of the others mirrored Naker's. Luo Yu hurriedly rushed to the balcony and gazed upwards, only to witness a meteor shower. Countless luminous points were plummeting towards them. The sight startled Luo Yu. Should they land, the entire territory would be leveled. He immediately dashed back inside, scooped up Little Kong and Little Dai in each arm, and commanded, Little Jean, take Feiya and follow me. Oh. Little Jean promptly embraced Feiya, and the 5 of them leaped from the balcony, racing into the ice cellar beneath the warehouse at the swiftest pace. This ice cellar could serve as an air raid shelter in critical moments. Within the ice cellar, Luo Yu anxiously awaited the impending destruction, yet after a considerable duration, there were no explosions or shockwaves. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. The debris from the ancient flying vessels has descended upon your territory. Descended? What a fright. He exhaled heavily in relief. After leaving the ice cellar and climbing the watchtower, he observed a mass of shipwrecks to the south of his territory. It was difficult to fathom that this heap of wood had fallen from the sky, defying the laws of gravity. Perhaps this was the nature of the heavenly Tao world. Accompanied by the 4 little ones, he approached the 5 shipwrecks, which contained no ancient beings, but rather an abundance of other resources. Luo Yu decisively applied a decompression elixir to the wreckage, causing it to transform into a variety of neatly stacked resources. Wood 150,000, silver 150,000, gold 15,000, emerald 15,000, energy core of the flying vessel 1, random item chest 1. The decomposition yielded a substantial array of resources. Indeed, it was widely acknowledged that no one had suffered from an attack by ancient beings. This was a purely fortuitous event. The benefits following the calamity? Fengyaming, 30,000 wood and silver, 3,000 gold and emerald. How about you all? Elena, me too. We received identical amounts. Nakuro, me as well. Nyoda, why do I only have a third of what you all received? Alice, it seems the rewards are distributed according to territory ratings. It and Apos. Espen said that 10,000 points is 1 tier. Fengyaming, so didn't Luo Yu receive 3 times the resources? Luo Yu, well, roughly speaking. Roughly speaking, indeed, he had received 5 times the resources along with 2 special items. Fengyaming, by the way, Luo Yu, quickly trade with me. I'll return your money. Saying this, she sent a trade request. Once confirmed, she placed 100 gold, saying, here, all the gold is yours. Our accounts are settled. Luo Yu, Yumeng, you have such good credibility. A girl with integrity is the most beautiful. Should you face difficulties next time, feel free to approach me. Fengyaming, What if I can't repay the money? Luo Yu, no worries. There are alternative ways to settle debts. I have my methods. Fong Yumming. Did I take that the wrong way? I can't shake the feeling you're saying something strange. You enjoy teasing me, don't you? How annoying. Transaction successful. You have received 100 gold. Luo Yu promptly chose to destroy the loan note, thus clearing the account. Alice, Luo Yu, trade with me. I'll return your gold just like Yumming. All right. In the ensuing moments, Luo Yu traded with everyone, and his companions successfully repaid their debts. Even Nyo handed over his 1,000 gold to Luo Yu. Initially reluctant, Luo Yu found Nyo quite insistent, so he acquiesced. After all, refusing excessively could harm relationships. This round netted him 17,000 gold. When combined with his 15,000 and previous savings, he now had a total of 49,000 gold. The silver also surged, bringing him closer to unlocking weapon empowerment technology. What a delight! However, before proceeding, Luo Yu decided to address the post-disaster recovery efforts. The animals busily transported the resources into the warehouse while Luo Yu installed the energy core in the energy room, providing a steady 1,000 energy daily. In the long run, this item holds significant value. Additionally, there was a treasure chest. He would open it in the morning with a critical hit. Chapter 187. Territorial Battle. A domain of one's own, Luo Yu returned to his villa, indulging in a soothing bath while attentively monitoring the information streaming across various channels. Notification: the typhoon has subsided. The prelude to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament channel is now live, alongside a new mode update. Territorial Battle Mode. One of the 4 primary PK modes of the Martial Arts Tournament, where the territories of both combatants will be projected onto the same map. Featuring an all-encompassing battle involving various weapons, trialists, members, and beasts. Reminder, this mode is critical to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, offering even more substantial rewards. This announcement ignited excitement throughout the Celestial Realm. A new mode has emerged. The first mode, Individual Battle. The second mode, Team Battle. The third mode, Territorial Battle. The fourth mode, Unlimited Chaos. The World Channel erupted with fervor. The territorial battle has commenced. Val races, your doom is nigh. My territory boasts a score of 15,000. Let us see how many can surpass my strength. Humph, it is time to showcase true skill. Everyone, flock to the territorial battle channel. Whoever has a higher territory score. I shall marry. I am of the Succubus clan. But ISN and Amp, Oppos, the Succubus clan, one of the mightiest races in existence? Do you still seek a spouse? The regional channel also buzzed with excitement. Gang Ben, He Qian, Zhu Lai, and others expressed their exhilaration. In the group chat, Fong Yumming was the first to speak. Friends, the territorial battle is open. I shan't form a team tonight. Naker, quickly enter the channel. There will surely be a long queue. Elena, I prefer individual battles. Alice, the opening of the territorial battle should greatly benefit Luo Yu, as his territory has a score of 30,000. Nyoda, this is quite unfavorable for me. Luo Yu replied cheerfully, we are yet to understand the operational mode. Let us enter the channel and explore. He clicked on the Prelude channel and selected the territorial battle. Queuing, your current position, 5089, 427, 836, 196. This queue number is in trillions. Detected that your territory score is notably high. Queue jump permitted. Current position, 135. Oh, there are quite a few with scores higher than mine? As he waited, Luo Yu began to review the details of the territorial battle. After a brief moment, he entered the channel but was not immediately thrust into combat. An initial 5-minute period was allotted to familiarize himself with the rules and various settings. Notification: 2 disconnected strongholds have been detected in your territory. Only one can be displayed in the territorial battle. You may relocate the defenses of the other stronghold. This meant his strike base and main base were too far apart to appear simultaneously in the territorial battle. This was simple enough. Luo Yu consolidated all his 2-star arrow towers and automatic crossbows within the main base. He then familiarized himself with the rules of the territorial battle. And soon the time was nearly up. Suddenly, Luo Yu felt a dizzying sensation as he was transported to a brand new area. Before him lay a vast plain, with a 10-meter wide river bisecting it. His base was situated 150 meters from the central river, and another base stood 150 meters across the water. Presumably the territory he was to battle against. Human race, anonymous. Territory, score 43, 835 vs Snow Race, Snowman. Territory, score 20. 171. Notification: the match will commence in 1 minute. Please position your base, arrange defensive structures, and set the attack positions for territory members and beasts, etc. Goodness. This resembles a game of chess. Is the river the boundary between the Chu and Han? Now, with a minute to freely place defenses, it feels akin to positioning game pieces. Luo Yu observed that all his beasts were present, including a giant octopus and a massive serpent in the training grounds. The entire territory was projected in real time. The beast slumbered in the training grounds while he and the beast girls luxuriated in the bath. With the impending battle, this felt somewhat awkward. Having already commenced his soak, he decided to continue. Luo Yu contemplated that 150 meters was the maximum range for placing arrow towers and crossbows if he aimed to bombard the opposing territory with arrows. Positioning along the riverbank would be optimal. However, the adversary would likely do the same, leading to a potential exchange of fire as soon as the battle commenced. Moreover, the entire territory could be relocated, with the farthest point being the edge of the air wall, approximately 2 kilometers from the central river. The nearest point could be directly beside the river, though crossing it was prohibited. Luo Yu quickly discerned that in this mode, reach was paramount. Speaking of reach, the electric towers had a 5-kilometer range, surpassing the entire plain. Who would dare contest that? He decisively moved his territory to the air wall's edge. On the opposing side, 4 figures stood atop the wall. Among them was a remarkably handsome male, presumably the Lord Snowman, accompanied by a beautiful snow maiden, likely a trialist, perhaps his wife or relative. The snow race was indeed formidable, likely anticipating an alliance or merger with Luo Yu's territory later on. The other 2 were members of the territory, presumably captives who had joined. As they stood on the wall, the snow maiden exclaimed, "The human race's territory boasts over 40,000 points, my lord. It appears we are no match. Let us concede." Snowman, hearing this, replied with a hint of resignation, "We have yet to engage. It is too soon for such thoughts. Promise me, you shall only surrender to me, all right?" "Oh." The snow maiden blushed. Snowman gazed into the distance, declaring proudly, "What of 40,000? Have we not encountered human territories during our mercenary missions? This greedy race often possesses gaudy yet superficial domains, inflated scores at best. See? He has retreated to the edge of the air wall, likely trying to stretch the battle duration to 1 hour. However, the snow maiden looked ahead and hesitantly said, "The fog of war. My lord, the opponent possesses this advantage, which is highly detrimental to us." Just then, a notification floated across the sky. Human race, anonymous, has proposed a wager of 100,000 silver for this match. Do you accept? If declined, you will be automatically declared the loser. Snowman surveyed the fundamental aspects of the opposing territory and noted that they had only 1 trialist and no members. The entire territory comprised a solitary individual. Bang! Upon realizing this, Snowman slammed his fist against the wall in fury, exclaiming, "A territory of just 1 dares to wager. How audacious! Bring it on." Ignoring his wife and epochs' counsel, he staked 100,000 silver. Notification: the match will commence in 10 seconds. Chapter 188. Bloodbath. Each more deviant than the last at the moment the battle commenced, the snowman bellowed, "All 30 members within our territory, and every creature, charge forth." Yes, the 2 members behind him roared in unison, instantly preparing to charge. However, as his words echoed, flashes erupted from the distant war fog, followed by 3 arcs of electricity that struck the surrounding wall. Boom, boom. The terrifying lightning detonated upon impact, creating 3 enormous breaches in the wall, with smoke billowing from the blasted areas, presenting a truly horrific sight. "Is this lightning?" The beautiful snow woman gasped in shock, her mouth forming an O shape, while the snowman nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. The enemy, several kilometers away, was unleashing a storm of electric fury. They might possess a lightning strike tower. Let us capitalize on the lightning cooldown and charge. The snowman roared. Yet, as his words faded, 3 more bolts of lightning came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. A section of the city wall collapsed, and an automatic crossbow was obliterated in the explosion. ZZT. Boom. The lightning fired at an astonishing rate, striking every 5 seconds, leaving the opposition dazed and disoriented. The entire base was thrown into chaos. The defensive structures had become mere targets, and the members of the territory sought refuge behind the walls, praying they wouldn't be electrocuted. The snow woman, in desperation, exclaimed, "My lord, we cannot withstand this much longer. Surrender, lest we be mercilessly tormented." ZZT. Before she could finish her plea, a bolt of lightning struck her, and the beautiful lady was engulfed in an explosive flash. The snowman stood frozen, witnessing his wife's tragic demise, his gaze drifting towards the distant, war-shrouded human base. Filled with despair, it was unfathomable to comprehend what kind of being could single-handedly inflict such devastation upon their territory. Moreover, the defensive apparatus was astonishingly formidable. Meanwhile, Luo Yu reclined in the bathroom, Observing the enemy base being incessantly bombarded from his window, a faint smile gracing his lips. The lightning strike tower, truly a divine marvel. Notification: the enemy has chosen to forfeit the contest. You have emerged victorious in this territorial war. You have received 100,000 silver. With only 100,000 silver remaining, Luo Yu now possessed a total of 200,000. As the notification appeared, the world around him spun, and he found himself in an expansive room containing a golden egg. Territorial wars could only occur once daily, granting a single opportunity to smash an egg upon victory. This time, Luo Yu opted not to aim for a critical hit but to simply strike and test his fortune. Bang! As the hammer descended, a notification emerged. You have obtained an item. Fertility Cultivation Box, Golden Grade. 1. Fertility Cultivation Box, 1 square doubles fertility. Amidst the flickering light, a wooden box appeared. Empty for now, which he decided to investigate later. After cracking the golden egg, Luo Yu and epochs' consciousness returned to his original form. He first examined the state of his territory. The arrow towers and automatic crossbows that had been relocated during the assault were still intact, as the territorial war merely projected a virtual battle without affecting reality. The Snow Woman's explosion was nothing more than being expelled from the channel. There would be no real-world consequences. Luo Yu realized that the model of the territorial war was essentially a contest of defensive equipment. The lightning strike towers, as long-range and precise defensive structures, proved immensely effective. Yet, he understood that the lightning towers were not invincible. If the enemy possessed lightning rods or electromagnetic attraction devices, their power would be significantly diminished. To remain undefeated, comprehensive development was essential. Not only must they have lightning towers, but they must also research and develop eccentric defensive mechanisms like thermal bombardment cannons and wind blade launch towers. In his heart, Luo Yu eagerly anticipated achieving a commendable rank in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. It was not imperative to break into the top 100 of the entire Heavenly Dao world. He was self-aware enough to know he was no match for the super races. Those monsters could easily shatter dimensions, and he simply wished to secure a spot within the top 10 of the region. Beyond the rewards, ranking within the top 10 would grant him certain official positions bestowed by the Heavenly Dao, yielding a greater income each month, colloquially known as a salary. Furthermore, holding an official title would unlock additional benefits. Although specific rewards had yet to be revealed, these were all aspirations of Luo Yu. As the first round of territorial PK concluded, participants emerged, engaging in fervent discussions across world and regional channels. Encountered a vampire with a territory score of 50,000. And he obliterated me in an instant. I lined up a row of automatic crossbows across the river and took out my opponent. The insect race's territory resembles a massive anthill. Their name holds true. Those Taurus folks are worthless. What a pathetic territory. I want to report the goblin race for cheating. Are you a pack of wild dogs on the grasslands? I just encountered a territory rated at 100,000, filled with over 70 goblin trialists. What a joke. Brother, what's your deal? I faced a single human trialist whose territory scored over 40,000. He opened with 3 lightning strikes and annihilated my wife. What? A single person with a score of 40,000? You must have encountered a superhuman from the human race. Brother, that was a lightning strike tower, and 3 of them at that. You truly drew the short straw. Me? I ran into the celestial demon race. You and epochs were even worse off. Are you all right? Man, you've hit rock bottom. Amidst the lively discussions, Luo Yu observed the chatter for a while but found no particularly fruitful topics. No technical discussions on how to position defensive setups. Everyone simply boasted about their own electric strike towers, which he found rather tedious. He then attempted to re-enter the personal battle and team battle channels in the martial arts tournament's warm-up area, eager to secure a few more victories and smash another golden egg. However, he soon discovered he could not enter. Each day allowed for only 1 golden egg smash. And after that, no further warm-up channels could be accessed. Very well, I'll just head to the arena for a bit of fun before resting. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the curtains, and the storms had completely subsided, with the sun shining brightly once again. The muddy ground was finally in for some improvement. Today was a day filled with tasks, starting with planting a variety of crops. Upon reaching the vegetable patch, Luo Yu first examined the fertility enhancement box he had acquired yesterday. Chapter 189, The Luxurious Workspace. Luo Yu filled the box with soil and, after reviewing the instructions, discovered that the fertility of the soil had reached an impressive 412. Indeed, it had been enhanced to twice its original level. The seeds of the earth fruit required a fertility level of over 350, and this certainly met that requirement. Overjoyed, Luo Yu buried the earth fruit seeds and silently chanted. Critical hit triggered. The seeds, once buried, began to sprout and grow vigorously at a visible pace, transforming into a small seedling in no time. Earth fruit shrub. Current growth progress. 33. 33. A single critical hit could hasten growth by a third, meaning harvest would be achievable in just 3 days. Truly remarkable. To prevent these precious fruits from being pilfered by passing birds, Luo Yu promptly moved the box to the balcony, allowing the silver-armored ladybugs to bask in the sun and vigilantly guard this rare treasure. Having completed this task, Luo Yu began sowing seeds. Various vegetables, fruit trees, cotton, aromatic leaf trees, and red thunderwood, previously blessed with bountiful harvests, were now being sown one by one. This was a grand undertaking, and he, along with Shao Kong and Fei Ya, commenced the labor. The captives continued their work in the quarry. As the new prison uniforms were yet to be completed, they persisted in their tasks draped in leaves. To avoid unnecessary complications, they divided their labor by gender. The male captives gathered stones in the morning and cleaned the territory in the afternoon, tending to weeds and pest control, leveling uneven ground, and attending to various chores. The female captives worked in the quarry in the afternoons and handled miscellaneous tasks in the mornings. Clear division of labor ensured they never crossed paths. Xiao Dai was diligently crafting the prison uniforms while Xiao Jin continued his usual stone-cutting work. Life passed peacefully for 3 days. All vegetables and fruits had been sown, and 5,000 aromatic leaf trees were planted. The prison uniforms were completed, providing the captives with new attire. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. And now this group of captives appeared far more presentable. On the balcony, Luo Yu carefully harvested the now mature earth fruit. You have obtained earth fruit 1. Earth fruit seed 1. Your planting skill has improved. Current level, LV 14. After harvesting, the shrub vanished, leaving a pale yellow fruit and a seed in Luo Yu's palm. As he buried the seed, he gazed at the fruit in his hand, delight evident in his eyes. Earth fruit, strength 20, agility 20, constitution 20. Blood circulation efficiency 10. Goodness, this was significantly more potent than the Zhulong fruit. Just before consuming it, the thought of achieving a critical hit resurfaced in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. While a critical hit might yield abundant points, it equated to consuming 100 earth fruits at once, which posed a substantial risk of fatality. The critical hit description had mentioned this. Luo Yu was adventurous in many respects, but he was unwilling to gamble with his own life. It was wiser to steadily accumulate attributes. Upon consuming the earth fruit, a warm sensation surged from his lower abdomen, and Luo Yu felt an unparalleled sense of comfort wash over him. Checking his status panel, he noted significant changes. ID. Earth Summer Kingdom 23333 base score. 43,895 current territory resources. 201 current or resources. 206 personal score. 3457 sanitation level. 207. Current. 188 entertainment value. 151 aesthetic value. 450 strength. 195 constitution. 217 agility. 199 luck. 60 blood circulation efficiency. 140 immunity. 140 global work speed. 230 attack speed 60. In recent days, he had accumulated a substantial amount of stone, likely due to a stroke of luck while cracking eggs, which had yielded a significant amount of gold. It was time to construct the luxurious workspace. Luxurious workspace. Stone 300,000, silver 50,000, iron or 50,000, copper or 50,000, gold 5,000, emerald 5,000. The workspace would be situated in the plot of land between the villa and the warehouse, allowing for convenient access to materials and a quick return to the villa after labor. Without further ado, he initiated the construction. Upon confirming, a radiant glow surrounded him as a beautiful 3-story building materialized. This was the workspace. Luo Yu chose a sleek, deep gray technological aesthetic for the exterior, symbolizing the future advancement of technology. The overall area was similar to that of the entertainment room, and its interior, like the original entertainment space, was completely bare, a mere shell of a room. Currently, the workspace would house the automatic sewing machine, fabric recycling unit, and forging table, while the cooking station remained in the kitchen. This meant that 1 floor sufficed for now. The 2nd and 3rd floors would not be needed just yet. As was customary, he began adorning the space with carpets, walls, sterile tiles, and decorative lighting to enhance both beauty and sanitation. Comfortable and aesthetic high-end carpet, per square meter various furs 90. Cotton, fabric, 30, silver 30, gold 3. Attractive wall interior, per square meter stone bricks 10, silver 10, emerald 3. Gold 1. Sterile floor tiles, per square meter stone bricks 100, silver 100, iron or 50, gold 5, after a flurry of operations. The first floor of the workspace transformed into a splendid sight. Luo Yu relocated the workstations, completing the first level of the luxurious workspace. At this moment, the little ones had arrived, their bare feet delightfully padding on the carpet, each brimming with joy. Particularly Xiao Dai, who had spent so long working indoors, truly appreciated a beautiful environment. Moreover, beyond mere aesthetics, the luxurious workspace increased overall work speed by 50. Otherwise, could it even be termed luxurious? Notice, due to aesthetic value. Your strength 2. Notice, due to entertainment value, your agility 1. Observing the excitement of the little beast girls, a gentle smile graced Luo Yu and Appo's face. He opened the furniture page, preparing to construct a sofa. Comfortable luxury sofa. Fur fabric 2000, gold 500, emerald 500, silver 10,000. Enhances resting efficiency, aesthetic value, and comfort level. Luo Yu promptly crafted 3 individual sofas, ensuring greater comfort while working. As the light shimmered before him, 3 luxurious sofas appeared, with Xiao Dai eagerly taking a seat, giggling, so soft and comfortable. The little ones joined her, while only Xiao Jin, maintaining his composure, stood beside Luo Yu with a subtle smile, observing the scene. Glancing at the territory score, Luo Yu was astounded. His efforts had elevated the score to an impressive 49,556, a remarkable increase. Chapter 190. Oolong cigarettes. Luo Yu understood that the lavish workspace did not solely account for the high ratings. Rather, it was the opulent carpets, walls, and sofas that contributed significantly to the score. He glanced at the resources currently available in his territory: silver, 50,000 wood, 118,000 iron ore, 3,000 stone bricks, 5,000 copper ore, 1,500 jade, 60,000 gold, 0 platinum, 1,500 diamonds, 0 fur and cloth, 14,000. This situation left him in dire straits, with jade being his only remaining asset. Although jade is nearly as precious as gold, its utility is not as expansive, resulting in a market selling jade at a ratio of approximately 1:70. Luo Yu found this pricing unsatisfactory, especially when gold trades at 120, highlighting the discrepancy in value despite their similar rarity. Contemplating ways to earn money, Luo Yu decided to sell seafood in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin remarked, "Master, I recall that placing a toolbox next to the workbench can enhance work efficiency. Additionally, could you construct a cutting table near the quarry and mine to improve productivity?" Excellent suggestion, Luo Yu acknowledged with a nod, impressed by the keen intellect of his animal companion, who sometimes outsmarted him. With many constructions to undertake, the captives resumed their tasks while the adorable creatures busied themselves. Luo Yu stood on the balcony of his grand villa, retrieving a random treasure chest he had obtained earlier and silently invoking its magic. Critical hit triggered. Congratulations. You have received the item. Invisibility Cloak. Invisibility Cloak, a one-time use item, renders the user untouchable for 30 seconds after activation. Upon reading the description, Luo Yu realized this was a life-saving garment. While he could not be attacked, he could still strike back. Regrettably, it did not grant him the ability to become invisible as he had fantasized. Had it done so, its applications would have been manifold. Chuckling, he stored the cloak in his storage bracelet and set forth on his plan to generate revenue. With only 50,000 silver remaining and the ratings needing to surpass his silver reserves, he felt rather impoverished. The method he had devised was to sell cigarettes. The previous bountiful blessing had accelerated the growth of the recently planted Ilan leaves, yielding a substantial 20,000 units of leaves and stems, which could be dried and transformed into cigarettes. Drying necessitated fire, which posed a risk. A sudden gust could ignite the territory. To mitigate this, he erected a substantial wall outside the base, encompassing an area of about 50 square meters, and laid fire-resistant tiles around the perimeter to minimize the chances of a wildfire. He first crafted some racks from iron ore to hold the Oolong leaves and stems, then laid down wood and ignited a fire, which blazed vigorously. While the earth may have alternative methods for cigarette production, Luo Yu understood from the instructions that this was how Ilan leaves were processed. Observing the once damp leaves drying, he smiled faintly and proceeded to the mine, leaving Shao Kong to monitor the fire to prevent overdrying. As afternoon arrived, Luo Yu returned to the smoking area, extinguished the flames, and collected the dried leaves and stems. After placing a new batch to dry and exchanging a few words with Shao Kong, he moved to the workspace. He began by shredding the stems into fine tobacco, and then commenced the meticulous task of rolling. Despite the intricacy, Luo Yu worked rapidly, managing to roll one Ilan cigarette in just 30 seconds. After an entire afternoon of labor, he paused, fatigued, gazing at the mound of yellow Ilan cigarettes before him. He had rolled a staggering 500. Lighting one, he took a puff and found the flavor pleasant, even as a non-smoker. He experienced none of the harshness typically associated with cigarettes. After a few puffs, he discarded the cigarette, concluding that smoking held no merit for him. Perhaps if he could develop a variant that could enhance attributes, it might be worth indulging in. Ulan cigarette. Rich flavor, addictive, withdrawal time, 1 hour, withdrawal symptoms, mild. Causes slight bodily harm, immunity for those with over 100 constitution, no entertainment value. The 1-hour withdrawal period indicated that once addicted, one would require a cigarette every hour to avoid withdrawal symptoms. To Luo Yu and epochs, as astonishment, the cigarettes provided no entertainment benefits, implying that smoking was merely a waste of silver with little else to offer. The only justification for smoking was to satisfy one's craving, nothing more. Lacking cigarette packs or similar items, he decided to list the cigarettes directly on the auction house. The cigarette market was entirely untapped, and Luo Yu believed he should not sell them too cheaply. He aimed to transform cigarettes into a luxury item, akin to the tactics employed by capitalists on Earth, light luxury. Pricing was crucial. The cigarettes needed to be affordable yet would likely require one to subsist on instant noodles for a fortnight afterward, presenting an air of prestige. He set the price of one Ulan cigarette at 100 silver. With the mining level of the current population elevated and more members in the territory, the silver output had increased. 100 silver was trivial. He listed all 499 Ulan cigarettes and sent out a message across the world. Human race, anonymous Ulan cigarettes are now available in the auction house. Interested parties may purchase them. Smoking is harmful to health. Please buy with caution. Oh my. Cigarettes. Ulan cigarettes, my heavens. I have been holding back for half a year, buying immediately. A cigarette after a meal, bliss akin to that of a deity. I humbly inquire, what are cigarettes? A specialty of the galaxy, a most pleasurable indulgence. This brief advertisement ignited a frenzy, with the Ulan cigarettes being sold out within 3 minutes, netting Luo Yu an immediate profit of 50,000 silver. Oh, how delightful. This is the essence of cigarettes. Quite enjoyable. It feels better than Li Kun and epochs, S brand. In previous times, it would have cost 100 silver per pack. How much advertising fee does Li Kun offer? I'll double the price for Golden Leaf. This galactic specialty. Truly remarkable. Is the brother selling cigarettes still around? Continue listing. You only sold a few hundred. Are you jesting? Brother selling cigarettes. Do you have a feminine version? Instantly, feedback regarding the new product poured in, with seasoned smokers offering resounding praise, a veritable tide of accolades. Concurrently, Luo Yu received numerous requests for transactions, with many hoping to purchase cigarettes individually. Chapter 191. Fierce Pirate Assault. Naturally, Luo Yu could not sell his goods alone. Scarcity enhances value. If there were a large supply, the price of the cigarettes would plummet. By 9 o'clock that evening, all of the Ulan leaves and roots had been thoroughly smoked and stored in the warehouse. The process of making cigarettes is rather meticulous, and the captives were not permitted to engage in such detailed work. They were only allowed to perform coarse tasks. Within the territory, the 4 adorable creatures were assigned various duties. One was cutting stones, another was making bedding, and yet another was fishing. Currently, only Feya had any spare time. Her assigned task was to maintain cleanliness in the villa and entertainment room, areas inaccessible to the captives, relying solely on her efforts to uphold a high standard of hygiene. Regrettably, the task of producing cigarettes still required Luo Yu's direct involvement, though he could occasionally teach Feya. That night, Luo Yu entered the territory war channel as usual, joining several teams. Upon entering the match, he found himself on the same map once more. This time, he faced a Centaur tribe's challenger, whose base was quite simple, equipped with a few defensive crossbows and a group of base members alongside animals. The electric towers swiftly dispatched the opposing forces, leading to a surrender, and Luo Yu was teleported to the egg-smashing room. With a resounding crash, he uncovered a substantial chunk of gold. What a delight! On the following day, Luo Yu spent the morning mining and the afternoon crafting cigarettes, securing a profit of 50,000 silver. As night fell, he once again entered the territory war channel to smash eggs. This time, however, he activated a 100-fold critical strike. With a resounding smash, he struck 2 pieces of amethyst. How marvelous! With this preheating channel, he could finally hope to collect and open a personal attribute slot. Another day dawned, and after enjoying breakfast, Luo Yu checked his stock of stone bricks, which had reached 300,000. He approached the mine, preparing to construct a small workshop primarily for stone cutting. This way, the stones extracted from both the quarry and the mine could be directly cut into finished products, significantly reducing transportation time. Additionally, since there would be no need to cut stones within the base, the hygiene value would improve, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. Although it was a small workshop, it should not be shabby. Maintaining his usual style, it would be a luxurious workspace, just reduced in size. After a series of clicks, a beautifully designed little house appeared before him. Stepping inside, he found the area to be approximately 150 square meters. Luo Yu invested some resources into decorating it, immediately enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Alert! Your territory score has reached 50,302. You are the first challenger in this area to attain a score of 50,000. Additional reward, 10,000 gold. Splendid. Upon seeing the notification, a smile crept onto Luo Yu's face. This small workshop had proven profitable, yielding a significant return. However, before he could revel in his joy, another alert appeared. Warning, the wealth of your territory has attracted the attention of nearby indigenous forces. The Blackwind pirate group will launch an assault on you. Oh, rather than being alarmed, Luo Yu felt exhilarated. If the reward of 10,000 gold was a substantial gain, then the impending attack from the Blackwind pirates was a bonanza. These pirates were formidable individuals endowed with explosive attributes. Moments later, Luo Yu returned to the villa and gathered all the animals. However, after a brief wait, a howling sound echoed from the eastern sky. Warning, 50 pirates are invading your territory. 50 individuals. An increase from before. The gleam of delight in Luo Yu's eyes intensified. Small black dots appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching. In the next instant, the electric towers sprang into action. Zzz. 3 bolts of lightning shot forth simultaneously, but the leading female pirate unexpectedly hurled a silver needle. Zzz. 2 bolts of lightning were diverted and struck the needle, while another bolt struck a pirate, sending them plummeting to the ground. During the pirate assault, Luo Yu had adjusted the attack power of the lightning towers from 500 to 100, aiming to capture more individuals. Yet this time, the enemy had thrown out a lightning attractor. Clearly, they had devised a strategy to counter the lightning. Charge. Eliminate all beings in the territory. Seize everything. Rescue my brother. The pirate leader, a young woman of remarkable vigor, commanded. Zzz. Another 3 bolts of lightning were unleashed, but this time 1 bolt was attracted, striking the ground where the lightning attractor fell, creating a crater and igniting a patch of grass. Meanwhile, the other 2 bolts struck 2 pirates, spiraling downwards, their fates uncertain. The scene before Luo Yu caused him to furrow his brow. The lightning attractor was indeed an unforeseen tactic. This meant that by periodically throwing the attractor, they could nullify the attacks of his lightning towers. Whoosh! The pirate horde accelerated towards him with remarkable speed, just as Luo Yu surmised. The female leader threw another lightning attractor, and this time her luck was favorable, drawing 2 bolts of lightning away while losing only 1 pirate member. 3 lightning towers? The female leader furrowed her brow slightly, surprised to find more than the intelligence had indicated. Yet she wondered why the lightning attractor could not completely evade the strikes. Beside her, a scar-faced pirate shouted, "Captain, the lightning attractor cannot fully evade the lightning. It must be that the Lord possesses exceptionally high luck." Luck, the female leader realized. While the lightning attractor had a significant probability of diverting the lightning, if the opponent's luck was high, it would diminish that probability, preventing it from functioning effectively. The thought ignited a flash of anger on her face. The lightning attractors were costly, and to have them suppressed by luck was difficult to accept. Charge. Full speed ahead. Plunge into the fog of war. On the other side, Luo Yu began to comprehend that his luck was indeed making an impact. Whoosh. Below. The 2-star arrow towers continued to unleash heat arrows, with more pirates succumbing to the heat. These losses were anticipated, as the pirates seemed determined to rush into the fog of war to eliminate Luo Yu as an enemy. Another lightning attractor was hurled, drawing away 2 bolts of lightning. Observing the rapidly approaching pirates and the grassland now ablaze, Luo Yu's previously relaxed expression turned slightly grave. Truly, pirates demanded earnest attention in battle. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved an item, a spiked chestnut. Upon use, it soared forth with remarkable speed, hurtling towards the female leader. Chapter 192. The Fierce Pirate Assault. What is this? The agility of the female leader seemed extraordinarily high. Instinctively, she ducked her head and narrowly evaded the strike. Unfortunately, it was not an arrow but a self-tracking projectile. After being dodged, the chestnut-shaped object spun in midair and turned back, crashing directly onto the black eagle beneath the female leader. Bang! With a dull thud, the black eagle fell into a state of unconsciousness, plummeting straight down. Leader! The pirates exclaimed in shock, watching as the female leader was about to fall to the ground alongside the black eagle, likely to meet a gruesome fate. Yet, at the very moment of impending doom, the female leader suddenly leaped off the black eagle. Thud. The black eagle shattered upon impact, while the female leader landed gracefully on the ground. Drawing another thunder rod from the pouch at her waist, she hurled it forward with force. Crackle! 2 bolts of lightning struck the thunder rod, and upon witnessing this, a hint of a cold smile appeared on her lips. Brother, I will definitely rescue you, she murmured to herself, charging into the fog of war ahead. Oh, this woman is quite formidable. Luo Yu observed the approaching female leader, his eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. However, it was merely a fleeting moment of surprise. He harbored no substantial concern, even if she could weaken the lightning tower. It was merely the beginning. The pirate group in the sky charged swiftly, closing in on the fog of war. At that moment, the arrow tower unleashed its fury. Unlike before, 4 new 2-star arrow towers had been added. As they entered range, a torrential rain of arrows surged forth, knocking down 7 or 8 pirates in an instant. Charge! The female leader, also in the midst of her charge, roared. The pirates above appeared invigorated, gritting their teeth and braving the hail of arrows. After suffering the loss of a dozen pirates, they surged to within approximately 50 meters of the fog of war. Victory was within reach. But suddenly, a tiger and epochs' roar echoed through the air. Roar! The tiger and epochs' cry commanded the forest, and at the sound, all the black eagles were startled, circling in the air and too frightened to proceed. 2 of them even plummeted to the ground in fright. The black eagles, without exception, fell into a state of terror. What a powerful roar! The female leader cleaved a rock that was hurled at her in 2 with her long knife, her eyes wide with shock. She had not anticipated such a fierce creature in this territory. Looking up, she saw the black eagles circling in fear, hovering in a range engulfed by the arrow rain, rendering them sitting ducks. Crackle! 3 more bolts of lightning shot forth, this time taking down 3 pirates. The lightning tower prioritized targets closest to it, and the last thunder rod thrown landed 150 meters away, while the pirates had already charged to within 50 meters. The lightning was practically greeting them at close range. Witnessing the rapid losses among the pirates, the female leader made a decisive call, roaring, "Everyone jump off the black eagles and rush in on foot." The pirates, being fierce individuals, knew that only the ruthless could thrive as pirates. Upon hearing her command, they began to lower the black eagles, leaping down from heights of over 10 meters, landing with minimal harm. "Leader, we're coming." The remaining 20 or so pirates rushed to the side of the female leader. As she deflected the rain of arrows, she shouted, "Charge in. First, find the prison, and be sure to rescue my brother, the Cyclops. Charge." The pirates bellowed as they surged forward. This group was truly formidable, moving with incredible speed, their long knives able to deflect arrows, their agility making them difficult to hit. Of course, despite their prowess, they were not invincible. Occasionally, they would be struck, and these arrows, unlike ordinary ones, would cause overheating upon impact. Even the most robust among them would find their mobility compromised. After a brief moment, 4 pirates were struck in their limbs, feeling dizzy as they collapsed to the ground. From the balcony, Luo Yu observed the pirates struggling to advance below, sighing softly. The 2-star arrow towers have limited lethality against these high-attribute pirates. Indeed, Master, Xiaojin nodded. These 2-star arrow towers, compared to ordinary ones, merely increase the number and range of arrows fired. The speed of the arrows remains unchanged. With agility around 120, they can easily evade. Beside him, Xiaodai remarked, "Master, the pirates are very close now. Should I deploy my enchanting butterfly powder?" Her butterfly powder was also an area attack, capable of significantly reducing the opponent's and epochs' mobility. Once unleashed, the pirates would surely be doomed. Curious, Luo Yu inquired, "How long does it take for your powder to fully accumulate?" 3 days, came the reply. With a smile, Luo Yu said, "Then save it for now. We shall use it only when absolutely necessary." He then turned to Shao Kong and Fei Ye, asking, "What is the distance from the balcony to the enemies? Is it within your range?" "I can. So can I." The 2 little ones eagerly raised their hands. Shao Kong retrieved a slingshot, pulling out a small black-spotted stone from his waist and launching it with a swift motion. A male pirate, who had just narrowly dodged a volley of arrows, suddenly sensed something and attempted to sidestep. However, the stone and epochs' speed was too great. He barely had time to react before it struck him. Thud. The stone hit the pirate squarely on the forehead, causing him to fall to the ground, dazed. Swish. 2 more stones struck another pirate, knocking him down as well. What kind of defensive weapon is this? The female leader, witnessing her fallen comrades, was initially shocked, but that quickly transformed into sheer astonishment. Suddenly, a flurry of darts flew out from the fog of war, all aimed directly at her. Clink, clink, clink. She managed to deflect several darts, exhaling softly as she looked down to find one had sliced through her pants, leaving a trace of blood on her snowy thigh. Turning her head, she saw 2 companions unable to evade, struck by the barrage of darts, falling dead on the spot. Their physical attributes were above 120. Who threw these darts? The force must exceed 150. The female leader gritted her teeth in anger, seizing the corpse of a pirate and using it as a shield. Seeing this, the others followed suit, immediately using the corpses as shields. On the balcony, Faya again reached into her small pouch, pulling out a handful of darts. And with a sharp cry, she hurled them with all her might. Chapter 193. The act of sacrificing a sister. In this instance, at least 20 darts were hurled, each exhibiting remarkable power. Luo Yu cast a peculiar glance at Faya, initially believing that she would throw the darts one by one, only to discover she unleashed them in waves. Is this adorable little lamb truly a human-shaped shotgun turret? Who could withstand such onslaught? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the rain of arrows, powerful darts and stones were unleashed, causing the surrounding pirates to fall one after another. The final 30 meters transformed into a veritable realm of death. A flicker of despair glimmered in the eyes of the female leader. Suddenly, a fierce sound of wind slicing through the air reached her ears. Instinctively, the female leader turned to see her capable assistant, a middle-aged pirate, struck violently by a spear. Blood gushing forth. Indeed, he was struck rather than pierced. The spearhead was wrapped in thick cloth, suggesting that the thrower intended to spare his life. Want to live? The female leader seethed, her teeth clenched. Despicable lord, if you wish to kill us, then do so. We shall not be taken captive. Her voice resonated, causing the remaining pirates to exchange glances, fear etched across their faces. Even the lowly ants strived to survive. After all, they were all pirates, villains, not noble heroes. Being captured was surely preferable to death, was it not? Leader, perhaps we should retreat? Murmured another female pirate, only to be met with a fierce glare from the leader, causing her to shrink back in silence. In that moment, the fighting spirit of the pirates plummeted. Suddenly, amidst the war fog ahead, a familiar voice echoed, "Little sister, do not advance any further. The Lord has declared he will kill me. Surrender quickly, brother." Upon hearing the voice of the one-eyed dragon, the female leader and epochs, heart jolted. Yet, in that instant, a chestnut flew through the air, striking her squarely on the forehead with a resounding thud. A sneak attack, despicable lord. The female leader felt stars dance before her eyes. After valiantly holding on for 3 seconds, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Moments later, the attack ceased. Notification: you have successfully repelled the pirate assault. The Black Wind Pirate Group's animosity towards you has increased. You have gained 12 free attribute points. Upon seeing the notification, a smile crept across Luo Yu and epochs' face. Coupled with the previous 10 points, he now possessed a total of 22 points to allocate. He invested 8 points into strength, 7 into agility, and 7 into constitution. Strength, 206 constitution, 214 agility, 208 now. Let us proceed to capture some individuals. The effort extended well into the night, resulting in the capture of 19 high-attribute pirates and 23 Black Hawks. Without a doubt, this haul promised immense wealth. Among them, the female leader boasted the most formidable attributes. Her name was Hong Li, with a strength of 170, agility of 209, and constitution of 166. Furthermore, she possessed a unique trait, nimble movement, granting her a 30 evasion rate. It was no wonder she could swiftly evade the chestnut attack. This trait, combined with her high agility, made her exceptionally formidable. Just look at those attributes. She far surpassed her brother, the one-eyed dragon. Setting aside innate skills, her attributes could nearly rival those of Faya. Faced with such fierce capabilities, Luo Yu felt a twinge of desire to recruit her. The other pirates displayed attributes averaging around 125 points, suggesting that, if sold in the market, they would fetch a staggering price. In addition to the captives, there were also 40 hand crossbows, bringing the total to 71 when combined with the previous stock. Previously, these crossbows were sold for 10,000 silver coins each in the market, comparable to the price of the captives. Moreover, the Black Wind Pirate Group was bursting with wealth, accumulating various treasures such as gold, emeralds, and copper ore, significantly enriching the territory. Luo Yu tended to the pirates and epochs' injuries, elevating his medical proficiency considerably. In summary, while the intensity of the pirate assault was high, the benefits far outweighed those provided by the tribe. Luo Yu meticulously arranged 3 lightning rods. Though the assessment increased, the lightning reserves were now secure. What a relief. After a refreshing bath, he retired for the night, resolving to address any matters in the morning. The following morning, Luo Yu awoke as usual, checking the notifications to find he had gained 2 strength points. After breakfast, he made his way to the luxurious prison. As a compassionate lord, he allowed the one-eyed dragon to care for his sister. In the 3-story VIP room, upon seeing Luo Yu approach, The one-eyed dragon hastily knelt, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to you, my lord. Thank you for sparing my sister and Apos' life." Luo Yu merely snorted in response, ignoring the one-eyed dragon as he approached Hongli, who glared at him with righteous indignation. He spoke nonchalantly. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Hongli scoffed. "Humph, despicable lord. Were it not for my concern for my brother's safety, I would never have succumbed to you." Luo Yu chuckled derisively. "The victor is king, the vanquished is a bandit. What significance do these words hold now? Hongli, you are different from your brother. You are a unique individual. If I were to release you, certain details about my territory would become exposed. However, considering your brother's face, I do not wish to kill you. What do you suggest I do? Take her as your own." The one-eyed dragon interjected earnestly, "My lord, my sister possesses extraordinary innate strength and has yet to be tainted by any man. Thus, she remains pure and unblemished. If you accept her, she could become your powerful ally." At this declaration, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this brother certainly has a peculiar sense of humor, offering his sister so casually. Hongli flushed crimson but remained silent. In the world governed by heavenly laws, once one became a captive, resistance against the Lord was prohibited unless a rebellion or similar event occurred. In essence, she could only be at the mercy of this man. To accept her? Luo Yu regarded Hongli, uncertain whether her expression was one of anger or embarrassment, as she turned her head away to avoid his gaze. Indeed, Hongli was remarkably beautiful. Her current mix of shame and fury was quite captivating, evoking a fleeting impulse within Luo Yu. Yet, before long, this impulse was quelled by rationality. In the world governed by heavenly laws, captives could indeed be treated as one pleased. However, this was akin to opening a Pandora's box. Once it was unsealed, it could spiral into chaos. Today, he might request Hongli to serve him, but tomorrow, he could demand similar actions from other female captives. Given the scale and power of his territory, he could indulge in various whims daily, ultimately risking the loss of a strong individual's mindset. What was this? Both a pleasure and a descent into depravity. Spending excessive time cavorting with women would hinder his development. In the world governed by heavenly laws, degradation marked the beginning of annihilation. Only through relentless ascension could one become the strongest version of oneself. Luo Yu had set his sights on becoming the mightiest man in the world. Chapter 194. The Ruthless Warden. Regarding matters of the heart, Luo Yu possessed a definitive criterion. He was no ascetic and found it challenging to remain entirely detached from such sentiments. However, should he seek companionship, it would be with a fellow trial-taker of equal standing. A kindred spirit who would not impede his progress. A partner capable of advancing alongside him, not a mere ornamental figure confined to the domestic sphere. He found the company of certain individuals within his inner circle quite agreeable, though the sentiment, alas, was not reciprocated. Dismissing these wandering thoughts, Luo Yu fixed his gaze upon Hongli. His purpose in this encounter was not social, it was to amplify the animosity directed toward him. He had meticulously scrutinized the celestial world's elucidation concerning indigenous factions' animosity levels. The capture of prominent figures allowed for various forms of humiliation to escalate this animosity. In particular, the degradation of leaders incited relentless assaults upon their return. Pirates, with their explosive attribute values, were a boon he relished. Gazing upon the fair and comely Hongli, Luo Yu declared, "Very well, for the sake of One-Eyed Dragon, I shall release you." Upon hearing these words, both One-Eyed Dragon and Hongli evinced elation. However, Luo Yu's tone shifted as he solemnly added, "Yet, before you depart, I must demonstrate my prowess, lest you prove imprudent and continue to encroach upon my domain. Disrobe. Remove your garments." A tremor coursed through Hongli as she appeared to grasp the implications of his words. One-Eyed Dragon, however, was visibly enthused. Should the Lord deign to favor his sister, her safety would be assured. Moreover, were she to ascend in station, his influence within this formidable domain would undoubtedly burgeon, a case of reflected glory. He hastened to say, "Esteemed Lord, pray, indulge yourself at your leisure. I shall take my leave. Sister, attend to the Lord with utmost diligence." With these words, he retreated from the chamber. Luo Yu cast a curious glance at One-Eyed Dragon. His sister had risked life and limb to rescue him, yet he would treat her thus? This One-Eyed Dragon grew ever more endearing. Luo Yu suppressed a chuckle, adopting a stern countenance as he inquired, "What? Do you demur? Your brother, as the head of my prisoners, has undoubtedly offended many. Should I strip him of his position? Do you believe those he once persecuted would not seek retribution under the cloak of night?" You. Hongli glared at Luo Yu, her face crimson with indignation. Yet words failed her. Prompt. "Hongli's animosity toward you has increased. As she is a pirate leader, the animosity of the Black Wind pirate crew toward you has increased." Under Luo Yu's piercing gaze, Hongli, in humiliation, shed her garments, revealing her form in its entirety, though her figure was undeniably alluring. It bore the scars of countless battles, both fresh and old. Far from finding it unsightly, Luo Yu felt a surge of admiration for Hong Li. He nodded approvingly, stating, "Scars are the badges of a warrior. Hong Li, you are an exceptional female combatant." Prompt. You have accumulated the forced disrobing of 200 prisoners, special character 110. Acquiring the personal trait, Cruel Warden, 1 star. Cruel Warden, 1 star reduces the risk of prison breaks by 10 and increases prisoner work efficiency by 10 within your jurisdiction. Prompt. Your personal trait slots are full. You cannot acquire more. Please relinquish a trait or purchase a blank scroll within 3 days to replicate this trait. Luo Yu and Appos. S lips twitched upon seeing this notification. He had inadvertently acquired a trait, but his slots were full. He would replicate it without delay. Casting a glance at Hong Li, who stood trembling, her arms crossed over her chest, Luo Yu calmly commanded, "Kneel. You fiend. Slay me, or I shall make you pay dearly." Hong Li spat, but ultimately knelt before Luo Yu. Prompt. Hong Li and Appos. S animosity toward you has increased. Though he held a certain regard for her, Luo Yu's intent was to escalate animosity, and he would not squander this opportunity. He extended his hand and stated dispassionately, "How do your people signify submission?" "Ah, you would have me." Tears welled in Hong Li's eyes, but under Luo Yu's unwavering gaze. She grasped his hand and gently pressed her lips to his knuckles. To kiss the hand of the victor was the indigenous custom of signifying submission. A warm sensation emanated from his hand as he felt her body tremble. To kneel unclothed and perform such an act must surely be mortifying. Prompt. Hong Li's animosity toward you has skyrocketed. The effect is manifest. You may wallow in your shame for a moment. As Luo Yu savored the victor's due, he manipulated the system with his other hand. He searched the auction house, only to find no blank scrolls for sale. He had no choice but to solicit them on the World channel. World, human, anonymous seeking a blank trait replication scroll. Before long, a trade request arrived. Elf, anonymous, I possess the scroll you seek. I require a high-powered bow capable of long-range attacks. Do you have such a weapon? Luo Yu, as fate would have it. You have come to the right person. Would you be interested in a ballista? He placed a ballista on the trade interface. After examining it, the elf inquired, "How many such ballistae do you possess? If you have 10, I shall trade." This request surprised Luo Yu. He had underestimated the value of the ballista. Blank scrolls were not even sold in the auction house, and were worth at least 300,000 gold. He promptly placed 10 ballistae on the interface, while the elf immediately added the blank scroll. Trade successful. You have obtained blank trait replication scroll 1. These scrolls could not be transferred or replicated. They could only replicate newly acquired traits with no place to be stored. Moreover, once replicated, they could not be traded. Luo Yu swiftly replicated the Cruel Warden trait and stored it in his bracelet before turning his gaze back to Hong Li. He saw the prompt, Hong Li's animosity toward you has skyrocketed. In such a short span, 5 animosity prompts had appeared. Was it truly so mortifying? Luo Yu gently lifted Hong Li and Appos' chin with 2 fingers, caressing her sensuous lips as he said, "Very well, I have received your sincerity. Don your garments, blindfold yourself, and follow me." Hong Li felt her heart leap as he caressed her lips. She instinctively touched them, her gaze filled with hatred. However, her brother was in his grasp, and she was a captive. She would bide her time. Chapter 195, The Taste of Heartache for Gigi upon her return. She vowed to gather her forces and obliterate that wretched lord. A glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes as she donned her attire, discreetly covering her eyes with the cloth given by Luo Yu. In an instant, she found herself lifted under the lord and Appos' arm, exiting the prison. Moments later, when she removed the blindfold, she stood at the entrance of the strike formation, precisely at the eastern edge of the territory, with a playful slap on her backside. Luo Yu chuckled, "Don and Appos, come back again. If I catch you next time, it won and Appos, be as simple as stripping and carrying you out." With that, he unceremoniously tossed Hong Li out of the territory. Mission accomplished. She could only wonder how high her hate value had risen. It must be considerable. Gazing at the air wall before him, Luo Yu smiled faintly. "Brave female warrior, do come again. If you can bring me 10 waves of pirate attacks, who knows? I might just accept you if you and Appos, still a maiden by then." After this musing, he shook his head with a smile and leapt out of the strike formations. Strolling towards the base, the system had been incessantly notifying him about the rising hate level, yet it provided no specific figures. Browsing through the instructions, Luo Yu discovered that unlocking a relevant technology was necessary to display the exact values. Upon inspecting the technology interface, he found an option that indicated the values of indigenous forces, a prerequisite for all interactions with the natives. To his astonishment, unlocking it required 10 000 gold, which he had just received as a reward. How troublesome. You have unlocked technology indeed. A faction interface appeared. Skasa Tribe, Black Iron level faction, hate level 78. Black Wind Pirate Group, Silver level faction, hate level 80. Ancient Cavern Kingdom, Silver level faction, hate level 16. Alpha Tribe, Bronze level faction, hate level 37. This clarity brought Luo Yu great satisfaction, especially given the intense animosity directed towards him by the Black Wind Pirate Group. Naturally, he could opt to foster better relations with these indigenous factions, such as by releasing some ordinary captives, a commendable choice that could lead to trade opportunities. However, such endeavors paled in comparison to the thrill of battle. Considering he now commanded 24 formidable pirates, Luo Yu found himself less in need of ordinary captives. With a swift motion, he placed the majority of Skasa Tribe's captives up for auction, retaining 2 men and 2 women with appealing appearances for potential earnings through animal combat. Estimating that captives would lose value come winter, he decided to sell them at an average price of 30,000. Within half an hour, over 50 captives were sold out, netting him a staggering profit of 1.68 million. His silver reserves now surged to 1.9 million. Thus, the food burden on his territory was significantly alleviated. Moreover, Luo Yu calculated that the stone yield would remain largely unaffected since the pirates' high base attributes allowed for superior stone quarrying efficiency compared to ordinary captives. Yet, Luo Yu and Apo's quest for profit was far from over. After washing his hands, he entered the workshop to begin rolling cigarettes while simultaneously listing various items for sale. His first item, the pirate's own crossbow. Previously, he had noticed some selling for 10,000, but they were now nowhere to be found. Luo Yu suspected that the higher races had disposed of these items after repelling the pirates, resulting in a swift sellout. Currently, the scarcity was due to the rarity of encounters with pirates at this stage. Should one encounter them, Luo Yu believed their survival chances would be slim. Having exchanged 10 crossbows for a scroll earlier, he felt confident in their marketability and listed them at 25,000 each, starting with 10 to test the waters. Having utilized the global chat, Luo Yu turned to the regional channel to promote his wares. Luo Yu, 10 handheld crossbows are now available at the auction house, if you want them. Go buy. Dong. Luo Yu, you're impressive for selling crossbows. We need you. Are you interested in joining our 007 Tiandao mail group? Fang Yameng, Wensi, Luo Yu is our leader. What do you mean? Dong. Please call me Dong. Fang Yameng. All right, Wensi. Dong. Fang Yameng. I've tolerated you for long enough. Do you dare to duel in the arena? Alina, if it and Apo's, SA fight you, and Apo's, after, count me in. Dong. Oh, it and Apo's, Lady Alina, then never mind. Our 007 mail group and Yuling Cottage shall remain eternal friends. Okamoto Nichikawa. Indeed, those who recognize the times are wise. Your nation's proverb is perfectly embodied in Brother Wensi. Luo Yu here is the harem of the women from Yuling Cottage. Even I dare not encroach upon him. Luo Yu, Okamoto Nichikawa, clarify who is whose harem. I'll stab you down, you little rascal. Amamiya AI. I find the term little rascal rather endearing. Okamoto Nichikawa, AI-chan, do you want a crossbow? I can buy one for you. Anya Xuan, you're such a sycophant. Okamoto Nichikawa, so it and Apos, Han from the Cosmic Nation, do you intend to declare sovereignty over the Tiandao world? This regional channel was filled with former allies from neighboring nations, who brought their banter into the Tiandao world, engaging in a lively exchange of playful insults. Hichien, so there are indeed crossbows. Luo Yu, you and Apos, impressive. Can we buy them for 20,000 each? Luo Yu, that might not be feasible. I need this money to build a few arrow towers. Hichien, all right then. Luo Yu, shall we add each other as friends? The girls in our small group would like to get to know you. Before Luo Yu could respond, Hichien sent him a friend request, willing to pay 1,000 silver for a friend slot. As fellow countrymen, Luo Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted. Hichien, private message wow. Luo Yu, your territory rating is 5 question marks. Impressive. Access denied. So strong. Rain Dream and the others are so lucky to have met you early. Luo Yu, private message Hichien, your words evoke a sense of heartache for Gigi. Hichien, haha, Luo Yu, you truly are the steel straight man they described. I and Apos am even more curious about you now, but I suspect Rain Dream will want to chat privately with you soon, so I wanted Apos to say more. With that, Hichien ended the private chat, and a smile crept across Luo Yu's face. This woman exhibited a certain wit, just as she predicted, within their small group. Fang Yameng spoke up. Luo Yu, you and Apos, VE become quite popular lately. Naker, indeed. Even my fellow clanswoman, Xiaro, wishes to meet him. Chapter 196, Mall Crits. Double the joy, Luo Yu. It is not I who is popular, but my crossbow. Fang Yameng. Haha. You are quite self-aware. Speaking of which, I desire your crossbow. Sell it to me. Luo Yu. Sure, let us organize an event in our small group. 30,000 for one. Buy two, get one free. How does that sound? All the girls chimed in almost simultaneously. I and Amp. Amp. Oppos. LL take it. Luo Yu smiled faintly and confirmed each transaction. After all, they were all friends, and selling it at a slight discount was no issue. Remarkably, none of the four girls defaulted on their payments. It seemed they were quite adept at earning money without any remorse. One could only surmise that everyone had their own little tricks. As for Nyoda, he was completely disregarded. He could never afford such luxuries. With a single stroke, Luo Yu sold 12 crossbows, earning 240,000. Upon checking the auction house, he noted that his listed crossbows had also been sold, netting him 300,000. The money came swiftly, without hesitation. He listed all remaining crossbows at the auction house for 30,000 each, leaving it to anyone who wished to buy, as he had no need for them being the sole operator. The crossbows were indeed in high demand. By evening, every last one had sold. Coupled with the cigarette rolls he crafted throughout the afternoon, Luo Yu glanced at his assets, which had now ballooned to 4,300,000. Marvelous. He was now fabulously wealthy, enough to purchase the elusive trade upgrade scroll. His heart raced with excitement and his hands trembled as he accessed the mall and clicked on the unrestricted trade upgrade scroll. You have selected to purchase the mall trade upgrade scroll, requiring 10 million silver. It has been detected that you possess a discount scroll, allowing you to purchase it for 3 million silver. Are you certain? Confirmed. Luo Yu eagerly pressed the confirmation button, and at that moment, he tentatively whispered a phrase. 100-fold crit successful. Before his eyes, 2 ancient scrolls appeared in a dazzling glow. It worked. After a prolonged period of waiting for this quarter-small crit, he never anticipated such success. Although he only received 1 additional scroll, it was worth 10 million. Invincible. Opening the scrolls, he observed intricate, flowing runes, unmistakably high-grade items. You have chosen to use a trade upgrade scroll on the hero trait. Are you certain? Upon clicking confirm once more, he felt a radiant energy enveloping him. A sensation of profound comfort coursing through his being. Hero trait. For stars, maximum comfort temperature 40, minimum comfort temperature -40, global work speed 80, global attack speed 80. Global success rate 80, personal aesthetic 40, luck 40, a 4-star hero trait. You have chosen to use a trait upgrade scroll on the hero trait. Are you certain? Hero trait. 5 stars, maximum comfort temperature 50, minimum comfort temperature -50, global work speed 100, global attack speed 100, global success rate 100, personal aesthetic 50. Luck 50. Note: master level traits can be upgraded to 10 stars. At this moment, Luo Yu was elated beyond belief. The maximum and minimum comfort temperatures at 5 stars were somewhat extraordinary. With such statistics, he could wear a short-sleeved shirt in winter without feeling cold. As for the success rate and attack speed, he needn't oppose, elaborate, and the additional 20 points in luck were particularly advantageous. Previously, during battles with pirates, he realized just how beneficial luck could be. Had it not been for his overwhelming luck, the effects of the Thunderbolt Tower might have been halved. Regrettably, without further discount scrolls, upgrading the trait to 6 stars felt distant. Moreover, master-level traits could ascend to level 10, a possibility that was certainly on the horizon. Regardless, today had been a resounding success, a day of utmost comfort. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Yu cheerfully made his way home to prepare dinner. On the way, he spotted the Golden Scorpion King carrying a gibbon, the latter toting a bag that was heading toward the warehouse. He paused in surprise and approached them. Upon nearing, he opened the bag and was nearly blinded by the glimmering gold within. It was filled to the brim with gold. Luo Yu wondered why the Golden Scorpion King and Oppos' gold output had been so scarce lately, only to realize it had all been collected by the gibbon. He could not fathom why the ape was hoarding gold, nor did he wish to understand its motives. He merely instructed it to deposit the gold directly into the warehouse and avoid any shenanigans. Upon inspecting the bag, he found it contained a staggering 20,000 units. Anticipating a pirate attack in the near future, setting up another Thunderbolt Tower was imperative. Today marked the opening of the fighting arena, and it was time to get things rolling. After enjoying dinner, Luo Yu rushed to take a bath before clicking into the fighting arena channel, officially inaugurating it. During this tense time filled with typhoons, everyone had been on edge, and the pre-opening PK events necessitated a release of pent-up energy. The Galactic Beast Arena was open. Has it opened? I want to see the muscular men. I prefer the alluring battle beauties. The crowd surged into the arena, quickly filling every seat, including the VIP sections. Though numerous fighting arenas had opened in the world of Tiandao, few matched the luxurious standard of this one. The more opulent the arena, the quicker it accumulated entertainment value, thus increasing the chances of acquiring attribute points, making it highly sought after. Furthermore, the Galactic Beast Arena had garnered a stellar reputation, often delivering explosive entertainment value, and everyone had eagerly awaited its grand opening. Before the event even commenced, the ticket revenue of 200,000 silver and 8,000 gold was already secured. Within the vast virtual arena, cheers and shouts erupted, amplified by Luo Yu and epochs' voice magnified many times over. Greetings, everyone. I am the owner of the Galactic Beast Arena. Previously, the beloved Banan was purchased at a high price by a wealthy lady, and I hope all his fans send him their best wishes. May he not overwork himself. Luo Yu's words were met with uproarious laughter from the crowd. After all, who among them was serious about attending a fighting arena? Those in the know understood the unspoken truths. Instantly, the audience began to voice their opinions. In our galaxy, there's an old saying, with enough effort, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Banan clearly demonstrates remarkable perseverance. Who knows, he might truly become a needle. Haha. Goodness. Does your galaxy have such amusing sayings? Why a needle? Do you look down on my toothpicks? Toothpicks are excellent. They can pick locks, making prison escapes a breeze. Perhaps one day Banan will escape from that wealthy lady. Laughter erupted throughout the arena as the entertainment value skyrocketed. Chapter 197. One-on-one with the Zerg squad at that moment. A loud voice echoed. The wealthy lady who purchased Banan is rumored to be a female from the vampire clan. You wretches, do you wish to court death with your reckless words? Vampires. The crowd fell silent in shock. Luo Yu nearly burst into laughter at the sight of such cowardice. His voice rang out again. Although Banan has departed, we have welcomed many new warriors into our arena. But first, let us greet my beloved champion. Come forth, golden armored general. With a thunderous crash, the iron gates swung open, and the golden armored beetle ambled out, eliciting immediate cheers from the audience. The golden armored beetle, known for its formidable defense, was a prized specimen. The owner has unlocked the ability to view basic attributes. Observing its stats revealed all three dimensions were at 100. Impressive indeed. The owner displayed commendable integrity by making the attributes public, although without knowledge of its unique traits. One could not ascertain its true strength. Charge, golden beetle. Tear the captives apart. The atmosphere grew fervent once more. Meanwhile, another iron gate crashed open, revealing a young girl. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then awe and astonishment filled their eyes. Though clad in revealing attire, her attributes surpassed 100. Goodness, she resembles the legendary pirates. My heavens, a pirate girl. How striking. The audience buzzed with excitement, marveling at the owner's extraordinary ability to capture a pirate. It was hard to believe that a human could manage such a feat. As discussions erupted, odds appeared in the sky, signaling the start of betting. Even with the knowledge of attributes, uncertainty reigned. The pirate girl seemingly held the advantage, yet the golden beetle's explosive defense and ability to fly were not to be underestimated. The outcome remained unpredictable. Luo Yu observed it all with a smile. This was the effect he desired. With topics of conversation generating traffic, ticket sales were assured. The victor mattered not to him, only the goal did. Moments later, the battle commenced, and Luo Yu was already aware of the outcome without needing to watch. Naturally, the girl would win. How else could she build her popularity? Once established, she could easily be packaged as an idol, continuously providing Luo Yu with wealth like a production line. With a faint smile, he turned his attention away from the arena and entered the warm-up channel. This time, he refrained from participating in territorial battles, as the opponent's territories were too insignificant, yielding quick surrenders devoid of challenge. Solo duels or one-versus-many battles were far more beneficial. Honing his martial skills in preparation for the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. In the first 4 matches, Luo Yu triumphed effortlessly. Winning the 5th would grant him access to the Golden Egg Room. As the world spun around him, he found himself on a vast arena, where 10 figures shimmered into existence on the opposite side. To be precise, there stood 10 Zerg, 2 armored tank beetles, 2 Mantis assassins, 2 centipede warriors, and 4 spider archers. Truth be told, these Zerg bore some resemblance to humans. The beetles sported shells, the Mantises wielded scythe-like arms, the centipedes had 6 limbs, and the spiders were humanoid above while arachnid below. Overall, they were not particularly grotesque. Rather, they appeared somewhat endearing. Only one human? Sneered a beetle man, poised to deliver a mocking remark when a spider woman interjected. You? Are you the human you? Ah, the one known as our Zerg nemesis? The Zerg's expression shifted ominously. Yet Luo Yu remained unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he drew forth the Moonlight Twin Blades and placed a wager, originally set at 10,000 gold. The system informed him that this small group only had 5,000 gold collectively, so he adjusted the wager accordingly. The Zerg, taken aback that Luo Yu dared to bet 5,000 gold, instantly changed their demeanor. Should they refuse, they would be deemed defeated, and they only needed one more victory to access the Golden Egg Room. Bring it on, you. Today, we shall instill a psychological shadow upon you, forcing you to retreat from the PK arena. The Beetle Man declared fiercely as the countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. Begin. At the very moment the battle commenced, the 4 spider archers swiftly released their arrows while the mantis assassins lunged at Luo Yu with incredible speed. Yet, Luo Yu's speed surpassed theirs. With a mere flick of his toes, he glided backward. Activating the carefree dance, he swiftly created distance. Simultaneously, the moonlight twin blades vanished, replaced by the Yongyu Bao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Yu loosed 3 arrows targeting a mantis assassin. The mantis assassin, caught off guard by the sudden barrage, attempted to deflect with its scythe-like arms, but such feeble defenses were no match for Luo Yu and Apos' golden longbow, and over 200 in strength. With the additional boost from his 5-star Zerg Nemesis trait, the outcome was inevitable. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding impacts echoed as the mantis assassin fell, lifeless. Hurry! Suppress him with arrows, shouted another mantis assassin, but as the command left their lips, Luo Yu unleashed another volley of 3 arrows. The mantis assassin, stunned by the rapid succession, realized that despite their 4 archers being quite skilled, they had yet to fire their second arrow. How could this human manage to unleash 2 successive volleys of 3 arrows? What astonishing firing frequency was this? Wide-eyed, the mantis assassin was pierced by 3 arrows, meeting its demise. As the mantis assassin dissipated, the spider archers finally released their second arrow, but Luo Yu's speed had already outstripped their range, rendering their arrows ineffective. This is bad. His attack speed is absurdly fast. Everyone, take cover behind me, the Beetle Man bellowed, unfurling his hardened wings to shield himself as he protected the spider archers and centipede warriors behind him. Having established their defense, they hastily charged toward Luo Yu. Thud, thud, thud. Another 3 dull thuds echoed as 3 arrows struck the Beetle Man and Apos' wings. He grunted in pain but did not falter, continuing to shield his comrades as they pressed forward toward Luo Yu. Chapter 198. Time to showcase true luck indeed. The defense was commendable. Luo Yu, with a deft motion, stowed away the Yongyu Bao and retrieved a spear. Whoosh! The spear, spinning fiercely, pierced through the tough shell of the insectoid's wings, embedding itself deep within the chest of the Beetle Man. What immense strength! The Beetle Man gasped and collapsed, his body gradually dissipating. In less than half a minute since the onset, Luo Yu had already dispatched 3 adversaries. This cannot continue. We must charge forward, a centipede warrior shouted. However, to his astonishment, Luo Yu took the opposite approach, charging directly at him. With the moonlight twin blades in hand, he executed a horizontal and vertical slash simultaneously. The combined force of 208, enhanced by the dual cyclone sword technique and the insectoid nemesis trait, cleaved another Beetle Man in half. A tank, slain by Luo Yu in an instant. Curse it, I will avenge you. The centipede warrior and Apos' 6 arms swung their massive blades toward Luo Yu, but before he could strike, Luo Yu preemptively countered with a swift horizontal slash of his long knife. Thud. The centipede man was bisected and vanished on the spot. What astonishing attack speed! How can his strikes be so rapid? Several insectoids exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, another centipede warrior swung his great blade at Luo Yu, but alas, even though Luo Yu's blade could not alter its trajectory, his agile body evaded effortlessly, merely tapping his toes to avoid the strike. Martial arts. This is undoubtedly a technique of agility. The centipede man realized, his eyes widening in horror. The blade technique is martial skill, and so is the agility. This being possesses both martial arts. This realization spread fear across the faces of the insectoids. The martial skills of the great black fish are non-transferable. The only transferable skills emerge from treasure chests, which have previously appeared at auctions with price tags in the 8-digit range. It is normal to possess 1 martial skill, but to possess 2 is an extraordinary rarity. Having evaded the centipede warrior's blade, Luo Yu glided to the side, and the 4 spider archers suddenly reacted, drawing their bows in unison. Yet, at close range, Luo Yu's attack speed held overwhelming superiority. He hurled his twin blades, which spun rapidly, killing 2 spider archers on the spot before returning to his grasp. The release blade. This is a skill inherent to the cyclone sword technique, wherein the long knife is hurled at close range, striking unexpectedly before returning. It is quite splendid, and Luo Yu relishes this skill. Swish! The remaining 2 spider archers loosed arrows at Luo Yu, but with such proximity, he employed the release blade once more. Even with his agility, he could only evade one arrow, the other struck him in the back. Bang! The arrow was deflected by the shimmering barrier surrounding Luo Yu, and several insectoids caught a glimpse of the purple aura enveloping him, which vanished in an instant. A shield barrier. My goodness! The remaining two spider archers and the centipede warrior felt a chill run down their spines. If possessing two martial skills is already at the pinnacle, then a shield barrier, at this stage of trials, is akin to a game-breaking advantage. It's over. Luo Yu's twin blades soared once more, circling the two spider archers, and their heads simultaneously vanished, their bodies dissipating. Only the last centipede warrior remained, gazing at Luo Yu in terror, bereft of the courage to resist. Thud. With a resounding strike, Luo Yu cleaved the centipede warrior in two, concluding the battle. K.O. You have defeated the insectoid beetle squad, earning 5,000 gold. Progress towards receiving the egg smash. 5-5. A prompt appeared, and Luo Yu was transported to the familiar egg smash chamber, having utilized his critical hit. It was time to reveal his true fortune. With a resounding crack, the golden egg split open, revealing a crystal essence. Luo Yu was elated. The 80 points of luck had proven effective, akin to a minor critical hit. Currently, he possessed 3 crystal essences, 2 moonlight stones, and 2 amethyst stones, making significant strides towards his goal. Departing from the warm-up channel, Luo Yu observed the ongoing brawl arena, where a fierce battle between 7 burrowers and male pirates was underway. A spectacle greatly enjoyed by the audience. With a faint smile, Luo Yu engaged in conversation with the small group, discovering that Elena was the first in their team, aside from himself, to break open a golden egg. The others, including Yuming, had achieved the best record of 4-5 in the comprehensive battles, just one step away from cracking open a golden egg. In territorial battles, they had already encountered a golden egg. He glanced at the statistics for those who could smash golden eggs, noting that only 1 in 7. 8 billion had managed to do so through battles during this period. In territorial wars, the ratio was 1 in 2. Victory guaranteed the opportunity to smash. The stark contrast in these figures underscored that in the world of Tian Dao, the primary goal remained the development of territories. On the following morning, after breakfast, Luo Yu tended to the injured prisoners and animals, gaining a wave of medical experience. He perused the comments board of the brawl arena, noting the overwhelming popularity of the pirate girl who had fought the previous day. Many were inquiring about her price. The other pirates who had appeared also received high praise, with some wealthy groups offering around 1 million for the purchase of these pirate captives. Moreover, the big bull was also quite popular, with numerous requests for purchase. While animals were off the table, pirates could be sold. However, he would not settle for silver. He needed gold, as he still required 12,000 gold to construct an electric tower. Arriving at the beast taming arena, Luo Yu surveyed the dilapidated site, pondering it was time to build an opulent beast taming ground. But first, he would erect an electric tower. After shearing the wool from the 9 sheep he had previously tamed and collecting eggs, Luo Yu returned to the kitchen of his villa. After washing his hands, he casually prepared lunch while contacting potential buyers for the pirate captives. Human, owner of the Galactic Beast Arena, so, you wish to purchase my Dagwain? Zenion, Rasha. Is that the owner? I've heard much about you. I am Rosh, the team leader. May I inquire if that pirate girl, Yu, is for sale? Yu was the pirate girl who had first appeared yesterday. She was quite attractive, possessing exemplary 3-dimensional attributes, aside from a few freckles on her face, making her the most dazzling star of the day. Luo Yu replied, I'm afraid Yu is not for sale at the moment. If your team is interested, you may wait for the comprehensive auction at mid-month. I will place her on the shelf then. Chapter 199, The Luxurious Beast Arena Roche. Well, it seems we have no hope in the fiercely competitive auction. The Mid-Autumn Auction, also known as the Autumn Auction, takes place annually, akin to the prestigious World Martial Arts Championship, and is just 5 days away. Roche, boss, can we purchase Dagwain and Bittermelon Man for 1.5 million? Luo Yu, with a calm smile, replied, these two can indeed be sold right now, but I only accept gold, 15,000 gold pieces. You can take them away. Roche, boss. The current exchange rate for gold is 120. At this price, it amounts to 1.8 million. Their attributes barely exceed 110 points. Could you offer a more reasonable price? Luo Yu firmly responded, this is already the lowest I can offer. Presently, even acquiring an ordinary captive with full attributes would cost you several 100,000. You know very well the significance of the difference between 100 and 110 points. After a moment and Oppos, as hesitation, Roche conceded. All right, please hold on. We will go exchange for gold. Upon seeing this, Luo Yu and Oppos' eyes brightened. Dagwain and his companion were among the least desirable captives among the many male pirate captives. Selling them at a high price would be effortless. As Luo Yu pointed out, wealthy individuals typically maintain attributes around 100 points. Having an additional 10 points in all three dimensions results in a significant advantage during battles. In territorial conflicts, adding 2 members with 110 attributes would dramatically enhance their dominance. Though the price appeared steep, it was, in fact, reasonable. Shortly thereafter, the transaction was completed, and Luo Yu received 15,000 gold pieces. Along with his previous savings for constructing the lightning tower, he now had a surplus. As for metals like copper and iron ore, the mines had long since ensured steady production. Let the construction commence. After a series of operations, Luo Yu's territory erected another top-tier lightning tower. Upon checking the status of the lightning reserve, it stood at 30,000 out of 50,000, sufficient for now. Although a considerable amount of resources was expended, the defensive capabilities of the territory were once again fortified, allowing for the consideration of constructing additional buildings. Luxurious Beast Arena, construction materials 300,000, with 30,000, iron or 30,000, copper or 10,000, gold 10,000, emerald 10,000, silver 100,000. Upon reviewing this, it was clear that while the other materials were adequate, gold remained in short supply. Gold had become a significant dilemma. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yu announced in the regional channel, emeralds for gold, at a ratio of 3:2. Large quantities are welcome for trade. Nyoda, boss, I have gold for trade. Nyoda, a good brother, promptly traded all 2,000 gold pieces to Luo Yu, who, in turn, ensured he did not suffer a loss by giving him an additional 500 emeralds. Seeing Luo Yu's need for gold, others in the small group began trading with him as well. Although the amounts were not as substantial as Nyoda and epochs, collectively, they contributed an additional 5,000 gold pieces to Luo Yu. Truthfully, Luo Yu felt a twinge of gratitude and decided to share a bit more emeralds with them, ensuring that his companions did not suffer losses. In this area, the number of territories likely exceeded 6 digits, indicating a certain level of trading capital. Before long, Luo Yu successfully gathered the necessary 10,000 gold pieces. First, he expelled all the animals from the base. The ordinary beast arena was no longer needed, as it occupied a large area and lacked aesthetic appeal. It was demolished. This time, he chose not to erect the luxurious beast arena on the same site, but instead prepared to develop a vast area outside the base that would serve both as a beast arena and a pasture, alleviating food pressure. This pasture area was constructed to the west, away from the main battlefield, measuring approximately 200 by 200. Given the current fertility of the territory, it would suffice for the time being. Naturally, it could not be built adjacent to the base, as Luo Yu planned to construct walls to transform the base into a small fortress, necessitating that the pasture be established outside the fortress. Having selected a suitable location, Luo Yu began by erecting the walls. For grazing, intermediate walls would suffice. After a series of operations, a square area with entrances on all 4 sides was completed, and subsequently, the luxurious beast arena was constructed at the center of this area. With a click to build, brilliant light flickered before him as a beautiful beast arena emerged. Various livestock pens resembled small individual rooms, complete with water troughs and feeding troughs, adorned with exquisite patterns. What truly captured the eye was the emerald orb atop the beast arena, an exquisite sight. Luxurious beast arena. Overall beast taming success rate 30, animal evolution chance 3. Territory hygiene value 20, aesthetic value 20, animal injury recovery rate 30, fatigue recovery 30. This array of attributes unequivocally demonstrated the power of the luxurious beast arena. Luo Yu carefully read through the concept of animal evolution, his eyes gleaming with delight. Animal evolution refers to the direct advancement of animals, progressing from ordinary to black iron, and from black iron to bronze. The luxurious beast arena emits an evolution light once a month, radiating from the emerald orb atop the roof. Selected animals have a 3 chance of advancing to the next level. Statistically speaking, over 300 months, one could reliably expect an animal to evolve. Glancing at the overview, the next evolution light would shine in 24 hours, which would be around this time tomorrow. Tip: due to hygiene value influence, your stamina 1. Once again, all animals were relocated to the luxurious beast arena, each in their own little room, and they appeared quite content in their new home. Next, Luo Yu busied himself with the plumbing, setting up sewage pipes and drainage ditches, working diligently until noon before finishing. His gaze shifted to the previously tamed 23 black eagles. All of these were black iron level animals, and Luo Yu had successfully tamed them. Selling them would yield a considerable asset. However, Luo Yu initially intended to keep them. Yet, the sheer size and astonishing appetite of the Black Eagles posed a significant challenge. His Air Force One, consumed nearly 400 units of meat daily. Converted to current meat prices, this amounted to around 3,000 silver pieces each day. This was for just one. With 23, the daily food consumption soared to 7,000 silver pieces, an unsustainable expenditure. Furthermore, they could not graze like cattle or sheep. If fed fish, it wouldn't be long before the small lake's fish population was depleted, leaving the octopuses and large snakes hungry. Crucially, these Black Eagles were not particularly useful. Maintaining such a large number was more of a burden than an asset. Not every animal benefits from sheer numbers. Luo Yu resolved to retain around 7, allowing himself and his beloved companions each to have a mount, keeping a couple in reserve, while the rest could be dealt with accordingly. Chapter 200. Luo Yu just has a bit more than us. Black Hawk is still recuperating. It and Oppos has perfect timing with the upcoming autumn auction. We can sell him then. He should be quite popular. Checking the territory rating, it and Oppos has unknowingly reached 59,309. Just a few hundred more for a reward. Luo Yu is contemplating crafting a diamond bed, as the current one is a bit cramped with 5 occupants. However, with no critical hit chances available, he and Oppos have to endure for a couple more days. In the afternoon, as Luo Yu was rolling a cigarette, the ground suddenly trembled. Prompt. Due to the influence of a mysterious force, geological activity is occurring in the heavenly Tao world. Oh? Luo Yu exclaimed, a hint of joy gracing his face. Geological activity usually brings beneficial events, a gift of sorts. He immediately rushed to the second-floor balcony of the workshop and, upon observation, discovered a change to the south of his territory. Stone pillars were emerging, transforming a 200 to 300 square meter area into a stone forest in the blink of an eye. Prompt. A granite stone forest has appeared in your territory. The granite stone forest will disintegrate in 2 days, after which it will no longer yield stone blocks. Please process it as soon as possible. Granite. Luo Yu's eyes lit up with even more delight, and he immediately made his way over. The little darlings followed suit. As they approached, a group of monkeys suddenly leaped out from the stone forest. Subterranean rock monkeys, rage-inflicted ferocious carnivores that will actively attack trial takers and livestock. The stone forest harbored such small-scale ambushes. They were in need of meat to feed Black Hawk, so this was opportune. Kill these monkeys. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A flurry of shurikens flew out, and Feiya instantly dispatched 7 or 8 monkeys. Shao Kahn also fired slingshot after slingshot, each landing a headshot. In an instant, the charging rock monkeys fell in droves. Roar. A rock monkey king, towering over 2 meters, charged out with a roar. Xiao Jin darted forward, its tiger claws raking across the monkey king and Oppos' chest, leaving 3 bloody gashes. The wounds were so severe that survival seemed impossible. Fire Hornhammer. Feiya charged, her ram horns colliding with the rock monkey king. Her small frame unleashed immense power, sending the monkey king flying and instantly killing it. Luo Yu waved his hand, and transport animals like rhinos, elephants, and gibbons came forward to handle the corpses. Shouted Feiya to wash up, as her little head was covered in monkey blood. These rage-inflicted animals couldn't be tamed, even if you knocked them unconscious. You'd have to find a way to cure the rage before taming them, which required surgery, advanced medical skills, and an operating room. With none of those available, they had no choice but to kill them for meat. Of course, the meat was perfectly safe. Rage was and Oppos, contagious. After killing them, the meat was just like that of any other animal. This condition was like a debuff, all thanks to the damned mysterious force. Luo Yu strolled into the stone forest with Shao Kahn and Xiao Jin, admiring the towering stone pillars around him. He was very pleased. These were excellent materials for building city walls, which required a large number of stone bricks. However, these 59 stone pillars had to be cut within 2 days, or they would disintegrate. Patting the pillars, he found them to be very hard, requiring significant strength to cut. Luo Yu surmised that many territory lords would be helpless even if a stone forest appeared in their territory. The heavenly Tao world only bestowed benefits upon those capable of seizing them. The amount one could obtain depended entirely on their abilities. Shao Kahn. Have one-eyed dragon bring all the prisoners over. Whoosh. Shao Kahn chirped softly and immediately flew off. Soon after, one-eyed dragon led all the pirate prisoners over. Upon seeing Luo Yu, they knelt and kowtowed. It was the latest form of greeting in the prison, undoubtedly orchestrated by one-eyed dragon. Looking at the group of prisoners in their prison uniforms, Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "Get up." After a clattering sound, a pile of shovels, pickaxes, and other labor tools lay on the ground. Luo Yu said calmly, "These new tools are a reward for you. Within 2 days, break all the stone pillars or mine them into stone blocks. Master Xiao Jin will cut them. If you do well, I'll let you have an extra half an egg each day. If you don't finish, everyone's food rations will be halved. And you'll have to wake up an hour earlier to work in the quarry. Understand? The prisoners dared not speak out of anger. There was no choice. The territory lord was too ruthless, and there were also one-eyed dragon and Bai Shi, those lackeys, making resistance impossible. Moreover, they knew that while the work was hard, the living conditions in the luxury prison were quite good. Get to work. One-eyed dragon shouted, and the prisoners immediately started working, their enthusiasm surprisingly high. It was hard to imagine that these people were once such ferocious pirates. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and returned to the workshop with Xiao Jin. After washing his hands, he rolled tobacco while browsing the various chat channels. Everyone's territories had experienced geological activity, all with a 2-day time limit. They were all busy mining stones, so fewer people were posting. Fang Yumeng, my territory has 10 stone pillars, and they're so hard. It seems impossible to mine them all. Elena, mine too has 10. These are all granite. It and amp, oppos, sa pity if we can and amp, oppos, mine them all. Naker, huh? You all have 10? Why do I have 9? Alice, I have 11. The description says it's calculated based on the territory's rating. Also, there might be hidden ores inside the stone pillars. The probability depends on the territory's overall luck value. The higher the better. Naker, luck value? Idon and Oppos, seem to have unlocked it yet. Fang Yuming, no one has unlocked it yet, right? Unlocking the luck value seems to require special items. But not unlocking it doesn't mean there's no luck value, just that there's no specific number displayed. Elena, Luo Yu, how many do you have? Fang Yuming, with his 30,000 rating, he should have 30, right? Hasn't it increased to 40,000 recently? Luo Yu, not many. Just a bit more than you all. Fang Yuming, yeah, just a billion times more. Nyoda, I only have 3. Alice, generally speaking, disaster might strike after such benefit events. There was already a typhoon at the beginning of autumn, so there's a high probability of attacks next. Everyone, be prepared. Okay. Everyone responded in unison. Sister Alice was still very trustworthy. As they were chatting, Naker suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, huh? What and amp, oppos, is this? Come and take a look. Naker posted a screenshot in the chat box, showing a small furnace that had appeared from a collapsed stone pillar. Soon after, everyone gathered in Naker's territory. Chapter 201. Alchemist Naker within the stone forest. Luo Yu gazed at the small furnace before him, astonished. Could this possibly be a Donlu? He inquired. Naker responded. What is a Donlu? Fang Yumeng chuckled lightly. Have you been reading too many novels? Does it not say right there? This is an alchemy jar. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to Fang Yumeng's side, and indeed, inscribed on it were the words, simple alchemy jar. Alchemy? The lovely Alice suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of excitement, remarked, it states here that alchemy is a life skill for crafting various tools, and it belongs to advanced life skills. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu thought of the invisibility cloak and tracking chestnut within his bracelet, the power of those tools vivid in his memory. His eyes lit up as he looked at the alchemy jar. Now that you mention it, Naker mused, I believe my sister and I possess this life skill. What? Everyone turned to Naker, who proceeded to change her life skill interface to a publicly visible state. Upon inspection, apart from cooking LV9 and hunting LV17, there it was alchemy. LV3, Fang Yumeng, upon entering the heavenly path world, became a beast tamer, yet Naker could perform alchemy. The group and amp, Oppos, gaze upon Naker resembled that of discovering a new world. This girl was indeed an alchemist. In Naker and amp, Oppos' modest living room, after a brief discussion, they decided to assist her in elevating her alchemy level. This was not merely an act of friendship but also a strategic move for the future of their team. Luo Yu understood how invaluable tools could be, whether in PK scenarios or during ambushes. It is also worth noting that alchemy is categorized as a special life skill, which can only be learned through extremely rare scrolls. Those who possess innate alchemy skills are undeniably fortunate. Having an alchemist in their team was indeed a stroke of luck. Alchemy begins with a formula, followed by the infusion of materials into the alchemy jar, and then the alchemist's skillful manipulation to craft tools. Each member contributed 20,000 to purchase the recipe for explosive spike ball, along with various basic materials, allowing Naker to practice her craft. To their surprise, Naker displayed an undeniable talent that evening. She excitedly announced in the group that she had successfully created the explosive spike ball and shared a screenshot. Explosive spike ball, 6 sharp spikes explodes upon striking a hard object, launching the spikes within. Remarkable. This is akin to a grenade. While it lacked the explosive shockwave and the terrifying shrapnel of a traditional grenade, it would certainly suffice to take out a few natives. Luo Yu encouraged, increase production. Its effects are remarkable. Naker beamed. Great. I too have found my unique talent. She appeared genuinely elated. Indeed, in the past, Naker had not stood out much within the team. Although she served as an assassin, she often played a subordinate role. In their ranks, Luo Yu and Fang Yuming were established beast tamers. Alice was both a healer and archer, and Alina was the strongest in solo combat, possessing healing abilities akin to Alice. The healing prowess of the elf race, particularly that of light elves, was renowned. Each member had their own role, and Naker had always felt somewhat like a burden. Now, she had finally discovered her path forward. An alchemist, how impressive that sounded. As for Nyoda, she had always disregarded him. Fang Yuming suggested, "Let us form a team tonight. With the explosive spike ball, perhaps we can strike gold." Alice chimed in, "Yes, let us gather after dinner." Naker exclaimed, "Tonight. Watch my performance." Luo Yu, will you join? Luo Yu, realizing he hadn't taken them on a score run in quite some time, agreed. "All right, let's team up after dinner." Nyoda added, "I'm in as well." Alina remarked, "If Luo Yu is coming, then I shall join too." Naker cheered, "Wonderful. Our Yuling Shaozu is fully staffed tonight. We must strike gold." After dinner, they began queuing, as the assessment was based on Nyoda's territory. The wait extended far outside the queue, estimating at least 2 hours. In the bathroom, Luo Yu conjured a virtual drawing board, designing garments while enjoying a bath. Beside him, Xiaodai leaned in curiously, "Master, what style of clothing are you creating this time?" "A sensual battle angel outfit." "Oh?" Xiaodai paused, taken aback by Luo Yu and Appo's response, but he smiled softly. "A person is defined by their attire. With such popularity, if I design a special sensual battle angel outfit for her, do you think the price would double?" Xiaodai blinked, then giggled. "It would definitely skyrocket. Several times over." "Master, you are so clever. I admire you." Feeling the pressure of her arm around his, Luo Yu turned to see Xiaodai and Appo's flushed cheeks and chuckled. "Xiaodai, have you been drinking your milk lately?" "I can," and Appo's tea help but feel you Haven and Appo's tea groan. I have been," she replied, looking puzzled. But upon catching his gaze, her face turned crimson as she mumbled, "Master, you and Appo's awful. Drinking milk doesn't and Appo's tea make one grow." Hint. Influenced by entertainment value. Your agility too. Luo Yu laughed heartily. "You're doing quite well, better than Fia and Xiaokong." At this, Xiaodai blushed even deeper, yet clung to him tightly. Meanwhile, Xiaokong and Fia exchanged glances, pouting as they looked down at their chests, sighing in unison. What a sorrowful tale. After much time spent on the virtual drawing board, the design was finally complete. The so-called Battle Angel outfit was merely a slightly modified cheap POW, enhanced with a touch of metallic texture. Xiaodai questioned, "Master, isn't this outfit somewhat inconvenient for combat? And it feels a bit risky." Luo Yu shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, "What do you know? Exposing the thighs and shoulders is necessary. People spend so much to witness battles. Do you think they only care about the fighting? Let them see what they wish. As long as we aren't Appo's tea banned from the arena by the heavenly path. We must ensure our audience leaves satisfied. Maintaining our reputation and competitive edge is the essence of our business model, understand?" He turned back. "Now, prepare 2 sets of this design, but in different colors." "2 sets? Master, who will wear the other set?" Luo Yu gently pinched Xiaodai and Appo's nose, laughing, "Silly. Whoever becomes popular will wear it." "Understood," Xiaodai affectionately replied. Chapter 202, Secret Techniques and Financial Power. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden notification interrupted, and Luo Yu found himself in an entirely new place, the world around him spinning chaotically. He had been transported to a swampy terrain, accompanied by his companions Fang Yuming and others, facing a group of tall, red-haired members of the Flame Tribe. The Flame Tribe and the Fire Tribe were akin to distant relatives, holding a superior rank in the hierarchy of the races within the Heavenly Path world compared to humans. The opposing team was fully equipped, while Luo Yu's side consisted of only 6 individuals. Instinctively, they all retreated, widening the gap from a mere 50 meters to over 200, concealing themselves in the dense underbrush. It was evident that both sides were quite seasoned in combat. Fang Yumeng whispered, "Luo Yu, what should we do next?" The eyes of the group turned expectantly toward Luo Yu, who smiled confidently. "Today, I shall impart to you the secret of PK." Excitement surged among his companions, and Luo Yu extended his hand, revealing a string of numbers in the sky. Yuling Shaozu proposes a wager of 200,000 silver. Refusal will be deemed as automatic forfeiture. Upon hearing this, the hidden members of the Flame Tribe displayed expressions of dismay. 200,000 was the entirety of their team's assets. Fang Yameng and the others exchanged peculiar glances at Luo Yu. She chuckled, Luo Yu, is this your secret to victory? So it's about financial prowess. I think I grasped the essence of it. Luo Yu chuckled. This is a strategy of winning without fighting. Take note. The girls, including Nakel, laughed lightly. Having expected some intricate tactic, but finding it was merely a ploy to intimidate the opponent with a wager. With only 10 seconds to confirm. The opposing team seemed to deliberate, visibly torn, and in the final second of the countdown, they surprisingly agreed. Both parties have consented to a wager of 200,000 silver. The countdown for the contest begins. 10, 9. As the battle was about to commence, Fang Yameng called out, summoning Qingya and the lynx. She urged. Luo Yu, quickly summon Fia. They are formidable. Luo Yu smiled calmly. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Do not worry. It is not yet time for the beast maidens to make their appearance. I have my own plans. Nyoda stealthily moved to shield everyone, instinctively taking on the role of a tank. Alice and Elena, without needing to be prompted, retreated to secure advantageous positions for ranged attacks. Nakel quietly maneuvered to conceal her presence, planning to flank the enemy archers. Luo Yu and Fang Yameng, as warrior types and beast tamers, naturally occupied central positions within the team. 3, 2, 1. Begin. At the moment the countdown ended, both sides' archers released their arrows nearly simultaneously, having concealed themselves. The team whose archers had sharper eyes would gain the upper hand by spotting their foes first. The members of the Flame tribe shot toward the underbrush, while Elena seemed to have detected their movements. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, striking one of the enemy warriors in the shoulder and causing him to grunt in pain, thus revealing his position. Whoosh! Another arrow was loosed, this one with tremendous force, piercing through the chest of a Flame tribe warrior, killing him instantly. Luo Yu, Fang Yameng, and the others looked at Luo Yu in astonishment, while admiration gleamed in Elena's eyes. That shot was incredible. However, after Elena's shot, Luo Yu and his companions also revealed their positions, prompting a barrage of arrows from the enemy, which Luo Yu deftly deflected. As a warrior, fending off ordinary arrows posed little challenge for him. Both sides concealed themselves once more, but the Flame tribe, undeterred, sought to engage further, hoping to diminish their opponents from a distance. After all, they began with 6 members, while Luo Yu and Oppos' side was fully equipped with 10. Fang Yameng noticed shadows flitting through the swampy underbrush, and, upon closer inspection, realized they were 2 large wolves. The enemy had beast tamers. She gasped, instinctively glancing around, only to find that Luo Yu had vanished. Where did he go? She was momentarily taken aback, but with Luo Yu absent, she became the team and Oppos' linchpin, gaining her composure. She quickly relayed a strategy in the team channel. I will have Qingya charge head-on to take down their beasts, while Nyoda will absorb some firepower to reveal their positions. The 2 elven sisters will cover Nyoda. Nakel, try to flank and find an opportunity to eliminate their archers. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nyoda let out a fierce roar, brandishing his shield and axe as he charged forward, with Qingya trailing closely behind, already armed with 2 throwing daggers. Bang! Nyoda collided with one of the wolves, sending it flying, while he staggered back a step. The wolf's strength was likely around 100 points, comparable to Nyoda's, but thanks to his racial talents, he held the advantage in the clash. Whoosh! 2 throwing daggers shot forth, piercing the injured wolf, which immediately began to bleed profusely and whimper on the ground. Unlike her sister Fia, Qingya may not have been as skilled with throwing daggers, but her close combat prowess surpassed that of her sibling. Her strength exceeded 200 points. The wolf was met with a powerful headbutt, while simultaneously the wolf's paw struck Qingya's arm. With her physique nearing 200 points, Qingya withstood the attack with ease, while her horned assault sent the wolf hurtling backward like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, the wolf smashed into a small tree, howling in agony. In the midst of this, the previously hidden Flame tribe warrior was forced to reveal himself. I and Oppos, LL roast you, exclaimed the burly man. They have a high-level beast maiden. The commanding officer of the opposing team shouted. The beast maiden poses a significant threat. Focus fire on her. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a shadow pass over him. A massive black eagle swooped down at an incredible speed, its talons seizing the Flame tribe commander and lifting him into the air. Within seconds, the eagle soared to a height of several dozen meters before releasing him. Thud. With a resounding crash, the man screamed as he plummeted into a muddy patch, his body splintering upon impact, vanishing instantly. Flying creatures. Chapter 203. A single strike yields a fortune. The Black Hawk is occupied. The members of the Flame tribe gasped in shock. Clearly, the Black Hawk is none other than Air Force One, and seated atop it is undoubtedly Luo Yu. The commander who had just fallen to his death was also a beast master. With his disappearance, the previously struggling Great Wolf vanished as well. Everyone was astounded by the unfolding events, while Luo Yu maneuvered the Black Hawk, spiraling it down to pounce upon one of the opposing warriors. "You scoundrel! I fear you not." The warrior of the Flame tribe gripped his great sword tightly, preparing to strike the descending Black Hawk. However, Luo Yu, perched on the Black Hawk, hurled a spherical device. The sphere landed squarely at the warrior's feet, and as he opened his mouth to speak, it detonated, releasing several sharp spikes that pierced his body at an alarming speed. What is this?" A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes before he collapsed with a crash. The explosive spike ball worked remarkably well. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, feeling akin to a bomber pilot. He tossed another explosive spike ball. Bang! The spike ball detonated again, claiming another warrior's life. These were not mere natives, they were challengers, making the effectiveness of the spike balls exceptionally high. After a few exchanges, only a handful of archers remained on the opposing side. Suddenly, from her hiding spot, Naker leaped forth, her silver dagger slicing through the air. In the terrified gaze of the enemy archer, she swiftly severed her throat. At that moment, Qingyao charged in, ensuring close combat was no longer necessary. In a brief span, the battle concluded with the opposing team annihilated, while Luo Yu and Apo's side remained unscathed. Not even a hair out of place. Notification: Rain Spirit Cottage has achieved victory. 200,000 silver has been evenly distributed. Each person received 333 silver, with the remaining fraction absorbed by the system. Standing amidst the marsh, Naker and the other girls looked excitedly at Qingyao. It was their first encounter with a beast girl, and she was undeniably charming. Simultaneously, Luo Yu and Apo's Black Hawk piqued their interest. Luo Yu remarked, "I have a few more of these Black Hawks. If you desire, I can sell some to you." "Really? I want one." Fang Yameng was the first to raise her hand, with Naker happily joining in, expressing her desire for a Black Hawk as well. Sister Alice smiled gently, saying, "Luo Yu, this Black Hawk is a black iron tier creature, starting at a minimum of 200,000 in the market. As a flight-capable creature, its price could increase fivefold. I estimate it could be sold for 1,000,000 each." Luo Yu replied with a casual smile, "Not quite that much, around 800,000. As they were all familiar with one another, he decided to sell them for 700,000 each. Those without funds could write an IOU, as he would not charge interest. Naturally, everyone was eager to acquire one, and Luo Yu sold each of them a Black Hawk at the price of 700,000, with friends resorting to IOUs. However, apart from Fang Yameng, the others were not beast masters and could not summon creatures for combat. Their purpose was primarily for defense. In 5 minutes, the next competition commenced. Everyone stood atop the marsh, discussing strategies. Luo Yu suggested that each person should obtain certification as a beast master, which was met with unanimous agreement. After all, being certified would greatly enhance their performance in combat arenas. Yet, obtaining certification posed a considerable challenge, while the beast taming level was manageable. Acquiring personal traits proved difficult and could only be sought through market scrolls. Shortly after, they were transported to a new environment, where their opponent turned out to be a solitary rogue from Zenith Star. With their combined efforts, they swiftly subdued him. With Luo Yu's assistance, they encountered little resistance in the subsequent matches, achieving complete victories and accumulating substantial betting earnings. Money was indeed the key. Regarding monetary prowess, everyone expressed a desire to capitalize on this opportunity, recognizing it as a pathway to wealth. After over an hour, they were transported to the Egg Smash Room, and all eyes turned to Luo Yu, for when it came to luck, none could rival him. He lifted the hammer and struck down. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the golden egg cracked open, releasing a burst of platinum. Notification: Luo Yu of Rain Spirit Cottage has cracked open the golden egg, obtaining platinum 600 at a 150 chance, now evenly distributed among team members. At the announcement, everyone was momentarily stunned. Currently, the ratio of platinum to gold was approximately 110. Thus, 600 units of platinum translated to each person earning 100 platinum, equating to about 1,000 gold, or roughly 1,200,000 silver. Fang Yameng cheered excitedly. We've struck it rich. "Oh my, Luo Yu, your luck is astounding." Naker, in her exhilaration, embraced Luo Yu and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, having never witnessed such wealth before. Nyoda grinned widely, while Elena and Apo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the composed Sister Alice displayed a beautiful smile, reveling in this profitable turn of events. According to the guidelines, smaller groups typically yielded higher rewards than individuals. Yet Luo Yu himself had not anticipated such a grand bounty of platinum. Feeling Naker wrap her arms around him, he reciprocated gently. embracing her slender waist, feeling a flutter of excitement. Though Naker was a cat girl, the sensation was entirely different from that of his beloved companions. Beast girls felt more like daughters, whereas Naker represented an alluring otherness. Embracing someone of the opposite sex naturally stirred feelings. Acting on impulse, he lightly squeezed Naker's waist, relishing the delightful sensation. Naker seemed to sense something, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yet surprisingly, she did not shy away. Instead, she gently coiled her tail around Luo Yu and Appos' calf. This little cat girl was quite easy to flirt with. Surely, capturing her heart would not be a challenge. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, playfully rubbing her ears and pinching her cheeks, appreciating the exquisite feel. Naker blushed deeply from his playful touches, but Fang Yamen quickly intervened, pulling Naker away from Luo Yu's grasp and teasingly saying, "You shall not bully my Naker. However, your luck is truly extraordinary. Henceforth, the task of smashing eggs shall be entrusted to you." Luo Yu nodded. "No problem, but my luck alone may not be sufficient. In my homeland, there is a tradition that mutual embraces can gather luck. Come, let us begin to accumulate our fortune for tomorrow." "Is this an ancient ritual?" Naker inquired. Her face slightly flushed. "Well, my luck-gathering ceremony has already been completed. It's your turn now." Chapter 204. How can one claim to be fatigued when their fingers remain intact? Sigh. Elena's cheeks flushed with curiosity. Is there such a ritual? Alice mirrored her intrigue. Yet Luo Yu had already approached her, gently enveloping the beautiful light elf in his embrace. In that moment, as he held Sister Alice, Luo Yu felt his soul being purified. Is this what a light elf embodies? She epitomizes all that is beautiful in the world. Alice's face turned crimson as she opened her mouth to speak, but Luo Yu had already released her. Is the ritual over? Alice gazed at the man before her heart racing slightly. At that moment, Fang Yimi interjected with a hint of annoyance. "Luo Yu, where did you learn this custom? I've never heard of it." "Oh, it's just a little tradition from our countryside. You wouldn't know it even if I told you." "Really? But the closest one to you is Nyoda. Why did you embrace Sister Alice first?" Alice blushed even more, and Luo Yu chuckled. "Sister Alice is simply breathtaking. Of course, I would embrace her first. Besides, we are in a virtual projection. What does it matter?" Fang Yim shot him a playful glare, and at that moment, Nyoda excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, I'll lend you my luck too." What luck do you possess? Go away." Laughter erupted among the friends, and suddenly, a dazzling light filled their vision, pulling their consciousness back to their bodies. Moments later, they exchanged the platinum they had acquired for gold, settling their accounts with a profit. Winning 5 consecutive matches still yielded good fortune. Luo Yu exchanged over 5,000 gold with Black Hawk, feeling immensely satisfied. That evening, they chatted late into the night, discussing the development of their territory and their personal future directions, and made plans to team up for egg smashing the following day. As the morning sun cast its warm rays, due to hygiene value, your strength increases by 1. You gained a buff while sleeping. Enhanced negotiation effects. Luo Yu awoke to yet another peculiar buff. He glanced at the adorable ones still slumbering beside him, then rose and stretched on the balcony, gazing out at the scenery with a faint smile. Having resided in the Tao of Heaven world for quite some time, he had grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Awakening each morning with a sense of anticipation, a yearning for new beginnings, and a desire for strength. This sentiment filled Luo Yu with ease and motivation. He relished his life in the Tao of Heaven world. His gaze wandered to the distant stone forest, where the pirate captives toiled diligently, digging and chopping, with piles of stones accumulating near the stone-cutting house. Remarkably, after a day and night of labor, they had managed to eliminate 1/3 of the stone forest. After breakfast, Luo Yu approached the stone forest and gathered the captives. Observing the weary men and women before him, he noted their dark circles and unsteady gait. They appeared utterly exhausted. Their robust physiques were the only reason they had not collapsed like ordinary captives. The one-eyed dragon bellowed, "Report, Lord. All prisoners have assembled." "Excellent." Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. "You are the most resilient of workers, the cornerstone of our territory. To commend your efforts, I have personally prepared tomato egg soup for you to replenish your strength. After you drink, return to your work." 2 of his companions, Xiaokong and Feiya, approached, each carrying a large barrel, which they set down with a thud. The head of the female prisoners, White Snake, glanced at the steaming barrel and then at her companions. Tentatively, she stepped forward and said, "Esteemed Lord, everyone is quite fatigued. If this continues, we may face health issues. Could we take a half-day rest?" Luo Yu and Appos' expression darkened at her words, and he retorted angrily, "Nonsense. You are tired already? Do you not possess the awareness of becoming exemplary captives? If your fingers remain unbroken, how can you claim to be fatigued?" The captives lowered their heads in fear, acutely aware of Luo Yu and Appos' temper. He huffed, However, I am not a lord who exploits his captives. Here's the deal. If anyone breaks a finger, I will grant them leave. But if I discover you deliberately injuring yourselves, do not blame me for being ruthless. Now, drink the soup and get back to work. The one-eyed dragon bellowed. What are you waiting for? The Lord personally made soup for everyone. This is a tremendous reward. The power of his example was undeniable. The one-eyed dragon was the first to step forward and drink the soup, prompting the others to abandon their resistance and follow suit. Soon, the worksite buzzed with activity once more. Witnessing this, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, confident that by the following day, the stone forest would be reduced to mere rubble. Just as he was about to depart, the one-eyed dragon hurriedly approached him, saying, "Lord, we've unearthed some gold and silver among these stone pillars. I've placed them in that pile of stones. I genuinely admire your luck, as the likelihood of rare mineral production is quite high. Rest assured, I am closely monitoring. Should anyone attempt to hoard rare metals, I will report it immediately." Luo Yu replied coolly, "Well done, one-eyed dragon. I have been quite pleased with you lately. If you can maintain this performance, I might send you to my brother and epochs, as territory as a manager, offering you a bright future. Should you excel further, I might even consider promoting you to a proper position in my territory." Promote. The remaining eye of the one-eyed dragon gleamed with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "Lord, I will double my efforts to manage the captives for you." "Good." Luo Yu patted his shoulder and turned to leave. One must always harbor hope. Dreaming of a brighter future is far better than wandering aimlessly. In the luxurious beast-taming arena, Luo Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at the emerald orb, patiently awaiting the arrival of the light of evolution. At a certain moment, the emerald orb illuminated, casting a gentle beam upon the cow. The light of evolution had appeared. Hint: chance of cow evolving to black iron level 3. As the light enveloped the cow, Luo Yu silently chanted a phrase. 100-fold crit triggered. The chance of the cow evolving has surged to 300. The cow, previously grazing, suddenly sensed something and began to grow in size. Hint: the cow has successfully evolved to black iron level. Attributes have been altered. Please check them yourself. Chapter 205, The Siege. As the radiance of evolution dissipated, the cow let out a low moo and resumed grazing, seemingly oblivious to the significant transformation it had undergone. In truth, the cow's size now surpassed that of the bull. Luo Yu examined the cow and epochs attributes. Although its dimensions had not improved substantially, its milk production had surged to a remarkable 100 units per day. Previously, it could only yield half a barrel of milk daily, but now it produced a full barrel. Recognizing that the cow was not a combatant, Luo Yu resolved to enhance its physical constitution. He accessed the animal list and, with fervent clicks on the plus sign next to its constitution, expended 130,000 silver to elevate its attribute to 100. Upon reevaluation, its milk production doubled, transforming from 1 barrel to 2. No longer would there be concern over a lack of milk. Luo Yu deemed this investment quite prudent. He proceeded to extract today's milk yield, intending to utilize a critical strike for a unique milk production the following day. Each afternoon, Luo Yu found himself comfortably seated in his workspace, crafting cigarettes while engaging in light-hearted conversation with his group, occasionally pinching Xiao Dai's cherubic cheeks. Life was tranquil and reassuring. Today was no different. He sat on the carpet, swiftly rolling cigarettes while chatting away. Feng Yuming, Ku, and epochs is currently dedicating a considerable amount of time to crafting explosive spike balls, which has diminished the workforce in her territory. I propose we pool our resources to purchase a fully endowed female member for Ku and epochs. What do you all think? Consensus emerged as everyone expressed agreement, and Luo Yu wholeheartedly supported the proposal. Luo Yu, speaking of which, I happen to have a batch of pirate female captives. He shared a screenshot, and the group reacted with astonishment. Feng Yuming, goodness, these captives possess remarkably high attributes, surpassing even mine. If sold on the market, they fetch no less than 1.6 million each, and they're hard to come by. Elena, not just 1.5 million. I once heard someone claim they bought pirate captives for as much as 1.8 million each. I reckon your captives could sell for at least 2 million. Luo Yu, if you're interested, I can offer them to you at a discount. How does 1.8 million sound? Feng Yuming, I want one. I'll write you an IOU. I'll pay you back promptly. Naker, I'll write an IOU too. Everyone was eager, so they opted to defer payment. Luo Yu, hoping to fortify their territory to prevent any future incursions, complied. Ultimately, he dispatched 6 captives with attributes around 120, secured IOUs for 2 million each. This figure was due to Naker providing 2 captives, while another was previously agreed upon to fulfill the role of a fully endowed helper. Thus the costs were shared equally. Of course, The 6 captives surrendered were not the most aesthetically pleasing or attribute-rich. Those akin to Yu, his cash cows, were not easily relinquished. The group welcomed their new formidable members with joy, expressing gratitude towards Luo Yu, yet they soon noticed the new captives were utterly exhausted. Upon arriving at the territory, they collapsed into slumber, their memories obscured, vaguely aware that they had endured a grueling ordeal. As conversations flowed, a sudden notification appeared, guided by mysterious forces. Certain indigenous factions of the heavenly Tao world have commenced an assault on the Tester and Apo's territory. Alice, an attack is underway. Everyone, brace yourselves. Feng Yuming, as expected. An assault follows swiftly after the welfare event. Luo Yu was not complacent. He promptly recalled all captives and animals. Notification: you are under siege by the Alpha tribe and the Skasa tribe. Siege. Luo Yu was taken aback. According to the description, this form of assault posed considerable difficulty, akin to ancient threats. The intensity of the attack was calculated based on the territory's score, which was nearing 60,000, likely due to the high score and accumulated enmity, resulting in such a potent assault. Minutes later, a multitude of soldiers from the Skasa tribe emerged at the eastern assault entrance, while numerous large airboats appeared in the eastern sky. Luo Yu pondered why the distant Alpha tribe would join the fray, only to realize they were utilizing airboats. This tribe displayed a degree of advancement. Attack. The Skasa tribe was led by Dalno, who had personally taken charge once again. Notification: Skasa tribe soldiers have been invigorated, increasing their overall attack power by 5. A throng of indigenous soldiers, shields raised, charged forward as a rain of arrows fell upon them, igniting the ground battle. In the sky, 10 manned airboats approached the territory. Although flying slowly, their altitude kept the arrow towers from engaging them. Luo Yu discerned their intentions. They planned to bypass the assault array and land. If he were the opposing commander, he would first target the arrow towers to dismantle them before coordinating with the Skasa tribe to assault the main base walls. His gaze shifted to the sky, where a young man adorned in opulent attire stood atop an airboat, crowned and distinctly different from those surrounding him. He was undoubtedly a prince of the Alpha tribe. With the benefit of enhanced vision, Luo Yu could clearly perceive the prince's gaze, fixated on the war fog enveloping the assault array. Seemingly intent on dismantling the arrow towers first. 2-star arrow towers require wall protection to maximize their efficacy. Should the enemy strike from the periphery, their defenses would falter rapidly. Each arrow tower was of considerable value. Losing one would be a significant setback. Standing on the balcony of his grand villa, Luo Yu commanded, Xiao Jin, unleash the tiger and amp. Apo's roar. Xiao Jin inhaled deeply and then let out a resounding roar. The tiger and amp. Apo's roar reverberated throughout the territory, instilling fear in the soldiers, causing them to hesitate momentarily. Meanwhile, the animals charging at the forefront of the assault array succumbed to panic, scattering in terror. As the animals fled, the Skasa tribe found themselves momentarily unable to advance, bunched together and subjected to a barrage from the arrow towers. Their initial strategy had now become a liability. Charge. Push forward. The soldiers behind shouted fervently, hoping to rally the animals, but their efforts were futile. Unless the panicked animals were subdued, progress would be perilous. Zzzzz. 4 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, instantly claiming the lives of 4 soldiers. The electric tower had initiated its attack. Chapter 206. Aerial combat in this instance. Luo Yu adjusted the power of the electric shock tower to its maximum, hoping to strike the airships. However, the first wave of attacks instead struck the minions, exploding them into a mist of blood. He turned his gaze skyward. The 10 airships were advancing leisurely. It seemed the enemy was aware of the energy from the arrow towers and dared not let their wooden vessels fly low. If they were hit by arrows, a conflagration would ensue, with catastrophic consequences. From the east, the air wall marked approximately 700 meters from the arrow tower's attack range. Luo Yu speculated that the enemy would cautiously descend within 1,000 meters before turning to assault the strike formation. This distance was crucial, should they land safely. Even if he annihilated the attacking soldiers, losing several arrow towers would not be advantageous. Thus, it depended on whether the electric shock tower could hit the airships effectively. Zzz. Another wave of lightning surged forth, instantly taking down 4 soldiers from the Skasa tribe. Zzz. The electricity continued to strike steadily, taking out 4 units. Whether they were soldiers or animals, yet it failed to hit the airships. Considering the erratic movements of the animals, nearly 600 to 700 attacking units had arrived. While the airships counted as a single unit, the probability of hitting an airship with a strike was indeed rather low. This situation was untenable. Luo Yu felt compelled to take action, calmly instructing Xiao Jin, Xiao Kong, Feya, take the rhinoceros, elephant, Adai, and Atai to the entrance of the strike formation. Xiao Dai, follow me. We shall ascend to confront the warriors of the Alpha tribe. Understood. The beast maidens immediately sprang into action. Moments later, Luo Yu mounted the black eagle and soared into the sky, with Xiao Dai flapping her wings beside him, rising to an altitude of 1,000 meters, higher than the airships. Shall we pierce the airships? Will they still be able to fly? Luo Yu hurled a javelin downward, but to his astonishment, it was intercepted by an unseen barrier as it approached the airship. A shield? He was clearly taken aback. And a notification appeared. The enemy airship is imbued with the wizard's blessing, possessing a light shield, current durability 910. Each airship could withstand 9 attacks from projectiles. A revelation that surprised Luo Yu. It was said that the Alpha tribe was a formidable faction, and today he witnessed their strength firsthand. Nonetheless, he resolved to dismantle the airships and epochs, shields directly. Withdrawing the Yangyu bow, he prepared to unleash a volley of arrows when suddenly, a swarm of flying creatures appeared below. Charging towards him. Master, it's the carrion crows. At least 50. Xiao Dai exclaimed urgently. I see. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Although the carrion crows were far inferior to the black eagle and slightly larger than typical vultures, their numbers were significant. The enemy had deployed so many crows clearly as cannon fodder. If he did not eliminate them, they would harass him, and if he did, it would waste arrows and time while the enemy descended behind the shield. They were well prepared. Truly well prepared. Zzz. For bolts of lightning struck, killing 4 carrion crows. Drawing the firepower of the electric shock tower. Currently, the tiger roar was still on cooldown, and the situation suddenly turned unfavorable. Xiao Dai, it's your turn. Yes. Xiao Dai gently flapped her wings, unleashing pink butterfly dust that flowed against the wind towards the crows. This was the remarkable strength of the charm butterfly. The wind direction could not hinder the advancement of its dust. Upon entering the pink mist, the carrion crows became disoriented, and to Luo Yu's astonishment, they turned and charged towards the airships. Bang, 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 bang. They collided headlong into the shield, rapidly depleting the durability of several airships and epochs, barriers. What? The prince exclaimed anxiously. The carrion crows have been enchanted. Quickly, shoot them down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows flew forth, and the carrion crows were mercilessly slaughtered. The shield was indeed peculiar. Arrows shot from within had no effect on the shield, while those from outside were repelled. Observing this scene, a smile crept onto Luo Yu's lips as he knocked an arrow, aiming at the nearest airship and firing consecutively. Durability, 654. The durability plummeted rapidly, leaving the prince on the airship utterly astonished. What is this rate of fire? How can this lord shoot arrows so swiftly? He watched helplessly as arrows rained down upon them. The airships, lacking the altitude of the Black Eagle, could not reach the circling Black Eagle. And releasing more carrion crows seemed futile, as the charm butterfly and epochs dust easily subdued them. The prince gritted his teeth, cursed. The intelligence did not indicate that this lord could fly. Moreover, he possesses a charm butterfly and a Jingsa Beilu. These are beast maidens. It's simply unbelievable. A beautiful female attendant beside him whispered, Your Highness, the intelligence on the Black Wind pirates is flawed. I have heard they are annihilated every time they strike. Our intelligence mainly derives from the Scarsa tribe. It seems the incompetence of the Scarsa tribe has failed to recognize the true strength of this lord. The prince glanced at the beautiful attendant beside him and solemnly declared, Our airship army has never missed. No matter how strong, I fear not. Does he think we rely solely on airships? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows flew forth, directly depleting the durability of one airship. The barrier dissipated. And just as Luo Yu was about to pierce the airship and epochs, hot air balloon, arcs of electricity struck down. Boom, 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 boom. For arcs of electricity slammed into the airship, causing it to explode into fragments, with some soldiers unable to react in time and perishing instantly. Luo Yu realized that due to the shield, the electric shock tower had refrained from attacking the airship immediately. An attack would only reduce the durability by 1 layer, which was not worth it. The electric shock tower prioritized targets that were closer or lacked shields. To Luo Yu's astonishment, some surviving soldiers from the airships leapt down, unfurling their parachutes, drifting down like leaves. Paratroopers, not the glider soldiers of the Scarsa tribe, but actual paratroopers. However, the airships had not yet flown out of the arrow tower's attack range. Even though most arrows were targeting the soldiers on the ground, occasionally a volley of arrows shot upwards could easily claim the lives of those paratroopers. Chapter 207. Prepared and ready to counter in midair, evasion was impossible. The parachute and epochs' substantial target was vulnerable. Once struck by an arrow, it would deflate rapidly, leading to a catastrophic fall from over 100 meters, resulting in a gruesome demise. Luo Yu, mounted on his Black Eagle, executed another spiral maneuver while simultaneously targeting the shield durability of another airship, keeping a vigilant eye on the paratroopers. These soldiers were unable to reach the ground, as they were perpetually descending above the strike formation, which was not merely comprised of arrow towers. Being close to the ground, the 30 automated crossbows were no trifling matter. In standby mode, they would unleash a barrage of bolts upon any hostile entity entering their range, often resulting in the immediate demise of paratroopers. Witnessing this scene, a cold smirk played on Luo Yu and Apo's lips. He believed that even if all the soldiers on those airships managed to land, dismantling his strike formation would prove exceedingly difficult. With 4 electric towers, even if lightning struck the same target, they could claim at least 20 attacking units and Apo's lives within a minute. In 10 minutes, that amounted to 200. And in half an hour, the battle would likely conclude. With the fog of war, arrow towers, automated crossbows, beast women, and a multitude of animals collaborating in defense, dismantling the strike formation within half an hour was virtually impossible. Even if they managed to destroy 3 arrow towers, Luo Yu would consider it a significant achievement. However, the cost of a 2-star arrow tower was quite steep, and he was naturally reluctant to incur losses without cause. Drawing his bow, he loosed arrows with precision, shattering yet another airship's shield in mere moments. With a swift motion, a spear pierced the airship's hot air balloon, causing it to leak and plummet rapidly. Soldiers aboard began to leap, transforming into paratroopers, yet amidst the crossfire, survival was utterly unattainable. As yet another airship's crew was annihilated, a cold smile crossed Luo Yu's face. He targeted the next vessel. The sheer size of the target required no precise aim, so he cast his gaze toward the death corridor. Boom! The sounds of explosions echoed through the death corridor as the explosive rats commenced their demolition of the walls. The durability of the fortifications plummeted, and Luo Yu directed his efforts to swiftly repair the mechanisms. Although silver was consumed rapidly, the walls remained intact. However, this time, the Skasa tribe's warriors had introduced a novel warfare tool, ladders. Several soldiers hastily assembled a 5-meter-high ladder, preparing to scale the walls. Despite the sharp stone spikes lining the top, these agile soldiers, boasting agility scores exceeding 12, could leap over the spikes from the ladder and land safely outside the walls. A fall would be far preferable to being trapped within the death corridor. This scene caused Luo Yu to furrow his brow slightly. Should a multitude of Skasa soldiers breach the death corridor, their numbers would swiftly dismantle the nearby arrow towers. Furthermore, these ladders were made of iron, impervious to incendiary arrows, indicating that the Skasa tribe had devised a cunning strategy for their assault. The threat posed by these ladders was significant. Observing this unfolding scenario, Luo Yu was determined to prevent such an occurrence. He retrieved a bag from his storage bracelet and handed it to Xiaodai, instructing her to use explosive spike balls against the opposing ladders. Upon receiving the bag, Xiaodai flapped her wings and descended. The entire strike formation was shrouded in the fog of war, rendering it impossible for the enemy to detect Xiaodai from a distance within the death corridor, thus minimizing her risk of being shot. Upon reaching an altitude of over 20 meters above the ladder, Xiaodai produced an explosive spike ball and hurled it towards the ground. Bang! The spike ball detonated upon impact, releasing 6 sharp spikes. At close range, the power of these spikes was formidable. Penetrating one soldier would often lead to another's injury. At that moment, the soldiers had congregated near the ladder, and the explosion sent 8 or 9 of them crashing to the ground. It's an explosive device. The Lord is using items to attack us. Everyone, be cautious. The soldiers exclaimed in alarm, their fear amplified by the fog of war, leaving them unaware of the direction from which the explosive spike ball had come. Xiaodai, spotting another group erecting a ladder, quickly launched another explosive spike ball. With her strength exceeding 100, she could throw the spike ball a considerable distance, eliminating any concerns about range. Bang! The spike ball exploded again, toppling another group of soldiers, resulting in numerous casualties. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky as another airship was struck by lightning, erupting in a fiery explosion. Having dispatched yet another airship, Luo Yu glanced down at Xiaodai, who had thrown yet another spike ball. Wherever soldiers attempted to construct ladders, she would hurl her spike balls. In the densely populated death corridor, the lethality of the explosive spike balls proved remarkably effective. However, their numbers were limited. Kura had been tirelessly crafting them. Yet only 60 had been produced in total, with each soldier receiving 12. Given Nako and Apo's current proficiency, some materials had been wasted, and it had been calculated that each explosive spike ball cost around 2,000 silver. Every throw represented a significant financial investment. Bang! 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 Xiaodai continued to unleash spike balls. And after decimating dozens of enemies, the remaining soldiers dared not construct ladders any longer. The few ladders that had been erected stood abandoned, as no one was willing to scale them. Those who dared to climb would meet their demise. The indigenous soldiers were not mindless beasts or insects. They understood the meaning of death. Boom. Another thunderous crash resounded as yet another airship fell victim to lightning, and the paratroopers began their descent. Yet before they could touch down, they were all obliterated. On board the airship, the beautiful female attendant urged, "Your Highness, the Lord riding the Black Eagle is doing this deliberately. He is systematically destroying our airships to prevent a large number of paratroopers from landing simultaneously. At this rate, we shall be picked off one by one." The prince, filled with rage, retorted, "What can we do? The airships are descending at this speed. Immediately descend." The female attendant insisted, "At least this will draw fire. Even if the incendiary arrows counter our airships, it is far better than lingering in the sky and awaiting our doom. Moreover, our 5 airships are still shielded. Breaching the shields will not be an easy task, and the airships will not ignite so swiftly." The prince pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and conceding. "Very well, it shall be as you say. Bai Shuai, relay the order to extinguish the thermal furnace and prepare for descent." Immediately, flag bearers signaled the command. Once the thermal furnace was extinguished and the ascending airflow ceased, the airships would gradually descend. Chapter 208. I strike with precision. Oh? Is it to land within the range of the arrow tower and epochs as coverage? Such audacity. Luo Yu smiled faintly, maneuvering the Black Hawk to descend as well. Whoosh. As the airship descended, it directly entered the attack range of the arrow tower, prompting a barrage of arrows to be unleashed into the sky. The arrow tower could simultaneously shoot a volley of 10 arrows, capable of breaching the durability of shields in a single shot. Bang, bang. The 2 airships that descended the fastest had their shields shattered, with thermal arrows embedding themselves into the wooden hulls, igniting that area in an instant. The airships were constructed from lightweight wood. Otherwise, they could not ascend, clearly made from flammable material. Sparks immediately began to fly, and within moments, the 2 airships were engulfed in flames, plummeting downward as the soldiers hastily donned their parachutes. Unfortunately, this time, they faced a greater onslaught from the arrow towers. Many soldiers were struck down as soon as they opened their parachute packs, succumbing to fatal wounds, heat strokes, or fatal falls. One airship managed to land without catching fire, but it fell right into the midst of the assault formation. The open space at the center of the formation was essentially a moat surrounded by automatic crossbows and arrow towers, with animals lurking behind a row of sandbags. The soldiers had barely emerged when a volley of arrows felled them instantly. The remaining 2 airships finally landed safely on the grasslands, yet still within the range of arrows. Whoosh! A barrage of thermal arrows rained down, igniting the 2 airships in an explosive conflagration. The prince leaped from the airship, brandishing his shield and shouting, "Quick, shields! Move away from the arrow tower and epochs range." The soldiers promptly raised their shields and began to retreat. Crackle, crackle, for bolts of lightning struck and sent 4 soldiers reeling. But Luo Yu had adjusted the lightning's power, ensuring only a stun effect without explosive force. Including the prince and the beautiful lady knight, the 20-odd individuals swiftly retreated, only to be felled by the arrow towers, losing 5 more. With their dwindling numbers, it seemed impossible to dismantle the arrow towers. They might not even reach them before being slain. The lady knight, Bai Shui, urged, "Your Highness, this assault has failed. We must retreat." "Retreat? To where?" The prince appeared equally anxious. Bai Shui commanded, "The corridor entrance to the east. With our agility, we can leap over the walls. If we don't retreat soon, it will be too late. But the Skasa tribe is still engaged in battle. If we withdraw, it will diminish our rapport with them." The prince hesitated, but Bai Shui firmly declared, "Your Highness, this was all my decision. It bears no reflection on you. If King holds me accountable upon our return, I will accept all consequences." "Very well." The prince relented, shaking off his last doubts. "Then we shall follow your lead. Retreat. Protect the prince." The remaining soldiers formed a protective ring around the prince and began their withdrawal. Notification: the Alpha tribe is in disarray and begins to flee. This notification reached not only Luo Yu, but also the tribal shaman brought by Dalnu. At that moment, they were engaged in a bloody struggle within the corridor of death. The shaman exclaimed, "My king, the Alpha tribe has fled." "What? We are striving to buy them time. And they dare to flee." Dalnu seethed with rage. They had been ensnared in the fog of war from the outset, unable to perceive the brutal conflict outside. The shaman, equally furious, retorted, "Indeed, the Alpha tribe is exceedingly treacherous. This territory cannot be taken now. We must wait until the end of the month to gather more forces for another assault. We should retreat as well." Unexpectedly, Dalnu roared, "No retreat. We cannot escape from the corridor of death. I would rather perish charging forward than withdraw. Charge. Press on." Notification: the soldiers of the Skasa tribe are inspired. increasing their combat effectiveness by 5. Luo Yu remained unconcerned about the foes within the corridor of death. Their fate was sealed. At this moment, he and Xiao Jin were advancing toward the remnants of the Alpha tribe, slowly approaching through the mist of war. On the other side, the surviving members of the Alpha tribe were the elite. After escaping the range of the arrow towers, they hastened toward the eastern entrance. Moments later, they found themselves back within the arrow tower's shooting range. To leap over the walls and escape to the entrance, they had to confront the arrow towers. Quick, shields. Protect the prince. Bai Shui and Apochs, he called out, as several shield bearers stood in front of the prince, valiantly defending him. One was struck down, and another took his place, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. However, the arrow towers showed no mercy to these loyal soldiers. 2 towers in this direction concentrated their fire on the group, immediately felling 3 elite warriors. Crackle, crackle. 4 bolts of lightning suddenly struck, incapacitating the last 4 elite warriors standing guard. In an instant, only the prince and Bai Shui and Apochs, he remained. Yet at that moment, they had plunged into the fog of war, mere steps away from the wall. Your Highness, go. Bai Shui embraced the prince and, with all her strength, hurled him forward. She was a truly elite warrior, her strength exceeding 140. As the prince was propelled through the air, he felt as though he were flying. With agility surpassing 100, he took one last glance at Bai Shui, adjusting his stance midair to prepare for landing. Curse that lord. Upon my return, I will lead a legion of elites to obliterate you. He gritted his teeth, landing with a thud on the ground. Just as he steadied himself and prepared to flee, he heard a calm male voice beside him. Is that so? I relish striking elites, but only if you can return. Huh? The prince turned to see a young, handsome man gazing at him coolly. The prince's first instinct was to marvel at the man's striking appearance. Then realization dawned upon him. You are the lord. Luo Yu nodded indifferently before delivering a swift kick to the prince and Apochs' abdomen. Ugh! The prince gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen in agony. This pain did not last long, for soon he felt a sharp blow to his head, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Outside the walls, Bai Shui witnessed the prince vanish beyond the barrier and let out a sigh of relief. Clang, clang, clang. Her longsword deflected a barrage of incoming arrows. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the arrow tower ahead. Your Highness, you must retreat for now. I will coordinate with the Skasa tribe to combat together. This may help alleviate their resentment, and our rapport will not diminish so drastically. Chapter 209, Surrendering to Surrender. Having spoken, the valiant Bai Shui resolutely charged towards the 2-star arrow tower before her. Alert! Bai Shui of the Alpha tribe, a unique character, has chosen to abandon her chance to flee and is determined to fight to the bitter end. Both Luo Yu and the young sorceress received the notification simultaneously. After the young sorceress relayed the message to Dalnu, he let out a soft huff, his animosity towards the Alpha tribe diminishing. Luo Yu observed this development from the entrance of the corridor of death, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. It seemed that there existed a degree of affinity and animosity among tribes, suggesting potential avenues for manipulation. Bang! Bai Shui and Apochs' sword struck fiercely against the arrow tower. Arrow tower durability, 94-99. Bang! Another blow, further chipping away 5 points of durability. Just as she prepared to swing her sword once more, a chilling voice pierced her ears. Vile creature, that strike cost my master 500 silver coins. Startled, Bai Shui retaliated instinctively, only to find her sword ensnared by a hand. Upon closer inspection, she beheld a golden-haired maiden. The ferocious aura emanating from this girl, coupled with her 2 adorably sharp canine teeth, appeared cute yet menacing at this moment. Crack, crack, crack. The girl's small golden hand exerted tremendous force, twisting the long sword into a pretzel shape. This was a black iron greatsword. Jin Go. Sabalu. Bai Shui's eyes widened in terror. Even a seasoned warrior like her felt an instinctive fear in the presence of such a fierce tiger. You're quite charming. Had it not been for my master's command to spare your life, I would have devoured you whole. The girl sneered, her tiger-like paw striking out with ferocity. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Bai Shui lacked even the ability to evade, and she was struck forcefully on the shoulder, spraying a mouthful of blood as she collapsed to the ground. With her last glance at the wall where her prince had departed, a hint of resignation crossed her features as she whispered, "Prince, are you safe? I truly cherish you with that." She fell unconscious. Bang! Another figure was hurled from behind the wall, the prince landing neatly beside Bai Shui as Luo Yu and Apochs' voice resonated from within. Heal her, confine her. Yes. The golden-haired girl effortlessly lifted them both. Alert! The Alpha tribe has been utterly defeated. Dalnu and his comrades, who had been charging forward in the corridor of death, halted in their tracks. The male sorcerer beside him chuckled wryly. "My lord, the Alpha tribe and epochs' forces have been vanquished." "Humph," Dalma scoffed, preparing to charge once more when a faint voice called from behind. "Dalnu, since I have allowed you to return, how dare you attempt to come again?" The remaining members of the Skasa tribe turned simultaneously, revealing a young man emerging from the war fog, none other than Luo Yu. Dalma glared at Luo Yu, retorting, "You have wronged my wife. How could I not come?" Luo Yu and epochs' anger flared as a vein throbbed on his forehead. "I did not wrong your wife. Mei Lin is thriving under my care. Does that count as mistreatment?" "Enough with the nonsense. Surrender," Dalnu declared, casting his sword to the ground. This scene stunned everyone. The nearby young sorcerer gaping in disbelief. Their king was surrendering? What happened to his former bravado? With their leader disarming, the warriors promptly laid down their weapons in unison, collectively surrendering. "Alert! The Skasa tribe has surrendered en masse. Congratulations on your victory in this assault. You have received rewards. Freedom attribute points 18. Luo Yu immediately allocated the 18 points evenly, adjusting his attributes to strength, 215 constitution, 221 agility, 216. As the battle concluded, the arrow tower, lightning tower, and other structures came to a standstill. Luo Yu surveyed the warriors before him. Merely 5 seconds ago, they were adversaries, and now they were prisoners. Such immediate surrender negated the need for imprisonment. They were now ideal captives, ready to be put to work. He promptly commanded, "You will transport the bodies, extinguish the fires, and clear the battlefield." At once, the captives began their tasks. Luo Yu approached Dalnu, casting a curious glance before swiftly knocking him unconscious. As a unique individual, Dalnu would retain his memories even after capture. It was imperative to shield him from too much knowledge of the base. He tossed Dalnu onto a rhinoceros and epochs' back for Xiao Dai to escort back, while he, along with Xiao Kong and Fei Ye, began managing the aftermath. Luo Yu's speed in treating the wounded was remarkable, stopping bleeding, applying ointments, and bandaging all at once. He could tend to a mid-level injury in approximately 30 seconds, leading to a rapid increase in his medical experience. Simultaneously, the Cyclops and others joined in the efforts. Moving bodies was far easier than battling the stone forest, allowing them to recover from their injuries. Xiao Kong was extinguishing fires with a water hose, while Fei Ye assisted Luo Yu. Meanwhile, the golden-haired girl and Xiao Dai helped treat the injured. After tending to all the casualties and the wounded animals, Luo Yu noted a dwindling supply of herbs and fabric. Additionally, his medical level had risen to LV10, granting him the ability to perform basic surgeries. As the Lord, Luo Yu focused on healing the injured, typically refraining from other menial tasks. Once he organized the post-war duties, he returned to the villa, showering under a diamond showerhead while conversing with his group. With the increase in scoring, the intensity of assaults escalated, putting additional pressure on everyone in epochs' defenses. Although this encounter had been manageable, a consensus emerged that more defensive structures needed to be erected to counterbalance the rising scores. While his companions had safely navigated through, the global and regional conditions remained grim. This assault, though minor, was equivalent to 200 points per attacking unit, yet the varied methods of tribal assaults significantly heightened the difficulty compared to earlier minor incursions. Luo Yu observed a trend. The most common issue was the engineers digging through walls, many having breached the fortifications, compromising the base and epochs' integrity. Others engaged in earthworks or flanking maneuvers, and instances of animal suicide squads were not uncommon. However, no one mentioned being besieged by 2 tribes simultaneously. Compounded by aerial strikes, such occurrences were likely, yet some higher races, with scores surpassing Luo Yu's, would never deign to disclose them. Chapter 210. The world is cruel. As they flipped through the world and regional channels, a sudden prompt appeared. The barbarian bull tribe, female, has hired your team, seeking your assistance in defending her territory. Will you accept? At the same moment, all the companions received this notification. Elena, I recall our team's commission is 300,000 silver coins. Is it truly so expensive that someone would hire us? Nyoda, the barbarian bull tribe is somewhat stronger than our Minotaur clan. Luo Yu, by how much stronger? Nyoda, it and epochs, akin to the difference between gorillas and humans. Feng Yume, wow, such a significant disparity? Regardless, Luo Yu, make a decision on whether we should take on this task. Luo Yu, are you all prepared? Seeing that everyone affirmed their readiness, Luo Yu declared, then let us commence. Your team has accepted the mission. You will be teleported in 30 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. As the countdown concluded, a portal materialized before them. Upon stepping through, they found themselves in an unfamiliar domain. Fire. Flames engulfed the territory. It appeared to be thriving, yet it was consumed by fire. Numerous indigenous corpses lay sprawled on the ground, and in the sky, 2 airships circled ominously. Luo Yu surveyed the scene, discovering that within the walls, the natives were still engaged in fierce combat, not only with their current wave of mercenaries but with several others that had also been hired simultaneously. Moreover, it seemed that all the members and animals of this territory had perished, leaving only a lone lord to fight valiantly. Suddenly jolted back to reality. Everyone was struck by the shocking scene. Nyoda pointed urgently. "Boss, look. It's the local lord." Turning to see a woman, approximately 9 meters tall, with a robust physique and a pair of horns. This woman was indeed the local lord. Aside from her horns, she bore an uncanny resemblance to human females, and her beauty was not to be dismissed. At this moment, the towering female lord of the barbarian bull tribe was besieged by a group of natives. Arrows lodged in her body, clearly struggling to endure. "Don't worry, my lady. I shall assist you," Nyoda bellowed, charging forth with his axe. Elena whispered, "Luo Yu, let us fight as well." "Agreed," Luo Yu replied solemnly. "Engage freely, but avoid the mercenaries." Besides them, there were only 2 other mercenary factions present. The companions nodded in unison, with Elena darting out first, while Feng Yume, Alice, and Nako instinctively fought together. Luo Yu glanced at Nyoda, who was valiantly battling alongside the female lord, his brow slightly furrowed. Mercenaries, perish. 2 natives brandishing spears charged at Luo Yu, their attributes around 30 points. The indigenous soldiers here were considerably stronger than those of the Skasa tribe. Whoosh! The moonlight twin daggers flew from his hands, and the 2 natives were swiftly felled. Meanwhile, Feng Yume, seemingly preparing to summon beasts, suddenly noticed Luo Yu and Oppos, as private message. "No need to summon animals. We can handle this." "Huh?" Feng Yume appeared puzzled, glancing at Luo Yu, who had already leapt onto a rooftop, drawing his bow and aiming. "Wooden and Oppos, summoning the green sprout and crimson sprout be more prudent?" With doubt lingering in her mind, she surveyed the territory. The flames raged fiercely, paratroopers descended from the airships and outside the walls. Indigenous soldiers and various chaotic creatures surged in, with at least 300 attacking units assaulting the base if the animals were excluded. The situation was indeed dire. Observing the 2 other mercenary teams, although they fought fiercely, they appeared to be handling the situation with ease. Feng Yume was astonished to realize they seemed not to be killing the natives with lethal intent. She began to comprehend. Beside her, Alice sighed softly. This territory is beyond saving. For the Lord to survive, she must either abandon her land and become a nomad or choose to merge territories. Furthermore, the Lord had hired 3 mercenary factions, which was against the rules. Everyone was working without putting in real effort, preparing for the territory's destruction. When everything became neutral, it would facilitate the plundering of resources. Nako, beside her, listened in shock, while Feng Yume shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. Such a brutal scene struck her deeply. The world of heavenly Tao is indeed ruthless. Even a well-developed territory can meet such a fate if defenses are neglected. On the rooftop, Luo Yu released arrows targeting a man clad in armor, seemingly a minor leader among the natives. "How dare you ambush me?" The small leader roared in fury, deflecting the arrow with his long knife, yet he did not anticipate the swift arrival of Luo Yu and Oppos' second and third arrows. Thud, thud. One arrow pierced his throat, while the other penetrated his forehead, causing the small leader to collapse instantly. Luo Yu quickly jumped over, yanking the pouch from the fallen leader's waist. To his delight, it contained a small lump of platinum, brightening his eyes. Storing it in his storage bracelet, he scanned the battlefield again and spotted another female minor leader hiding in a corner, drawing her bow and successfully taking down a mercenary. A smile crept onto Luo Yu's face as he dashed towards her. However, a male mercenary from the Zenith Star also targeted the female leader, rushing to her side. Having noticed her first, unfortunately, speed is of the essence. With 216 agility, Luo Yu was no joke. He arrived before the Zenith Star mercenary, swiftly cleaving him in 2. The mercenary's body began to dissipate, returning to his origin, and from the point of dissolution, a bundle of items exploded forth. In the next instant, Luo Yu executed a spinning kick, landing a precise blow on the female leader and Oppos' head, the force of the kick instantly killing her. He tore the pouch from her waist and snatched the ring and bracelet off her. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Luo Yu's eyes. The pouch contained gold and some dried meat cakes, but the ring and bracelet were crafted from platinum. Valuable. Damn it. You dare attack our team. 2 burly men from Zenith Star rushed forward. With a swift strike, Luo Yu dispatched them, his blade sending them crashing to the ground. He had just slain 3 mercenaries. Similarly, these 2 mercenaries dropped 2 sets of items. Luo Yu focused his gaze, discovering they were both core components of the territory, causing him to rejoice. Chapter 211. Merging territories, plundering resources. The core of the territory constitutes 5. According to the principles of the celestial realm, mercenaries who are defeated outside do not perish but instead return to their own territories. However, there exists a significant probability that various metrics of the territory will diminish. These metrics will manifest through the territory core. A 5 loss in the territory core indicates that the territory and epochs resources have been reduced by 50. Death invariably comes at a cost, and in this merciless world, a reduction of 50 in territory resources is indeed a considerable price to pay. As the victor, Luo Yu naturally accepted this outcome with a smile. He promptly transformed his territorial resources to 216 and his mine resources to 221. Having accomplished this, Luo Yu swiftly concealed himself behind a stone dwelling, masking his presence while surveying the surroundings, ready for a new target. At that moment, a voice boomed, "My lord, the territory can no longer be defended. Will you not concede? Do you wish for all of us to fail in our missions only for you to meet your demise alone? Abandon the territory at once. Whether merging with another or becoming a wanderer, I assure you on behalf of all mercenaries, we will not harm you." Upon hearing this, the female member of the Bull clan displayed a distressed expression. She too recognized the untenability of the territory and epochs defense. Gritting her teeth, she turned to her companion, Bulda, and whispered, "Thank you for saving me, dear brother of our clan. Would you be willing to merge your territory with mine?" Emerge. Bulda was clearly taken aback. Instinctively seeking Luo Yu's guidance. "Bulda, group chat boss, this woman from the Bull clan wishes to merge with my territory." "Oh?" Luo Yu, hidden in the shadows, directed his gaze towards their location, while Fang Yuming and the others exchanged astonished glances. Alice remarked, "By merging territories, she can retain her core while preserving her identity as a trialist. Additionally, she may choose 3 buildings to merge into the new territory. This territory is affluent, whereas yours is impoverished. I believe merging is a prudent choice." Elena concurred. Indeed, merging equates to acquiring a vast wealth effortlessly. And I observe that this lady lord possesses exceptional martial prowess and high attributes. She would be a valuable ally. Fang Yuming urged, "Luo Yu, where are you? Please come and make a decision." Having previously reviewed the matters concerning territorial merging, Luo Yu recognized that this was indeed an excellent option for Bulda. However, merging would result in a single territory housing 2 trialists. The question of leadership would be paramount, just as it was for Fang Yumeng and Na Kuer in their territory. Luo Yu stated decisively, "Merging is acceptable, but Bulda, you must retain the authority." Furthermore, he specified that the chosen buildings should be a villa, an entertainment room, and a workshop, as all else had been ravaged by the indigenous inhabitants. "All right, I and Apos, I'll communicate that to her." Bulda promptly relayed Luo Yu and Apos' words. And the female Bull clan member nodded without hesitation, fully aware that this was her only option. With a swift motion, Alice and Elena unleashed arrows, repelling the indigenous assailants. The Lady Lord hastily commenced the merging process, and in but a moment, all present received a notification. This lord has relinquished the territory and chosen to merge with another trialist and Apos' territory. The mid-grade villa, comfortable entertainment room, and sturdy workshop have been selected for merging. A brilliant light flashed before their eyes as the 3 structures vanished, and Luo Yu noted that the previously burning buildings, once friendly units, had now transformed into neutral units. Likewise, the formerly hostile tribesmen had also become neutral. Notification. Due to the Lord's abandonment of territorial ownership, your squad's mercenary task is complete, and the commission has been evenly distributed. Notification. If you attack the neutral tribe, they will harbor animosity towards you. The state of affairs shifted instantaneously. All had completed their tasks, and now their singular objective was clear, to plunder. They were to seize all remaining wealth within this territory. Luo Yu glanced towards Bulda, noting that due to the merging, the female Bull clan member had already been transported to Bulda and Apos' territory. "Luoda, you should return first." "Understood, boss." Bulda and Apos' face radiated excitement. The female Bull clan member was indeed pleasing to the eye, and being of the same tribe only heightened his enthusiasm. In the next moment, Luo Yu dashed into the warehouse, joined by 3 men from the Wind Clan mercenary group, clearly aware that the warehouse held the most valuable treasures. At that moment, the warehouse had already been occupied by over a dozen indigenous individuals, frantically looting and stuffing various resources into small pouches at their waists. Without hesitation, Luo Yu wielded his twin daggers with precision, swiftly dispatching 4 nearby indigenous assailants. He tore a pouch from their waist without glancing inside. depositing its contents into his storage bracelet. His gaze then fell upon a cabinet in front of him, which displayed an assortment of irregular metals, seemingly crafted items. Incomplete golden bracelet, incomplete emerald carving. These were all unfinished artifacts, and Luo Yu immediately understood. The Lady Lord likely possessed a high artistic level, capable of crafting jewelry for sale, which explained the prosperous development of her territory. Regrettably, she had focused solely on increasing her score without addressing the threats to her defenses. Perhaps overconfident in her capabilities. Had she constructed a couple more arrow towers, her territory might not have fallen so swiftly. That said, items such as rings and bracelets could enhance attributes and were thus quite valuable in the current market. Bulda had indeed struck gold. Luo Yu gathered all the unfinished items, totaling around 20 to 30 pieces, then shifted his gaze to a shelf within the warehouse. There lay a substantial quantity of gold. Step aside. The gold belongs to us. Two indigenous individuals charged at him frantically. Luo Yu seized a cabinet with one hand and hurled it towards them, unleashing a surge of power that resulted in a thunderous crash, obliterating both the cabinet and the two assailants. Over 1,000 units of gold and 200 units of platinum were swept away by Luo Yu. Moreover, he noticed in the corner of the warehouse a vibrant, multicolored clay. 7-colored coral can be used to create artifacts and is a prerequisite item for unlocking the artistic processing table. A splendid find. Luo Yu collected this item and began racing towards another shelf. In mere moments, he had cleared the warehouse of all valuable possessions. Just as he prepared to leave, the Wind Clan members had eliminated all indigenous threats and were now blocking the warehouse entrance. The leader of the Wind Clan men sneered, "You think to leave after stealing?" Chapter 212, The Occupation of the Airship. Human race, you have underestimated us. The voice of the Wind Clan man was cold and disdainful. Looking for death? Luo Yu's speed did not wane. Rather, it increased as he charged forward. The Wind Clan warriors, realizing there was no room for negotiation, roared and rushed at him. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated as the first Wind Clan man blocking Luo Yu was cleaved in half, both man and sword. Immediately, Luo Yu's right hand swept his long knife across, and with formidable force, the Wind Clan warrior, despite his agility, found his long sword shattered as the knife and Appo's tip sliced through his chest. A look of terror flashed in the eyes of the Wind Clan man before it vanished. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds echoed as Luo Yu and Appo's left-hand knife struck another Wind Clan tank warrior, holding a shield 3 times, obliterating both shield and warrior. In mere moments, he had dispatched these Wind Clan mercenaries, sweeping up the territory cores and some previously looted resources before bursting out of the warehouse. Outside, chaos reigned as the mercenaries realized the female lord had relinquished control of the territory. Beast tamers summoned beasts to slaughter the natives, while archers unleashed their arrows with deadly precision and warriors roared as they fought. Numerous natives fell in an instant. Among them, the most ruthless were Elena and Fong Yuming. Elena, with her ruthless methods, shot arrows and executed quick stabs, racking up a high body count among the natives. Fong Yumong, on the other hand, unleashed her beast, Qingya, who was ferocious, dispatching foes with a single punch. Fong Yuming, Alice, and Naku and Appo's collected the pouches from the fallen natives, evidently reaping a substantial reward. Seeing that his companions were unharmed, Luo Yu turned his gaze toward the airships above, uncertain if there were valuable items left in the burning territory. He was certain that the 2 airships held a wealth of treasures. Murmuring softly, a flash of light appeared, and the Black Hawk manifested. The Black Hawk let out a sharp cry, soaring into the sky with Luo Yu aboard. Fong Yumeng, we must ascend, Alice urged. Ku and Appo's, be cautious with Qingya. Naku nodded, brandishing her dagger. You all take care. As a beast tamer, Fong Yumeng, equipped with the Black Hawk previously sold by Luo Yu, was naturally able to engage in aerial combat. In the next moment, she and Alice leaped onto the back of the Black Hawk and took flight. Now, riding the Black Hawk and circling in the sky, Luo Yu gazed down at the airships, a smile gracing his lips. The airships that had previously attacked his territory lay in ruins, and now 2 more awaited him. As he maneuvered the Black Hawk closer to the airship, an opposing archer drew his bow to impede Luo Yu and Appo's approach, only to be struck dead by Luo Yu and Appo's own bow. With a thud, Luo Yu leaped onto the airship. The 3 men and 4 women aboard recoiled in fear at the sight of him. Among the men was a young figure adorned with a crown, likely a prince, accompanied by 2 male attendants. The 4 women appeared to be maidservants. The soldiers from the airship had already jumped down to engage in battle, and these individuals had presumed themselves safe above the fray, unaware of Luo Yu's ascent. The crowned figure, trembling, exclaimed, I am the 13th prince of the Crocodile Head tribe. You must be a mercenary. Do you seek to wage war against our tribe? With a cold chuckle, Luo Yu advanced towards them in silence. Kill. Two attendants charged at him, but one maidservant was struck down by an arrow before she could reach Luo Yu, while another attendant was cleaved by Luo Yu's blade. Turning, he saw that it was Alice who had loosed the arrow, while Feng Yumling and Alice circled the skies on the Black Hawk, providing cover. Luo Yu. Let us deal with the other airship. Agreed. Luo Yu replied, steadily approaching the 13th prince. Fear etched on the prince's face, he, in desperation, drew his sword and charged at Luo Yu with a shout. Bang! The sword flew from his grasp as Luo Yu effortlessly seized him by the collar. You cannot kill me. The prince stammered in terror. I am a prince. If you slay me, you will face endless retribution. Is that so? We shall see if your sorcerers receive this message. Luo Yu retorted with a sneer, forcefully hurling the prince to the ground. The prince crashed down like a cannonball, colliding with a Wind Clan warrior engaged in battle below. The tank-like warrior instinctively raised his shield to block the impact. Bang! The prince slammed into the shield, bursting into a gory mess, while the Wind Clan tank was knocked back, bewildered as he looked up at the airship, seeing nothing of worth. Damn it! Why must this prince seek to die at my expense? He cursed, feeling the weight of injury from the impact, forcing him to withdraw from the fight. Luo Yu and Apo's scheme had proven successful. With the recent pirate factions, the Skasa tribe, the Alpha tribe, and the ancient cave all being hostile, he was reluctant to increase animosity with more enemy factions. Approaching the maidservants, he swiftly knocked them all to the ground with a single punch, stepping into the airship's cabin. These maidservants possessed pleasing appearances. They could be sold, making for an entertaining spectacle of beauty and beast upon his return to the arena. Inside the cabin, the furnishings were simple. 2 rows of seats for soldiers and a chair for the prince, along with the airship and Apo's control panel. Upon reaching the control panel and tapping it, a prompt appeared. Ownership of the airship has been transferred. Your team now possesses ownership of the airship. Similar messages flashed as Feng Yuming and Alice seemingly took control of their own airship. After reviewing the details, a smile crept across Luo Yu and Apo's face. Possessing ownership of the airship meant he could take it back with him. Marvelous. However, for now, he would let it hover above while he attended to other matters. Moments later, the Crocodile Head tribe began to crumble. The members had looted considerable resources, but Luo Yu and his mercenaries would not let them slip away easily. They pursued relentlessly, effectively exterminating nearly all attackers from the tribe. Additionally, they captured numerous prisoners, resulting in a bounty beyond their expectations. Within the burning territory, 3 factions of mercenaries occupied distinct positions, each caught in a standoff. If slaying tribes could yield immense profits, then dispatching rival mercenaries for their cores promised an even greater fortune. Chapter 213, The Acquisition of 2 Airships. In an instant, the 3 parties scrutinized one another, none willing to retreat immediately. Within their small group, Feng Yuming inquired, Luo Yu, what shall we do now? Luo Yu replied, eliminate them. Once the battle commences, utilize the explosive piercing balls. We shall take down one foe at a time. The territorial cores we obtain will be distributed upon our return. The members of the squad nodded in agreement. Perhaps if left to their own devices, this group of young women might choose to withdraw. But with Luo Yu and Apo's resolve to fight, they too would not falter. It was universally understood that those who possessed greater resources held a higher chance of survival. No words were exchanged among the 3 factions. A mere spark would ignite the flames of war. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a shadow descended from the sky with astonishing speed, crashing down upon a female Wind Clan member. The sudden assailant was, of course, the Black Hawk. Kill. The 3 factions launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Moments later, the skirmish concluded. Except for a few swift mercenaries who activated their light gates to escape, the rest were vanquished. The combat prowess displayed was simply on another level. Observing the surrounding flames, Feng Yuming sighed softly. Did our actions just now constitute murder for treasure? Not at all. Luo Yu smiled calmly. If all 3 parties hold such a mindset, it would not be classified as murder for treasure, but rather a collective brawl. We have triumphed. And that is sufficient. Everyone nodded slightly in agreement. Luo Yu continued, let us proceed to Nyoda and Apo's base. The spoils obtained from this mission belong to the squad. We shall allocate them together. A light gate appeared, and they departed from the ravaged territory, arriving within Nyoda and Apo's domain. Remarkably, the once underdeveloped Nyoda territory transformed into a more respectable establishment with the addition of villas, entertainment rooms, and workshops. In the living room of the villa, everyone had gathered, including the female lord. Their gazes instinctively converged upon her as Nyoda chuckled. Her name is Jima, and her attributes are formidable, all exceeding 130 points. Nyoda appeared quite pleased, while Jima lowered her head, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Luo Yu smiled gently. Jima, Now that you have merged with Nyoda and epochs as territory, I believe you are aware of the current situation. We are effectively a single squad now, and will gradually become more familiar with one another. Jima nodded. I have heard your names from Nyoda. You are Luo Yu, the captain of this squad. As you mentioned, I am acutely aware of my circumstances, and I have decided to marry Nyoda, fully integrating into your ranks. I hope you will come to trust me. Oh, a wedding. The girls blushed slightly at the thought of Jima and epochs' impending marriage. How fortunate Nyoda was. However, there was little surprise among them. The merging of territories naturally warranted such a union. After establishing the marriage contract, Jima was officially recognized as the mistress of Nyoda's territory. With her assistance and management, Nyoda and epochs' development would surely accelerate. Furthermore, with the establishment of such a unique contract, she would be able to join Nyoda on missions and participate in various competitive arenas. While she may not be considered a squad member, she could certainly contribute to the squad's overall strength. To elaborate, squad membership was not calculated on an individual basis but rather on a territorial basis. A territory itself counted as one member, not the individuals within it. Before the witnesses, Nyoda and Jima signed the marriage contract, though given the current chaos, no formal ceremony was held. Luo Yu was not particularly concerned about this matter. He was indeed the captain, but he did not meddle in the personal lives of his squad members. After offering a few simple words of blessing, Luo Yu placed the unfinished jewelry he had collected on the table and remarked, Jima, I assume your artistic skills are quite refined? Here, these are for you. Jima appeared somewhat overwhelmed, nodding fervently. Thank you, Luo Yu. I will remember your kindness. Once I have crafted all the jewelry, I will certainly gift each of you a piece. Everyone smiled and nodded in response. Returning to the matter at hand, Luo Yu stated, We have acquired quite a bounty on this outing. Each of us has our share, but the spoils obtained from combat belong to individual ownership. So we shall not divide those. The 2 airships, the 30 captives we secured, and the various territorial cores are all accounted for in our team and epochs' total assets. How do you propose we distribute them? Fang Yuming was the first to speak, grinning. Let us offset our debts. We each owe you 2 million. The airships allocated to me can serve as payment. Naker giggled. Me too. Luo Yu, can I count mine as debt repayment as well? Certainly. Luo Yu laughed heartily, but Naker, I would prefer if you repaid me in person. Huh? Naker instinctively covered her ears, her cheeks flushed. No ear rubbing. I still need to handle the aftermath and don't want to be exhausted right now. Wait, Naker, does ear rubbing leave you drained? Upon hearing Fang Yuming and epochs' curious inquiry and seeing the amused gazes of the others, Naker and epochs' face turned crimson as she shamefully covered her face. Meow. Luo Yu. You're so mean, bullying me. Luo Yu was in high spirits at this exchange, chuckling. Perfect. I also desire these 2 airships. If you wish to offset your debts, then by all means. After reviewing the airship construction costs, not including the expenses for unlocking technology, the combined value of materials such as gold, silver, wood, and thermal panels for one airship is approximately 1.8 million. Should both airships belong to me, then each of you will have offset your debt by 600,000, leaving you with a remaining balance of 1 million each. Is that agreeable? There were no objections. They readily acquiesced. After Luo Yu signed a new debt agreement with them, the 2 airships officially became his, and he promptly transferred them to his base. Subsequently, they allocated the captives in the ownership of the territorial cores, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Everyone was eager to return to their respective territories to attend to post-battle matters. Thus, after exchanging a few brief conversations, they each departed for home. As the world spun around him, Luo Yu found himself back in his territory. Looking up, he spotted the 2 airships floating in the sky. To conserve thermal energy, Luo Yu opened the control panel and commanded them to descend. Indeed, these airships could be remotely operated, capable of flying autonomously. Luo Yu and epochs' intention for acquiring the airships was to install automated crossbows on them, allowing them to hover above the battlefield during combat and enhance firepower. Furthermore, the mobility of the airships would serve as flying artillery towers, effectively targeting hostile units beyond the front line, rendering them exceedingly useful. Chapter 214. The means of divide and conquer. Luo Yu arrived at the battleground, where the corpses had already been discarded into the incineration pit, transforming into thermal energy. Shao Kong and Fiya were diligently washing away the bloodstains and the clothing stripped from the bodies with hoses. These garments could be salvaged into fabric at the recycling station, allowing for the possibility of selling them for profit, even if they were not personally utilized. Meanwhile, Shao Dai was meticulously counting the spoils. The assailants had left behind dried meat, herbs, and various treasures of gold and silver, all of which were being gathered. Additionally, there was an abundance of iron swords, iron spears, and bows and arrows. On another front, Xiaojin was dismantling the destroyed airships alongside a few high-value captives. Each airship contained a thermal energy collection panel, and various wooden and metallic scraps could also be salvaged. With 10 airships, the thermal energy panels alone represented a significant profit. Luo Yu no longer needed to worry about rapid energy depletion, which also provided him with the assurance needed for a comfortable winter. A broad smile graced his face as he approached to lend a hand. The labor continued until after 3 in the morning, with the captives having fought tirelessly for 2 days, resulting in a few of them fainting from exhaustion. However, before their collapse, they had completed excavating the stone forest, which could be considered a noble end to their efforts. Luo Yu, along with his adorable companions, took a refreshing bath and retired to bed. Despite the fatigue, his rest was remarkably restorative, and he awoke invigorated shortly after 6 in the morning. While the beast women beside him were still in deep slumber, Luo Yu began his morning routine and prepared breakfast, reflecting on the events of the previous day. He reviewed the various notifications and noted that dismantling the airships had yielded a substantial amount of wood and other resources, while excavating the stone forest had produced numerous rare minerals. Thanks to his luck, the stone forest in his territory had a high yield of rare minerals, particularly copper, which was quite lucrative. Moreover, before sleeping, he had placed all the assorted weapons and armaments for sale, resulting in a complete sellout overnight. Many trialists had begun enhancing their forging skills, and even repairing damaged weapons could grant experience, albeit at a slow pace. After utilizing a territory core, he assessed the outcome, revealing that his domain had once again prospered. Silver, 2.07 million wood, 170,000 iron ore, 24,000 stone bricks, 280,000 copper ore, 79,000 emerald, 85,000 gold, 27,000 platinum, 4,000 diamonds, 0 furs and fabrics, 480,000 meat, 1 million vegetables, 490,000 current territory resource, 221 current mineral vein resource, 226. Additionally, he had quickly tamed 13 animals post-treatment and captured 41 prisoners, with Udream and her companions still owing him a substantial amount of money. Wealth abounded. The food resources were ample, and the territory thrived, leaving Luo Yu exceedingly satisfied. After breakfast, Luo Yu utilized today and epochs as gains to extract milk from the cows. The special milk produced by the cow after its advancement was over twice as plentiful as before, and unlike its prior frailty, the cow now appeared robust. He estimated it would recover in 2 to 3 days. The special milk was indeed a valuable asset, capable of attracting assaults and enhancing attributes when consumed. Following the previous proportions, he divided the special milk and took a few sips himself, savoring its sweet flavor. Notification: you have consumed special milk. Constitution 2. Daily consumption of special milk could only enhance attributes once, and with still a portion left. Luo Yu summoned his adorable companions for a share, granting them a boost in their attributes as well. Venturing alone into the prison, he found the prisoners asleep. After a brief inspection, he ascended to the 3rd floor. There, he encountered 3 special prisoners. Dorno was lounging on a sofa, sipping juice. Upon noticing Luo Yu and epochs' approach, he snorted dismissively and turned his head away to continue drinking. An old acquaintance, he had prepared juice and canned vegetables for him, given that he had contributed significantly to Luo Yu and epochs' wealth. Such individuals warranted preferential treatment. Ignoring him, Luo Yu summoned the prince of the Alpha tribe and the white water goose. Standing on the carpet, the white water goose positioned herself protectively behind the prince, eyeing Luo Yu with a hint of fear as she spoke. What do you intend to do? We bear the mark of the great shaman. If you harm us, he will sense it immediately. The animosity will only escalate. Luo Yu cast a glance at the woman and settled onto the sofa beside Dorno, saying, Dorno, how do you suggest I deal with them? How to deal with them? You merely seek money. Just contact the old chief directly. Dorno appeared quite composed. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. You are quite right. However, this tribe has traveled thousands of miles to assault me. Merely demanding a ransom will not quench my anger. As he spoke, he placed a wooden stick on the coffee table, smirking. Dorno, do you not harbor resentment towards the Alpha tribe for exploiting you? Dorno looked at Luo Yu with surprise, then at the wooden stick, realizing that Luo Yu was not jesting. Understanding his intent, he picked up the stick and approached the white water goose, stating sternly, Step aside, my stick only strikes men. Please, no? The white water goose exclaimed in terror. Chief, our 2 tribes are allies. Do not harm my prince. If you must strike, let it be me. Dorno hesitated. Observing this, Luo Yu rose and unceremoniously tossed the white water goose aside, mocking. Dorno, I did not know you possess such gentlemanly qualities. Now that no one hinders you, why do you delay? With a swift motion, Dorno struck the 13th prince in the abdomen with the stick, delivering a vicious blow that caused the prince to cough up blood. Notification: Dorno assaulted the prince of the Alpha tribe, reducing relations between the two tribes. Continue. Luo Yu's voice resonated calmly. Dorno shared Luo Yu's disdain for the 13th prince, unleashing a flurry of strikes with the stick, rapidly deteriorating the relationship between the two tribes. This was precisely the outcome Luo Yu desired. He feared no assault, but wished to prevent them from uniting against him. Divide and conquer was indeed an effective strategy. Stop. Please, no more. The white water goose sobbed, clinging to Luo Yu and epochs' leg. Lord, you may do as you wish, but I beseech you, do not harm the prince any further. Luo Yu scoffed. This man abandoned you in your time of need, yet you still defend him? I detest foolishness such as yours. Once my subordinates have rested, I shall throw you into the male prison tonight. The white water goose's face turned pale with fear, her body trembling slightly. The pirates below possessed formidable strength, and she knew she would be unable to withstand them. Notification: the chief of the Alpha tribe wishes to converse with you. Chapter 2:15. Transforming the prince into a princess if no payment is made. With a smirk gracing his lips, Luo Yu confirmed his decision, prompting a dialogue box to appear. Before the other party could utter a word, he swiftly sent over a screenshot depicting the assault on the prince. Luo Yu, Alpha. You old dog, your son is in my possession. I demand 2 territory cores and 100,000 gold. A single copper coin less is unacceptable. Following the unlocking of tribal relationship technology, the ransom demands had been modified. The Alpha tribe, categorized as a bronze-level tribe, could now demand an additional type of ransom alongside the territory cores. Silver-level tribes could request 3 types, and gold-level tribes could ask for 4, and so forth. Alpha, esteemed lord, the attack was instigated by the Grand Sorcerer under the guidance of a great will. We had no intention of such actions. Your demands are excessively harsh, and I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce. Is that so? Luo Yu scoffed. No money, no negotiations. If you cannot comply, I am powerless to assist. After all, your son fled in the heat of the moment, betraying the young chieftain of the Skasa tribe. He activated the real-time transmission feature and gestured to Dorno. Dorno's staff struck the prince repeatedly, causing him to scream and spit blood. Alpha, Dorno, you assault my son? I shall settle this score with you in due time. Esteemed lord, even if you were to kill my son, it would be futile. Our tribe simply cannot produce such funds. Ignoring Alpha's pleas, Luo Yu tossed a dagger and calmly said, Dorno, sever this prince's finger. Dorno hesitated, his mouth agape in disbelief. Luo Yu, incensed by the delay, declared, useless. I shall do it myself. With that, he drew the moonlight blade and strode toward the prince in a fury. Stop! White Water Goose cried out and lunged forward, only to be kicked aside by Luo Yu. Cease. The ransom is negotiable. Please halt. With a chilling scream, Luo Yu accurately severed the prince's little finger. My apologies, but I can no longer return your son to you intact. I conduct my business with integrity. Consider this finger to offset 1,000 gold, leaving you with a balance of 99,000. Scoundrel! Alpha roared in fury. You vile lord, I will personally lead a campaign to annihilate your territory. With a swift motion, another blade stroke severed another finger from the prince. 98,000 gold, Luo Yu remarked, as the prince's cries echoed in the air. White Water Goose wept openly, and Dorno stared at Luo Yu in shock, while prompts continued to emerge. The relationship between Luo Yu and the Alpha tribe plummeted rapidly. Enough! Alpha exclaimed urgently. I can offer you 50,000 gold and 2 territory cores. Just stop this at once. Luo Yu chuckled coldly, pointing the moonlight blade toward the prince and epochs' lower body. Old dog, I grant you 3 seconds to consider. After that, I shall transform your prince into a princess. He began to count down. 3, 2, stop. I will give you 100,000 gold. Just halt. Luo Yu retracted his blade, a smirk playing on his lips. Had you offered earlier, we could have avoided all this fuss. Let us proceed with the transaction. Moments later, the prince vanished, and Luo Yu acquired 100,000 gold along with 210 territory cores. This was a considerable profit. With the 2 territory cores, Luo Yu immediately utilized them. Current territory resources, 241. Current mining resources, 246. How delightful. He relished having the prince at his mercy. He continued, this White Water Goose must be a unique figure in your tribe. I'll give you a discount. You need not provide the territory cores, just another 100,000 will suffice. Alpha, indeed, White Water Goose belongs to our tribe. But she is now yours. Vile Lord, you shall not escape unscathed. One day, I will repay the humiliation you have inflicted upon our tribe tenfold. With that, he abruptly severed the communication. Your current relationship with the Alpha tribe, bronze level force, hatred level 85, Luo Yu turned his gaze to the stunned white water goose and remarked nonchalantly. It appears you have been forsaken. How could this be? Why is this happening? White water goose seemed to be in shock. Her demeanor dulled by the overwhelming blow. Luo Yu assessed her attributes, strength 155, constitution 160, agility 177, and a unique trait, somewhat talented. This trait piqued Luo Yu and Apos' interest, as it enhanced the acquisition speed of all learning experiences, particularly beneficial for daily tasks. Her various life skills were all above level 8, marking her as an exceptionally capable individual. If sold, she would fetch a handsome price. However, before that, Luo Yu needed to procure a trait replication scroll to preserve the somewhat talented trait. After placing White Water Goose in a lavish cell, Luo Yu turned to Dalno and chuckled. By the way, why hasn't your Malin contacted me yet? I find myself quite missing her. Dalno sipped his juice on the sofa and huffed. Don't mention her. She will not reach out to you. Really? Have you quarreled? Luo Yu asked, feigning surprise. Dalno nodded, revealing that marital discord had led him to seize the opportunity of this attack to leave home, which explained his swift surrender. Upon learning this, Luo Yu chided. What do you take my place for? I warn you, if your wife hasn't contacted me by tonight, I will trade you to my Minotaur brother. To be frank, he recently married a woman from the Barbarian Bull tribe. Should you fall into their hands, the consequences need not be elaborated. Dalno's face paled at the implication. Yet he feigned calmness, asserting, a greedy person like you would not dare trade me. Facing the young chieftain and Apos' bravado, Luo Yu could only think, he truly knows me, Dalno. Laughing heartily, he turned to leave just as Malin's contact came through. Malin, release my husband. Luo Yu, as per our usual arrangement, payment first. Malin, it is not the end of the month. We only obtained a few 5 territory cores from this assault. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. Luo Yu was remarkably straightforward, leaving both Malin and Dalno momentarily taken aback. Transaction successful. You have received territory core 5-2, as Dalno began to fade from view. Luo Yu patted his shoulder, saying, should further disputes arise, feel free to come by for a chat. Oh, and do inform Malin that if she wishes to leave home, she is welcome here. I shall treat her well. Chapter 216. The changing nature of relationships. Dorner rolled his eyes in exasperation and declared, I will not allow her to be bullied by you any longer. Next time, I shall make you regret your actions. Although his words were fierce, there was a noticeable absence of hatred in his tone. As a brilliant light flickered before him, Dorner vanished. The hostility level of the Skasa tribe towards you has decreased. Current relationship, hostility level 58. A reduction of 20 points in hostility was quite satisfactory. After leaving the opulent prison, Luo Yu contemplated selling the captured Skasa tribe members. As their attributes were rather unimpressive, and selling them off seemed the most prudent course of action. These captives possessed low attributes and efficiency, rendering their upkeep a waste of resources. Upon inspecting the auction house, Luo Yu was taken aback to discover that the value of the captives had plummeted to 2,000 each. With a scarcity of food and the tribe members being factored into the evaluation, the value of the captives had significantly declined, especially following the recent attack. The price of these captives was nearing that of redeeming a tribe. Among the 40-odd ordinary captives, only 3 had been brought back from mercenary missions. The rest were from the Skasa tribe. After some deliberation, Luo Yu concluded that selling them for a pittance held little appeal, and keeping them didn't and amp. Apos' seem right either. He decided to do a kindness and release them. When he inquired within his group, to his surprise, the girls, including Fong Yuming, expressed no interest. Their standards had evidently risen, and they no longer valued ordinary captives. Ultimately, he gifted 3 male captives to Nyoda and selected 4 female captives with more appealing appearances to keep, releasing the remainder. In the open space at the entrance of the assault formation, Luo Yu surveyed the group of captives before clicking on the interface. You have chosen to release 31 captives. This action will increase your friendly relations with the Skasa tribe. Do you confirm? He confirmed his choice. As he clicked, the captives were instantly transported beyond the barrier, accompanied by a series of notifications. Your relationship with the Skasa tribe has improved. Friendly level 2. Friendly level 3. Friendly level 2. A continuous stream of notifications transformed the previous hostility level of 58 into a friendly level of 20. Notification. Your relationship with the Skasa tribe has improved. The tribe will no longer attack your territory. Dorner, chief of the Skasa tribe, requests a conversation with you. Upon connecting, a chat window appeared. Dorner, Luo Yu. I did not expect you to release our tribe and epochs as captives. I am quite pleased and shall not hold past grievances against you. I intend to send a trade caravan to your territory. You will not turn us away, will you? Thus, a trade caravan was dispatched for business. The transition from enemy to friend often hinges upon a single opportunity. The caravan, brimming with an assortment of intriguing goods, was certainly welcome. Luo Yu, very well. Do you have a sister, the princess skilled in culinary arts? I would like her to come. I wish to meet her. Dorner, she may come, but I shall not give her to you in marriage. You can abandon that hope. A friendly level of 20 was still rather low, as even marrying a princess was out of the question. After exchanging a few more words with Dorner, Luo Yu closed the chat window. He carefully reviewed the guidelines regarding tribal friendliness and discovered numerous benefits. First, dispatching trade caravans, friendly level above 10. Second, ability to join tribe raids, friendly level above 50. Third, requesting military reinforcements, friendly level above 75. With each request reducing friendly level by 25. Fourth, information sharing and intelligence trading, not yet available. Fifth, certain functionalities remain inaccessible. As the entire world undergoes major updates only every 6 months, patience is required. Notification: the Skasa tribe will send a trade caravan to your territory, arriving in 2 days. With the auction set for 3 days hence, a little advanced trading would be beneficial. It is worth noting that the auction would require a substantial amount of currency. Thus, Luo Yu's focus in the coming days would undoubtedly be on amassing wealth. Currently, his territory held 127,000 gold, approximately equivalent to 15 million silver. However, Luo Yu had no intention of exchanging gold for silver. These funds were earmarked for constructing electric towers. The destruction of Ma's remarkably beautiful territory served as a clarion call for Luo Yu. Survival is essential for progress. Upon assessing the current resource situation, he noted that the once abundant mines were nearly depleted. However, he had successfully acquired a considerable amount of territory core resources, restoring production to 90. These mines should sustain the territory and epochs' future development. Moreover, the fertility of the land had seen a slight increase, ensuring crop growth at least until the weather turned cold enough for harvest. Having spent considerable time in the world of Tian Dao, it became clear to everyone that vegetables and fruits were far more precious than meat. Turning his attention to aquatic resources, 210. Despite the large octopuses and snakes consuming many fish, the fish population in the small lake had not diminished but rather flourished. The territory core truly proved to be a valuable asset. Examining the meat prices, he noted that the market had seen a slight decrease following the recent attack. However, the decline was minimal. The market rate stood at 1.5. With the 210 aquatic resource in his small lake equating to 210,000 fish. Retaining them would be a waste. After dining, Luo Yu, along with the adorable companions Yin and Xiao Kong, went fishing. The allure of unique milk attracted the fish, making them easy to catch. After hauling in a substantial catch, Luo Yu promptly listed them for sale. By the time dinner arrived, the two adorable companions had gathered 50 of the aquatic resources, and with another couple of days of fishing, they would be nearly complete. Fresh fish sold well, and with the addition of the unique milk, Luo Yu's silver reserves swelled to 2.5 million. Yet, this sum remained insufficient. His territory boasted an array of items for sale, but the most abundant was undoubtedly jade. He possessed a staggering 85,000 units of jade. Checking the current jade price, he noted it was 160. Without hesitation, Luo Yu listed 70,000 units of jade for sale. World, Human Anonymous, a large quantity of jade has been listed. If you wish to enhance your score and beautify your base, purchase swiftly. After sending out the advertisement, Luo Yu turned his attention elsewhere. Although jade is a luxury item, there would certainly be buyers, as enhancing one's power necessitates increasing aesthetic and comfort values, achievable only through luxury items like jade. Relaxing in the bathtub, Luo Yu entered the combat arena channel. With the auction yet to commence, he decided to warm up the captives he intended to list for sale. The Galactic Combat Arena was a well-established venue. After its grand opening, notifications would be sent to VIPs, and spectators gradually arrived, eager to learn that not only would the renowned UG be performing, but there would also be a new batch of captives. Enthusiasm filled the air, and within half an hour, the arena was filled to capacity. Chapter 217. Betting, Reaping a Windfall. Luo Yu was awarded a ticket worth 200,000 silver and 8,000 gold. The crowd erupted in cheers upon the appearance of the alluring, slightly extravagant battle angel costume worn by UG. The atmosphere was fervent, causing the subsequent appearances of muscular men and beautiful female captives to be met with great enthusiasm. This promotional effort proved to be highly effective. During the intermission of the battle, Luo Yu's voice resonated throughout the arena. "Dear audience, I am the owner of the Galactic Beast Arena." A chorus of greetings responded, "Greetings, boss." Although they could not see him, the audience readily applauded for the one who brought them joy. Once the crowd quieted, Luo Yu gently continued, "I know you all adore the warriors of the arena. Soon, we will host an auction, and all warriors will participate. Additionally, a mysterious character will make an appearance. Be sure to save your money if you wish to make a purchase." This announcement ignited another round of cheers, with someone exclaiming, "Boss, your voice is delightful. What kind of mysterious figure will it be? Is their attribute high? Give us a hint." Another added, "Are you still in need of a mistress, boss?" Observing the lively atmosphere, a subtle smile crept across Luo Yu and Apo's face. Before long, the audience and Apo's attention shifted to the new program, allowing Luo Yu to exit the arena. As planned, he was set to engage in a team battle in the warm-up channel and earn some more profit from smashing eggs. This time, he struck a substantial amount of silver, which everyone shared without issue. Awakening early the next morning, Luo Yu eagerly checked his notifications. Ignoring the aesthetic enhancement of 2 points to his strength, he was thrilled to discover that the emeralds had sold out. Yes, the 70,000 emeralds he had listed were completely sold out, netting him an impressive 4.2 million silver. With so many trial takers across the myriad realms, emeralds were not an everyday commodity, making them highly marketable. Had it not been for the impending auction, he would not have sold them. His total silver now stood at 7 million. Having made a significant profit, Luo Yu decided to construct an electric tower to celebrate. He planned to place the electric tower at the entrance of the luxury prison, reducing the risk of escape. In truth, the location mattered little, as the range of a top-tier electric tower was vast. After silently reciting his intention, a notification appeared. 100-fold critical strike triggered. A radiant light flickered before him, revealing a new top-tier electric tower. Thus, his domain now boasted 5 electric strike towers. Notification: your domain score is 62,500, making you the first trial taker in the area to reach a score of 60,000. You receive an additional reward, 50,000 copper ore. This additional reward was not fixed, but this time he was granted 50,000 copper ore. This was fortuitous, as constructing the electric tower had consumed 50,000 copper, and he could now build another one tomorrow. After erecting the defensive apparatus, Luo Yu began listing various items for sale to accumulate more silver. First up was bedding. Over the past few days, Xiao Dai had expended a considerable amount of fabric and fur, crafting a total of 100 bedding sets. Although the typhoon had passed, the price of bedding had decreased from its initial high, yet with the weather growing colder, everyone was preparing for winter. The price remained at a lofty 20,000. The bedding produced by Xiao Dai lacked any grade, yet there were quality differences. Each grade was further divided into 5 tiers: extremely poor, poor, average, good, and excellent. With her sewing level now at LV13, most of her creations fell into the good category, allowing for a slightly higher selling price. World Channel, Human Anonymous Good Quality Bedding, 25,000 per set, now listed in the auction house. A winter essential worth relying on. The advertisement immediately captured attention. What? Is anyone still selling winter supplies these days? I want it. Given the tendency of the heavenly Tao world, a cold wave was inevitable. There were indeed those unafraid of freezing to death. Perhaps they belonged to a special race, such as the Snow Clan or Ice Clan. Why the envy? In no time, Luo Yu's bedding was selling remarkably well, with all 100 sets vanishing in just 10 minutes. Having meticulously laid the groundwork for profit from bedding, he earned a staggering 2.5 million in one go. Looking at the newfound wealth in his warehouse, Luo Yu joyfully embraced Xiao Dai and planted a couple of kisses on her. This beast girl truly embodied her worth. My master. In the workshop, Xiao Dai did not shy away from his embrace. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Luo Yu's neck and kissed him back. Her cheeks flushed. The beast girl was utterly adorable. Luo Yu chuckled. Xiao Dai, there are still plenty of furs in the warehouse, all entrusted to you. Strive to make more bedding. Yes. Xiao Dai affectionately clung to Luo Yu, giggling. Master, I wish to make everyone a warm winter outfit. How about it? Of course. He would gladly agree to anything she desired. Realizing that the hair growth of the beast girls had also progressed sufficiently, Luo Yu instructed Xiao Dai to gather the little cuties for a hair trim in the luxurious workshop. Thanks to his improved taming level, he collected 1,000 units of beast girl hair from the trims. Combined with his previous stock, he could craft a batch of small backpacks. Backpacks made from beast girl hair were durable and secure for storing items, allowing them to carry more when accompanying Luo Yu on his escapades. However, He decided to hold off on crafting them until Xiao Dai's sewing skill reached LV15, ensuring a higher quality product. In the afternoon, he resumed rolling cigarettes. As he still had plenty of Elan leaves left, enough for another 3 or 4 days of work. As evening approached, while preparing to make dinner, Xiao Kong dashed over with a box, her exclusive treasure chest from fishing. Given his current high luck, Luo Yu opened it directly without a 100-fold critical strike. Congratulations. You have obtained Mining Skill Enhancement Scroll. Fortune smiled upon him, bestowing a scroll for enhancing a life skill. The increase typically ranged from 1 to 2 levels. Luo Yu promptly chose to use it. You have used the scroll. Mining level increased to LV2, current level LV14, patting Xiao Kong and Oppos. Little head, Luo Yu smiled. You and Oppos, V worked hard. Today, your work is done. Go enjoy yourself. Chapter 2:18, Ladder Configuration, Thermal Anti-Air Tower. Whistle. Little Kong sweetly chirped, undoubtedly eager to drag Fia to the swimming pool. As evening fell, the preheating channel continued as usual. Luo Yu and his team encountered little resistance and swiftly passed through. In the Golden Egg Room, Fong Yumeng chuckled. Look, you have the best luck. You should take a shot at it. Without hesitation, Luo Yu stepped up, and amidst the eager gazes of his companions, he brought down the hammer. Bang! The golden egg cracked open, revealing a scroll. Team Shared Technology Scroll. Thermal Anti-Air Technology. Fong Yumeng exclaimed in delight. This is the technology for the anti-air tower. Alina glanced at the scroll, then at Luo Yu, and remarked, You two from the human race, your luck is quite remarkable. Joy radiated from everyone's eyes, and Luo Yu was overjoyed. He had longed to construct an anti-air tower, but had lacked the scroll. To his astonishment, this golden egg yielded one. With a smile, Luo Yu declared, We want to sell this scroll. I'll use it right away. Everyone agreed without objection. Although an auction was imminent, such precious shared technology was certainly not for sale. Upon clicking to use it, everyone received a notification confirming the unlocking of technology. Once home, Luo Yu soaked in the bath, gently pinching the tiger tail of little Jean beside him, and said, Go fetch me a glass of juice. Oh, little Jean was about to rise when suddenly recalling something. Said, Master, can we drink that wine you've been brewing? I'd like to taste it. Amused, Luo Yu replied, I almost forgot you mentioned it. I'll retrieve the wine tomorrow. Now go get my juice. Little Jean nodded cheerfully, while Luo Yu began studying the newly unlocked technology. The thermal anti-air technology tree encompassed numerous constructions. The more economical options included thermal javelin launch towers and thermal arrow launch towers, while the advanced structures featured thermal light beam artillery. The functionalities of javelins and arrows were akin to those of arrow towers, rendering them unnecessary. The light beam artillery was exorbitantly priced, even more so than the electric towers. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu ultimately resolved to construct the thermal condensation shell anti-air defense tower. This thermal anti-air tower required no wood as a raw material. Instead, it utilized thermal energy to condense fist-sized thermal shells for aerial bombardment. With an attack power of 10 points, it could instantly eliminate beings with a constitution of 10 points or less. Its power was modest, yet its firing rate was commendable, 1 shot per second. With an effective range of 2 kilometers. This range practically exceeded the ascent limit of airships, and most importantly, it was inexpensive. Thermal condensation shell anti-air defense tower. Fireproof stone bricks 500, iron or 500, copper or 500, silver 5,000. This cost was not only favorable compared to electric towers, but also considerably cheaper than arrow towers. Naturally, lower costs came with several drawbacks. For instance, each shot consumed 10 thermal energy, leading to significant energy expenditure. It could only target aerial threats, not ground ones. Furthermore, being a building rather than furniture, it could not deliver critical hits. Had Luo Yu not previously acquired 10 thermal energy collecting panels, he might not have been inclined to construct this tower. I'll build it tomorrow, Luo Yu mused before washing up and retiring for the night. After enjoying breakfast the next morning, Luo Yu headed to the eastern side of his territory. His first construction was not the anti-air tower, but rather a strike array. Following several enhancements, the territory had expanded significantly, rendering the original strike array insufficiently close to the air wall. Thus, it required reconstruction. This was a straightforward task. By reducing the original entrance space and constructing a death corridor, 2 new walls would enclose the new entrance. Luo Yu was already well versed in this work. However, this was not enough. Arrow towers needed to be added along the sides of the newly extended death corridor. With 170,000 wood and 320,000 stone bricks at his disposal, the task was soon completed. After a series of operations, the strike array was once again perfected. And with the addition of a corridor and 2 arrow towers, its defensive capability was undoubtedly enhanced. Luo Yu opened the construction page and began erecting the condensation shell anti-air towers. Enemies in the sky did not share the singular approach of land incursions. The entire eastern air wall was nearly within their attack range. The eastern defense spanned approximately 5 kilometers, with each anti-air tower covering a radius of 2 kilometers. This meant that 2 anti-air towers could effectively safeguard the eastern airspace. Merely relying on 2 towers would undoubtedly be inadequate. Luo Yu decided to implement a tiered configuration of anti-air towers, strategically placing a row of 4 towers at the maximum firing range of 2 kilometers from the eastern air wall. This arrangement ensured that once the enemy's aerial forces entered the airspace, they would immediately be met with a barrage of fire. Moreover, to dismantle the anti-air towers, the enemy would have to advance into the range of the arrows, effectively drawing fire before they could retaliate. This approach was far superior to placing the towers directly beside the air wall. The second tier of anti-air towers could be erected directly on the walls of the base, approximately 3 kilometers from the first tier. As enemy forces approached the base, the towers on the base walls and the first tier would create a crossfire, inflicting continuous damage on the enemy's air units. This was Luo Yu's architectural vision for the anti-air tier system. In essence, constructing 8 anti-air towers, alongside electric towers and numerous arrow towers, should suffice in repelling enemy aerial assaults. Furthermore, positioning the first tier of anti-air towers in the wild would have the added benefit of diverting enemy attention should they breach the strike array. With 5 electric towers unleashing a barrage every 5 seconds, if they could hinder the enemy for half a minute, they would potentially eliminate dozens of attacking units. Resolute in his plan, Luo Yu began constructing the anti-air towers. On the prairie, a flash of light heralded the emergence of a tower before Luo Yu. The tower stood merely 1 meter tall, crafted from stone, resembling a miniature stone radar, with a bowl-shaped center serving as the launch site for thermal condensation shells. After dedicating some time, Luo Yu successfully erected all 8 anti-air towers, followed by connecting the energy conduits. With sufficient copper ore, this task was swiftly completed. However, the 8 towers would consume 80 thermal energy per volley. Firing once per second would require 800 thermal energy per minute. This meant that even a fully stocked thermal energy reservoir would only sustain operations for about 10 minutes. Moreover, since arrow towers also required thermal energy, a single thermal energy reservoir would be insufficient. An additional one would need to be constructed. It would be prudent to also build another thermal energy reserve station. Chapter 219, Galaxy Grand Hotel. Naturally, these considerations would be deferred until after the auction. With the construction of all anti-air towers complete, Luo Yu prepared to erect new structures. The tribal trade caravan had arrived ostensibly for commerce, but intended to stay for several days. During their sojourn, the tribal members would remain within the territory, necessitating suitable accommodations. Failure to provide such lodgings would be perceived as discourteous, potentially diminishing goodwill. Luo Yu, of course, wished to avoid any such decline. Conversely, a favorable impression could enhance amity and even elicit gifts. The previous evening, Luo Yu had conceived of constructing a visitor reception center. Luxurious visitor reception center, stone bricks 200,000, gold 3,000, silver 30,000, emeralds 3,000, cloth 3,000, wood 10,000. The cost was considerable, but Luo Yu possessed ample resources, rendering the expense inconsequential. As for the location, rather than situating it within the main base, he intended to build it outside the southern wall. Luo Yu preferred to restrict indigenous peoples from accessing his core area, though allowing them to explore other regions. Even outside the core, the perimeter wall would be reinforced, befitting the luxurious nature of the reception center, which Luo Yu wished to safeguard from potential attacks. First, a perimeter wall was erected. Then, Luo Yu accessed the construction interface, and with a series of commands, a 3-story building materialized in a flash of light. Its exterior resembled a cuboid hotel from Earth, complete with a sign reading Luxurious Visitor Reception Center, direct and to the point. His score now stood at 67,500, whereas the anti-air towers contributed a mere 200 points. The Luxurious Visitor Reception Center added a substantial 3,000, propelling him toward the 70,000 mark. Upon entering, he noted that carpets and other amenities were included. The first floor comprised a grand living room, while the second and third floors housed guest rooms. The reception center could comfortably accommodate a caravan of over 50 individuals, which was more than adequate, as most caravans typically consisted of only a dozen or so members. A tour of the interior revealed a level of luxury that, while not comparable to his own opulent villa, still offered a degree of comfort. Luo Yu also discovered that each guest bed could have a monetary value assigned to it, functioning like a hotel room rate. Payment for the bed would directly replenish Luo Yu's coffers. Alternatively, one could forego the fee and sleep on the floor. This arrangement was a feature of the celestial world. Sleeping on the floor did not affect goodwill, as it was simply the consequence of insufficient funds to afford a bed. Given this provision, Luo Yu naturally intended to capitalize on it. A rate of 1,000 silver per night seemed appropriate. He reasoned that a higher price would lend an air of exclusivity. At that moment, a prompt appeared. You can enable caravan reception services, allowing captives to entertain caravan members. Intrigued, Luo Yu consulted the technology tree and found that this reception referred to the provision of carnal services. Both male and female captives could be employed, with the price determined by the lord. In essence, it was the establishment of a brothel. However, Luo Yu dismissed the idea. The economic productivity of having captives mine stone far outweighed the potential revenue from such services. Furthermore, his captives possessed high attribute values, many being stars of the Colosseum. It would be unseemly to have them engage in prostitution. Of course, there were certain particularly objectionable individuals who could be compelled to provide some economic benefit. Ignoring the prompt, Luo Yu continued his inspection of the reception center, affixing price tags to various bathroom amenities. These items would be priced more affordably, perhaps 200 silver per use, take it or leave it. Arriving at the entrance, Luo Yu connected the plumbing and other utilities. Glancing at the sign, he decided the name Reception Center lacked flair. Accessing the panel, he changed the name to Galaxy Grand Hotel. This seemed far more appealing. Just as he completed these preparations, a notification appeared. The Skasa tribe caravan has arrived at the edge of your territory and requests permission to enter. You may choose to attack the caravan, but this will significantly reduce goodwill. Luo Yu proceeded to the open space of the bombardment formation. After granting permission, numerous individuals began to enter through the air barrier. Accompanying them were yaks, horses, and other beasts of burden laden with bags, presumably containing merchandise. Luo Yu had anticipated this. The walls on either side of the bombardment formation featured stone doors, typically bolted from the outside, which would be opened only for the arrival of caravans. This prevented the caravan from having to navigate the corridor of death, which would entail a much longer detour. Leading the caravan were two young women, both mounted on white horses. One was the familiar Mei-Lin, while the other was a charming girl with a floral headdress, likely around 17 or 18 years old. She was presumably the princess. Upon entering the bombardment formation, everyone dismounted. Mei-Lin, observing the towering walls on either side, instinctively betrayed a hint of fear. Luo Yu remarked with a faint smile, "Mei-Lin, long time no see. You seem to have gained some weight?" Mei-Lin, startled back to reality, led the group in a slight bow to Luo Yu. "I am with child, so naturally I have gained some weight. Lord, your personal aesthetic appeal seems to have improved." Luo Yu chuckled. "Are you saying I've become more handsome than before? As if anyone didn't already know of my good looks." He continued, "Speaking of which, you and Apochs, traveling such a long distance while pregnant? Does Dalno not care for you?" "Humph, it was to avoid him that I led the caravan here," Mei-Lin retorted, a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. Luo Yu led the caravan away from the bombardment formation via a side gate, chatting with Mei-Lin as they traversed the grassland. It was hard to imagine that they had once been mortal enemies. The petite princess, however, seemed eager, attempting several times to speak with Luo Yu, only to be silenced by Mei-Lin's gaze. "Lord, I sense a purification of the soul within your territory, although your base is concealed within the mist. I am certain it must be beautiful," Mei-Lin exclaimed sincerely, expressing the sentiments of all those present. As a neutral entity, the caravan could not perceive the base hidden within the mist. However, this did not negate the existence of aesthetic value. The numerical value was present, eliciting their admiration. Notification: the Skasa tribe caravan feels comfortable with the aesthetic appeal of your territory. Goodwill between the two parties has increased by 5. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yu led them into the reception center, while their various animals were allowed to graze in the surrounding area. Inside the living room, Mei-Lin and the princess settled onto the sofas, relieved to alleviate the fatigue of their long journey. Mei-Lin remarked with a smile, "Lord, did you construct this grand house specifically for our caravan?" Chapter 220, the transaction with the tribe. Seeing Luo Yu nodding with a faint smile, Mei-Lin expressed her heartfelt gratitude, stating, "On behalf of Dorno and all the tribe members, I extend our sincere respect to you." Tip: friendship level 5, Luo Yu chuckled. "Not at all. Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? Now, Mei-Lin, let us return to the matter at hand. Please provide me with the list of goods. I would like to take a look." Upon hearing this, Mei-Lin retrieved a list from her small pouch at her waist. After Luo Yu took it, the slip of paper vanished, replaced by a virtual inventory before his eyes. He began to inspect it item by item. Short bow, 200 silver. Long bow, 300 silver. Herbs, 200 silver. Short sword, 500 silver. Dried meat pie, 50 silver. Domestic pig, 1,000 silver. The list contained a variety of goods, ranging from weapons and herbs to food, animals, and captives. Additionally, there was a procurement list on the back, detailing various supplies. Luo Yu was poised to engage in a significant transaction. First, he decided to purchase all the herbs brought by the caravan. Next, he opted for the dried meat pies, reasoning that food is never in excess, and at such a low price, it would be foolish not to buy them. If he did not consume them himself, the captives would. He also acquired 10 domestic pigs, including 2 breeding sows. Raising pigs was advantageous. The meat was delicious, and the ears and tongues could accompany drinks, quite delightful. Moreover, he purchased 10 hens, 1 rooster, 15 sheep, and 3 llamas, nearly exhausting the available livestock. Given the current fertility of his territory, which was remarkably high, the weeds grew abundantly, resources in their own right. With the land's fertility, he could easily raise hundreds of cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens without fear of depleting the weeds. The more livestock he had, the more he could utilize the luxurious beast training grounds, taking advantage of his beast taming level and the growth rates of milk and wool production. Having amassed an impressive collection of livestock, Mei Lin and Apochs' eyes sparkled with delight, as she undoubtedly hoped for substantial sales. Luo Yu then assessed the attributes of the captives and noted a few with commendable attributes. Each had values exceeding 100, along with personal traits. Though he had no immediate need for them, his companions might. He shared a screenshot in the group chat, stating, "A tribal caravan has arrived, offering captives and various items at prices significantly lower than the auction house. Do you have any requests? I can facilitate a purchasing push." Fang Yuming exclaimed, "Oh my, a tribe. Luo Yu, have you established goodwill with them? It is said that caravans can trade many items that the auction houses cannot." "Indeed," Luo Yu replied. "I captured some of their captives previously, and upon releasing them, my goodwill increased." Alice remarked, "Luo Yu, you are truly a kind-hearted person." Fang Yuming added, "What a kindness." "Alice, you are the epitome of kindness." Elena interjected, "Luo Yu, I wish to purchase the female captive named Zweiking. I am in need of a chef." Luo Yu examined the details of the female captive named Zweiking, discovering she was an exceptional warrior captured during the conflict between the Tianfeng tribe and the Skasa tribe, and also a head chef. With all attributes at 100 and possessing a chef and Apochs' trait, she was priced at only 50,000. If placed in an auction house, she would start at 500,000. "Okay, I will push this to you," Luo Yu responded. This purchasing push could only be executed within the same squad. He was unable to assist members outside of it. Immediately, the female warrior, valued at 50,000, yet realistically starting at 500,000, became a member of Elena's territory, eliciting a look of profound joy from Mei Lin. "Does anyone else have requests for a push?" Luo Yu inquired. Naka replied, "Luo Yu, I noticed there are alchemical materials on the list, such as red fire or Fengwei grass. Please push those to me." "All right." Luo Yu promptly sent them over. Naka was a treasure in the group, as alchemists were highly valuable. Fang Yuming, Alice, and Yoda each purchased their desired inexpensive captives, along with some iron and copper ores. As the transaction amounts expanded, the goodwill between Luo Yu and the Skasa tribe escalated rapidly. Beaming, Mei Lin remarked, "My lord, your friends are quite wealthy. Could you share their territory coordinates with me?" "That is not possible," Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile, as he was unaware of the coordinates shrouded in fog on the map. After a perfunctory response, he continued to assist his friends with their purchases while browsing for items that piqued his interest. What is this?" His gaze settled upon a peculiar metallic object. Mechanical life form and Apochs' arm of a Valkyrie battle robot, in a damaged state. Collecting all components of the Valkyrie battle robot can activate it. This discovery astonished Luo Yu. He had always perceived the world of Tiandao as one of swords and sorcery, never expecting the existence of mechanical life forms. Curiously, he asked, "Where did this arm come from?" Mei Lin explained, "It was discovered by our tribe's little shaman during a mountain flood. There is a legend in our tribe that long ago, a race known as mechanical life forms existed, comparable in strength to ancient creatures, but were ultimately eradicated by the great celestial beings during the world and Apochs' transition. Remnants of some powerful individuals from this race remain on the earth, occasionally found by others, but no one has ever succeeded in reviving them." "Is that so?" A glimmer of excitement appeared in Luo Yu and Apochs' eyes. It seemed that mechanical beings were a distinct race rather than mere robots akin to those on Earth. Regardless, Luo Yu, being a collector at heart, decided to purchase it upon encountering it. At just 100,000, it was a modest price. Continuing to browse, he stumbled upon another intriguing item, the core of the territory. 5 of the territory core, priced at 5,000,000. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Mei Lin. This price for the territory core seems excessively high. How about 500,000? Mei Lin paused, then shook her head. Esteemed lord. The value of the territory core is determined by the Grand Sorcerer. It is likely the same throughout the world of Tiandao. I am unable to sell it for less. Very well. A look of disappointment crossed Luo Yu's face. Purchasing the territory core was impractical, and it would be better to capture special individuals for exchange. Pay 1 fruit? Luo Yu then came across another valuable item. Pay 1 fruit, one of the rare treasures of heaven and earth. Consuming it can enhance physique and strength. This Pay 1 fruit was priced at 400,000. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Yu decided to acquire it. As such rare treasures not only boost attributes but may also yield seeds. Chapter 221, The Romanticism of the Lone Ranger. Where there are seeds, there lies the potential for planting. No, sowing. Since fate has intertwined our paths, this expenditure must be incurred. As he continued to peruse the list, Luo Yu stumbled upon an item of desire, a letter. Information from nearby regions. This intelligence was priced at 100,000, and according to the guidelines of the celestial realm, it might contain the activity trajectories of certain high-tier beings, the emergence of rare treasures, or perhaps the acquisition of artifacts by nearby factions. It could even reveal the preferences of a particular chieftain. In essence, this letter functioned as a mission letter, likely leading to the acceptance of a task. Of course, it could also result in trivial information, leaving one to rely on fortune. Tasks within the celestial realm are not casually undertaken. The guidelines state that only after the regional exploration feature is unlocked can one actively accept missions. The celestial realm will issue certain tasks, but that will only occur after a significant update. The upcoming spring update remains shrouded in uncertainty. It may not introduce new features but rather enhance difficulties, a matter that may linger for an indeterminate time. Thus, the intelligence letter stands as the sole means to undertake missions. Spending 100,000 on a potential task may seem foolish to ordinary trial takers. Yet for Luo Yu, it was a different matter entirely. A mission letter could unlock opportunities, and anything that opens carries a substantial chance for 100-fold critical success. Those in the know understand. This letter shall be mine. Without hesitation, Luo Yu purchased the intelligence letter. Mei Lin chuckled lightly, remarking, "My lord, this letter was whimsically sketched by our tribe and epochs, great shaman during a trance. It may contain divine guidance or mere scribbles. You are truly a gambler at heart." Luo Yu responded with a faint smile. "I do not relish gambling. Rather, I relish the anticipation and thrill that accompany the activation of certain items." After exchanging a few casual words, Luo Yu turned the page to examine the tribe's procurement list. They sought medical kits, automatic crossbows, clothing armor, technological scrolls, various quality beasts, an array of quality weapons, polished gold and silver jewelry, and exquisitely crafted furniture. It appeared the tribe lacked the capability to produce high-tech items such as forging, artistry, or sewing. Recalling the gold and silver jewelry he had previously acquired, Luo Yu retrieved rings and bracelets from his belongings and placed them upon the table. These were trophies from the demise of certain tribal members, ornaments belonging to the deceased. While their attributes were not inscribed in the inventory, Luo Yu had no intention of wearing them. The thought alone was unsettling. Furthermore, these ornaments served as decorative items rather than attribute-enhancing equipment. Besides enhancing aesthetics and social appeal, thereby increasing recruitment success rates, they held little utility. Luo Yu had no need for social effects, as he had no intention of recruiting for his territory. His recruitment level remained at a mere LV0. Just then, an opportunity presented itself. Mei Lin's eyes sparkled upon sighting the jewelry. Ah, a platinum ring. An emerald bracelet. Mei Lin seemed quite taken with the adornments, and the princess nearby also looked intrigued. With a light chuckle, Mei Lin proposed, "My lord, considering the rarity of the metals and the craftsmanship, I can offer you 400,000 for these items. What do you think?" There exists a regulated price for selling within the celestial realm, and such items could only fetch this amount. Listing them at an auction house would yield even lower returns, as they were mere decorative pieces. Now was not the time for vanity. Who would purchase them? Luo Yu readily agreed, smiling, "You may stay for a few days. Perhaps I shall have more items to sell." "Very well," Mei Lin nodded, and after a brief conversation, Luo Yu departed from the reception area. Notification: your transaction with the Skara tribe has been substantial, increasing their friendliness towards you. Current friendliness level, 58. Upon exiting, he observed numerous animals roaming freely on the grasslands. Coupled with the livestock he had acquired, the sanitation was indeed concerning. Luo Yu made his way to the quarry and summoned the Cyclops. "My lord, you called for me?" The Cyclops wore a sycophantic grin, a face that bespoke of a cunning nature. Luo Yu harbored a disdain for such individuals, yet recognized their utility. He stated coolly, "The sanitation on the grasslands is subpar. Henceforth, select 2 of the lowest performing captives each day and assign them the task of cleaning up the animal waste on the grasslands." "Understood?" "Yes." The Cyclops replied eagerly. "Rest assured, I know how to proceed." "Good." Luo Yu handed him a few cigarettes, patting his shoulder before turning away. "Cigarettes. The Lord is so kind to me." The Cyclope's eyes shimmered with gratitude as he hastily lit one, inhaling deeply with an expression of bliss. Moments later, he swaggered into the quarry, exuding pride, while the other captives looked on with envy. Cigarettes pose no harm to these pirates but are indeed addictive, making them easier to control. As long as a few of the leading captives remained loyal, the risk of escape would significantly diminish, and their work efficiency would improve. A few cigarettes suffice for them. Luo Yu had already resolved that high-end manufacturing tasks would be handled by himself and the beast women, while the labor-intensive tasks would fall to the captives. Thus, increasing the number of territory members was unnecessary. Wherever there are people, there are rivalries and intrigues. However, if only Luo Yu stood as the normal individual within the territory, such troubles would be non-existent. This encapsulates the romanticism of the Lone Ranger. At this moment, Luo Yu stood upon the eastern grasslands, preparing to construct a sewage pit. Though termed a sewage pit, it merely serves to utilize water pressure to wash waste directly beyond the territory's boundaries. He had previously scrutinized the guidelines. Anything discarded beyond the territory would be considered as thrown away, vanishing without impacting the external environment. This sewage pit needed to be of high quality. Luo Yu wished for no foul odors to emanate, nor did he desire a decrease in sanitation levels. Moreover, it had to operate automatically. Though the requirements were lofty, they constituted basic functionality, achievable with a single beast soul core. With sufficient funds, spending was no issue. Shortly thereafter, a sturdy underground sewage pit was completed, with a pipe connected to expel waste beyond the territory. Consequently, by simply disposing of waste into the sewage pit, it would be processed automatically. With the construction finalized, sanitation levels increased, and a notification promptly arrived. Notification: due to the increased sanitation levels, your constitution has risen by 1. Chapter 222, Culinary God currently. The territory and Apochs' highest hygiene stat is 255 points. While not as high as the aesthetic stat, it still provides a stable attribute boost. After completing this, Luo Yu returned to the villa to wash his hands and consume the primordial fruit. Notification: your strength 10, constitution 10. Cooking level 1. Luo Yu was puzzled as to why consuming a fruit would increase his cooking level, but this primordial fruit had a seed. The seed could be planted and germinated. Primordial fruit seed. Sowing requires a fertility level of 350. Luo Yu possessed a fertile cultivation box, in which he had already planted a terrestrial origin fruit. However, there was still space to plant another crop in the 1 square meter area. He proceeded directly to the balcony and planted the primordial fruit seed as well. He wondered if watering the seeds would trigger a critical strike simultaneously. This idea would need to be tested the following day. On the balcony, he retrieved the mechanical arm he had obtained previously and began to examine it. This arm appeared to be from a female mechanical being, adorned with a black glove. Upon removal, it was revealed to be a female forearm and hand. However, the interior was composed of various materials. Testing its hardness, he discovered that even the lunar and solar dual blades could not damage it. Was it made of titanium alloy? Luo Yu and Apochs' eyes revealed a hint of doubt. He attempted to form a fist with the hand and punched, creating a hole in the balcony wall. What immense power! His eyes lit up with joy. This was practically a weapon. With such resilience, who could withstand a punch from this mechanical arm? After carefully reading the mechanical arm and Apochs' specifications, Luo Yu discovered that it could be launched, but it required energy to charge. Only when fully charged could it unleash the mechanical flying fist. The exact power was unknown, but Luo Yu sensed that the mechanical flying fist and Apochs' power would exceed the maximum damage of the lightning strike tower. Moreover, Luo Yu had already unlocked the technology for related charging enchantments, but had not yet had the opportunity to construct the necessary supporting equipment. Since he had sufficient resources, he decided to build it first. He walked to the workshop, where Little Butterfly immediately embraced Luo Yu and Apochs' arm affectionately, saying, "Master, are you here to roll cigarettes? I and Apochs' help you roll the tobacco." Luo Yu chuckled and said, "A kiss from you is the greatest help." "Okay." Little Butterfly affectionately kissed Luo Yu and Apochs' cheek, and a notification appeared. While engaging in recreational activities, you gain strength too. Luo Yu noticed that Little Butterfly had become increasingly clingy recently, sometimes even more so than Little Sky. At this moment, she held onto him, refusing to let go. Luo Yu could only hold her and sit on the carpet. Opening the weapon enchantment page, he had already decided to build a weapon enchantment storage cabinet. In simpler terms, this was a storage cabinet that allowed weapons stored within to absorb various enchantments. Aesthetically pleasing and sturdy weapon enchantment storage cabinet. Emerald 3000, copper or 10,000, iron or 3,000. Gold 600, silver 10,000. Upon clicking to build, a flash of light appeared, and a beautiful emerald cabinet materialized before him. The cabinet was about the height of a person and had 3 layers inside. Each layer could connect to different energy pipelines, meaning that the weapons placed on each layer could be enchanted with different attributes. Currently, Luo Yu had 2 types of energy attributes, lightning and heat. For close combat, the paralysis effect of lightning energy was preferable, while for ranged attacks, the heat energy's heatstroke arrows were better. Luo Yu placed the lunar blade from the lunar and solar dual blades in the lightning energy compartment and the solar blade in the heat energy compartment. In this way, the dual blades would each possess different effects. Then, Luo Yu placed the Yang Yu Bao in the bottom heat energy compartment. Perfect. Little Butterfly, in his arms, asked curiously, "Master, can this weapon cabinet be used to store clothes?" Luo Yu smiled and shook his head. "Clothes are stored in wardrobes. We don't have metal armor above the gold level, so there's nothing that needs to be enchanted." "Oh, I understand." Little Butterfly rubbed her neck against Luo Yu's, simply seeking an opportunity for intimacy. Fine, he would allow her to cling to him for a while, as it didn't and epochs affect his rolling of cigarettes. In the evening, after dinner, Luo Yu took the little cuties for a walk on the prairie. The lakeside at sunset was a beautiful sight. In the pavilion, the beast girls were laughing and playing, creating a warm and lovely atmosphere. Although Luo Yu was the only normal person in the territory, he never felt lonely. Notification: while enjoying the scenery, you are affected by the aesthetic stat, agility 2. Just as he was in a pleasant mood, Marin and the princess approached from a distance. Upon seeing them, Marin hesitated, feeling embarrassed to speak, while the princess couldn't help but ask, "Lord, when my fiancé came to attack your territory, was he killed or sold as a prisoner?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yu recalled the incident and said with a smile, "Princess, your name is Dofri, right? What was your fiancé and Apo's name again?" "Dejaro." The princess said somewhat excitedly, "His name is Dejaro. Tell me, was he killed by you?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I remember. Dejaro's head was split in half by my stone axe thrower. However, he managed to preserve your bento box until his death. He was a man who loved you." "Dejaro." The princess immediately burst into tears, and Marin also sighed softly. Luo Yu said calmly, "The deceased are gone. Princess, don't be too sad. In my homeland, there is a custom of guarding the spirit of the deceased husband. You can build a tombstone for Dejaro and stay here for a while to guard his spirit." "Guard his spirit?" The princess looked at Luo Yu with teary eyes. She didn't hate him, she only felt nostalgic. Upon hearing this, she nodded and said, "I am willing to guard his spirit for him." "Lord, thank you for telling me this." Luo Yu smiled inwardly. The reason he kept her was because this princess possessed a top-tier trait, culinary god. Above the chef trait was the culinary king, and above the culinary king was the culinary god. This culinary god trait was diamond level and had a high probability of creating various dishes that increased attributes and provided buffs. Huun and Apos, do you want to eat food that increased their attribute points every day? Luo Yu naturally desired this trait. But ordinary transfer scrolls and copy scrolls could not transfer diamond-level traits. Moreover, forcibly transferring it would lead to a rupture in relations with the tribe. Therefore, the inheritance function was needed. People with the same type of traits have a chance to inherit each other's experience points if they work together on the same task for a long time. Chapter 223, Mission Critical Hit, The Wilds of OSI. Luo Yu only needed to keep the princess around for a while, then charm her into cooking together. Once he triggered the experience inheritance, he could unleash a critical hit, which should elevate his culinary skills to that of a master chef. At that point, the princess would lose her usefulness and could be sent away or sold, or perhaps integrated into the territories of Yu Meng and her companions. Any option would suffice. Observing the tearful girl before him, Luo Yu offered her a handkerchief and spoke gently, "The world is ever-changing, and war is invariably brutal. I can only hope that our two families may maintain peace from this point onward." His voice was soft, and as the sun set, Dofri gazed blankly at Luo Yu, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Meanwhile, Meilin quickly regained her composure and murmured, "My lord, your attractiveness has certainly improved." Luo Yu chuckled heartily. Turning to admire the scenery before him, contemplating whether the lowered water level warranted the dismantling of part of the bowl-shaped dam. That evening, Luo Yu engaged in some friendly competition with his companions, effortlessly striking a golden egg that yielded an astonishing 10,000 units of gold. Such a sum, equivalent to over 1,000,000 silver, was remarkable for a non-critical hit. Alice exclaimed, "Luo Yu, has your luck increased again?" "Not at all." Luo Yu instinctively glanced at Feng Yuming, the embodiment of fortune. "Indeed," she smiled and replied, "I've been fortunate lately and unlocked the luck stat." Understanding dawned upon the group, as they realized that luck is calculated based on the entire squad. Though not a stable measure, the higher the luck, the greater the rewards. Naker giggled and asked, "Yuming, what is your luck stat?" 60, she replied, causing Luo Yu to widen his eyes, with his Beast Girl compendium granting him a luck score of 80. He pondered how Feng Yumeng could possess 60. "And you, Luo Yu?" she inquired curiously. 80 what? 80 points. This time, it was Feng Yumeng who was astonished. "I have a lucky bracelet that only gives me 60 points. A hint of pride flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. Should he reveal that it was thanks to the Beast Girl compendium? Instead, he chuckled, "The 10,000 gold is now mine, which means each of you owes me 1,000,000 silver. Is that agreeable?" "Sure." His companions laughed, knowing that failing to repay would result in Luo Yu and epochs as humorous methods of debt collection, likely quite embarrassing. As they spoke, a radiant light enveloped them, and their consciousness returned to their true forms. In the bathing chamber, Luo Yu savored a sip of his homemade red wine, a look of contentment gracing his face. This was the essence of enjoyment. Tip: influenced by entertainment value, strength 1. Naker chimed in, "By the way, I and epochs VE crafted many explosive spiked balls recently. Let us trade." Luo Yu replied, "We just faced an attack, so there and epochs no rush. These items are black iron grade, and using them in PK would be wasteful. The auction is in 2 days. Naker, you should sell the spiked balls there." Everyone agreed with Luo Yu's assessment. "All right. I and epochs LL follow your advice, and when we sell them, we'll split the profits." Naker declared, "How we divide it will be discussed later. Let us all get some rest now. Good night." As is well known, when a boyfriend says good night, he might merely be lulling his girlfriend to sleep while secretly preparing to game with his friends. Due to his high sleep efficiency, Luo Yu ventured into the midnight arena. A lucrative place indeed. Upon waking, he instinctively strolled to the balcony, gently touched the silver-armored ladybug resting there, and admired the 2 rare plants in the growing box. His mood markedly uplifted. After silently reciting a thought, he opened an information letter. Critical hit triggered. Upon opening the information letter, you discover details concerning OSI. A powerful being sealed within an ancient cave nearby. Luo Yu read the letter carefully, revealing that a formidable entity named OSI was being hunted by ancient creatures and had no choice but to seal itself within a cage. He recognized the creature from the Beast Girl compendium, a diamond-grade Beast Girl. Tip: do you accept the mission to rescue OSI? Upon completion, OSI will join your territory. Without hesitation, he accepted. A flicker of excitement crossed his face as the mission prompt appeared. OSI awakens from her slumber, unwilling to remain trapped in the confinement she created. She has reached out telepathically to her best mount, which is currently fleeing towards your territory, pursued by ancient beings. Please protect her and fend off the ancient creatures and epochs. Pursuit. The ancient beings will launch daily attacks on your territory, continuing for 5 days. Be prepared. Ancient beings? This was splendid. Luo Yu felt no fear. He relished the prospect of encountering these ancient entities, renowned for their bountiful loot. Checking the mission prompt, he noted that it would take another half-hour for OSI to reach his territory. Seizing the opportunity, he washed up and had breakfast. It was still before 7 in the morning, and he refrained from waking his lovely companions. He ventured alone to the strike formation, taking a seat in the watchtower to await the arrival. Sure enough, as half an hour elapsed, a notification chimed. Luo Yu gazed at the entrance of the death corridor, where a beautiful spotted deer dashed in, bloodied and panicked, its status neutral. The deer leaped through the corridor, but slowed due to speed bumps, emitting sharp cries as if pleading for help. Luo Yu whistled sharply, summoning his black eagle, and flew into the corridor. He grasped the deer by its antlers and lifted it into the air, escaping the strike formation. The deer struggled in midair but bolted away as soon as it touched the ground, its sizable frame belied by its limited intelligence, as it immediately began grazing. Was OSI sending this creature as a scout? It was no wonder it was spotted. Luo Yu rolled his eyes and returned to the watchtower. Just as the first attack commenced,